At first, I thought it was just a joke. The system prompted that the price was 3 dog heads, and I could bind it immediately. But as my hands uncontrollably sent 3 dog heads, it was successfully bound in a second. I immediately received 10 million in enjoyment funds, plus a Xiaomi Speed 7 Ultra. The system also indicated that the host's physique was about to reach a perfect state. What school flowers, female CEOs, and rich young ladies? Sorry, from today onwards, you all have to stand aside in front of me. Helplessly. The next morning, I rushed to Kyoto Art University. Along the way, I kept wondering if this broken system was just fooling me. Just as I arrived at the school gate, a slightly teasing female voice called out, "Hey over there, come help me carry my suitcase." I turned to look and saw a girl with about a 7 out of 10 in looks, dressed in tight jeans and a simple white t-shirt. Her high ponytail swayed gently with her steps. Her figure was graceful, especially that full and perky backside, exuding a mature and alluring aura. Her name was Wang Ruolin, and her figure was simply a temptation in the eyes of men. "Stop staring, I'm talking about you, hurry over to help." From her tone, it was clear she was the type of girl who felt extremely good about herself, always thinking that when men looked at her, they had ulterior motives. "I am now a person with a net worth of 75 billion. Why would I carry your suitcase?" I sneered inwardly and directly responded, "Sorry, I'm busy right now. It's not convenient." Wang Ruolin clearly didn't expect me to refuse. Her eyebrows shot up in anger as she shouted, "You filthy loser, what are you staring at? If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out." My anger surged up in an instant, although I knew girls like her were spoiled and unreasonable. Her blatant rudeness still caught me off guard. Just as I was about to retort, she suddenly shouted, "Someone come, this person is being a pervert." Staring at my chest, shameless, her shout instantly attracted a crowd of onlookers, and some busybodies had already taken out their phones to start recording. "Look at your poor appearance. You must be a new student here to report." Men from the country just haven't seen the world. When they see a beautiful woman, they can't move. Just when I was at a loss for words, a ding sounded in my mind, and the system's prompt echoed. The system detected that the host has arrived at Kyoto Art University and rewards a brand new Maybach S680 worth 12 million. It will be distributed to the host in a reasonable manner shortly. Upon hearing this prompt, I instantly straightened my back and confidently said, "I'm someone who will drive a Maybach S680. Why would I care about you?" The people around me burst into laughter, saying, "You, stop bragging. National boys just talk nonsense. Do you even know what a Maybach looks like?" Not even feeling embarrassed. In the face of these taunts, I felt disdain in my heart. Once I complete the system task, a mere Maybach worth tens of millions is nothing. I have 75 billion. Buying this art university would be a piece of cake. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a voice as ethereal as an orchid in a secluded valley came through. "Fellow students, we are all alumni. There's no need to make things so unpleasant. I saw everything just now. This junior is not the kind of person you say he is. Let's just drop it. Escalating this won't be good for anyone and will also affect the school's reputation." Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a girl in a white dress slowly walking over. She was Su Tang, the belle of the art department. Su Tang not only had a stunning and unique appearance but also came from an exceptionally wealthy family. As soon as Su Tang spoke, the girls noticeably restrained themselves, and their attitudes softened. Just then, a deep and resonant sound of a car horn broke the brief silence. A brand new Maybach S680 slowly entered the sight of the crowd, and its powerful aura instantly overshadowed the surrounding luxury cars. After the car came to a steady stop, a man in a sharp suit stepped out of the driver's seat. He elegantly adjusted his tie, smiled, and after scanning the crowd, asked, "Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Zhang Bing?" As soon as he said this, the surrounding young ladies instantly became agitated, looking around with eager eyes, as if the mysterious Mr. Zhang was about to be their Prince Charming, especially Wang Ruolin, who deliberately pushed her chest out and pulled her stomach in, trying to attract attention. I stepped forward calmly and said, "Hello, I am Zhang Bing, and this Maybach S680 is mine." After the driver carefully checked my ID, he immediately bowed respectfully and announced loudly, "Mr. Zhang, congratulations on becoming the esteemed owner of a Maybach." In that instant, there was a dead silence around, and everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. The young ladies watched in astonishment as the driver respectfully handed the Maybach car key into my hand. "Mr. Zhang, here are the car keys, and my business card is attached inside. As our esteemed car owner, we will provide you with 24-hour comprehensive and thoughtful service." I suppressed my inner excitement and calmly accepted the car keys on the surface. I have to say, the presence of this Maybach S680 is truly powerful. It is definitely the center of attention at the entrance of Kyoto Art University. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the Maybach S680 reward. Now, the system is issuing the first task, to properly manage the version T0 Little Fairies. Upon hearing the system's instructions, I couldn't help but smile slightly, revealing a hint of a mischievous grin. Managing this group of naive little fairies, isn't that exactly what I've been longing for? It's actually real. So cool. The little fairies who had just mocked me suddenly did a complete 180 in their attitude, surrounding me and showering me with flattery and attempts to get close. Especially Jojo Wang, with a charming smile on her face, weakly leaned towards me, pretending to be dizzy and resting against me. I sneered coldly in my heart and subtly took a step back. Although Jojo Wang can indeed be considered a beauty, and given her demeanor, it seems she is taking the initiative. I certainly won't be easily hooked. Mr. Zhang, Jojo Wang said sweetly, while taking out a business card from her exquisite bag and handing it to me. This is my business card. If Mr. Zhang has any housing needs in Kyoto, be sure to remember to find me. I will definitely provide you with the best service. Okay. I casually took the business card, secretly pondering that she was actually a real estate agent. I can find you, but you need to first explain to everyone what exactly happened just now. Jojo Wang's expression slightly changed, but upon seeing the imposing and luxurious Maybach beside her, she gritted her teeth and forced a smile, saying, just now, I was confused. Brother, you're so handsome and so graceful. How could you possibly be a bad person? It was all a misunderstanding on my part. As she spoke, she recounted in detail how she had slandered me, occasionally throwing a few self-assumed seductive glances, as if that would make me forgive her and see her in a different light. After she finished speaking, Wang Wolin looked at me with great anticipation, fantasizing about being able to rely on me, this wealthy man, and becoming the mistress of a Maybach. I couldn't help but sneer inwardly, thinking that I must go to the sales office to have a good talk with this gold digger. Classmates, you all just heard what she said herself. She actually wrongfully accused me for no reason. Do you think I am the kind of person who would bully girls? As soon as these words were spoken, those little fairies immediately turned their criticism towards Wang Wolin, saying, shameless, how dare you wrong our brother Zhang, and the sales champion of Bu Lanting. She probably rose to the top through improper means. Congratulations to the host for successfully returning the favor in kind. The host's task completion score is as high as 90 points, and a luxury mansion worth 50 million in Kyoto is awarded. Please note that the system has successfully issued a luxury car worth 12 million and a mansion worth 50 million, totaling 62 million. The host is requested to go and collect the house as soon as possible, and can designate which salesperson the performance of the mansion belongs to. Zhang Bing smiled from ear to ear, not expecting this to complete the system mission. And you get a $50 million mansion. That's awesome. What a thought. Just now Wang Wolin is exactly the sales of Aqua Orchid. He was in a good mood, ignoring everyone, and got on the card directly. Feeling the luxurious interior, Zhang Bing's heart was soothed. It's the second ID card of your life. Maybach, there's no place it can't go, and that's true. He drove this S680 into the campus directly in a big way, and even the security guards at the entrance immediately came out from inside the security room when they saw him. He personally released himself and gave himself a polite greeting. Along the way, many of the fairies inside the campus were looking straight ahead, and among them there were quite a few beauties with body looks in the sixes. Cool, so damn cool. Zhang Bing held the steering wheel with one hand and exclaimed, the feeling was indescribable. After circling around the campus, he stepped on the gas and navigated straight to Aqua Orchid. Chapter 3, so this is what it's like to see a house. Kyoto, Aqua Landing Sales Office. This property was not the top of the line in Kyoto, but an ordinary person could not afford a toilet in their lifetime. Zhang Bing followed the system's prompts and soon arrived at the sales office. Looking at the poster presentation posted in the center of the hall, he glanced at the staff style at a glance, and really see Wang Wolin. The walls were plastered with Renee Wang in a professional makeup that any man would never be able to resist looking at. Although he is young, but he is not stupid. Usually this kind of mansion, luxury car, female sales crown, more or less will play the ball. He himself has a $50 million worth of mansion given by the system. According to the commission, salesman can earn at least $500,000. $500,000, for the vast majority, would require years of hard struggle without food or drink. Anyway, the system said that you can specify who the mansion performance belongs to. Thinking of this, Zhang Bing directly walked towards the front desk. A large group of uniformed black silk beauties all standing together at the front desk, and a leader-like middle-aged man is having a meeting. He took a general look and didn't see Wang Wolin among them. Then after thinking about it, after all, Wang Wolin is a pinnacle. Pinnacle has a high status and usually has privileges. Listen up everyone, a mysterious tycoon has ordered a $50 million mansion here in our building. The mansion has been paid for and will be here today for the paperwork, but the performance attribution is still up in the air, so it's up to all of you to decide who gets it. After the leader's announcement, the ladies on the sales floor were all elated. That's a lot of performance, and if the performance goes to whoever it goes to, they get hundreds of thousands of dollars in commission. Soon, these sales ladies were busy, waiting for the mysterious tycoon that the leader had just mentioned to come over to do the formalities. Zhang Bing watched from the sidelines, rows and rows of bright beauties. This posture and temperament is completely not inferior to the female college students of the art school. He was quite happy in his heart. Wasn't this mysterious rich man talking about himself? In other words, with so many beautiful sales ladies, one could just pick one at random and give her the performance just like an emperor choosing a concubine. Just as he was pondering, Wang Rolin walked down from upstairs on her high heels, twisting her delicate figure. Once Wang Rolin appeared on the scene, all the other sales ladies were suppressed. Many of the guests who were originally looking at the room with other ladies had their eyes drawn to it. Took the initiative to run and talk to Renee Wang, expressing an interest in purchasing a home. Almost every man's eyes were focused on Wang Rolin's chest, hips, and long legs. Wang Rolin seemed to have long been accustomed to this and was completely unconcerned. Putting on a cold attitude to these guests who gathered around, he didn't even pay attention to them. It's obvious that if you can be a pin-up, you should have the eyesight to see what's going on, and you have a first-rate ability to see what's going on. She was well aware that most of these customers weren't considered rich and might not actually end up buying. Even when you buy a house, most often the down payment is pathetically low. Wang Rolin saw Zhang Bing at a glance and was ecstatic in her heart as she quickly walked over and said charmingly, "Senior, why didn't you tell me you were here? What happened before? It was my fault, don't take it personally, schoolmate." She had seen with her own eyes that Zhang Bing owned a latest model Maybach S680. Usually those who can drive this kind of luxury car have families that are definitely not poor. Although Zhang Bing had made her lose face in public, since Zhang Bing had personally come to the sales office to find himself, it meant that he had a chance. He. Zhang Bing laughed while stealing a glance at Wang Wolin's figure and said, "Sister, the house was bought a long time ago, I'm here to do the formalities." Upon hearing this, Wang Wolin's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of disappointment, but she quickly recovered, obviously still wanting to hang on to Zhang Bing, the big fish. And right at this moment, a middle-aged balding man saw Wang Rolin and immediately pushed aside the sales lady who was talking to him for a long time and walked directly over. "Ms. Wang, I want to buy a house worth $15 million, do you have time to accompany me to see the house?" "Yeah." Wang Rolin agreed on the spot. With her years of experience, she could tell at a glance that this bald man had strength and needed to be defended. So she turned to look at Zhang Bing with an apologetic face and explained, "Schoolmate, why don't you wait while I accompany Mr. Li to finish looking at the house first?" Zhang Bing naturally understood the calculations in Wang Rolin's mind, which he had already understood on his way here. A $50 million mansion gifted by the system and paid for in full is also rare in Bishop's Landing. Compared to this Li total $15 million to be staged, with their own completely not a grade. "Senior sister, are you sure you've thought this through?" Zhang Bing asked in a cold voice. Who knew that Li Guoqing was instantly offended and shot a glance at Zhang Bing. "Kid, you're young, but you're pretty good at pretending, aren't you? Are you threatening Ms. Wang?" Zhang Bing didn't bother to take care of the bald man, but looked at Wang Rolin in a very calm tone and said carelessly, "Sister, since you're going to accompany this person to look at the house, hey, then my $50 million worth of mansion will have to look for another sales lady." Ha ha ha. Not too old to be blowing water. Zhang Bing's words immediately caused Li Guoqing and the other sales ladies to scoff. Wang Rolin was also a bit speechless, although she knew that Zhang Bing drove a Maybach. The last set of $50 million mansions in the entire Aqua Orchid residence had already been booked by the mysterious Tycoon's payment. Just now the manager had a meeting to remind everyone that the mysterious Tycoon would come today to do the formalities and designate to whom the performance would be allocated. "Kid, Li Guoqing is the general manager of Tianlong Hotel. What bragging ratio of people have seen, like your age so able to blow or the first time to see?" Sky Dragon Hotel. The Sky Dragon Hotel is a famous top-class hotel in Kyoto. But what's that in front of you? He is the man who sits on $75 billion. As for Wang Rolin, when she heard about it, she was just hesitant about who to accompany to look at the property, but now that she learned that the bald man turned out to be the general manager of the Tianlong Hotel, her attitude became even more resolute. "Mr. Li, so you're the general manager of Tianlong Hotel, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Mr. Li, let's go see the house now." Wang Rolin winks and immediately makes the obvious choice. "Schoolmate, sorry, can you wait first? I have to go and accompany Mr. Li to look at the house first." Ha! Well, Wang Rolin is more realistic and gold-digging than one would think. Zhang Bing smiled and completely stopped pretending. AI, senior sister, in that case, I won't bother you. It looks like my $50 million mansion performance that I paid for and booked a long time ago will have to be allocated to someone else. Just after Zhang Bing finished speaking, all the sales ladies in the sales office were all dumbfounded. The brain was racing, then the eyes were glowing. They had just finished the meeting and learned about the mysterious tycoon from the leader, and they didn't expect that Zhang Bing in front of them was the mysterious tycoon that the leader was talking about. At once, the sales ladies all gathered around, deliberately propping up their chests and deliberately displaying their proud career lines in a swarm. Brother, me. Brother, I'll walk you right to your room. Oh, look at the room. Wang Ruolin was also taken aback and immediately threw away the bald man Li Guiqing's hand and turned to hold Zhang Bing's hand, and even deliberately rubbed her plump figure against it. The other hand pulled Zhang Bing's hand towards her waist, and deliberately pretended to accidentally let Zhang Bing's hand touch her plump buttocks. I'm afraid that Zhang Bing will be snatched away by other people, not the performance and commission, but also the future. Young, driving a Maybach, but also cannot move all the money to get 50 million mansion, the strength is absolutely far above the Tianlong Hotel Li Guiqing. Hokage, you're so annoying, so the mysterious rich man the leader was talking about is you. Schoolboy, I'll accompany you to see the house right away. Wang Ruolin's face turned red, and she intentionally raised the pitch of the word viewing. Chapter 4, The Beautiful Pin-Up. Wang Ruolin, didn't you just say that you were going to accompany Mr. Li to look at properties? Yes, Brother Zhang will be fine with us. A group of salesgirls quit, after learning that Zhang Bing was the mysterious tycoon that the manager said, and was so young, they couldn't wait to jump up and evening their thighs immediately. Poof. Wang Ruolin snorted coldly and held Zhang Bing's arm tightly, declaring her sovereignty. Brother, please help me. Okay, I'll go with you to see the house. Zhang Bing was full of cold smiles, wanting this kind of feeling. The other salesgirls were also good, but there was still a big gap between them and the 7-point Wang Ruolin. Especially today, Wang Ruolin's professional makeup, plus black silk, was too much for her liking. Okay, seeing as we're alumni, the performance is yours. Zhang Bing didn't talk nonsense and directly took out his ID card and handed it to Wang Ruolin. Wang Ruolin immediately arranged for someone to take the admission and then print the information. Then holding Zhang Bing's hand, she walked out and said daintily, Senior, are you satisfied with my makeup today? If not, I'll immediately go and change it to your favorite. Zhang Bing couldn't hold back in his heart and said in his heart, this luxury sales really plays with flowers. So he deliberately asked, it's satisfactory, what other styles are there? Wang Ruolin said with a flirtatious look in her eyes, lowly, royal sister, white collar, as long as you like, I have it all. It looks like the future days of the gods are about to begin. Zhang Bing sighed in his heart. Soon, the duo arrived at the secluded mansion. The mansion is finely furnished and turnkey. Once inside, Wang Ruolin bent down to pour water for Zhang Bing. Deliberately pouting her plump buttocks at Zhang Bing, half a wraparound skirt that simply couldn't wrap around that plump figure at all. Zhang Bing's eyes went straight behind his back. Moreover, Wang Ruolin deliberately poured a cup of water halfway and twisted it around. After several minutes, Wang Ruolin held a cup of water and looked at Zhang Bing with flair, handing the water to Zhang Bing. Oops. Suddenly, Wang Ruolin was careless and spilled water on Zhang Bing's pants. Schoolboy, sorry, just now I bent over for a long time, my legs are numb, let me help you wipe them. Saying that, without waiting for Zhang Bing to say anything, she directly squatted down and knelt in front of Zhang Bing's legs, tenderly rubbing around with her hands. Zhang Bing had long ago lost some of his grip. Sister, is this the viewing? Right. Schoolmate, don't move, I'll help you wipe off the water first. Wang Ruolin ruffled her hair, and her white shirt was undone at some point, exposing her scenery. Are you still satisfied, schoolboy? If you like it, schoolmarm will accompany you to look at houses every day, okay? 2 hours later, the viewing was over. Wang Ruolin cleaned up and smiled as she took Zhang Bing's arm. The two of them left the mansion together and returned to the sales office. By this time other staff members had already checked in for the delivery. All the sales ladies looked at Wang Ruolin with jealousy and envy. Wang Ruolin's looks, body are better than theirs, and her tactics are much better than theirs, that's why she's the pin-up. Schoolmate, I still have some things to do, let's get in touch again in the evening. Oh. Wang Ruolin said with a smile. Zhang Bing nodded his head and said that he must look at the house more often before turning back. So he held his head high and walked out quickly as well, wounding his Maybach S680, kicked the gas, and left in style. Humph, Wang Roland, you're shameless. That's right, eat the meat yourself and don't even give us a mouthful of soup. Wang Roland faced the resentment of her colleagues and said without any concern, this world is very realistic, whoever is smart in their tactics can survive. Zhang Bing is my man, I advise you all to die of that heart. What's so great about you? Wang Roland, don't get complacent too early. Just now when Mr. Li left, he let out some harsh words. Wang Roland laughed, not caring at all. What a middle-aged man like Li Guoqing wanted, she couldn't be clearer. Back to take the initiative to give some sweet taste, the other party is not going to fall under their own pomegranate skirt. On the other side, Zhang Bing was still reminiscing about the viewing he had just done inside that it was still the luxury sales in the big cities that could play. He went straight back to the University of the Arts, intending to familiarize himself with the school dormitory first. And just then, a familiar figure appeared at the fork in the road ahead. It was none other than the 8-point goddess Lin Hanyue, Lin's senior sister who had helped herself at the school gate not long ago. Zhang Bing saw this and immediately leaned over for a change, then rolled down the window. School sister. Zhang Bing politely shouted out. Lin Hanyue looked at Zhang Bing, and her eyes were not shocked by the Maybach like the others. She nodded slightly and responded just as politely, so it's yours, Hokage. Yes, senior sister, the sun is so big, get in the car, where are you going, I'll give you a ride. Zhang Bing said with a smile. Lin Hanyue froze and seemed to hesitate. And just then the system's voice rang out in Zhang Bing's head, giving himself a task. May I have the attention of the host for the latest mission, the latest mission. The system rewards the Sky Dragon Hotel with 80% of its shares. Assisting the host in pursuing Lin Hanyue, the flower of the art department at the University of the Arts. Zhang Bing was almost stunned by the system's largesse. I didn't realize that Lin Hanyue was the flower of the art department, the same department as myself. What's more, he didn't expect to directly reward himself with 80% of the shares of the Kyoto Sky Dragon Hotel, which was worth at least 2 billion according to his understanding. Even in Kyoto, 2 billion is definitely super rich. Moreover, wasn't the very arrogant bald man Li Guoqing that he had just encountered in the Aqua Orchid Court the general manager of the Tianlong Hotel? Alright, I'll take this mission. Zhang Bing did not hesitate and directly took the mission. Senior sister, don't be polite, you helped me before, it's only right for me to see you off, it's nothing, get in the car. When Zhang Bing saw that Lin Hanyue didn't agree, he immediately stopped, then ran down and opened the backseat door to sincerely extend an invitation. Lin Hanyue looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, and finally nodded her head, or got into the car, and said softly, Senior, thank you, just send me to the girls' dormitory. In the meantime, a handsome-looking man was sitting there smoking a cigar on the basketball court of the Medical Arts University. Several junior-looking students hurried over. Wang, young Wang, it's not good. Just now, someone just saw a freshman driving a Maybach S680 to send Lin Hanyue to the dormitory entrance. When the young man heard this, he directly exploded and stood up with a brush. Grass, who dares to steal a woman from me, Wang Chang. Women's dormitory entrance. The brand new and luxurious Maybach S680 straddled there attracted the attention of many young students. The women at these art colleges are not from bad families and are particularly gold-digging. Seeing this kind of seat that usually only the rich and powerful drive, they all came together to talk about it, with all kinds of envy in their eyes. Lin Hanyue was very polite and had just thanked Zhang Bing, intending to go back to the dormitory first. At that moment, a couple of male students soon hurried over. Leading the way was none other than Wang Chang, the famous rich kid from the University of the Arts, and a few of his little followers. Hanyue, who is this man? Chapter 5, The Gang. Wang Chang came up and questioned Lin Hanyue with a very unpleasant attitude. Lin Hanyue's expression was calm as she said, Wang Chang, his name is Zhang Bing, he's my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Wang Chang instantly became angry, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even Zhang Bing was surprised, but he quickly understood. Obviously Lin Hanyue had said this on purpose, and should be using herself as a front to try to get rid of the other party. Wang Chang clenched his fists and instantly hated Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing, right? Seeing that you're also a freshman who just reported here, you dare to steal a woman from me, do you know who I am? Humph. Zhang Bing snorted coldly. Originally he had a very good feeling in his heart towards Lin Hanyue for stepping in to help him out at that time. Now that he had accepted the system quest, and Lin Hanyue scored at least 8 out of 10, he could be called a goddess. Who wouldn't be impressed by a beauty with this score? This student, just now you also heard that Hanyue is my girlfriend, please keep your mouth in respect. Kid, do you not want to be in school anymore? You dare to talk to young Wan like that? A few of Wang Chang's followers immediately jumped out and shouted accusations. Wang Chang is even more angry face, he chased Lin Hanyue quite a lot of time, the two and still high school classmates, both families are also considered to be the right family. The parents also approved, it was Lin Hanyue who had never been a fan of him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Bing suddenly killed out. Zhang Bing, you've got guts, do you think you're great just because you drive a Maybach S680? Wang Chang clenched his fists and glared fiercely at Zhang Bing. Then he said loudly to a few followers around him, immediately, go and bring my car here at once. Lin Hanyue shook her head, the more Wang Chang was like this, the more she resented it. Wang Chang, don't be so childish, okay? Hanyue, shut up. Wang Chang was quite upset in his heart and blurted out, aren't you just looking at the Maybach S680 he's driving? What's the big deal? If you like it, I can give it to you anytime. Look at this virtue, is a hick, the car is probably rented to the school to pretend to be more than, Hanyue you better wipe the face of the eyes, do not be cheated. Childish. Lin Hanyue had long been tired of Wang Chang and said angrily, what does it matter to you if it's rented or not? Even if it's rented, I still like it. These words caused Wang Chang to almost explode in place, clenching his fists fiercely. In front of the 8-point goddess, Zhang Bing was not willing to show weakness, and said in a cold voice, you said that this Maybach of mine is rented, what evidence do you have? What are you going to do if it's not a rental? Wang Chang looked disdainfully yet hatefully at Zhang Bing, dressed in ordinary, freshman clothes. It doesn't look like you can afford to drive a Maybach S680 in any way. Like this kind of higher art colleges and universities, beautiful women like clouds, often unknown people bear the pain to spend money to rent a luxury car to cheat the gun. Therefore, he decided that Zhang Bing must be one of them. You wait for me. Wang Chang didn't respond positively to Zhang Bing, but instead let out harsh words. By this time, there were more and more students gathered around. Many people know Wang Chang, his family has power and influence, the top Tianlong hotel in Kyoto is owned by his family, and many girls are racking their brains to seduce him every day. Soon, a red-faced Ferrari drove by in a very flirty manner. The car quickly stopped and one of Wang Chang's radicals walked down. Wow, so handsome. This is young Wang's ride, love it. The red Ferrari sports car is really flirty, a different style from the luxurious and comfortable luxury cars like Maybach. It caused a group of fairies to squeal. Wang Chang snorted coldly, looked at Zhang Bing, and mocked, kid, the Maybach S680 that you went through all the trouble of not eating or drinking and rented from somewhere is indeed good, but for a luxury car of this grade, this young man can change one in a day without any pressure? And you, this swollen-faced redneck is as far as it goes. Remember, this young man will let you know what it means to be big and bold in front of Hanyue and so many classmates today. Zhang Bing smiled, secretly saying that this Wang Chang really didn't know how to die. Dare to show off your wealth in front of yourself? One is worth $75 billion. Enough to top the entire Dragon Forbes. However, he knew that in order to pursue a literary goddess like Lin Hanyue, the more rustic the practice of showing off wealth, the more money was spent, not only would it not gain favor, but it would also invite the other party's favor. Lin Hanyue is by no means the style of Wang Roland, who only needs to smash money to absolutely take the beautiful bus only. Well, kid, do you know the strength of this young man now? You touch this rented Maybach, I guess you'll be too scared to sleep at night with the astronomical repair costs, right? With just a few dimes in your pocket, how dare you pretend to be in front of this young man and dare to hit on my maiden, dirtbag? Just then, a school leader saw so many people gathered around and rushed over. What's going on? What are they all gathered here for? The visitor was Qin Ming, the vice president of the University of the Arts. Principal Qin, it's like this freshman Zhang Bing rented a Maybach to pretend he wants to compete with Wang Xiao for strength. Wang Xiao is teaching him to behave. Turtle, wimpy, huh? How dare you touch Xiao Wang with that little strength of yours? We advise you to hurry up and return the car, a Maybach S680 can cost thousands of dollars to rent for a day, ha ha. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, quite a few boys and girls followed and scoffed. Who the hell told you I rented the Maybach? Zhang Bing snorted coldly, then looked at Qin Ming and said, Dean Qin, can this Maybach be directly donated to the school and discounted as a scholarship to be given to the elder sisters and brothers and siblings who have family difficulties? When these words came out, Qin Ming and Lin Hanyue immediately brightened up, revealing a look of surprise. Of course you can, but only if the owner agrees. Qin Ming said. That's fine. Zhang Bing didn't talk nonsense and directly took out the car key that he hadn't even touched the heat yet and handed it to Qin Ming, saying, "Dean Qin, the car is mine, and I'm now donating this car to the school foundation in front of so many students to help every schoolchild from a difficult family. As for the specifics, please." Seeing this, even the most rebellious T0 fairies were dumbfounded. Wang Chang's group of people also revealed unbelievable expressions. "Wow, brother is so handsome. Brother is fantastic, not only is he handsome and highly qualified, but he has such a kind heart." At once, many of the female students adored, lovingly led the applause. Lin Hanyue also looked at Zhang Bing very appreciatively. "Mr. Zhang, on behalf of the poor students in our school, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart." Qin Ming was also very complimentary of Zhang Bing and took the initiative to go over and shake hands with him. "Principal Qin, you're welcome, it's just a luxury car, it's nothing, as long as it can help others," Zhang Bing said in a low-key and humble manner. Qin Ming nodded his head repeatedly. Often art colleges have a serious culture of worshipping gold. He had rarely seen a student as humble and connotative as Zhang Bing. And at this moment, Wang Chang and the others were completely dumbfounded, their faces more ugly than pig liver color. Especially when he saw that Lin Hanyue's eyes had changed when she looked at Zhang Bing, his sixth sense as a man made him realize that it was bad. "Zhang Bing, right, you have the guts to compare your strength with this young man. Do you know about the Tianlong Hotel? That's this young master's home." "Oh, I'm so scared, so the Sky Dragon Hotel is yours?" Zhang Bing couldn't help but sneer. Lin Hanyue couldn't stand to watch either and stood out sarcastically. "Wang Chang, there are people outside of people, don't think that you're being arrogant just because your family has a few dollars. I didn't realize that the Sky Dragon Hotel was actually owned by Wang Chang's family. And he had just received a special reward from the system and would receive 80% of the shares of the Sky Dragon Hotel." Lin Hanyue. Wang Chang gritted his teeth and directly threatened, "Just you wait, I'll inform my father later. You Lins don't want to cooperate with our Wang family's Tianlong Hotel anymore. Don't come begging for me when the time comes, huh? Wang Chang, I didn't expect you to be even more classless than I thought, threatening me with this." Lin Hanyue was very angry, but also somewhat helpless. Lin's and Wang's families work together a lot, and Wang's family is a bit more powerful. And the Tianlong Hotel under the Wang family was very influential, contributing at least half of Lin's side of the revenue. If the partnership was really cancelled, it would be a big blow to Lin. Ha! Wang Chang knew that Lin Hanyue was filial, and in his heart, he was afraid. "Hanyue, don't you like Zhang Bing? Why don't you ask him to help you Lins find a way out, ha? Is that so?" Zhang Bing looked at the complacent Wang Chang and said in a cold voice, "Wang Chang, as far as I know your Wang family's Tianlong Hotel is afraid that it will soon change ownership. I advise you not to be complacent too early." "Ha ha, you want to laugh me to death." Wang Chang let out a loud laugh. "The Sky Dragon Hotel is the Wang family's most central property, and it's doing very well, so how could it change ownership? Zhang Bing, you wait for me, I'll remember you. And Lin Hanyue, this young master is waiting for you to come and beg me to admit your mistake. This time this young master will definitely not be polite to you." Dropping these words, Wang Chang waved his hand, and then took a few followers with him and left. Chapter 6, The Trouble with Flowers. After Wang Chang left with his followers, Dean Qin also immediately blew away all the onlookers. Zhang Bing then accompanied Lin Hanyue to leave the school and stopped a car at the school entrance, intending to send Lin Hanyue back first. In response, Lin Hanyue didn't refuse. The two of them sat together in the back row, and Zhang Bing looked at the literary goddess in front of him, although she revealed a sweet atmosphere, but that figure was only better than Wang Roland, and never worse. "Zhang Bing, I'm sorry, it looks like Wang Chang won't let up and has caused trouble for you." Lin Hanyue was the first to break the silence and said in a low voice. Zhang Bing snickered in his heart, a Wang Chang, he hadn't put it on his mind yet. What his brain was thinking about now was how to quickly chase this innocent goddess into his hands, and seeing what random rewards the system would give out this time was the most important. As for Wang Chang, the family's Tianlong Hotel now has 80% of the shares as his own. In other words, Wang Chang's dad would have to honestly call out General Manager Zhang when he saw himself in the future. "Senior sister, there's no need to be polite." Zhang Bing asked very calmly, "From what I heard just now, it seems like your family doesn't dare to offend the Wang Chang family." Lin Hanyue nodded, then sighed. There was more than a hint of gloom and concern between his brows, so he opened up the conversation as well, telling all the things related to the coming and going of the two families. "It's true that a large portion of our Lin family's business relies on Wang Chang's family's Tianlong Hotel. Wang Chang and I have also known each other since childhood. My family actually hate Wang Chang, this person, but for the sake of the family. Hey, it's kind of default that we are a pair. Lin Hanyue spoke while her tone was filled with helplessness. Zhang Chang pinched his fist. The corner of his mouth showed a hint of disdain, secretly muttering in his heart, not just a low-quality rich second generation, what class, snatch a woman from me, wait until I collect the shares of the Tianlong Hotel first to see how arrogant you still are. Then, he mused, senior sister, this matter I think you don't need to worry too much, the boat will naturally straighten out, I should be able to help you. Hearing Zhang Bing say this, a quick flash of brightness flashed through Lin Hanyue's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. Zhang Bing, thank you, I don't think you can help in this matter. Lin Hanyue's voice was lowered, perhaps because of the lack of cold air in the back seat. Lin Hanyue naturally unzipped her jacket, then tied up her hair, and inside she wore a glimpse of a small white camisole undershirt. At once, the snow-white skin and concave and convex figure made Zhang Bing secretly wonder in his heart. I didn't realize that Lin Hanyue's body was far more perfect and seductive than it looked. Oops. Just as Zhang Bing took a peek, the car lurched violently and Lin Hanyue softly screamed. Then his body tilted to the side and leaned over with his entire body, his full chest pressing against Zhang Bing's arm in its entirety. At once, Zhang Bing felt unusually soft, and there was that faint womanly fragrance. Senior sister, are you alright? Zhang Bing hurriedly helped Lin Hanyue. Nope. Lin Hanyue was obviously a little embarrassed as well, a blush surfacing on her fair face. Immediately placing his jacket on his chest, he didn't dare to look directly into Zhang Bing's eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Bing laughed in his heart. With his experience, the physical contact just now, even though it was an accidental and careless touch, judging from Lin Hanyue's reaction, there was absolutely no problem in taking down this innocent schoolgirl. It was at this time that the two arrived at their destination. Lin Hanyue got out of the car as if she was fleeing, and after gently thanking her, she trotted into the upscale neighborhood. Looking at Lin Hanyue's steep and full back, Zhang Bing squeezed his fists and said to himself, 5 days, Zhang Bing, will definitely take it within 5 days. After sending Lin Hanyue home, he looked at the time and then planned to get up and go to the Tianlong Hotel to collect the system rewards first. Meanwhile, the Sky Dragon Hotel. As one of the most luxurious hotels in Kyoto, it is a one-stop store for accommodations, leisure, and entertainment, with everything to eat and play inside, so you can only imagine what you can't do. All the people who come here to play are rich and famous and throw away a lot of money. But I heard that all the beauties in it are model level and very outstanding in all aspects. Zhang Bing took a taxi directly to the hotel. Looking at the gilded, manifestly grand entrance in front of them, and the luxury cars parked all around them, Zhang Bing snickered in his heart, such a luxurious place would be his own in the future. He did not go directly to find the owner behind the hotel, Wang Chang's own father, but thought to make a private visit before he did so. The 8th floor is a private club. Zhang Bing looked at the floor index and instantly realized what the entire 8th floor was for, so without hesitation, he decided to go to the 8th floor first. Once on the 8th floor, what met his eyes was extreme luxury, and the smell of money was in the air. Unsurprisingly, the 8th floor is really engaged in that kind of service. A front desk welcome girl immediately came over with a smile and greeted politely, saying, "This gentleman, do you have a reservation?" Zhang Bing hid his face eye on this welcoming lady and was surprised for a while in his heart. I didn't realize that any random welcoming lady here had this body and looks and temperament. Zhang Ting Ting. Zhang Bing caught a glimpse of the work tag in front of the welcoming lady. Hello sir, if you don't have a reservation, you can't come here to play. Zhang Ting Ting still explained with a polite smile. Zhang Bing coughed dryly and said in his heart, he is the boss of the entire Tianlong Hotel, and he still can't come to play? But he didn't want to make things difficult for a welcoming lady. Besides, Zhang Tingting was at least 1 meter 6'8" in height, especially those long black silk legs, which were simply longer than the average person's life. Sexy but not revealing makeup, front and back figure, out of 10 points, at least 8 points, can be compared with Lin Hanyue. Can I make an appointment now? Zhang Bing asked. Zhang Tingting smiled slightly and shook her head no. Can't you even charge money? Zhang Bing continued to ask. He was also well aware that generally this kind of private, high-class clubhouse definitely adopted a membership system, and there were definitely a variety of customized services inside. As long as the money is paid, what type of guest wants, what kind of pattern they want, the inside is absolutely tailor-made. Just thinking that Zhang Tingting in front of him, such a perfect octogenarian, was actually doing this as well, Zhang Bing felt a pang of regret in his heart. At least he didn't have this kind of stranglehold on Wang Ruolin. Yes, but our members here start with $1 million for the first charge to open a card. Sir, do you need to run a card now? Zhang Tingting asked. $1 million. Zhang Bing secretly muttered in his heart, it seems that this Tianlong hotel is extremely profitable. Although the system gave himself $95 billion, but the successive rewards arrived, and now he could not take out $1,000 on himself. After thinking about it, Zhang Bing calmly said, Ms. Zhang, I would like to ask, if I fill up a membership now, can I order any of the people here? You can. Zhang Tingting nodded her head and explained, all the staff engaged in massage and bathing services on the entire 8th floor can be ordered by you, sir, as long as they are free. And let us know in advance what you want in terms of staff dress, body looks, accents, preferences, and we'll accommodate it. Nope. Zhang Bing waved his hand, looked at Zhang Tingting, and asked, Ms. Zhang, what I mean is, can I choose you to serve me by filling up a membership now? Chapter 7 is too much to read. Zhang Tingting was slightly startled, but she quickly recovered. She smiled and refused, Sir, I'm sorry, I just started working here, that's not what I do. Hearing this, Zhang Bing actually felt a little happy in his heart. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. Zhang Bing explained awkwardly. Sir, it's fine. Zhang Tingting always kept a smile on her face and asked, then, Sir, do you want to charge money for a membership? This. Zhang Bing was instantly a bit embarrassed, he couldn't get $1 million to charge for a membership right now. What's more, today he is here to receive 80% of the shares of the Tianlong Hotel, the whole hotel is his own, but also charging money to do what membership? But in front of a beautiful woman like Zhang Tingting, one must not lose face. And just then, suddenly a beautiful woman in a 3-pointed, very revealing, but at least 6-pointed, dress was seen walking over. Zhang Tingting, Mr. Li wants you to go to room 88 immediately. Zhang Tingting instantly became very uncomfortable with her entire body and said in a low voice, Sister Fun, I'm not going, I'm just here to be a welcoming guest, nothing else. The exposed woman was probably around 30 years old, and although she looked a bit tacky, she also had an unusually hot body. At first glance, it's the one who's the foreman here, and has been working in the Wind and Moon place for at least 5 years. Xiao Zhang, don't say I didn't remind you, it was Mr. Li himself who named you. If you offend Mr. Li, do you still want this job? Think about it, you can make at least $20,000 a month coming here to welcome guests, and for what? Wang Fan had the tone of a person who had been there before and educated Zhang Tingting in front of Zhang Bing. Sister Fun, I. Zhang Tingting bit her lip and lowered her head, obviously extremely reluctant. Xiao Zhang, don't think so much, serving Mr. Li alone is better than us specializing in this. And Mr. Li is the general manager of the Tianlong Hotel, in the future, with him covering you, what you want isn't all a matter of words. Your father's illness, come to Kyoto for hospitalization and surgery, Mr. Li made a casual phone call and arranged it for you. Wang Fan continued to persuade, and with some words, Zhang Tingting's color was extremely complicated. At this time, Zhang Bing was a bit surprised in his heart and sort of heard everything out. He didn't realize that this Mr. Li was the bald man, Li Guoqing, who had previously been punched in the face by himself at the Aqua Orchid sales office. Obviously, Li was trying to subvert Zhang Tingting by taking advantage of his position. Zhang Tingting is not doing this, she came here as a greeter to make money, family reasons. Damn, dare to subvert my beautiful workers. Zhang Bing secretly cursed in his heart. Fortunately, he came today, otherwise look at this situation, Zhang Tingting most likely to be forced, miserable by Li Guoqing kind of bald man spoiled. Sister Fun, please tell Mr. Li that I won't go to room 888. Hey, Xiao Zhang, why is this little girl of yours so stubborn? Be open-minded, this world is very realistic. Do you know how many yellow-bloomed girls in our hotel take the initiative to try to curry favor with Mr. Li, but Mr. Li still doesn't see it? Well, don't think so much, listen to my sister's advice, as long as you go today, in the future in Kyoto to keep you eat fragrant and drink spicy. Wang Fan said while urging Zhang Tingting to grab over to the room. Sister Fun, right? At this time, Zhang Bing couldn't bear it, he spoke, people don't want to, why do you have to instigate others to go? While I'm not averse to this, it's not very nice to force a good man into prostitution, is it? Who are you? Wang Fan looked at Zhang Bing, seeing that Zhang Bing was young and obviously still a student, he actually lectured himself. Little brother, seeing as you're still in school, get out of here, what happens here has nothing to do with you. Seeing this, Zhang Tingting hurriedly explained, Sister Fan, he's a guest here and is planning to fill up money to open a membership. As soon as Wang Fan heard this, she became even more curious, how do you see Zhang Bing does not look like a rich second generation who can shell out $1 million to fill up the membership? Okay, little brother, society is complicated, get out of here, go back to your books and stay out of it. Saying that, Wang Fen took Zhang Tingting's hand and was about to bring her to the private room where Li Guoqing was. Sister Fen, let go of me, I'm not going, I'd rather not have this job. Zhang Tingting struggled very angrily in her haste and made up her mind. Wang Fen was no longer the gentle and fine-tuned voice she was just now at this time, her face changed and she threatened, Zhang Tingting, is it for your face? I'm telling you, you have to go even if you go today, and you have to go even if you don't. If you offend Mr. Li, not only will you not be able to get your salary, believe it or not, you won't be able to stay in Kyoto either. Ha! Zhang Bing couldn't listen anymore at this time completely and laughed coldly. What a big mouth, not just a general manager of the Tianlong Hotel District, you're not just a pimp, such a big mouth, so that people can't stay in Kyoto? Wang Fen's face sank, completely ignoring the fact that most of her body was exposed. What did you say, little brother? Do you know where this is? I know. Zhang Bing's expression tightened and turned unusually serious as he said, believe it or not, I'll make you lose your job later? You? Wang Fen couldn't help but snicker. She was not only the foreman of the 8th floor, but also one of Li's many mistresses. It can be said that every woman who comes to work here basically has an incestuous relationship with Li. Zhang Tingting had just arrived and was targeted by Li. Today is just free, so Li Guoqing gave this task to Wang Fen. You dare to come to our place and cause trouble, it seems you don't want to leave here properly today. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, not putting it in his eyes at all. As he pulled Zhang Tingting, who was at a loss for words, he said loudly, I'd like to see what you guys can do to me just by yourselves today. Just then, the elevator doors on the 8th floor opened. Only to see a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses, dressed very sexy, carrying a designer bag walk down. Schoolmate, why are you here too? The beautiful woman was none other than Wang Ruolin. Wang Ruolin had just stepped out of the elevator when she caught a glimpse of Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing was also a bit surprised, not expecting to run into Wang Ruolin here. Senior sister, I came here to inspect a little something. Zhang Bing casually found a reason, pondering in his heart, could it be that Wang Ruolin, apart from working part-time at Aqua Orchid Residence to sell luxury apartments, usually came to the 8th floor of Tianlong Hotel to work part-time? In that case, then one is really riding the bus. Wang Ruolin took off her sunglasses and revealed her foxiness, obviously not believing Zhang Bing's words. Especially when he saw Zhang Bing grabbing Zhang Tingting's hand, Zhang Tingting's height and looks, and her body definitely did not lose out, and was even sexier than her. Wang Ruolin's eyes revealed a hint of jealousy that belonged to a woman. Schoolboy, you guys and Sister won this? Zhang Bing snorted coldly and did not say anything. On the contrary, Wang Fen obviously knew Wang Ruolin, and her attitude towards Wang Ruolin was still respectful. As the head pimp here, Wang Fen's ability to read people's words and colors is absolutely first class. She could tell from the way Wang Ruolin looked at Zhang Bing that Wang Ruolin was eager to flatter and please Zhang Bing. The person who could make a young beauty like Wang Ruolin, who was extremely realistic and gold-digging, bow down and curry favor with him, could really be a rich second generation with a great deal of influence. So she immediately changed her face and said with a smile, Ms. Wan, this little brother is your friend? We had a bit of a misunderstanding just now, since he's your friend, it's fine. Chapter 8, Hello, Mr. Zhang. Wang Ruolin nodded thoughtfully and said, Mr. Zhang is my schoolmate and my VIP client at Aqua Orchid. As soon as these words left his mouth, Wang Fen's heart was in awe. Aqua Orchid Residence, that is a well-known mansion, VIP customers are at least qualified to take the full payment for a mansion that starts at $50 million. Oh, Mr. Zhang, just now it was my sister who looked away, sorry, don't take it personally. Wang Fen immediately changed her face, even looking at Zhang Bing's eyes revealed ambiguity. Zhang Bing's heart burst with disgust, to this kind of pimp, actually wanting to eat his own boy's chicken, he really did not have any interest. Especially since the other man's attire was so revealing that the loss of that haziness made him cringe. Alright, too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Go tell your Li Guoqing to stop hitting on Zhang Tingting. Wang Fen laughed awkwardly, then leaned over to Wang Ruolin's ear and whispered for a moment. Wang Ruolin was thoughtful, then said, Schoolmate, I happen to be here to talk to Mr. Li about something. Why don't I help you communicate about your general manager Li's side later? Zhang Bing didn't refuse and said, that's fine, but tell Li Guoqing to get his ass down to the meeting in 10 minutes. After saying this, Zhang Bing pulled Zhang Tingting's hand and walked towards the elevator. Zhang Tingting did not refuse, instead feeling a solid sense of security. After descending to the 8th floor, Zhang Bing brought Zhang Tingting to the lobby of Tianlong Hotel. Due to the brighter lighting in the hall, he fixed his eyes on Zhang Tingting and realized that Zhang Tingting could only be described as having an angelic face and a devilish body. This kind of YouTuber, going to work in a place like that, sooner or later, something is going to happen. Ms. Zhang, don't go to work there in the future, with your looks and figure, wouldn't you be shooting yourself in the foot? Zhang Tingting nodded, her eyes full of aggression and helplessness. Zhang Bing was also clear in his heart, having heard Wang Fan mention a bit of it upstairs just now. Don't worry, come to me if you need anything, you'll get every penny of your paycheck, and no one will be able to touch you, but you'll have to wait first. Brother Bing, thank you. Zhang Tingting raised her head and looked at Zhang Bing, although the two of them were of average age, this cry of Brother Bing was gentle and sweet. Zhang Bing's heart was like electrocution, with a primal urge. You're welcome, wait for me in the lobby first, I'll go up and take care of something. After saying that, Zhang Bing went up the elevator once again, and this time, he came directly to the president's office. And at this moment, the president's office of the Sky Dragon Hotel. Wang Chang's dad, Wang Ba, and Lin Hanyue's father, Lin Jin, had long since arrived, and they had been notified a long time ago. Someone has bought out 80% of the shares of the Sky Dragon Hotel through means, and someone will come today to complete the delivery. Mr. Wang I don't know what big brother cannot move before, directly buy away 80% of the shares, you actually agreed? Lin Jin asked with all curiosity. Their Lin family also occupied a little bit of shares in Tianlong Hotel, which was still exchanged by the Lin family at a great cost, and in fact, the Wang family was the one who occupied the absolute shares. Wang Ba's face was obscure and did not explain anything. It's a done deal, no point in talking too much, just wait for the boss behind the scenes to sign off on it. Lin Jin smiled awkwardly, guessing from Wang Ba's reaction. With such a powerful big brother, Wang Ba definitely couldn't afford to offend and didn't dare to offend, so he could only obediently submit. Lin Jin, I heard that your daughter Lin Hanyue recently met a rich second generation at school, and even made my son lose face, is there such a thing? Lin Jin's heart tightened, so he had to rush to explain, Mr. Wang, no matter, Hanyue has no relationship with that what rich second generation. Humph. Wang Ba snorted coldly, rather warningly, and said, that would be best, later on, after the boss behind the scenes has finished signing and confirming. You have your daughter come here immediately, or else Wang Chang's side won't be happy, understand what I mean? Understood, I'll call now to make arrangements. Lin Jin was very uncomfortable in his heart, but the Lin family couldn't afford to offend the Wang family. If they lost the support of the Wang family's industry, the Lin family would fall apart, so they had to sacrifice their own daughter, Lin Hanyue. Just at this time, Zhang Bing, alone in the elevator, had arrived at the door of the president's office. Without any hesitation, he just pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, Wang Ba and Lin Jin and a few staff members were startled and fixed their eyes to find that it was just a young lad. What are you? Is this a place where you can come? Wang Ba had a displeased look on his face and was immediately about to order someone to notify the security guards to kick Zhang Bing out. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and shot a glance at Wang Ba, seeing that his looks were somewhat similar to Wang Chang, he quickly guessed it. This man must be Wang Chang's real father. With a disdainful look on his face, Zhang Bing walked in and sat directly on the sofa with his butt, crossed his legs, took out his ID card, and lightly said, introduce myself, my name is Zhang Bing, today I'm here to receive 80% of the shares of Tianlong Hotel. Upon hearing this, Wang Ba, Lin Jin and the others were immediately energized and their backs straightened. Before that, they received information about the mysterious tycoon, including his youth, name, and so on. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, so it's you. Zhang Bing smiled faintly, waved his hand, and said, no need to nag, do the formalities immediately. Alright, Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. Wang Ba was respectful and personally went to get the transfer agreement that had been prepared long ago, walking over to Zhang Bing and bending over. Mr. Zhang, the agreement has long been prepared, just waiting for your signature. Zhang Bing didn't talk nonsense and took the agreement and signed his name with a brush. From this moment on, he himself was the biggest shareholder of the Sky Dragon Hotel. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving 80% of the shares of the Sky Dragon Hotel, valued at $4 billion. Just after signing, a system beep immediately sounded in his head. I didn't realize that 80% of the shares of the Sky Dragon Hotel were actually worth $4 billion, which was really good. Mr. Zhang, please give your instructions. Wang Ba, Lin Jin and a few small shareholders stood respectfully in a row, waiting for Zhang Bing to lecture. Zhang Bing thought briefly and said, immediately have the hotel's general manager, Li Guoqing, roll up and meet me right away. Once they heard Zhang Bing's tone, Wang Ba, Lin Hanyue and the others guessed that it must be Li Guoqing who had offended him. However, Zhang Bing himself had given the word, so they didn't dare to disobey. So Wang Ba retreated to the side and directly took out his cell phone to make a call to Li Guoqing. "Mr. Zhang, is it possible that Li Guoqing has offended you?" Wang Ba asked cautiously after making the call. Zhang Bing laughed coldly in his heart. Li Guoqing could not talk about offending himself. But Li wanted to use his position to subvert a beautiful employee of Zhang Tingting's caliber, and as the newly appointed boss, he definitely had to take charge. Offended can't be talked about, you'll know when Li comes. Chapter 9, Thunderbolts. At this moment, Li was relaxing inside the private room of the clubhouse on the 8th floor. It was intended to use his power to bully the new stunning beauty Zhang Tingting into submission, a person in a position like his. Basically, the vast majority of beautiful women were tired of playing, but like Zhang Tingting, this kind of original, extremely seductive, and with a hint of naivety and ignorance of the stunning beauty, really saw less. He just didn't expect that halfway through, Zhang Bing killed him and interrupted his plot. Li was about to throw a fit, but luckily Roland Wang showed up just in time. Wang Roland had come all the way here to make amends and maintain relations for the last time at the sales office. After all, last time, he did let the Li Guoqing lose face in public. How to say that Li Guoqing is also the manager of Tianlong Hotel. After Wang Roland's various pacification inside the private room, Li Guoqing only calmed down some of his anger, but his heart was still thinking about Zhang Tingting. But men, when they're done, they're basically in sage mode. "Beauty Wang, I'll give you face this time and let that kid surnamed Zhang off the hook for now. You'd better tell him to wipe his eyes brightly next time." "Alright, Mr. Li, you were so great just now." Wang Roland's face was flushed and she quickly put on her sexy wrap-around skirt and pouted. "He's just a kaiju with money in his family, he doesn't know any better, how can he compare to a successful man like you?" Li Guoqing laughed, ruthlessly pinched Wang Roland's full, chubby buttocks, and said, "You're a great little goblin, even better than us professionals. Well, not to talk to you, there should be something urgent over at Mr. Wang's side that calls for me to come over." Sky Dragon Hotel, President's Office. Li put on his pants and hurried up. As soon as he walked in, he saw Wang Ba, Lin Hanyue, and a few minor shareholders all there. And there was a young man sitting in the boss's chair with his legs crossed, and everyone stood respectfully behind the young man. Li fixed his eyes and his eyes were filled with shock. "Kid, why you? Unbridled. Li Guoqing, your dog eyes are blind, this is the new big boss of Tianlong Hotel, Mr. Zhang Bing Zhang." As soon as Li finished speaking, Wang Ba angrily rebuked. "Mr. Wang, he's the new big boss of our hotel?" Li Guoqing was in complete disbelief. Just now when he was on the 8th floor, he wanted to go out and call someone to clean up Zhang Bing. In the end, it was only after being pestered by Wang Roland that the anger subsided a bit, not to mention the last time he was mocked by Zhang Bing in public at the Aqua Orchid sales office. "Li Guoqing, what? You don't want to work anymore? Is this the attitude you have towards Mr. Zhang?" Lin Hanyue followed suit and reprimanded with a stern face. At this time, Li finally reacted from his incomparable surprise, and he inwardly sucked in cool air. How also did not expect, Zhang Bing is actually the mysterious tycoon behind, directly through various means to buy away 80% of the shares of Tianlong Hotel. "Zhang, hello Mr. Zhang." Li Guoqing, who was a Jianghu veteran anyhow, immediately changed his face and nodded his head to greet Zhang Bing. "Poof." Zhang Bing snorted disdainfully before standing up. "Li Guoqing, right? I don't really have any conflict with you, but you dared to use your position to bully Zhang Tingting, so you know what to do?" Yes. Li Guoqing nodded frantically and smiled. "Mr. Zhang, please order." Zhang Bing didn't make any nonsense and said, "You, now immediately go to the finance to settle the bill and get out of Tianlong Hotel right away, understand what I mean?" Li was dumbfounded. Wang Ba, Lin Hanyue, and a few other minority shareholders were also shocked. After all, Li was trained and promoted by Wang Hanyue, and his business ability is still okay. Zhang Bing came up and directly tried to finish off Li, which was obviously too unexpected. "Mr. Zhang, please give me another chance." Li Guoqing panicked. The position of general manager of Tianlong Hotel was a flavorful bun, he was not willing to let it go. "This is not negotiable, settle and roll immediately." Zhang Bing scolded rather domineeringly. Hearing this, Wang Ba immediately made a wink to Lin Hanyue and a few other small shareholders, and together they pleaded for Li Guoqing. After all, Li was his man, and occupying this important position would benefit him in the future. Mr. Zhang, you have just taken over the hotel. Li Guoqing has served for many years and still has the ability. Why don't you take the heat off? Yes, Mr. Zhang, if you like the one called Zhang Tingting, we'll arrange it right here, and you'll be satisfied. Zhang Bing looked at Wang Ba and sneered in his heart. Up until now, Wang Ba didn't know that his precious son Wang Chang had long been at loggerheads with him over Lin Hanyue. Wang Ba, did you not hear what I said clearly, eh? Wang Ba's heart trembled, and the words on his lips were swallowed back. Li Guoqing is immediately fired, as well as the Tianlong Hotel. I want a big reshuffle. Anyone who has any opinions, just keep them. The majority shareholder has the right of veto, not to mention that Zhang Bing solely owns 80% of the shares, basically saying one thing and no one can oppose it. Soon after Li Guoqing was unwillingly blasted out, Zhang Bing knocked Wang Ba some more, and then intentionally or unintentionally made all sorts of hints to Lin Jin. This confused Lin Jin himself, and anyone with eyes could hear that Zhang Bing was deliberately supporting Lin Jin. And it was clearly stated that from now on the suppliers of Tianlong Hotel were completely handed over to Lin Jin for exclusive cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, thank you. Lin Jin was ecstatic, so that he would never have to be bullied by Wang Ba again. Wang Ba's face was blue, but he didn't dare to say anything. After explaining all this, Zhang Bing said that he would reassign someone to be the general manager of the hotel when the time came, and then he swaggered out. And at this time, inside a presidential suite of the hotel, Wang Chang had arrived half an hour ago, and he was waiting with great joy for Lin Hanyue to take the initiative to come and apologize to him. Today, he had already decided that no matter if it was by coercion or enticement, or if it was by drugging, he was going to do Lin Hanyue in. He didn't know yet that the Sky Dragon Hotel had changed hands. Now it was completely Zhang Bing's call, and Zhang Bing had already made strong arrangements, so the Lin family basically didn't need to flatter their Wang family and be threatened by the Wang family anymore. Lin Hanyue, today this young man will definitely do you. Look at your usual pretense of being an innocent jade girl. Saying that, Wang Chang pulled out a blue bottle with a bad smile on his face. On the other hand, after Zhang Bing went downstairs, he directly went to find Zhang Tingting. Brother Bing. Seeing Zhang Bing coming down, Zhang Tingting immediately stood up and sweetly shouted. Zhang Bing smiled and said, your business is done, Li Guoqing has been fired. If there's a need, you can stay in the hotel as an administrative position, don't go to the 8th floor as a welcoming guest anymore. As for the paycheck, you'll be satisfied. Zhang Tingting looked at Zhang Bing with disbelief and surprise. Although she didn't know exactly what Zhang Bing's identity was, she guessed that it must have been Zhang Bing's energy that did all this. Bing, thank you, really. A small matter. Zhang Bing laughed. It was at this time that Zhang Tingting's cell phone rang. She spoke to Zhang Bing and walked to one side to answer the phone. In less than a minute, Zhang Tingting hung up her cell phone with a look of horror and worry. Bing, I need to make a trip to Kyoto Hospital first, my dad's condition has gotten worse. Go on, don't delay, and get back in touch. Zhang Bing reminded. Zhang Tingting nodded, and then quickly walked out with her bag. Witnessing Zhang Tingting's departure, Zhang Bing's heart burst with a little excitement, while at the same time, he was also calculating. Now Li Guoqing rolled out, this hotel is at least their own industry, must arrange a reliable own people to take over. Thinking about it, all of a sudden he slapped his thigh and said, there, Wang Ruolin, that's her. Chapter 10, Operation Save the Flower. Wang Ruolin's side personally came to the 8th floor of Tianlong Hotel, and after letting Li Guoqing vent his anger, he didn't leave at the first time. Li's status was considered a high-class connection for her as a socialite. Of course she wouldn't let this go, so she was still thinking that when Li's side was empty, she would be able to bring some help to herself. At the same time, Wang Ruolin was also trying to use this to take credit with Zhang Bing. On this side, Zhang Bing took the initiative to call over. Wang Ruolin was doubly delighted, and immediately the two of them met on the 8th floor. Zhang Bing was tickled in his heart and knew what Wang Ruolin meant. The 8th floor is a clubhouse. If you deliberately ask yourself to go there to talk about something, there must be some meat there. But thinking about the fact that he guessed that he had mostly played with Li just now, he had little interest for the time being. After all, he wasn't that hungry himself. Senior sister, the 8th floor there is not the place to talk about things, you come down and find a quiet place, I have something important to tell you. Zhang Bing said calmly. Senior, don't say that, do you think senior sister is dirty? Wang Ruolin on the other end of the phone hit the nail on the head. This made Zhang Bing a little embarrassed, and he suddenly thought of letting Wang Ruolin come to Tianlong Hotel as the general manager. The main thing is that this woman's social skills really stand out, she comes and goes and has a first-rate knack for reading people. Schoolmate, I'm waiting for you at Supreme Baofamo. Don't worry, schoolmate won't eat you. Wang Roland said and then hung up the phone. Zhang Bing sighed and decided to go to the 8th floor to talk anyway. The 8th floor Supreme private room, the light inside is full of ambiguity. It was also the first time for Zhang Bing to go deeper, and seeing the sexy dressed beauties passing by from time to time, his heart was a little tickled. These beauties are definitely all goddesses when they casually take one of them out. To have a figure with a figure, height with a height, it is said to have at least one book on education to be able to, but also proficient in Chinese, English. Proficiency in an additional foreign language increases the performance commission by 10 points. Damn, don't say that Wang Ba and Li Guoqing still have some business sense and can play. Zhang Bing cursed in his heart. He came straight to the Supreme Baofeng and walked in. Wang Roland was wearing a small white halter top and a half wrap-around skirt on the lower half of her body, with her hair draped over it. At a glance, Zhang Bing felt that Wang Roland had a dusty atmosphere and was very charming, so it was a bit of a pity not to be in this business. Schoolmate. Seeing Zhang Bing coming, Wang Roland came over with a smile and very actively wrapped her arms around his neck. Do you see that you dislike your schoolmate? Sister is not what you think of the bus. I am a weak woman who wants to live a good life, naturally, to be dipped by those men a little cheap, but not as exaggerated as you think well. Ha! Zhang Bing obviously didn't believe it. The last time he looked at the house, Wang Roland's skillful maneuver, a set of movements in a flowing stream, that wasn't a pretense. Schoolmate, I'm telling the truth, I'm still a virgin. Wang Roland wrapped her arms around Zhang Bing's neck and said in a flavorful manner. Virginity. Zhang Bing didn't believe it 10,000 times, not to mention that he was here to talk about business. Senior Wang, stop, I do have something important to talk to you about. Wang Roland smiled, then sat her butt on Zhang Bing's lap and asked in a low voice, what's so important about schoolmate? Li Guoqing has rolled out. In the future, you come to take his place, responsible for managing the daily business of Tianlong Hotel. The original treatment remains unchanged at the same time. As long as you do a good job, I can give you a little bit of shares. As soon as these words were uttered, Wang Roland's entire body jumped up, her eyes glowing before a wave of skepticism flowed through her. Hokage, are you telling the truth? The Tianlong Hotel is owned by the family of Wang Chang, the rich second generation of our school. Do you mean what you say? Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said, it was indeed Wang Chang's family's before, but now it's already mine, understand? Really? Wang Roland's heart's beating wildly, she felt like she was about to get lucky. 1,000 times true. Zhang Bing didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly said, I chose to let you be the general manager because of your family's sociability. In addition, the Wang family still has some shares in the hotel. I want you to use the fastest speed, sensible and reasonable to completely clean out the Wang family, but the Lin family can't be moved, know what I mean? Understood. Wang Roland's mind was blank at this moment, immersed in great joy. She's an art school student who sells luxury homes on the side and becomes a pin-up by virtue of her beauty and natural social skills. Isn't the reason for dealing with all kinds of rich people every day, going on all kinds of house tours, and coming here today to apologize to Li is to move up the ladder? I didn't expect Zhang Bing to realize it in one sentence. Hokage, no, Mr. Zhang, thank you for looking up to me. I won't let you down, everything I have from now on is yours. Saying that, Wang Roland directly squatted down, then little by little, she undid her underwear, then slowly lifted up her wrap-around skirt. Mr. Zhang, let me repay you for the kindness of knowing you. Don't, pause first. Zhang Bing sternly refused, getting down to business is important. A trace of disappointment flashed in Wang Roland's eyes, but she also quickly calmed down. Mr. Zhang, do you have a grudge against the Wang family? Zhang Bing didn't deny it and replied back, it's impossible to talk about having a grudge, but when I was in school, I had a little conflict with Wang Chang, and today I expelled Li Guoqing, giving the Wang family a kick in the pants. Wang Roland pondered, then said, Mr. Zhang, I heard Li Guoqing say at that time that Wang Chang is in the presidential suite of the hotel today, and it seems that he is waiting for Lin Hanyue, the flower of the art department of our school, to go to make amends and apologize. I've heard people say that you seem to know Lin Hanyue, and even gave her a ride in a Maybach. Zhang Bing immediately cursed in his heart and immediately stood up before quickly rushing out. At this time, the presidential suite of the Sky Dragon Hotel. Lin Hanyue was wearing a pair of flat shoes, a pair of blue skinny jeans, and a plain white t-shirt on her upper body. In spite of such a low-key and plain dress, that devilish body looks seductive in any way. Especially that googly egg face, looking at it was beyond pity, but when paired with that perfect body, it was enough to make a man lose his mind in an instant. She blushed hard, despite the 10,000 things in her mind that she didn't want to. However, her own father forced her to come to make amends with Wang Chang in person today by threatening her with death. She wasn't stupid, knowing that this apology today wasn't that simple, and that she was destined to jump into the fire pit. On one side was his future happiness and innocence, and on the other side was his father and the entire family. She had no choice but to come hard, silently praying for a miracle. The door to the room opened and Wang Chang's eyes glowed as soon as he saw Lin Hanyue. However, Wang Chang was still very pretentious as he coldly grunted, "Yo, Lin department flower, this young man thought how hardcore you are." "What? Why isn't that new rich kid you met in a Maybach S680 helping you out?" Lin Hanyue lowered her head and said softly, "Wang Chang, I'm sorry, please don't make things difficult for my father, our Lin family, okay?" Oof. Wang Chang snorted coldly and suddenly squeezed Lin Hanyue's plump buttocks. "What are you doing?" Lin Hanyue questioned angrily as she struggled violently. Wang Chang stopped pretending a long time ago and threatened, "Lin Hanyue, if this is your attitude, get out immediately." Lin Hanyue's face became even more ugly, and in the end, she didn't leave. Seeing this, Wang Chang sneered, turned around and walked inside to bring 2 cups of red wine. A cup was handed to Lin Hanyue, saying, "Actually, we've known each other since we were young, and the family knows it. What is there to talk about? Besides, this young man has always been true to you. Drink this wine and we'll talk slowly." Lin Hanyue nodded, took a deep breath, and took the glass of red wine and gently sipped it. Wang Chang saw the situation full of greed, and then directly throw away the cup of wine in his own hands, poured Lin Hanyue's face kiss down. Chapter 11, The Hero Saves the Day. "What are you doing? Let go of me, let go of me." Lin Hanyue, less ing pretending, "This young man doesn't believe that you don't want the male and female thing." Inside the presidential suite of the Sky Dragon Hotel, the door was not even closed. Wang Chang then directly started to move strong against Lin Hanyue, who had previously maintained due respect. But helplessly Lin Hanyue couldn't look at a dude like him from the bottom of her heart, so she always had a hot face and a cold ass. This time, Zhang Bing's appearance had completely irritated him, which was why he had directly used his family's energy to bully Lin Hanyue into coming alone to apologize. And that glass of red wine, he drugged it long ago. "Wang Chang, you are letting go of me, I won't let you have your way. Don't pretend, this young man told you that the wine has already been drugged, and you just took a sip. Later on, maybe you are still destined to beg this young man." Lin Hanyue was startled and struggled violently, trying to run outside. But soon, she felt her whole body burning, and her heart felt like millions of ants had crawled over it. Breathing also began to become rapid, and his whole body was soft with a feeling of weakness. Wang Chang laughed out loud in triumph at this time, knowing that the medicine was starting to take effect. He spent thousands of dollars to get this drug from abroad, and the effect is fierce. As expected, Lin Hanyue's remaining bit of consciousness had gradually been disintegrated, gritting her teeth and shouting no, but her body had already twisted as uncontrollably as the water snake. "Don't worry, this young man will be responsible for you, ha ha ha." Wang Chang rubbed his fists and roughly tore Lin Hanyue's t-shirt directly. With his full, snow-white ones almost completely exposed to the air, he couldn't help but lick his tongue before trying to report Lin Hanyue to the bed with the intention of closing the door. It was also at this time that the elevator in the middle of the hallway rang. Zhang Bing rushed out in 100,000 fires and came straight to the presidential suite. "Wang Chang, you're ing worse than that." Wang Chang, who was just about to close the door, was startled by Zhang Bing's sudden appearance. But he quickly regained his composure, thinking to himself that the hotel was his own, this was his own territory. Even if Zhang Bing had some strength, his own family was not a wimp. "It's you again." Wang Chang held Lin Hanyue, who was only wearing her underwear, in one hand while viciously threatening, "Whatever you care, immediately get the hell out of here. Otherwise this young man will make one phone call and immediately call someone to break your legs." Zhang Bing took a look at Lin Hanyue's state at this moment, her eyes were mesmerized, her body was twisting around, and the pure and innocent her didn't even take it seriously when her t-shirt was torn. "One look and you can tell it's definitely drugged." "Rubbish, you dare to drug Hanyue." Zhang Bing cursed and directly rushed in. Lin Hanyue, that was an innocent goddess that the system had allowed herself to pursue, how could she be insulted by a dude like Wang Chang? Soon, the two were wrestling directly with each other. Wang Chang had been pampered for a long time and was no match for Zhang Bing, plus he was still holding Lin Hanyue, who was still having a drug attack. He didn't expect Zhang Bing to be so dry and directly take action against himself. Thus in just less than 2 minutes, he was directly beaten by Zhang Bing's head, then covered his head and fled while cursing. Seeing this, Zhang Bing did not pay any attention. The most Wang Chang could do was to go and call someone. The hotel was all his own now. Who would dare to go against him? He closed the door to the room, then carried Lin Hanyue to the bed. Let go of me. Zhang Bing, it's you. Lin Hanyue was in a daze, her eyes disoriented, her mouth kicking out rough breaths as if she was drunk, and a blush appeared on her white face. Together with the t-shirt that had just been torn by Wang Chang, the upper half of her body was wearing a black lace underwear. Zhang Chang couldn't help but take one more look and almost had a nosebleed. The departmental flower is worthy of the name, it's perfect in this state. However, he didn't want to take advantage of people's danger, otherwise what was the difference between himself and Wang Chang? Lin student, wake up, you've been drugged, hold on. Zhang Chang shouted. But at this time Lin Hanyue were to listen to it, all hot and dry, tightly clamped legs, uncontrollable twisting of the body, the mouth has been shouting so hot so hot. Seeing this, Zhang Chang directly picked up a bottle of water and showered it down towards Lin Hanyue's face. However, it still doesn't work, this foreign imported medicine is a dream. The water dampened Lin Hanyue's hair, flowing all over her body along her snow-white skin, looking even more seductive. I'm so hot. Lin Hanyue shouted out of her mouth, suddenly hugging Zhang Bing's waist, her fingers instinctively trying to undo his clothes and pants. Student Lin, hold on. Zhang Bing tried his best to restrain himself. Although this was the goddess the system had told him to pursue, he didn't want to do it at a time like this. Drop. The system has detected that Lin Hanyue has been drugged. If the host can hold on to the temptation of the female color, the system will issue a mysterious prize. Just then, a system beep sounded in his head. Mystery prize. Zhang Bing was happy in his heart, but at this time, Lin Hanyue's movements were getting bigger and bigger. Eyes misty, he actually took off his jeans on his own. Skin as good as milk showed through, hands hooked dead center around his waist, and she voluntarily pressed down into him. The system really picks its moments, who can stand this Zhang Bing cursed, wasn't this deliberately testing himself? No, I can't take advantage of the situation, I must hold firm. And Lin Hanyue's jeans were off at this time, her whole body skin was white and red, she was only wearing a black three-pointed style, and her whole body was stuck on him. Offered to come up and kiss him. Classmate Lin, you, hold on, the medicine won't last that long. Although Zhang Bing's mouth shouted, his butt sat there motionless. Bang, 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 and just then the door to the suite slammed loudly, then was swiped open by the room card. Only to see Wang Chang rushing in with Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and the hotel security staff in a very angry manner. Zhang Bing, you damn dare to spoil this young man's good deed, today this young man will settle old scores and new scores together with you. Wang Chang let out a curse, especially when the image of Lin Hanyue in a three-pointed style in front of him actively kissing Zhang Bing, with her entire body plastered on top of him made his lungs explode with anger. Zhang Bing's brain instantly cleared the moment the door slammed, and he pushed Lin Hanyue down, then pulled the quilt with his hand and wrapped it around him. And the moment Wang Ba and Lin Jin saw Zhang Bing, the entire group was dumbfounded and froze in place. Dad, Uncle Lin, it's him, he also went against me at school last time, and just now, he even spoiled the good thing between Hanyue and I, and even made a move to beat my head bloody. Wang Chang pointed his finger at Zhang Bing, still oblivious to his anger. You shut up! Wang Ba's brain was racing as he let out a loud shout. How could he not expect that the rich second generation who had previously clashed with his son at school because of Lin Hanyue was actually Zhang Bing? Dad, what do you mean? I'm going to break his legs today. Wang Chang continued to clamor and was about to order the security guards to rush up. Asshole! Wang Ba made a quick choice and slapped Wang Chang's face, directly dumbfounding him. Mr. Zhang Bing Zhang is the new boss of Tianlong Hotel. Chapter 12, If you don't give up, I'd like to be your son-in-law. What? Dad, he's the new boss? At that moment, Wang Chang's entire body froze, unable to believe what he was hearing. Asshole, why don't you apologize to General Manager Zhang immediately? The veins on Wang Ba's neck showed, and he slapped down another slap. As a billionaire, Wang Ba's insights were definitely much better than a foppish rich kid like Wang Chang who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. He knew that Zhang Bing must be a big shot, plus he was now the new boss of Tianlong Hotel, so he definitely couldn't be offended. Wang Chang had mixed feelings in his heart for a moment, and his face was cloudy. The anger at first, then the shock, the confusion. Lin Jin also hurriedly stood out and said in a cold voice, Wang Chang, you still don't know, right? An hour ago, Mr. Zhang has already signed the transfer procedures, and now he alone has exclusive possession of 80% of the shares of the Tianlong Hotel. Oomph. Zhang Bing was holding down the quilt-wrapped Lin Hanyue with one hand at this moment, while staring at Wang Chang with cold eyes. New scores and old scores will be settled later. How dare you underhandedly drug Miss Lin? Get out of here right now. After hearing Zhang Bing's reprimand, Wang Ba immediately made a decision before dragging Wang Chang, who was still in a daze, outside. A few security guards followed, and Lin Jin hesitated for a moment to follow. Mr. Lin, wait. Zhang Bing saw that Lin Jin was about to leave and immediately shouted, your daughter was drugged by Wang Chang, now the drug is taking effect, hurry up and call a doctor. Who knew that Lin Jin suddenly revealed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth and said, General Manager Zhang, anyway, Hanyue has already been drugged, the drug has already kicked in, so I guess it'll be fine after a while, so there shouldn't be any need to call a doctor. Since you and Hanyue are classmates, it would be better if I ask you to continue watching her. Zhang Bing was a bit confused, of course he could hear what Lin Jin meant. He was a little offended that parents were trading their daughters. Mr. Lin, this can't be done, Miss Lin is a young woman, and this medicine is very strong, I'm afraid something will happen. General Manager Zhang, I believe in you, even if something happens, it's fine. Lin Jin smiled faintly and said as he retreated outward, saying, Mr. Zhang, don't worry, I'll take care of the rest. After saying that, Lin Jin didn't forget to close the door. Zhang Bing sighed, always feeling strange in his heart, seeing that everyone had left. He hurriedly lifted the quilt to let Lin Hanyue take a breath. At this moment, Lin Hanyue's entire body seemed to be ripe for the picking, her entire body white and red, her bumpy figure, and her breathing rapid. No man can hold it, unless he's a eunuch. Zhang Bing's heart was hard to resist even as he watched, but he thought of the system's prompt just now. There will be a mysterious reward if one can resist the temptation. Moreover, he really didn't have the teeth to do this kind of thing of taking advantage of people's danger, even if Lin Jin had even hinted at it himself just now, and was close to saying it explicitly. Damn it, since I'm going after you, I'm going to chase you fair and square, and I'll never take advantage of you while you're drugged up. Zhang Bing barked out a curse, then directly picked up Lin Hanyue's entire body with one hand. Lin Hanyue was completely lost in ecstasy, actively wrapping her arms around his neck. Zhang Bing had long been unable to hold back, and directly carried Lin Hanyue to the bathroom, then turned on the faucet and took the nozzle and showered Lin Hanyue with water. At the same time he sprayed frantically at himself, using this to calm himself down as well. After roughly another half an hour had passed, Lin Hanyue gradually became conscious. Ah! She screamed and covered her chest, then crouched in the corner and cried. Zhang Bing was relieved to see this and said, it's good that you're sober, if you're not sober, I really can't take it anymore. Lin Hanyue wiped her tears and looked at Zhang Bing with very complicated eyes before standing up. Hands wrapped around his chest, he ran inside the room like a thief. Zhang Bing looked at the perfect snow white body, especially the bare feet, trotting all the way to the room, the huge back, absolutely man-killing. I'm too decent. Thinking of this, Zhang Bing pinched himself, then cleared his throat and shouted to the inside of the suite, I'm going out first, I'll ask the waiter to send you clothes and pants later. Drop. Just as Zhang Bing was planning to open the door and go out, the system's beep sounded in his head once again. Congratulations to the host for successfully resisting the temptation of beauty, the system will reward you with a set of ancient medical techniques. What the hell? Zhang Bing muttered in his mind. The promised $75 billion, the mysterious reward, is actually a set of medical skills? The ancient medical art is extremely precious, its value is incalculable for the time being, and it has been burned into the host's mind. All the host needs to do is agree to accept it, and he can instantly learn the ancient healing arts. Wait. Zhang Bing was a bit anxious, he didn't want any medical skills, he only wanted real money. According to what the system said, this set of ancient medical techniques was of inestimable value, so if it exploded by $70 billion at once, wouldn't he lose his money? Please ask the host to decide whether or not to accept it immediately. The system beep sounded again and started counting down. Accept. Zhang Bing's heart crossed, suddenly realizing that money was already just numbers to a certain extent. Now that he is sitting in the Tianlong Hotel himself, he won't be short of money. Thinking that since it was a mysterious reward from the system, and the system had said that it was of inestimable value, then this set of medical skills should not be simple. Ding, the rewards for the ancient healing arts have been distributed, please check and learn from the host. As the system beep ended, Zhang Bing immediately realized that there were many more strange things in his mind. In an instant there was a sea of things incorporated into the mind that didn't even need to be memorized, as if they were innate. He briefly sensed it for a few moments, and was instantly astonished. Hair, this is really hairy. With this set of medical skills, the world will be mine from now on. He cleaned up his mood and couldn't suppress his inner joy, sighing that he was fortunate to have resisted Lin Hanyue's temptation and agreed to accept the system's reward. He then opened the door and walked out. Lin Jin was looking at him with a smile on his face, but he didn't see Wang Ba and Wang Chang's father and son. Mr. Zhang. Lin Jin shouted with a smile. Zhang Bing paused and said, Mr. Lin, Miss Lin's medication has passed, but we have to notify someone to send her address before she can do so. Lin Jin nodded and asked, Mr. Zhang, are you still satisfied with Hanyue? What do you mean? Zhang Bing said with some irritation, Mr. Lin, I think you've misunderstood. I, Zhang Bing, am by no means a villain who takes advantage of others. I didn't do anything with your daughter. Hee, it's fine. Lin Jin obviously didn't believe it, then suddenly clasped his hands and said, Mr. Shang, you are young and talented, and you have a sense of justice. If it wasn't for you, this girl Hanyue would have been spoiled by Wang Chang. I have an idea, I don't know if I should tell it or not. Zhang Bing nodded his head, signaling Lin Jin to say whatever he wanted. Lin Jin clasped his hands together and suddenly said with a serious expression, Mr. Zhang, if you do not abandon me, I would like to worship you as my son-in-law. Chapter 13, This medical skill is a real cow's nose. Zhang Bing was depressed for a while in his heart, not expecting Lin Jin to want to be his father-in-law. First of all, he had to admit that such a special creature like Lin Hanyue, a goddess of both innocence and temptation, a goddess of virtue and art, he liked very much, and it was the kind of thing that he liked from the bottom of his heart. But he himself is only 19 years old this year, has just finished his college entrance exams, is sitting on $75 billion, and has just been rewarded by the system with a set of dangling ancient medical skills. How can you hang on to a tree? If you get married so early, then you'll regret it later. First of all, not to mention, just met Zhang Tingting, all aspects of the absolute not inferior to Lin Hanyue. Mr. Lin, don't joke, I'm only 19 this year, I'm not of legal marriageable age yet. Mr. Zhang, this is all a small problem, I will definitely get these small things done. Lin Jin was eager to hug Zhang Bing's thick thigh, and naturally, he was not willing to let go easily. Why don't we have Hanyue drop out of school first and work for you as a living secretary? Or, why don't you let Hanyue give you a child first, an outstanding young genius like you must leave behind excellent genes early on? Zhang Bing cleared his throat and said, Mr. Lin, I treat you as a friend, but you want to be my father-in-law, that's not good. Don't mention this again, it's all up to fate. Lin Jin was still undeterred, and he had already made up his mind in his heart. Even if there was no way to tie up Zhang Bing today, he would still have to turn around and properly tame his daughter, Lin Hanyue, no matter what method he used. Must be pregnant with Zhang Bing's child before anything else. By the way, Mr. Lin, I've already arranged for someone to take over Li's position as general manager earlier, and at the same time, the Wang family's relevant personnel in the hotel hope that you can assist the new general manager in kicking out as soon as possible. Everything else is as usual, you discuss it on the line, involves a major change in the hotel investment, be sure to go through my consent to acquiescence can be. Alright, Mr. Zhang, everything will be done as you said. Lin Jin respectfully responded. And just then, Zhang Bing's personal cell phone rang. He opened it and it was an unfamiliar phone number. Hey, which one of you? Bing, it's me, my dad is dying, can you lend me $500,000, please, I'm willing to be an ox for you. The voice of Zhang Tingting that was urgently with a sobbing tone immediately sounded on the other end of the phone. When Zhang Bing heard this, he immediately pacified, Tingting don't be anxious, $500,000 is a small amount, I'll get ready to come over in person right away. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Bing immediately instructed Lin Jin, Mr. Lin, help me prepare a sum of money, something has happened to my friend's father, I need to go over there immediately to take a look. After saying that, Zhang Bing quickly ran to the elevator. Not long after Zhang Bing left, a female hotel attendant came up with a set of clothes to give to Lin Hanyue inside the suite. 10 minutes later, Lin Hanyue had her wet hair tied up and was wearing sandals and the clothes the hotel had sent her. The whole person was watery, with a slight blush on her cheeks, and a perfect figure in the front and back. Daughter, how is it? Did you have sex with Mr. Zhang? Lin Jin immediately went up and asked. Lin Hanyue looked at her dad and was disappointed. Although she was drugged by Wang Chang, she was still conscious of what happened at that time and knew that Zhang Bing was now the big boss of the hotel. She couldn't have known better what her own dad had in mind. To your disappointment, Zhang Bing is an honorable man and didn't touch me the entire time. Ah, what Mr. Zhang said turned out to be true. Lin Hanyue felt a bit disappointed, but soon had a smile on his face. Daughter, Mr. Zhang is about the same age as you, and young and handsome and gold. The key character is okay, you say anything to hang on, never. Find a way to conceive his child as soon as possible, do you hear me? Lin Hanyue didn't pay any attention to her father, but a ripple went through her heart. If the last time she was at school, she only felt that Zhang Bing was not quite the same as an ordinary rich second generation, but this time, she had a strange feeling inside. Especially when she recalled the series of behaviors she had initiated at that time when her medication kicked in, her entire face instantly reddened and her heart beat wildly. Kyoto, First People's Hospital. Zhang Tingting was agonizingly begging an attending doctor who was middle-aged but held his power very well. Ms. Zhang, the hospital is not a charity organization, there is no handling fee, and there's really nothing I can do about it. The attending doctor, Peng Biao, righteously refused while staring tightly at Zhang Tingting's long legs, just about drooling directly out. Director Peng, please, I've already called and borrowed money from my friend promised that he would send money over immediately. Zhang Tingting was on the verge of crying, his father's situation was now very serious. If we don't operate immediately, our lives will be in danger. She went to work as a greeter on the 8th floor of the Sky Dragon Hotel precisely for the money. Although the medical resources in Kyoto are commanded, the consumption is not affordable to the average family. It took a lot of money to find this Peng Biao as a primary care doctor, but the high fees made her feel desperate. Then wait until your friend sends the money. Peng Biao said while pretending to be unaware. He put his hand on Zhang Tingting's thigh. Ms. Zhang, $500,000 is not a small amount, and there's also the cost of follow-up convalescence. I think you can consider thinking about my conditions. As long as you study with me for 3 years, I can lend you this $500,000. Zhang Tingting felt disgusted to the core and immediately took a few steps back. She wasn't stupid and knew that Peng Biao's words about studying for 3 years actually meant being his lover for 3 years. Seeing that Zhang Tingting refused to give in, Peng Biao wasn't angry and crossed his legs, saying, if you don't come up with enough money to pay for the operation within today, your father will definitely die. In Kyoto, there's a shortage of everything, just no shortage of beautiful women. Ms. Zhang, you'd better think about it. Director Peng, please respect me and yourself, I won't agree to your conditions. Zhang Tingting righteously refused, doubly disgusted. At this time, she was full of thoughts about Zhang Bing, whom she had just met, hoping that Zhang Bing was really reliable and could keep his words. Fine, then you can wait for your dad to die of pain alive. Peng Biao dropped these words, then got up and walked out. It was at this time that Zhang Bing also arrived at Kyoto Hospital. He dialed Zhang Tingting's number along with his cell phone number, and after a brief exchange between the two, Zhang Bing hoofed it to the 10th floor. The moment she saw Zhang Bing, Zhang Tingting was on the verge of tears, her eyes reddening. Bing, I had no choice but to bother you. It's fine, we're both surnamed Zhang, it's fate, $500,000 is a small amount, said Zhang Bing directly took out the bank card he was carrying and handed it to Zhang Tingting. He had explained to Lin Hanyue before he came, and I believe that Lin Hanyue would definitely not dare to be negligent, so I guess he had already called the money in. Chapter 14, Systematic Healing. After getting the money, Zhang Tingting immediately went to the hospital with Zhang Bing to pay the money, and then directly find Peng Biao to arrange the operation. Peng Biao shot a glance at Zhang Bing, seeing that Zhang Bing was young and could actually pull out $500,000, he was a bit incredulous. However, since the surgical fee had already been delivered, he had no choice but to prepare Zhang Tingting's father for the surgery immediately according to the regulations. Looking at the doctors and nurses who were busy going in and out, Zhang Bing and Zhang Tingting also kept following behind. Zhang Tingting's father is in a serious coma. Ms. Zhang, come over here and sign. Peng Biao shouted from the side. The success rate of surgery in your father's case is only about 30%, so if you're sure you want to have surgery, sign here, and the hospital won't be responsible for anything that goes wrong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting immediately became anxious and quickly asked, Director Peng, didn't you say yesterday that the success rate of the surgery was very high? Peng Biao snorted coldly and said, Ms. Zhang, yesterday was yesterday and today is today. If you delay any further, your father's success rate for this surgery will be even lower. Me. Zhang Tingting hesitated, with a 30% success rate, that was no different from gambling. She was just a 19-year-old girl who couldn't make up her mind at all for a while. It was also at this time that several nurses pushing Zhang Tingting's father and the stretcher also came over. One of the hot, young head nurses yelled, Where is Zhang Yunfeng's family? Moving for surgery? To operate, sign immediately, don't delay. Head nurse Qin, Zhang Yunfeng's family is here. Peng Biao was very polite to this head nurse and waved his hand in response. The head nurse, Qin Yuan, obviously looked at each Peng Biao in a good light, but instead looked at Zhang Tingting and said, "Sister, your father's surgery can't be delayed, so since you've raised the money, hurry up and sign." Me. Zhang Tingting hesitated. Ha. Peng Biao was a bit gloating and interjected, "Nurse Qin, you don't know. The success rate of her father's surgery is only 30%, and I have to personally operate. If I were to do someone else, I'm afraid that even the 30% chance is less than that." You're good and you're capable, so why are you still dawdling? Qin Yuan angrily disliked. Peng Biao was embarrassed. Nurses and doctors belonged to two lines, and generally no one wanted to offend anyone. And just then Zhang Bing walked over as he inspected Zhang Tingting's father's condition. With just a glance, he could tell that Zhang Tingting's father's condition was indeed serious. Somehow, a number of strange ways came to his mind. Each method corresponds exactly to the condition of Zhang Tingting's father. This caused him to rejoice inwardly while basically confirming that this must be the ancient healing technique rewarded by the system. He didn't expect it to be so powerful. Tingting, sign it, it's fine. He didn't say anything nonsense. It's true that normal surgery only has a success rate of roughly 30%, but if it's supplemented with acupuncture treatment first, the success rate can be at least as high as 90%. Zhang Tingting looked at Zhang Bing with some shock. Her subconscious mind told her that Zhang Bing wouldn't lie to her, but for a while she couldn't believe it either. Zhang Bing, who was the same age as himself, was proficient in medicine. Even the head nurse, Qin Yuan, showed her surprise and looked at the young Zhang Bing with some surprise. Although wearing a mask, Zhang Bing concluded that this head nurse was definitely not older than himself by a few years, and was definitely a stunning beauty. What's your relationship with the patient's family? Do you know medicine too? Qin Yuan asked. Tingting and I are friends. As for medical skills, I know a little bit. Zhang Bing laughed. Qin Yuan glanced meaningfully at Zhang Bing and did not say anything else, but instead began to persuade Zhang Tingting to hurry up and sign. Zhang Tingting took a deep breath and without any further hesitation, she took the document and directly signed her name. Soon everything was ready. Peng Biao, despite all the yin and yang, had no choice but to fulfill his duties. Zhang Bing followed. He already had a clear judgment through the medical skills given by the system. If they operate directly, the risk is very high, or Zhang Yunfeng will really die. That's why you need to have some acupuncture before having the procedure. Get out, is the operating room a place where you can come? Peng Biao had a nasty attitude towards Zhang Bing and reprimanded. Zhang Bing didn't have time to pay attention to Peng Biao at this moment and explained, "Didn't you also say just now that direct surgery only has a 30% success rate? But I clearly told that the surgery is basically risk-free if it is treated through my acupuncture technique." He. Peng Biao laughed coldly and mocked, "Kid, you're not very old, but your breath is not small, quite capable of blowing. Blown or not, just try it and you'll know." Zhang Bing was calm. With the system in place, everything was absolutely fine. "Young man, get out at once, medicine is no joke. For you to talk about this aspect of treatment in front of Director Peng is tantamount to playing with a sword in front of Guangong's door." A few of the remaining stoppers and the nurses scoffed along with them. The head nurse, Qin Yuan, also said coldly, "Brother, Peng Biao is our hospital's expert in this field. If the surgery can be made essentially risk-free through acupuncture, then there wouldn't be so many people around the world dying every year from failed surgeries for this disease. Get out, the surgery is about to start." Zhang Bing let out a helpless sigh, knowing that the crowd did not believe him, but the system would never lie to him. "I'm willing to take responsibility for all the consequences." Responsible? Peng Biao said sarcastically, "Kid, you haven't grown your hair yet, how can you be responsible? Hurry up and get out of here. Originally I was allowed to come and still have 30% certainty. If I let you toss it down in advance, I might not even have 30% certainty. When the time comes for medical malpractice, will it be on you or me? Get out." With that, Peng Biao was about to inform the nurse to call the security guards. Zhang Bing also came on fire at this time, not giving this Peng Biao the slightest bit of face, sarcastically saying, "You're not a patient or anything? What are you so arrogant about here? Don't think I don't know how you bully Tina." "Kid, what did you say?" As the director of Kyoto Hospital, Peng Biao usually still wanted to save face. Seeing that his scandalous story was directly exposed by Zhao Feng, he became annoyed. "You know in your heart what I'm talking about. At this time, Zhang Tingting also walked in. She looked at Zhang Bing gratefully, and could not make up her mind for a while. Bing, do you really know about medicine? Tingting, I'll be honest with you, if I do acupuncture first and then surgery, your father will basically be fine, but if he is operated directly, I'm afraid that the success rate won't even be 30%. What Zhang Bing said was also very direct, through the medical skills rewarded by the system. He was very confident and had a plan. Okay, I trust you, Bing. Zhang Tingting finally made up her mind at this time. Zhang Tingting, don't say I didn't remind you, if your father dies, it has nothing to do with us, you brought this on yourself. Pang Biao heard that Zhang Tingting, a family member, had agreed, so it didn't matter to them. Zhang Bing glanced at Zhang Tingting and said soothingly, Tingting, don't worry. Saying that, he went directly to the front of the ward, then asked the nurse for some sterilized silver needles. Chapter 15, You Want to Steal the Credit? Afterwards, based on the medical techniques that surfaced in his mind, Zhang Bing formed seals with both hands and began to stab in specific acupoints on the unconscious Zhang Yunfeng's body. The maneuver was so arcane that ordinary people couldn't understand it at all. However, this seemed to Pang Biao, Xin Yuan, and the others as if it was similar to a juggling act in the jungle. Zhang Tingting clenched her fists tightly and quietly watched from the sidelines, her palms sweating with nervousness. She chose to believe Zhang Bing because he not only helped her get rid of Li's subterfuge. I just met her and lent her $500,000 without saying a word. Pang Biao, however, grunted coldly from the side, I thought there was really something capable, just a small crook of the jungle who read too many TV novels. Just a few random zaps from you if it has any effect, we learn medicine for nothing. Director Pang is right, this kind of Chinese acupuncture is almost all frauds. This kid is young and doesn't learn anything, he goes and learns about crooks. The crowd began to be sarcastic and mocking. Zhang Bing did not take any notice, his technique became faster and faster, and the position of each needle he stuck was all reversed, making the others not understand at all. The whole process lasted for about 10 minutes before Zhang Bing stopped. Well, I've already penetrated the patient's body's major hidden acupoints with silver needles, so if I operate now, it will be very safe and the results will be exceptionally good. I'll leave the rest to you. Zhang Bing put away the silver needle, wiped his hands and said confidently. Ha! Pang Biao was the first to walk over at the sight and threatened, Kid, you'd better stay honestly in the hospital and not go anywhere. Now we operate on patients normally, if it's okay it's fine, if something goes wrong, you're not going to be able to eat it. Whatever. Zhang Bing was full of care, according to the system rewarded medical skill recorded in this acupuncture skill, he could only use 2 words to describe it as magical, and there was no way it could be wrong. You guys notify the hospital security guards to keep an eye on this kid, don't let them run away, now we'll start preparing for the surgery. Pang Biao commanded. Zhang Bing didn't say anything more when he saw this, so he retreated with Zhang Tingting. The two sat on a hospital hallway bench, and sure enough a couple of hospital security guards came and stood guard from a distance. Zhang Bing didn't hitch a ride and had a subdued look on his face. Brother Bing, thank you. Zhang Tingting whispered, can you give me some time for that $500,000, I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. He. Zhang Bing laughed, you don't have to be polite, feel free to return it or not, it's fine. Zhang Tingting's eyes glistened with tears inside as she murmured, Brother Bing, you're so nice. Everyone I met when I came to Jingdu wanted to hit on my body, only you didn't want anything and were willing to help me. Zhang Bing froze and looked at Zhang Tingting, secretly laughing in his heart. In the face of this kind of excellent special thing, normal men have to move crooked thoughts. Himself is no exception. It's okay, when your dad's surgery is over, he can be discharged after recuperating for a while. As for the site of the Tianlong Hotel I have made arrangements, the salary to you is issued, as you paid vacation is good, a small matter. Although Zhang Bing spoke lightly, to Zhang Tingting's ears, there was a warmth within her heart. She stole a glance at Zhang Bing, her heart fluttering a little. Brother, thank you. Zhang Tingting once again said gratefully. Zhang Bing said on his lips that he didn't care, but in reality, he was secretly happy in his heart. He had a premonition that Zhang Tingting would be able to take it herself. Time flew by so fast that 2 bells passed in a flash. At this time the door of the operating room opened, Pang Biao, Xin Yuan and several other doctors and nurses came out from inside. Zhang Tingting immediately stood up and ran over to ask, Director Pang, how is my dad's surgery going? Pang Biao took off his mask with a springy face and said, Ms. Zhang, you have to treat me to dinner tonight. Your dad's surgery was a great success, I've done a lot of surgeries like this, and I'm kind of in over my head today, and in a little while your dad will wake up and recuperate for a while and he'll be fine. Yes? Zhang Tingting was overjoyed upon hearing this, and said gratefully, thank you, thank you. Thank you all, thank you so much. At this time, Zhang Bing also stood up. He had a cold smile on his face as he looked at the unsuspecting Ping Biao. It's obvious that the pussy wants the credit for himself. Director Peng, are you sure it was you? Ping Biao frowned as he sized up Zhang Bing, a hint of strange coloring evident within his eyes. Kid, if it wasn't me, was it really you who just did some random acupuncture? Ha! Zhang Bing said sarcastically, that's naturally, I've long said, acupuncture first and then surgery, basically safe and sound. Didn't you say so yourself? There's only a 30% chance of success. Humph. Peng Biao was actually very shocked in his heart. He was shocked beyond belief inside when he was operating. Diseases like Zhang Tingting's father's are not rare, but they are very complex indeed. Surgery has a really low success rate, but this time it went surprisingly well. In his heart, he had actually already associated it with the reason why it went so smoothly. Most likely it was really due to Zhang Bing's pre-operation acupuncture. But for such a thing, such a heavenly credit, would he give it up? Boy, you are really not ashamed, really still think that he casually acupuncture. I tell you, if there is no knife, the patient, not to mention the success of the operation, whether it can survive or not is still a problem. Is that so? Zhang Bing thought briefly and said, in that case, I believe that the hospital should still have this kind of patient, so you can go ahead and try manipulating it. How about if you can consistently achieve the results you have now, even if your medical skills are superb? When Zhang Bing said this, Peng Biao froze for a moment. He wouldn't dare to bet on it, because every time in the past, all the surgeries for the same condition that passed through his hands ended in failure. Why don't you dare? Are you afraid of making a fool of yourself? Little, don't you talk nonsense. I, Peng Biao, can climb to the position of director in Kyoto Hospital, is it not a watery goods? Peng Biao completely came on fire and said angrily. What does that have to do with me? Zhang Bing coldly grunted, I've seen shameless ones, but this is the first time I've seen one as shameless as you. What the did you say? Peng Biao was completely fuming, especially while arguing with Zhang Bing. The doctors and nurses around him actually had no one to help him. This showed that the other doctors and nurses had obviously acquiesced that the reason why the surgery was successful was because of Zhang Bing. Security, security? Immediately blow this little out of the room and don't allow to set foot in the hospital again. Zhang Bing frowned and his face sank. Originally he was just not used to seeing Peng Biao, but Peng Biao, this mouthful of little people, made him completely angry. He himself is worth 75 billion, if announced, the existence of the Forbes of Longboy at least top 20, damn, being insulted by a middle-aged greasy man, it's still not good enough? Your mouth stinks. Zhang Bing let out a roar and directly threw down a slap towards Peng Biao's face unexpectedly. Chapter 16, This is our Mr. Zhang. This slap stunned everyone, and everyone stared at Zhang Bing with wide eyes. Peng Biao himself was confused. He was at least the director of the Kyoto Hospital, and he had a lot of status and resources in society. I can't believe I was directly slapped by a 19-year-old student. Ah! Nima, little you dare to hit me, I want you to not be able to mix in Kyoto. Reacting, Peng Biao's eyes turned red and he burst out. Zhang Bing, however, appeared calm and said disdainfully, just you? You don't even take a piss and look in the mirror, you're not even worthy of lifting my shoes. You wait for me, I want you to go out lying down today. Peng Biao was fuming, directly pushing away the hospital people and angrily running towards his office. Why are you so impulsive, little brother? You're in big trouble. Yes, Director Peng has a very hard relationship background, even the dean has to let him have 3 points in the hospital. You actually slapped him in front of us, you're finished. Many nurses and doctors persuaded and sympathized with Zhang Bing. Zhang Tingting was also dumbfounded, not expecting the svelte-looking Zhang Bing to make a direct move. Bing, what should we do? You go first. What will you do if I leave? Zhang Bing asked with a smile. You've helped me a lot, Director Peng is very energetic, we can't afford to offend, just go. Although Zhang Tingting was afraid in her own heart, she kept persuading in order to protect Zhang Bing. This made Zhang Bing feel a trace of warmth in his heart. At least the other party was kind-hearted, not a gold digger, and looked like a national beauty. Don't worry, it's fine, not afraid. Zhang Bing said, full of concern. Hey, little brother, you don't realize the magnitude of the problem. Director Peng must have gone to his office to get his cell phone to call someone. Whispering to you, Director Peng has a very good relationship with Mr. Wang, the owner of the Tianlong Hotel, and Wang's family has a social background and is sitting on billions of assets. Several nurses started whispering reminders from the sidelines. Hearing this, Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. After half a day, the backer of the bull-nosed Peng Biao is actually Wang Ba. Hey! At this time Qin Yuanyuan, the head nurse who hadn't said anything, sighed. She was seen removing her mask and revealing her true face. As expected, it was just as Zhang Bing had speculated, not too old and extremely beautiful. You're so impulsive, so many of us watched. Of course we know that the fact that the surgery was so successful today had nothing to do with your early acupuncture. But Peng Biao is a chief physician anyways, and has a complicated relationship behind him. You just hit him, and according to his character as a person, I'm afraid it won't end well. Zhang Bing looked at Qin Yuanyuan and was amazed in his heart, just for this face, at least 8 points upwards. Definitely not below Zhang Tingting, Lin Hanyue. But it's hard to tell what the figure is like because of the white coat. Sister Qin, it was the other party who just scolded me, and that's why I did it. Since he wants to call for revenge, fine, I'll just wait. Seeing how young you are, you should still be a student. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. The Wang family of the Tianlong Hotel has very tough tactics and has always had a good relationship with Peng Biao. Are you really not afraid? Zhang Bing laughed, mentioning others he might have hesitation, but Wang Ba, he really didn't take it too seriously. Well, I'll help you in this matter. You wait here first, I'm going to change my clothes, just in time for something to find you. Qin Yuanyuan seemed to have a great background and was very calm. After glancing at Zhang Bing, he dropped these words and left first. The other doctors, nurses suddenly showed envy when they saw this. You're lucky, little brother, that the head nurse is willing to help you. You don't know, the head nurse's family has an unfathomable background, even Director Peng can't afford to mess with her. Hearing the doctors and nurses' door murmur, Zhang Bing had a feeling of sudden realization. No wonder he saw that Peng Biao's attitude towards Qin Yuanyuan was obviously unnatural and somewhat awe-inspiring. And after Zhang Tingting heard all this, the heart hanging in her heart relaxed a bit. Let's go see your dad first. Zhang Bing suggested. Inside the ward, Zhang Yunfeng looked significantly better after his surgery, but the anesthesia hadn't passed yet, so he was still asleep. However, all the doctors had just said that the surgery was very successful and that he could be discharged after a period of recuperation, which also meant that Zhang Yunfeng was out of danger. Brother Bing, I really don't know how to repay you properly. Zhang Tingting looked at Zhang Bing with a look of spring inside her eyes and said in a low voice. It's nothing, just a show of hands, as long as your dad is fine then it's good. Zhang Bing laughed. Brother Bing, you're so nice. Zhang Tingting clenched her pink fist and said somewhat shyly. Yes? Zhang Bing's eyes from the corner of his eyes always looked at Zhang Tingting's long legs and the steep back. To be honest, he really wanted to be like Li Guoqin, Peng Biao, and these people in his heart at that time. With the power in his hands, he coerced. It's most efficient to do so, whereas playing the good guy, as you're doing now yourself, falls flat on its face. Brother Bing, I want to repay you properly once when my father's condition stabilizes. Zhang Tingting suddenly opened her mouth, her voice dainty. How do you plan to repay me? Zhang Bing asked curiously. If you're talking about money, you're worth $75 billion yourself. Don't ask, you'll know by then. Zhang Tingting said, her entire face reddening. When Zhang Bing saw this, his heart was happy. He knew there was guaranteed meat, and Zhang Tingting couldn't say she had already fallen. Zhang Bing, little man, get out. And just at this time, Peng Biao's angry curses came from outside the ward, instantly disrupting the ambiguous air inside the room. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said, Tingting, you take care of your dad here, your dad should be waking up soon, I'll go take care of it. Bing, you have to be careful. Zhang Tingting shouted with concern. Zhang Bing smiled and felt some warmth in his heart. Suddenly, she realized that Zhang Tingting's concern for herself didn't carry any profit money. There are times when money really isn't everything. At this moment, outside the hospital room, Peng Guoqing evoked a suit of clothes, with 5 fingerprints on his face, and almost spitting fire inside his eyes. Many of the hospital nurses and doctors came out to watch. Don't blame me for being impolite if your ing mouth stinks that much again. Zhang Bing walked out and snorted coldly. Little, today I'm going to let you know how the wrong word is written. Peng Biao's attitude was quite domineering as he roared, Mr. Wang from the Tianlong Hotel is already on his way over personally. Director Peng, forget it, it's not necessary. Yes, Director Peng, for the sake of him still being small, let's just apologize to you for making amends. Some of the doctors and nurses still opened their mouths to persuade them, but everyone knew it was no use at all. Who knows that Zhang Bing does not care at all, not to mention whether Qin Yuan can be set up, on his own to one stop here. Wang Ba came to the estimation will also be instantly. None of your business, all of you shut up. Pang Biao reprimanded. These doctors and nurses don't dare to offend Pang Biao, and can only hope that Qin Yuan's side will step in soon. Chapter 17. Are you convinced? Get out of the way, get out of the way. Mr. Wang has arrived. Soon, a group of men in suits came down the elevator, yelling, and split into two rows to disperse the crowd. It was obviously Wang Ba himself who had come over. The Sky Dragon Hotel was very famous in Kyoto, and Wang Ba, as the owner of the hotel, had always been famous as well. In particular, the Wang family controlled by Wang Ba often did some unseemly things in secret, so the general public didn't dare to mess with it. After all, to the white side, people worth billions of dollars, to the black side, other people under the hands of a large number of horseboy minions. Seeing that Wang Ba himself had come, Pang Biao quickly walked up. Mr. Wang, please. Pang Biao shouted politely. Director Pang, I, Wang Ba, am the most righteous person, whoever dares to beat you up is too disrespectful. Wang Ba was wearing a suit and had the proper air of a thug. This is completely different from before in the hotel president's office. Then I'd like to thank Mr. Wang in advance for making the trip over personally. Peng Qing complimented. A small matter, I'd like to see who has eaten their heart out and dared to make a move on you. Pang Biao nodded, then led Wang Ba's group towards the direction where Zhang Bing was. Pang Biao pointed his finger at Zhang Bing and said, Mr. Wang, it's this kid, I guess he has some background. Wang Ba followed the direction of Pang Biao's finger and saw Zhang Bing standing there with a disdainful face at a glance. At once, his entire body froze, and he scrambled to remove his sunglasses. Mr. Wang, it is this small, it is estimated that it should be a rich second generation with a bit of background at home, damn, how dare to hit me. Help me get him out of here, I'm going to fix him up real bad later. Pang Biao said with resentment. Wang Ba at this time in his heart almost Pang Biao ancestors 18 generations have greeted once, if it is not his intention to get involved in the pharmaceutical industry, so he gave enough face to Pang Biao, personally bring people. Otherwise this little thing, how can he live as also a number one person, as to personally and not the same as the social people to come over to support the scene? Unexpectedly, it was actually Zhang Bing. Mr. Wang, as long as we don't get anyone killed, we can do whatever we want. Pang Biao hadn't even noticed that something was wrong, and was still playing with his own wishful thinking in his heart. The idea was to use Wang Ba's name and strength to ruthlessly fix a wave of Zhang Bing, thus forcing Zhang Tingting to become his lover. He had been mixing for so many years, his eye for people was still very accurate, and he had seen early on that Zhang Tingting was definitely interested in Zhang Bing. Alright, surname Pang, stop barking there. Zhang Bing sneered and swaggered over. Zhang Bing Xiao, in front of Mr. Wang you still dare to be so wild? Do you really think Qin Yuan helped you and I didn't know? Pang Biao yelled. Do I need Nurse Qin to help me? Zhang Bing smiled playfully, then looked at the incredibly embarrassed Wang Ba and asked, Mr. Wang, what do you think? When these words came out, immediately, Pang Biao's entire body froze for at least 3 seconds. Then his brain raced, reacted, looked at Wang Ba in shock, and asked in a small voice, Wang, Mr. Wang, you know him? Pang Biao. Wang Ba mentally cursed Pang Biao really harmed him as well, and said angrily, are you blind? This is our newest boss in place at the Sky Dragon Hotel, Mr. Zhang Bing Zhang. The newest boss? Zhang, Mr. Zhang? Pang Biao's entire body felt like it was going to explode as Wang Ba's words exploded in his mind like a thunderbolt. Asshole, why don't you apologize to General Manager Zhang immediately? Wang Ba once again let out a furious rebuke. Pang Biao's entire body was dumbfounded as he looked at Zhang Bing, stuttering and saying with great reluctance, Zhang, Mr. Zhang, it's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize him Tai. Ha! Zhang Bing looked at Pang Biao, who was like a different person before and after, and completely lost the look of wanting to eat himself just now. Weren't you just screaming for joy? Pang Biao lowered his head, not daring to talk back. Alright, keep your mouth clean from now on, I don't have any grudges against you. Remember, no more hitting on Tina, and Tina's dad is hospitalized here, you know what to do? Yes. Pang Biao gulped. Although he was also a person with energy, he was certainly no match for Wang Ba, who was worth billions of dollars, and even Wang Ba was respectful to Zhang Bing. Tianlong Hotel had become Zhang Bing's without him even realizing it, so how could he dare to offend such a person? Everything is done according to your instructions, Mr. Zhang. Humph. Seeing this, Zhang Bing gave a cold snort of disdain, looked at Wang Ba, and said, "Alright, this is a hospital, not a food market, hurry up and disperse." Wang Ba nodded and waved his hand, then with his men, he quickly left. Seeing this, Zhang Bing also stopped saying anything and walked towards the ward in front of him before closing the door. All the people in the hospital were stunned. No one expected that the so young Zhang Bing was actually the boss behind the Tianlong Hotel. Seeing Zhang Bing going and returning so quickly, Zhang Tingting hurriedly moved forward and said with concern, "How is it? Did Nurse Qin help you out?" Zhang Bing laughed and didn't admit or deny it. "Matron Qin is a good person, she helped me a lot before when my dad first came to the hospital." Zhang Tingting lamented. And at this time, Zhang Yunfeng had already been awake for a few minutes. Zhang Tingting also informed the matter in detail, seeing Zhang Bing. Although Zhang Yunfeng was still unable to move, he still said gratefully, "Young Master Zhang, thank you. It's a blessing for our old Zhang family that Tingting knows you." "Uncle Zhang, you're welcome, I'm not a young master, just call me Zhang Bing." Zhang Bing said modestly. And just then, there was a knock on the door outside the hospital room. A nurse poked her head in and shouted in a low voice, "Zhang, Mr. Zhang, the head nurse's side asks you to go to her office." "Okay." Zhang Bing agreed and said hello to Zhang Yunfeng, Zhang Tingting's father and daughter, before getting up and going to find Qin Yuan. Office of the chief nurse. As soon as Zhang Bing walked in, he looked straight in the eyes. In front of him, a beautiful woman with a hot body, wearing a short skirt, black silk, and a glimpse of a black halter top was standing there waiting for herself. This beauty was none other than the head nurse, Qin Yuan. "What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman before." Qin Yuan gave a cold snort without any good humor, then walked over and closed the office door. Zhang Bing smiled awkwardly and said, "I didn't expect that such a famous head nurse of a tertiary hospital would actually be so young and good-looking." Put. Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh before bending down to pour water for Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing watched from behind and exclaimed in his heart. The plump, rounded rear is simply decapitating. This made the first scene that came to his mind was the first time he went to look at houses with Wang Roland. But Qin Yuan, this is a real extreme special thing, although almost 30, but still single and unmarried, extremely well maintained. That kind of mature charm is definitely something that younger women can't have. "Hey, can't see that you're so young and colorful." Qin Yuan stood up and handed water to Zhang Bing, ranting. "Sister, a fair lady, a gentleman, I'm flirtatious but not nasty." Zhang Bing defended. Tisk. Qin Yuan sat down, then said, "It's really hard to tell, I didn't expect that you're actually the boss behind the Heavenly Dragon Hotel, and that Wang Ba is actually willing to sell such a core hotel to you." Chapter 18, The Beautiful Nurse. Sister is overstating it, I call this low-key. Zhang Bing laughed. Qin Yuan had a pair of eyes that were watery and staring at Zhang Bing, which made Zhang Bing feel a little less than good. He had a feeling that he would definitely have something happen with Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan is almost 30, and he himself is only 19. He had little resistance to this kind of mature imperial girl. "Brother, do you know why I asked you to come to my office?" Qin Yuan opened her mouth and asked. Zhang Bing shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Qin Yuan suddenly turned serious all of a sudden and said, "How did you become proficient in the art of acupuncture? And the results are so great, Zhang Yunfeng's kind of disease usually has a very low success rate for surgery. This time, Pang Biao was able to obtain success perfectly, and it should be the result of the acupuncture you did before the operation." Hearing this, Zhang Bing probably understood in his heart. Qin Yuan was interested in her acupuncture technique, but it was an ancient medical technique rewarded by the system, so she definitely couldn't reveal it to anyone. Besides, ancient medical techniques are all-encompassing, not just acupuncture. He had simply tried to utilize one of them. "Sister Hope, it looks like you're interested in my acupuncture skills." "Not bad." Qin Yuan didn't hide anything and directly admitted, "I'm not going to hide it from you, my grandfather suffers from the same disease as Zhang Yunfeng, but has been under effective medication control. Now that he's getting older, he can't be completely cured unless he undergoes surgery. But this surgery, as you know, is extremely risky and has a very low success rate." Zhang Bing instantly understood for a second and asked with a smile, "Does Sister Yuan want me to use acupuncture to treat your grandfather first before operating?" Yes, brother is so smart. Qin Yuanyuan smiled sweetly. Zhang Bing had a good impression of Qin Yuanyuan. After all, just now Qin Yuanyuan personally said that she would help him solve Peng Biao's problem, even though it would not be useful in the end. However, he wanted to tease Qin Yuanyuan, a stunning imperial sister, first. It's okay, but what's in it for me, Hope? How much do you want? Make an offer. Qin Yuanyuan said briskly. Ha ha. Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. He is worth $75 billion, although it is given in batches, but now he is also sitting on a set of mansions, 80% of the shares of Tianlong Hotel, like a person who lacks money? Although he still didn't know what background Qin Yuanyuan's family had, there were only a handful of people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who could be worth $75 billion. Sister Hope, you see I'm the one who's short on money. Qin Yuanyuan was a bit embarrassed, realizing that she had just spoken without thinking. It's also true that the Sky Dragon Hotel is making money day in and day out, and it's all becoming yours. So what do you want? Zhang Bing shook his head and laughed. I don't really seem to be lacking anything. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan became a bit anxious. She instantly raised her beautiful legs in black silk and stretched them out towards Zhang Bing. Brother, if you can help Zhang Tingting, you can also help your sister, right? Zhang Bing was shocked in his heart and said, this is a beauty trick? Brother. Zhang Bing felt his bones getting crispy, being called brother and brother by Qin Yuanyuan in such a delicate manner. Hope, I'm teasing, don't worry, I'll take care of your grandfather. He. Getting Zhang Bing's promise, Qin Yuanyuan immediately smiled wryly. But I can't say what your grandfather's current condition is without seeing it for myself. We can make an appointment later and I'll check it out. Qin Yuanyuan nodded, put on her high heels and stood up, saying, let's do it 2 days later, I'll call you in 2 days, and we'll go see my grandfather together then. If you can do this favor, my Qin family won't treat you badly, yo. Saying that, Qin Yuanyuan even flashed a flirtatious smile at Zhang Bing. The two then left the office together. After making an appointment with Qin Yuanyuan, Zhang Bing went to the ward to greet Zhang Tingting and Zhang Yunfeng before leaving the hospital. He went straight to the Sky Dragon Hotel. By the time he arrived at the Tianlong Hotel, Lin Jin's ability to do his job was efficient and speedy. Already everything is in order and Renee Wang is on board. Mr. Zhang. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Wang Ruolin, Lin Jin, and the other managers of the hotel shouted respectfully when they saw Zhang Bing coming. Zhang Bing also responded politely to the crowd one by one. He then went directly to Wang Ruolin's office. Mr. Zhang, why don't I give you a massage? Wang Ruolin was wearing a professional dress book with a hot body. However, Zhang Bing's interest had waned quite a bit at this point, mainly because there was no harm without comparison. Lin Hanyue, Zhang Tingting, including Qin Yuanyuan, who she had just met, these three YouTubers were all outside of Wang Ruolin. Wang Ruolin's only advantage is openness, as a salesman comes from the world, she knows more about men's hearts and has a high emotional intelligence. That's fine, it just so happens that I'm a bit tired. After thinking about it, Zhang Bing did not refuse. Sit directly in the boss's chair and cross your legs. Seeing this, Wang Ruolin walked over and directly squatted down, her full peaks revealing at least a large portion of them. I want to know some information about the 8th floor clubhouse, have you learned anything about it since you took over? Zhang Bing asked as he closed his eyes and enjoyed himself. Mr. Zhang, there are a total of 88 staff members in the 8th floor clubhouse, including 20 people from the United States, Japan, and South Korea, with an average age of 25 years old, a height of 1 meter 6.5, and 3 circumferences respectively. The price is... While massaging, Wang Ruolin informed the situation of the 8th floor clubhouse in detail as if it were a family affair. Not bad, I really didn't look at the wrong person. Zhang Bing was very satisfied with Wang Ruolin's attentiveness, after all, it had only been a few hours since he took over. 88 people, 20 from foreign countries. Zhang Bing thought into Fifi in his heart, no wonder it was as hard for Li to be killed by himself as if he had died as his own father. These 88 people, changing one for each day by themselves, would be able to stay the same for 3 months in a row. It's great to be rich. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious villa, Wang Ba, Wang Chang's father and son, as well as Li Guoqing and Peng Biao gathered together. A few people's faces were unsightly, all because of Zhang Bing's appearance. Mr. Wang, I just can't bear this breath. Li cursed, being fired outright had left him in tatters. Various benefits in the past, the company's employees dive on the power to dive completely gone. Mr. Wang, I'm just like Mr. Lee, it's really hard to sleep and eat until this bad breath is out of my mouth. Pang Biao was the same, today was the most humiliating day of his life. Dad, and me, I'm the same. Wang Chang hated Zhang Bing even more. Not only did he take away his favorite, Lin Hanyue, he also hit him right in the head and made him bleed, and ended up picking his peaches. Wang Ba's heart is also exceptionally angry. The well-run Tianlong Hotel is gone like this. Arrangement of all the close friends were sidelined and suppressed, their own sons, brothers all suffered a variety of losses. Olmi isn't happy in my heart either, but even though this Zhang Bing isn't very old, his methods aren't weak. Especially since who knows what his background is? But this vengeance must be avenged, but allow me to figure out where to start first. Chapter 19, Invitation from the Lin family. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Bing came to school. Although he is sitting on a fortune of $75 billion, he has obtained a set of ancient medical skills, and now he is the boss behind the Tianlong Hotel. But the overall identity is still that of a freshman at the University of the Arts, and the books are still to be read. Just after arriving at the entrance of the school building, he ran into Lin Hanyue head-on. The two of them looked at each other, and Lin Hanyue instantly had a blush appear on her fair face. Zhang Bing looked a little moved, after the last time inside the suite. In his heart, he was even more itching for this Qingchun goddess, especially when he thought of Lin Hanyue's every move at that time under the onset of the drug's effect. With his body and his sexy three-piece, he couldn't wait to put him in his place. Lin Hanyue was very embarrassed, but she still nodded at Zhang Bing and walked over. Are you free tonight? Lin Hanyue said softly. Yes, anytime. Zhang Bing replied. My dad wants to invite you to my house for dinner tonight. Lin Hanyue's voice was very thin as she lowered her head and said. This way. Zhang Bing pretended to be a bit embarrassed. If it was Lin Jin who invited him to dinner, he honestly didn't want to go. After all, Lin Jin had dug his heels in every day since he knew his identity, just to be his father-in-law's old man. You're not willing? Lin Hanyue raised her head, some dissatisfaction within her eyes. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that why didn't your father tell me himself? Zhang Bing asked. Oof. Lin Hanyue suddenly stretched out her hand and pinched hard towards Zhang Bing's arm. Must people explicitly say it, is I want to invite you to dinner, want to thank you last time. Saying that, Lin Hanyue was really shy and turned around to run away. Zhang Bing laughed, looking at Lin Hanyue's perfect back, he knew that the goddess had already fallen. What he was blissfully unaware of was that inside the opposite floor, Wang Chang was silently watching all of this. Since the last time he knew Zhang Bing's identity in the hotel, Wang Chang had been unconvinced in his heart even though he did not dare to say anything more on his lips. Yesterday after plotting with his own father, Li Guoqin, Pang Biao and a few others. His own father eventually came up with a masterstroke and secretly bled heavily to take revenge on Zhang Bing. Young Wan, what exactly is this freshman Zhang Bing? At your command, the brothers have already helped you out with this. A few followers who usually followed Wang Chang around were very puzzled, they knew about Wang Chang's family power. Not the best at the University of the Arts, but definitely very good. The last time he was hit in the face by Zhang Bing so publicly, Wang Chang never dared to retaliate back, which was hard for them to understand, and it was not in line with Wang Chang's consistent style. There are some things you don't know, don't ask too many questions, just follow what this young man says. Don't worry, today, Ma Gongzi's side will step in to suppress and dampen this brat's flames. Mr. Horse. Upon hearing those three words, these followers all showed shocked faces. As a matter of fact, Zhang Bing was indeed oblivious to this. He went to his classroom and casually wandered around, realizing that it wasn't much fun. The prettiest in the entire art department was Lin Hanyue, who now had her heart set on herself, and both of them were physically touching each other inside the room. So although the other female classmates occasionally had good-looking ones, the whole was not even comparable to Wang Wolin. Bored, he went straight to Vice Principal Qin Ming and tried to get Zhang Tingting to come to school as well. Although Kyoto University of Arts is an art school, it is also a double first-class 985. Zhang Tingting's art cells are very good, and her heart also desires to further her education and study, but her family is not able to do so, and this point was briefly talked about by the two of them when they were in the hospital yesterday. But he realized that Qin Ming didn't know if he was really that decent, or if he wasn't doing his job. After speaking his mind, Qin Ming neither explicitly refused nor directly agreed, anyway, it was an ambiguous attitude. This made Zhang Bing feel doubly speechless, so he could only think of turning around to see if he could get Lin Jin to step in and talk to Qin Ming. However, just as Zhang Bing walked out of the principal's office and walked on the pathway of the campus, a group of students, both male and female, mostly girls, sat on the stone benches in front of them. Zhang Bing did not recognize these people, and at a glance, they were sophomore and junior brothers and sisters. Stop! Just as Zhang Bing felt curious, a male student shouted at him. Zhang Bing stopped and looked at the male student, relatively handsome in appearance, should be a year or two older than himself. Senior brother, you called me? Zhang Bing asked more politely. Who's your senior? Get over here. The man had a very arrogant attitude and shouted at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing instantly felt a pang of displeasure in his heart and did not walk over. That's when a few other students turned on him and reprimanded him. Kid, are you deaf? Young Qin told you to get your ass over here, didn't you hear? Do you not want to be in school anymore? Zhang Bing snorted coldly. He had always been someone who would not take the initiative to cause trouble, but he was definitely not someone who was afraid of trouble either. Do I know you guys well? Ha! Qin Xiao Qinji stood up, only to see that he had two stunning beauties beside him on his left and right. These two beauties had hot bodies, and although they looked like art school students, they were definitely the kind that played very fancy. The overall looks and temperament have no problem comparing to Wang Wolin, and the body is even better than ever. You're the freshman named Zhang Bing who's been in the limelight lately, aren't you? Qinshi put one arm around a girl, his tone filled with disdain. I hear you're very pretentious and arrogant in your Maybach S680? Hearing this, Zhang Bing also understood. These people seemed to have deliberately waited for themselves here, presumably to look for trouble. However, he was curious. He had only come to report for a few days, and he had also clashed with Wang Chang over Lin Hanyue. He didn't recognize any of these people. Could it be that just because he had just come to report and the system had rewarded him with a Maybach, it made this group of rich kids look the other way? What? The main road leads to the sky, each going their own way. What has offended you guys? Zhang Bing asked calmly. Humph. Qinji coldly grunted, Kid, don't think you're so crazy just because you have a few dimes in your pocket. The waters of art school are deep, you have to show strength to play the game, understand? If you have something to say, please be straightforward. Zhang Bing didn't want to talk nonsense and couldn't figure out what this group of people really wanted. Yo, it seems like you're really crazy, daring to be so arrogant in front of young Qin. Looks like we're going to have to teach you a lesson today. A couple of rich kids were laughing and starting to get up in arms. With a wave of Qinji's hand, these few rich kids immediately shut up. Then his eyes signaled the several sexy female classmates beside him, who immediately understood, and then stood in a straight line, all of them half squatting and spreading their legs. Kid, blame it on the fact that you messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with, too much bravado, and someone looking at you the wrong way. This young man will simply give you a head start today. You will be let off if you honestly get underneath their pants now. Otherwise, with a casual word from us, Kyoto University of Arts will keep you from staying. Chapter 20, The Son of the Richest Man. Nima, actually want me to drill a woman's crotch. Zhang Bing immediately came to fire, originally thought that Qinji's group of rich second generation was at most having trouble with himself. I didn't expect to go so far as to try to drill myself into the pants of these beautiful women. What kind of person is he? A super rich man in the top 20 of the Forbes list, drilling a woman's crotch, how can this be? If I don't do as I'm told, what can you do to me? Qinji sneered and threatened, little old brother, we know that you have some strength, and you're still the owner of the Sky Dragon Hotel. What is this in our circle? Do you know that Kyoto University of Arts is known as a rich man's paradise, understand? Zhang Bing was shocked in his heart. He did not expect Qinji's group to know quite a lot. It suddenly occurred to him, could it be that this group was instructed by Wang Chang? Looks like you guys know a lot, what? Did Wang Chang ask you guys to come? Ha! Kid, what the hell are those dimes in Wang Chang's pocket in our eyes? Just by the fact that he's not even worthy of lifting this young man's shoes. Qinji and the others were disdainful, their words dripping with contempt for Wang Chang. Since it wasn't Wang Chang who instructed you to come and find trouble, who was it? If you're capable, let him come in person. Zhang Bing said angrily. He also couldn't figure out that he had only been at the Jingdu Art University for a few days. The only ones who are in conflict with themselves are the Wangs, Peng Biao, and Li Guoqing. Humph. Qinji coldly grunted, cut the crap, you're not qualified enough to know about our circle. Drill through honestly or suffer the consequences. If I don't drill? Zhang Bing was no longer polite and his tone turned very tough. Shinji's face sank, and with a wave of his hand, several strong and powerful radicals came over. These people look like they are sports specialists who entered the Kyoto University of Arts to mix up their education. Kid, you can either freaking drill yourself or we'll help you. Zhang Bing was not the least bit afraid and said angrily, "What? This is a school, do you still want to engage in that social behavior? So what if it's a school?" Shinji had an extremely arrogant attitude and said disdainfully, "No matter where we are, we can easily clean you up." And just then, a number of students passing by gathered around. This is a mix of different faculties and most of them are still girls. Soon, someone recognized Zhang Bing. "Isn't that a freshman who just came in freshman year? I think his name is Zhang Bing." "Yeah, just started school and I heard he got a Maybach S680 and hooked up with the art department's flower. TSK, I heard that I ended up donating the Maybach and offending Wang Chang." Many students gathered together and started talking about Zhang Bing. Seeing that there were more and more people, Shinji's group didn't care at all. Instead, he threatened even more arrogantly, "Kid, I'll make sure you become the joke of the school today. Do it." With Shinji's command, those few gym students surrounded them, wanting to forcefully hold Zhang Bing down to drill the girl's crotch. Zhang Bing clenched his fists, but it was clear that with his own strength he could not be a match for these bullish and tall gym students. "If you get held down by this group today and drill a bunch of girls in the crotch, you could jump off a building tomorrow. Drop." The system has detected that the host is in danger, and is urgently rewarding a set of ancient martial arts. Please accept it immediately. The host, the ancient martial art has the same value as the ancient medical art. Just at this critical moment, a system alert sounded in his head. Ancient martial arts. Well, great, it came at the right time. Accept, come on. Zhang Bing didn't have any hesitation. Soon, there was a massive influx of information in his mind, just like the last time he had the ancient healing technique, as if he was born with it. "Everyone watch, this is what happens when you go against our circle." Seeing that a few of his own had simply held Zhang Bing down, Shinji shouted at the crowd of onlookers. Many students have pulled out their cell phones with the intention of filming it all. Although Shinji was a junior, he was well known at the University of the Arts. He belongs to the top group of rich kids in the whole school, and it is rumored that his family is not only rich. Vice Principal Qin Ming seems to be his uncle, with a very hard background. The bottom line is that the University of the Arts has a famous clique, and the people in this clique aren't just rich. Especially the boss of this circle, Macho, whose father is a nationally recognized super rich man, and is even known as the richest man in Kyoto. Moreover, Macho is also a national fighting champion with superior combat strength and an unlimited future. Like Wang Chang, this kind of a little bit of thuggish breath, worth billions of dollars of family, simply cannot enter this Macho, Shinji, this top layer of the circle. Damn it, can I still be bullied by you guys? Zhang Bing looked at a large group of students taking pictures and suddenly yelled. The muscles of his body quickly erupted with a powerful force, directly forcing the few gym students holding him down to bounce away. Under the astonished gazes of these few gym students, he cupped his fists and swept his fist across the room. The entirety of these gym students were dumbfounded, and before they could react, they were knocked to the ground by a collective punch. This scene caused everyone to be petrified in place on the spot. Martial arts? He actually knows martial arts? Wow, that's so cool. Many of the onlookers let out gasps of surprise. Shinji was also dumbfounded, somewhat unable to believe what had just happened. These sports students were usually muscle monsters, with arms thicker than other people's waists, and they were actually knocked down by Zhang Bing with a single punch. Didn't you want me to drill my pants? Zhang Bing snorted coldly and walked directly towards Shinji. Now are you going to drill yourself, or am I going to help you? Shinji swallowed and looked at the dense crowd. Shay, so what if you can fight? Do you know what status young Qin has? Without waiting for Shinji to respond, the two sexy beauties beside him opened their mouths to speak sarcastically. Zhang Bing didn't bother with the two girls, stared at Shinji and yelled, "Say, who ordered you?" Although Shinji was surprised, he wasn't afraid. This was the bottom line determined by his family's power. A couple of things, but what can you plan in this day and age? Just you, it doesn't matter if this young man tells you, it's boss mom who sees you as a bad influence, understand? Zhang Bing had his doubts. He had just arrived and was still not very clear about the top circle of this group of imperial relatives in Kyoto. However, it was obvious that when Shinji said the three words boss ma, the surrounding chatter stopped. Apparently, all the students, boys and girls alike, were quite afraid of this boss ma. Humph. Thinking of this, he coldly grunted, I don't care what you are, boss horse, boss bull. Now it's your turn, drill your pants immediately. You're dreaming. Shinji's attitude was disdainful and his tone was still wild. Alright, since you're not taking the initiative, I'll help you. Zhang Bing said and directly rushed over. His speed was very fast, and he directly reached out and grabbed Shinji with one hand, like a tight band, pinching Shinji's wrist with raw pain, and could not break free at all. Let go, let go. Let go of me right now or I'll talk to Boss Ma and have you expelled from school immediately. Shinji remained arrogant as usual, being pinched by Zhang Bing with one hand, he screamed wildly despite the pain. Zhang Bing was not spoiled, and then while letting go, he grabbed Shinji's throat with one hand and fought to lift him up with one hand. This exaggerated scene caused everyone to hold their breath and watch incredulously. Especially the bullish and tall gym students had their eyes glazed over. Chapter 21, A Date with the Richest Man's Son. What a force to lift an adult male weighing at least 70 kilograms with one hand. If so many people hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Shinji right, remember that. I don't care how high class your circle is, get your ass back there and tell your horse, cow, and dog bosses. Wash up and wait for me, Zhang Bing, will personally go and ask for lessons. After saying that, Zhang Bing threw himself in a smooth motion, directly throwing Shinji out and falling on his face. This time, Shinji was much more honest, and there was some trepidation along with the anger flashing inside his eyes. All of the surrounding onlookers gulped, with the same hint of awe inside their eyes. After that, Zhang Bing did not say another word, snorted coldly, and directly raised his head and left. Everyone took the initiative to make a lane for him and watched his figure gradually disappear into the campus pathway. Young Qin, are you alright? Young Qin, how are you doing, you're not hurt? Several sexy and hot female students immediately came over and assisted Shinji with a pandering face. The few gym students who had been knocked over by Zhang Bing's punch earlier also came over. Shinji's face was as ugly as eating, as the top second generation of the University of the Arts. This was the first time he had been so humiliated in public. After Zhang Bing's side had finished teaching Shinji's gang a lesson, he realized that there was nothing much to do, so he planned to go to the Kyoto hospital to see Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting's father and daughter. On the other hand, the fact that Shinji had been taught a lesson by Zhang Bing at school spread quickly as if it had grown wings. Art schools are mostly for girls, and women's mouths are very quick with legendary news. For a while, it was all over the school. No way, is this class of schoolboys so fierce? What's the background of that Zhang Bing's family, even a top second generation like Shinji dares to mess with it? Hush, I heard that this Zhang Bing also has not a small amount of energy. On the first day of reporting he donated a Maybach worth $10 million, mysterious. The news is all over the place, and various versions of the rumor are out there. And as the person concerned, Shinji was self-conscious of losing face, and angrily left the school directly, wearing a person to a garden villa outside the school. You all wait outside, I'll go into Boss Ma. Shinji said, looking a little restrained, then walked towards the inside of the villa. In the villa, a young handsome man was practicing boxing. This man was none other than Macho, known as Boss Ma, who had the strongest background in Kyoto Art School. His father, Ma Yunting, is known as the richest man in Kyoto, and his family is prominent. Boss Ma. Shinji stood outside and shouted in a low voice. Macho then paused before signaling Shinji to come in. Boss Ma, things went wrong. Shinji was a bit afraid of Macho and said with his head bowed. Macho couldn't tell how much his expression had changed, and sat straight down. Then quickly from the house out of the two shirtless pants, hot and unbelievably beautiful women walked over, squatting on his left and right sides to give him a massage. Sparing Shinji's extensive knowledge, he couldn't help but take one more look at these two fully nude beauties, who were actually first-line actresses active on the screens of the Dragon Kingdom. And both actresses had solid gold dog chains around their necks. Boss Ma, according to your instructions, today I personally went to meet that freshman Zhang Bing, but Shinji somewhat dare not open his mouth. After all, things are done badly, he also face her lost. Speak. Macho commanded lightly as he lay back. That kid is all about high force value. Those gym students following us couldn't even take a punch from him, and there's me who got beaten up too. And then there's the fact that the kid is so crazy that he said he's going to come after you in person. After saying all this, Shinji didn't dare to utter a single breath. The power of the Ma family is definitely of the first-class kind in Kyoto, and even their Qin family can't touch the porcelain. Oh? When Macho heard Shinji's report, he was obviously only slightly surprised and didn't take it too seriously. From what you said, I'd love to meet this Zhang Bing. Boss Ma, with your status, that freshman Zhang Bing isn't qualified enough for you to personally come out. Xinji patted his horse's ass. Ha! Macho sneered and lifted his leg, and the two popular actresses immediately squatted on the ground with intent. Since it was the Wang family side that spent a huge amount of money to find my family's driver, plus it's been a long time since this young man showed his face at school. Just in time, this young man has itchy bored hands. When Xinji heard this, he was shocked and quickly asked, Boss Ma, are you going to school? Ma Chao just faintly answered. Then he instructed, you go and inform your uncle Qin Ming and the relevant people at the school later, tell them that this major general is going to return to the school in person, and tell them to make sure they're ready. Good. Qin Ji hurriedly agreed. Ma Chao usually seldom showed up, just hung around the school and went whenever he wanted to, without anyone daring to care. In other words, as long as Ma Chao was at school, or even on the street, as long as he valued any virtuous woman, he would directly take her by force, and in the end, it would end up unsettled. The relevant authorities do not care and the relevant media will all turn a blind eye. This is the difference between powerful families and ordinary rich families. Also, notify the relevant people in the school that this young man is going to personally clean up that freshman Zhang Bing. Let the entire school, teachers and students, gather on the playground. This young man will let everyone witness what is meant by true strength. On the other hand, Zhang Bing went to the hospital and visited Zhang Yunfeng, and at the same time, he also told Zhang Tingting about his thoughts. Intends to use the relationship, Zhang Tingting broken through the back door into the Kyoto University of Arts to further study. This made Zhang Tingting excited. After all, Kyoto University of Arts, although it is an art class, but in the whole Dragon Country is also double first class, art students heart the best school. It would take a very strong background to get connections in. After saying hello, I saw that the time had come to afternoon. Zhang Bing then got up to say goodbye and left the hospital. He had to rush to the Lin family for the banquet now. At this time, the Lin family, Lin Jin and Macho couple specially decorated their home cottage with a very cozy and romantic setup, and also put their home nannies on vacation in advance. Everything is done by the couple themselves. Hubby, do we have to do this? Wouldn't it be better to go out and find a fancy restaurant to host Mr. Zhan? Do we have to tire ourselves out and set it up ourselves? Macho complained. A woman's family just has long hair and short knowledge. Lin Jin explained, Zhang Bing is only 19 years old, 1 year younger than Hanyue, and was able to directly buy the Wang family's lifeblood, the Tianlong Hotel, without moving. To this Wang Ba of fart do not dare to put, this kind of people what have not eaten, have not seen, will be poor money do not see the knowledge? These types of people want heart, get it? Hearing Lin Jin say that, Macho looked thoughtful. Well, hurry up and go see if that girl Hanyue has packed her makeup yet? Tell her to try to show as much as she can of her thighs tonight, wear as short a skirt as she can, wear as much as she can of her suspenders, and in a word, try to evening out Zhang Bing by all means. Chapter 22, A Really Special Dinner. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Although Lin Hanyue was very reluctant, she couldn't resist her parents' softening and coercion. Coupled with the fact that she did have some anticipation and delight in her heart for her meeting with Zhang Bing this evening, she still broke her previous image of youthful innocence. At the moment she was wearing a rare pair of high heels, her hair, and a black halter dress that was too short to be worn. The whole thing looked radiant, especially with the evening gown outlining the fullness of her behind all to the fullest. This would definitely cause a stir if it were normally on campus, or on the street. Completely different from her usual noble and innocent image, she turned into a sexy cold-eyed style. Not bad. Lin Jin was satisfied with Lin Hanyue's transformation, but still nitpicked, it would be better if this chest was pulled down a bit more. Lin Hanyue was a bit angry and said, Dad, why don't I just not wear anything? Asshole, what do you know? Lin Jin educated, shedding the child cannot trap the wolf. If you can successfully evening out Zhang Bing, our Lin family will not have to worry about anything from now on. In response, Lin Hanyue felt speechless and helpless. It was also fortunate that it was Zhang Bing, so she was willing to do so. Alright, don't dawdle, hurry up and wait at the door, Zhang Bing should be arriving soon, be smart. Lin Jin urged. At this moment, Zhang Bing also took a taxi to the entrance of the Lin family's upscale neighborhood. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he saw Lin Hanyue, who was tall, curvy to the extreme, wearing high heels and a black halter dress, waiting for him. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misread the situation. Today's Lin Hanyue can only be described in 2 words, that is sexy. 9 points. Zhang Bing secretly marveled in his heart. before he scored 8 points. That was Lin Hanyue in the state of green purity. Nowadays, Lin Hanyue in this getup was perfect. So as the saying goes, cuteness is usually worthless in the face of sexiness. Don't look at it like that, it's making people feel weirdly embarrassed. Lin Hanyue pouted. After the ambiguous contact in the hotel last time, now Lin Hanyue's mind had gradually liberalized a bit. Senior sister, I didn't expect you to be so perfect when dressed up. Zhang Bing sighed. Really? Lin Hanyue asked. 1,000 times true, it's no exaggeration to say that those big stars on TV can't be compared to you. Zhang Bing's words were indeed from the bottom of his heart, and his heart was unusually excited. Alright, you're the one who can talk, my parents are ready and told me to pick you up here, let's go in. Lin Hanyue said politely. Walking into the Lin family's small villa, Zhang Bing took a glance at the environment and saw that it was carefully decorated. Although he didn't really care about this, at least this was Linjin, Macho and his wife's intentions. Uncle Lin, Auntie Miao, thank you for your hard work, why are you so polite? Ha! Linjin hurriedly came up to greet him, saying, Mr. Zhang, ordinary family banquet, just don't mind. Yes, Mr. Zhang, you're young and talented, and you're willing to show your face and come to our home for dinner, it really makes our Lin family's house shine, please have a seat. The couple opened their mouths while frantically making eyes at Lin Hanyue. Lin Hanyue didn't refuse, she took the initiative to walk over and pulled Zhang Bing to sit down. So Zhang Bing was no longer polite and took his seat graciously. Throughout the process, Lin Jin and Miao Shou were touting him, from the height and looks of the voice is really 360 degrees without a dead angle, inside and outside touted once. This made Zhang Bing almost believe that he was really that good? Lin Hanyue didn't say much, but her face was flushed the entire time. Underneath her seat, the garter couldn't cover her figure at all, and she looked even more attractive in the deliberately modulated lighting. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Jin, Miao Shou couple poured 4 glasses of wine, signaling everyone to drink a cup together. Zhang Bing didn't refuse this and drank it down in one quick gulp, while Lin Hanyue only gently took a small sip. Mr. Zhang, your aunt and I suddenly remembered that we still have to go out for a bit, I'm really sorry. Look, you eat slowly here and let Hanyue keep you company. With that, Lin Jin and Miao Shou stood up. Zhang Bing secretly laughed in his heart, this couple was really interesting. Dad, Mom. Lin Hanyue certainly understood her parents' intentions, which were nothing more than creating opportunities for herself and Zhang Bing. Although she did like Zhang Bing in her heart right now, but since she had been subtle since childhood, today's outfit was already an unprecedented first. Hanyue, treat Mr. Zhang well, don't say much else, your mom and I really have something to go out for. Mr. Zhang, enjoy your meal, I'm really sorry. After saying that, the couple didn't dare so much as to turn around and open the door and walk out. Soon, only Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue were left in the room. The air instantly fell into an ambiguous, and somewhat awkward, atmosphere. Your parents are really busy. Zhang Bing laughed. Nasty. Lin Hanyue snapped. Zhang Bing glanced at Lin Hanyue, and that perfect figure close at hand really made his heart flutter. Looks like your parents are trying to create opportunities for us. Lin Hanyue lowered her head and didn't say anything, wanting to avoid the topic. But suddenly, a familiar feeling came over me. Zhang Bing, I suddenly feel so hot. It's hot, I seem to be a bit parched too. Zhang Bing said without thinking. The two of them instantly looked at each other, and a strange luster flickered inside their eyes. Zhang Bing, I'm really hot, the same feeling as the last time I was in the hotel suite. Zhang Bing instantly realized a big problem. He was also parched in his heart at the moment, especially seeing the yukai close at hand. This couple is really desperate, it's not possible that they drugged the wine. At this time, Lin Hanyue stood up, her dimpled figure exposed. Zhang Bing was also a bit unable to hold back, he also stood up and instinctively moved forward to hug Lin Hanyue. Lin Hanyue's eyes began to drift, her breathing began to become rapid, and she didn't refuse. Let's go to bed. Zhang Bing's heartbeat was accelerating frantically, and he also felt that his brain was deprived of oxygen and his consciousness was occupied. Why are you like this? It must have been your parents who deliberately drugged the wine. Zhang Bing explained. How? Zhang Bing, you have to be responsible for me. Zhang Bing couldn't care less at this time, last time he didn't want to take advantage of people's danger, plus the system let him resist the temptation to offer rewards, so it was very hard to endure. But this time he was drugged himself, and no longer cared that much. Wake up the next day. The two hugged each other tightly, looking at the roughly torn gowns and underwear that littered the floor. Lin Hanyue lay in Zhang Bing's arms, and her entire body seemed to be ripe for the picking. Zhang Bing was also feeling a bit tired. The battle last night was too intense. Hey! Zhang Bing wrapped his arms around the white and tender Lin Hanyue and sighed oddly. What are you sighing for? Do you not want to be responsible? Lin Hanyue pinched Zhang Bing and snapped. No, I didn't mean that. Zhang Bing hurriedly explained. Now it was good that he was still so young, and was positively putting Lin Hanyue to sleep. What about Zhang Tingting? What about Wang Yuklin? There was also the head nurse, Jin Yuan, who made his heart flutter, and the 88 staff members of the Tianlong Hotel. This is really hanging on to a tree now. Chapter 23. Something's going on. It was once said by a great writer that the gateway to the female soul is. This made sense, and after the two of them officially fought for a night, Lin Hanyue's entire being let go, and it was considered an official confirmation of their relationship. The two of them saw that it was also early, so they warmed up some more. Just as Zhang Bing was washing and getting dressed, a system beep sounded in his head. Drop. System prompt: the host has successfully chased after department flower Lin Hanyue. Special rewards are now being issued into the host's bank account. This reward is $5 billion in cash. His whole body was so excited that he almost screamed. $5 billion in cash. It's not $5 billion worth of these fancier things, it's a real $5 billion in cash deposits. Even the big boys on the Forbes list may not have that much cash flow. Drip, drip, drip. His cell phone text message suddenly rang, and he pulled it out and opened it. Sure enough, there was a text message alert from the bank that the account under his name had received $5 billion. Looking at the series of zeros behind that was a bit eye-opening. $5 billion in cash, a set of ancient martial arts, a set of medical skills, a mansion, and a 5-star hotel. Zhang Bing's entire body was a bit fluttery. He quickly washed up while Lin Hanyue's side was packed up. But it was also back to its usual youthful dress, and while it still had a tantalizing figure, it wasn't nearly as good as last night's makeup. Let's go to school. Lin Hanyue smiled and walked over, taking the initiative to hold Zhang Bing's hand, saying, "Humph, you're my boyfriend now, you can't get your hands dirty outside." Zhang Bing smiled awkwardly. This was impossible. To be a beggar poor man, that naturally not possible to get into the womanizer, to their own stature strength, even if they do not take the initiative to go, those flowers and plants will be racking their brains to stick up. What cat doesn't eat fish? What monk doesn't recite scripture? Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue had just arrived at the entrance of the art school by car, so they got out of the car together hand in hand and walked in. Lin Hanyue was basically a good boy at school. Her daily life was very simple, and she rarely participated in the corresponding campus activities except for art and painting. After sending her to the door of the art department classroom, Zhang Bing headed downstairs. At this time, his cell phone rang and pulled it out to see that it was Wang Rolin calling. Hey, what's up? Mr. Zhang, where are you? I'll come over to you right away, something big has happened. Wang Rolin's urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm at school, what's up? Zhang Bing asked. It's impossible to say in a moment, meet up and say, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Wang Rolin's side explained. Zhang Bing answered and casually hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, a latest model red BMW arrived at the entrance of the campus. Wang Rolin walked down from the car in a competent outfit and saw that Zhang Bing had long been waiting for himself at the door. Wang Rolin stepped on her high heels and quickly walked over, with an anxious and worried face, saying, Mr. Zhang, something big has happened. What is it? Zhang Bing asked, looking calm. Did you beat up Qin Ji and the others yesterday? Something really big happened here. That's right, just a simple lesson. It's over, this is really bad. Wang Rolin's tone had a hint of crying in it. Is it that exaggerated? I know that Qin Ji's family has a lot of background. I heard that Vice Principal Qin Ming is still his uncle, but so what? Zhang Bing said confidently. His current self was frighteningly strong, and he wasn't afraid of those top-tier rich kids at all. Mr. Zhang, it seems that you don't know yet. The school has already made a public announcement early this morning. Macho is going to come to the school in person, and even asked the school to organize all the teachers and students to set up a ring on the playground, naming you to be taught a lesson in person. Hearing this, Zhang Bing was also a bit surprised. I didn't expect this Macho to be so fancy, making the whole school act collectively, and to teach himself a lesson in front of all the teachers and students. I've seen those who can pretend, but this is the first time I've encountered those who can pretend so well. Hey! Wang Wolin was clearly scared. Mr. Zhang, you just came to the school a few days ago, may not know that Macho is the son of the richest man in Kyoto, Ma Yinting, very conceited in person, and a national martial arts champion. The family is not only rich and powerful. A rich second generation like Wang Chang is really just a poor man with only a few dimes left in his pocket in the eyes of a family of their level, the Ma family. Zhang Bing froze for a moment. This information was indeed unknown to him before. The son of the richest man in Kyoto? National martial arts champion? No wonder it's so powerful that it can just say something and mobilize the whole school. There's also the Chinji's family that isn't simple either, although it might not be as good as the Ma family, I guess, but it's not something you can mess with right now. Humph. After listening to Wang Wolin, Zhang Bing squeezed his fists with a somewhat disdainful expression. The richest man in Kyoto, definitely worth more than $75 billion, definitely richer than himself. But it may not be able to mobilize $5 billion of liquidity at any time as one does now. Comparing to the competition of relationship and background, there is definitely no way to compare yourself. But one has a system, an ancient martial art, and a medical art. As long as it's a fair fight, what's the so-called national martial arts champion Macho? Anyway, things have already happened, so what are you afraid of? I, Zhang Bing, never caused trouble, but I'm definitely not afraid of it. Since this Macho is so fond of pretending, it's nothing more than wanting to make me make a fool out of myself and humiliate me in front of the whole school, and the community die. But who dies in the end, it may not be yet. General Manager Zhang. Wang Wolin, however, did not think this IME and persuaded, this Macho person is lawless and extremely good at saving face. How about, you take the initiative to admit your faults and apologize to him, maybe there's still a chance. No way. Zhang Bing didn't even think about it and directly refused. He looked at Wang Wolin, who was scared to death, and said, Wang Wolin, I told you when I asked you to fill in for Li Guoqing that since you chose to follow me around, you have to remain loyal. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave the Tianlong Hotel immediately and sell your house properly. Mr. Zhang, I didn't mean that. Macho really isn't simple, you really can't mess with him, something big will happen. Really, when he comes to school, I'm afraid it's going to be more than just making a fool out of you in front of the whole school and humiliating you. This guy is perverted, I hear. Wang Wolin explained desperately. Alright, I know, just wait and see when the time comes. Zhang Bing didn't bother to talk nonsense, and after saying this, he walked out of the car. Sure enough, at noon. Kyoto University of Arts campus wall, the radio all blew up. Macho is going to return to the school tomorrow in person and has asked all the students and teachers to gather in the playground tomorrow. He punted freshman Zhang Bing and let it be known that he was going to teach him a lesson in the ring. Soon, the whole campus was plastered everywhere with Macho's personal photos and various moments of competitions in which he had participated in martial arts competitions. Banners were also posted in front of the school. This situation is going to be even more sensational than some big leader or big star coming to school. This shows how arrogant Macho is usually as the son of the richest man in Kyoto. Chapter 24, Invitation from the Nurse Practitioner. Lin Hanyue was also informed of this news, and she was so shocked that she immediately called to inquire about the situation. Zhang Bing knew that he couldn't hide it, and now it had spread throughout the school. So he also made a long story short and told Lin Hanyue the whole story. Lin Hanyue's tone inside the phone was very urgent, even with a hint of crying, listening out to herself very worried. Zhang Bing had to play all sorts of appeasement with his 3-inch tongue, saying that it wasn't that serious and that he would definitely solve it, and said that he would meet in the evening to talk about it, which allowed Lin Hanyue to be a little more at ease. And he was sitting on the school's grove bench, watching the boiling campus. He did not feel any sense of oppression, on the contrary, there was some anticipation in his heart, wanting to meet the son of the richest man in Kyoto, Macho. Shouldn't a student, even if his family is rich and powerful, keep as low a profile as possible? How could it be such a big deal that the whole school was asked to assemble at homecoming? If you want to deal with yourself, just come directly. They also went to the trouble of having the whole school gather in the playground and set up a ring for the whole school to witness. Count yourself unlucky if you run into me, I don't care if your father is the richest man in Kyoto. Zhang Bing clenched his fists and muttered. With this set of ancient martial arts rewarded by the system, a mere national martial arts champion was nothing. At that moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Pulling it out, it was an unknown caller. Hello? Yo, brother, didn't even save your sister's phone number. When Zhang Bing heard it, he instantly heard that it was Qin Yuan, the head nurse of Kyoto Hospital. "Oh, it's you, Hope. TSK, not bad, you can still hear your sister's voice. Where are you?" "I'm coming to pick you up to meet my grandfather. I'm at the Kyoto University of Arts." Zhang Bing told Qin Yuan his location and agreed to meet at the entrance of the school. Qin Yuan's side said that she would come over to lend him in 15 minutes and then hung up. At the entrance of the art school, Zhang Bing was waiting for Qin Yuan to pick himself up. At this time Qin Ji walked over with a group of sports students and a group of sexy and hot female students. "Kid, scared to pee yet?" Qin Ji had a smug look on his face and sneered. "Tomorrow is the day you lose your reputation, you'd better think about it right now immediately. Tomorrow when Boss Ma comes back to schools, how are you going to kneel on the ground? What way to kneel, what way to kowtow? Maybe if Boss Ma is momentarily happy, he can still say something and let you stay in Kyoto." Looking at Qin Ji's group of people's faces, Zhang Bing sarcastically said, "Look at all of you trash, this is at least a double first-class university in the Dragon Kingdom, and you've made it look like a socialite." Ha! Qin Ji had personally experienced Zhang Bing's hands yesterday, so at this moment, he was only letting off steam and did not dare to make a move. "You can be as crazy as you want, after tomorrow, don't worry, you won't even be able to keep your Tianlong hotel." Zhang Bing stared at Qin Ji with somewhat sharp eyes and warned, "You'd better keep your mouth clean, or don't blame me for being impolite to you." Oof. Qin Ji was unimpressed and threatened, "What are you barking at in front of this young man? If you kneel down now and call out a few daddies, kowtow a few times, and then get underneath our pants. Maybe this young man can even help you beg for mercy at Boss Ma's place, ha. Yeah, boy, you're a good fighter aren't you? I hope you won't be beaten to a dog by Boss Ma tomorrow. Boss Ma is a national martial arts champion, TSK. A few of the gym students started to follow suit. Zhang Bing clenched his fists, really hating to just do it, but he held back. It was at this time that a silver Mercedes coupe crossed the road. The car door opened and a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses, high heels, super short pants and a black halter walked down. The beautiful woman had a very hot body, her chest was full and her back was round and steep, it was none other than Qin Yuan. Zhang Bing saw Qin Yuan at a glance, but before he could open his mouth to greet her, he didn't expect Qin Ji to take the lead and trot over. "Cousin, what brings you to our school?" "Qin Ji, what are you doing here? Recently, I heard that you don't study well in school and cause trouble every day, isn't that right?" Qin Yuan glanced at Qin Ji and lectured. "Cousin, who are you listening to? There is no such thing." Qin Ji smiled and treated Qin Yuan in a very respectful manner. "That's good." Qin Yuan took a look at Qin Ji's group. "Where do they look like students?" She couldn't help but frown and asked, "Look at you all, where do you look like students? What are so many of you gathered here for?" Without thinking, Qin Ji turned around and pointed his finger at Zhang Bing, saying, "Cousin, stay out of this, we're teaching a first-timer freshman redneck a lesson." Looking in the direction of Qin Ji's finger, Qin Yuan saw it at a glance. The country bumpkin Qin Ji was talking about was none other than Zhang Bing, who he had come to pick up. In an instant, her face changed dramatically, she removed her sunglasses and reprimanded, "Qin Ji, who are you calling a hick?" Qin Ji was a bit puzzled, but also did not think carefully, did not think that said, "It is this Zhang Bing a just arrived freshman, damn, yesterday also hit me, but he is finished, my boss tomorrow personally come to the school to clean up his bastard, shut your stinking mouth." Qin Yuan burst into a rage, pointed her finger at Qin Ji's nose and lectured. "Are you blind? This is Mr. Zhang Bing Zhang." Now Qin Ji's group froze, not expecting their cousin to actually know Zhang Bing. "Cousin, what Mr. Zhang, isn't he just buying some shares of the Tianlong Hotel, just a few dimes in his pocket, he's nothing in front of us." Qin Yuan's face was ugly, she glared at Qin Ji and no longer cared, walking directly towards Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing also saw what was going on at this time, and did not expect Qin Ji to actually be Qin Yuan's cousin. "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, it looks like Qin Ji must have offended you." Qin Yuan was a bit embarrassed, she had come to pick up Zhang Bing to give her grandfather acupuncture treatment. But by the looks of it, I guess things are going to be yellow. Zhang Bing's face was calm and somewhat yin and yang as he said, "Head nurse, it turns out that the famous Qin Ji, young Qin, is your cousin. This kind of big shot, I'm just a country bumpkin, where am I qualified to offend?" "Aya, brother, don't say that." Qin Yuan immediately revealed a smiling face, naturally hearing that Zhang Bing was dissatisfied in his heart. She then changed her face and directly glared at Qin Ji, educating, "Qin Ji, I don't care what kind of conflict you have with Mr. Zhang, now immediately apologize to Mr. Zhang right away and ask for Mr. Zhang's forgiveness." What? Qin Ji's reaction was exaggerated, although his cousin was a bit surprised to know Zhang Bing, but it was not unusual. After all, Zhang Bing was indeed the owner of the Tianlong Hotel, and in the words of their circle, he still had a few dimes in his pocket. But it was definitely impossible for him to apologize to Zhang Bing. "Cousin, you're not mistaken, I can't wait to get him killed, let me apologize to him, no way." "Okay, Qin Ji, you've gotten hard, haven't you? You don't listen to me, do you? Alright, cousin, even though you guys know each other, so what? A Sky Dragon Hotel is nothing in the eyes of our Qin family." Qin Ji was unimpressed, and also sarcastically commented on Zhang Bing again in front of Qin Yuan, saying, "Yo, no wonder you're so crazy, do you think that just because you know my cousin, you're amazing?" Chapter 25, This is my condition. "Qin Ji, you are too unbridled." Qin Yuan was dying of anger, cursing her cousin Qin Ji is really pure. "I'm warning you, if you don't apologize to Mr. Zhang and gain his forgiveness today, you will definitely regret it." "Alright, cousin." Qin Ji looked indifferent, although he respected Qin Yuan, it didn't mean he was afraid of her. "For me to apologize to him, that's never going to happen. On the contrary, I want to remind you. You'd better keep your distance from him, because tomorrow, Boss Ma will come to the school and will set up the ring to personally take care of him. Don't you get dragged into it when the time comes, while causing the entire family to be implicated." After saying this, Qin Ji had a very arrogant attitude and left, not listening to Qin Yuan at all. This directly exasperated Qin Yuan, who jumped straight to her feet, her full figure undulating up and down. "Brother, I'm sorry, I really didn't realize that Qin Ji had a conflict with you." Seeing Qin Ji leaving, Qin Yuan explained to Zhang Bing with an embarrassed and guilty face. Zhang Bing did not want to make things difficult for Qin Yuan, after all, he still had a very good impression of her. "Sister Hope, this is something I know you don't know about, and that's okay, Qin Ji is Qin Ji, and you're you, and that's something I still have in mind." Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Qin Yuan was finally relieved in her heart. Then he tentatively asked, "Brother, then what you promised me before won't not count, right?" A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Bing's mouth as he said, "A gentleman's word is a promise. What I say certainly counts. But I have a condition now." "What conditions?" "Brother, tell me." Qin Yuan asked. Zhang Bing didn't nag and said, "I can go out and treat your family's old man with acupuncture and moxibustion, but after the treatment, I must ask Qin Ji to apologize to me in public." "Okay, I promise." Qin Yuan agreed readily after a little thought. The duo then got into the silver Mercedes coupe and quickly took off. The Qin family, indeed, is very powerful. Although the assets were not as good as a thug with a bit of social background like Wang Ba, the influence and heritage, certain things could never be measured by mere money. According to Qin Yuan's introduction, the vice president of the University of the Arts, Qin Ming, was the third oldest member of the Qin family. It was also her and Qin Ji's uncle, and Qin Ji's father, Qin Guangming, was still very prominent in the Qin family. And Qin Guangming since young old loved Qin Ji, including the old man of the Qin family also preferred Qin Ji this cousin-grandson. That's why Qin Ji had developed this kind of playboy habit now, but Qin Ji wasn't really bad by nature. The old man of the Qin family used to be a big shot in the officialdom in Kyoto, although he retired, he had many disciples and still had a lot of influence. After understanding some of the Qin family's background, Zhang Bing was still quite touched in his heart. In the Dragon Kingdom, it is always power that dominates everything, and money can only come second. Like in terms of money alone, the Qin family might not be as good as Lin Hanyue's family. However, when it came to true influence and status, the Wang family could not even touch the threshold of the Qin family. Especially after hearing Qin Yuan talk about the lower horse family's side, which could only be described as terrifying. Thinking of this, Zhang Bing also lamented, no wonder Wang Roland would be so frightened, persuading herself to soften and admit weakness, and take the initiative to confess and make amends with Macho. About half an hour later, Qin Yuan watched as the car carried Zhang Bing to the neighborhood where the old man of the Qin family lived. It's not exactly an upscale neighborhood, it's average at best. Brother, although our Qin family is influential, it doesn't mean it's rich. I'm sure it's not comparable to you, my grandfather is usually very decent, so the material conditions are definitely not as good as those rich families. Qin Yuan saw Zhang Bing's doubts and explained while leading the way in front. Zhang Bing followed behind and watched Qin Yuan's plump buttocks, twisting and turning, very sexy. Qin Yuan is nearly 30 years old, single and unmarried, and possesses a mature sensuality unique to her age. This unique temperament was not something that Lin Hanyue, Zhang Tingting could possess. Damn it, Qin, aren't you crazy? I want you to call your cousin's husband when you see me from now on. Just as Zhang Bing was thinking about entering Fei Fei, the two of them had already arrived at the Qin family. Qin's house was a large flat with a large area, and although the decoration could not be talked about as luxurious, it was indeed very charming and gave people a very comfortable feeling. The main tasks of the Qin family are all present and seem to be very busy. Yuan, you're here. A middle-aged man wearing glasses came over to inquire after seeing Qin Yuan bring in Zhang Bing. Uncle Bright, I found Divine Dr. Zhang to help Grandpa. Qin Yuan introduced herself to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was none other than Qin Ji's own father, Qin Guangming, and after hearing Qin Yuan's introduction, he just shot a glance at Zhang Bing. The disdain inside his eyes couldn't be hidden, but he didn't say anything. Yuan, we as elders are all very pleased that you have this heart. But in the past few days, we've asked our connections to invite the renowned Kyoto's #1 doctor, Feng Qianqiu Feng Lao is diagnosing the old man. So I guess this young man is even. Feng Qianqiu. Hearing this name, Qin Yuan's face changed in shock, even Zhang Bing froze. This name is indeed like a thunderclap in the medical world of the Dragon Kingdom, an authoritative titan in the medical field, with a resounding reputation and high moral standing. Qin Yuan looked at Zhang Bing with some embarrassment and whispered, "Brother, I'm really sorry, I really didn't know that they invited Elder Feng, don't take it personally." "Sister Yuan, don't worry, I'm not that petty." Zhang Bing was open-minded, for such a medical authority who usually only appeared in textbooks. To be honest, he was also very eager to see the other party's level of medical skills with his own eyes. After all, he was not a layman now that he held a set of ancient medical skills in his head. It's just as well, I also want to see Elder Feng's techniques and learn from them in the meantime. Brother, it's good that you're not angry. Qin Yuan, conscious of some guilt in her heart, winked at Zhang Bing. This caused Zhang Bing's heart to go up and down, and for a while, he was somewhat unable to understand the mind of this imperial sister. Inside a room with a window facing the sun, one of Qin Lao's sons and daughters, including Qin Guangming, were present. In front of the bed, a white-haired old man, his color was poor, but the natural aura could be seen that this old man must have been in a high position before. The old man was none other than Qin Shanha, and beside Qin Shanha similarly sat a hale and hearty old man. That old man was none other than the famous medical titan Feng Qianqiu. At this time, Feng Qianqiu was taking Qin Shanha's pulse. The two were of similar age, but obviously the difference in qi was very large. The senior personnel of the Qin family all stood respectfully at the side, quietly watching all of this. You know, it's really not easy to invite Feng Qianqiu. Qin Yuan also walked in with Zhang Bing at this time. Zhang Bing could tell at a glance that Qin Shanha's physical condition was a bit lighter than Zhang Yunfeng's. Perhaps because the environment is different, Qin Shanha has been maintained, the position is there, so despite the lack of surgery, the condition can be effectively controlled. But it's just getting more dangerous as we get older. In this case, he had some acupuncture with his ancient acupuncture technique and then found a famous doctor to operate. The success rate was very high and there would be no risk. Hope, who is this guy? Yuan, what's going on? The old man's status is sensitive, why did you just bring someone into the house? Soon, the senior figures of the Qin family saw Zhang Bing who was with Qin Yuan and were obviously a bit angry. Qin Yuan explained, eldest uncle, second uncle, this is divine Dr. Zhang Bing Zhang whom I specially invited to treat Grandpa. Chapter 26, Despise. Nonsense. Several senior members of the Qin family looked at Qin Yuan with very shocked gazes and opened their mouths to reprimand her. Hope, you've always been mature and understanding, why are you so childish this time? Although the old man has retired, his health has always been kept a secret, so how can you just bring anyone into the house? Among these, Qin Ji's own father, Qin Guangming, reprimanded the most harshly and in the worst tone. Qin Yuan was a bit aggrieved by the reprimand and explained, Uncle Guangming, I didn't say it just now. Zhang Bing isn't just anyone, but a divine doctor, who I specially invited to give Grandpa acupuncture treatment. All right. Qin Guangming said impatiently, just him and still a divine doctor? Young and childish. Hope, your Uncle Bright is right. The boy is so young, what does he know about medicine? Besides, this isn't an invitation to Elder Feng, and in this country, who dares to say they know medicine in front of Elder Feng? Obviously the people of the Qin family did not believe that Zhang Bing, who was only 19 years old, was a miracle doctor, especially since Qin Guangming's tone of voice also revealed a wave of contempt and disdain. Qin Yuanyuan was extremely embarrassed and looked at Zhang Bing guiltily. Zhang Bing, however, was calm, knowing that it was useless to say anything at this time, and speaking with facts was the right way. All of you be quiet. At this time Feng Qianxiu, who had been taking Qin Shanha's pulse, spoke up. And only then did the Qin family's crowd not dare to speak. Only to see Feng Qianxiu play the look and smell that one to the extreme, closing his eyes and pressing his fingers on Qin Shanha's pulse. The whole process was breathless, and the room was so quiet that you could seemingly hear everyone's heartbeat. After about a few minutes had passed, Feng Qianxiu carefully examined Qin Shanha's body again and gently pressed some of Qin Shanha's acupoints. Finally he let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. Elder Feng, how's it going? Elder Feng, can my old man's condition be cured? Seeing this, the Qin family members hurriedly scrambled to ask. Feng Qianxiu shook his head and said calmly, Elder Qin, it's better to operate. Qin Shanhai himself appeared calm, and although his body looked to be in poor condition, he seemed to have looked away. Forget it, I'm a big old man anyway, and I'm satisfied with knowing my destiny, and I don't want to go under the knife and suffer that sin again. Besides, wasn't it diagnosed long ago that the success rate of surgery for this disease is currently very low worldwide? AI. Feng Qianxiu sighed, nodded, and said, Elder Qin, since you know all this as well, I'll be straightforward. In your current condition, you might have a 10% chance if you have surgery, but if you don't, you'll probably have 3 or 5 months left at most. Hearing this, Elder Qin wasn't in a hurry, but the Qin family's senior management was. Over the years as Elder Qin retired, the Qin family was going downhill. Especially recently, the Qin family was working on a big project and needed a lot of money. Relying on the fact that Elder Qin was still alive, the Qin family and the Ma family cooperated smoothly, and the Ma family also gave the space. But if Elder Qin really went, the Ma family might just withdraw their investment. Elder Feng, please still think of a solution? Yes, Elder Feng, how much do you name a number, we are willing to pay it. The senior members of the Qin family were anxious to request Feng Qianxiu. Feng Qianxiu frowned and said, you late generations, the old man has practiced medicine for his entire life, not to say that he's rich, but he's getting by. Is this about money? Feng Qianxiu's sentence blocked all of the dry and anxious Qin family executives. As the top contemporary medical titan of the entire country, it is certainly not bad, and the human resources may love to reach the heavenly hearing. Feng Qianxiu's judgment was also tantamount to completely cutting off all hope for the Qin family's top management. Because everyone knows very well in their hearts that once Elder Qin passed away, the Qin family is bound to go downhill, getting worse by the day. Grandpa, let divine Dr. Zhang try? Just then, Qin Yuanyuan stood out and opened her mouth to propose. Hope, you've gone too far. Hope, do you know what you're doing or not? What time is it, and you're still fooling around here? Qin Guangming and some of the Qin clan's higher-ups immediately reprimanded in a stern voice. However, this time Qin Yuanyuan's attitude was very resolute as she directly walked towards Elder Qin Shanha who was lying on the bed. Grandpa, don't look at divine Dr. Zhang's youth, there was a patient with the exact same condition as you before in our hospital. After the acupuncture treatment by Dr. Zhang then surgery, the success rate of the surgery is as high as 90%, and now the patient is recovering well every day, and can be discharged from the hospital after some more time. Grandpa, don't you even believe me? Qin Yuanyuan's words instantly caused even Feng Qianxiu to show surprise, and he couldn't help but look up at Zhang Bing who hadn't said anything just now. Hope, get out right now, forget about bringing random people into the house, what are you talking about here? Don't you know what Elder Feng represents in the medical profession? What kind of divine doctor does a childish brat call himself in front of Elder Feng? Qin Guangming wasn't polite at this time, and looked at Zhang Bing, saying, Kid, leave the Qin family immediately. Remember, if you dare to leak half a word about my family's old man to the outside world, I'll directly make you disappear. Zhang Bing also came to a bit of fire at this time, he was at least a super rich man. Other aspects couldn't be compared to a family power like the Qin family, but if it was more than money, one's account was lying at $5 billion right now, and one could use the money to smash the Qin family to death. Mr. Qin Guangming, please speak politely and don't threaten me without moving. I'll tell you in no uncertain terms, I wouldn't have wanted to come if Hope hadn't invited me. Kid, what did you say? Qin Guangming's brain darkened into a line as he sternly questioned. Uncle Bright, please don't be like this, divine Dr. Zhang was indeed invited by me, and what I just said is the truth. Qin Yuanyuan was afraid that if Qin Guangming continued, he would completely anger Zhang Bing. After all, when he was at school, Qin Ji had already offended Zhang Bing. "Miss Qin, are you serious?" At this time Feng Qianqiu spoke up. He was a bit skeptical, because as a leading medical scientist, a disease like elder Qin Shanha's was very complicated and not rare. It kills many patients every year, but the risks of surgery are enormous. Many patients can drag on for years without surgery. While surgery is very likely to fail early, only a small percentage of people are cured by successful surgery. "Elder Feng, everything I said is true, it's true," Qin Yuanyuan replied. Feng Qianqiu was thoughtful and also began to formally measure Zhang Bing. "Young man, do you really know about medicine?" Zhang Bing looked at this medical authority that existed in textbooks in front of him and replied rather modestly, "Old Mr. Feng, how dare I say anything about knowing medicine in front of you? I can only say that I know a little, a little." "Then is what Miss Qin said true? Did you really treat someone with the same condition as old Qin through acupuncture, thus greatly increasing the success rate of the surgery?" Feng Qianqiu confirmed. "Not bad," Zhang Bing greatly admitted, and then explained, "Like Qin Lao's situation, indeed, as you said, I'm afraid that the success rate of hasty surgery is barely 10%, after all, the age is big. If you don't operate early, you're looking at 3 months at the most. But if I were to treat it with the art of acupuncture that I have mastered and then operate on it, the success rate would be at least 90%, and there would be basically no risk." Chapter 27, If You Don't Give Up, I'll Be Your Teacher. Asshole. Kid, if you dare to talk nonsense and blabber in front of us again, don't blame my Qin family for being impolite to you. Get out at once. The Qin family's top management all thought that Zhang Bing was bragging, and the already upset group of top management didn't give him a good face even more. Seeing this, Qin Yuanyuan could only pamper the frail elder Qin Shanha and pleaded, "Grandpa, just trust me and believe in divine Dr. Zhang, let him try." Qin Shanha sighed, he didn't want to toss anything else, already looking away. However, medical matters were all highly specialized, so the old man had to look at Feng Qianqiu for help. Feng Qianqiu's heart was also filled with doubts and instinctively did not believe what Zhang Bing said. But looking at Zhang Bing it seemed like he wasn't bragging about it, he was serious. "Young man, do you know who the old man is?" Feng Qianqiu asked. "I know," Zhang Bing said with slight respect, "Your old man is a titanic authority in the medical field of the Dragon Kingdom. When I was in school, your great name often appeared in the textbooks." "That's right," Feng Qianqiu said leisurely, "you still dare to brag in front of me since you know what I'm capable of?" Zhang Bing shook his head and smiled, "Elder Feng, I'm not bragging. There are no absolutes in the world, everything starts from the truth and speaks with facts." What a practical thing to say. Feng Qianqiu was very appreciative of Zhang Bing's words, and immediately platted, "In that case, let you lad try." Once they heard that Feng Qianqiu really agreed to let Zhang Bing try, the Qin family's top management quit. "Elder Feng, do you really believe this brat?" "Elder Feng, my old man's condition is very dangerous, he can't afford to be tossed around." Feng Qianqiu snorted coldly and said, "The current situation couldn't be any worse for him, so it's not a big deal to let the kid try." Then Feng Qianqiu personally sought Qin Shanha's opinion and inquired, "Elder Qin, let this kid try." Qin Shanha didn't object, he still had great respect for Feng Qianqiu. Seeing that her grandfather and Feng Qianqiu both agreed, Qin Yuanyuan also revealed a smile and kept winking at Zhang Bing. The rest of the Qin family could only acquiesce at this point, and it was no good to stop them. "Kid, old me has always been willing to give young people a chance, but if you dare to deceive us, old me will definitely not spare you." Feng Qianqiu stood up, glanced at Zhang Bing and warned. Zhang Bing just smiled and said confidently, "Elder Feng, don't worry, I will definitely seize this opportunity." Saying that, Zhang Bing also stopped nagging and came to Elder Qin Shanha's bedside. As soon as he entered the room, he could see the general condition of Elder Qin. According to the set of ancient medical techniques branded in his mind, Elder Qin's situation wasn't very tricky at all. So he directly took out the silver needles that Feng Qianqiu had prepared, and then his hands formed a seal and violently stabbed down towards Master Qin's acupoints according to a specific mysterious technique. This scene, to the uninitiated, looked no different from a juggling act, making them feel that their intelligence had been insulted. The man is a small-time charlatan of the jungle. It's just nonsense, it's the jungle vaudeville bit. Qin Guangming and the senior members of the Qin family couldn't stand it anymore, and they angrily rebuked to call off Zhang Bing. However, at this moment, Feng Qianqiu couldn't take his eyes off the ground, his eyes were about to squeeze out as he looked closely at Zhang Bing. His entire body froze in place, and his whole body began to tremble slightly. Stop, what do you want? Seeing that Qin Guangming was about to stop Zhang Bing himself, at this time, Feng Qianqiu suddenly let out a loud roar. Elder Feng, this is clearly a Jianghu technique, how can it cure a disease? Qin Guangming was startled by the excited Feng Qianqiu and explained. Feng Qianqiu swallowed his saliva and looked at Zhang Bing's divine acupuncture technique. Every stitch, every point, is more precise than modern equipment. Both the angle and the force were perfect. Jungle maneuvers? This is most likely the ancient lost Jiuxian acupuncture technique. Hearing Feng Qianqiu's trembling and excited words, everyone in the Qin clan froze at the same time. They're not in the medical profession, so of course they don't know this. But Feng Qianqiu is the granddaddy of medical science, a titan. What could make Feng Qianqiu even tone his voice with a hint of trembling? The result was self-evident. It's not a bad trip, it's not a bad life, God treats me well, I didn't expect it. In my lifetime, I'm surprised that I can still witness the lost ancient Jiuxian acupuncture and moxibustion technique. At this moment, Feng Qianqiu's entire body was about to burst blood vessels with excitement, and his facial muscles were trembling. He couldn't help but take a step back, blocking everyone, fearing that someone from the Qin family would interrupt Zhang Bing's execution of the Nine Shan acupuncture technique. At this moment, the Qin family's crowd was also stunned, their faces overflowing with joy. Especially Qin Yuan, who looked at this younger brother, who was a full 10 years younger than herself, with a strange gleam in her eyes. On the other hand, Zhang Bing ignored everyone as he was going all out in performing the Jiuxian acupuncture technique. The whole process lasted about 10 minutes or so, and then the last silver needle was pulled out and the job was done. Alright, now if it's an Operation 1, I guarantee that the success rate will be at like 90%. Zhang Bing put down the silver needle and clapped his palms with a relaxed face. An elder Qin moved his body at this time, obviously looking much better. The younger generation is fearful, it's really the latter waves of the Yangtze River pushing the former waves. I feel that my body is indeed much more relaxed and comfortable. Elder Qin looked at the young Zhang Bing quite gratefully and said, little brother, thank you. A trivial matter. Zhang Bing waved his hand, not caring. Feng Qianqiu gulped furiously and suddenly plopped down and knelt down directly towards Zhang Bing. If you do not abandon me, I would like to worship you as my master to dive into the study of Jiuxian acupuncture and moxibustion. This scene left everyone in the room completely dumbfounded. Zhang Bing himself was a bit confused, he hurriedly forced himself to help Feng Qianqiu up. This old man was not bad for a human being. The textbook details many of his exploits, and from what I've just encountered, it's also true that the other side didn't pose as a pretender. Elder Feng, you're trying to discount me. Make no mistake, this must not be done. Feng Qianqiu looked excited and said in a choked tone, I didn't expect to be able to see the lost Jiuxian acupuncture and moxibustion technique with my own eyes in my lifetime. Master, please don't think I'm too old to be useful, you must teach me. Seeing Feng Qianqiu so agitated, Zhang Bing was really afraid that after he refused, the other party's blood pressure would soar and directly burst a blood vessel. So he quickly agreed, fine, I promise you, Elder Feng. As for worshipping me as a teacher, forget it, I can't afford it, we can exchange ideas later, I will definitely know everything. Only after receiving Zhang Bing's promise did Feng Qianqiu stabilize a little. Qin Yuan also ran over it the first time, and under the excitement, she directly hugged Zhang Bing like nobody's business. Brother, that was awesome, I was right about you. Zhang Bing was a bit confused, he only felt two soft masses against his chest, it felt as if he was going to become immortal. The many senior members of the Qin family were quick to change their attitudes immediately, and only Qin Guangming was indifferent, with an unpleasant look on his face. Divine Dr. Zhang, just now it was us who had the eyes to recognize Mtai and treated you with much disrespect, you must not take it personally. Yes, Divine Dr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to be so young and actually possess such medical skills, it's really rare. Zhang Bing also responded with a smile, indicating that he did not take it to heart. At this time, the old man of the Qin family was in a much better state of health after acupuncture treatment. Leaning on the bed, he said, little brother, you are equal to saving the life of my old man, what do you want, just ask, our Qin family will definitely do as you wish. Just after Master Qin finished his words, Qin Guangming immediately took out a check with an understanding and brushed a large series of numbers on it. Divine Dr. Zhang, this is a small token of our Qin family's appreciation, I hope you don't think it's too little. Zhang Bing scanned the number on the check, which was 2 million, he did not reach out to pick it up. Instead, he muttered in his heart, a mere $2 million? I'm the one who's short of these $2 million? Chapter 28. Making conditions. Seeing that Zhang Bing did not have the intention to take the $2 million check, the rest of the Qin family did not say anything. After all, Master Qin's status before his retirement was not ordinary, and now that Zhang Bing has saved his life, 2 million is honestly indeed a little less. Elder Qin had always ruled his family strictly, so in fact, the Qin family could only be considered paupers compared to those rich and powerful. But Qin Guangming was obviously a bit offended and said, "Yin Yang, Divine Dr. Zhang, you don't think it's too little, do you?" Zhang Bing laughed and said, "Mr. Qin, money, I have plenty." Oh? Qin Guangming obviously didn't believe it. What kind of money could a 19-year-old student have? Even if their Qin family couldn't compare to the rich and powerful, they were still much better than the average middle class. In that case, you just don't think our Qin family gives too little? I didn't mean that. Zhang Bing replied. At this time, Qin Yuanyuan hurriedly stood out. She was afraid that if she continued, Zhang Bing would directly fight with Qin Guangming. "Little brother, is it that you don't want money and want something else?" At this time, Elder Qin opened his mouth and asked. Zhang Bing nodded and said directly, "Elder Qin, I didn't offer to treat you for money. Rather, it's purely for hope's sake, and besides, I'm really not that bad." "All right." Qin Guangming said irritably, "Since it's not bad for money, say it, what exactly do you want?" Zhang Bing also heard it at this time, feeling that the Qin family's people still thought that they had come to flatter Master Qin. Wanting to draw on the power that Elder Qin once had, he wanted to laugh a little inside. He shook his head, then solemnly said, "Elder Qin, if you really want to thank me, I do have a very small thing that I hope the Qin family can do." "What is it?" Elder Qin asked. "Just have Qin Ji of the Qin family publicly apologize to me at school," Zhang Bing said. After these words were said, the brains of the Qin family were all a bit short-circuited. They had thought that Zhang Bing was going to use this to make some unreasonable request, so that Elder Qin would use the influence of his contacts to greet him or something like that. But I never thought that it would be for Qin Ji to publicly apologize at the school. Instantly, everyone in the Qin family looked at Qin Guangming in unison. Because Qin Ji is his own son. Grandpa, Qin Ji is indeed very excessive. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan then briefly told the Qin family members about the conflict between Zhang Bing and Qin Ji. After hearing what Qin Yuanyuan said, everyone understood. "This matter won't work, change it." Qin Guangming pondered for a moment and refused on the spot. Zhang Bing sensed Qin Guangming's malice, and he was no longer polite as he responded, "Mr. Qin, apart from this matter, I don't need the Qin family's thanks for anything else." "Oof." Qin Guangming snorted coldly and said, "Qin Ji is my son, even though he has some conflicts with you. But that's between you young people. You took this opportunity to make things difficult for our Qin family and forced Qin Ji to give you a public apology. What is this? Don't you think it's a little excessive?" "I Nima." Zhang Bing really couldn't hold back a bit, cursing in his heart that there really was a father like a son. Just now, Qin Yuanyuan had already explained what happened, and now Qin Radiance was licking his chops and saying that he had gone too far. "All right, Zhang Bing." With a tone as if he had already seen through Zhang Bing, Qin Guangming said very contemptuously, "Don't you just think that 2 million cramps is too little? Okay, although our Qin family can't compare with those rich people, we can still think of a way to get 5 million, 8 million, 10 million, or no problem. That should always be enough, right? Uncle Guangming." Qin Yuanyuan couldn't listen any longer and stood up to explain loudly, "Zhang Bing has already said just now that he isn't poor in money. Besides, the person's request has been clearly stated, it's just for the cousin to publicly apologize, and I've told you what happened, it was indeed the cousin who was in the wrong in the first place." Yuan, where did you turn your arm?" Qin Guangming began to educate Qin Yuanyuan again. "What's not too bad? It's not too little." Qin Yuanyuan was speechless and couldn't help herself as she blurted out, "Uncle Bright, to tell you the truth. The boss behind the Heavenly Dragon Hotel is Dr. Zhang Bing Zhang's divine doctor." As soon as these words were uttered, the entire room once again fell into a state of silence. Especially Qin Guangming, his face turned unusually ugly as he looked at Zhang Bing incredulously. Zhang Bing, on the other hand, had a bland look on his face, and this was the effect he wanted. "Mr. Qin, a mere Sky Dragon Hotel is nothing, I told you earlier, it's not about money. All I want is just a public apology from Qin Ji, and if I can't do that, that's fine." After saying that, Zhang Bing also stopped nagging and rushed at Master Qin, then twisted his head and walked out. "Master, Divine Dr. Zhang, wait for me." Seeing that Zhang Bing was about to leave, Feng Qianxiu shouted and immediately followed him. Before he left, he did not forget to glare at Qin Shanha, kindly making a reminder to Elder Qin Shanha. Seeing this, Elder Qin's face also looked a bit unsightly as he hurriedly instructed Qin Yuan, quickly go and loosen up Zhang Bing and Feng Lao. Tell little brother Zhang Bing that our Qin family will give him a satisfactory explanation, and tell him not to take it personally. Qin Yuan responded, then quickly walked out as well. Then Elder Qin looked at Qin Guangming with a serious expression and reprimanded, Guangming, you must give Zhang Bing an explanation for this matter and do what he said. If Qin Shi won't listen to you, I'll come myself. Qin Guangming sighed, upset in his heart, and said, Old master, it's not like you don't know Xiao Zhi's character. And without his relationship with the Ma family's son, how could our Qin family have reached a cooperation with the Ma family this time? It's all between young people, forget it. Bright. Master Qin got a little angry, rather dangerously so, and reprimanded, don't make me repeat myself a second time. Qin Guangming still wanted to argue, but seeing Master Qin's face, he had no choice but to shut up and agree. On the other side, Zhang Bing left the Qin family without looking back, and Feng Qianqiu chased after him. Brother, Feng Lao, wait for me. Qin Yuan also caught up in time and shouted from behind. So the two stopped and watched as Qin Yuan ran on her high heels, her chest shaking. Zhang Bing was secretly happy in his heart, this move of retreating to advance really worked. Brother, don't be angry. Qin Yuan expressed her apology, Grandpa asked me to convey to tell you that the Qin family will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Uncle Bright is that kind of snob, we all know that, don't take it personally. He. Zhang Bing laughed, don't worry, I'm not that petty. Qin Yuan nodded, her eyes blazing. Then brother, Elder Foam, I won't see you off, I have to go up for a bit, we'll be in touch later oh. After seeing Qin Yuan off, Feng Qianqiu couldn't hold back and kept pestering Zhang Bing to teach him the Jiu-Shan acupuncture and moxibustion technique. Elder Foam, don't be in a hurry, since I promised you, I will definitely honor it. I'm still having some serious trouble here at school, so I'll be sure to teach you once I've taken care of it. Zhang Bing explained. That Mr. Zhang, don't lie to me, this is what you promised me yourself. What is it? Do you want me to step in and find you some connections to solve it? Zhang Bing thought about it, but did not hide it, so he briefly talked about the big action that Macho had engaged in. Feng Qianqiu paused and said, so it's the kid from Ma's family who is looking for trouble from you. Ma Yunting does have the strength, that kid from his family I've seen before, playing with flowers, is indeed wild enough. But it doesn't matter, I'll personally speak to Ma Yunting, and I'll make sure that the Ma family boy won't dare to find trouble with you again. Chapter 29, The Bank Socialite. In the face of Feng Qianqiu's kind offer to help, Zhang Bing didn't refuse, but he didn't agree either. It wouldn't hurt to have an extra path, he thought. After all, Feng Qianqiu, as a medical authority in the Dragon Kingdom, must have quite a few top-level connections. Ma Chao's own father was the richest man in Kyoto, and surely a big shot with his hands full. Even a high-ranking retired old cadre like the Qin family is probably not comparable. While it was true that $75 billion was an exaggeration, it was certainly far less than the richest man in Kyoto. After the two of them finally exchanged words, Feng Qianqiu had to drive him himself. Zhang Bing felt surprised, not expecting that Feng Qianqiu, who was a big old man, actually drove an executive-class Land Rover. Elder Feng, I didn't expect you to actually drive this car. Zhang Bing was surprised. Mr. Zhang, this you don't know, although I'm old, I'm still a normal person everyone has different preferences Feng Qianqiu explained while driving. Zhang Bing thought about it, and it was indeed something like that. Elder Feng, why don't you send me to the Sky Dragon Hotel? No problem. Feng Qianqiu slammed on the gas pedal, and the car's speed was even fiercer than that of an average young man. Mr. Zhang, you are truly a rare talent, at such an age you are actually proficient in the lost art of Jiu-Shan acupuncture and moxibustion, and you are also sitting in the Tianlong Hotel, truly a fearful young man. He. Zhang Bing's eyes rolled, his bad taste was overflowing, and he flirted, Feng Lao, why don't I treat you to a massage at the hotel's 8th floor clubhouse to relax and unwind? Don't. Feng Qianqiu certainly knew what the 8th floor of the Sky Dragon Hotel was for. I'm so old, where can I eat? It's better that you guys are young. Ha. Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. After 20 minutes or so, Feng Qianqiu drove away after sending Zhang Bing to the entrance of the hotel. And Zhang Bing wasn't idle, intending to go to the 8th floor to experience it. Since becoming the owner of the Sky Dragon Hotel, he had never relaxed and unwound at a hotel under his own name. But before he could get on the elevator, the private phone rang. He pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was from the bank. "Mr. Zhang, hello, I'm the bank president now, Li Ben, do you have a moment?" Zhang Bing hesitated and asked, "Is something wrong?" "Mr. Zhang, you have a sum of $5 billion deposited in our bank. According to the regulations, you will be our bank's highest quality customer. For quality customers like you, our bank has a mysterious prize to give away, and you need to come in person to collect it for a while." The bank president Li Ben on the other end of the phone introduced. "What prize?" Zhang Bing asked casually. "He's not bad at anything right now, and he's too lazy to bother." "This, Mr. Zhang, it's not convenient to talk on the phone. Where are you? I'll immediately send a special person and car to pick you up. Do you think it's convenient for you? My bank's gifts keep you satisfied. There's no need to pick me up, I'll make a trip over there myself now." Hearing this, Zhang Bing also came to be a bit interested, then hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Kyoto Bank. Governor Li Ben hung up the phone and rubbed his palms together, his face full of joy and excitement. He immediately summoned all of the branch's staff, then loudly announced, "Keep your eyes peeled, I've already personally contacted Mr. Zhang just now. Mr. Zhang will personally come to our bank to collect the gift in a while. Anyone who slows down Mr. Zhang will immediately pack their bags and get out. From now on, immediately stop all work in hand and brace yourself for Mr. Zhang's arrival." After the announcement, everyone else left the office. Only a beautiful manager in uniform, white shirt and black suit pants stayed behind. "Governor Li, isn't there a leader from the head office coming over later today as well, naming me to accompany him? If you give me as a work gift to this Mr. Zhang now, how will the leaders on the head office side deliver?" Li Ben smiled faintly, then reached out his hand and squeezed on Su Ru's plump buttocks. "Su Ru, you should know that this Mr. Zhang has deposited $5 billion in our bank in one go. That's $5 billion. This kind of big customer must be maintained no matter what the cost. As long as we maintain this Mr. Zhang, our bank won't have to worry about its performance this year. As for the head of the head office, isn't this not here yet? Later, when Mr. Zhang comes, you take him to the VIP room and treat him well, okay? Anyway, it's only a matter of 10 minutes at most, and it doesn't conflict with the head office leader's side." Su Ru revealed a flirtatious smile and said daintily, "I know, Governor, there has never been any man who can escape the charms of others." And at that moment, a car came to the door of the bank, a cab and a business car. Zhang Bing stepped down from the cab, and another middle-aged man in a suit with a big belly stepped down from the business car. Zhang Bing is almost with this middle-aged man into the bank. He looked at this middle-aged man faction full, heart guess most likely is also a leader. The bank's electronic screen scrolls warmly welcome Mr. Zhang to our bank. Zhang Bing smiled in his heart, knowing that this was a special greeting for himself. And all the staff members were all in high spirits, especially the female staff members who made a point of dressing up, but the overall quality was average. Out of 10, the composite score is about 4 at best. And at that moment, I only saw that middle-aged man with his hands behind his back, clearing his throat and shouting, "Let your bank president Li Ben come out." Hearing the middle-aged man shout, at once the bank's staff were like enemies, and their expressions were highly tense. They glanced at each other, then all of them ran over, their attitudes and tones quite humble and welcome. "Mr. Zhang, you're here, this way please." Zhang Bing, who was on the side, was just about to open his mouth, but he saw this middle-aged man let out a cold snort and said, "Is this how your bank president welcomes me?" The many staff members looked at each other, not daring to speak. Because just now, the bank president, Li Ben, had personally explained to everyone to brace themselves to welcome Mr. Zhang's arrival. It was obvious that the bank personnel took the middle-aged man for Zhang Bing. However, coincidentally, the middle-aged man is indeed also surnamed Zhang, named Zhang Wei, is the head of the head office down the inspection of a leader. The reason for arriving early was also for other purposes. Because as the head of the head office, he had long heard of a famous crossdresser at this branch. Regardless of the body looks, that is the existence of the man to convince, and will be the fancy, financial banking circles inside the various versions of rumors. In a word, it is irresistible to all men. But obviously, as Zhang Wei took a glance over, the female staff inside the hall, although they were all well dressed, obviously could not catch his eye. Just at this time, after receiving the news, the account manager, Su Ru, also came out from inside the office at the back. Su Ru's dress was very formal, but that voluptuous figure was almost holding the shirt buttons open. "Aya, Mr. Zhang, you're finally here." As soon as he saw Su Ru, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up and a smile piled up on his face. Zhang Bing was also stunned, not expecting that a small branch actually hid such an extreme product. This woman was about the same style as Wang Roland, but she definitely had one more point of maturity and flirtation than Wang Roland, especially with the professional attributes added to her attractiveness. Chapter 30, Don't You Wail on Me? Humph. After seeing Su-ru, this Zhang Wei had a much better attitude and a greedy face. Only a cold snort was seen before he strutted over. Directly ignoring Zhang Bing, he didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional that he bumped Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing didn't notice and stumbled to the side. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, saying that he knew that this Zhang Wei was evil. Kid, don't you have eyes? Zhang Bing frowned. He had seen unreasonable ones, but it was the first time he had encountered such an unreasonable one. It's obvious that you bumped into me without your eyes, and you want to backtrack? Ha! Zhang Wei's face sank and he said condescendingly, Kid, what did you say? I said it was you who didn't have eyes and bumped into me. Zhang Bing disliked back nonchalantly. How dare you? Zhang Di was furious, pointing his finger at Zhang Bing and reprimanding, Do you know who I am? Men, drive this boy out at once. Soon all the bank staff had gathered around as well. They didn't know Zhang Bing and had already mistaken Zhang Wei for the mysterious tycoon Mr. Zhang who had deposited $5 billion, as the meeting governor had just said. After all, Zhang Wei was fat and imposing, and he did look like a rich man. And Zhang Bing looked so young, it would be hard for anyone to associate him with a super rich man. This little brother, do you hear me? Mr. Zhang told you to get out immediately. Get out now or we'll call security to blast you out. The bank staff also shouted and reprimanded at Zhang Bing to kick him out. This made Zhang Bing very unhappy, and he had wanted to keep a low profile. But now it seems like it's impossible to keep a low profile. He glanced at the snooty staff, then questioned in a cold voice, You're sure, aren't you? Saying that, he directly took out his cell phone and logged into the bank's app, intending to transfer the $5 billion directly. But he knew very well that it was impossible to operate on a cell phone to be able to transfer such a large sum of money at once. Sure enough, after he casually clicked twice, the system prompted that the amount was too large and needed to be handled over the counter. Before he could exit, a call came in from the bank president, Ben Li. Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? Just now we received a prompt in the background that you wanted to transfer your money away. Did you operate it yourself? That's right, it's me personally. Now transfer my money immediately and instantly. Don't, Mr. Zhang, never, please. This is non-negotiable. I'm in the lobby of your bank right now and your staff is going to throw me out. What? I'll be right there, right away. Li Ben looked very shocked inside the phone. Hearing what Zhang Bing had called, this group of bank staff hadn't realized the problem in the slightest. They all still thought that Zhang Bing was bragging and pretending. Not very old, but quite a braggart. If you really know our governor, we'll get on our knees and apologize. A few bank staff members looked disdainful. After all, even though they were just a branch, the president was a ceiling-level existence to ordinary people. Mr. Zhang, let me take you to the VIP room, just leave the matters here to them. Su-ru was all smiles as she walked over to hold Zhang Wei by the hand and said in a flavorful manner. Zhang Wei was very satisfied with Su-ru's service and his eyes never left Su-ru's chest. Kid, put your eyes on me. Next time, I'll just have someone break your legs, got it? Just at this time, a middle-aged man rolled and crawled and rushed down from the upper floor, and it was none other than the bank president Li Ben. Governor, we received Mr. Zhang, but here's a kid of unknown origin who just contradicted Mr. Zhang. At the sight of Li Ben coming, the bank staff went up to greet and explain. However, Li Ben, as the bank president, he has the authority to see some personal information of the super rich who deposited $5 billion. According to the information he had, this mysterious tycoon was called Zhang Bing, only 19 years old. Seeing Su-ru and this group of staff all standing around the fat-headed Zhang Wei, they mistook Zhang Wei for a mysterious tycoon. Instead, he was pointing his nose in sarcasm and driving away Zhang Bing. All of a sudden his whole body was bad. Asshole. A bunch of losers, your eyes have been eaten by dogs. Your eyes are blind. Li Ben let out a loud curse, then ran to Zhang Bing and said with an apologetic face, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, all of these staff members are blind, so you've been wronged. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I'll deal with this seriously and fire them all. There was a collective giggle. All of them couldn't believe that the young man they had just driven away to dig it was the mysterious tycoon, Mr. Zhang. Even Zhang Wei was a bit shocked and revealed a horrified expression. Su-ru was worthy of being a socialite, immediately letting go of Zhang Wei and running directly to Zhang Bing. With a smile on her face, she took Zhang Bing's arm. Mr. Zhang, sorry, I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome, sorry. I'll make it up to you, you mustn't take it personally. Get lost. Zhang Bing pushed away Su Ru, who came over, and then swept his eyes at the group of dumbfounded workers. Then he said on the spot to the bank president Li Ben, immediately go through the formalities, $5 billion I want to transfer away and put it in other banks. Mr. Zhang, don't, calm down. Mr. Zhang, we'll make sure you're satisfied. Li Ben is almost in a hurry to cry, the deposits of their entire branch do not add up to 500 million, Zhang Bing's 5 billion means a lot to the entire branch. He pleaded with Zhang Bing while frantically making eyes at Su Ru, the account manager. Su Ru continued to maintain her smile and continued to cheekily come over. Mr. Zhang, don't be angry, it's crowded here, I'll take you to the VIP room to talk, okay? My bank's gift was picked up in the VIP room. As the saying goes that a hand is not stretched out, not to mention that Su Ru is indeed flavorful, Zhang Bing did not continue to reprimand. Instead, he looked at the fat-headed Zhang Wei and said, I don't want to see this person, you know what I mean? Okay, Mr. Zhang. Li Ben was relieved to see that Zhang Bing's tone had eased. He responded and immediately ordered the security guard to come over. At this time, Zhang Wei was surprised though that such a small Zhang Bing actually had $5 billion in savings. Not to mention in the branch, even in the head office, it's a super VIP. But how he is also a small leader down from the head office, the faction is still necessary. Brother Zhang, I was wrong just now, introduce yourself, my name is Zhang Wei, the head office came down to inspect the business. As soon as these words came out, Li Ben, Su Ru and the other staff members were once again surprised. I didn't realize that Zhang Wei was actually the leader of the head office who was going to come today, came early, and didn't greet him. This is really difficult on the part of the bank, one is a wealthy man with a mysterious background, and the performance bonuses of all employees are at stake. One is the leader of the head office down, both can't be offended. The worst part is that both people's last name is Zhang, so it's no wonder they got it wrong. Who the hell is your brother? Zhang Bing was nonchalant and said in a cold voice, don't you wah in front of me. Chapter 31, you want to play the fool? Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Zhang Wei's face changed. But as a small leader of the head office, of course, I know what class it is to be able to deposit $5 billion in the bank. He really didn't dare to be offended, and even though he was upset in his heart, his face was full of smiles. Mr. Zhang, I was wrong just now, don't take it personally, look if you have time, I'll invite you to a good place to make amends to you in person, how about it? Sorry, lousy is not available. Zhang Bing didn't give Zhang Wei any face at all and directly rebuffed. This caused Zhang Wei to lose face completely, and his face turned very ugly. And the bank president Li Ben, the account manager Su Ru and other staff members also looked at each other in dismay. Both are ones they can't afford to offend, one is a mysterious rich guy, mostly super rich. One is the head of the head office who came down to visit, the direct supervisor. But if they had to choose, they would definitely choose Zhang Bing. After all, can stabilize Zhang Bing this 5 billion deposits do not transfer away, the future they can basically lie flat, and everyone's performance must be overdrawn, bonuses counted to soft. Mr. Zhang, how can I say that I am also a leader of the head office, you have to give me some face, right? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Zhang Wei's tone, but he still didn't dare to tear his face off with Zhang Bing. I said, don't wow me, understand? Zhang Bing was nonchalant and his attitude was even stronger and tougher. You. Zhang Wei was dumbfounded by his dislike. And all the people at the bank played deaf and dumb and tilted their heads to the side. Okay, you wait, don't think that having a few dollars makes you great, in front of power, your money is nothing. Zhang Wei couldn't help himself and put down harsh words on the spot, then walked out in a huff. Li Ben wanted to chase after him to retain him, but when he saw the look in Zhang Bing's eyes, he stopped and made a choice in his heart. Mr. Zhang, don't worry, we will go and communicate with Director Zhang about this matter, don't take it to heart, inside please. Said Li Ben giving a wink to the rest of the staff before striking a pose of please. Su Ru took Zhang Bing's arm and together they led him to the VIP room in the back. Arriving in the VIP room, Zhang Bing could tell at a glance. Where is this VIP room to talk about business? It has sofas and a luxurious clean Simmons. Zhang Bing froze his eyes, then asked, Governor Li, you said that there is a bank with a special gift that wraps me up, that's why I came over. If it's some kind of gesture, shopping cart or something like that, forget it, I'm not interested. Li Ben smiled and explained, Mr. Zhang, like someone of your stature, naturally you can't look at those trinkets. You can rest assured that you will be satisfied with the specially customized gift I made for my super VIP customers. I'll go out and take care of something first, as for what the gift is, Manager Su will answer for you in detail. After saying that, Li Ben retreated, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Just as Li Ben left, Su-ru walked over to Zhang Bing before kneeling down. "Manager Su, what are you doing?" Zhang Bing was startled. "Banks still have kneeling service?" Su-ru guffawed, then ruffled her hair and said flirtatiously, "Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to be so young, so handsome, and so rich." As Su-ru said that, she began to reach out her hand and press it on Zhang Bing's thigh. Zhang Bing paused and asked, "Manager Su, don't do this, just tell me straight, what exactly is the special gift from your bank?" LOL. Suju laughed. Then he looked at Zhang Bing emotionally and said, "Mr. Zhang, don't you understand? I'm the special gift we customized for super VIPs like you." Zhang Bing cursed in his heart, although he hadn't heard much about it. A story between a female bank teller and a landed depositor. But this is the first time I've encountered such a sexy account manager as a gift. Mr. Zhang, within the next year, I am your personal gift, on call 24 hours a day, and I can satisfy whatever you need to like. Su-ru said while her hand was unashamedly reaching towards Zhang Bing. "We'll play." Zhang Bing lamented from the bottom of his heart. This is tantamount to saying that the bank has given itself a free mistress to use for a year. Su-ru was probably in her 30s, but extremely well maintained. Especially the chest is a bit exaggeratedly large, and the whole person is a slightly fat type, which is indeed full of the ultimate temptation of a mature woman. Plus being a bank account manager again, with all the professional makeup and professional charisma added, it's really attractive. It was not at all the same thing as the temptation of a person like Renee Wong who was still a student. "Mr. Zhang, let me serve you well now, don't worry, it's very safe in here, we can see outside, but the outside can't see inside," Suju said as she started to undo the opening of her shirt. Zhang Bing couldn't hold back a bit, he looked outside and realized that he could indeed see every move outside. It is indeed very exciting to think about. On the other side, Zhang Wei, who had left in a hurry and anger, did not go far, but returned to his car. Today he is considered to have lost face, by a 19-year-old young man in public face, at least he is the head of the head office of the bank, holding the power. Despite knowing that the one who could deposit $5 billion must be a big deal, Zhang Wei must find his way back today. And at this moment, after Li Ben had arranged everything, he then came to lick Zhang Wei. "Director Zhang, don't be angry. Asshole." Zhang Wei threw all of his anger at Li Ben, slapping him down with a backhanded slap as he angrily said, "Shouldn't the old man be angry? Damn, I'll have to talk to the head office about your branch later." "Director Zhang, don't." Li Ben explained in a low voice, "That Mr. Zhang has deposited $5 billion in our bank, you know what that means? Is $5 billion marvelous?" Zhang Wei's mouth screamed ferociously, pulled out his cell phone, and said, "Give me a break, I'll notify Director Qin right now, and ask him to come and check if there's a problem with the source of funds." "Director Zhang, don't do this, please." Li Ben had a face of helplessness and horror. The Director Qin that Zhang Wei said, he knew it was Qin Guanghua, the boss of the Qin family. It is also a leader who specializes in the financial field. As long as so much investigation, there will definitely be problems, and then maybe Zhang Bing will directly transfer the money in anger. Get lost. Zhang Wei grunted coldly, "Isn't that brat terrific with a $5 billion deposit? I'll show him today whether it's more money that's awesome or power that's awesome." Soon, Zhang Wei's side kicked away Li Ben, then quickly dialed Qin Guanhua's phone. He intentionally added fuel to the fire by putting it in context that there was a 19-year-old young man in the branch who suddenly had an extra $5 billion in his account and suspected that there was a problem with the source of the funds, and he wanted to ask the other party to come and find out more about it. Qin Guanghua's side received the call and after understanding the general situation, he said he would come over immediately to take a look. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei had a smug look on his face and was sitting in the car rather upset. Director Qin said he would personally come over to understand the situation, so go tell that kid surnamed Zhang to wait. Li Ben's face was ashen and he didn't know what to say. And at this time, the Qin family side had just reached an agreement. Elder Qin Shanha personally ordered that Qin Ji must follow what Zhang Bing said, and that Qin Guangming would supervise the entire execution. Boss Qin Guanghua saw that everyone had already discussed the matter, so he asked for instructions. "Master, we received a report that a branch of the Kyoto Bank suddenly had a huge amount of deposits of unknown origin over there, so I have to go over and take a look at it right away." Guanghua, you go ahead and get busy, we'll arrange for the old man's next surgery," the Qin family's senior said. Chapter 32, Crazy Face Punch. Bank VIP Room. Zhang Bing watched people coming and going in every move outside while enjoying Su-ru's hospitality. I have to say, this Su-ru is really powerful. Despite being a young woman in her 30s, she was by no means worse than a young girl in every way of wrapping up. After some tossing and turning, Zhang Bing instantly turned on sage mode. Okay, that's enough for today. He was well aware of it, like the fact that Suru, as an account manager, was treated as a special gift customized for a large client. One is certainly not the first, not the last. This is the bus. It's even more exaggerated than the kind of bus that Joan of Arc has. Suru's face was flushed and she pouted, Mr. Zhang, that you won't transfer the deposit away, right? The interest, we can get 2 points for the other lines. Hey! Zhang Bing sighed, nodded, and said, let's put it in your bank for the time being, whichever one we put it in anyway. Thank you Mr. Zhang, you are so nice. Su-ru immediately put on her clothes and ruffled her hair before forcing her business card inside Zhang Bing's clothes pocket. Mr. Zhang, I can do anything for you this year, everything I have is yours. Got it. Zhang Bing's attitude seemed a bit cold. And at that moment, in front of the bank, Qin Guanghua did come in person, as a leader of the financial system. Qin Guanghua's style is decent, and he abhors those who commit crimes. 5 billion is by no means a small amount, and a 19-year-old young man suddenly has an extra 5 billion in savings. He also felt that this was not a simple matter, so he came over to see for himself. Director Qin. Hello, Director Qin. Seeing Qin Guanghua arrive, Zhang Wei and Li Ben hurriedly went over to greet him in a submissive manner. Zhang Wei, can what you said be true? Qin Guanghua looked at Zhang Wei and asked. Director Qin, what I said is all true. Today I originally came to inspect the lower branch business in accordance with the head office's regulations, and I inadvertently discovered it. So the first time to inform you, the financial circle who does not know you nicknamed Qin Qing Tiana. Alright, cut the crap, whether it's true or not, it needs to be investigated to know. Qin Guanghua's attitude is very tough, simply do not eat slipping that set. Normally he should have sent a few of his men down, but he happened to be free today, and the Qin family was not far from here, so he came alone personally to take a look before saying anything. With that, Zhang Wei and Li Ben led Qin Guanghua into the bank. Li Ben's entire body was numb, he wanted to speak but didn't dare to. Not to mention whether Zhang Bing's $5 billion could withstand the investigation or not, just what Zhang Bing was doing with Su-ru inside the VIP room right now. Once Qin Guanghua caught him in the act, the first to be finished would be him, as well as the entire staff of this branch. But Zhang Wei didn't care about that much, he just wanted to retaliate against Zhang Bing and take revenge for what happened just now. As the three of them walked, Zhang Wei added more fuel to the fire, avoiding the important points and telling what had just happened. Qin Guanghua heard that the mysterious teenage tycoon with $5 billion in deposits was in the VIP room of the bank. It was immediately decided that we should meet in person so that we could learn more about it. And Li Ben's entire body went numb, whispering to dissuade him, Director Qin, why don't you wait? Our account manager is inside talking to Mr. Zhang about financial products, it's not good to interrupt them at this time. Li Ben, what did you say? Zhang Wei of course knew what Li Ben meant and immediately interrupted. Director Qin, wealth management financial products can be discussed at any time, but since you're here in person, your time is more valuable than anything else. Qin Guanghua nodded, ignoring the obstruction, and directly let Li Ben lead the way. Li Ben's heart was already in a state of flux, and his forehead was sweating coldly with nervousness. He's a bank branch president. That's a ceiling for the average person. But to Zhang Wei, the head office leader, Qin Guanghua, the big name of the financial system Qin Xingtian, nothing. At this moment, Li Ben can only pray that Zhang Bing and Su-ru things done, do not be caught in flagrante delicto. Under extreme jitters, Li Ben led Qin Guanghua and Zhang Wei to the entrance of the VIP room. Li Ben, open the door. Zhang Wei ordered. Li Ben hastily nodded his head, but his hand movements were hesitant. Seeing this, Qin Guanghua didn't hesitate to push open the door with one hand. As soon as he opened the door, it just so happened that Zhang Bing and Su-ru had long since finished and had already packed up. However, the duo behaved intimately as Su-ru was holding Zhang Bing's arm. Seeing this scene, the first one to breathe a sigh of relief was Li Ben, finally not in the act. Qin Guanghua and Zhang Bing also froze at the same time, neither expecting to run into each other here. Cough. Li Ben quickly reacted and shouted, Manager Su, this is Director Qin of the Financial Regulatory Commission. Su-ru's emotional intelligence was very high, immediately letting go of Zhang Bing's hand before politely shouting, Director Qin. What are you guys doing? At this time, Zhang Wei opened his mouth and loudly reprimanded. Director Chin, this is the kid who suddenly saved $5 billion. I suspect that this huge amount of money must be suspected of a crime of unknown origin and should be frozen immediately and then investigated. Zhang Bing looked at Zhang Wei's smug look, and then looked at Li Ben's frantic eyes hinting at himself, nervous. He quickly guessed roughly what was going on. But what surprised him was that the person who came was actually Qin Guanghua. Forget about trying to find trouble with Lao Zi, actually calling Qin Guanghua to find trouble with Lao Zi. A cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth at the thought. Zhang Wei, right? You said that my $5 billion are suspected to be a crime and of unknown origin. Do you have any evidence? Looks like you're determined to have your way with me today. Just gave you face, didn't you? Surname Zhang, don't be arrogant. Zhang Di loudly reprimanded, you're a 19-year-old brat. Where did you get such a large and huge sum of money? We now suspect that this huge amount of your money is not clean, suspected of committing a crime, and must file a case for investigation. You're investigating when you say so? Zhang Bing said with nonchalant anger. Ha! Zhang Wei smiled smugly and said, kid, of course my words don't count. But Director Qin, nicknamed Qin Xingtian of the financial system, came in person specifically to investigate your huge amount of money, so you're just waiting to step on the sewing machine. Ha ha ha. Zhang Bing also laughed out loud upon hearing this. He looked at Qin Guangming, who had an odd expression on his face, and then asked flirtatiously, Director Qin, what do you think? Qin Guanghua was speechless for a while in his heart. He had probably guessed what was going on the moment he pushed open the door and saw that it was Zhang Bing. After Zhang Bing left the Qin family to give his own master acupuncture, Qin Yuan returned with a lot more about him. The basic conclusion is that this is a well-hidden mysterious rich man, but never a criminal. And most of all, the Qin family was now owing Zhang Bing a favor. This Zhang Wei is talking nonsense, wasting his time not to mention using himself as a gun. Thinking of this, Qin Guanghua's face sank. Suddenly turning around to stare at Zhang Wei, who hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the problem, he angrily rebuked, Zhang Wei, right? Do you think that just because you're a small leader at the Kyoto Bank headquarters that you can abuse your personal power, do whatever you want, make up things out of thin air, and wrongly accuse others, right? At that moment, Zhang Wei, Li Ben, and Su Ru were all confused. Director Qin, I didn't. Zhang Wei was confused and aggrieved as he defended himself. Qin Guanghua turned unusually serious and reprimanded, this Mr. Zhang Bing Zhang sits in the Tianlong Grand Hotel, is proficient in medical skills, and even Feng Qianqiu Feng Lao worships him to the core. How is having $5 billion in savings not a good idea? As soon as these words came out, Li Ben, Su Ru, and Zhang Wei were completely petrified in place, looking at Zhang Bing with incomparable shock and awe. You honestly come with me to your head office. I, Qin, will now investigate your head office, especially your related issues. Qin Guanghua said angrily. Zhang Wei's entire body was bad, and he was suddenly pale, sweaty, and trembling. Zhang Bing laughed at the situation and looked at Zhang Wei, who was instantly absent, and said sarcastically, Director Zhang, how was it? After saying this, he cast a grateful look at Qin Guanghua before strutting out. Li Ben and Su Ru quickly reacted, and they couldn't care less. They didn't even greet Qin Guanghua and directly chased after him. Chapter 33 Angrily smacking Qin Ji. After resolving Zhang Wei, Zhang Bing was in a good mood and left. The bank president, Ben Li, and the account manager, Ru Su, came right behind him. Mr. Zhang, wait. Li Ben shouted from behind. Zhang Bing stopped and looked at Su Ru who was stepping on her high heels. That plump figure trembled and was indeed tempting. Governor Li, Manager Su, what's up, is there anything else? Zhang Bing asked. Li Ben had a look of awe on his face as he said, Mr. Zhang, you see, I am indeed sorry for what happened today. Zhang Wei is the leader of the head office, our branch really can't afford to offend. Yes, Mr. Zhang, don't blame us for this. Su Ru also kind of chimed in. Don't worry. Zhang Bing didn't care, with his favor to the Qin family, Qin Guanghua was enough for Zhang Wei to drink a pot of water. I'm not that petty, $5 billion will be put in your bank for the time being, and it will be up to Manager Su to take care of it for me. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, thank you. Li Ben was on the verge of being moved to tears, thanking him repeatedly and making eyes at Su Ru. Su Ru daintily said, Mr. Zhang, where are you going? Can I give you a ride? Zhang Bing thought about it and refused, no need to be so polite, don't worry, I will contact you if something happens. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, a trace of loss flashed across Su Ru's face. If she had been given as a customized gift to those Tycoon big clients before, she was willing to do so, after all, to make money. But those tycoons are either bald or fat-headed like Jiang Wei. It was purely a business deal, but Zhang Bing was different. Zhang Bing was so young and highly qualified, and she felt kind-hearted. If he could be a constant companion, he might be able to get out of his current fate once and for all. Mr. Zhang, make sure you don't forget me, Su Ru said. Zhang Bing smiled without saying anything else and stopped a car in his hand and went straight to Tianlong Hotel. By the time he arrived at the hotel, he was not interested in checking out the 8th floor for the time being since he had just been served by Su Ru. Besides, he just arrived on the front foot. Wang Ruolin then walked over and whispered, Mr. Zhang, your girlfriend is here, waiting for you in my office. Hanyue is here? Zhang Bing instantly raised his spirits and muttered in his heart. Now he is surrounded by flowers and beautiful women, and they are all unusually active and eager to hang on to him. But Lin Hanyue was different. This was her official girlfriend who she had officially recognized and confirmed her relationship with. When he came to the office, Lin Hanyue was indeed there. Hanyue, why are you here? Didn't even say anything in advance. Zhang Bing had a smile on his face and his eyes lit up. Lin Hanyue had changed her ladylike and innocent image, and the whole person was dressed up in a very sexy way, the same as the day the two of them had sex. If I tell you in advance, how else can I check in? Lin Hanyue said somewhat angrily. You have to trust me, I won't do anything to wrong you. Zhang Bing smiled, walking over and couldn't help but look at Lin Hanyue's chest. Humph. Lin Hanyue reached out and pinched Zhang Bing, then her expression turned very serious as she said, What are you going to do about the school? I've also heard of that Macho. He's the son of the richest man in Kyoto, his family's background is heavenly, and now the whole school is abuzz with rumors that he's coming to the school tomorrow to disadvantage you. Hanyue, don't worry, I'm not a vegetarian either. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and clenched his fists. With the Feng Qianqiu relationship, he now had a stronger bottom line. I know you're very capable, but the Ma family really isn't to be messed with, and my dad and mom have heard about this and specifically asked me to advise you. Let's see if you can just give in to the Macho side and forget about it. Zhang Bing was a bit unimpressed in his heart. He knew that Lin Hanyue's family was also worried about him. But to ask him to soften with Macho, to concede and admit his mistakes, it was impossible. Hanyue, do you want me to be a spineless man? Me. Zhang Bing suddenly asked this question, putting Lin Hanyue on the spot. She didn't know how to answer for a moment. No woman wants her boyfriend to be a softie. But no woman wants to see her boyfriend in a miserable state either, and the loss of face might still be a small thing. Maybe even the future will be ruined, and even the life may not be saved. Alright, Hanyue. Zhang Bing sighed, then embraced Lin Hanyue into his arms and said, You only need to trust me, I have my own measure. Hearing Zhang Bing being so insistent, Lin Hanyue didn't say anything else even though she was still very worried in her heart. Don't go back tonight, let's get a room upstairs. Lin Hanyue nodded obediently, her face instantly turning red. The next day, early in the morning. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue woke up early and washed up. Today was the day Macho put out the word to officially come out. Although Wang Ruolin was already a junior in college, she usually had basically no classes at school anymore. But Macho's side does have a huge influence, a random phone call. It doesn't matter if you're the president of the school, or the vice president, or a freshman, or a veteran junior or senior. All are to meet today, mandatorily, in the playground. That's why she drove her BMW sports car and parked it in front of the hotel early in the morning, intending to drive Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue to school together. Seeing Lin Hanyue and Zhang Bing holding hands, especially seeing Lin Hanyue who was revealing seductive and sexy everywhere underneath her coldness and nobility. Wang Ruolin's heart was bursting with inferiority and feelings. It was obvious that apart from being open and emotionally understanding of men, she was almost all around crushed by Lin Hanyue. Mr. Zhang, Ms. Lin, let me walk you to school together. Wang Ruolin opened the car door and respectfully invited. Zhang Bing did not refuse and pulled Lin Pao Shui and sat up. And at this time, Kyoto University of Arts. I'm afraid it was one of the liveliest days ever, from school leaders to cafeteria ants, from freshmen to nearly graduated senior veterans. All of them all returned to school and headed en masse towards the large playground. Banners were hung in front of the school, on the campus path, in the school building, in the library, and in the cafeteria in every place. The banners uniformly read, Warmly welcome back National Martial Arts Champion Macho to school. As Macho's number one little brother, Shinji also arrived at the school early in the morning. Followed behind Shinji are all very prominent family-rich children, which even Wang Chang such as the family of several billions of assets are not into the mainstream. Young Chin, when will Boss Ma show up today? Someone began to ask without being able to resist. Shinji looked at the sky and then at the students who kept returning to school and said, I don't know, Boss Ma can come whenever he wants. So, Young Chin, now that the ring over at the playground was set up overnight last night and the publicity is in place, is there anything else we need to do now? Shinji thought for a moment and said, you don't have to do anything, my dad will come to school later to find me for something, so you guys know what you're doing, okay? Alright, Young Chin, don't worry. A group of rich kids responded in unison. Right at this moment, Wang Roland drove her car with Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue arriving as well. As soon as the three of them stepped out of the car, they immediately caused a stir. This one of them, Zhang Bing, can now be said to be famous, and many people are very curious about him. Secondly, Lin Hanyue was wearing a low-cut gown with high heels today, her perfect body was amazing. And although Wang Roland was not as good as Lin Hanyue, she was definitely outstanding enough, also wearing a pair of super short jeans and a low-cut camisole, with a hot body. The two of them appeared at the entrance of the school with Zhang Bing on the left and right, causing many people to talk. Damn, this trash Zhang Bing is blessed with good luck, these two chicks are really good. Shinji's group saw Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Roland at a glance and said angrily. Wang Chang who was following behind him was as hard as eating, especially when he saw Lin Hanyue and Zhang Bing holding hands. Anyway, Macho would personally show up today to clean up Zhang Bing, so he didn't pretend anymore and directly mixed inside Shinji's team. Young Chin, the one in the gown is the flower of the art department called Lin Hanyue, the one on the left is called Wang Roland, a famous, used to sell houses, now she follows Zhang Bing to take care of the Tianlong Hotel. Wang Ji said indignantly. Oomph. Shinji clenched his fists and said, let's go over and have some fun together. Chapter 34, Unwillingness to Die. Seeing Shinji walking over with a group of people with no good intentions, Zhang Bing immediately took a step forward and subconsciously protected Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland. Yo, Zhang Bing, you've got some ing nerve, you really dare to show up today. Shinji came up spewing trash talk, his tone filled with provocation and contempt. Zhang Bing looked at Shinji's group and realized that Wang Chang was also inside. So he directly ignored Shinji, stared at Wang Chang, and said in a cold voice, Wang Chang, you can do it, it looks like I have to properly talk to your old man. Wang Chang has long hated Zhang Bing in his heart, and before that, he did not dare to offend. Not anymore. Macho himself intervened. With the Ma family's power and financial strength, pinning down Zhang Bing was definitely a piece of cake. Therefore, in his opinion, today was the end of Zhang Bing's last good days. Zhang Bing, do as you damn well please, do you think I, Wang Chang, still dare not offend you? Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said, who gave you the courage? It seems that the little interest your Wang family retained in the Tianlong Hotel will have to be cleared out in advance. Ha! Wang Chang laughed disdainfully upon hearing this. Zhang Bing, do you still think you can fool around for long? I'm telling you, today's your good day is over, when Boss Ma comes, you're ing dead. In addition, I'm not afraid to tell you now, it is my father and director Pang, Li Guoqing, they spent a huge price through the Ma family driver to persuade Macho to clean up here, how about it, you bite me ah? Very well, Wang Chang, don't regret it. Zhang Bing squeezed his fists, now that he had sort of figured it out. How could this richest man's son send Shinji's group of people to find himself in trouble for no reason, it turns out. Wang Chang, I didn't realize that it was you guys who were the ones behind the scenes stirring up trouble, you're too shameless. Lin Hanyue was a bit angry and rebuked angrily. You wait too. Wang Chang viciously screamed, you think that you and your Lin family can fight against our Wang family just because you've evening out this trash? Just you wait, I'll make sure your family kneels at my feet and begs me. As soon as Zhang Bing heard that Lin Hanyue was scolded, he was furious and roared in a cold voice, Grass, you damn dare to scold my girlfriend, I will definitely not let you go today. Yo. At this moment, Shinji grimaced. He looked at Zhang Bing with extreme disdain and said, Zhang Bing, today, you can't protect yourself, but you still dare to be so arrogant. If you kneel down now and drill our crotch, kowtow a few times, and give up the girl beside you, maybe this young man can even beg for mercy for you at Boss Ma's later. Zhang Bing looked at Qin Ji and said sarcastically, it seems that your father, Qin Guangming, and the elders of your Qin family haven't told you anything yet, right? At these words, Qin Ji revealed a hint of doubt, but he didn't think much of it. Poof. Qin Ji was unimpressed and continued to shout, did you think that you'd be fine just because you know my cousin? This young man directly told you that my cousin can't help you either. Ha! Zhang Bing had a teasing face. He had just woken up early this morning and had already received a message from Lin Hanyue's side that the Qin family had made a decision since that day when he had left. Master Qin personally ordered Qin Guangming to personally make a trip to the school today and pressed Qin Ji to apologize to himself in public. But now from this attitude of Qin Ji, it can be seen that Qin Ji should still be completely unaware of this. Qin Ji, how tough you are now, I want you to be a wimp later. What did you say? Qin Ji arrogantly shouted, while Boss Ma is still not here yet, you most honestly kneel down and kowtow to us and drill your crotch to help us. Zhang Bing just laughed coldly and didn't say anything else. And just then, Qin Ji's cell phone rang. He pulled it out and immediately changed his attitude, realizing that it was his own father, Qin Guangming, calling. Qin Ji, where are you? I've arrived at the entrance of your school, come over immediately. Dad, I'm right here at the school gate. Qin Ji hung up the phone, then looked around. Sure enough, I saw a business car drive up and park in front of the school. Then he glared at Zhang Bing and sneered, you wait. Saying that, Qin Ji waved as he led a large group of people towards Qin Guangming's car. Soon, Qin Guangming also saw his son and drove his car over. Seeing this, Wang Roland reminded in a whisper, Mr. Zhang, the old man of the Qin family used to be in a high position, although he retired a long time ago, he has a lot of influence. Qin Ji's father, Qin Guangming, is also very energetic. Zhang Bing smiled disdainfully and said, I know all this, and I also know why Qin Guangming personally came to the school early in the morning. Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland froze at the same time and looked at Zhang Bing suspiciously. Zhang Bing didn't say it out loud, but pretended to be profound and said, you two will know later. At this moment, Qin Guangming instructed the driver to pull the car over to the side, and he stepped down from the car. Dad, did you come to our school today for something important? Or are you here to see Uncle Ming? Qin Ji asked with a smile. Qin Guangming's face didn't look too good, then reprimanded, it has nothing to do with your Uncle Ming, I'm here to teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Qin Ji was dumbfounded. Dad, what do you mean? What do you mean? Qin Guangming was furious. This time, within the Qin family clan hierarchy, the face of his lineage had been disgraced. The one who started it all was this precious son of his, Qin Ji. I'll talk to you later. With that said, Qin Guangming pulled out his cell phone and looked for Zhang Bing's number. Hey, Divine Dr. Zhang, I'm at the entrance of your school, can you come out on your side now? Zhang Bing and Wang Wolin, pro-floating snow at this time is Qin Guangming's left side of the front to watch Qin Guangming call, only too many people returning to school today, Qin Guangming did not notice for a moment. Mr. Qin, I'm right in front of you on the left side. Zhang Bing said smilingly. Qin Guangming immediately looked towards the left front, and he saw Zhang Bing with two sexy and beautiful female students, looking at him with a smile on his face. As much as he was upset inwardly, after all, forcing his son to make a public apology was even more of a slap in his face. But the old man of the Qin family had given such a direct order, and he didn't dare to go against it. Qin Ji, come over here with me. Hanging up the phone, Qin Guangming shouted out before walking straight towards Zhang Bing. And Zhang Bing came up to him head-on. Qin Ji hadn't realized the problem at the moment, and he didn't know what his father was really doing here. Seeing Zhang Bing walk over with Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland, he directly confronted his own father. Qin Ji thought that Zhang Bing had disrespected his own father and deliberately blocked his own father's way. Zhang Bing, do you have a ing death wish? You dare to block my dad's way? Asshole, shut the hell up. Qin Guangming yelled, feeling for the first time from the bottom of his heart that this son of his might actually be a bit stupid. Dad, what are you scolding me for? Qin Ji hadn't reacted yet, and stared viciously at Zhang Bing, saying, Dad, this kid repeatedly went against me on the basis of having a few dimes in his pocket, and even hit me with his hands. Now he even dares to block your way. Boss Ma's side personally came to the school today just to clean up this trash. Chapter 35, I appreciate your toughness. Asshole, don't shut up. Qin Guangming's forehead had darkened into a line, and he directly slapped down in front of the crowd. Qin Ji was dumbfounded, including the group of rich kids following him. Apologize to Divine Dr. Zhang Bing Zhang immediately, or else I won't spare you today. At these words, Qin Ji's group of people were completely petrified, their eyes wide open and their mouths open enough to stuff several eggs. What? Dad, what did you say? You're saying he's a miracle healer? You want me to apologize to him? Not to mention Qin Ji's group of people were dumbfounded, Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland were similarly jaw-dropped as they looked at Zhang Bing incredulously. Do I have to say it a second time? Immediately apologize and admit your mistake publicly with Divine Dr. Zhang, this is a death order from the old master. Qin Guangming roared. This time Qin Ji and the others were completely taut, looking at the red-eyed and angry Qin Guangming. This was by no means a joke. They all looked at Zhang Bing in disbelief, shock and doubt written inside their eyes. Why? Qin Ji covered his rapidly reddening and swelling face. This was the first time he had been beaten since he was a child. And the old man of the Qin family had always still favored him. Wasn't the cousin behind the incitement? Qin Guangming was simply speechless, and in his heart, he really regretted how he gave birth to such a stupid son. Enraged, he kicked down again and angrily rebuked, apologized to Divine Dr. Zhang immediately. After receiving a slap and a kick in succession, Qin Ji's stubborn temper came up. He subconsciously looked down on Zhang Bing, even though he had known for a long time that Zhang Bing had some strength and had taken down the Tianlong Hotel. But he just looked down on it, thinking that Zhang Bing was not of the same class as them. If he apologized and admitted his mistake to Zhang Bing in public today, he would definitely not be able to raise his head inside the art school circle in the future. And surely Macho would look down on him and would kick him out. Dad, I'm not going to apologize to him, I'm never going to protect, who am I to apologize to him? Qin Yuan, I'll remember, I'm not done with her. Qin Ji's heart crossed, and he also let out harsh words, thinking that it must be Qin Yuan who was stirring up trouble in front of Elder Qin. Asshole, stupid pig, even you dare to disobey your old man's words, right? Qin Guangming was furious and stormy, he couldn't care less about the repercussions and didn't give Qin Ji any face at all. Directly a hand will Qin Ji seized over, backhand continuous several big ear melon whipped down. Stupid pig, it was Zhang Bing who saved the old master, and it was the old master himself who ordered you to publicly apologize to him and admit your mistake. Qin Ji's eyes widened, shock flickering inside his eyes, but he still refused to concede. Asshole, apologize immediately. Qin Guangming was also completely ruthless. He dared not disobey the dead order given by Master Qin, who had retired. Now the boss, Qin Guanghua, holds a key position in the financial system, while he has his mind set on business. But his business couldn't have gotten off the ground without Master Qin's escort and brush with sophistication. Therefore, what Elder Qin had seriously explained, he had to accomplish even if he was unwilling. Secondly, anyone who wasn't blind at the time saw it. How much Feng Qianqiu looked up to and respected Zhang Bing. Feng Qianqiu's connections might not even be comparable to the Qin family's old man. Dad, even if you beat me to death today, even if you really cured Grandpa, I won't apologize to him. You are angry with the old man. Qin Guangming under the annoyance of the hand is really ruthless, fierce hands and feet. Directly, Qin Ji's face was swollen, and the corners of his mouth were bloodied, kicking him to the ground. Wang Chang and a bunch of other rich kids who usually followed Qin Ji were shivering, and no one dared to come forward to dissuade them. Now, it was the kind-hearted Lin Hanyue who was a little bit unable to bear it, because Qin Ji was really beaten a little bit miserably. And the school entrance was crowded again today, with more and more students gathered around. Zhang Bing also gradually frowned, although he looked at Qin Ji with displeasure, thinking that it was just an uneducated and unambitious dude who rode roughshod over his family on the basis of his family's strength. However, he did not expect Qin Ji to be so hard, and he was beaten by his own father in public, and he was not willing to admit defeat even after he spat out blood. This in turn made him somewhat impressed, and in his heart, he thought that Qin Ji was not that kind of incorrigible second-generation ancestor. At least it's a lot tougher than something like Wang Chang. And at that moment, Qin Guangming had vented a lot of his anger after a flurry of punches and kicks. But he was also riding a tiger now, because his stupid son wanted to be hard to the end, and had always refused to apologize to Zhang Bing. He wouldn't have been able to stop, but it was his own son anyhow, and he hit him very hard indeed. Zhang Bing, why don't we forget about it? Lin Hanyue was somewhat unable to bear it and pulled Zhang Bing's hand, shouting in a low voice from the side. Zhang Bing nodded and sighed, then shouted, Mr. Qin, forget it. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Qin Guangming was also relieved in his heart. After all, no one would want to beat their own son so severely in public. Since your son is unwilling to apologize to me in public, you've been educating yourself for so long anyway, so let's just forget about this. Qin Guangming nodded, then looked at Qin Ji, whose nose was bruised and swollen and whose face was covered with blood, and reprimanded, little if it wasn't for Divine Dr. Zhang pleading for you and not tricking you, today I have to beat you to death, and pretend that I have never had you as a son. Why don't you thank Divine Dr. Zhang immediately? Qin Ji spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up from the ground in a sorry state, looking at Zhang Bing with hatred in his eyes, still heroic. Forget it. Zhang Bing didn't want to take things too far, even though he didn't have a good impression of both the father and son. Just don't mess with me from now on. After saying this, Zhang Bing swept his eyes at Wang Chang, whose face was white, then holding Lin Hanyue's hand, he led Wang Ruolin and then strutted towards the inside of the school. Seeing that Zhang Bing had left, Qin Guangming looked at Qin Ji's wretched appearance and said in a cold voice, "Is everything alright? I couldn't do it without a heavy hand from Lousy just now." "Dad, I'm fine," Qin Ji responded. "It's good that it's okay." Qin Guangming sighed and warned, "You heard what Zhang Bing said just now, don't mess with him in the future, or else I can't save you next time." Qin Ji didn't make a sound, but he was obviously still quite unconvinced. "Do you hear me?" Qin Guangming was angry again, he knew this son of his too well. However, Zhang Bing not only saved the life of the Qin family's old man, but most importantly, he now had an unusual relationship with Feng Qianqiu. "Old me is doing this for your own good, we can't afford to offend this Zhang Bing at the moment. Just let the Ma family's son's side toss it around, you'd better stay out of it." After saying this, Qin Guangming sighed, twisted his head, and walked away. After Qin Guangming got into his car and left, Qin Ji swept his eyes at the onlookers and angrily rebuked, "What the hell are you looking at? Get lost. Young Qin, what do we do now?" Qin Ji squeezed his fist, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said angrily, "Damn, I didn't expect Zhang Bing to know how to heal my grandfather. But this bad breath, old man must come out." Chapter 36 Macho arrives. Along the way, there were banners welcoming Macho, the national martial arts champion, and Macho's picture was posted everywhere. Now the entire faculty and students of the entire art school knew that a freshman dirtbag named Zhang Bing had offended Macho. The usually godlike Macho returned to school today in such a high profile, and engaged in a school-wide mobilization meeting to clean up this freshman Zhang Bing. The word Zhang Bing had already become famous throughout the art school. The vast majority of people did not know Zhang Bing, nor had they ever seen him. But a rumor spreads, 10 spreads, and soon Zhang Bing just came to report the first day, driving a Maybach S680 high-profile appearance. Also with the art department's Wang Chang, and also the art department flower Lin Hanyue chased to hand, and finally very atmospheric Maybach donated to the school foundation. And so on and so forth were quickly dug up. Art schools are mostly girls, and girls' mouths are all as open as light, spreading rumors pretty fast. At the entrance of the school, this scene that just happened was also quickly spread out. "Zhang Bing, when did you become a miracle doctor again, and you're even related to such a big shot like the old man of the Qin family?" Lin Hanyue was also doubly incredulous as she realized that this boyfriend of hers might be even more complicated than she had imagined. Wang Ruolin was also inwardly shocked beyond belief, knowing that it was like Qin Ji, a family like the Qin family. She had never dared to imagine it in her life, but she had never expected Zhang Bing to have such strength. To be able to make Qin Guangming personally come to the school and teach Qin Ji a lesson in public was to force Qin Ji to apologize and make amends to him. "I know a little bit about medicine, and a few days ago, I had nothing to do but to help the Qin family's old man with acupuncture, and the results were good, so the Qin family's side gave me this face," Zhang Bing explained. Wang Ruolin was still worried at this time and said, "Mr. Zhang, don't blame me for talking too much. The Ma family really isn't simple, and Ma Chao himself is brutal in his methods and is the national martial arts champion. I heard that he can fight 10 on his own, so you have to be careful." "Ha!" Zhang Bing laughed disdainfully. Now that he had his own ancient martial arts rewarded by the system, it would be a matter of minutes to take down a national martial arts champion. As for one beating 10, he didn't believe it in his heart. Nowadays, the so-called martial arts champions are all performance-based routines, and their actual combat ability is estimated to be no match for the hooligans and jerks on the street. Besides, Ma Chao is the son of the richest man in the world. Even if he is a piece of, there will be countless people saying that he is a fragrant bun. You guys don't say. This Ma Chao has made quite a big row. To be honest, I'm looking forward to meeting this person. However, just at this time, suddenly the students of the art school stirred and all ran towards the school gate. "Here it comes, Ma Chao is here. Let's go, let's take a quick look." Ma Chao is a national martial arts champion and the son of the richest man in Kyoto. A number of teenage students were talking about it while running towards the school gates. Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Ruolin also froze for a moment upon hearing this. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Looking up, it was a helicopter flying low towards the entrance of the art school. That's none other than the private jet of the richest man's son, Ma Chao. The students had long ago taken the initiative to make way for a huge passageway in front of the large school entrance. Many people, in order to curry favor with Ma Chao, even prepared the red carpet long ago. The school principal, vice principal, and all the relevant leaders also came. The helicopter's huge propeller was seen circling and roaring before it steadily came to rest in the open space in front of the school. Zhang Bing was a bit contemptuous and said sarcastically, making such a big scene, really treating the school as his home. Helicopters are affordable for many rich people, such as Zhang Bing at any time, and not only helicopters, but also the latest customized Gulfstream private jets are stress-free. But the hard part is that in areas like Kyoto all of them are no-fly, and Macho ignores the rules. Sitting directly in a helicopter and making such a high-profile appearance, this also verified the strength of the Ma family from the side. The helicopter hatch opened and Macho, dressed in a suit with a big back hair, walked down with four beautiful women with different styles and fashion. Seeing this, Vice Principal Qin Ming immediately ordered the staff to run over with the red carpet. The red carpet was rolled out along the helicopter all the way to the front entrance of the school. Young Ma is so handsome. Worthy of being the son of the richest man in the world, the national martial arts champion, really good aura. Many of the girls from the art school squealed with adoring nymphomaniac faces. Macho is not only the son of the richest man in the world, but he is also a national martial arts champion, a public figure, and indeed rather handsome in person. Boss Ma! Boss Ma! Xinji with a large group of rich kids from well-to-do families in the art school also immediately greeted them and respectfully shouted. Macho paid no attention to anyone, always with his eyes on the sky, seemingly breathing through his nostrils. That kind of lofty superiority was never feigned, but rather a nobility engraved in the bones. The belief that they are inherently superior and the rest are inferior. Especially after the crowd got a good look at the four flowery, stylishly dressed beauties following him, the crowd went even more crazy. Oh my god, aren't those the four popular actresses from the movie and television industry following Macho? Whoa, it's really them. It's so beautiful, so exciting, I didn't think I'd be able to see the four of them in person as popular actresses. The atmosphere of the scene was completely ignited for a while, and many female students could no longer hold back, screaming and even fainting. To the sun, Macho was as cold as ever, scrutinizing everyone from above. The popular actresses that ordinary people adore and love, the goddesses in the hearts of countless fans, are just pets kept at home in the eyes of a rich second generation of Macho's level. He came to the school today in a high-profile helicopter, purposely bringing four popular female celebrities with him, just to show off his strength. Xinji, where is that person called what's his name Zhang Bing? Why don't I see this person come when this young man is here in person? Macho spoke up as he stepped onto the red carpet with his head held high. Four actresses accompanied the left rear, hot body, beautiful face, and outstanding temperament. It wasn't so much a student returning to school as it was an apparent launch party, and the scene was thrown into a complete frenzy. Xinji stammered, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer properly. He had just been brutally beaten by his own father and ordered a warning to stay out of it. Boss Ma, that scumbag Zhang Bing just came to school as well, with a very arrogant attitude. Seeing the opportunity, Wang Chang instigated from the sidelines. Macho snorted coldly, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the frantic crowd. Very well, this young man hasn't played for a long time, so let's have some fun today. Tell that Zhang Bing to get his ass over here and meet me immediately. As Macho's words fell, Zhang Bing brought Lin Hanyue and Wang Wolin over through the frantic crowd. Zhang Bing. Boss Ma, it's this trash, he's Zhang Bing. Upon seeing Zhang Bing, Wang Chang's reaction was more agitated than anyone else's. On the contrary, although Qinji's eyes were still glittering with anger, he did not jump out to swear at the first opportunity. Chapter 37, Fighting the Rich. Zhang Bing directly ignored the group of Wang Chang who were jumping up and down, and his gaze went to Macho. This was the first time that he, as well as Lin Hanyue, Wang Wolin, and the vast majority of other people present, had seen this top-tier rich second generation with their own eyes. In the past, I've seen it on TV and media, not in person. Macho's eyes were so high that he didn't even look squarely at Zhang Bing. Instead, his gaze rested on Lin Hanyue. Lin Hanyue's figure, temperament, and looks were in no way below or even exceeded the four popular female stars he had brought with him. As a top-ranking rich second generation, Macho, this person is usually very rowdy and good at saving face. In my heart of hearts, I don't think there's anyone at this school who can compete with him, in any way. He would never allow anyone to surpass him, including the women around him as well. Are you that Zhang Bing? Macho spoke up, his voice filled with disdain. Zhang Bing did not show any weakness either and said in a cold voice, not bad, any questions? Macho hooked his hand, then commanded in a commanding tone, come here and clean my shoes. Ha! Zhang Bing couldn't help but sneer and said, why don't you take a look in the mirror first and see if you're worthy? When these words came out, Qinji, Wang Chang, and many others opened their mouths and shouted. There were also quite a few people who were stunned by Zhang Bing's attitude. No one had ever dared to contradict Macho so publicly. Even the leaders of the school were quite respectful and polite to Macho. Zhang Bing, how dare you be so arrogant in front of Boss Ma? Do you believe that one word from Boss Ma will not only make you get lost, but also make you disappear from the face of the earth? Wang Chang screamed the most ferocious, suppressed in the heart of the hatred, in this moment completely burst, completely do not pretend. Zhang Bing once again ignored Wang Chang and just gave a threatening look. With a wave of his hand, Macho shut up and quieted the scene. Very well, I admire your brashness. With that, Macho gestured. In the next second, a henchman walked forward and pulled out a check and threw it to Zhang Bing. Here's $50 million, get down on your knees and wipe my shoes clean. Zhang Bing was really pissed off. He didn't expect Macho to humiliate himself with money in the first place. Although the other party was the son of the richest man and his overall assets were certainly far greater than his own. But that is also Macho's family's, not Macho's. Besides, this usually refers to some fixed assets, not cash reserves. You want to humiliate me with money, compare me to money? Macho was extremely disdainful and said coldly, I heard that you have a few dimes in your pocket, and the Tianlong Hotel is yours, right? Today, this young man came to school to make you feel what it means to be desperate, what it means to be crushed. In front of a class like this young man, you are just a lowly inferior. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said sarcastically in a very calm manner, oh? Then if you can't even compare to a lowly inferior like me, aren't you even worse than a pig or a dog? Kid, what did you say? Macho's facial muscles twitched, clearly enraged by Zhang Bing's words. Okay. Zhang Bing said very directly and forcefully, cut the crap. Didn't you put the word out a few days in advance that you were very pretentious and also asked the whole school to gather in the playground and set up a ring to teach me a lesson? Don't waste time, now. Kid, are you so impatient for everyone to watch the scene where you fall to your knees and beg for forgiveness? Macho wasn't in a hurry, in his opinion. He himself was a genuine national martial arts champion, and in terms of the rumors Wang Ruolin had heard, one could beat 10. Since he had come to school today on such a high note, he definitely wanted to have a good time as a way to show off his status. What do you want to play? Today, I, Zhang Bing, will accompany you to the end. A cold smile also appeared at the corner of Zhang Bing's mouth. The best way to deal with this kind of super-rich second generation from a prominent family is to completely crush the other party in the aspects that they are proud of. In this way, the other party's self-esteem, which has been built up since childhood, will be shattered. Isn't your father Ma Yunting the richest man in Kyoto? Very well, today I'll compete with you for more money, how's that? Hearing these off-the-cuff words from Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue's hand holding Zhang Bing tightened without reason. Wang Ruolin's face also trembled slightly, like she was looking at a little cutie. Like looking at Zhang Bing. Even if Zhang Bing was now sitting on the cash cream that was the Tianlong Hotel and was worth a lot of money, comparing more money with the richest man's son was not being a cutie. It's just crazy. Qinji, Wang Chang and everyone else listened dumbfounded and looked at Zhang Bing with some shock. Macho himself froze, then laughed out loud. Not bad, a bit of fun, very good. You are the first one who has the courage to compare the amount of money with this young man, interesting, ha. With that, Macho looked at the entourage around him. Only to see that attendant similarly holding his head high and looking superior, he directly pulled out his cell phone and operated it down. Then, aiming at those present, he shouted condescendingly, this is our young master's daily pocket money, not much more than 3 small goals. When these words came out, the entire crowd was envious. 3 small goals, that's already an unimaginable number for the average person. But for others, Macho, it's daily pocket money. Many billionaires who are worth billions of dollars at every turn, that is basically real estate, account cash usually tens of millions of dollars cannot get. It's only $300 million, it seems that you, the son of the richest man in Kyoto, can't do it either. Zhang Bing snorted, not putting it in his eyes at all. Ha! Zhang Chang, are you stupid? Who wouldn't brag? Don't think that you're great because you have the Tianlong Hotel. As far as I know, there's at most $100 or $200 million in the account of the Tianlong Hotel, and that's not your personal one either. Wang Chang and the others immediately jeered loudly, and many female students followed with sarcasm. Wang Ruolin was also very embarrassed at this time, because after she took over the position of general manager of Tianlong Hotel, the actual situation was indeed as Wang Chang said. Kid, very good, this young man appreciates your ignorance and courage. Macho had a cold smile on his face. This feeling of pretending to be in the limelight made him feel happy. Then his entourage opened their cell phones separately and proudly proclaimed, "Here's another small target that our young master endorsed to hit." On top of that, this helicopter was customized from abroad and is worth one small target. As for the luxury cars that you lowlifes can't even dream of buying, my young master can't even park them in his 200 square foot garage. Got it? Not bad. Zhang Bing smiled faintly and said, "In this case, I'll count all 800 million for you. Is that enough?" Zhang Bing's tone was very confident and at the same time, he wanted to be disdainful. But in other people's ears, it is bragging then. Even Lin Hanyue and Wang Wolin also feel that Zhang Bing seems to have no concept of finance, purely on the head. With the hundreds of millions of cash lying in Macho's bank, it had actually surpassed the vast majority of the big-name tycoons in the Dragon Kingdom. These tycoons can't actually shell out that much cash reserves anytime soon. Kid, do you know what our young master's pocket money means? If you compare your money with our young master's, you can go eat. A mere Sky Dragon hotel dares to show off in front of our young master, ha. Zhang Bing frowned and angrily rebuked, "You're nothing but a dog. What qualifications do you have to clamor in front of me? Get lost." Then he let out a cold snort and looked at the group of people waiting to see his joke. Without hesitation, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed Suru's number. "Manager Su, come to the entrance of the Jingdu Art University immediately. Chapter 38, More Than a Woman. Yo, kid, how dare you talk tough? Zhang Bing, do you want to laugh us to death? Who do you want to call to borrow money?" Hearing Zhang Bing pull out his cell phone to make a call, Wang Chang and the others let out a loud laugh, filled with all kinds of mockery and sarcasm. Qingji also laughed coldly and opened his mouth sarcastically at this time. "Zhang Bing, why don't you open your mouth and borrow some from my cousin to make up for it?" Zhang Bing didn't pay any attention to it and had an idle, accomplished look on his face. If he really compared the value of his family's assets, he was definitely no match for the son of the richest man in Kyoto. But if you compare it to cash, if you compare it to savings, Macho doesn't even deserve to mention his shoes to himself. The $5 billion rewarded by the system is still lying inside the bank. Now we just need to wait for Suru to come over. This is the kind of thing that has to be announced on the spot by the bank staff, and it certainly works better than pulling out your own cell phone and showing it off. Lin Hanyue was very nervous in her heart, and her palms were sweating as she held Zhang Bing. She asked in a whisper, "Do you really have that much money? Or, I'll ask my dad to transfer money immediately to make up for it." Wang Wolin obviously that this aspect to be more experienced than Lin Hanyue, she whispered to persuade, "Miss Lin, there is no point, this kind of thing we cannot help." Zhang Bing nodded and said, "Don't worry, I just called to notify the bank's account manager to come over for a while, you'll know by then." The crowd of onlookers grew, many of them classmates, most of them female in order to get Macho's idea. Started to launch a vocal attack on Zhang Bing, what a beggar, pretender, not self-importance, etc., all kinds of unpleasant words came out in an endless stream. Macho held his head high, embracing left and right, and the four stunningly beautiful stars didn't even say a word without his permission from beginning to end. This feeling of being on top, of being superior is just too good. After about 10 minutes had passed, Suru drove over first in her car. Suru is still wearing a professional dress, waves, front and back, looks very plump, full of the flavor of a mature woman. Obviously, Macho and a bunch of other followers' minions brightened up. Although the beauty of the art school is like a cloud, but Suru on looks is not very prominent, but that overall feeling is very seductive and sexy. "Mr. Zhang." Seeing Chief Zhang there, Suru greeted him as she wiggled her butt and walked over. "Mr. Zhang, if there's anything, please order." Zhang Bing laughed and looked at Macho's group disdainfully, saying, "Manager Su, please tell these people how many demand deposits I have in your bank." "Okay." Suju smiled slightly, professionalism and temptation pulling full circle. Then she pulled her work badge from inside the bag she carried and put it around her neck. And then solemnly announced loudly, "Zhang Bing Zhang is the first super VIP customer of our branch with a deposit of over $5 billion, and can enjoy all the powers of our branch." Saying that, Suru's ability to do things is really dry. She didn't give Macho's group a chance to speak up and question her, directly pulling out the bank's special tablet and typing in a series of numbers. Immediately the tablet showed Zhang Bing's personal information and deposit display. The series of zeros behind that number was dizzying to watch. "This is the record of Mr. Zhang's deposits in our bank. As of now, the principal plus interest totals 5 billion and 5 million. 5 billion and 1. Suru's mature and intellectual voice echoed in everyone's ears. $5 billion in demand deposits, what a concept. Even Ma Chao's old son Ma Yunting is extremely likely to not have it, but of course Ma Yunting, as the richest man in Kyoto, it is still very easy to mobilize $5 billion in a short period of time. Looking at the dumbfounded everyone, Suru very knowingly put away the tablet, then politely asked for instructions. Mr. Zhang, are there any more orders? Zhang Bing laughed and said, there's nothing for you to do for now, just stand here. Now, Ma Chao, Qinji, Wang Chang, the school leaders, and all the students were all dumbstruck and petrified in place. Even Lin Hanyue, Wang Roland, the two beauties who were related to Zhang Bing, were completely dumbfounded. Ma Chao, I heard that you are the son of the richest man in Kyoto, how is it now? Zhang Bing looked at Ma Chao, who had a very ugly face, and teasingly asked back. Ma Chao's face turned pig liver color. This is the first time he pretended to be miserable face, but also one of so many people. More damning still is the money aspect. You know, he's the son of the richest man. Remember, don't provoke my pocket money with those few dimes inside your account, unless calling your own father, Ma Yunting, is more like it, huh? Zhang Bing was in a very soothing mood, especially when he saw the collective shocked gazes of so many people. This feeling of pretending was indeed soothing. He suddenly understood a little bit why Ma Chao should like to do this and make such a big row. Call to transfer the money, right away. Ma Chao lost his face and couldn't hold it together any longer, yelling at his entourage of men. The attendant's entire face also turned a pig's liver color as he stood in place not knowing what to do. How can he have that ability to immediately mobilize billions of dollars to give Ma Chao to pretend to be unless it is Ma Yunting personally appear almost? He. Zhang Bing saw this and said sarcastically, alright, don't pretend in front of me, even if I give you 3 hours, give you a day, just with you can't mobilize $5 billion, dream on. Ma Chao clenched his fists tightly in anger. But there was nothing he could do about it. What's the big deal about being rich? Mr. Ma's father is the richest man in Kyoto. It's not like he doesn't have a few billion in the area. Tens of billions, hundreds of billions is not a matter of concern. That's right, what are you pretending in front of Ma Chao? As long as Xiao Ma says so, there's as much as you want. That's when the 4 popular actresses following Ma Chao stood up to help. These 4 were now very famous in the entertainment circle of the Dragon Kingdom, and they were indeed all first-class beauties with very good temperaments. But they were basically Ma Chao's playthings, so to speak, and were entertainers signed by Ma's entertainment company. Seeing that Ma Chao had lost face and was disliked for a while, these 4 actresses stepped forward. The 4 actresses have a large number of fans, with brainwashed fans making up the vast majority of them. After the 4 of them helped each other with their words, soon many people began to talk and expressed their support for Ma Chao. Seeing this, Ma Chao also immediately took advantage of the situation, opened his hand and swept the 4 popular female stars over in front of everyone. The 4 actresses were not offended in any way, instead they were all smiles. Anyway, the Ma family is the richest man in Kyoto, even if today's incident who photographed it spread out, it does not matter the Ma family just a word to block all the media. Kid, this young man admits that you have some strength, but so what? Money is just a string of numbers. This young man's woman you can only imagine inside your dreams for the rest of your life, trolling one. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and looked at the 4 actresses who were really good, but with most of the makeup, it was not really easy to say when the makeup was removed. Ma Chao, you want to compare the beautiful women around you, yes? Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Lin Hanyue changed her usual snow-containing and low-key style. She directly let go of Zhang Bing's hand, then intentionally pulled her already low halter down, her plump and white body showing off most of it, then stood out towards the front. Wang Roland wasn't stupid and stood out confidently as well. Seeing this, Suru also smiled faintly with affection and stood side by side with Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland. Ha! Seeing this, Wang Chang and the others led the mockery. Zhang Bing, you're ing hilarious, besides Lin Hanyue, isn't what's her name Wang Roland a bus? Ha ha ha, and this bank lady is called beautiful? Don't you know that the 4 beauties beside Ma Chao are first-tier stars of what status class? Chapter 39, Crushing Again. Wang Chang. Zhang Bing was enraged and warned in a cold voice, remember, I'll be the first to clean you up when I turn around. In the face of Wang Chang leading the verbal abuse against Wang Roland, Suru. Wang Roland and Suru didn't feel good in their hearts either, but how could they dare to offend Wang Chang's group of rich kids? Lin Hanyue, Wang Roland, and Suru's bodies were no less sexy than the 4 female stars. But purely in terms of looks, apart from Lin Hanyue, Wang Roland and Suru were indeed a bit worse. This was obvious to the eyes of everyone present, so that lofty feeling of Ma Chao's was back. He very exaggeratedly ordered the 4 actresses directly in front of so many people, commanding, the 4 of you will clean this young man's shoes. The four actresses hesitated for a moment, but crouched down. This scene completely broke the hearts of many students. In the eyes of these students, popular first-tier actresses are cold and noble. But now, everyone did see it with their own eyes. That goddess who was exceptionally active in the television and media, sought after and worshipped by thousands of fans, was really a servant, a slave, in front of Macho. The four actresses didn't care, no one was going to stab anyone in the back today anyway. The media resources controlled by the Ma family just blocked them. But if they upset Macho, then not only will their blackmail fly all over the world, their future will be ruined, and they might even be sent in to step on the sewing machine. Kid, see? Macho proudly bragged, "You're at best a thug in the eyes of my class." A thug will always be a thug, and the blood that flows from our ancestors is not comparable to that of your inferiors? Zhang Bing couldn't bear it any longer and said sarcastically, "It's just four opera singers, if others don't know about it, don't I know about it?" Noble and cool in front of people, but secretly nothing more than a real plaything. Meh. Damn, Zhang Bing, you just can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. Who doesn't know what kind of goods you have around you, this big bank mom, the queen of property sales, Wakabayashi? Wang Chang and the others continued to taunt. Zhang Bing's face sank as he pulled out his cell phone and said, "Since you want to compare, I'll let you see it today." With that, he first dialed Qin Yuanyuan's number and asked her to come over. She then dialed Zhang Tingting's number directly. Though it's true that Wang Roland and Su Ru don't compare to the four actresses and a lot of dark information. But once Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Tingting arrived, together with Lin Hanyue, the three stunning beauties could completely compare these four actresses. Kyoto Hospital is close to Kyoto University of Arts, less than a kilometer, and a few minutes at most by car. Sure enough, a silver Mercedes sports car drove up a few minutes later. Zhang Bing and Qin Shi both recognized at once that it was Qin Yuanyuan's car. Qin Shi looked odd and had a bad feeling in his heart. The car stopped and Qin Yuanyuan stretched out her long legs, which looked snow white. Then wearing a small undershirt, wrapped skirt, hot body, with that goose egg face, sexy, noble but not vulgar. And at a glance, it was impossible to tell that Qin Yuanyuan was almost 30 years old. "Come down, sister, don't be shy." Qin Yuanyuan shouted to Zhang Tingting inside the car. Both of them received a call from Zhang Bing, so they ran into each other in front of the hospital and came together in company. Although Zhang Tingting hadn't deliberately dressed up, that perfect body of natural beauty was still stunning. Zhang Tingting was the tallest and longest-legged of the several women. The body was equally hot, and despite being plainly dressed, it was stunning enough. Qin Yuanyuan graciously held Zhang Tingting's hand and walked towards Zhang Bing with a smile on her face. "Brother!" Bing. Zhang Bing nodded. Just now inside the phone he briefly mentioned a little bit about what he was doing by telling them to come to the school entrance immediately. Lin Hanyue is the flower of the art department, the main pure route, and today wearing a low-cut gown, tight hair, outstanding temperament, hot body. Out of 10, it's at least an 8.5 to start. Although Wang Roland and Su Ru are slightly inferior, but the two win in bold, the body cannot be described as hot, but can only be described as explosive. The two are at least about a 7. Qin Yuanyuan is 30, single and unmarried, exuding a mature and intellectual beauty, with an equally powerful figure, especially with very white skin, at least 8 points. And Zhang Tingting was completely Qingchun style, but couldn't help the long legs that were killing her, and her body was similarly front and back, scoring on par with Lin Hanyue. 5 human women stood on each side of Zhang Bing, which was a powerful enough picture. For a time, they completely outclassed the 4 actresses beside Macho. Macho around these 4 female stars' main advantage is obvious, on the looks of the body temperament up to 8 points, not as Lin Hanyue and Zhang Tingting, very close to Qin Yuanyuan. Macho's face turned ugly once again. He had long been tired of these 4 goddesses in the hearts of countless fans. Even at his own villa, where he usually has 4 actresses completely naked with dog leashes around their necks. However, at this moment, after seeing Lin Hanyue, Zhang Tingting, and Qin Yuanyuan's 3 stunning beauties, they couldn't help but be a bit moved. "Kid, a casual word from this young man could even have the 4 of them stripped naked immediately, can you?" Zhang Bing was a bit speechless and said sarcastically, "I'm not as nasty and perverted as you are, treating women with respect, not like scum like you." "Kid, you casually find a few women to this can prove what?" Macho's face was already almost lost. First then the money was ruthlessly slapped in the face. Now compared to women, he didn't have any advantage at all. Even he himself felt that these 4 actresses around him really weren't as beautiful as Lin Hanyue, Zhang Tingting, and Qin Yuanyuan. "You're wrong, I'm his woman." Lin Hanyue snorted coldly, held her head high, and directly took Zhang Bing's hand. Me too. Then Wang Wolin obediently took Zhang Bing's other hand. TSK, me too. Qin Yuanyuan's heart trembled as she walked over with great generosity and actually directly kissed Zhang Bing on the cheek. Although Zhang Tingting was shy and coy, she knew what she should do at this time. She also walked over and followed Qin Yuanyuan's example and also kissed Zhang Bing on the cheek. Finally it was Suru's turn. Suru knew in her own heart that she was just a customized gift from the bank for a super customer. However, this was the time to maintain Zhang Bing's face, so she also said with a big smile, I'll do whatever Mr. Zhang tells me to do, everything I have is Mr. Zhang's. The onlookers looked dumbfounded as the pressure was all given to Ma Chao's side. Zhang Bing laughed and said sarcastically, how about Ma Chao, Sir Ma? He was slapped in the face for comparing money, and now he is slapped in the face for comparing women in the same way. Ma Chao's entire body was bad, the false self-esteem that had been built up this moment cracked. But he still had the killer move, and that was the ring that was set up. He wanted to defeat Zhang Bing with his own hands in front of the entire school, beating him to his knees and begging for forgiveness, which was what he had originally intended to do. Kid, do you believe I can crush you with one hand? Zhang Bing disdained this and scoffed, Ma Chao, I advise you to think better of it, this so-called national martial arts champion of yours is worthless in my eyes, understand? Chapter 40, Holding with One Hand. Cut the crap, I heard that you are very capable of fighting, right? Have the guts to get into the ring with this young man? Ma Chao's face was completely unable to hang on, the two aspects of money and women that he was proud of were crushed by Zhang Bing in public. If this is not recovered immediately from personal force, he will be the joke of the whole school. Zhang Bing wasn't spoiled either and said disdainfully, since you're sincere about making a fool of yourself, it's fine, I'll play with you today. Originally, Lin Hanyue, Qin Yuanyuan and a few others wanted to open their mouths to dissuade them. Because now that Zhang Bing had finished winning and punched Ma Chao in the face, there was absolutely no need to continue. In any case, it did seem to them that Ma Chao was the national martial arts champion, plus various rumors of one beating 10. At this time Zhang Bing shouldn't have agreed, but Zhang Bing directly agreed without even thinking about it. Wait! Ma Chao snorted coldly and stepped on the red carpet before heading inside the campus. The four actresses followed behind, and Wang Chang and a large number of other rich kids followed closely behind. The school leaders and a large group of students followed suit. Soon, not many people were left at the school gates, which had been crowded just a moment ago. Qin Ji. Qin Yuanyuan glanced at the hesitant Qin Ji who had a bruised and swollen nose. After all, the two were relatives, and she knew about Qin Guangming's personal visit to the school. Your father has already taught you a lesson, and you've seen Zhang Bing's strength. You'd better think it over yourself and stop following Ma Chao around. Humph. Even though Qin Ji was already very shocked in his heart, he couldn't hold back when he thought of the shame that Zhang Bing had brought upon him. What's the big deal? You'll find out later in the playground ring. And you, cousin, shame on you. Asshole, what did you say? Qin Yuanyuan was very angry. She knew that Qin Ji was being sarcastic about the fact that she had just taken the initiative to kiss Zhang Bing and openly said that she was Zhang Bing's woman. Qin Ji didn't bother and turned his head to follow the crowd towards the inside of the campus as well. Sister Lin, don't misunderstand, we were forced by the situation just now and wanted to help Zhang Bing suppress Ma Chao's anger. Yes, Ms. Lin, we didn't mean anything else. Qin Yuanyuan, Wang Wolin explained to Lin Hanyue at this time. Lin Hanyue nodded her head, indicating that she didn't take it to heart. But it's clear that several of the women have dark thoughts. Brother, why did you agree to Ma Chao going to the ring for a duel just now? Qin Yuanyuan complained a little, but was more concerned. Yes, Mr. Zhang, Ma Chao is the national martial arts champion, so he must hate you with a passion right now. Wang Wolin was also very puzzled and asked. Unimpressed, Zhang Bing clenched his fists and said, it's not true that Ma Chao is the national martial arts champion, but do you guys think I'm a soft touch? Seeing how confident and relaxed Zhang Bing was, the five women stopped saying anything. At this moment, Ma Chao walked at the front, with everyone following him, and had already arrived at the playground of the University of the Arts. Many students had already come to the playground, and the ring had been arranged to be set up by the school last night. Ma Chao's personal photos were plastered all around, all of them were some close-ups from when he participated in the martial arts competition. Coming onto the playground, many of the girls cheered en masse. Many of them had not been at the school gates just now, so they were not aware of what was happening at the gates for the time being. Ma Chao didn't bother, but directly instructed the relevant leaders of the school, later on, this young man is going to personally break the legs of that Zhang Bing. School leaders were dare not listen, the school's annual funding in addition to the above allocations, large all the horse family donations. It could be said that Macho was the god of wealth of the entire University of the Arts, and all the faculty and staff of the University of the Arts had to thank the Ma family for their prosperous days. Alright, as long as you're satisfied, Mr. Ma, and don't cause any deaths. Principal Wu Jun responded. However, Vice Principal Qin Ming was a bit displeased, as he had now also learned about Zhang Bing saving his own old man. He was also informed of Zhang Bing's seeming relationship with Feng Qianqiu, the Dragon Kingdom's medical titan. While it was true that Ma Chao couldn't be offended, this was a college campus after all, and one still had to be careful with everything. The commotion caused by Ma Chao's visit to the school today had already given them a headache. Headmaster, Mr. Ma, I see that you're all students, so let's just leave everything as it is. Zhang Bing is also powerful. If you really make things untenable, it won't be beneficial to you, or to our art university. Qin Ming. Ma Chao had an arrogant attitude and didn't put Qin Ming, the vice colonel, in his eyes. Don't think that I don't know that this Zhang Bing is somewhat related to your Qin family. You better think about the consequences. Your old man retired a long time ago, understand? Qin Ming shook his head and had to smile. The Ma family was indeed not something that the present-day Qin family could offend, and it had been heard that Qin Guangming was talking about cooperation with the Ma family. Alright, old Qin, just turn a blind eye to this, just don't make a human case, just do whatever is comfortable for Mr. Ma. Wu Jun also gave his final decision. Soon a large group of students, faculty and staff poured into the playground in sheets. The makeshift ring was set up right in the middle of the playground as a way to make sure everyone could see it. At this time, Zhang Bing also strutted over with his 5 beauties. There was a hush in the room. Most of them thought that Zhang Bing was making a fool of himself. However, there are also a small number of people who have just seen Zhang Bing's energy with their own eyes at the entrance of the school, and are able to hit Ma Chao in the face in terms of money. When he saw Zhang Bing coming, Ma Chao led his men over. Zhang Bing, this young man advises you to go to the hospital right now and book a bed immediately. Because this young master is going to break your legs with his own hands in front of everyone later. Zhang Bing smiled disdainfully and said, Ma Chao, do you believe that I will take you with one hand? Ha! Ma Chao gave a disdainful laugh. He was quite confident in his own force. Not to mention one Zhang Bing, even if it was 5, 10 Zhang Bing, he would be able to hold them easily. Kid, you were still playing in the mud when this young man won the National Martial Arts Championship. If you kneel down and apologize now, and at the same time let these few chicks beside you to this young man can still consider letting you off the hook. Stinking. Zhang Bing was on fire and said angrily, if you let me have some fun with your mom right now, I can let you off the hook today. Rubbish, you dared to curse my mom? Ma Chao's face sank in anger. Zhang Bing was not the least bit afraid and said angrily, so what if I cursed you? Ma Chao gasped and clenched his fists, then viciously threatened, this young man has changed his mind now, breaking your legs isn't too much, this young man is going to make you the joke of the entire school, this young man also made your Tianlong hotel go bankrupt, and want you to wag your tail and beg for mercy like a dog. You're so full of ing bull. Zhang Bing disdained this. With the system in his body he was not afraid at all. Chapter 41, Kneeling. Both of them moved to the real fire, and without any more nonsense, they walked together towards the ring in the center of the playground. The atmosphere of the scene was also completely ignited, and the densely packed students were all shouting for Ma Chao. As a national martial arts champion, watered down or not, Ma Chao's aura was still pretty strong. Get in the ring and the whole thing changes. He was seen raising his arms and everyone on the grass cheered. Ma Chao is awesome. Ma Chao beat him to death, get him dead. What kind of person dares to provoke young Master Ma? Hearing the cheers rising and falling from below, almost all of them in favor of himself. Ma Chao became even more pleased with himself, looking at this Zhang Bing and said sarcastically, did you hear everyone's voices? I'll tell this young man to get you killed. Zhang Bing, on the contrary, appeared to be calm and collected, and said disdainfully, if you really have that ability, just let your horse come over and get you, I can do it with one hand. Ha! Ma Chao was very confident, clenched his fists, and intimidated, kid, today, this young man will not only make you sit in a wheelchair for the rest of your life, but will also make those chicks beside you into this young man's slaves, this young man's playthings. Zhang Bing was also angry at this time, and it didn't matter that Ma Chao was clamoring with him, at most, everyone sprayed each other. But Ma Chao didn't move to verbally insult Lin Hanyue, Zhang Tingting, Qin Yuan and the others, and it didn't just sound like an insult. Or is it a threat? The man can certainly do what he says he's going to do. Originally, seeing as your father is the richest man in Kyoto, I still wanted to be merciful to you. But you threatened me with them over and over again. I will definitely not be polite to you today. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you? Zhang Bing, scumbag, kneel down for this young man. Ma Chao's face sank as he roared and made a direct move. Only to see Ma Chao clenching his fists, a set of combinations played tigerishly, it did look like that. But what is fundamental is the performance nature of the routine, which to the layman is truly awesome. Wow, so handsome. Mr. Ma is worthy of being a national martial arts champion, an existence that can beat 10 of them. Ma Chao is awesome. The onlookers on the playground exclaimed, especially the many nymphomaniac-like girls who covered their faces and shouted. Lin Hanyue, Zhang Tingting, Qin Yuanyuan, Wang Rolan, and Su Ru were completely isolated, and all 5 of them stood to the side, all nervously watching the scene in the ring. Sister Yuan. Lin Hanyue was very worried about Zhang Bing's safety and opened her mouth to ask for help. If Zhang Bing he really can't defeat Ma Chao, can we ask the bigwigs from the Qin family's side to intercede? Several people knew in their hearts that only the Qin family had the ability to do this, and perhaps they could get the Ma family to sell their face. Qin Yuanyuan nodded and said, Zhang Bing saved my grandfather. If his life is really in danger, I will definitely ask my grandfather to step in and coordinate. Not only my grandfather, I know there's another big shot who will help, even Ma Chao's father, Ma Yunting, will have to give face. Hearing what Qin Yuanyuan said, Lin Hanyue, Zhang Tingting, Wang Rolan, and Su Ru all revealed astonished gazes. Miss Qin, your Qin family had better not meddle. At this time, Wang Chang walked over with a group of rich kids. Apparently, Qin Ji had been somewhat isolated because of the incident at the school gate, and Wang Chang had taken his place. And you Lin Hanyue, you can't escape me. Wang Chang, you're despicable and shameless, you instigated everything. Lin Hanyue angrily accused. Sister Lin, we don't need to take care of this kind of crazy dog. Qin Yuanyuan said in a cold voice as she pulled back the angry Lin Hanyue with a stern face. Qin Yuanyuan. Wang Chang was now considered to have entered Ma Chao's circle and had managed to replace Qin Ji's previous position. That's why he's not even afraid of the Qin family now, seeing that Qin Yuanyuan is equally outstanding and has a hot body. When Boss Ma finishes taking care of that son of a Zhang Bing, you won't be able to run away either. This young man will definitely fix you up hard. Shameless. Qin Yuanyuan angrily said, you try it. Seeing his cousin and Wang Chang sprang up, Qin Ji still stood out. Although he also hated Zhang Bing, he couldn't see Wang Chang hitting on his cousin. Alright, wait until Boss Ma is done with Zhang Bing, the rest of you can do whatever you like, don't hit my cousin. Qin Ji said. Wang Chang snorted coldly, before he didn't dare to touch Qin Ji, because the old man of the Qin family was in a high position back then, although he retired, his influence was still there. Now he is not so afraid of Qin Ji, because Qin Ji has lost his power in Ma Chao's and replaced himself. Young Qin, don't blame me for not reminding you. Now that Boss Ma is already quite displeased with you, you'd better weigh your own situation as well. Wang Chang, show me some respect in your ing tone. Qin Ji said angrily. And just as a few people were arguing, Zhang Bing and Ma Chao had already begun to officially fight in the ring. Zhang Bing was very calm as water throughout, not taking Ma Chao seriously at all. It was this extraordinary calmness of Zhang Bing that made Ma Chao lose his patience. He roared and cupped his fist and slammed it down towards Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing just looked up with contempt at the corner of his mouth. With the ancient martial arts branded in his brain, this was truly something that could hit 10 in 1. Ma Chao's three-legged kung fu was a child's game in his eyes. Just as Ma Chao confidently swept his fist towards Zhang Bing moved. He suddenly turned his body slightly to the side and quickly dodged over. Then before Ma Chao could react, Zhang Bing directly grabbed him with one hand. Son of the richest man, huh? National martial arts champion, huh? Zhang Bing threw down a few backhanded slaps. The scene, unexpected and a big shock, instantly made everyone in the playground lose control and stand up collectively. You dared to hit me? Ma Chao himself was confused, he didn't even see clearly how Zhang Bing struck just now. I just felt my eyes bleed now and my face was on fire. So what if I beat you? Zhang Bing was nonchalant, pinching Ma Chao's wrist with one hand while kicking Ma Chao in the small of his back. Ma Chao directly squatted down under the severe pain. And a national martial arts champion, a piece of trash, unbeatable. Zhang Bing reprimanded while delivering another vicious kick. What? What's going on here? Duke Ma is actually no match for that Zhang Bing. Mr. Ma is the national martial arts champion. Many people couldn't accept this reality and covered their heads in shock. Macho himself didn't even think that he, who thought he could at least take Zhang Bing single-handedly, couldn't even carry a single move in front of him. Kneel down for me. Zhang Bing suddenly shouted, then stomped on Macho's body and stomped him to the ground. The scene was completely out of control. How honorable was Macho's status? Being beaten by Zhang Bing so footsteps on the spot, and forced to kneel. It was not Macho's personal face that was lost, the face of the entire Ma family, including the richest man in Kyoto, Ma Yunting, was also lost. Kneel down. Zhang Bing angrily scolded. I kneel Nima, I'm going to kill your whole family. Macho's mind completely collapsed, the self-respect built over decades was all crushed at this moment. He couldn't care less about what kind of occasion this was, or that it was a society governed by the rule of law. Directly in front of the entire school, he threatened to kill Zhang Bing's entire family. Chapter 42, Giving Face to No One. You're going to kill my whole family again, aren't you? Zhang Bing was also fuming, a pampered super-rich second generation like Ma Chao. Once he really did something evil, the destruction caused would be unimaginable. Once such a person makes a scathing public statement, it is likely that some unscrupulous people will throw their weight behind it and actually do it for the sake of profit. My own mom and dad are good citizens in the old man's proper sense of the word, and they definitely can't afford to be tossed around. I'll beat you until you give in today. With that said, Zhang Bing directly lifted Ma Chao from the ground with one hand, then grabbed him by the throat and instantly lifted him up high with one hand. This scene once again stunned everyone in the room. Ma Chao was at least 5'8" and weighed at least 70 kilograms, plus he was a national martial arts champion with a strong physique. To be lifted up one-handed by Zhang Bing with one hand around his throat just like that, how much strength was needed? Those female fans of Ma Chao on the playground had long ago been unable to strain themselves and cried out in fear. The 4 actresses who followed Ma Chao along also had very ugly faces with panic written all over them. If the horse exceeds the problem, turn around and Ma Yunting personally pursue down, they also have to follow the bad luck. The school principal, Wu Jun, and a whole bunch of leaders were also anxious. And Wang Chang's group of rich kids who followed Ma Chao also sucked in cold air in their hearts at this time. Everyone had thought that as a national martial arts champion, Ma Chao taking Zhang Bing was not an easy task, but they did not expect this result. Lin Hanyue, Zhang Tingting, Qin Yuanyuan, Su Ru, and Wang Ruolin were also stunned. This result was simply unimaginable to anyone except Zhang Bing himself, who knew it in his heart. Ma Chao was also stunned at this time, not expecting Zhang Bing to be so fierce. But the self-respect he had built up since he was a child made it imperative that he never concede. Despite being lifted up by Zhang Bing with one hand around his neck, Ma Chao still shouted curses intermittently. Zhang Bing dropped Ma Chao as soon as he could, then lifted his foot to deliver a punch and kick. Kneel or not? Kneel down for me. Zhang Bing's eyes were red as he punched and kicked Ma Chao's body, causing him to bruise and start spitting blood. At this time the school principal Wu Jun and vice principal Qin Ming and some other leaders can no longer sit still, but also can't care so much, all rushed to the ring. If Zhang Bing was allowed to continue beating him like this, if he really missed and killed Ma Chao, then things would be out of control. Stop. Zhang Bing, stop it at once. Wu Jun called off Zhang Bing with a shout. Then Qin Ming also rushed over and hugged the fuming Zhang Bing, dissuading him, forget it, you've already won, if you really beat up Ma Chao, none of us can afford the consequences. Only then did Zhang Bing's anger calm down a little and said, Vice Principal Principal Wu, all the leaders. The entire school today can testify that it was Ma Jun who initiated the date. And publicly threatened to break my legs and kill my whole family, and I was merely fighting back in self-defense. Although it was true that Zhang Bing said so, no one in the school leadership dared to offend Ma Chao. Almost, do you really want to beat Mr. Ma to death? At that time, if the Ma family pursues the matter, will you be able to bear the responsibility? Wu Jun's face turned blue as he asked rhetorically with a stern face. Originally, everyone was cooperating with Ma Chao to pretend and make him happy. I didn't expect to make Zhang Bing whole instead. Wu Jun, together with a few school leaders, helped the half-beaten Ma Chao up from the ground, and Ma Chao's eyes were red as he struggled frantically. Zhang Bing, nymphets, I'm going to kill you, kill your whole family. When Zhang Bing heard this, the fire that had just gone down rose again. Grass, motherer, you can't afford to lose, can you? I'll kill you first. Zhang Bing, don't be impulsive. Qin Ming hurriedly hugged him, not daring to let go. Ma Chao, listen to me, even if father himself comes, I will still not put it in my eyes. Come at me if you dare. Macho roared furiously, and the more Wu Jun and the others advised him to die, the more ferociously he screamed. Mr. Ma, say less, we're taking you to the hospital right now. Old Qin, you stay behind to take care of the aftermath, we'll send Mr. Ma to the hospital first. Saying that, Wu Jun was also afraid that things would get bigger and bigger, and hurriedly forced Macho to leave with people pulling him away. The entire playground exploded with numerous students talking and yelling. All watched as the principal and a large group of leaders sent Macho to the hospital, and the 4 actresses followed. Seeing this, Qin Ming let go of Zhang Jun and sighed, "AI, things are in trouble now." Lin Hanyue, Zhang Tingting, Qin Yuan, Suru, and Wang Wolin were also the first 5 to run over. Zhang Bing, are you alright? Lin Hanyue asked with concern. Zhang Bing nodded and said, "It's fine, I can do it with one hand when I clean up that kind of Philistine." Bing, look, Ma Chao won't stop at this, the Ma family is the richest in Kyoto, hee. Zhang Tingting said worriedly. Tingting, you're right. Qin Yuan looked relaxed and said, Ma Yunting only has that one son, Ma Chao, and after being beaten so badly today, I reckon Ma Yunting will personally step in. Yuan. Qin Ming said with a stern face, no need to estimate, it's a sure thing. Zhang Bing, I know about the conflict between you helping my family's old man and Qin Ji. If my family's old man hadn't retired, maybe Ma Yunting would still have some scruples, but now that the man is gone, the tea is cold. Although you are very capable, Ma Yunting is the richest man in Kyoto, the energy of the people behind him is unimaginable, what are you going to do? No plans. Zhang Bing said directly. But there's an important thing to do now. Saying that, Zhang Bing swept a glance towards the crowd where the commotion was gradually dispersing and saw Wang Chang, Qin Ji's group. Wang Chang, Qin Ji, and the other group of people had long been scared silly, their faces white. I didn't realize that Ma Chao was actually no match for Zhang Bing and was beaten so badly. Wang Chang, stop there! Zhang Bing shouted and quickly jumped out of the ring and rushed over. Wang Chang froze in place, looking at Zhang Bing whose anger value was drawn to full capacity, not daring to speak for a while. Damn, besides Ma Chao, you're the one who ing screams the most. Saying that, Zhang Bing directly slapped down. You're the one who started everything behind the scenes, and now the score, you tell me yourself, how is it going to be settled? Me. Wang Chang's brain was still in a blank state, stumbling and not knowing what to say. Weren't you arrogant just now? Zhang Bing slapped again. I'm teaching you to behave with these 2 slaps. Get lost and go back to tell your father Wang Ba, within 24 hours, immediately retire all from the Tianlong Hotel, otherwise I'll be the first to take you. Wang Chang didn't dare to make a sound, lowered his head, and could only agree to it, then left in a mess. Qin Ji, why don't you apologize to Zhang Bing immediately? At this time, Qin Yuan looked at her cousin and loudly reminded him. Qin Ji's mindset had completely changed this time, after seeing Zhang Bing's strength just now, he was secretly glad that his own father had come to teach him a lesson. Brother Zhang, I was wrong before, please forgive me, I will never follow Ma Chao's nonsense in the future. Zhang Bing didn't intend to bother much with Qin Ji, after all, Qin Yuan, Master Qin's face still had to be given. On the other side, Kyoto Hospital. Wu Jun brought a group of leaders and personally sent Ma Chao over. The person in charge of the reception was none other than the previous chief physician, Peng Biao. When he learned that Ma Chao was also beaten to this state by Zhang Bing, Peng Biao began to fan the flames from the sidelines. Although Ma Chao's injuries were not greatly impaired, his face was completely lost. Inform my father, now! Ma Chao yelled at all of them. Mr. Ma, just now your Ma's group's security department manager, Mr. Ma Zhanshan Ma, called personally, and he's already on his way to the hospital himself. Don't be angry, this matter will be dealt with seriously by our school administration. Deal with Nima. Ma Chao had a belly full of rage unleashed, and caught Wu Jun also giving him a scolding. Immediately expel Zhang Bing, that son of a, and all the women with him from school, or I'll tell my dad to find connections to get you. Chapter 43, Moving Fast. Inside the high-class rooms of Kyoto Hospital, where all the people who were originally hospitalized were senior retirees. However, Ma Chao was only brutally beaten by Zhang Bing, a little bit of skin injury, and also forced to live in. Hospital Director Peng Biao with a large number of nurses and doctors, busy before and after all kinds of waiting to flatter. After all, Ma Chao is the son of the richest man in Kyoto, the only heir of the Ma family in the future. As the richest family in Kyoto, the Ma family was more than just rich, the energy and connections behind them were beyond imagination. At this moment, the ward. A burly middle-aged man with an angry face. The school principal, the hospital director, and the others were all a little afraid of this middle-aged man. The middle-aged man came with a number of well-trained bodyguards. After learning the whole story, the middle-aged man Ma Zhanshan immediately said that he would ruthlessly fix Zhang Bing. As the security manager of the Ma group, he was himself a close family slave of the Ma family. Black and white are stained a lot, so even if the art school arrogance, the hospital director of these people with status are somewhat afraid of Ma Zhanshan. Ma Zhanshan, I want to see one of Zhang Bing's scumbag's legs in 2 days, isn't he a good fighter? Remove one of his legs, got it? Ma Chao yelled. Ma Zhanshan nodded and said, don't worry young master, Mr. Ma was in a meeting before I came here, whoever dares to hit your face is hitting Mr. Ma's face, and no matter who the other party is, they will have to pay the price. Brother Ma. At this time Peng Biao reminded in a whisper, that little man surnamed Zhang is not very old, but very rich. And there is also some relationship with the Qin family side, I suspect that it is the Qin family behind him, otherwise even if he borrowed 10 guts, he would not dare to move Ma Xiao. Qin family. Ma Zhanshan clenched his fists and said in a cold voice, if the old man of the Qin family hadn't retired yet, our Ma clan would still be afraid of 3 points, but now that people are gone, the tea is cold. What is a mere Qin family? Dare to go against our Ma behind the scenes, wait and see. Ma Zhanshan left the hospital with his men after making sure that there was nothing serious wrong with Ma Chao. Although he screamed with his mouth, he didn't take the Qin family seriously at all. But the heart is not stupid, retired old cadres, although people go tea cold, but still have a certain energy. Although the big brother behind the Ma family only has his hands in the sky, he is not guilty of using this relationship because of this matter. So, after thinking for a moment, Ma Zhanshan took out his cell phone and made a direct call. Then asked each other to go to the Sky Dragon Hotel. On the other hand, Su Ru saw that there was nothing more to do and returned to the bank first under Zhang Bing's arrangement. Qin Yuan, Qin Ji, and Qin Ming also went back to the Qin family to find Elder Qin to discuss the matter. Zhang Bing brought Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland to leave the school together as well and arrived at the Tianlong Hotel. By the time Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Roland arrived at the Tianlong Hotel, soon all 3 of them realized something was wrong. There was a car from the relevant department parked in front of the hotel, as well as several luxury cars. Mr. Zhang, Manager Wang, you guys are finally here. A hotel worker hurried over when he saw that Zhang Bing, Wang Roland had returned. What happened? Roland Wang asked. The staff whispered, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang, a group of guests came to the 8th floor, and they just went up not long ago. The captain of the nearby patrol team came over to sweep for pornography himself, and happened to be caught in the act. Mr. Zhang, it seems that this was authorized by someone from the Ma family. Wang Roland reminded. Zhang Bing nodded and said, the richest man in Kyoto is indeed the richest man in Kyoto, moving so fast. But it's okay, let's go up and see. At this time, on the 8th floor, the captain of the patrol team, Shirley, was chatting with Ma Zhanshan and the others. And it called out all the staff on the 8th floor. The manager in charge, Wang Fun, was also blindsided by this battle. Normally, this kind of thing is unspoken. Moreover, there is a club on the 8th floor of the Tianlong Hotel is not a day or two, behind the back should be punched long ago. Captain Shir, what are you doing? Shirley snorted coldly and said, what did you say to do? Who allowed you to run these illegal businesses? Today you must close down and rectify, and all the staff must be taken away. Captain Shir, isn't that a good idea? Our hotel just changed owners and has been paying taxes legally. Wang Fun explained. Pimp, whether it's legal or not, it's up to me, not you guys, understand? Shirley was nonchalant, he was buddies with Ma Zhanshan. Of course his top boss, the Inspector General, had an even more unusual relationship with Ma Yunting. So when Ma Zhanshan personally called him to come and help, of course he had to come in person. Wang Fun was still trying to argue, when one of the beauties pulled her aside and pulled out her cell phone to show her. Wang Fun glanced at that news, and immediately her whole body was scared half to death. In an instant, she realized that it was Zhang Bing who had beaten up the Ma family's son. Immediately call your hotel owner to come, don't make us personally arrest him. Shirley's official voice was loud and reprimanding. Hee, what an official authority. Just at this time, Zhang Bing came up in the elevator with Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang, Miss Lin. Wang Feng and the staff on the 8th floor hurriedly greeted each other, although Zhang Bing had not taken over the Tianlong Hotel for a few days. However, he instructed Wang Roland to raise everyone's commission and basic guaranteed salary and a series of other benefits all by a considerable amount, so everyone was more supportive of him. Mr. Zhang, it was authorized by the Ma family side. Wang Fun reminded in a low voice. Zhang Bing nodded his head, indicating that he knew. He then looked at Shirley and also Ma Zhanshan and the others. You're Zhang Bing, the boss behind the Tianlong Hotel, right? Shirley directly showed an official letter and said, your hotel is suspected of operating illegally, you'd better cooperate and come with us immediately. What if I don't cooperate? Zhang Bing said disdainfully. Although the Sky Dragon Hotel does have that clubhouse nature, security measures have always been tight. Even if it's a fishing law enforcement, it's hard to find evidence, besides the whole Dragon Country, the whole of Kyoto which a little bit of class hotel does not have these business? This kind of thing is just open to scrutiny, and frankly, it's all about connections. Kid, you really don't have small guts. At this time, Ma Zhanshan also opened his mouth. This person's aura was very strong, exuding a ferocious aura. No wonder you dared to beat up our young master. You think having 2 dimes in your pocket is a big deal? Zhang Bing paused and said disdainfully, yo, so it's someone from the Ma family. Macho, this waste is useless, money is not as much as mine, women are not as pretty as mine, and can't beat me. What's the matter? The little one can't do it, and the big one is going to step in despite his face? Little, what did you say? Ma Zhanshan is a social person, ruthless, has been helping Ma's group in addition to some dirty work. No one dared to talk to him like that, and never feared him more than a trifle. I say Nima. Zhang Bing wasn't being polite and said angrily, trying to pick a fight with your connections? Do you think I'm a vegetarian? He. Shirley persuaded Ma Zhanshan, who couldn't help but make a move, and laughed coldly, kid, you're a bit capable at such a young age, being able to take control of the Tianlong Hotel, and I heard that you even hit Mr. Ma with your hands, right? Did you think you could do whatever you wanted just because you knew someone from the Qin family? Chapter 44, The Qin family is no good. In the face of Shirley's threat, Zhang Bing looked calm. He said sarcastically, do I need to rely on the Qin family? What can a corrupt corpse like you do to me? Kid. Shirley smiled skinlessly. In general, he, a captain of the patrol team, was naturally unwilling to offend Zhang Bing, a mysterious young tycoon whose deposits directly exceeded $5 billion and whose actual worth was unknown. Power is greater than all, yes, but it also depends on what grade of power corresponds to what kind of wealth. Obviously, there was no way for a patrol captain to touch a rich man of Zhang Bing's level. However, this was authorized by the Ma family's side, which was why Shirley didn't care at all. Don't think it's a big deal to have a few bucks, anyone who violates disorder is subject to the law. Ha! Hearing this crowning official voice, Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, it's right to be sanctioned by the law, but what the hell are you? Can you represent the law? As far as I'm concerned, you're not just a dog raised by the Ma family that specializes in biting people. Wait. Shirley was also completely enraged by Zhang Bing's words, and made up his mind to ruthlessly fix Zhang Bing. When we get there, it's up to me, not you. Alright, cut the crap. Zhang Bing said in a cold voice, bring out any evidence. Without evidence, I will definitely file a complaint against you. You want evidence? Shirley sneered more than once and said, when you get to us, don't worry, we'll definitely find the evidence. Saying that, Shirley was about to instruct the officers of the patrol team to forcibly take away Zhang Bing. Slow. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Only Qin Yuan and Qin Guanghua walked out from inside the elevator. The organization didn't give you the power to fake your way through. Captain, sure, just about right, don't overdo it. As soon as it appeared that the people were from the Qin family, Shirley and Ma Zhanshan's few people glanced at each other and had an answer in their hearts. Zhang Bing, Sister Lin, Sister Wang don't need to be afraid of them. Qin Yuan looked at Shirley and Ma Zhanshan, who were smiling wickedly, and spoke. Sister Yuan, Director Qin. Zhang Bing also shouted politely. This was the third time he had encountered Qin Guanghua. The first time was at the Qin family and the second time at the bank. Qin Guanghua waved his hand, signaling Zhang Bing that there was no need to be polite. Then he looked at Shirley with a righteous face and said, public power for private use, although we are not in the same system. But Zhang Bing is kind to my Qin family. If you want to use your power to suppress and defame Zhang Bing, my Qin family will definitely stand up. Qin Guanghua's words are very hard. This is the meaning of the old man Qin. If not for the illness of the old man Qin, he would have to personally come over a trip. Ha! Ma Zhanshan naturally recognized Qin Guanghua, and also knew that Qin Guanghua was now serving in the financial system, holding no small amount of power. But that's the financial system, not a patch on the Rangers. Director Chin, the law and order aspect seems to have nothing to do with your financial system, right? I would advise you that it would be best if you don't mind your own business. This Zhang Bing has the audacity to take a shot at my family's young master. Besides, Captain Sure is also on official business, so even if your family's old man comes, he should do what he wants. Humph. Xin Guanghua let out a righteous breath and said, My Zhanshan, we're all adults, there's no need to speak so euphemistically. What happened at the art school? There were so many people at the scene, your Ma family will know the truth of the matter by casually inquiring. If you are going to use your power to deal with Zhang Bing, I just want to say that your Ma family will not only lose face but also reason. Alright. My Zhanshan didn't talk nonsense and said, Qin Guanghua, your Qin family has long been thinning out, so mind your own business. We're set to move this kid surnamed Zhang, but don't worry, it will be reasonable and legal. Saying that, my Zhanshan gave Shirley a wink. Shirley immediately understood in a second. He was obviously on the side of the Ma family, although he also didn't want to offend the Qin family, but there was always a choice to be made in everything. Director Qin, this really has nothing to do with you. We received a report from the group is here to catch prostitutes and eliminate pornography, and now we have to take the owner of the Tianlong Hotel, the general manager, as well as all the relevant personnel back to assist in the investigation. If we can't find any evidence, we'll release them immediately as a matter of business. Come on, you guys. Xin Yuan stood out sarcastically, who doesn't know what you guys mean? The most disgusting are people like you. Miss Qin, please watch your words, I can charge you with obstructing official duties at any time. Shirley warned. Whatever, sue if you like, I'll also sue you for knowing the law and breaking it. Xin Yuan coldly snorted. Yuan. Xin Guanghua stopped Xin Yuan and once again said seriously to Shirley, I advise you to be right about that uniform you're wearing and don't bend the law. Director Qin, it's not for you to worry about. Shirley didn't care and started ordering his men to take Zhang Bing away by force. Although Zhang Bing was not very old, he was experienced, and the main thing was that he was emboldened. The first time he knew about it before he came up, he texted Feng Qianqiu to inform him. Feng Qianqiu, as the nation's top doctor, definitely had very strong connections and resources at hand. Ma Zhanshan, Shirley, right? You want to use this as an excuse to screw me? Who are you? Kid, as tough as your mouth is now, let's see if you're still tough when you get to our patrol station. Take it away and seal the place. Slow. Zhang Bing shouted with a wave of his hand. Someone will call you soon, just wait. Is that so? Ma Zhanshan said in a cold voice, we'd like to know, what exactly is your background? In Kyoto, just you want to fight with our Ma family. Captain Sure, feel free to follow the process, as for the rest, our Ma family will take care of it later. Shirley nodded and no longer hesitated to forcefully arrest people. And right at this moment, Shirley's private cell phone suddenly rang. He paused, pulled out his cell phone, and curiously pressed answer. In the next second, his entire body subconsciously stood up straight, his expression changing drastically. Yes. Yes. 2 short words later, the phone hung up. Shirley looked at Zhang Bing with a horrified face and sucked in cold air in his heart. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, we made a mistake and caused you trouble. After saying this, Shirley's entire body was in a cold sweat, and with his men, he was about to leave. Ma Zhanshan was very puzzled, seeing that Shirley was a different person before and after he answered a phone call. Guess what? It must be the mysterious big brother calling. But the energy behind the Ma family can also pass through the sky, so Ma Zhanshan is not afraid. Captain Stone, what's going on? Who called you? What are you afraid of? If anything goes wrong, we Ma's will fix it. Shirley's face was grave. The person who had just called him, even their director had to stand and listen. This kind of big brother was definitely not something he could imagine as a small patrol captain. Although he was on good terms with Ma Zhanshan, he received many favors from the Ma family and helped them. But he knew in his own heart who was lighter and who was heavier. Brother Ma, I can't afford to mess with Mr. Zhang, I advise you not to either, farewell. Chapter 45, Top Big Brother. Hearing that Shirley had said so, Ma Zhanshan wasn't stupid. Knowing that the person who just called must be a big deal, this is something he can't handle. So he had no choice but to stop there and leave with Shirley. Stop. Seeing Shirley and Ma Zhanshan about to leave, Zhang Bing shouted, saying, Is my place for you to come and go as you please? Cold sweat was breaking out on Shirley's forehead. The person who had just called had clearly said so. The Tianlong Hotel is a key enterprise. Tell him not to mess around. The status and position of that big man was by no means something that a captain like him could touch. Thinking that Zhang Bing actually had such an energetic big brother behind him, he would never dare to offend Zhang Bing the moment the Ma family did not use their connections behind him. General Manager Zhang, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, I apologize. Shirley really deserved to be in the system, able to bend and bend. But Ma Zhanshan is a member of the community and is very unconvinced. What do you want? Zhang Bing looked at Ma Zhanshan and saw that the other party was aggressive, and at a glance, he was definitely the kind of ruthless character who had really seen blood. However, he had the ancient martial arts on his side, so he was simply not enough to fear. You guys disrupted my business today and caused me a lot of damage here, and you want to just walk away? Honestly, compensate $1 million in damages, then get the hell back and tell your young master Macho that he better not mess with me again. Otherwise, next time it won't be as simple as a beating. Get out. Ma Zhanshan clenched his fists in anger. How had he ever been so humiliated? Mr. Zhang, calm down, must be according to what you said. Shirley was afraid that Ma Zhanshan would be impulsive and cause a big trouble, so he hurriedly jumped ahead and said, Get out. Zhang Bing was nonchalant and reprimanded. Shirley had long ago not wanted to stay, and while compensating for his smile, he pulled Ma Zhanshan and took his men to the elevator to quickly leave. After seeing Ma Zhanshan, Shirley and the others being scared away, all the staff at the clubhouse exclaimed and applauded for Zhang Bing. Only Qin Yuanyuan and Qin Guanghua knew that Feng Qianqiu must have used his contacts behind the scenes. Lin Hanyue, Wang Rolan all looked at Zhang Bing adoringly. Zhang Bing's performance once again exceeded their expectations. Well, there's nothing more to do, so everyone do what you need to do. Remember that safety is paramount, and that security should be stepped up in the future so that no one can be caught in the act. Zhang Bing commanded. He was open-minded about this kind of industry. After all, the population of the Dragon Kingdom was huge, and it was better to block than to block. There is a demand, there is a market, this is a market economy. He then instructed Wang Rolan to extort $1 million in compensation to all the staff on the 8th floor, all as a bonus. This move once again welcomed the 88 beauties to support. Qin Guanghua can only turn a blind eye to this kind of thing is everywhere, there is no way to ban. After arranging everything, Qin Guanghua excused himself and left. Qin Yuanyuan also had to go to work at the hospital, and Wang Rolan had to deal with things at the hotel. It was rare that it was just him and Lin Hanyue. The two of them arrived in the room, and Lin Hanyue had already been completely conquered by Zhang Bing. But the jealousy came up, even though it was at school at the time for a special reason. But as a woman's sixth sense, she wasn't stupid and could see that it wasn't just Wang Rolan and Su Ru. Even Qin Yuanyuan, including Zhang Tingting, was clearly interested in Zhang Bing. However, she was open-minded in her heart, being as young as Zhang Bing, proficient in medical skills, and having strong hands, plus being rich. To say it belonged only to her, even she didn't believe it. Probably sensing Lin Hanyue's jealousy, Zhang Bing had no choice but to undress her while explaining soothingly. On the other hand, after Shirley and Ma Zhanshan left in ashes, Ma Zhanshan was a million times more upset and said angrily, Captain Shi, what's going on? Who called you? Is that your High Commissioner? Brother Ma, you and I have known each other for many years, don't ask about this, it's definitely not our Gao bureaus, I dare not say who made the call, don't make it difficult for me, even the Gao bureaus can't afford to be offended. Shirley, still with a fearful face, explained, to fix this Zhang Bing I think it's necessary for Mr. Ma to step in. You tell me, don't worry, I'll keep it absolutely confidential. Ma Zhanshan continued to pursue. Shirley is also not a little cute. He is a small captain who absolutely does not dare to get involved in the big brother who was involved behind Zhang Bing, or else he will not know how to die. Brother, don't give me a hard time, report to Mr. Gao truthfully. When Ma Zhanshan saw Shirley's attitude, he didn't ask any more questions, but said goodbye and left. In the afternoon, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue came out from inside their rooms. Lin Hanyue's eyes contained autumn waves, and her entire body was ripe with satisfaction and happiness as she pulled Zhang Bing's hand. At this time, Zhang Bing's cell phone rang and he opened it to see that it was Feng Qianqiu calling. Hanyue, why don't you go back to school or home first, I still have some important things to take care of here. Zhang Bing said. Lin Hanyue nodded knowingly and said, you go and get busy, remember to be careful in everything. In the meantime, inside a compound in Kyoto, two old men were playing against each other. The facilities inside the house are quaint, not luxurious, but simple and clean. One of the old men was none other than Feng Qianqiu, and the other old man was the top Kyoto bigwig Zhao Lao, the kind whose words and actions were enough to influence the entire Dragon Kingdom. Ah, old Feng, is the young man surnamed Zhang you mentioned really that powerful? Old Zhao asked with interest while playing chess. Elder Zhao, if it wasn't impressive, how could I personally come to plead with you for this favor? Feng Qianqiu treated Elder Zhao with extra respect. Just now, it was also him who personally came to beg, and only then did Zhao Lao instruct someone to directly bypass the rules and regulations and make a phone call to Shirley, the captain of the patrol team. Divine Dr. Zhang should be on his way here, you'll know when you see him later. I've been practicing medicine all my life, and I've never seen such a marvelous young man. I bet this young man will be famous all over the world in the future. He. Elder Zhao laughed and said, well, since you're so optimistic, old Feng, I'm still willing to give the youngsters a chance. And at this moment, Zhang Bing had already rushed over by car based on the location provided by Feng Qianqiu. As soon as he got out of the car, he looked at a dilapidated, but quadrangular house in front of him, surrounded by red-walled compounds. His heartbeat accelerated. There was no doubt that the ones who lived in here were definitely top-notch bigwigs. Money, indeed, is about as good as scrap paper to the big boys in here. It seems like old man Feng is indeed mixing well, actually knowing a bigwig of this level. Zhang Bing paused and said in a rather shocked manner. Anyone in here with a random name is taboo. The guards standing guard at the entrance were all loaded with bullets, and Zhang Bing walked over in a very low-key and polite manner before reporting the information as Feng Qianqiu had said. The guard on duty then him and let him go. Soon, Zhang Bing arrived inside a small courtyard house. He knocked on the door and soon a servant came out. Who are you looking for, young man? Hello, it was Feng Qianqiu Feng Lao who told me to come here. Upon hearing this, the servant assumed an inviting posture and said, young man, you come with me. The quadrangle is very simple, but very elegantly decorated, and at first glance the owner has good taste. Zhang Bing followed the servant to the living room quickly. Master, Elder Feng, Mr. Zhang is here. At a glance, Zhang Bing saw Feng Qianqiu playing chess with a red-faced old man. When he saw that old man's face, Zhang Bing's entire heartbeat accelerated, and there was a natural sense of oppression. Because of this old man, he hadn't seen much of him on TV when he hadn't yet reported to the Kyoto University of Arts. Chapter 46, Showing the Big Guy What You Got. Divine Dr. Zhang, come, I'm sure Elder Zhao doesn't need me to introduce him. Feng Qianqiu also stood up and called out to the restrained Zhang Bing. After all, Elder Zhao's status was superb and he was one of the top bigwigs of the establishment now. It's almost impossible for the average person to see him. Only then did Zhang Bing react and hurriedly saluted very politely, Senior Zhang Bing has met Elder Zhao. Zhao Lao laughed and put down the chess pieces in his hand and stood up as well, slightly sizing up Zhang Bing. Not bad lad, young and talented. Nowhere, Elder Zhao is flattering. Zhang Bing was very humble, this was the first time he had personally met a big shot of this caliber. Young man, there's no need to be so formal, feel free to make yourself at home with me. Old Feng and I have also known each other for many years as close friends, Old Feng has highly recommended you to me. Elder Zhao faintly smiled. Divine Dr. Zhang, this time, thanks to Elder Zhao's appreciation of his talent, he specially instructed others to make a phone call directly to the captain of the patrol team, so you should thank Elder Zhao properly. Feng Qianqiu kept winking from the side and spoke out to remind him. Zhang Bing understood for a second, and he knew it very well inside. People like Elder Zhao at this level can reach the heavens and a single word can determine the life and death of an industry. Wealth had long since lost its original meaning in his eyes. The reason why he was willing to make an exception and instruct the people below to call Shirley to help himself was, on the one hand, because of Feng Qianqiu's face. On the other hand, I guess it's because Feng Qianqiu has touted and molded himself to be the absolute best. Now it's time for you to show your hand, if you can really get into Zhao Lao's eyes. Then one's future was unimaginable, even if Ma Yunting came personally, he wouldn't dare to do anything to himself. If he was just boasting and did not have any real skills, then this would be the only time in his life that he would be up close and personal with Elder Zhao. Thinking of this, Zhang Bing carefully observed Zhao Lao's physical condition. With the medical skills gifted by the system, looking, sniffing, looking at the qi, tending to good fortune and avoiding bad luck, are no big deal. Generally like at Zhao Lao's age, even if he was in a high position and had a professional medical team on standby. But even the best medical skills cannot withstand the time, age, high position of power in the heart of mental stress. There will always be problems with the body and that cannot be solved by modern medical instruments. The ancient medical arts were long on this path, so Zhang Bing could tell at a glance that there was indeed something wrong with Zhao Lao's body. Elder Zhao, I dare to ask you if you have been physically weak, Having difficulty concentrating, waking up in the middle of the night from time to time, and feeling numbness in your legs for a long time? Upon hearing Elder Zhao's inquiry, Elder Zhao didn't show too much surprise and just nodded slightly as an acknowledgement. In the eyes of a bigwig of his level, it was nothing for Zhang Bing to be able to see his old problems at a glance. It was also possible that Feng Qianxiu had told Zhang Bing long ago. If Elder Zhao believes in it, my junior can help you with these tricky little problems. Zhang Bing furtively said. Elder Zhao nodded and said, Elder Feng said that you are proficient in the lost ancient art of acupuncture and moxibustion, so I would love to meet the ancient medical treasures of our dragon kingdom. Please take a seat, Elder Zhao. Zhang Bing also heard out that there was a hint of skepticism in Elder Zhao's tone, which was normal. He himself was only 19, after all, which would be hard to believe for anyone else. If it wasn't for Feng Qianxiu, a medical titan, who was madly bragging about it, there was no way he would have had this opportunity. Elder Zhao then sat down on the sofa and signaled Zhang Bing that he could begin. Zhang Bing nodded and took a few silver needles from Feng Qianxiu, then began to use an extremely bizarre technique to align every hidden acupoint on Zhao Lao's body. Seeing this scene, Feng Qianxiu immediately took out a small notebook and a pen and started recording. With Zhang Bing holding the silver needle, he began to change his pattern, with a technique that could only be described as bizarre. Zhao Lao felt that his body was indeed much more relieved, although he was unable to verify for the time being if the other symptoms had been resolved. However, he subconsciously already believed that Zhang Bing, this young man, was indeed extraordinary. After it lasted for 5 minutes, Zhang Bing collected a burst and said humbly, Elder Zhao, the problem with your body has been solved. That fast? Elder Zhao was surprised. Yes, it's that fast. Feng Qianxiu grabbed the words, Elder Zhao, Jiuxian acupuncture and moxibustion that is the medical treasure of our country, it has long been lost, it is rumored that it was passed down by a great doctor in the ancient times, and it has miraculous effects. So it is. Zhao Lao took a deep breath and shook his feet. Normally he would be numb after sitting for a while, but now this symptom had indeed disappeared. Amazing, the later generations are fearful. If the country has more later generations like you, why can't the nation be revitalized? Zhang Bing heard a snicker, this big hat he is still small, really cannot afford to receive. You flatter me, Elder Zhao, I'm still just a freshman at the University of the Arts. Ha ha ha. Elder Zhao laughed out loud in relief, his eyes filled with approval. Xiaobing, I heard from old Feng that you're also very good with your hands, that young man from the Ma family who won the National Martial Arts Championship, Macho, couldn't even catch a single move from you. Zhang Bing's heart was shocked, he didn't expect that Zhao Lao actually knew about Macho as well. A fluke, just a fluke, or it could be that Macho, the national martial arts champion, was paid for. Zhang Bing laughed. Xiao Bing, don't be proud. Zhao Lao said amiably, I've seen that kid from the Ma family before, he does have a bit of hand-to-hand combat. Now Zhang Bing was even more surprised, he had always thought that Macho was just watered down, and that being able to get the national wushu championship was all about the nature of the performance, coupled with the internalization of the wealth and power. But Zhao Lao had said that Macho did have some skills, so it definitely couldn't be false. Divine Dr. Zhang, what Elder Zhao said is true. Macho isn't as bad as you think, it might be that you're too strong. Feng Qianxiu also added from the side. Zhang Bing pondered, it seemed that the ancient martial arts that the system rewarded him with was too powerful, which caused it to appear that Macho was too watery. Well, son, study hard and contribute to your country in the future. Those matters between you and the Ma family, I will arrange for someone to assist you in resolving them. The Ma family, after all, still possesses extensive influence in Kyoto. Zhao Lao said softly. And just then, Zhang Bing's personal cell phone rang. He glanced apologetically at Elder Zhao and Feng Qianxiu, who nodded and indicated that it was okay for Zhang Bing to answer the phone. After answering the phone, Zhang Bing's face was a little less than pretty, obviously a little upset. This naturally couldn't be hidden from a bigwig of Zhao Lao's segment. Little soldier, did you run into any trouble? Zhao Lao asked. Zhang Bing did not hide anything, so he told what he encountered just now when he received Wang Ruolin's call. It turned out to be the president of the Kyoto University of Arts himself, who wanted to expel him, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Ruolin. Even Qin Ji was to be criticized by the whole school and given a demerit. Elder Zhao, the Ma family has gone too far. Feng Qianxiu said angrily. Zhao Lao didn't take a stance, he had known about Zhang Bing's incident with Macho at school for a long time. Son, you go back to school first, remember to study hard, abstain from arrogance, and contribute to the country and the people in the future. Arrangements will be made at my discretion on my side, and as long as you don't commit any crimes, no one can use special means to retaliate against you. With these words from Zhao Lao, Zhang Bing's heart completely relaxed. Chapter 47, You're Gonna Fire Me? Kyoto University of Arts, President's Office. Principal Wu Jun, Vice Principal Qin Ming and other relevant leaders were present. Lin Hanyue, Wang Roland, and Qin Ji were also called over. A school leader announced on the spot that he was directly going to expel the three from school for violating campus discipline. Of course, the so-called violation of campus discipline was just an excuse cover, even for cuties. Also knew that this was definitely the Ma family's side behind the scenes, and the underlying factor of the matter was on Zhang Bing. Principal Wu, Uncle Ming, what gives the school the right to expel us? Saying that we have violated campus discipline, show me the proof of which campus discipline we have violated? Qin Ji was the first to express his displeasure. Qin Ming was still his uncle. Alright, Qin Ji, there's no point in talking more, this is a unanimous decision deliberated by our school leaders. Qin Ming's face was unsightly, of course he knew that this was a crime of desire. But he couldn't change it, what he should have said he had said to Wu Jun long ago, and what he should have done he had done long ago. But it's Wu Jun who is the hand of the Kyoto University of Arts and speaks the truth. This is something that anyone with a clear eye knows is the work of the Ma family. The Ma family is the steamed bun of the Kyoto University of Arts, the school. In addition to the financial fixed allocation, the vast majority of funds are from the Ma group of companies. This is something from which every teacher worker, and even every student, has gained a great deal of benefit. It makes sense to fire all three, especially to fire Zhang Bing. Young Qin, forget it, there's no point in talking more. Wang Roland was more sensible and persuaded, all of this is obviously the Ma family behind the scenes, just wanting to target Mr. Zhang, we are just all fish in the pond. Oof. Lin Hanyue also understood the reasoning behind it, but she believed that her boyfriend would definitely solve it. Principal Wu, leaders, the school wants to expel us from school, and we really can't resist much. But let me remind you that my boyfriend, Zhang Bing, is no soft touch, and he won't let you get away with this. The principal Wu Jun did not care about this, although Zhang Bing is also very powerful, but to choose between Zhang Bing and the Ma family, there is a vote of feet on it. Alright, cut the crap, the three of you including the Zhang Bing will be expelled from school immediately, and we will also report to the education system in the name of the school, so that the four of you will be blacklisted in all the colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom. Wu Jun said in a cold voice. Damn, traitor. Qin Ji was at least a rich kid with big status, and had been high up before, but he didn't expect to be bullied himself now, but he couldn't do anything about it. Hearing Wu Jun's words, Qin Ming and the remaining few school leaders froze. Firing 4 people is way out of line. Now the entire trading system has to be notified in the name of the school, completely cutting off the 4 from future schooling, which is too much. That's a complete cutoff for 4 young men. Principal Wu, the matter of reporting to the education system is a bit overdone, isn't it? Qin Ming reminded. Old Qin, there's no need to say so much, you know the reason, it's useless to say too much, just go and execute it. Wu Jun's attitude was also resolute, if he didn't follow the instructions from the Ma family's side. He couldn't even keep his own arrogant position at the University of the Arts, and the Ma family could use their high-level contacts to replace him at any time. You guys are too much. Wang Roland also couldn't help herself and said angrily, why should the colleges and universities across the country pull the plug on us? It's fine to expel us and blacken us, then even Macho should come along. Wu Jun was too lazy to explain, and there was no need to explain to a few people. His face sank as he chided, this is the school's decision, it's not your turn to talk about it, get out. On what grounds? We'll be sure to file a complaint against you. Wang Roland, Lin Hanyue and the 2 girls made a big fuss, and Qin Ji also clenched his fists tightly at the side. By this time, he had already developed remorse in his heart, not expecting Macho to do things so absolutely. At least the 2 had always known each other before, and on the surface they were still brothers, but now they were even retaliating against themselves. And just then, the office door was kicked open. Zhang Bing rushed over and directly lifted the door open and rushed in. Zhang Bing. Mr. Zhang. Seeing that it was Zhang Bing who had arrived, Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland both showed joyful faces, and Qin Ji was also surprised for a moment. Zhang Bing nodded at a few people and stared at the principal, Wu Jun, with a somewhat menacing gaze. Zhang Bing, is there any discipline in your eyes? This is a school, you a freshman dared to kick the door of the principal's office, do you think the school can't rule you? Wu Jun snorted coldly and reprimanded loudly. What qualifications do you have to be the principal? Zhang Bing was nonchalant and sarcastic. Kid, what did you say? Wu Jun was also enraged by Zhang Bing's words and was a bit annoyed. I say you are a dog of the Ma family, you are at least the principal of a first-class art school and a person of character, yet you are willing to serve the Ma family as a watchdog and a house slave, shameless. Zhang Bing's words were very intense and filled with bitter sarcasm. This caused Wu Jun's brain to darken into a line as he angrily slapped the table and roared, Zhang Bing, get out immediately. From now on the four of you, especially you have been expelled from Kyoto Art School University. Ha! Zhang Bing didn't care in the slightest, Elder Zhao himself had said so before he came. He will order someone to coordinate this matter. With Zhao Lao's status, if he orders just anyone, it is estimated that Wu Jun will be scared to death. Wu Jun gives you face and calls you Principal Wu, but if he doesn't give you face, what are you? You want to expel us, but also in the national colleges and universities to blacken us line then even Macho together to deal with so fair, otherwise you do not think. Kid. Wu Jun said angrily with a stern face, don't think that just because you're rich and can fight that you're great. I'll tell you the truth, the Ma family is not something you can afford to offend. What does it matter to you if you can afford to be offended or not? Zhang Bing said sarcastically, tell me, how much favor does the Ma family give you every year? I'll pay double. Zhang Bing, don't you dare slander there, I'm telling you, you're slandering. Wu Jun yelled, although this kind of thing was unspoken by everyone, it could never be brought to the surface openly. Get out of here right now, or I'll immediately call security to blow you out. Zhang Bing laughed and stood there unperturbed. He said disdainfully, Principal Wu, if you want to expel a few of us from school, I'm afraid it's not up to you to say. Poof. Wu Jun was equally disdainful, saying, kid, in Kyoto University of Arts, what I say is what I say, even if you have money, it's useless, understand? Is that so? Zhang Bing asked rhetorically, don't worry, we'll see then. Get out immediately. Wu Jun pointed his finger outside angrily. Zhang Bing coldly grunted, alright, Wu Jun Wu Principal, you're screaming for joy now, don't lick your face later and beg us not to leave. Chapter 48, a phone call really scares the out of me. Dropping these words, Zhang Bing didn't nag and led Lin Hanyue, Wang Ruolin and walked out. Qinji hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to follow along. Brother Zhang, is what you just said reliable? Qinji stumbled and asked. Zhang Bing laughed and looked at Qinji who had sort of abandoned the darkness, although he did not like Qinji very much, the face of the Qin family had to be given. Young Qin, don't worry. Wu Jun wants to expel us from school and also blacken us in colleges and universities across the country, he can't do it yet, and it doesn't count even if he says so. Qinji sighed and said, Brother Zhang, although you are indeed very powerful. But Wu Jun is the principal, he does have the final say on things in the school, even if my family's old man steps in, if he doesn't give face, my family's old man can't do anything about it. As for blackballing the four of us at colleges and universities across the country, Ma's side of the family will surely use their connections in secret. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Wang Ruolin also sighed and added, this matter will be difficult to resolve even if we spend money. Poof. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Young Qin, senior sister Wang, you can rest assured that when I say that Wu Jun's word doesn't count, it definitely doesn't count. We'll just wait, we can't say we won't wait an hour before the Wookiees have to come begging for us. Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Qinji, Wang Ruolin also stopped saying anything, guessing that Zhang Bing must secretly have some other means. Afterwards, at Zhang Bing's suggestion, several people came to the school cafeteria, intending to have lunch first. And at that moment, inside the principal's office, Qin Ming and a handful of other school leaders still held a negative attitude towards Wu Jun's decision. After all, expelling the four was already a very serious punishment. If it is really reported to the education system as authorized by the Ma family, the national colleges and universities to pull the plug, this is to push people to the brink of extinction. Alright, this matter I don't want any of you to mention it again, otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. As the principal, Wu Jun had complete say in matters within the school. Principal Wu, don't go too far, expelling the four of them has already given an explanation to the Ma family's side. Qin Ming still insisted, not just because the four included his nephew Qin Ji. Old Qin, don't you understand what I said? Wu Jun was enraged and said in a cold voice, this matter is yours to handle, limit Zhang Bing, Qin Ji, Lin Hanyue, Wang Ruolin 4 people to leave the campus immediately within an hour, and notify down the road, these 4 people are not allowed to set foot in our school for life. And just then, the dedicated phone in the principal's office rang, interrupting Wu Jun. Wu Jun froze for a moment, as the dedicated phone line was all that the leaders above usually called when something was wrong. He immediately walked over to answer it, and the next second his entire back straightened. Yes. 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 A few short words, in less than 10 seconds, made Wu Jun burst into a cold sweat. Principal Wu, which leader is calling? Qin Ming and the others asked curiously. As far as they could remember, this was the first time they had seen Wu Jun in this state. Wu Jun wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and said, quickly, go and chase Zhang Bing and the others back, immediately. Principal Wu, what does it mean? Qin Ming and the others asked in confusion. Wu Jun was completely anxious and couldn't care less, running outside while shouting, don't say that, quick. At this time, the school cafeteria. The four of them, Zhang Bing, Qin Ji, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Rolan, sat down to eat together, and with the exception of Zhang Bing, all three of them were a bit worried. Of the four, besides Wang Rolan's family being very average, Qin Ji's family was very powerful, and Lin Hanyue's family was also standard middle class upwards. But after all, being expelled from a university is something that has very bad repercussions. At this time, Wang Chang and a group of rich kids in groups also walked in. The two sides were right on each other at once, and the enemies met. Mr. Zhang, it's Wang Chang's group that seems to be looking for trouble. Wang Rolan reminded. Zhang Bing nodded, his face full of disdain. From start to finish he didn't take Wang Chang, a rich second generation with a strong thuggish temperament, seriously. And Wang Chang now inwardly hated to greet all 18 generations of Zhang Bing's ancestors. Although Zhang Bing's strength made him a bit afraid, and he honestly passed on Zhang Bing's original words to Wang Ba, who did the same. But all of them were also aware of the movements on Macho's side. The school has already notified the whole school to criticize the expulsion of the four people. According to the character of Macho, this is just the appetizer. Zhang Bing, Qin Ji, you four have already been expelled from school, and you still have the nerve to strut around the school? Wang Chang walked over with a group of people, all of whom Qin Ji recognized. He was his follower before, but he was now sort of discarded by Macho, and Wang Chang managed to rise to the top and take his place. Wang Chang, do you want to die? Qin Ji himself didn't look at Wang Chang, seeing the other party so arrogant, he directly stood up and angrily rebuked. Wang Chang snorted coldly and said, Qin Ji, do you think it's still before? Let me tell you, you're nothing but a lost dog now. After Boss Ma finishes cleaning up surname Zhang, it will soon be your turn. Damn, what did you say? Qin Ji was furious, being satirized to his face by someone he despised in the past made him unable to hold back. Young Qin, calm down. At this time, Zhang Bing also stood up and persuaded Qin Ji. He looked at the smug Wang Chang and threatened, Wang Chang, it seems that the few slaps I gave you yesterday didn't grow on you, what? You want to challenge my bottom line? Zhang Bing. Wang Chang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, absolutely no one dared to rank first when he ranked second in his hatred for Zhang Bing. But with Zhang Bing's strength, he really couldn't afford to mess with him, so he could only hope for Macho. Now Zhang Bing and the others have been expelled from the school and the whole school has been informed. This also meant that Zhang Bing, Qin Ji, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Rolan were no longer students at the art school. It would be of a completely different nature if he dared to make a move in this capacity. I know you can fight, but now that you've been notified of your expulsion, try moving me if you can? Wang Chang, dog bastard, just try it. Qin Ji couldn't bear it and manipulated the plate on the dining table to snap it up. Sir Qin, don't be impulsive. Wang Rolan and Lin Hanyue hurriedly stopped it. Mr. Qin, we mustn't fall for it. With our current status of not being students, if we beat him up on campus, the consequences will be very serious and very troublesome to deal with. Senior Sister Rolan is right. Zhang Bing deeply agreed, and he gave a look to Qin Ji, signaling him to put down his plate. Even though Qin Ji usually seemed brainless, he would calm down this time. Yo, Qin Ji looks like you have a new master now, so obedient? Wang Chang saw that Qin Ji did not take the bait, so he further stimulated him verbally. Zhang Bing sneered and said, Wang Chang, it's really not good to take action against you with young Qin's background, but I can. Zhang Bing, feel free to try moving me. Wang Chang coldly grunted, you've all been expelled while we're students of the art school. So what if you dare to make a move on me on campus, even if you're rich? You can be sent to step on a sewing machine anytime. Chapter 49, so what if I smoke you? Zhang Bing's face sank as he suddenly grabbed the plate on the dining table and snapped it directly towards Wang Chang's head in a swift and thunderous manner. This scene stunned everyone else. Just now, Zhang Bing had advised Qin Ji not to be impulsive, but he didn't think that he would be good enough to do it directly. Wang Chang's group also froze. Zhang Bing was not following the norm at all. You're a social worker now, dare to make a move on school grounds. Wang Chang touched his head and cursed. So what if I did it? Zhang Bing proceeded to fling over 2 more slaps without hesitation. Who told you I was a social worker? Wang Chang's group had personally seen Zhang Bing's stature, able to take Macho with one hand. When it comes to fighting, none of them will be able to survive. You, quickly notify the school leaders, notify the security guards, hurry up. Wang Chang's face quickly puffed up as he rushed the people around him and urged loudly. Zhang Bing sneered, it's useless for you to notify anyone. And just then, a whole bunch of people came to the cafeteria. Leading the way was none other than Principal Wu Jun, Vice Principal Qin Ming and other relevant school leaders. Seeing the hurried appearance of the group of school leaders, Zhang Bing already had a number in his heart. Knowing that it must be that Elder Zhao's side had already arranged for someone to make a move. However, Wang Chang and the others were oblivious to this and thought that the school leaders were here to help. Headmaster, Zhang Bing, this dog scumbag was expelled, and he still lingered on campus, not to mention hitting me with his hands. Wang Chang covered his face, covered in stains, and roared angrily. Yes, Principal, a few of them have been notified of their expulsion and are no longer students of our school. How dare they strike on campus? Headmaster, this is of a very bad nature and they should all be arrested. The remaining few rich kids followed Wang Chang and clamored. Seeing this, Lin Hanyue and Wang Rolin were also anxious and hurriedly followed to explain. The assault of a student on school grounds by an off-campus person is of a very bad nature and impact. If they don't let go, and if the Ma family uses their connections behind the scenes, it's going to be very troublesome. Even if Zhang Bing was rich, he would still get into trouble. Headmaster, it was Wang Chang who deliberately provoked and insulted in the first place before Zhang Bing made his move. Yes, Headmaster, it's clearly Wang Chang's group who deliberately came to pick a fight. Lin Hanyue, Wang Rolin, what the did you guys say? Wang Chang roared. Qinji also stood out and said, I'm the one who hit the man, and it has nothing to do with Zhang Bing. Lina, Qinji, you ing did not see out so righteous you think this thing you can carry it? Wang Chang coldly said. All shut up. By this time, Wu Jun was in a cold sweat. Principal Wu, we should immediately call someone to arrest this trash Zhang Bing and detain him first. I still have to go to the hospital to have my injuries examined. Wang Chang proposed. Wang Chang, what do you want, you asshole? Wu Jun's face sank as he angrily rebuked on the spot. Principal Wu, what do you mean by this? Wang Chang felt puzzled, not expecting Wu Jun to take the lead in reprimanding himself instead of helping. Wu Jun ignored Wang Chang, but wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and walked to Zhang Bing, saying very humbly and respectfully, Zhang Bing the school made a mistake just now. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Everyone was dumbfounded when Wu Jun said this, and only Zhang Bing himself knew what was going on. Zhang Bing, you are all rare talents in the school, and as the principal, I would like to make a sincere review to you for the hasty decision I made just now. Principal, what do you mean by that? Is there a mistake? Not firing the 4 of them anymore? Wang Chang and the others, including Qin Ming and other school leaders, had their heads short-circuited. Everyone looked at Zhang Bing in unison, and Zhang Bing had a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Principal Wu, it's certainly good to learn from your mistakes, but I trouble you to keep your eyes open in the future. Yes, Zhang Bing, you are right, this is our major mistake. Wu Jun licked his face, his tone quite humble. He had received a call from above just now, and the caller was involved in a presence that he couldn't even dream of. Later on, all the relevant leaders of our school will immediately publicly review and admit their mistakes on this matter. This statement made the leaders concerned also look confused. All the leaders publicly review and admit their mistakes to the students? Whatever you guys want. Zhang Bing was not interested in this, but stared at the astonished Wang Chang's group. Principal Wu, then do we still have to deal with the matter of me beating up this scumbag Wang Chang with my hands just now? Deal with it, of course it should be dealt with seriously. Wu Jun stared at Wang Chang and sternly reprimanded, Wang Chang, you people have been making a fuss in the school for a long time, relying on your family's money, you have made a mess of the school's release atmosphere. Today you must each immediately make a public review and receive 1 demerit from the entire school. What? Principal Wu, was it Zhang Bing who hit me with his hands? Principal Wu, we're not convinced. Wang Chang and this group of rich kids were shocked, and they really could not understand Wu Jun's attitude that was like a double before and after. I'm in charge of the school, you people listen carefully, a school-wide notification of demerits is the lightest punishment, if you dare to cause trouble again, you'll be expelled directly from the school. Wu Jun warned. Then, he changed his attitude and looked at Zhang Bing with a charming look, inquiring, Zhang Bing, do you think you're satisfied with this treatment? Ha! Zhang Bing did not reply. Wang Chang's group of rich kids he didn't take seriously, mainly because the Macho behind him is more tricky. You're the principal, just watch what happens, the rest is none of our business. Okay. Wu Jun nodded, then with a majestic look, he reprimanded Wang Chang's group and dispersed them all. After everyone had left, Qin Ji, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Ruolin couldn't help themselves. What kind of tactics did Zhang Bing have that could directly turn Wu Jun into this attitude? There is also before the Ma family people and patrol captain Shirley went to the Tianlong Hotel to find fault, also was a phone call directly scared to apologize away, but also compensated for 1 million losses. Brother Zhang, it seems like there's definitely a big shot behind you. Qin Shi couldn't help but lament, and now he felt somewhat grateful. Otherwise, Wang Chang's current downward spiral would be his own downward spiral. Mr. Zhang, you're fantastic, now even the principal doesn't dare to mess with you. Wang Ruolin said adoringly. Lin Hanyue didn't say anything, but her eyes were similarly filled with delight inside. It's a great feeling of security to find such a strong boyfriend. And at this time, after Wu Jun gave Wang Chang and the others a warning reprimand, he immediately went to work on the matter that he was going to lead a school-wide review. Qin Ming and a group of other school leaders were puzzled, but Wu Jun did not do much to explain, mandatory for everyone to do so. On the other hand, Macho, who had spent half a day in the hospital, also returned inside his villa. Pang Biao, Shirley, Ma Zhanshan and the others all stood aside to report to him everything that had happened. After listening to the reports of several people, Ma Chao's entire body couldn't wait to immediately shatter Zhang Bing into pieces. And at that moment, Wang Chang's side called again, explaining what had just happened at the school. Damn, the surname Zhang wanna follow me, with my Ma family just to the end, right? Get a cell phone, I'm going to notify my dad in person. Chapter 50 The Qin Family. Seeing this, Shirley hesitated but still opened his mouth to dissuade him, Ma Xiao, that Zhang Bing does have energy behind him, or else the matter between you two should be forgotten. If we really fight, both of us will lose, so it's better to keep the well clear of water. Shirley had meant well, and both he and school principal Wu Jun received calls from the same person. That person wasn't very high in rank, but it was hard to guarantee whether this person meant what he or she said or whoever he or she was conveying it to. A bigot of this segment is not something they can touch anymore. Asshole. Ma Chao was nonchalant, not putting Shirley in his eyes at all. You're a patrol captain and you can't even handle this? My Ma family spent so much money to help you up, keeping you is better than keeping a dog. Young Ma, what you said is too much. Shirley felt offended that his pride had been insulted. Seeing this, Ma Zhanshan immediately stopped Shirley, then at the same time persuaded Ma Chao, young master, Captain Shir has been helping our Ma family with their work and is also one of our own. Humph. Ma Chao was unimpressed and threatened, if they dare to say such things again, I'll immediately notify your director Gao and directly have you guard the reservoir. Hearing this, Shirley also stopped talking much and sneered in his heart. He had a hunch that Zhang Bing's backstage was definitely hard enough, and he was afraid that Ma Yunting might not be able to solve it even if he personally stepped in. Young master. Ma Zhanshan calmly analyzed from the sidelines, I've secretly investigated this Zhang Bing, and on the surface, he doesn't seem to have much of a background. According to my analysis, I think it's mostly still the old Qin family's ghost, although that old Qin family has retired, but after all, he still has some connections. Good one Qin family, don't know how to die, have to go against our Ma family right. Ma Chao had a cold smile on his face and said, the old man of the Qin family has already retired, people go away, as far as those connections are concerned we have the Ma family as well. The Qin family now is Qin Guanghua serving in the financial system, holding a certain amount of power, so let's start with Qin Guanghua. Then immediately terminate all cooperative dealings with Qin Guanming and the Qin family. Yes, young master. Ma Zhanshan responded, I'll start making arrangements right away. Next day, morning. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue had just woken up in their hotel suite when his cell phone rang. He opened it and found that it was a call from Qin Yuan. Hey, Hope, what's good this early? Brother, where are you? I have something urgent to ask for your help. Qin Yuan's voice on the other end of the phone was rather urgent. I'm at the Sky Dragon Hotel. Okay, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Hanging up the phone, Lin Hanyue hugged him and said with some jealousy, Sister Yuan is definitely interested in you. Not only Sister Yuan, but also Zhang Tingting is interested in you. In response, Zhang Bing could only hide his embarrassment with a smile. AI, you're young and golden, and you have skills, which female doesn't like you? Lin Hanyue said somewhat sadly. Zhang Bing also sighed and said gently, it's other people's business if they like me, but you're my girlfriend, aren't you? Lin Hanyue nodded, and the two of them then got up and cleaned up. 15 minutes later, Qin Yuan did arrive at the hotel in her car. As soon as the two sides met, Qin Yuan said anxiously, Brother, something has happened to Uncle Guanghua, and thinking about it, perhaps only you can help. Upon hearing that something had happened to Qin Guanghua, Zhang Bing was also surprised and asked, Sister Yuan, don't be in a hurry, what exactly happened on Director Qin's side? Qin Yuan then put a warning. Qin Guanghua went to work as usual, and then directly by the relevant departments to take away for examination. Elder Qin had just finished surgery, although he was recovering well, and after hearing about this, he also made several phone calls at the first opportunity to inquire about what was going on. But knowing nothing about it, she had no choice but to think of Zhang Bing. Director Qin is a man of integrity, and with the sudden accident, it seems like there must be a conspiracy behind it. Zhang Bing analyzed. Yes, brother, we all know Uncle Guanghua's integrity well, he must have been screwed. Qin Yuan said anxiously, Grandpa is still in the hospital and can't be discharged, and the rest of our Qin family can't help, so I had to come to you for help. Qin Yuan is not stupid, last time a phone call scared off Shirley, yesterday another phone call made the principal Wu Jun cold sweat. Zhang Bing must have a great deal of energy behind him, perhaps surpassing the Qin family long ago. After thinking about it, Zhang Bing said, Sister Yuan, don't be in a hurry, let's find out what's going on before we think of countermeasures. I can assure you here that if Director Qin himself has no problems, justice will be done to him. In the meantime, Qin Guanghua is under house arrest in a secret room, and several relevant people are being interrogated. This makes the always upright Qin Guanghua really can't stand it anymore, angrily said, have you interrogated clearly? I am not afraid of Qin Guanghua to investigate, as you check, but if you cannot find out a reason, I must ask you to give a statement. Director Qin, we are also following orders and executing procedures. The case officer explained. It was at that moment that the door to the chamber opened. A middle-aged man walked in, and upon seeing this middle-aged man, the two case officers immediately got up and shouted, Bureau Gao. The person who came was none other than Summit, the chief of the patrol bureau. Seeing the peak, Qin Guanghua was also surprised. Gao Feng's identity class is not ordinary. Personally, he has a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. Director Qin, I think there are some problems. You'd better give a truthful explanation, and strive to get out earlier, confess and be lenient. I still have some friendship with Elder Qin. If you continue to confront, you'll be the one to suffer in the end. Director Gao. Qin Guanghua said calmly, I don't understand what you mean. I, Qin Guanghua, am open and honest. What problems do I need to explain? Ha! Summit skinned his face. Of course he knew that Qin Guanghua was fine, but this was Ma Yunting personally calling him to straighten out Qin Guanghua, using this to give a warning to the old man of the Qin family. With the enormous authority of the Commissioner of Police, it is no big deal at all to find any reason and name to detain someone and throw some dirt on them. Director Qin, there are some things I don't want to say, but I can't help it if I don't say them. Look, your old man has been retired for so long, and you've been doing well in the financial field, so why do you have to be nosy and mess with people you shouldn't be messing with? Hearing this, Qin Guanghua still somewhat failed to understand. Director Gao, have a word. Gao Feng sighed and said, I've heard that your Qin family has recently gotten very close to a young student who holds a huge amount of money in his hands, and you serve in the financial system. Once even went to the Kyoto bank branch and stepped in to help that young man, which has to make people wonder if you're colluding inside and outside. Hearing this, Qin Guanghua finally understood. It turned out that all of this was a ghost behind the Ma family, and he really didn't expect the Ma family to actually go straight for himself first. Humph. Qin Guanghua snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Director Gao, you're the director of the patrol bureau, don't you know that everything should be about the law and evidence? Gao Feng was even more disdainful, saying, it's not easy for you to ask for evidence, the law serves power, don't you understand? If you cooperate properly, I can make a guarantee that you won't be affected, but if you're stubborn, then you'll regret it sooner or later. Chapter 51, Freezing of Accounts. Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan's side were running around and thinking of ways. But the Ma family has obviously used a great deal of connections this time, and the people that Master Qin used to promote in the past are all keeping silent at this moment. There was a lot of pushback, and all sorts of excuses were made to justify not wanting to get involved. It's true that people go away and tea is cold. When Grandpa was still in power, he promoted them much, but now all these people have turned their backs on them. Qin Yuan said angrily. Zhang Bing consoled on the side, it is also common sense for people to go away, and besides, the Ma family is the richest man in Kyoto, and it can be seen that the strength behind the Ma family is indeed extraordinary to be able to move without moving overnight and directly operate in the dark to isolate Director Qin from the investigation. Brother, then what do we do now? Qin Yuan looked at Zhang Bing for help and said helplessly. Zhang Bing pondered for a moment and said, still, as long as Director Qin is innocent, we will definitely return justice to him. And right at this moment, Zhang Bing suddenly received a text message on his cell phone. Curious, he opened it and looked at it, and then his whole body was dumbfounded. What's wrong? Brother? Qin Yuan asked. Zhang Bing said very angrily, damn, the Ma family moves really fast, freezing my $5 billion. Come on, let's go to the bank and ask now. Qin Yuan slammed on the gas and drove Zhang Bing quickly towards the bank. At this moment, inside the branch of the Kyoto Bank, Li Ben, the bank president, and Su Ru, the account manager, are being reprimanded by someone chopping their heads off. The one who reprimanded them was no other than the previous head office leader, Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was ordered to freeze Zhang Bing's $5 billion of deposits, and also to take revenge and flaunt his power. Zhang, Director Zhang, Mr. Zhang's $5 billion of funds we have checked, the source is formal and clean, directly freezing this, I'm afraid this is not in line with the regulations. Li Ben lowered his head and defended in a small voice. Humph. Zhang Wei didn't care if it was formal or not, and angrily rebuked, Li Ben, you don't want to work as a branch president, do you? Is it up to you to decide whether it's proper or not? Su Ru sighed, she had seen Zhang Bing's strength with her own eyes these few times at school. However, it was also very clear that it did not matter whether Zhang Bing's $5 billion deposit was formal or not, what mattered was that someone wanted to fix Zhang Bing. As for who it is, it's definitely the horse family. The Ma family where they could not afford to offend. So Su Ru was more realistic, pretending to be pitiful on the spot, but also deliberately called the chest mouth to undo a few, revealing a plump body. Director Zhang, if you tell us to do it, we'll just do it. Poof. Zhang Wei glanced at Su Ru's figure before he said with satisfaction, that's more or less the same. I'm not afraid to tell you that Qin Guanghua was taken away for investigation early in the morning, understand? Sooner or later, Zhang Bing will be finished, having offended the wrong person. Hearing this, Li Ben and Su Ru were certain that Zhang Bing was going to be finished. Get out, I want to get some rest here. Zhang Wei looked at Li Ben and reprimanded. Li Ben didn't dare to make a sound, then quickly retreated, leaving only Su Ru and Zhang Wei in the VIP room. And at this time, Qin Yuan and Zhang Bing also came. The two had just entered the bank, and Ben Li had just walked out of the VIP room as well. Governor Li, you can, freezing my account without saying a word? Zhang Bing was a bit upset and directly walked over to question. Li Ben sighed and explained in a fairly polite manner, Mr. Zhang, you should know that you are our bank's biggest customer, and I don't have any reason to freeze your account. Poof. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, knowing that Li Ben was telling the truth, but he was indeed dissatisfied. I'm not going to give you a hard time, so tell me who put you up to this. Li Ben showed a difficult face and did not want to offend Zhang Bing, after all, he was only a branch president. He then pointed inside the VIP room and whispered, it's Director Zhang who came early in the morning with an order from the head office to freeze it. Zhang Wei. Zhang Bing could barely remember this fat-headed little leader of the head office. Tell him to get out. Zhang Bing droned. Li Ben shook his head and said in a low voice, Mr. Zhang, this is not what it used to be. Just now, Director Zhang said it, saying that Director Qin was quarantined for investigation early in the morning. Did you guys think that Director Qin was going to be finished, so you started to be reckless? Zhang Bing asked coldly. Li Ben didn't know how to explain, he didn't want to offend anyone. Okay. Zhang Bing nodded, then directly pushed Li Ben away and rushed towards that VIP room. Don't, Mr. Zhang, don't. Mr. Zhang. Li Ben is also anxious, Zhang Bing now rushed in will certainly hit the right place, do not even have to think about what Zhang Wei and Su Ru are doing inside. But Zhang Bing didn't listen at all and came to the VIP room door and kicked it open. Sure enough, a glance at Su Ru was kneeling on the floor unclothed to serve Zhang Wei. Qin Yuan felt spicy and immediately tilted her head to the side. It's you! What do you want, kid? Seeing Zhang Bing appear, Zhang Wei didn't care at all. He put on his pants, pushed Su-ru away and stood up as he said in a cold voice, "Surname Zhang, I haven't settled the score with you from last time." "Stupid pig." Zhang Bing unceremoniously scolded angrily, "Just trash like you still want to settle accounts with me." "Poof." Zhang Wei barked, "Kid, let me tell you, Qin Guanghua is finished. As far as the money inside your account is concerned, all of it is going to be confiscated, and you'll soon be out of pocket." "Is that so?" Zhang Bing said disdainfully, "With a stupid, fat pig like you? You still dare to be so arrogant." Zhang Wei intimidated, "Don't think I don't know about your feud with Macho at the art school. Kid, you're done, totally done." At this time, Su-ru buttoned up the mouth of her clothes, ruffled her hair, and directly took Zhang Wei's arm, playing the tendency to avoid harm to the fullest. "Director Zhang, no, you don't deserve to be Director Zhang now. I advise you to recognize the reality, you're about to be left with nothing, maybe even jail time, and you're still speaking so rudely to Director Zhang." Seeing Su-ru's face, especially the way she was showing off, Qin Yuan felt a wave of disgust. "Your name is Suju, right? When you were in school, you didn't have the attitude you have now." He. Facing Qin Yuan's sarcasm, Su-ru didn't care and said, "Miss Qin, it's only different from the past, a good bird chooses a tree. Am I going to be implicated along with him? Bah, shameless." Qin Yuan angrily rebuked. Zhang Bing pulled Qin Yuan, signaling that Qin Yuan didn't have to be general with this kind of woman. "Listen, you will honestly unblock my account in 1 day or less." "Ha!" Zhang Wei sarcastically said, "Kid, you're dreaming. Not to mention the funds in your account, but also the Tianlong Hotel under your name will be seized immediately, ha ha ha. And the Ma family's son's side has already put out the word that he'll want one of your legs in 2 days." Chapter 52, Roughing It. Ha! Hearing Zhang Wei's grandstanding, Zhang Bing showed extreme disdain. Regarding the harsh words in various news released from Macho's side, he had long been informed. For that, he didn't care. Now his own thighs could be said to be thicker than thick, it's just that he didn't want to bother Zhao Lao with just any little thing. After all, like a superstar of this caliber, connections must be used on a knife's edge. And be sure to show the other person how different and valuable they are so that they will really recognize them. Otherwise, this relationship is used less than once. You keep barking, you'll find out then. After saying that, Zhang Bing did not intend to waste his breath with Zhang Wei here, and he and Qin Yuan were about to leave. But Zhang Wei is not doing it, although he is only a small leader of the head office. However, it is extremely good at face. Last time it was Qin Guanghua who was there, he didn't dare to speak out, resulting in a loss of face. Not anymore. Qin Guanghua was investigated early in the morning. And he also knew that it was the Ma family that was behind it. In his opinion, behind Zhang Bing was Qin Guanghua and the entire Qin family. Now the Qin family was going to be finished, so he had to ruthlessly find some presents. "Stop!" Zhang Wei let out a shout and said, "Did I tell you to leave?" Qin Yuan couldn't stand it for a long time, and she felt disgusted from the bottom of her heart for greasy middle-aged men like Zhang Wei, who liked to pretend around with a little power in his hands. "What do you want?" "Humph." Zhang Wei glanced at Qin Yuan, his eyes filled with greed. Qin Yuan's figure and temperament can't be compared to Su-ru's. But he didn't dare to blatantly hit Qin Yuan for the time being. The Qin family was still around. "Zhang Bing, last time when you had Qin Guanghua backing you up, you made me lose face in public, and since you came to bump into me today, you must honestly apologize to me." When Zhang Bing heard it, his heart was speechless for a while, cursing that this Zhang Wei was not only but also childish. "Are you? Do I need to apologize to you? Who the hell are you cursing?" Zhang Wei directly held his big belly and raised his hand to slap down towards Zhang Bing. "Director Zhang, be careful." Su-ru had seen Zhang Bing's hands with her own eyes at school. How could Zhang Wei possibly get a bargain? Sure enough, just as Su-ru's reminder arrived, Zhang Bing had already struck. Zhang Bing also felt very amused and angry, not expecting Zhang Wei to actually dare to take direct action against himself. Therefore, he was nonchalant and quickly extended his hand, directly clasping Zhang Wei's wrist. "You're funny, I didn't come after you, but you want to fight me?" He just slightly exerted his force, and Zhang Wei instantly felt as if his wrist was going to be crushed. "Let go, let go." Zhang Wei cursed while screaming miserably. Zhang Bing was not spoiled at all, and with a cold snort, he directly threw down 2 slaps. "Remember, you started this." 2 direct slaps hit Zhang Wei's eyes and his face quickly swelled up. Didn't even ask around before starting a fight with me, stupid, disgusting, fat pig. With that, Zhang Bing then let go of Zhang Wei. You, how dare you hit me? You dare to assault a state official, you wait for me. Zhang Wei covered his face while flinging his hands and shouting aggressively. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a sesquipedalian little leader of the head office of the Kyoto Bank. Zhang Bing said sarcastically with disdain. Zhang Bing, why are you hitting people? If you dare to assault Director Zhang, we'll report it to the patrol immediately. Su Ru saw a gap and assisted Zhang Wei with a pandering face. Li Ben. Zhang Wei let out a yell. Ben Li walked over with his head down. He didn't say a word the whole time, but stayed on the sidelines. Are you deaf? This man just hit me with his hands. Immediately notify the patrol to come and deal with it seriously. If I don't send him in and lock him up, Zhang Wei, will write my name backwards. Li Ben sighed. To be honest, his heart is actually very unhappy in Zhang Wei. Instead, he is more appreciative of the young Zhang Bing. However, the official is a big man, and he does not dare to offend Zhang Wei. Governor Li, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and notify the patrol. Seeing this, Li Ben looked at Zhang Bing somewhat apologetically. Zhang Bing also saw Li Ben's difficulty and calmly said, It's fine, Governor Li, you're not a bad person, just report it to the patrol team. I'd like to see who goes in and gets locked up today, me or this stupid fat ass. Hearing that Zhang Bing had said so, Li Ben had no choice but to do the same. Zhang Bing, just wait, I will definitely screw you this time. Zhang Wei screamed viciously, constantly putting out threats. Su Ru licked Zhang Wei while following suit and screamed, Zhang Bing, you are just a student. Although you do have strength, this is already a thing of the past. Back in school, you offended the young master of the Ma family, and now no one can help you, even the Qin family itself. Looking at Su Ru's face, Zhang Bing felt a sense of regret. Thinking about the first time I came here, I even let this woman service me. You're so cheap. Qin Yuan was furious and pointed at Su Ru and cursed. Miss Qin, why don't you think about yourself when you call me a? You're 30 years old and have been unmarried and single, but you like a 19-year-old little brother who still has a girlfriend. Which one of us is cheap? You. Qin Yuan was directly disliked, her face flushed red and she was too angry to speak. Sister Yuan, don't be general with this woman, drop the price. Zhang Bing dissuaded. Humph. Su Ru desperately wanted to show off in front of Zhang Wei and continued to say in a yin-yang manner, Zhang Bing, it seems like you don't know it yet. Director Zhang, however, has a very close relationship with Captain Shi of the patrol team in charge of security in this area. When Captain Shi comes in a while, there will be fruit for you. Hearing this, both Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Isn't Captain Shi Lei? Last time, Ma Zhanshan, the manager of the security department of Ma's group, even personally appeared and went to the Tianlong Hotel with Shi Lei to find fault. It was just a phone call in the back, and Shi Lei was directly scared and sweating, apologizing and compensating on the spot, and only then did he carefully leave. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei and Su Ru also fantasized about calling Shi Lei to help. Yeah? Saying that scares me. Zhang Bing said sarcastically. Zhang Bing, how complacent you are now, you'll have to be miserable when Captain Shi arrives later. Zhang Wei threatened. Zhang Bing sneered and taunted, stupid pig, I'll wait here. After saying that, Zhang Bing simply sat down with Qin Yuan, the two of them on cloud 9, not taking it seriously at all. About 5 minutes or less had passed when sirens sounded outside the bank. Hearing this voice, Zhang Wei and Su Ru's attitude became even more arrogant, glaring at Zhang Bing before walking out together. A patrol car came to the door, and the leader was indeed the captain of the patrol, Shi Lei. Director Zhang, Governor Li, what is it? Shi Lei politely took the initiative to ask. Chapter 53, Presenting the Silver Bracelet. Guan Chang, shut up. Cold sweat broke out all over Guan Xiao's body, he was personally present yesterday. Uncle Biao, what are you doing? Guan Chang, still unsure, continued to clamor, hurry up and do it, take down this scumbag and wait for Zheng Xiao's side to dispose of him. Shut up. Guan Biao couldn't hold back any longer and said angrily, do you realize that you've already made a huge mess? Guan Chang was still dismissive and said very headstrong, Uncle Biao, see how scared you are, I know my uncle ordered it last night, what's the big deal? Even if this person is a bit of a big shot, so what? Once Zheng Xiao arrives later, we'll definitely get him killed. Unbridled. Guan Biao roared, suddenly striking out. However, it wasn't against Zhao Feng, but against Guan Chang. A hard slap was thrown on Guan Shan's face. You completely ignored the family master's personal orders, and now you're still unrepentant and have already made a big mess. Guan Chang was very upset when he was slapped for no reason, but from the beginning to the end, he thought that Zhao Feng didn't count for anything. Even if they took a step back, Zhao Feng and the Chu family might have found a thigh, and the Guan family was not good to mess with. But now it wasn't just their Guan family's business, it was Zhang Tianwei's. You, Uncle Biao, how dare you hit me? Guan Biao hated to smack Guan Chang on the spot in his heart. Where is he beating Guan Chang, but saving Guan Chang? Let alone Zhang Tianwei, even Zhang Tianwei's own father, Zhang Shanhe, couldn't afford to mess with Zhao Feng. Shut up when I tell you to shut up, and immediately apologize to Elder Zhao right away. Guan Biao said, and with a heartbeat, he struck again. Directly grabbed Guan Chang over, swung his palms left and right, and fiercely slapped several times. Directly hitting Guan Chang's eyes, his teeth were knocked out several times. It could be seen that Guan Biao had really put down a heavy hand if he hadn't done so as a way to calm Zhao Feng's anger. If Zhao Feng were to make a move himself, Guan Chang probably wouldn't even be able to save his life. Elder Zhao, I'm sorry, Guan Chang is young and uninformed, that's why he bumped into you. Last night our family head even also gave orders not to allow anyone from the Guan family to go against the Chu family and you, I'm sorry. We will definitely discipline Guan Chang and teach him a hard lesson, please rest your anger. Guan Biao was obviously terrified and said a bunch of things one after another, constantly explaining and admitting his mistakes, hoping to get Zhao Feng's forgiveness. Seeing this scene, Guan Chang and a few of his men had long been completely dumbfounded. While Zhao Feng and Chu Nan sat on the dining table and did not get up, they just watched the scene very calmly. Your Guan family really doesn't know what's good for you, just based on what this little trash just said, it should be reasonable for this young man to take his dog's life, right? Once he heard Zhao Feng's words, Guan Biao was anxious in his heart. Suddenly, he fiercely slapped his palm down towards Guan Chang, directly causing him to vomit blood and fall to the ground on the spot. This palm was definitely a truly vicious strike, enough to slap Guan Chang, who was at the third stage of the shackle realm, into serious injury. Guan Biao then directly knelt down again and pleaded, Elder Zhao, you're generous, we'll definitely punish Guan Chang severely, I just beg you to be merciful and spare his life. At this moment, Guan Chang's face was white and he was spitting out blood, he simply couldn't believe that Guan Biao would lay such a heavy hand on him and would directly kneel down and beg Zhao Feng. The brain-dead man couldn't comprehend it at all, instead he spat out blood while roaring, Guan Biao, you're crazy. If you don't want to die, shut up immediately. Guan Biao was sweating anxiously, really feeling for the first time that Guan Chang was so stupid. By doing so himself, he was saving his life by retreating. Zhao Feng sat in his seat teasingly watching all of this and sighed, your name is Guan Biao, right? You're a pretty quick-witted person. It's just a pity that this young master of your Guan family has a bad head and doesn't appreciate it yet. You're right, Elder Zhao, whatever you say. All right. Zhao Feng didn't want to nag, and said in a cold voice, immediately take this away from your Guan family, get out, and don't come to disturb our meal. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, Guan Biao felt relieved in his heart inside that Guan Chang's life had been saved. Thank you, Elder Zhao, thank you. Guan Biao thanked him repeatedly then stood up, wanting to quickly leave with Guan Chang. Who knew that at this time, Guan Chang didn't know which tendon was wrong. Struggling desperately, he yelled, I'm not leaving, I'll wait for Zhang Xiao to come and clean him up. Guan Chang, asshole, don't shut up. Guan Biao's brain darkened into a day roared, about to forcefully take Guan Chang away. And just then, a limousine came outside the restaurant. These limousines were quite overbearing and rushed straight over, straddling the entrance to the restaurant. A large group of people then rushed down from the car, led by none other than Zhang Tianwei. Seeing that Zhang Tianwei had brought his hands down, Guan Chang's bottom line was even stronger. Guan Biao, I order you to let go of me immediately. Let go of me right now, Zhang Xiao has already come in person, this Zhao Feng must live and die today. Shut up. Guan Biao knew very well in his heart that Zhang Tianwei was going to have bad luck today as well. He slapped Guan Chang across the mouth, then his brain was racing. At this moment, Zhang Tianwei rushed in with his man, and at a glance, he saw Guan Chang, whose face was covered in blood, being grabbed by Guan Biao. In the front seat by the window, Zhao Feng was sitting there leisurely eating with Chu Nan. Zhang Xiao. Guan Chang shouted as he struggled frantically, is that Zhao Feng you're looking for, that scumbag? They're from the Chu family. A ferocious light quickly flashed inside Zhang Tianwei's eyes before he led his men directly towards Zhao Feng and Chu Nan. Surnamed Zhao, you're quite capable of hiding, let's see where you hide this time. So you're from the Chu family, very good. Zhao Feng was disdainful and laughed coldly. It seems like you didn't listen to any of the warnings given to you that night at the martial emperor's ancient well. The mention of that night made Jing Tianwei's murderous intent fill the air with even more rage. As the son of the president of the Martial Arts Association, he hadn't been so humiliated since he was a child. Rubbish, you have some strength, however not much. Today, this young man will definitely torture and torment you, letting you know what will happen to you if you dare to offend me in Jinyang, in the northwest. Saying that, Jing Tianwei stared ferociously at Chunan again and threatened, and your Chu family, this young man wants your Chu family's chickens and dogs to be left behind. Hearing this, for Bai Guanbiao's heart was in a state of flux. He thought for a moment and hurriedly stood out, discouraging, Zhang Xiao, calm down. Elder Zhao and the Chu family you must not provoke, listen to my advice. Zhang Tianwei looked at Guanbiao with some surprise and confusion. What? When did you Guan family members become so stupid and cowardly? Guan Biao was on the verge of crying in anxiety as he persuaded, Zhang Xiao, I'm speaking from good advice, you can't afford to offend Elder Zhao. Ha! Hearing Guan Biao's words, Zhang Tianwei and his group of men couldn't help but laugh. As the son of the president of the Martial Arts Association's Jinyang branch, there was still someone he couldn't afford to offend in this realm? Chapter 54, The Director Himself. After resolving Zhang Wei, Zhang Bing immediately said that he would let the bank president Li Ben unfreeze his account. Li Ben helplessly said, this is the head office side of the freeze, he a branch president simply do not have the authority to unblock. In this regard, Zhang Bing did not make things difficult for Li Ben, but after Qin Yuan conferred for a while, he left the bank. The priority now is to see Qin Guanghua first, but Qin Guanghua is currently under quarantine review. The Qin family's side had looked for all sorts of contacts and had never been able to meet Qin Guanghua. Thinking about it, Zhang Bing also felt the helplessness of money for the first time. Despite the fact that he was now worth $75 billion and had the system on his side. But when it comes to power, it also feels a bit overwhelming. He was hesitant to seek Elder Zhao's help, as long as Elder Zhao casually arranged for a phone call, everything all would be no big deal. But if he did so, his impression with Zhao Lao would be greatly diminished. Brother, what to do now? Why don't you help, make a call to Feng Lao's side, with Feng Lao's status in the medical field and his extensive connections, as long as he's willing to help, Uncle Guanghua will definitely have no problem. Qin Yuan said worriedly. Hey! Zhang Bing sighed and said, Sister Yuan wait a little longer, truth be told. Last time when Shirlei and the Ma family went to the Tianlong Hotel to pick a fight, as well as when Wu Jun wanted to fire the four of us, it was all because of the help of the people introduced by Feng Lao. So it's really not a good idea to ask for help from his side so often. Okay. Qin Yuan had also guessed all of this a long time ago, and in her heart, she endured what Zhang Bing said. And just then, Zhang Bing's cell phone rang. Pulling it out, it was Wang Ruolin calling. Mr. Zhang, where are you? The inspector's office is coming to our Tianlong Hotel, come back quickly. Upon hearing that it was the people from the patrol bureau who had gone to the Tianlong Hotel to pick a fight again, a wave of anger welled up in Zhang Bing's heart and he said, you stabilize yourself first, I'll rush back right away. Meanwhile, the Sky Dragon Hotel. The patrol's vehicles with their sirens flashing and the rows of team members heavily armed looked to be in great force. The entire hotel staff was controlled in the lobby, and this time the leader was of very high status. It's none other than Summit, the head of the patrol bureau. The Sky Dragon Hotel is also considered a very famous 5-star hotel in Kyoto, an entertainment center that integrates accommodation and entertainment baths. Previously in the hands of the Wang family elite, has been in peace and quiet, no one came to row at all. And since Zhang Bing took over, this was the second time in a short period of time that he had been lined up. And this time, the patrol bureau had a very big show, even the director, Mr. Peak, came down in person. As a result, a number of staff at the hotel were stunned. In particular, all of the 88 beauties in the 8th floor clubhouse were compulsorily driven to the lobby. At this moment, a squad leader walked up to Gao Feng and reported in a low voice, Dear Gao, the 8th floor has just been fully inspected, and nothing illegal has been found. Gao Feng frowned and asked in a cold voice, how is that possible? What the 8th floor of the Tianlong Hotel was for, Gao Feng knew better than anyone as the district chief in charge of this area. This time to help the Ma family to take revenge, came to surprise attack, how could not catch the scene evidence? Gao bureaus, they are too cunning, all of them were dealt with while our men were still on the road. The squad leader reported. Gao Feng contemplated for a moment and looked at Wang Ruolin, Wang Fun, and the 88 8th floor beauties who were controlled inside the hall. Immediately, he instructed, call Wang Ba to come, as well as have Lin Hanyue and the others come immediately as well. The man from the patrol team didn't dare to be slow, and immediately went to inform Wang Ba according to Gao Feng's instructions. Previously, the Sky Dragon Hotel was run by Wang Ba, so Wang Ba must be familiar with the operation of the 8th floor and other relevant information. The staff of the hotel were all stunned. Peak was already a very big deal to everyone. As Zhang Bing's hand-picked general manager, Wang Roland was still a junior at the University of the Arts, but her social experience was still far beyond the norm. She gathered her courage and said, Director Gao, our hotel has been paying taxes legally and is still a famous industry in Kyoto. Last time, Captain Sher personally came to check, but he didn't find out anything. Do you think we should let your people withdraw first? Our general manager Zhang is already on his way here? Ha! Gao Feng sized up Wang Roland and saw that she was young, but had a way with words and had an unusually hot body. But a big shot of his caliber was never short of a wide variety of beautiful women. Little girl, if you still want to properly survive in Kyoto in the future, you should immediately cooperate with us and hand over the evidence related to the 8th floor of the hotel. Your boss, the kid named Zhang Bing, is finished, understand? Although Wang Roland was scared in her heart, during this time together, she realized that she had long since developed some sort of subtle affection for Zhang Bing from the depths of her heart, so she naturally would not betray him. Director Gao, I don't know what you're talking about. The Tianlong Hotel has been in business for many years now, and from the time of Mr. Wang until now, all the business has remained unchanged, and has always been in business. Looks like you're not old enough to toast. Gao Feng was also too lazy to talk nonsense. It just surprised him that he hadn't caught any live when he led the raid himself. And just then, Wang Ba and the previous general manager, Li Guoqing, also received a call and rushed over. Bureau Gao. Wang Ba and Li Guoqing shouted respectfully. Gao Feng nodded and said, Mr. Wang, the Tianlong Hotel was previously owned by you, so tell me, is there any lawlessness in the business that the hotel operates? Wang Ba and Li Guoqing were trying to recapture the Tianlong Hotel all the time, and now with such a good opportunity, the two of them were naturally unwilling to miss it. Bureau Gao, the clubhouse on the 8th floor of Tianlong Hotel is a den of prostitution, seriously affecting the social order. Li Guoqing stood out and said loudly. Not bad. Wang Ba also added from the sidelines, previously, we wanted to completely close down the clubhouse on the 8th floor, but it was Zhang Bing who resolutely disagreed on the grounds of being the major shareholder and kicked us out of the Tianlong Hotel altogether because of this matter. Hearing the shameless words of both Wang Ba and Li Guoqing, some of the hotel staff such as Wang Roland revealed a look of contempt, cursing these two for being too capable of making up nonsense like this. Gao Feng nodded with satisfaction, then instructed his men to go with Wang Ba, Li Guoqing to find the relevant evidence. But as long as he can find a tiny bit of evidence, he will be able to directly use the means, rightfully and legitimately directly shut down the entire Tianlong Hotel. And you can take Zhang Bing straight away, make a chain of evidence and send it in to step on the sewing machine. Including Wang Roland, and the hotel's current second largest shareholder, Lin Hanyue, also sent all of them in. In this regard, although Wang Roland was scared in her heart, she was not worried. As early as last time, after Ma Zhanshan brought Shirley to pick a fight, Zhang Bing had explained. She was told to take safety precautions, just in case, and I didn't think it would really come in handy today. The 8th floor clubhouse, there's absolutely no way any evidence could have been left behind. Even if Wang Ba and Li were more familiar with each other, it was impossible to find any valuable clues. Chapter 55, Zhang Bing is finished? Sure enough, Wang Ba and Li Guoqing went upstairs with a few patrolmen to look around, and then walked down in the elevator with the same nothing. Bureau Gao, the Zhang Bing is not very old, but his methods are very cautious, he should have prepared in advance. Wang Ba said. Gao Feng nodded, many times to bigwigs at their level, whether there was evidence or not wasn't that important. If Zhang Bing was simply just a student, even if he spat randomly on the ground, he would be able to arrange a direct arrest for provoking trouble. But Zhang Bing's deeds, he understood. Wealthy, with $5 billion in cash deposits in bank accounts alone. Coupled with a good relationship with the Qin family, before Master Qin retired, he was in a high position of power, even higher than them, the chief of patrol. So even if the old man of the Qin family retired and Qin Guanghua was under investigation, Summit still wanted to make things reasonable. It was also at this time that Lin Hanyue arrived. As soon as Lin Hanyue saw this stance, his heart was also flustered. Gao, Director Gao. Lin Hanyue looked at Gao Feng with some trepidation and opened his mouth to shout. With a cold face, Gao Feng said painlessly, Mr. Lin, we received a report that illegal transactions are taking place on the 8th floor of the Sky Dragon Hotel. No, Bureau Gao, this must be other people's eyes reddening and reporting nonsense. Lin Hanyue's first reaction was to try his best to explain and deny it. Gao Feng was unimpressed and continued, Mr. Lin, don't be so hasty to deny it, you know our patrol bureau's methods. There are two paths before you now, the first is to refuse to admit it and then come with us to cooperate with the investigation. Secondly, confess and I can do the honors and let you pass with a fine. The peak was a clear threat, and anyone could hear it. But it does work well for a businessman like Lin Hanyue. Recently, Zhang Bing's incident with Macho at school was a big deal, and he had long developed remorse in his heart. If I had known this, I shouldn't have personally drugged my daughter Lin Hanyue and sent her to Zhang Bing's bed, using this to try to hold on to Zhang Bing's thighs. I didn't expect that Zhang Bing's thigh would be broken so soon, and it had also dragged their Lin family into it. However, Lin Hanyue was usually a shirker, and Wang Rolin was the one who handled all the specifics of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. He looked at Wang Rolin, then said, Little Wang, you are still young, and you know Zhang Bing's situation better than I do right now. What is there to account for? Hurry up and tell the Gao bureaus truthfully, and we'll fine them a little at most. Mr. Lin, you. Wang Rolin was surprised, not expecting Lin Hanyue to be so spineless. Summit decided to betray Zhang Bing after a few casual words. You, how can you say that you are also Mr. Zhang's prospective father-in-law, and you can lie down and count the money at home, which is all from Mr. Zhang, how can you do this? Little Wang, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do, Zhang Bing can't fight the Ma family's son. Lin Hanyue continued to persuade. Wang Rolin, however, acted very stiffly and directly refused, Mr. Lin, I don't know what you're talking about. I informed General Manager Zhang before, and he's on his way here. Aren't you the boss that sold houses in Aqua Orchid before, what are you pretending? Li Guoqing jumped out and pointed at Wang Rolin and cursed. I advise you that you'd better cooperate or I'll send you straight in to step on the sewing machine. Humph. Wang Rolin simply went out on a limb and said, I won't say anything now, everything will wait until Mr. Zhang comes. Li tried to continue the threatening insults, but was stopped by Wang Ba. Wang Ba, as the previous hotel owner, was worth billions of dollars and was still a member of the community. He said with a cold smile, little girl, do you think that you still have a future after Zhang Bing? Zhang Bing does have some skills, but don't you know who the person who's going to clean him up now is? Also, I'm not afraid to tell you that Qin Guanghua, the most promising of the Qin family, was taken away for investigation early in the morning, and Zhang Bing's $5 billion in deposits were also frozen early in the morning. Be a good boy and hand over the evidence, abandon the darkness and follow us to have a future, think carefully. Mr. Wang. Wang Rolin replied very directly, thank you for your kindness, I've thought it through very clearly. First of all, our hotel doesn't have any illegal operations, and secondly, I won't say anything, just wait for Mr. Zhang to come. Toast to the drink. Gao Feng stood there with a cold snort. With his position, it would take him minutes to bring down a 5-star hotel. Besides, it was the Ma family behind him that was maneuvering to help. It could be said that he was able to securely sit as the head of the patrol bureau in this area without the operation behind the Ma family. Men, seize the hotel, all of them cuffed and brought back for a slow investigation. With that, Peak ordered on the spot to seize the Tianlong Hotel and take all the personnel away. Slow. Just at this moment, Zhang Bing's voice came from outside the hotel lobby. Only to see Qin Yuan carrying Zhang Bing in that Mercedes-Benz sports car directly rushed in. He opened the car door and made a quick dash down from it. What gives you the right to arrest my people and seal off my hotel? Zhang Bing was furious, especially when he saw that the hotel was full of patrol bureau men and women inside and outside, a battle that those who didn't know thought that it was an anti-terrorist act. Qin Yuan followed suit and whispered a reminder from the side, it's Inspector General Gao Feng. Zhang Bing froze, not realizing that the director had personally stepped in. It seemed that Ma Chao's side was really going to come down hard. Gao Feng glanced at Zhang Bing, contempt flowing inside his eyes. Seeing that Zhang Bing was really just 18 or 19 years old, still a student, he said nonchalantly, you're Zhang Bing, aren't you? Very well, come with us now. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and asked back, on what grounds? Just based on the fact that we received a report that the 8th floor clubhouse of the Tianlong Hotel is suspected of operating in violation of the law, it's hard for you, as the boss behind the scenes, to escape. Men, cuff them. Gao Feng was quite domineering, and with a wave of his hand, 2 officers from the patrol bureau immediately rushed over. Suspected when you say suspected? Zhang Bing didn't panic at all and said angrily, don't you know that you have to talk about evidence as the chief of the patrol bureau? If you have evidence, show it, if you can't, I'll fight you to the end on this one. Ha! Wang Ba laughed coldly and stepped forward to taunt, Zhang Bing, do you still think that the Qin family can help you? Cao bureaus personally lead the team, you still dare to be so arrogant, do you think you don't know your own surname if you have a bit of money? Rubbish. Zhang Bing didn't even want to pay attention to goods like Wang Ba. Although he was only 19 years old, he was full of guts and vigor, and was not at all intimidated by the Peak's battle. Gao Feng's face sank, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Zhang Bing, who wasn't afraid of himself in the slightest, so he threatened, young man, in front of me, you are nothing. I'm going to clean you up and no one can protect you. Is that so? Zhang Bing was unimpressed and said, aren't you just a biting dog of the Ma family? Kid, what did you say? Gao Feng threatened, when we get to our bureau, I'll definitely treat you well. Chapter 56, Secretary White? Take them all. Gao Feng coldly grunted, completely losing his patience, and gave a direct order. Peak, you are too lawless. Qin Yuanyuan stood out and angrily rebuked, on what basis do you have? If you have evidence, show it, without evidence, what makes you do this? Gao Feng looked at Qin Yuanyuan, whom he knew. Miss Qin, your uncle is under quarantine investigation, and your family's old man retired years ago, so don't stretch your hand so far, understand? You. Qin Yuanyuan's chest rose and fell violently with anger. Seeing this, Zhang Bing immediately stopped Qin Yuanyuan with a calm and collected face. It was just that he didn't expect Lin Hanyue to also side with Wang Ba's group and actually didn't help himself with a single word throughout. Sister Yuan, there's no need to argue with him about anything, I'll put my words here today, he alone can't touch me yet. Ha ha ha. Zhang Bing, do you still think you're rich and have the Qin family covering you? I'll tell you the truth, I've long looked at you with displeasure, now it's Macho who wants to clean you up, so what if you're rich? Can you compete with the Ma family for more money? Wang Ba, Li Guoqing couldn't help but laugh maniacally when he heard Zhang Bing's words. Li Guoqing, Wang Ba, you two dog scumbags look like villains, what are you barking there? Zhang Bing angrily rebuked. Damn, kid, you still dare to be so crazy, right? Wang Ba hated his teeth, then an evil thought popped into his mind. Only to see him pull a hand on Lin Hanyue and threaten, Lin Hanyue, make a stand or I'll even send you in with me. Lin Hanyue's face was ugly as he looked at Zhang Bing, who was full of disappointment, and thought about the situation at the moment. Zhang Bing had now completely offended the Ma family. Ma Yunting was the richest man in Kyoto and had his hand in the world. A random phone call can get the chief of the patrol bureau to come out and arrest someone himself. And Zhang Bing was merely rich and well connected to the Qin family. But now Qin Manhwa of the Qin family were all isolated and investigated, and Zhang Bing's funds were also frozen. The very realistic Lin Hanyue had no choice, although he felt that doing so was a bit underhanded. Zhang Bing, you're done for, don't interact with my daughter anymore. Mr. Lin, you. Mr. Lin, you've gone too far. Hearing Lin Hanyue's words, Qin Yuanyuan and Wang Roland were very angry, and the two women made a public accusation. Lin Hanyue sighed and said, you're all students who are still young and uninformed, those who know what's good for them will be good for them. Zhang Bing, don't blame me, who told you to be young and impetuous, you even dared to offend the Ma family's son, AI. Zhang Bing was extremely upset in his heart upon hearing this, but he still said very politely, since Mr. Lin has already thought about it, it's also your freedom. Seeing this, Wang Chang and Li Guoqing and these people were quite pleased. Zhang Bing Xiao, don't worry, the Tianlong Hotel will soon be back in my hands. And you, honestly go in and step on the sewing machine, ha ha ha. Yes? Zhang Bing sneered and pushed away the two patrol bureau members who came closer. He then faced Peak and asked, believe it or not, I'll make a phone call right now, and you'll immediately and honestly take your people and get the hell out of there. Gao Feng was unimpressed and waved his hand, signaling two of his men to get Zhang Bing on the phone. Kid, I've long investigated your background, a southerner with penniless parents. It's highly likely that your huge amount of money is from the wrong source and involves a crime. Do you think the Qin family can still protect you? Let's let you make this call today, I'd like to see what waves you can turn. Zhang Bing was not ambiguous, at this moment, he had no other way but to call for help from Zhao Lao. Soon, Zhao Lao's phone was connected. Before Zhang Bing could open his mouth to say anything, Elder Zhao's voice on the other end of the phone rang out. Child, the Qin family's side has already approached Elder Phone, and I'm already roughly aware of the matter. No need to worry, just do your own thing and I'll arrange the rest. Hearing Zhao Lao's words, Zhang Bing smiled before politely hanging up the phone. He put away his cell phone and looked at people like Feng Feng, Wang Ba, and Li Guoqing with teasing. Kid, done with the phone call? What? Summit said with disdainful sarcasm. Zhang Bing coldly grunted, just wait, someone will contact you soon. Yeah? I'd like to see who you can ask for help. Summit was unimpressed. High Council, this kid is just playing God. Yes, Bureau Gao, this brat is nothing more than relying on the old man of the Qin family to back him up before. Wang Ba and Li Guoqing were constantly fanning the flames. Zhang Bing's face was full of disdain as he looked at the terrified hotel employees, then took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "You all work for me, Zhang Bing, none of you need to be afraid. As long as you work peacefully according to the rules of the hotel, no one can touch you." Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Gao Feng, Wang Ba, Li Guoqing and the others all laughed. "Kid, you can't even protect yourself, and you still dare to brag about it here." Gao Feng had a sneer on his face. He was here on orders from Ma's side of the family and was only responsible for finding a reason to take Zhang Bing away. As for what the Ma family side is going to do with Zhang Bing, it's not hard to guess. According to Zhang Bing and Macho's grudge, Macho would definitely strike hard. However, just then Summit's cell phone really rang suddenly. Gao Feng naturally pulled out his cell phone and saw that it had an unfamiliar number on it. He then pressed answer, and all of a sudden his whole back straightened. "Yes. At your service." "Yes." In just a few seconds, Gao Feng's entire face changed drastically as he hung up the phone and looked at Zhang Bing with an incredulous and shocked expression. Seeing the peak's appearance, Zhang Bing knew that it must be Elder Zhao's side that had made the arrangement. So he said sarcastically, "Director Gao, how about it? Do you still want to cuff me now?" Gao Feng's face was very ugly as he waved his hand, signaling his men to disperse. Seeing this, Li Guoqing, Wang Ba and the others were also puzzled. In his heart, he secretly grasped, could it be that there was really a big person existing behind Zhang Bing? A single phone call made Patrol Director Summit's face turn pale. "Bureau Gao, who called?" Wang Ba asked in a low voice. "Secretary White," Summit said in surprise. Upon hearing that it was Secretary Bai personally calling, Wang Ba and Li Guoqing, Lin Jin and the others were also. Secretary White is highly influential and extremely well connected. They simply couldn't afford to be offended, unless it was Ma Yunting himself who might be able to pull the trigger. "Bureau Gao, so, what now?" Wang Ba asked. Summit was thinking about it when he received a call from Secretary White himself. Inside the phone call, Secretary Bai himself said that he couldn't move Zhang Bing and warned him not to mess around. And Secretary White said he'd be making a trip, and he's on his way now. Although he was the chief of the patrol bureau, he was equally powerful and had the Ma family behind him pulling the strings. But Summit also knew in his heart that people like Secretary Bai, who had a lot of energy and an extremely wide range of connections, should never be offended. At least, he can't be offended. "Y'all get ready, Secretary White is coming over here in person." Hearing that Secretary Bai is going to come in person, Wang Ba, Li Guoqing began to suck cold air in his heart. Including Lin Jin, Wang Roland did not expect that Zhang Bing actually knew a big shot like Secretary Bai. Wang Ba, Li Guoqing. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Zhang Bing's mouth. In fact, he didn't recognize Secretary Bai at all. But he knew that Elder Zhao's status and position was too terrifying for this matter to come out. Secretary Bai must have been personally arranged by Zhao Lao's side, or it was possible that he was arranged by someone arranged by Zhao Lao. "You two dog bastards, weren't your mouths barking quite happily just now?" Chapter 57, Secretary White's Request. Wang Ba and Li Guoqing didn't dare to speak and lowered their heads, letting Zhang Bing reprimand them with a face of embarrassment and fear. Summit also stood to the side and had all of his men disperse, removing control of the hotel staff. Everyone waited patiently for Secretary White to arrive. After about 10 minutes had passed, a plain black sedan came to the door of the hotel. The sedan stopped and a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped down from it. Seeing this man, Peek's expression changed and he immediately walked over to greet him. Secretary Bai, if there's anything, you can just say hello, how can I make you run personally?" The person who came was none other than Secretary Bai, a very special existence within the Kyoto Circle. Secretary White wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and obviously didn't give Summit, the head of the patrol bureau, a good look. "Bureau Chief Gao, no need to be polite," said Secretary Bai as he walked directly into the middle of the hall. The rest of them didn't dare to speak to Wang Ba, Li Guoqing, these rich tycoons with money. Secretary Bai was definitely an existence that they all needed to look up to, and their wealth could be reduced to ashes with the lift of a hand in front of a big shot at Secretary Bai's level. This was also the first time Zhang Bing had met Secretary Bai, and he did not recognize this person. Which one is Mr. Zhang Bing Zhang? Secretary Bai looked at the hotel lobby before asking. I am. Zhang Bing stepped forward and responded politely. Secretary Bai glanced at Zhang Bing, then said rather politely, Mr. Zhang, I am Bai Xiaochun. Secretary Bai, you are too polite, just call me Xiao Zhang. Zhang Bing didn't dare to be arrogant, no matter what, he was only 19 years old, he was a junior. And hearing the conversation between the two, especially seeing Bai Xiaochun's self-introduction. Gao Feng and the others had long had their hearts in their throats. It was obvious that anyone who wasn't blind could see that Secretary Bai was very polite to Zhang Bing, and could even be said to be a bit respectful. Mr. Zhang, have you run into some trouble here? Bai Xiaochun asked this on purpose while looking at Gao Feng and the others. Yes. Zhang Bing was not ambiguous, pointing his finger at Gao Feng, saying, this Gao Feng, relying on the power in his hands, wanted to seize my hotel for no reason and also arrested my people. It's just so lawless and lawless. Bai Xiaochun nodded and looked at Feng Feng, asking, Director Gao, is there such a thing? Secretary Bai, misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. Gao Feng hurriedly changed his words and explained, it's all just some unruly people with red eyes who are reporting nonsense, and we're just fulfilling our duties to take a look. Is that so? Secretary Bai's tone sank as he asked rhetorically, if it's just a routine visit, what's the need for such a big show, even the bomb-proof cars are here. Gao Feng had an awkward smile on his face and didn't know how to explain. Director Gao. Bai Xiaochun was of course clear that the Ma family was involved behind this, and that Gao Feng was doing the Ma family a favor. He received a call from a leader above him today, asking him to come over immediately. The leader's intention was to let him solve this matter and focus on training Zhang Bing, and at the same time, there was also a very important matter to seek Zhang Bing's help. For the words of the leaders above, Secretary Bai dared not disobey. Director Gao, may I remind you that the Sky Dragon Hotel is a well-known industry in Kyoto, paying taxes and providing employment every year. You'd better be careful what you do on your side of the patrol, and it won't happen again. Yes, we will definitely pay attention. Gao Feng also borrowed the slope to nod repeatedly. Alright, there's nothing more for you guys to do, so disperse. Secretary Bai commanded. Gao Feng didn't want to stay any longer, and then quickly led his men to quickly leave. Seeing this, Wang Ba and Li Guoqing and the others wanted to follow along and leave. Stand still. Zhang Bing saw this and walked out with a shout. Summit and the patrol can go, you two stay. Wang Ba and Li Guoqing's legs were shaking at this time, and their foreheads were covered in sweat. You two pieces of were screaming so merrily just now. What, you want to go now? Wang Ba wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and explained, Zhang, Mr. Zhang, we didn't do it on purpose. Humph. Zhang Bing was nonchalant and suddenly slapped down towards Wang Ba's face. Wang Ba didn't expect Zhang Bing to whip him directly, but he didn't dare to fight back. I've wanted to whip you for a long time, several times I didn't bother with you, do you think I, Zhang Bing, can cover it? No. Wang Ba lowered his head and explained. $50 million for all the losses of the hotel today, all of which you will compensate, any comments? Zhang Bing forced the question. How could Wang Ba dare to disagree, but there was just some meat pain. Remember, this is the last time, and the next time, I will definitely not spare your Wang family. Get out now. Wang Ba was like an amnesty and quickly fled with Li Guoqing. And at this moment, only Lin Jin was left standing awkwardly in place. Zhang Bing didn't look at Lin Jin again, he was very upset about Lin Jin's behavior just now. If it wasn't for Lin Hanyue's face, he would even want to teach Lin Jin a lesson. Alright, senior sister Wolin, you'll handle the next matter. Zhang Bing instructed Wang Wolin. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Wang Wolin let out a long sigh and looked at Zhang Bing in a completely different way. Bai Xiaochun had been watching the entire process, and he had some admiration in his heart for this young man who was still a student. Secretary White, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Mr. Zhang, you're welcome, when I was your age, I didn't even have 3 meals a day. Bai Xiaochun said enviously. Indeed, their status of an appearance of scenery, but live far less nourishing and dashing than those rich and powerful. And you have to be very careful about what you do and what you say, otherwise you'll be caught in the act if you're not paying attention. Mr. Zhang, are you free right now? I have a very important matter to discuss with you. Of course I'm free. Zhang Bing thought for a moment, then proposed, Secretary Bai, why don't we just find a quiet place to discuss in my hotel? Good. Bai Xiaochun agreed in a single breath. So the two went to a quiet suite in the hotel. Originally, Zhang Bing planned to take Bai Xiaochun to the 8th floor clubhouse, but considering the bad influence, he let it go. Secretary Bai, go ahead, what is it that you need my help with? Zhang Bing took the lead and asked. Secretary Bai nodded and said, Mr. Zhang, the above gave a file about you, meaning that they want to focus on cultivating you. Focus on cultivating me? Zhang Bing was a bit puzzled, and he wasn't quite sure if Secretary Bai was referring to Elder Zhao when he said above. However, according to his understanding, although Secretary Bai was very energetic, his rank seemed to be many notches behind Zhao Lao, and it was unlikely that he was Zhao Lao's secretary. Yes. Secretary Bai politely continued, Mr. Zhang, it was Secretary Li's side that personally sent me here, and it was also Secretary Li who personally handed me your information. Secretary Li? Zhang Bing instantly understood. It seems that Zhao's status is too high, the small matter is not guilty of going down, so most likely instructed Secretary Li to make arrangements, and Secretary Li sent Secretary Bai. Secretary Li is a top big shot now, and the super rich are docile as cats in front of Secretary Li. Mr. Zhang, I've heard that you're very good with your hands, we all know that the son of the Ma family, he does have a few skills, he's a national martial arts champion, I didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to carry even a single move under your hands. It's like this, in a while there will be an international college martial arts convention held between Dragon Country and M.R. What Secretary Li means is that he wants you to represent Dragon Country in the war, to crush M&R and win glory for the country. Chapter 58, A Promise. No problem. Zhang Bing didn't even think about it and agreed in one breath. First of all, he knew that Secretary Li must have been authorized to go by Zhao Lao as well, and secondly, R has traditionally had an enmity with the Dragon Kingdom. Being able to strike the Rs at an international tournament was an opportunity he was never willing to let go of. Good. Hearing Zhang Bing's promise, Secretary Bai also looked happy. However, he still patiently explained in detail, Mr. Zhang, this time, the participants from R&M are not weak, they are both strong in traditional ancient martial arts. And this National College Martial Arts competition, the state is taking it very seriously. This matter is related to our country's face and development plan, we can only win but not lose. Hearing this, Zhang Bing instantly felt that he was a bit hasty in agreeing just now. I had thought that the college students from R&M were nothing more than above traditional wrestling champions, of the same nature as Macho. Or stronger than Macho, but such was nothing in front of himself. A set of ancient martial arts rewarded by the system can easily be taken away. I didn't realize that the other party was also an ancient martial artist, so in that case, everything became uncertain. But now that he had agreed to do it, and for the glory of his country, he would give it his all. Secretary Bai, I will do my best and will never let R&M have their way. Secretary Bai nodded, stood up and patted Zhang Bing's shoulder, saying, Mr. Zhang, cheer up, Secretary Li is very optimistic about you, and specially instructed that if there is anything you need help with, or if you encounter any problems, just open your mouth. As long as it's within reason, we'll help you out. Hearing this, Zhang Bing pondered for a moment and no longer hesitated, immediately saying, Secretary Bai, truth be told, I am indeed in a bit of trouble right now. Go ahead, it's fine. I'm just here to fix your troubles so that you can focus on the next National College Martial Arts competition. Secretary Bai said. So Zhang Bing told the truth about Qin Guanghua being taken away for investigation, and his own bank's huge $5 billion being inexplicably frozen. Secretary White was very clear in his mind when he heard this. This must be the Ma family's side of the secret work, Ma's Ma Yunting dead Kyoto's richest man, behind the energy is very big. At least there is also Secretary Li's same level of big brother connections, just by his own words, there is really no way to take the Ma family. But when Secretary Li sent him here, he said that he must protect Zhang Bing and focus on cultivation. With Secretary Li's words, Bai Xiaochun also knew what to do. It is just that Bai Xiaochun is completely unaware that Secretary Li was personally called by Zhao Lao's side to explain. Mr. Zhang, this is a matter of the Ma family being behind it, and it's true that the Ma family's side doesn't have a lot of energy, but Secretary Li has explained it. Let's go, I'll take you to meet Qin Guanghua first. As long as Qin Guanghua himself is clean, there must be no problem. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, Zhang Bing hurriedly thanked, thank you, Secretary Bai. Meanwhile, in a villa of the Ma family. Ma Chao, Ma Zhanshan, Gao Feng, and Shirlei were all there. Damn, Zhang Bing, this scum behind the original is Bai Xiaochun's support, no wonder so arrogant. Ma Chao was very upset and cursed evilly. Ma Zhanshan also realized it this time. No wonder Shirley received a mysterious phone call at that time and immediately turned into a cowering appearance. It turns out that Zhang Bing's backstage is by Xiaochun, not the Qin family. By Xiaochun is Secretary Li's person, the status and position they really cannot afford to mess with. Even the peak of the patrol is uneasy to mess with easily, because you never know. Is the meaning conveyed by Xiaochun's own meaning or the meaning of Secretary Li behind it? Young Master Ma, I'm not afraid of Bai Xiaochun in terms of rank, what I'm afraid of is whether this is Bai Xiaochun's intention or Secretary Li's. In this case, I'm afraid your father, Mr. Ma, will have to step in. Summit analyzed from the sidelines. Humph. Macho disdained and said sarcastically, isn't Bai Xiaochun just a broken secretary? What's so amazing about it? Give him face and call him Secretary Bai, if you don't, he's an ass. Hearing Ma Chao's arrogant words, Gao Feng, Ma Zhanshan, and Shirley all looked at each other. The secretary isn't a big shot, but it mostly depends on whose secretary it is. Li Tai secretary, that is a great big brother, even the Ma family should be polite. Young Ma, be careful what you say. Gao Feng reminded from the side. Ma Chao remained unconcerned and said, you guys wait, I'll make a call to my dad and ask him to use his connections behind the scenes. Not to mention by Xiaochun, even Li Tai behind him has to give my dad face. When Ma Chao said he would do it, he directly dialed the phone number of Ma Yunting, the richest man in Kyoto. Then adding fuel to the fire, he told Ma Yunting about it. Put Summit on the phone. The richest man on the other end of the phone, Ma Yunting, snapped. Ma Chao immediately handed his cell phone to Summit. Gao Feng took the cell phone, with a winking smile on his face, and said, Mr. Ma, what are the instructions? Director Gao, I already know the matter. Remember my words, it's not my Ma Yunting's son's turn to be bullied by any other, whether it's the Qin family or by Xiaochun. Yes, Mr. Ma, I understand what you mean. The PK Soft was the chief of the patrol bureau, but there was no majesty at all in front of Ma Yunting, the richest man in Kyoto. After all, being able to become the richest man in Kyoto was not just as simple as being rich as a country, the connections behind him were who knows just how exaggerated. But Mr. Ma, behind Bai Xiaochun is Secretary Li. Poof. Ma Yunting on the other end of the phone was clearly disgruntled and said, no need on Li Tai's side, you guys just do as you're told by Ma Chao. Also, recently the above is organizing an international college martial arts competition, the above is paying quite a bit of attention to this honor, make sure Ma Chao manages to get his hands on it. Yes, Mr. Ma, we know what to do. Gao Feng responded. Ma Yunting sighed then simply hung up the phone. The words of Ma Yunting just now were heard very clearly by everyone present. That is, there is no need to be concerned about Li Tai, what to do, when things go wrong Ma Yunting will cover the bottom. With this statement from the richest man, Ma Yunting, Summit and the others were considered to be completely relieved. Young Ma, if you say what to do, we'll do it now. Gao Feng said to Ma Chao in a pandering manner. Ma Chao clenched his fists and said, you heard what my father said, the international college martial arts competition is most important. Now immediately you all go right now and arrest Zhang Bing for this major and break his legs, know what I mean? Alright, Xiao Ma, everything will be done as you instructed. Gao Feng agreed in one gulp. Now that Ma Yunting had personally packed his bags, they had nothing to worry about. Without someone like Bai Xiaochun protecting him behind the scenes, with the means of the patrol bureau, they could just find a reason, or even not need a reason, to directly arrest Zhang Bing and sit through the bottom of the jail. On the other side, inside a small house in the financial system, Bai Xiaochun brought Zhang Bing, and Qin Yuanyuan rushed over directly by car. Chapter 59 Ma Chao's flamboyant and mighty. Seeing that it was Bai Xiaochun himself, a director of the financial system, Lu rushed down with his men. Bai Xiaochun didn't bull and opened the door, saying, where is Qin Guanghua? We're here to see him. This is Zhang Bing, and this is Qin Yuanyuan. Lu respectfully explained, Secretary Bai, Qin Guanghua is inside the small single room of our financial system, but the patrol bureau has issued an order on their side that no one is allowed to come into contact with for the time being. The patrol bureau gives orders? Secretary Bai questioned on the spot, the patrol bureau can still interfere with your financial system? This. Of course Lu knew that the financial system and the patrol bureau were poles apart. But at the time, Summit himself came over to put in his words, and with all the hints, he was clear. This is the Ma family side to fix Qin Guanghua, of course he did not dare to offend the Ma family. Alright, less nagging, we're talking about things according to process, hurry up and lead the way. Bai Xiaochun urged very domineeringly. Luan showed a difficult face, but still agreed with a mouthful of words, and his eyes implied that the men around him should immediately go and notify the peak side of the patrol bureau. Inside the bright little room, Qin Guanghua had been detained here for more than 24 hours for no reason, cut off from all contact with the outside world. Seeing that it was Qin Yuan, Zhang Bing, and Bai Xiaochun came. Qin Guanghua stood up directly under the excitement. Secretary Bai, I was wrongly accused. Qin Guanghua shouted. Uncle Guanghua, take it easy, Secretary Bai is here to help you. Qin Yuan comforted. Zhang Bing also nodded and said, Director Qin, we all trust your character. It's obvious that the Ma family is behind all of this, and the Ma family is targeting me and dragging you down with them. Qin Guanghua sighed and looked angrily at Luan who came in with him. Then he said, Luan, have you found out anything with the peak side of the patrol bureau? I must have you publicly apologize and return my honor. Luan could only smile awkwardly, he was originally a pawn and couldn't afford to offend either side. Brother Qin, let's talk about what's going on outside. Bai Xiaochun glanced at Luan and said, don't release them immediately. Luan hesitated and explained, Secretary Bai, this is not in line with the rules, right? Why don't you make a call to Director Gao either way? Release them when you're told to, cut the nagging. Secretary Bai reprimanded. Luan is still hesitating, it is clear that he can sit in this position today, pick which side, or the Ma family side behind no less effort. Luan, do you not want to do it? Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun gave an ultimatum. Luan stammered, he certainly didn't want to offend Bai Xiaochun. Because everyone knows that Bai Xiaochun is Secretary Li's secretary, but the peak side is also repeatedly emphasized and explained. No one is allowed to take Qin Guanghua without his order. I'm warning you, don't help the peak group do whatever they want. Qin Guanghua is conscientious and upright, you know it in your own heart. And Secretary Li's side is clear, understand? Seeing the mention of Secretary Li, Luan couldn't carry it this time and could only agree to release him. Soon, the four of them, Zhang Bing, Secretary Bai, Qin Guanghua, and Qin Yuan left the small room and went downstairs. However, the four had just walked downstairs. When they met each other face to face, they ran into Gao Feng, Shirlei, Ma Zhanshan and Macho, who had just come over. Haters gonna hate each other. Zhang Bing also didn't expect to run into Macho here. Luan, who told you to release people without authorization? Gao Feng immediately reprimanded Qin Guanghua when he saw the appearing Qin Guanghua. Director Gao, you're a big bully, I'm the one who asked for the release, do you have a problem with that? Bai Xiaochun wasn't spoiling for a fight and responded. Of course Gao Feng knew that it must have been Bai Xiaochun who forced Luan to release him. But just now, Ma Yunting's side had personally explained it, so he wasn't afraid of Bai Xiaochun at all now. Secretary Bai, aren't your hands stretching a little too far? Gao Feng said sarcastically. Peak, you don't have a lot of guts, you didn't have this attitude over at the hotel just now. Bai Xiaochun also said sarcastically. Secretary Bai, just now is just now is now, I advise you not to mind your own business. Gao Feng threatened. Bai Xiaochun still wanted to dislike him back, but Zhang Bing beat him to it and persuaded him, Secretary Bai, it's obvious that Macho has come all the way here, so it should be the Ma family that gave him the courage. Yo, little trash, you're pretty smart. Macho didn't pretend anymore at this time, pushed Peak away and strutted forward. Little trash, this young man has underestimated you, at first I thought you were relying on the Qin family to back you up, but I didn't think it was possible, with Bai Xiaochun backing you up. But so what? This young master tidying you up is equally as simple as stepping on an ant. Bai Xiaochun glanced at the arrogant and domineering Macho and warned, Ma family brat, don't rely on your family's power to act recklessly and rampage outside. That wouldn't be very good for you personally, or for your father, Mr. Ma. What does it have to do with you? Facing Bai Xiaochun's reminder, Macho didn't give any face at all. This young man can do whatever he wants, what do you care? Ma family brat, you're too unbridled. Bai Xiaochun was at least a big shot on one side, how had he ever been contradicted like this by a dude like Macho? Alright, less nagging in front of this young man. Macho coldly said, giving you face and calling you secretary Bai, not giving you face, what are you? Others are afraid of you, but I, Macho, don't even have you in my sights. Bai Xiaochun's brain instantly blackened into a line as he was infuriated, and he couldn't wait to immediately go up and fling Macho twice. At this time, Zhang Bing stood out, he looked at Macho with disdain and said sarcastically, rubbish, it seems that you haven't grown a memory after the lesson you were given last time, you still dare to engage in a three-way fight behind your back. At the mention of the last incident at school, Ma Chao's anger could not be controlled. Zhang Bing, listen to this young master. This young master has now decided to break your dog's legs and make you kneel in front of this young master and wag your tail. Rubbish, do you have that ability? Zhang Bing squeezed his fist, and the bones in his hand made a crisp ringing sound. Diro Gao, Team Sure, what are you waiting for? Arrest someone. Ma Chao knew that he was no match for Zhang Bing, so he gave orders to Gao Feng and Shi lay beside him. Which one of you dares? Bai Xiaochun immediately rebuked angrily at the sight, you guys still dare to be lawless in front of me, don't you? Bai Xiaochun. Ma Chao threatened, this young man warns you to get out of here immediately and mind your own business. I'll see if any of you dare to make a move, I'll immediately inform Secretary Li. Bai Xiaochun also released a big move, lifting up Li Tai. Zhang Bing shook his head on the side and persuaded, Secretary Bai, since they dared to speak to you like that, they must have come prepared. It's something I'd rather leave to my own devices. Saying that, Zhang Bing didn't nag as he took a step towards Ma Chao. Rubbish, do you really think that I won't dare to whip you just because you've brought a couple of patrolmen with you? Rubbish, try moving this young man. Zhang Bing's face sank as he said in a cold voice, rubbish, just try it. As he spoke, Zhang Bing directly struck out. His speed was very fast, and he rushed directly to Ma Chao's side with a sidestep. It was so fast that neither Gao Feng nor Shi Lei reacted. I'll teach you to behave properly today. Zhang Bing backhanded down 2 slaps, and then kicked Ma Chao hard in the small of the back. Chapter 61 Move to solve my Zhanshan's problem. Don't you dare hit me. Ma Zhanshan, peek, what are you guys waiting for, get him, shoot him. Ma Chao was punched and kicked by Zhang Bing, and he began to speak incoherently in his anger. Surprisingly, he directly let the 2 patrolmen, Peek and Shi Lei, shoot. Peek, Shi Lei is certainly not bold enough to be lawless to this extent. Ma Zhanshan let out a roar, as the security manager of Ma's group, his own strength was not weak. Ma Chao's maneuvers were still taught by him, seeing Ma Chao being violently beaten. Ma Zhanshan couldn't care less and quickly rushed up. Bai Xiaochun was also anxious, he knew the strength and ruthlessness of Ma Zhanshan, and it was not at all an exaggeration to describe him as an outlaw. If this was 2 against 1, he was worried that Zhang Bing would suffer. You should know that Zhang Bing was the candidate that Secretary Li named to compete for the country. Stop. Ma Zhanshan, if you dare to hurt Zhang Bing, Secretary Li will definitely not let you go. However, Secretary Bai's warnings were of no use at all, and Ma Zhanshan did not listen at all. Swinging his casserole-sized fist towards Zhang Bing's brain heart. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, the vicious character Ma Zhanshan's attack was too slow in his opinion. He dodged it directly with a sidestep, and lifted Ma Chao with a smooth hand, then threw it towards Ma Zhanshan. What? I've heard that you're the manager of the security department of Ma's group, and you're not weak, do you also want to try out Laozi's methods? At this moment, Zhang Bing's aura was very strong. Ma Zhanshan caught Ma Chao with one hand and asked, young master, are you alright? Ma Chao was once again bruised and beaten half to death, spitting out blood as he roared, said I'm not okay. Hurry up, call someone, right away, I don't care so much, I must waste him. Ma Chao couldn't care less anymore and completely lost his mind yelling. Zhang Bing stood still and calmly watched this. Diro Gao, Team Sure, you guys take care of my young master for me. Ma Zhanshan clenched his fists, his face showing a fierce light. If he were to treat ordinary people, based on his aura alone, Ma Zhanshan would definitely be able to shock a large number of people. This is definitely a tough guy, the kind that has actually seen blood. Ma Zhanshan, you dare to be reckless. Bai Xiaochun angrily rebuked. Bai Xiaochun, don't you dare scream in front of me. If there's anything, our club will communicate directly with Secretary Li, so you get the hell out of the way immediately. You. Bai Xiaochun yelled, fine, your Ma family really thinks the resonance only covers the sky, right? Said Bai Xiaochun pulled out his cell phone and stood in the middle, calling Li Tai directly. Seeing this, Zhang Bing confidently said, Secretary Bai, there's no need to trouble Secretary Li with this matter for the time being, let him do it. Today, it's just right to settle new and old scores together, and let the losers of their Ma family see what I'm capable of. Damn, kid today old man personally, I want you to look good. Ma Zhanshan also came to anger. Beating Ma Chao half to death in front of him was a slap in the face. Zhang Bing looked unimpressed and mocked, what? Are the losers of your Ma family just mouths that scream? Go ahead and let your horse come over. Die for me. Ma Zhanshan let out a roar, cupped his fists, and swept his fist across the air towards Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing did not even look at him. No matter how powerful an ordinary person was, they were all unbeatable in front of him who was proficient in ancient martial arts. He raised his hand and easily caught Ma Zhanshan's fist directly with a palm. Ma Zhanshan only felt as if his punch had smashed on cotton, and immediately revealed a horrified expression. However, before he could react, Zhang Bing clenched his fists tightly. Kaboom! Ah! The sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by Ma Zhanshan's miserable scream. Zhang Bing directly crushed Ma Zhanshan's fist. This horrifying scene left both Gao Feng and Shirley of the Patrol Bureau dumbfounded. Ma Zhanshan's ability is definitely more powerful than the King of Special Forces, and his strikes are very ruthless. A punch can directly put down 3 adults without pressure. However, surprisingly, he could not shake Zhang Bing in the slightest, and with just an easy pinch from Zhang Bing, the entire fist shattered, and blood flowed all over the place. Rubbish, still want to try? Zhang Bing kicked away Ma Zhanshan and provoked. Ma Zhanshan's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a 19-year-old have such power? You! Ma Zhanshan covered his blood-dripping fist, his face pale. Remember, if you dare to mess with me again, there will be consequences. Zhang Bing warned in a cold voice. Now Macho was much more honest and stopped yelling. He grew up learning fighting from Ma Zhanshan and knew Ma Zhanshan's skills, and now even Ma Zhanshan was no match for Zhang Bing. Let's go! Ma Zhanshan was also a brother tough guy, signaling Shirley to assist Macho, then he quickly left. Zhang Bing did not stop him and also left with Secretary by Qin Guanghua and Qin Yuan. Several people returned to the Tianlong Hotel together, and it was clear that today's events had gone beyond Bai Xiaoqin's expectations. I didn't realize that Ma's side of the family didn't even give their face, in other words even the secretary behind him didn't give his face. But at the same time, the biggest gain was that he had seen Zhang Bing's terrifying strength with his own eyes. When the International College Martial Arts Competition is held, this strength will most likely be able to overwhelm the competitors from R&M countries. After briefly explaining a few things, Bai Xiaoqin took his leave first. He had to go see Li Tai and make a report. And Qin Guanghua also saw for the first time Zhang Bing's extraordinary, did not expect to make friends with Secretary Li such a big shot. After briefly exchanging pleasantries and saying thank you, Qin Guanghua also left the hotel. He had to go back to the Qin family for a trip, so that the people of the Qin family could be well at ease. At this time, Lin Hanyue also came and joined Linjin. Seeing Qin Yuan and Zhang Bing together, Lin Hanyue was obviously a little jealous, but didn't say anything. Zhang Bing! Lin Hanyue ran over and took Zhang Bing's hand, declaring her sovereignty. To Lin Hanyue, Zhang Bing liked it in his heart, but seeing Linjin, he was dissatisfied. Zhang Bing, that incident with my dad, you don't take it to heart. Lin Hanyue stumbled. Zhang Bing sighed, understanding in his heart that this must be Linjin's way of coercing Lin Hanyue to plead for mercy. Uncle Lin, I hope you'll just come and talk to me yourself about anything in the future. Don't move and make Hanyue come and show her face. I don't have any opinions about you. For the sake of Hanyue, I won't retaliate against you, don't worry. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Linjin's hanging heart finally relaxed a bit. Then as if nothing had happened, with a smile on his face, he said, Xiao Bing, you have something to do, so I won't bother you. The other side. Kyoto Hospital. One of my Zhanshan's fists was basically wasted, and Macho was fractured. Gao Feng and Shirley personally led the people to send the two to the hospital, and Pang Biao was the first to run out to receive them. After learning that it was Zhang Bing who did it again, Pang Biao incited the fire and cursed Zhang Bing while a vicious plan suddenly popped up in his mind. Young Ma, Mr. Ma, that Zhang Bing's girlfriend is hospitalized in our hospital with his father, shall we? Pang Biao reminded with a wicked smile on his face. Chapter 61 Bullying Zhang Tingting. Go, quickly go, and bring Zhang Bing that dog trash's girlfriend over go. Macho was completely out of control and hated Zhang Bing to the bone. Now as long as he could have any opportunity to retaliate against Zhang Bing, he would not let it go. Rather, it was the two of them, Gao Feng and Shirley, who were also members of the Patrol Bureau after all, who felt that there was something wrong with doing so. Xiao Ma, calm down. Ma Xiao, as the saying goes, the trouble is not as bad as the family. If we do this, will there be some bad influence? You guys shut the up and do it immediately. Ma Xiao already didn't care that much and cursed at Gao Feng and Shirley. Gao Feng and Shirley were a bit helpless and looked at Ma Zhanshan, who had one fist crushed. Ma Zhanshan also grimaced, hating Zhang Bing to the bone, and said, follow the young master's wishes, and our Ma family will take care of things when they go wrong. Even Ma Zhanshan said so. Peek and Shirley cannot be excused, so they have to do it. Gao Feng looked at Shirley again, then said, Shirley, you go over and bring the people over now. Despite his reluctance, Shirley could only follow orders. At this moment, inside a ward of Kyoto Hospital, Zhang Tingting was taking care of Zhang Yunfeng, after the surgery, plus the time spent recuperating. Zhang Yunfeng's condition had almost all healed, and he could be discharged from the hospital in a few days. Following the information provided by Pang Biao, Shirley came inside the ward. May I ask who you're looking for? Zhang Tingting looked at Shirley before opening her mouth to ask. Shirley glanced at Zhang Tingting, although she was dressed in plain, her naturally sculpted face, her front and back figure, especially her long legs, were simply longer than life. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. He didn't expect Zhang Tingting to look so beautiful. You're Zhang Tingting? Shirley said as he pulled out his credentials. I'm from the patrol bureau, there's something I need to find out from you, come out here. As soon as Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting heard that they were from the patrol bureau, their nerves immediately turned tense. Hello, what can I do for you? Zhang Tingting asked. Don't say so much, it's just a routine investigation. Shirley urged. Zhang Tingting was relatively simple and lacked insight, so when she heard this, she spoke to her father, Zhang Yunfeng, before following Shirley out of the hospital room. Shirley directly brought him to the high-class ward of Kyoto Hospital. As soon as she entered the hospital room, Zhang Tingting saw Macho at a glance. She instantly realized that something was wrong and turned around to run outside, but was caught by Shirley. Let go of me, you, what do you want? Zhang Tingting struggled. Shirley didn't bother, but said to Macho, Young Ma, the people have been brought here, and they are indeed good. Macho grunted coldly, still horny despite having a few bones broken by Zhang Bing. He glanced at the people in the room, then commanded, You guys go out first, and keep an eye on the door for me, don't let anyone in. Gao Feng, Shirley, and Pang Biao nodded before taking Ma Zhanshan out with them. Zhang Tingting's face was horrified. Last time when she was at school, she knew about Ma Chao's identity. This is the son of Ma Yunting, the richest man in Kyoto, who has a grudge against Zhang Bing. Even if she was simple, she knew that Ma Chao was trying to take revenge on Zhang Bing. Kneel down and take off your clothes. Ma Chao shouted angrily at Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting was naturally unwilling, she retreated to the door and wanted to open her mouth and run out, but there were Shirley and these people guarding the door. You're Zhang Bing's woman, aren't you? Today this young man is going to take it out on you and then film it for that scumbag Zhang Bing to enjoy. Ma Chao's face was furious as he limped towards Zhang Tingting. Although Zhang Tingting was very scared in her heart, she gathered her courage when she thought of Zhang Bing. Young Master Ma, I'm not Bing's girlfriend, Bing is a good person, can you stop picking on him? Are you really innocent, or are you pretending to be? Ma Chao almost laughed at Zhang Tingting's childish words. Hurry up and undress, kneel down and crawl in front of this young man. Zhang Tingting cowered in the corner, covering her chest while speaking for Zhang Bing as much as she could. However, purely she didn't know that the more she mentioned Zhang Bing, the more she stimulated Ma Chao's nerves. Bitch, shut the up. Ma Chao cursed and limped over, directly slapping Zhang Tingting in the face. He then roughly tore Zhang Tingting's blouse, and Zhang Tingting desperately struggled. But it was impossible for her, a weak woman, to break away from Ma Chao. Even though Ma Chao had been beaten by Zhang Bing, at least he was practicing martial arts and had a stronger physique. Not a moment later, Ma Chao personally took out his cell phone and turned on the video recording function, adjusting the angle. Directly tearing Zhang Tingting's blouse, Zhang Tingting quickly revealed her snow-white upper body, with a large portion of her full peaks exposed. If you dare to struggle again, this young man will kill your whole family. Your peasant father is not hospitalized in the hospital, believe it or not, this young man will let your father die in the hospital with just a word. Zhang Tingting was terrified. She came from an ordinary peasant family in the north and her mother had died a long time ago. Dependent on his father Zhang Yunfeng, this time thanks to the help of Zhang Bing, only to recover a life. Facing Ma Chao's threat, Zhang Tingting's eyes turned red and she choked. Young Master Ma, you're a big shot, please don't do this. Humph. Seeing Zhang Tingting plopping down and kneeling directly at her feet, Ma Chao's vanity was bursting with satisfaction at this moment. Kneel down, undress yourself, and serve this young man comfortably, and he will let your father go. Zhang Tingting wiped her tears and took a deep breath. She cringed and knelt down, pleading, Young Master Ma, as long as you spare my father and brother Bing, I'm willing to listen to you. You are not qualified to talk about conditions at all less. Ma Chao did not use the slightest bit of mercy, directly kicking Zhang Tingting's chest. The most perfect and beautiful women are all playthings to him. At this time, Zhang Yunfeng, who was in the hospital room, saw that his daughter had been called out by Shirley for a while, but she was late to return. He had a hunch that something seemed wrong. So he held the wall and opened the door and stepped out to look for it. However, seeing that Zhang Tingting's figure was not seen in the corridor either, Zhang Yunfeng was a bit anxious. He stopped several passing nurses in their tracks to ask questions. Mr. Zhang, your daughter Tingting seemed to have followed one person to the high cadre ward just now. Zhang Yunfeng was startled and hurriedly accelerated his pace to the elevator entrance, rushing towards the high cadre ward. Arriving at this side of the high cadre ward, Zhang Yunfeng saw Shirley outside one of the wards at a glance. He assisted by walking over as fast as he could and asked loudly, "Officer, is my daughter human?" As soon as he saw that it was Zhang Yunfeng who had approached him, Shirley hurriedly snubbed, "Your daughter is suspected of violating the law, and our people are questioning her inside the ward." This reasoning of Shirley's was obviously fooling a 3-year-old child. Zhang Yunfeng was completely unconvinced and leaned against the wall, about to open the door from the outside. "What are you doing?" Shirley immediately stopped it and threatened, "If you dare to move again, this is obstruction." The more Shirley did so, the more Zhang Yunfeng felt bad. In the heat of the moment, Big rushed into the hospital room and yelled, "Ting ting, ting ting." At this moment, under Macho's threat in the ward, Zhang Tingting was taking off her clothes and pants bit by bit. Her body revealed her snow-white skin and proud body, and she was only wearing her underwear and panties anymore. Macho was holding a cigar in his mouth, admiring it with interest. "Damn, it's not bad, it's even better than the actresses that this young man has played with." Saying that, Macho took out a cigar and burned it on Zhang Tingting's body. At this moment, the shouts of Zhang Yunfeng outside the door came in. Chapter 62, Total Disability. As soon as she heard Zhang Yunfeng's voice outside, Zhang Tingting seemed to wake up quite a bit and immediately stopped. Macho was in the middle of videotaping, and when he saw Zhang Tingting stop undressing, he kicked down and angrily scolded, "Hurry up and finish undressing. Tina, are you in there? How dare you obstruct official business, you want to die." The sound of Zhang Yunfeng and Shirley arguing came from outside. "Ah, you, what do you want? Come at me with what you have, don't mess with my daughter." Zhang Tingting inside the house heard her father's voice. She suddenly stood up and directly opened the door and rushed out. As soon as he saw his daughter's body exposed in only her underwear, Zhang Yunfeng was instantly enraged. This was the dignity of a father. Even though he hadn't been discharged from the hospital yet, he couldn't care less and directly rushed towards Shirley. Shirley, as the captain of the patrol bureau, gently kicked down, directly sending Zhang Yunfeng to the ground. "Dad! What gives you the right to hit my dad?" Zhang Tingting cried and ran over, not caring that her body was exposed. "Tingting, don't be afraid, there's Dad." Zhang Yunfeng endured the severe pain in his body and climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. At this time, Macho also walked out, and when he saw the scene, he was on fire. "Peek, Shirley, what the are you guys doing?" Gao Feng and Shirley were speechless for a while, feeling deeply ashamed of this behavior of Macho. You dare to bully my daughter, I will fight you." Zhang Yunfeng dragged his unrecovered body and was about to charge at Macho. Macho snorted coldly, not even glancing at him, and directly commanded, "Very well, since you country bumpkins are here, then this young man will play bigger. Gao Feng, you bring this country bumpkin in and hold him down. Shirley, you keep watch outside. If you let anyone come to disturb this young man again, this young man will clean you up first." Gao Feng and Shirley hesitated for a while, especially since Gao Feng himself was at least the chief of the patrol bureau in this part of Kyoto, and a person of status. Helping Macho to do this kind of thing was already excessive, and now he was going to further take Zhang Yunfeng in and hold him down. Watching with his own eyes how Macho played with Zhang Tingting, even he couldn't do it. "Peek, Shirley, this young man will say it again, do it immediately." Macho, also no nonsense, limping, rushed over and grabbed Zhang Tingting's hair, towards the ward inside the door. "Let go of my daughter, I'll fight you." Zhang Yunfeng yelled, wanting to protect Zhang Tingting desperately. But his body hadn't recovered. Where was he, Macho's opponent? "Bureau Gao, what should we do?" Shirley asked as he couldn't decide either. "Do it." Gao Feng sighed and had to take matters into his own hands, running over to directly control Zhang Yunfeng. "You go in and help, I'll keep watch outside." Shirley nodded, then took out his handcuffs and directly handcuffed Zhang Yunfeng and dragged him inside the ward. "Dad! Tina!" The father and daughter were terrified, especially Zhang Yunfeng, who watched his daughter about to be brutalized, but as a father, he couldn't do anything about it. "You shall not die, and the heavens shall strike you down." "Made my daughter." Zhang Yunfeng yelled, but he was unable to break away as he was handcuffed by Shirley. It wasn't the first time Macho seemed to be doing this kind of thing, and appeared to be very skillful. He sneered, "Country bumpkins, don't blame this young man. If you wanna blame it on your relationship with that dog scum Zhang Bing. This young man will take it out on you guys first, and then go back and clean up that trash Zhang Bing." With that, Macho directly propped Zhang Tingting over and pressed her at his feet. "You know what to do?" Seeing this, Zhang Yunfeng's eyes were filled with tears as he hissed, "Macho, please, I beg you to let Ting Ting go. If there's anything come at me, I kowtow to you." Zhang Yunfeng was handcuffed with his hands and directly knelt down, kowtowing to Macho. Ha ha ha. Macho laughed out loud, yet did not have the slightest intention of letting Zhang Tingting go. He reached out and stroked his hand over Zhang Tingting's snow-white skin, then took a sharp drag on his cigar and pressed it down on Zhang Tingting's body. Zhang Tingting instinctively struggled under the pain. "If you dare to move, this young man will directly kill your father." "Tina, no, Tina." Zhang Yunfeng cried out in pain. He was an honest farmer, where could he fight a super-rich second generation like Macho? Humph. Macho's heart was much smoother at this time, and he threatened Zhang Tingting, immediately all stripped naked. "This young man is on fire right now, help this young man to diarrhea the fire, and let your country bumpkin father watch with his own eyes." "Don't, Tingting, don't Zhang Yunfeng yelled and stood up from the ground, wanting to rush over. However, he was grabbed by Shirley and could not break free. "Hillbilly, how dare you scream, huh? Shirley, give this young man a death blow." Zhang Tingting was anxious and immediately struggled. "Don't hit my dad, please, I promise you everything, please let my dad go." Macho sneered and said, "That's more like it, be honest." Zhang Tingting was completely desperate, and her father, Zhang Yunfeng, was the only thing she could rely on. She could never watch her father being beaten to death alive, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. As for Zhang Yunfeng, he would rather die than see his daughter insulted in such a manner. "Bitch, hurry up, this young man is on fire right now," Macho ordered as he took his cell phone and shot. "Macho, I'll kill you." And at this moment of despair, an angry roar came in from outside. In the next second, the door of the ward directly collapsed with a bang, and Peek was directly thrown in like a leather ball. Immediately afterward, Zhang Bing charged in with a roar like a lion. Seeing that it was Zhang Bing who suddenly came, Macho, Shirley was a bit flustered all of a sudden. "Macho, today I will definitely destroy you." Zhang Bing roared, and without saying a word more nonsense, he directly rushed towards Macho. "Shirley, quick, stop him." Macho panicked, he sensed Zhang Bing's anger and hurriedly shouted at Shirley. Shirley, as the captain of the patrol bureau, still has two brushes, quickly reacted and rushed forward to take out money to stop Zhang Bing. "Get lost!" Zhang Bing yelled, and his ferocious fist slammed down directly towards Shirley. The speedy Shirley didn't even have a chance to take out his money, and was sent flying on the spot by a huge force, ruthlessly hitting the wall and directly fainting. In the next second, Zhang Bing's body flashed and rushed to Macho, who retreated to the window. Macho's whole body was shivering, but he still threatened arrogantly, "What do you want?" Zhang Bing clenched his fists tightly and looked at Zhang Tingting, who was covered in cigar burns, wearing only her underwear and panties, her body completely exposed, with a tearful face. He also looked at Zhang Yunfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, handcuffed with his hands and his mouth covered in blood. For the first time he moved to kill, for the first time he felt that scum like Macho can only be completely physically eliminated in order to eliminate future problems forever and avoid trouble. "Either you jump off yourself, or I will throw you off," Zhang Bing roared. Chapter 63, Violence is the Best Weapon. Macho was startled by Zhang Bing's state at the moment and retreated to the window, glancing down. "This is the 5th floor, jumping off is basically cool. You, Zhang Bing, if you have something to say, don't push me. My father is the richest man in Mayunting Kyoto, if you push me too hard, my father will get you killed." Zhang Bing clenched his fists and stepped closer, gritting his teeth. "I'm only going to say this once, jump off yourself or I'll throw you off." "Me?" Macho's face turned very fearful. "Zhang Bing, don't force me, isn't it just a woman? You want a woman is not simple, I just need to make a phone call, the entertainment industry you like which female stars, I immediately call to play casually. Play Nima." Zhang Bing cursed and directly slapped down. "Rubbish, don't think you're great just because your family is rich." The enraged Zhang Bing was nonchalant, raising his foot to Macho's broken bone, he kicked down 2 more times fiercely. "Ah!" Macho screamed out in pain straight away. At this moment, he really felt a deep fear. Zhang Bing was by no means joking, he would really get him killed. Die for me. With that, Zhang Bing directly grabbed Macho with one hand and held him down in front of the window. Macho completely panicked, his eyes filled with panic inside, begging for mercy. Bing, Bing, don't throw me down. Ah, don't, Bing, I promise, yes, I promise I'll never bother you again. Too late. Zhang Bing's eyes contained a murderous aura, especially when he saw Zhang Tingting, who was curled up in a corner, and the miserable Zhang Yunfeng. With a heartbeat, he pushed Ma Chao straight out of the window. And just as he did this, a large group of people rushed in from outside. Qin Yuanyuan rushed over with the hospital security guards, and quite a few others, Pang Biao among them. Ting Ting, Uncle Zhang, how are you guys doing? Qin Yuanyuan saw Zhang Tingting being stripped of her clothes, pants, and wearing only a three-pointed style, while Zhang Yunfeng was cuffed with his hands and collapsed on the ground. In the corner on the other side, both Director Gao Feng and Captain Shirlei were half lying down, in a coma. Ma Chao, you're a ing. Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help herself and cursed for the first time, while taking off her own jacket to put it on Zhang Tingting at the same time. At this time, Pang Diao also walked out and looked at the ward and did not see Ma Chao. He rushed over and pressed the fainting Peaks and Shirlei on the ground to pinch them awake. Gao Feng and Shirlei stood up from the ground in a sorry state and looked at Zhang Bing with fierce eyes. Don't you dare make a move on us. Gao Feng directly pulled out the gun he was wearing and yelled at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing was completely undaunted and angrily rebuked, "Scum, one of you is the head of the patrol bureau and one of you is the captain of the patrol bureau, but you're aiding and abetting the evil and helping the trash Macho to commit violence against Ting Ting. Surname Zhang, what evidence do you have?" Shirlei refused to admit it and also pulled out his firearm and pointed it at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing coldly looked at these two and yelled, "Listen up, Gao Feng, Shirlei. If you can continue to wear this skin, I, Zhang Bing, will write my name backwards." Gao Feng's eyes turned red as he threatened, "Kid, you think you're something just because you have Bai Xiaoqun's back, right? I'll tell you what, we'll see." After quickly calming down, Gao Feng knew that he was at a disadvantage, coupled with the fact that so many people had come, he dropped his harsh words and was about to leave first. And just then, suddenly there were screams from outside. Ah, someone jumped. Pang Biao, Gao Feng, and Shirlei reacted at the first time and went to the window to take a look below. It was Ma Chao who was lying on the ground, surrounded by people already. No good, it's young Master Ma. Pang Biao was instantly filled with panic, he couldn't care less and hurriedly ran out. Hearing that it was Ma Chao who jumped off the building, Qin Yuanyuan also looked at Zhang Bing with surprise, and in her heart, she knew at a guess that it must have been Zhang Bing who did this. How could someone like Ma Chao jump on his own? You, Zhang Bing, you dare to throw young Master Ma off the building? You're dead, and Bai Xiaoqun can't protect you. Gao Feng and Shirlei, who had originally left, were dumbfounded and were sucking in cold air in their hearts. Ma Yunting only has this one only son, has been very favored, if something happens, can imagine how the Ma family side will retaliate. Zhang Bing didn't take any notice and only focused on pacifying Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting's father and daughter. Soon, all the leaders of the hospital rushed over with 100,000 fire, and Gao Feng and Shirlei also hurried down. Ma Chao had fallen into a coma due to blood loss and was in a very dangerous condition. As the son of the richest man in Kyoto, the hospital did not dare to be negligent and immediately carried out rescue treatment. In the other ward, Zhang Yunfeng, Zhang Tingting's emotions had calmed down a lot after Zhang Bing, Qin Yuanyuan, and the several people who arrived later, Wang Wolin. Qin Yuanyuan looked at the calm-faced Zhang Bing and asked in a low voice, "Brother, did Ma Chao really fall down by himself?" Zhang Bing laughed and said, "Hospital windows are specially treated to prevent patients from jumping off the building under desperation. How could Ma Chao fall off by himself?" That? Qin Yuanyuan had already guessed it, but she still wasn't entirely sure. "It's fine." Zhang Bing didn't really care and said, "There's just a few of us inside the room, there's nothing bad to admit. It was me who threw Ma Chao down, like this kind of scum, once again I will still throw him down without hesitation. It's over, now things are completely out of control." Wang Rolin said with a worried look on her face, "It's fine if Ma Chao can be resuscitated, but if he dies, the Ma family will definitely retaliate like crazy." "Miss Qin, Miss Wang." Zhang Yunfeng also spoke up and said, "It was me who pushed Ma Chao down, it has nothing to do with Mr. Zhang. If the Ma family wants to retaliate, I'll take full responsibility for everything, big deal, one life for another." "Dad!" Zhang Tingting choked out a cry. "Tingting, remember, when the people from the subsequent patrol bureau investigate, you have to bite the bullet and push everything onto me, don't involve Mr. Zhang." Zhang Yunfeng had already gone out of his way. He planned to carry everything and set aside for Zhang Bing. Mr. Zhang, you're a good man, you originally saved my life, and you saved my Ting Ting today, don't worry, I know what to do. Just pleading with you to help take care of Ting Ting in the future, she's the only thing I can't worry about. Hearing Zhang Yunfeng's words, Zhang Bing immediately comforted, Uncle Zhang, where are you thinking, don't worry, it's fine. Besides, there's no need for you to take the blame, I'm the one who threw Macho down, besides, there's no surveillance here, dead or alive. If the Ma family wants to retaliate, come on, I'm not a vegetarian either. And just at this moment, a group of luxury cars came to the hospital, and from the car came down a middle-aged man, looking very elegant. It was the richest man in Kyoto, Ma Yunting. Chapter 64, The Richest Man Comes to Town. Mr. Ma. Hello Mr. Ma. As the richest man in Kyoto, Ma Yunting was a top-level super-rich man even in the entire Forbes list of the Dragon Kingdom. And the Ma family isn't just rich, the connections behind them are just as scary. Learned that his son in the hospital from the 5th floor fall accident has been an emergency rescue, Ma Yunting immediately put down all the things in his hands, the first time to rush to the hospital. Good nigga. Ma Yunting came up in a rage, directly cursing at the group of people who greeted him. How is Ma Chao doing now? Immediately organize the best specialists for me and use the best medical technology to resuscitate them, at any cost. Ma Yunting burst into a rage. Although Ma Chao's character was a bit arrogant, he was still very good overall. He had only one son, and he still loved him very much. Ma, Mr. Ma, young Master Ma fell from the 5th floor, the current situation is not optimistic. Pang Biao, as the chief physician, had already been the first to organize a resuscitation with the hospital's important leaders. But as a medical professional, the heart is in the right place. Asshole. Ma Yunting didn't care about that much and slapped down his hand when he heard Peng Biao's words. If my son dies in your hospital, all of you will suffer. General Manager Ma, calm down, General Manager Ma, calm down. Seeing that Ma Yunting was getting angry, Gao Feng also hurried to come and pacify him. Seeing that it was peak, Ma Yunting forced down his anger and still gave peak face. What happened? How did Ma Chao fall from the 5th floor when he was fine? High Council, has the cause been investigated? In the face of Ma Yunting's barrage of questions, Gao Feng had no choice but to invite Ma Yunting aside and then briefly talk about what happened. After hearing this, Ma Yunting's brain blackened into a line. He wasn't angry at his son for oppressing others, after all, that wasn't even a thing. Exasperated, this hearing that Ma Chao didn't fall on his own, and that there was probably something else going on. Where is that man? Bring him to me immediately. Ma Yunting ordered. Gao Feng showed a difficult face and responded in a low voice, Mr. Ma, the Zhang Bing is very young, but very powerful, rich, and behind him is Bai Xiaochun backing in. Bai Xiaochun. Ma Yunting clenched his fists and said, so what if Bai Xiaochun? If something happens to Ma Chao today, I won't give Bai Xiaochun face. Cut the nagging, go and bring those men to the conference room immediately, I want to ask them myself. Gao Feng had no choice but to take Shirlei with him to find Zhang Bing. At this moment, Zhang Bing, Qin Yuanyuan, Wang Rolan, Zhang Tingting, and Zhang Yunfeng were discussing in another ward. Gao Feng rushed in with Shirlei in an aggressive manner. Bureau Gao, Shirlei, what do you want? Qin Yuanyuan stood up and asked in a stern voice. Gao Feng directly ignored Qin Yuanyuan, stared at Zhang Bing, and said in a cold voice, Mr. Ma wants to talk to you, come with us. Hearing that it was Ma Yunting himself, Qin Yuanyuan and Wang Rolan were still a bit nervous. But Zhang Bing looked indifferent and said dismissively, Ma Yunting wants to talk to me, fine, no problem, let him come see me. You. Zhang Bing's response infuriated Gao Feng and Shirlei. Don't be too crazy, don't think that just because you have Bai Xiaochun's back that you don't have anyone in your sights. Even Bai Xiaochun has to be polite when he meets Mr. Ma. Scram. Zhang Bing was nonchalant and angrily rebuked, less ing nagging, Ma Yunting can come if he wants to come and chat, if not you guys can get out immediately. Seeing Zhang Bing's anger, Qin Yuanyuan immediately made eyes to persuade him. And forget it, Ma Yunting is the richest man in Kyoto, since we want to talk, it's better for us to go. Yes, Mr. Zhang, let's go together. Wang Rolan also persuaded from the side. The two of them were more knowledgeable about this and knew Ma Yunting's strength and status, so they persuaded Zhang Bing to forget about it. Hearing Qin Yuanyuan and Wang Rolan persuade him so, Zhang Bing reluctantly agreed. He then took Qin Yuanyuan, Wang Rolan, Zhang Tingting, and Zhang Yunfeng along with him to follow Gao Feng and Shirlei out. In the conference room, Ma Yunting paced back and forth with a cigar in his mouth. Pang Biao, Ma Zhanshan, and some of Ma's top brass stood on the sides, not daring to utter a single breath. At this peak, Shirley walked in with Zhang Bing and his group of 5 people. Mr. Ma, he is Zhang Bing. Gao Feng pointed his finger at Zhang Bing and introduced him. Ma Yunting immediately threw away the cigar in his hand and yelled, "Did you push my son down the stairs? How dare you harm my son? Do you think you are lawless because you have a few dimes in your pocket?" Ma Yunting was very arrogant and came up with some intimidating threats. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said, "Ask your son what he did first. Your son merely deserved what he got." "What did you say? You want to die, don't you?" As soon as Zhang Bing's words left his mouth, without Ma Yunting's words, a bunch of people immediately jumped out to reprimand him. "Mr. Ma." Qin Yuanyuan took a deep breath and also stood out to help Zhang Bing. This was the first time she had met this famous Kyoto richest man in person. "I'm Qin Yuanyuan, it was Macho who went too far and tried to defile Ting Ting, which led to the tragedy. Little Qin family girl." Ma Yunting grunted coldly, "Do you still think that your family's old man was in his reign? Off, you don't get to talk here." Zhang Bing couldn't stand to watch, and Yin and Yang taunted, "It seems like father like son, it's not wrong at all for a son not to teach his father." "Asshole." Ma Yunting was furious and stormy, pointing his finger at Zhang Bing and reprimanding, "Little, I heard that you have some money and know Bai Xiaochun, right? You think Bai Xiaochun can protect you? You damn well better not point your finger at me." Zhang Bing also came on fire, frontal hard steel. "Peek." Ma Yunting gritted his teeth and commanded loudly, "What are you all waiting for? Arrest the person immediately." Gao Feng was not ambiguous, and gave Shirley a wink, so he and Shirley took out the compensation money to personally take on Zhang Bing. "On what basis do you arrest people?" Qin Yuanyuan expressed her disbelief and asked rhetorically, "May I ask if you have any evidence? Just because you are the richest man in Kyoto? Stinky girl, shut up." Ma Yunting was in a state of rage and directly slapped Qin Yuanyuan in the face. "Ma Yunting, you damn dare to hit Sister Yuanyuan." Zhang Bing was instantly enraged, clenching his fists as the muscular bones on his body made a crisp ringing sound. "Little, lousy not only dare to beat this stinky girl, today I want you all to be given to my son to accompany the funeral." Said Ma Yunting yelled, "Give me a hand, will this little and this father and daughter all be ruined for me?" "Ma Yunting, how dare you?" Zhang Bing was in a hurry, it didn't matter to him, but Zhang Yunfeng, Zhang Tingting was miserable. In the heat of the moment, he roared out, instantly activating his ancient martial arts, and with a surprisingly fast speed, he flashed directly towards Ma Yunting. Before the crowd could react, he cupped Ma Yunting's throat on the spot with one hand. "Ma Yunting, if you dare to mess around a bit, I'll directly kill you now." The rest of the people were terrified, they all knew that Zhang Bing's hands were very good, but they didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Chapter 65, The Backstage Competition. "Zhang Bing, you, don't mess around. Release Mr. Ma immediately, do you know Mr. Ma's identity?" Gao Feng, Shirley, Ma Zhanshan, and the others hurriedly surrounded Zhao Feng and warned him. Zhang Bing didn't eat this at all, holding Ma Yunting's throat with one hand, as long as he casually exerted force, he could directly pinch Ma Yunting's throat. "Ma Yunting, don't think you're the richest man in Kyoto? In that case, I'll tell you the truth, I'm the one who threw your trashy son down the stairs? So what if I'm acting on behalf of heaven?" Ma Yunting had difficulty breathing, and also never thought that Zhang Bing, the young man, was so ruthless in his tactics and dared to directly lay hands on himself. You wait, Bai Xiaochun is your backstage, right?" Ma Yunting felt it hard to breathe and didn't dare to make any rash moves. But the secretary he brought with him, the cronies had started calling and shaking people by this time. Ma Yunting can become the richest man in Kyoto, and the energy of the people behind him is certainly not afraid of Bai Xiaochun. "Alright, I'll wait." Zhang Bing also went out on a limb, anyway, with Zhao Lao behind him, what was he afraid of? Not to mention that he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with cleaning up scum like Ma Chao. "I'd like to see how powerful you, the richest man in Kyoto, really are." Soon the scene was at a standstill. Gao Feng, Shirley personally, and Ma Zhanshan group of people while Zhang Bing and others surrounded, and has informed the patrol bureau of other people are on their way. Ma Yunting's cronies also walked outside and began to notify the network of connections behind them to come. Qin Yuanyuan, Wang Roland's side is also urgently calling for help. Both sides are competing for the energy behind them. But currently, in everyone's opinion, even though Zhang Bing was very powerful, he couldn't compete with Ma Yunting, the richest man in Kyoto. And everyone thinks that Zhang Bing's backstage is Bai Xiaochun, who is Li Tai's secretary. It was true that Li Tai was a super bigot, but Ma Yunting definitely knew quite a few bigots at this level. It was also at this time that news came from the relevant leaders of the hospital. After some resuscitation, Macho's life was saved, but at least he had to stay in the hospital for more than half a year, and he was afraid that he would be disabled for life. Hearing this news, Ma Yunting's heart is considered to be a little better. The disability is not bad, at least not dead. Mr. Ma, the Guan department side got in touch. He said that he's now personally coming over to take a look at the situation, so you can relax. Ma Yunting's secretary walked in, holding a cell phone and said. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan and Wang Wolin looked horrified. I didn't expect Ma Yunting to be able to directly call a big shot like Guan Ministries to stand up and support him. On the contrary, Zhang Bing was calm and relaxed. Minister Guan he had also heard of, and could be said to be a famous big shot. Zhang Bingxiao, you remember, no one can save you today, even if Li Tai personally comes, it's useless. Although Ma Yunting was controlled by Zhang Bing, his attitude was still arrogant. Don't bark, I'll wait. Zhang Bing said confidently. Time was ticking away, about 20 minutes later. The first to arrive at the hospital was Director Qin Guanghua Qin. Qin Guanghua was a decent person and had long understood the causes and consequences, but with Ma Yunting's background and stature, he really couldn't afford to offend him now. Mr. Ma, why make things so stiff? Isn't it good for one person to take a step back? Qin Guanghua, shut the hell up, there's nothing for you. Ma Yunting didn't put Qin Guanghua in his eyes at all, reprimanding, when your family's old man was still in power, I barely gave your Qin family a few points of face, now what is your Qin family? Off, I'm telling you, Minister Guan will be here soon. Qin Guanghua's face was ugly, and he could only sigh repeatedly. After a few more minutes had passed, a black-faced sedan arrived at the hospital. Just a burly man with an aura of superiority all over him. Seeing the visitor, Ma Yunting, Peek, and everyone else had fawning faces. Sakaib, thank you for coming on your busy schedule. The visitor was none other than Guan Bei, an establishment bigwig who had a good relationship with Ma Yunting. Yuntang that kid Xiao Chao is out of life-threatening danger, right? Guan Bei didn't say outright that he was here to stand up for Ma Yunting, he only said that he was here to take a look at Ma Chao, but everyone knew exactly why. Thanks to Sekaib's concern, it's just out of life-threatening danger, but it'll be a lifelong disability. Oh. Guan Bei responded, then looked at the crowd inside the conference room, seeing that Zhang Bing still had his hand on Ma Yunting's throat. Oh Gao, what do you patrolmen do? Gao Feng immediately understood and pointed his gun at Zhang Bing, threatening, Zhang Bing, release Mr. Ma immediately. Zhang Bing sneered and said, shoot me if you have the ability, let's see if you're faster or I am. I'm not letting go until my people are here. Guan Bei glanced at Zhang Bing and said flatly, young man, you're too sightless. I heard that you know Xiao Bai, right? Ha! Zhang Bing laughed, hearing the strings of Guan Ministries. Directly addressing Bai Xiaochun as Xiao Bai was undoubtedly knocking himself out, but his backstage wasn't Xiao Bai at all. Guan Ministry, trouble you first understand the matter before saying, Macho that did not fall to death, count his luck. It was also at this time that Bai Xiaochun and a middle-aged man finally arrived. This middle-aged man is none other than Li Tai, secretarially, with a slightly lesser status than the Ministry of Guan. Ministry Guan, you're here too? Li Tai and Bai Xiaochun were surprised as soon as they came in. Guan nodded and laughed, little Li, I'm here to see how Ma Chao is doing with his injuries. You brought little white is? Guan Bei was knowingly knocking Li Tai. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochun immediately replied politely, Ministry Guan, Zhang Bing is a friend of mine, I heard that something happened to him, so Secretary Li and I came along to take a look. Oh. Sekaib responded. Li Tai and Bai Xiaochun naturally knew the relationship between Guan Bu and Ma Yunting, and were here to back Ma Yunting up and deter themselves. However, Li Tai is very clear about who is behind Zhang Bing, and the Guan department is equally small Guan in front of him. Zhang Bing, are you alright? Li Tai asked with concern as this was also the first time he saw Zhang Bing. Secretary Li, it's fine for now. Zhang Bing laughed. Since it's fine, let Mr. Ma go first, don't worry, I'm here. Li Tai gave Zhang Bing an affirmative look. Zhang Bing nodded his head before he let go of Ma Yunting as soon as he could. Ma Yunting rubbed his neck and directly yelled, Secretary Li, don't say I don't give you face, today in front of the Guan department, you make a choice. This Zhang Bing, I must clean up ruthlessly. Li Tai smiled and said, Mr. Ma, we've heard about Zhang Bing and your son, I think it's better for each of us to take a step back and leave it at that. Secretary Li, I clearly tell you it's impossible to forget it. Ma Yunting was very strong, backed by the ministry in question. Guanbei also said smilingly, "Little Li, this is something you should leave alone." Tai Li just laughed and didn't respond, then said he'd go out to make a phone call. Seeing this scene, Ma Yunting thought it was stable. After all, Li Tai is even more bullnose, but in front of the Guan department is also a small Li. "Zhang Bing, kneel down for me." Ma Yunting was furious and yelled at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing let out a cold snort, suddenly dodged and rushed directly in front of Ma Yunting, and threw down a backhanded slap. "This slap is to pay you back for the slap you just gave Hope." Before Ma Yunting and the crowd could react, Zhang Bing raised his hand and threw down another slap. "This slap is to tell you that you have taught your son poorly and failed to control your son." 2 consecutive slaps directly blinded Ma Yunting and stunned such a bigot like Guanbei. You dared to do it in front of Sekib? Zhang Bing, you. Guanbei's brain also quickly darkened into a line as he stared at Zhang Bing with some displeasure and said, "Young man, it seems that you are indeed lawless. It is only right to teach you a lesson." Humph. Zhang Bing had a bad impression of this Guanbei because this person came up and sided with Ma Yunting indiscriminately. "I'm looking forward to it. How you want to teach me a lesson, huh?" The muscles in Sekib's face twitched and he made a wink to Summit, who understood in seconds. This is the meaning of the Ministry of Guan. Even if Li Tai, by Xiaochen is on the scene, it is useless. Slow down. At this moment, Li Tai walked in again with his cell phone. "Ministry Seiki, there's a call for you to listen to." Chapter 66, Surrender. Guan Department, Ma Yunting and others are not little cute. All clear that Li Tai must have just gone out to make phone calls to contact people. But even in this part of Kyoto, Sekib is a top big shot. "Secretary Li, it seems like you're determined to help this Zhang Bing, and you won't even give face to the Ministry of Guan, right?" Ma Yunting received 2 consecutive slaps from Zhang Bing, and his face was already swollen. As the richest man in Kyoto, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Now it was no longer as simple as wanting to avenge his son, he had to get Zhang Bing killed. Guanbei's face did not look good either, and he looked at Li Tai with quite a warning. "Li, I'm not going to listen to anyone's phone right now. Ministry Guan, I advise you to listen to the phone." Li Tai had a sarcastic smile on his face, and the person on the other end of the phone, Ministry Guan, could only call Xiao Guan in front of him. Hearing that Li Tai had said so, Sekib then took the phone, cleared his throat, and said, "Hello, I'm Sekib." An old man's voice rang out on the other end of the phone, "Xiao Guan." When he heard this voice, it was as if Sekib had seen a ghost, and he immediately turned off the speakerphone. "Yes. You commanded it." "Yes." In just a few short words, Sekib straightened his back like a schoolboy who had done something wrong. After returning the phone to Li Tai, Guanbei couldn't help but wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. The attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn and said to Zhang Bing, "Xiao Zhang, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. That thing with your Macho, see if you have any more requests?" Guanbei's transformation caused Ma Yunting, Gao Feng, and the others to all be dumbfounded, looking incredulously at the fawning Guanbei. "Ministry Guan, what are you doing?" Ma Yunting carefully begged. "Ma Yunting, you're the one who failed to teach your son properly. Xiao Zhang is absolutely right, you'd better discipline your son properly." Ma Yunting had been completely dumbfounded in disbelief. Zhang Bing sneered and walked over to Ma Yunting, Gao Feng, and Shirlei. "Ma Yunting, what about it? You think you can cover the sky with one hand?" Ma Yunting's few faces were embarrassed, even if they were little cuties. Also knew that the person behind Zhang Bing couldn't even mess with the Ministry of Guan. "You remember, all matters end here, we all stay out of the river, and if there's a next time, you'll suffer the consequences." Hearing that Zhang Bing was planning to not pursue the matter any further, Guanbei and Li Tai all stepped forward to round out the scene. "Ma Yunting, why don't you thank Zhang Bing immediately? This Zhang Bing is generous enough not to bother with you, so take care of yourself. Ma Yunting brain is running at a fast pace, can become the richest intellect certainly online, immediately pull down the face. Zhang, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I'll be sure to strictly discipline Ma Chao in the future." Poof. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, his eyes turned around and looked playfully at the trepidatious Gao Feng and Shirlei. These two were sweating profusely by now, feeling like they were going to be finished, and they just wanted to say something nice, but Zhang Bing didn't even give them that chance. "Ministry Guan, Secretary Li, Secretary Bai, these two are in more danger than Ma Chao. As I said earlier, if they can still wear that skin in the future, I'll write my name backwards. So, you guys watch." After saying this, Zhang Bing walked over to support Zhang Yunfeng, called out to Qin Yuanyuan, Wang Ruolin, and Zhang Tingting and walked out. After Zhang Bing and the others left, Ma Yunting could no longer hold back and asked, Ministry Guan, who was behind Zhang Bing. Guan Bei's face sank as he looked resentfully at Ma Yunting, clearly even he was affected because of this. Don't ask who it is, do yourself a favor and don't call me for anything in the future. And Peak, Shirley, limit the two of you to resign on your own within 3 days. After saying this, Sekib quickly left as well. Li Tai and Bai Xiaochu laughed and also raised their heads. After successfully resolving Ma Yunting's side of the matter, Zhang Bing returned to the Tianlong Hotel with a few people. Nowadays, the Tianlong Hotel had become Zhang Bing's main base of operations. On the contrary, it was the $50 million mansion sent by the system before that was bought there and never lived there. After thinking about it, Zhang Bing planned to let Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting father and daughter live in that mansion. After all, Zhang Yunfeng's body hadn't fully recovered by now, and it was more troublesome to come from his home in Kyoto for a review from time to time. In response, Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting's father and daughter thanked them profusely, causing Zhang Bing to be embarrassed. If the other party hadn't refused to take it, a $50 million mansion was just a luxury house, and giving it away for nothing was no big deal. Watching Zhang Bing personally send Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting father-daughter duo to the Aqua Orchid Mansion, Wang Ruolin and Qin Yuanyuan looked on. The two women, each with something in their hearts, glanced at each other. Young, rich in gold, righteous, and with a backstage so hard that even the Ministry of Guan is afraid of it, who wouldn't like this kind of person? Sister Yuan, should we tell Hanyue about this? Wang Ruolin asked. Qin Yuanyuan thought for a moment and said, you must tell Sister Hanyue. The two of them looked at each other with a smile on their faces, clearly displeased with Zhang Bing's special treatment of Zhang Tingting. As for Zhang Bing's side, after bringing the father and daughter to the mansion, Zhang Yunfeng was very understanding and said that he wanted to go buy something. It actually creates opportunities for both. Zhang Tingting was plainly dressed, but her body was extremely seductive. Brother, I don't know how to thank you, I don't know what my dad and I would have done without you. Zhang Tingting looked at Zhang Bing and said gratefully. Zhang Bing smiled and said, it's fine, we are all friends, no thanks between friends. Zhang Tingting lowered her head, walked to Zhang Bing, lowered her head and suddenly asked, brother, do you think I look good? Zhang Tingting asked this, causing Zhang Bing's heartbeat to immediately accelerate. Beautiful. Then brother, do you like it? Zhang Tingting took a deep breath and didn't know where she got the courage. With one hand, Zhang Bing pushed him down on the bed. Tina, don't ever. Brother, you've helped me so much, there's nothing I can thank you for, so I'll thank you with my body, you're a good man. Zhang Bing's breathing accelerated, although he had long had thoughts about Zhang Tingting, but he now had a girlfriend, and he didn't want to take advantage of someone's danger. If you want a woman, with his strength, you don't know how many women will come forward. Tina, come on, I have a girlfriend, and I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Zhang Tingting sat directly on it, then slowly took off her own blouse. Brother, I know I'm sorry for doing this to Sister Hanyue, but I just want to thank you so much, I've never talked about a boyfriend before. No way, Tingting, calm down. Zhang Bing's mouth said no, but his body was honest. But hearing Zhang Tingting say that it was just to repay himself, he did feel a bit bummed out. There are all kinds of women with money, but very few who don't want money and are genuine. Brother, don't mind me, I like you, my body is for you, I don't regret it. Hearing this, Zhang Bing, who had felt spoiled just a moment ago, was suddenly filled with excitement. Zhang Tingting went straight on top of him and kissed him. Chapter 67 Strength and Touch. The next day, Zhang Bing woke up from his sleep early in the morning. After he had sex with Zhang Tingting last night, he was a little bad to face Zhang Yunfeng, so he found a reason to return to the Tianlong Hotel overnight. Waking up early, Lin Hanyue was already here. Lin Hanyue was wearing a Shao halter today, with a third of her snow-white skin exposed, completely different from her usual style. Hanyue, why are you so sexy today? Zhang Bing asked. Lin Hanyue was a bit angry and asked, I don't have a problem with you giving the house to Tingting and Uncle Zhang to live in, but why didn't you call me when you sent them there? Why don't you have Hope, or Wakabayashi deliver it with you? Say, are you trying to hit on Tina? Zhang Bing is a bit of a thief, sophistry, Hanyue this you cannot say nonsense Tingting simple, spread out will affect the innocence of others. Oomph. Lin Hanyue was a bit unconvinced, but she didn't continue to ask. Get up. A distant cousin is returning home today and is inviting my parents to dinner, my dad meant to say that he wants you to come along. Zhang Bing would have liked to refuse. After all, the two are not married, still studying, so it is not good to see relatives so soon. Why don't I just not go? After all, it's not very nice to meet relatives so soon. No, you must go. Lin Hanyue said discontentedly, that distant cousin is a sea turtle. I heard that his family is quite rich, and he used to like me quite a bit. What my dad means is that he wants you. Speaking of which, Lin Hanyue was a bit embarrassed. Zhang Bing understood in a second and asked with a smile, does your father mean that he wants me to thwart that cousin of yours? Aha! Lin Hanyue answered. Okay, no problem, in that case, I'll touch strength with this cousin of yours. 20 minutes later, hand in hand, they came down from inside the room. Zhang Bing first made a phone call to Li Ben, the president of the Kyoto Bank, and asked him to immediately go and get himself the most expensive luxury car now, and it was designated as a Bentley. As for the price, don't think about it, just buy it with your eyes closed. The only requirement is that it be fast, and I need to use it myself in an hour and a half. After arranging all of this, that's when Lin Jin also called. It says that turtle cousin Lin Feng has arrived and that the hotel for dinner has been booked. Surprisingly, the hotel was booked at the Sky Dragon Hotel. This made Zhang Bing couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Tianlong Grand Hotel was still very powerful in Kyoto under the operation of the Wang family before. This turtle cousin actually chose his own hotel just to show off. Hanyue, it seems that your cousin probably doesn't know that the hotel is mine yet. Lin Hanyue blushed, pinched Zhang Bing, and snapped, you're bad. Zhang Bing laughed and immediately called Wang Roland to understand the situation. It turned out that after Wang Roland became the general manager, she sublimated the hotel's restaurant as an ace business as well. And it also spent a lot of money to poach several 3-star Michelin chefs from Kakwa to sit in the restaurant. So now the Tianlong Hotel is famous not only for its clubhouse on the 8th floor, but also for its high-specification dining. Mr. Zhang's, just now, someone did book a table in our hotel, and from the sound of it, he was quite rich, asking us to prepare the best and the most expensive, claiming that money is not a problem. Wang Roland said truthfully. This way. Zhang Bing thought for a moment and said, this person is Hanyue's distant cousin, so arrange it later when you wait for someone to come, and remember to be open, know what I mean? Wang Roland couldn't help but smile after hearing this, looking at Lin Hanyue and then Zhang Bing, and returned, Mr. Zhang, I know what to do. After another meeting, Lin Jin's husband and wife came after dressing up. Seeing Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue holding hands in love, the couple was overjoyed. Xiao Bing Lin Feng has been abroad, he's a bit arrogant, sometimes even your aunt and I look down on him, you have to take it easy later. Lin Jin laughed and said, clearly wanting to let himself kill the other party's prestige, but he could still say it like this. Don't worry, Uncle Lin, I'll see to it. I'm curious though, doesn't he know that you have a part in the Sky Dragon Hotel, Uncle? Lin Jin was quite embarrassed and explained, if it wasn't for Xiao Bing's generosity, before, our Lin family couldn't say anything at all in the Tianlong Hotel. Lin Feng has been abroad and doesn't know that Wang Ba has long since quit, the hotel is now completely yours. Like this. A bad smile flashed across the corner of Zhang Bing's mouth. Just as a few people were talking, a face of the latest Ferrari supercar flung itself over in a very racy drift. From the car stepped down a young man in a white suit and sunglasses, in his 20s, none other than Lin Feng. Little Feng, you're here. When the two Lin Jin couples saw Lin Feng arrive, they also politely walked over to greet him. Uncle, Auntie. Lin Feng nodded with a decidedly haughty face, then with a glance, he saw Lin Hanyue, who was holding hands with Zhang Bing. I came back in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any gifts, but this Ferrari supercar has been sitting in the airport parking garage eating dust, so why don't I give it to cousin Hanyue? Saying that, Lin Feng walked towards Lin Hanyue with a haughty face, his tone sounding light and airy, but revealing a strong sense of pretentiousness. Cousin, it's been a long time since I've seen you, you're even sexier and prettier than before, this sports car is for you. Lin Feng directly ignored Zhang Bing, although he was wearing sunglasses, anyone could see that his eyes hadn't left Lin Hanyue's chest. Thanks cousin, but I don't like it. You're welcome, this sports car is currently worth at least $5 million. Lin Feng pretended. Zhang Bing couldn't hold back and said with a smirk, cousin, right? This outdated sports car of yours, you'd better keep it for yourself, it's not good enough for Hanyue, understand? Yo! Lin Feng gave a conspiratorial cry, took off his sunglasses and said contemptuously, are you the boyfriend that Hanyue found? It doesn't look like much to me. May I ask what kind of car you drive? What do you do for a living? How much do you earn? Zhang Bing sneered and said, car, I just donated one recently, as for work, sorry I'm studying at Kyoto University of Arts, Ha! Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't hold it in anymore and scoffed, so it's a student dog who doesn't even have a car or a job. Cousin, speak politely, Zhang Bing is my boyfriend. Lin Hanyue said with dissatisfaction. Hanyue, if you want to find one with strength, why are you looking for any cat or dog? Lin Feng sized up Zhang Bing and saw that he looked like a student without strength, so he was unceremonious. Lin Hanyue was just about to explain, when Zhang Bing snatched it up and interrupted. He looked at this Lin Feng, even more annoying than what Lin Jin had said before. You're going to touch strength with me, aren't you? What? You have strength? Zhang Bing snorted coldly, and it was at this time that a convoy appeared in front of him. All brand new Bentleys, at first glance there were at least a dozen of them. What's going on with Li Ben? Didn't I tell him to get a latest model? Why did he get a fleet of cars to come? Seeing these brand new Bentleys, Zhang Bing's heart flooded with mutterings. Chapter 68 The Big Strike. Alright, dirtbag, compare your strength with me, Lin Feng, you should cast a good berth in your next life. Lin Feng cursed and pointed his finger at Zhang Bing with a rather arrogant attitude. Leave Hanyue right now and that sports car is yours. Ha! Zhang Bing really couldn't help it and said sarcastically, see this Bentley fleet? No, I'll buy all of them in one sentence, understand? Ha ha. Lin Feng laughed out loud, thinking that Zhang Bing's bullnose eating was too outrageous. Bragging before not do homework, this is obviously Bentley in the Dragon region to provide VIP services, will be the current store inside all the most luxurious current car drive over for VIP customers to choose, just you? Zhang Bing sneered and said, looks like you know quite a lot, is it possible that this VIP customer is me? You? Lin Feng froze, then smiled even more crazily and said, if you, Lin Feng, will lick the floor all over again. Remember what you said and lick the floor harder and cleaner when you lick it later. Zhang Bing said and walked over. At that moment, the convoy pulled up in order. All of them are the latest models, with a starting price of at least $6 million to start with, and a full 25 of them have come. The aura is full, neatly parked in front of the hotel, immediately caused a lot of people to gather around the sensation. Ben Lee stepped out of the front car along with a young blonde Yankee woman. In the back, a handsome, tall chauffeur got out of each Bentley, clean-cut in a black suit, tie, and white gloves. Mr. Zhang. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Li Ben got off the car and jogged over to bend over and respectfully shouted, and the 20 or so drivers behind him also collectively bent over and shouted in unison that Mr. Zhang was good. This aura directly stunned Lin Feng, who was just about to jump out and taunt him. Hello Mr. Zhang, I am Catherine, the president of Bentley Longwood District. I'm sorry, since it's too urgent for you to ask for a car, I've taken it upon myself to urgently mobilize all the stores in Kyoto to drive over their current cars for you to choose from, so I hope you'll be satisfied. The foreign girl young woman spoke a mouth of still fluent Chinese respectfully and explained to Zhang Bing. It's fine. Zhang Bing smiled mysteriously and looked back at the dumbfounded Lin Feng. Then with a big wave of his hand, he said, I'll take all of these current cars, full payment. Even by karma, Mr. Zhang, is this true? Are you sure? Catherine and Li Ben were both stunned. These dozens of Bentleys were worth at least 2 small targets, and Zhang Bing actually said that he wanted all of them, and they were still in full payment. What a fuss! Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said lightly, Governor Li, you have full authority to handle the payment, contract, and other procedures for me, is there any problem? No problem, no problem, thank you for your trust, Mr. Zhang. Good. Zhang Bing then said indifferently, Uncle Lin, Auntie, and Banker Li, you each pick one, no need to be polite to me. I'll have Roland get someone to drive the rest away in a while, and give it to the outstanding employees at the end of the year as a year-end bonus. At these words, not to mention Li Ben, Catherine was stunned. Even Lin Hanyue, Lin Jin husband and wife felt their hearts dripping blood and flesh pain. Although this was Zhang Bing's money and Zhang Bing didn't care at all, they had long since defaulted to Zhang Bing being the Lin family's son-in-law. Li Ben and Catherine were already speechless with excitement and could not wait to immediately kneel down and kowtow to Zhang Bing in gratitude. After gently explaining all this, Zhang Bing looked at the petrified Lin Feng in place with a smile on his face. How about it, cousin? How does it compare to your crappy Ferrari supercar? Lin Feng gulped, feeling that he had kicked the bucket this time. But the tough talking him also has strength, although the funds are obviously far less than Zhang Bing, but the connections behind them may not be. Thugs, what's the big deal about having a few dollars? Lin Feng said with a stiff upper lip, the owner of the Tianlong Hotel, is my friend now? This time the highest specification private room booked, all consumption all pay, and the hotel restaurant also specially sent us a bottle of cellar 40 years of Mao Z. So what if you're rich? Can you buy a 40-year cellar of thatch? Ha! Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. He knew that what Lin Feng said must have been arranged by Wang Roland just now. It's just that Lin Feng, this idiot, still thinks that the hotel is owned by Wang Ba, and that it was ordered and authorized by Wang Ba. We'll talk about that later, please lick the floor clean first. You! Lin Feng of course refused to lick the floor. What? Manly man, this is what you yourself just said, do you want to cheat? Zhang Bing threatened. Kid, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, keep your word and lick the floor right now. Lin Feng didn't take it seriously at all and barked, Kid, this time it's a certain big shot in Kyoto who invited me back to China to participate in the Tri-State Student Martial Arts Competition, you dare to make me lick the floor. I'll just say a word, even if you're rich, it's useless. Hearing this Zhang Bing was also a bit surprised, this matter Feng Qianqiu and Zhao Lao had mentioned to him, this was something to win glory for the country. I didn't realize that there were people who invited Lin Feng back to participate, so it seems that this Lin Feng is estimated to be in good shape. Yeah? Which big shot invited you back to the country, huh? Zhang Bing mocked. Poof. Lin Feng said with great pride, Li Tai, does Secretary Li know? Zhang Bing almost didn't hold back, not realizing that Lin Feng was actually invited back by Li Tai. Li Tai did count as number one, but in front of himself, that rather gave face. Hearing this, Lin Jin and his wife were also shocked, not realizing that their nephew, Lin Fengrol, was actually involved with a big shot like Li Tai. They didn't realize what was happening with the hospital and the richest man in the world, Ma Yunting. To prevent things from getting out of hand, the couple immediately came forward to say something nice. Xiao Bing to not count it, it's all family. Lin Feng, you pay attention too, just apologize to Xiao Bing and forget about it. Lin Hanyue see almost, after all, these dozens of Bentley a breath, one person to send a large sum of money has been enough to let himself this cousin shocked. It's too ugly to lick the floor when you're a relative anyhow. Zhang Bing forget it, I guess he knows your strength anyway. Hearing Lin Hanyue, Lin Chen husband and wife both persuade, Zhang Bing then loosened his tongue. Remember, you want to touch strength with me, I'm always available. Oomph. Lin Feng was obviously still very unconvinced in his heart, but after karming his waist to sell it, he couldn't pull out cash that could buy dozens of Bentleys in a single breath. Alright, Xiao Bing, Lin Feng, let's go inside and eat. Lin Jin and his wife laughed. Several people then walked inside the restaurant together. As soon as he walked into the private room, even Zhang Bing was shocked by the luxurious decorations inside. It was only his own hotel, but it was the first time he had come to eat. Seeing Zhang Bing's shocked look, Lin Feng felt that the opportunity had come and said yin and yang, it seems that there's still a difference between the riffraff and the aristocrats in this world, what? Even if you're rich, you can't book a private room in such a high-class and private hotel restaurant, right? I'm telling you, if it weren't for my face, you wouldn't be able to book it even if you paid more money. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Lin Jin couple and Lin Hanyue were completely speechless. Unbeknownst to him, the entire hotel is owned by Zhang Bing, just a private room, he can change this place into a toilet if he wants to. Chapter 69, is the restaurant owner your friend? Yeah. You have a big face. Zhang Bing looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a clown. That's natural. Lin Feng was still completely oblivious to Zhang Bing's sarcasm and looked very flattered. Hanyue, uncle, auntie, I know the owner of this hotel, very much giving me face. I've heard that you guys have some cooperation with the hotel before, do you want to say hello for you? Lin Jin husband and wife, Lin Hanyue had been completely speechless. No need Lin Feng, it's good that you have this heart. Lin Jin said very awkwardly. Uncle, auntie, it's fine, it's all family. Lin Feng started to be yin and yang again, looking at Zhang Bing sarcastically, I'm not like some people who think that having a few stinking dollars is great. In our class, being rich doesn't mean anything. Our class is about strength and connections. Zhang Bing sneered and said, is that so? Such a coincidence, I also know the owner of the Tianlong Hotel. You? Lin Feng was a little surprised, more than a little disbelieving. Why don't you believe me? Zhang Bing teased. Lin Feng had learned his lesson this time, he didn't rush to put in a hard word with Zhang Bing, after all, the incident with the Bentley fleet outside just now had slapped him in the face. If it wasn't for the good words of the Lin Jin family, they would really have to lick the floor. After all, being so rich, even if he was even more thuggish, it was not unusual to know the owner of the Tianlong Hotel. But Lin Feng was instantly certain that even if Zhang Bing did know the hotel owner, he was not as good as himself. Before he got off the plane, when he personally called to make a reservation, the general manager of the restaurant said in person that today he came over to all consumption free of charge, and also gave a bottle of 40 years of cellar Mauzi that money cannot buy. Therefore, Lin Feng decided that this was to give himself face. After all, before he returned to China, he had let it be known within his circle that it was Li Tai who had specially invited him back. Even if you know, so what? Can you have the same face as me, spending all the money, and giving the big shot special 40 years of Mauzi? Zhang Bing has been taught, grinning, is it possible that this Mauzi, and the waiver has nothing to do with you? Humph. Lin Feng said coldly, it has nothing to do with me, does it have something to do with you? Who doesn't know that I, Lin Feng, was personally instructed by Secretary Li Tai's secretary to invite me back to China this time? Seeing that Lin Feng was still trying to put on a show in front of him, Zhang Bing wasn't used to it. In that case, you make a call now to the owner of the Sky Dragon Hotel to confirm. Alright, let a thug like you see it. Lin Feng was quite confident and took out his cell phone on the spot and dialed Wang Ba's number. In order to better pretend in front of Lin Hanyue, Lin Jin husband and wife, he also purposely opened the speakerphone. Hello? Mr. Wang, I, Lin Feng, Secretary Li Tai invited me back to China to participate in the Tri-State University Martial Arts competition that Lin Feng. Oh, it's Lin Xiao, what can I do for you? Mr. Wang, I'm at your Tianlong Hotel right now, is it convenient for you to come? I don't own the Sky Dragon Hotel anymore for a long time, and I'm never going back to that place, so that's it, bye. After saying that, the Wang Ba on the other end hung up the phone without hesitation. Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, and the Lin Jin couple all revealed odd smiles. Lin Feng, is this the hotel owner you know? Lin Feng looked embarrassed, he had just returned to China and really didn't know that Wang Ba had been retired by Zhang Bing long ago. But when he called to make a reservation, the hotel's general manager was indeed polite, and did claim to be waiving the bill, and made a point of sending Wang Ah. Alright, I'll make another call. Lin Feng said, directly dialing the phone number he had previously booked and specified that he would call the hotel's general manager to come over. This time the call was quickly connected, and by the sound of her voice it was none other than Wang Roland. Less than a minute after hanging up, there was a knock on the door from outside the private room. Only to see Wang Wo in a professional makeup, very hot, holding a bottle of looks like some years of Mauzi, smiled and walked in. Mr. Wang, you're the general manager of the Tianlong Hotel, right? Lin Feng asked as he stood up. Wang Wo nodded and responded politely, Mr. Lin, yes. That's good. Lin Feng snorted coldly, looked provocatively at Zhang Bing and said, now you tell this kid if all the spending here today is free of charge and that the bottle of Mauzi you're holding in your hand is a gift? Wang Roland One Air smiled and said, Mr. Lin, yes, all consumption in this private room is free of charge today, and this bottle of special 40-year-old out-of-print Mauzi, which money can't even buy, is also given to you in this private room. As soon as Wang Roland finished speaking, Lin Feng yelled and screamed at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing, do you hear me? So what if you're richer than me? Touch strength with me, I, Lin Feng, have 10,000 ways to show you the rules of high society. Zhang Bing was not slow and looked up at Wang Roland, giving her a look. Wang Roland understood for a second and interrupted Lin Feng, who was masturbating, with a dry cough, and then said, Mr. Lin, don't be in a hurry, I haven't finished yet. The wine was indeed given to this private room, and all purchases in this private room were indeed free. But well, this is for the sake of Mr. Zhang, it has nothing to do with you, don't get it wrong oh. Of course, seeing as you and Mr. Zhang are relatives, if you come to spend money in the future, I can give you a 20% discount. With these words, the entire inside of the private room was filled with a happy atmosphere. The two Lin Jin couples as well as Lin Hanyue finally couldn't hold it in and covered their mouths as they laughed. Lin Feng immediately blackened his brain into a line, so embarrassed that he couldn't wait to immediately find a hole in the ground to drill into. Zhang Bing also had a sarcastic smile on his face and asked, Cousin, how was it? You. Lin Feng held back the veins on his neck. Wang Roland also smiled and walked over, asking very respectfully, Mr. Zhang, should the wine be opened now? Zhang Bing nodded and said, open it. Wang Roland was worthy of being a gold medal salesman before, and her emotional intelligence was very much in place as she was able to detect words and colors. As she opened the wine, she said, Mr. Lin, you have to thank our general manager Zhang for this wine can't be bought on the market, it's specially given to our general manager Zhang by some big shot. Also, Mr. Zhang is the owner of our Tianlong Hotel. This time Lin Feng couldn't stand any longer and his body staggered back a few steps. He looked at Zhang Bing in shock, then at Lin Jin, Lin Hanyue's family, and only felt a fiery pain on his face. Alright. Lin Jin saw that today, his dragon son-in-law had a really long face, making this distant great-nephew, who had always been high up in the world, ruthlessly gain a wave of memory. So he also opened his mouth to round off the conversation. Lin Feng, Xiao Bing was just joking with you. Zhang Bing also laughed. Cousin am I upscale enough, huh? Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. He already had a small amount of gas. Today he was considered to have completely lost his face. However, he was still unconvinced, feeling that he was a sea turtle and that Li Tai had personally ordered his secretary to invite him back to participate in the competition. Even if Zhang Bing was very rich, he was nothing in front of a big shot like Li Tai. Good, Zhang Bing, you wait, I was personally invited back to China by Secretary Li to participate in the competition, you wait. Dropping this, Lin Feng felt self-conscious and directly slammed the door. Chapter 70, Moving the Household Accounts Back Home. Next day, morning. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue woke up from inside the hotel suite, and the fact that they had punched Lin Feng in the face yesterday was not on everyone's mind. However, Zhang Bing did feel that sometimes this feeling was really cool. Lin Hanyue was relatively simple, and she didn't know about the last time she was in the hospital with Ma Yunten. So still lying in his arms, he reminded, Zhang Bing, you have to be more careful. That cousin of mine has been very aggressive since he was a child and has a small heart. After being embarrassed by you yesterday, I reckon you will definitely find a way to ask Secretary Li to help back him up. Zhang Bing did not think, called who is not good, want to call Li Tai backing to take their own, this is not a self-inflicted humiliation? And right at this moment, a long-lost system beep suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the recent host's task completion is very good. The system now presents the host with a set of mind-reading techniques. The value of this set of mind-reading techniques is equal to the value of ancient medical techniques and ancient martial arts, so please consider whether or not the host wants to receive it. Mind-reading! Zhang Bing almost shouted out in excitement. It's so oxymoronic, with mind-reading, innate invincibility. It doesn't matter if it's a commoner, a businessman, or a big shot, they're all on their own. I accept, immediately. Ding! Reward reached. As the system voice disappeared, Zhang Bing instantly felt something more in his mind. He knew that it was the mind-reading skill that the system had just rewarded. What are you giggling about? Hurry up and get up, we're going to school today. Lin Hanyue pinched Zhang Bing and shouted. Zhang Bing smiled and looked at Lin Hanyue. Instantly, his mind was filled with an additional thought about Lin Hanyue's heart. Turns out like to stand up in the shower to pee and sing. Worried about me abandoning her, able to accept a few more women from me, jealous of Wang Ruolin, Qin Yuanyuan, and Zhang Tingting, wanting to give me children as soon as possible, ha? Zhang Bing secretly laughed in his heart after reading Lin Hanyue's heart thoughts. This set of reading techniques gifted by the system was too good, even if it was worth tens of billions. No, it's nothing. Zhang Bing put away his mind-reading technique and responded before getting up and washing up. 10 minutes later, the two came together in the hotel lobby. Wang Ruolin has long been driving her BMW waiting at the door. The three are all from the same school, and all of them are going to make a trip to the school today. As soon as he got into the car, Zhang Bing cast a mind-reading spell on Wang Ruolin. Bullnose, it turns out that you've never really had sex with a guy when you're selling a house, you're just rubbing it in. Only one scumbag boyfriend? Want to be around all the time, as a lover too? Family so bad, gambling dad, sick mom, broken home. Zhang Bing was a little surprised, not realizing that Wang Ruolin was really different from what he thought. Not only independent and self-reliant, in order to survive well in Kyoto did sell their own bodies, but are playing the edge of the ball, but with their own come true. And the family was so poor that almost all the money they made was called back to dad who was a good gambler. Hey, it's not easy. Zhang Bing put away his mind-reading technique and couldn't help but lament. What's not easy, godly? Lin Hanyue complained from the side. It's nothing. Zhang Bing pondered for a moment, then turned to Wang Ruolin, who was driving, and said, Sister this time the hotel's new restaurant proves that your ability is very good. In this way, from now on, the hotel's annual profit will be divided into 5% of your dry shares. Do a good job, I'm sure I won't treat you badly. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Wang Ruolin almost made a sharp stop. To know the Dragon Hotel 5% of the dry shares, a year down to say the least is also tens of millions of dollars. Zhang Bing is never shy about delivering when he says he will. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, thank you. Wang Roland didn't excuse herself and accepted directly, but she looked very excited in her tone. Zhang Bing instantly unfolded his mind-reading technique, wanting to take a look. This look instantly startled herself. Wang Roland's thought at this moment was that she couldn't wait to immediately send Lin Hanyue away and then have a shot with herself in the car. At the same time, he looked at Lin Hanyue's heart thoughts at this time, which made him very pleased. Lin Hanyue didn't feel dissatisfied or jealous because she casually sent 5% of the hotel's dry shares to Wang Roland, but was very supportive of her own idea of enlisting people's support, and on the contrary, she also very much liked her own brash and atmospheric style. A few minutes later, several people arrived at the school. Wang Roland and Lin Hanyue both got out of the car, and the two were from different departments. And Zhang Bing now has no interest in reading, with his current financial strength, but also read a bala. Therefore, he directly lay down in the car, his heart calculating that he had to find an opportunity to read Zhang Tingting, Qin Yuanyuan's heart thoughts to do so. Zhang Tingting had already taken the initiative to have sex with herself, but Qin Yuanyuan, the imperial sister, he couldn't eat for a while. Just as Zhang Bing was rambling, his cell phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw that it was by Xiaochun calling. Hey, Secretary White, what are the instructions? Xiao Zhang is like this, Secretary Li Sai discussed, let you better transfer the account to Kyoto, behind the 3 college students competition will be more convenient. If you don't have anything to do, go back to your hometown as soon as possible, and we'll help you arrange it in Kyoto. Good. Zhang Bing agreed in one gulp. The Kyoto account was indeed a bit more expensive, plus he had come to Kyoto to enroll in the program, and had lived a dashing life, and hadn't gone back to see his parents for a while. Moreover, he remembered very clearly that when he came to this art university, his relatives and friends back home did not laugh at him. What about going to an art school when your family is obviously not well off and you won't be able to find a job in the future, etc.? And they have a bad social climate there, filled with a kind of uselessness theory of studying. Especially when you still go to a high tuition, money-consuming art school, and the vast majority of your high school classmates graduate and go to work. As a result, he was considered one of only a few college students in his class and was taunted from time to time. I'm taking this opportunity to go back and open the eyes of those who look down on me in sarcasm. The rich and powerful do not return to their homes, as if they were traveling by night in brocade. With what he had been given by the system now, he would not just kill random people back in his old town. After lying in the car for a couple of hours, Wang Roland and Lin Hanyue both walked out from inside the school. After getting on the car, Zhang Bing told the two of them that he was going to make a trip back to his hometown to do the transfer of his family name to Kyoto. I'm going too. Lin Hanyue didn't even think about it and said offhandedly. Instead of responding directly, Zhang Bing unfolded his mind-reading technique, trying to understand Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland's inner thoughts. Soon, he read that Lin Hanyue was really with him, and was also worried that with his return to his old home, he didn't know how many flowers and grasses would pounce on him. And Wang Roland was eager to accompany herself back home, but was too embarrassed to say so. At the same time, she learned that Wang Roland and herself were sort of hometowns, from the same province in the south, in different cities. Mr. Zhang, you're from Shangnan, in fact, I'm also from Shangnan, can we make a side trip home together this time? In the end, Wang Roland spoke her mind. Zhang Bing also understood at first glance through his mind-reading technique that Wang Roland did also want to go back together to see her good gambling dad, sick mom, and broken home, and at the same time, she also wanted to stay with herself. Chapter 71, Returning to One's Hometown. After the three of them returned to the Sky Dragon Hotel, it happened that Qin Yuanyuan also came. When she learned that Zhang Bing was going to take Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland on a trip back to Xiangnan together, a quick flash of loss passed through Qin Yuanyuan's eyes. Zhang Bing immediately unfolded his mind-reading technique, just to see what was going on in Qin Yuanyuan's mind. So this imperial sister likes me and wants to follow me to Xiangnan, but it's not convenient for work. Good, just talk about a boyfriend, outside cold inside hot, like Europe and the United States fierce man style, exciting. Seeing Zhang Bing looking at himself with a strange smile on his face. Qin Yuanyuan snorted coldly and said, Zhang Bing, when do you plan to leave for Xiangnan? Zhang Bing quickly returned to his senses and covered up, we'll leave tonight. Well, originally Grandpa was discharged from the hospital in the evening, and Uncle Guanghua, Qin Feng together wanted to invite you over for a meal, that's only until you come back. Qin Yuanyuan sighed, a trace of loss flashing across her face. Then after greeting Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland, she got into her Mercedes-Benz sports car and left without looking back. Little ninny, quite arrogant. Zhang Bing snickered in his heart. He knew very well through his mind-reading technique that Qin Yuan was jealous and a little upset. Taking Wang Ruolin by herself, Lin Hanyue went back to Shangnan. She wanted to go but couldn't leave. Zhang Bing, Sister Yuan seems a bit upset. Lin Hanyue and Wang Ruolin also saw it and said from the side. Zhang Bing shook his head and made up. It might be because we left in a hurry and couldn't make it to the Qin family's banquet in the evening. It's fine, let her go. Lin Hanyue then went upstairs to pack up her things, while Wang Ruolin's side was responsible for arranging the airfare. Zhang Bing had nothing to do, and after thinking about it, he decided to make a call to speak to Zhang Yunfeng, Zhang Tingting. Learning that Zhang Bing was going to make a trip back to Shangnan in the evening, Zhang Tingting said she would come to see him off, but Zhang Bing politely refused. First, he wanted to keep it in suspense so that when he returned to Kyoto from Shangnan, he could use his mind-reading technique to see what Zhang Tingting really thought. Second, Zhang Yunfeng still needs someone to take care of his health. By the time the three of them arrived at Shangnan Tianzhou Airport by airplane, it was already late at night. The three of them then took a car to the city to find a hotel to stay for the night before, intending to go back to their respective homes in the morning. Next day, morning. Wang Ruolin got up early to arrange some, although the general manager of the hotel, but the first note is acting as a secretary of the stunning. Qin Paoshui was tossed around all night and looked a little tired. Last night she felt as if Zhang Bing had changed into a different person, fitting her thoughts perfectly in just about every way. Unbeknownst to him, this was a credit to Zhang Bing's utilization of mind-reading techniques. Mr. Zhang, Hanyue, the car has been called. There are gifts in the car to prepare for the first trip to meet the parents. My home is next door in Huangzhou. After I go back to see my mom, I'll come to Tianzhou to meet up with you guys. Wang Ruolin said in a low voice. Okay, schoolmarm, you go home and check it out first. It's my hometown, I know it well, don't worry about us. Yes, Wakabayashi, thank you, that's very thoughtful of you. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue laughed. The double reverse then got into their respective cars and went their separate ways. Zhang Bing's family is just an ordinary level. He would like to transfer a large sum of money to his parents, but he is just a student, suddenly take out so much money, but also afraid of their parents ask questions, adding to the worry, so also for this headache. In the car, Lin Hanyue was very nervous. It was the first time for her to meet her parents. So in the car, Lin Hanyue kept asking, what do I need to pay attention to and so on. It was very blocky and the two arrived. Looking at an old neighborhood in front of her, Lin Hanyue felt a little surprised and asked, Uncle, does Auntie live here? Zhang Bing nodded inside. Of course he wanted to immediately give his parents a whole villa, but he really couldn't find a good reason to arrange it. Lin Hanyue was also very strange. Her boyfriend Zhang Bing was obviously so rich, even the son of the richest man in Kyoto couldn't compare to him. How come her parents lived here? However, she didn't ask too many questions, but took Zhang Bing's hand and carried the gifts that Wang Ruolin had helped prepare. Arriving at the entrance of the neighborhood, Zhang Qingyun and Li Xiu, full of smiles, had already been waiting. Soldier. The couple looked very happy and welcomed them. Hello uncles, aunts, my name is Lin Hanyue. Before Zhang Bing could introduce him, Lin Hanyue took the initiative to politely greet and introduce herself. Well, Hanyue, that's a beautiful name, and so handsome. Our little soldier is truly blessed. The husband and wife were very polite, and while helping to receive the things in Lin Hanyue's hands, they led the two towards their home. Soon the surrounding neighbors came out as well. Seeing Lin Hanyue's perfect figure, angelic face, and especially her noble temperament, these neighbors immediately began to talk about it. This son of old Zhang's family is capable. He's only gone to Kyoto to study, and he's found such a beautiful girlfriend back. Oh, so what? Can old Zhang's family afford to raise a girl from Kyoto in this condition? It's not likely that people will be scared off overnight. Let's see, it's 80% that such a pretty girl was tricked by old Zhang's son. Hearing the sour words of these neighbors, Lin Hanyue snorted coldly, and wanted to argue. But he was immediately stopped by Zhang Bing, who knew very well that small city folks were not at all the kind to help each other in harmony. Rather, if your family is poor, they look down on you, and if your family is rich, they are all kinds of cynical. His own homecoming was just in time to punch these guys in the face. But having just arrived home, it's not appropriate to bother with these neighbors. Don't mind them, let them sour away, later. Back at home, Zhang Qingyun and Mr. and Mrs. Li Xiu couldn't stop smiling. Especially when they saw that Lin Hanyue, although she looked like a young lady from a big family, didn't have any attitude at all, knew how to be courteous, and took the initiative to help. It made the couple sigh that the old Zhang family's ancestors' graves had gone up in smoke. Instead, Zhang Bing turned on his mind-reading technique at this moment to first understand Lin Hanyue's mind. Discovering that Lin Hanyue was indeed a showman, not disliking her family at all, not because of her own strength, but truly falling in love with herself from the bottom of her heart. It gave him considerable satisfaction and a feeling of happiness that money could never buy. He wanted to read his mom and dad's minds and try to right the ship and find a reason to give the money to the family, but gave up. After all, it's awkward and embarrassing to read your own parents' minds. Just then, a call came in. Zhang Bing took out his cell phone and saw that it was his high school classmate calling. Hey, Zhang Bing, I heard that you're back. It just so happens that today organized a classmate reunion. You can be sure to come. That's the only 3 college students in our class. As soon as he heard this yin and yang voice, Zhang Bing knew that his high school classmate Zhou Qing did not have a good heart. Alright Zhou Qing, send me the time and place, I'll be on time. After saying that, Zhang Bing directly hung up the phone, a sardonic smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Qing, that is the class inside the asshole, academic performance bottom cannot, but the father is a local factory director. Therefore, when I was in school, I didn't miss any sarcasm, and this time, as soon as I heard that I was back, I immediately called to organize a class reunion, clearly wanting to take the opportunity to humiliate myself as a college student. Chapter 72, The Car Purchase Controversy. Mercedes-Benz 4S Store, Tianzhou City. In the afternoon Zhang Bing brought Lin Hanyue to see the car, and tomorrow he was going to attend the so-called high school reunion. The experienced Zhang Bing knew that this was definitely a show-off. The ones led by Zhou Cheng wanted nothing more than to take this opportunity to taunt and humiliate themselves as college students. If he didn't have the system, he really wouldn't have gone. Because Zhou Qing's dad was the director of a factory in Tianzhou, he was considered a powerful kind in the area. Although Zhou Qing was uneducated, he had a good father and was usually considered to be very productive in a small place like Tianzhou. Tianzhou's economy is not comparable to Kyoto's, and is considered a small fourth-tier city. With Zhou Qing's family's power, he was considered to be very well off within the circle of classmates in the small place. The usual classmates basically centered on him, and even the class teacher at the time had to suck up to him. Upon arriving at the 4S store, a saleswoman soon came over to entertain. The saleswoman originally still a little bit look at Zhang Bing so young, if it is not the second generation of rich, how can you afford to buy a Mercedes-Benz? But seeing Lin Hanyue following Zhang Bing, that temperament, that figure, that look was even better than a TV star. Therefore, the saleswoman guessed that the simple Zhang Bing could not be said to be an unknown second-generation rich man. Sir, may I ask which car you prefer? Our store has a discount for a recent event. Zhang Bing simply scanned the store models. The most expensive is a few $100,000 E300. This car is really considered ceiling level for the average person. But for him now, he can buy one and smash it. The day before yesterday, he also bought 25 Bentleys in Kyoto in one breath, and the president of the Longwood district even came to kneel and entertain in person. The only reason I bought a car temporarily was just for the class reunion tomorrow. The most expensive one you have here is the E300, don't you have a better, more upscale car? Zhang Bing asked with a bit of a bummer. Sales some surprised to look at Zhang Bing. Ordinary people may not be a lifetime of frugality to buy E300, and Zhang Bing demeanor between the words obviously smack E300 not enough class. Sir, our store is the best store in the entire Tianzhou, all the best cars you see are here. The sales explained. Okay. Zhang Bing didn't make any nonsense and said, help me pick the most expensive one right away, full payment. Also I have a request, and I hope you'll cooperate. Upon hearing that Zhang Bing wanted to take the whole amount, the sales eyes went straight and the look in Zhang Bing's eyes changed. So young, so powerful, which woman does not love? But when she saw the cold and noble Lin Hanyue, this sale still had something in her heart and didn't dare to be too direct. Whatever you ask for, sir. Zhang Bing said while pulling out the Kyoto Bank Super VIP black card given by Li Ben and said, it's nothing, I'm going to take the car right away, turn around and you guys go to my house and tell my parents that this car is the one I drew from the lottery, understand what I mean? Fine, sir, don't worry, we will definitely follow your request. Hearing this strange request from Zhang Bing, the sales lady didn't dare to think too much about it, so she hurriedly agreed and then took the black card in Zhang Bing's hand. Kyoto Bank is the largest bank in the Dragon Kingdom. Usually this level of black card, sales lady of this class simply do not recognize. After the sales lady looked left and right, she always felt that this card was a little bit wrong and was a bit skeptical, but seeing Zhang Bing's confidence that was lightly revealed everywhere, she couldn't ask for fear of being offended. And just then, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a Hermes bag around his waist, holding a sultry woman in a revealing dress also walked in. As soon as they saw this middle-aged man, all the sales in the store ran over at the first opportunity and greeted him with a flattering face. Boss Show. Boss Show, you've come to visit us, our store is in great splendor. The middle-aged man exudes a rustic air all over his body, holding a cigarette in his hand, casually spitting a mouthful of saliva on the ground, no quality at all. I've come to look at the car, get the most expensive Mercedes in your store and look at it. Hearing the middle-aged man say this, the sultry woman beside him was overjoyed and immediately gave him a kiss on the cheek. Honey, you're so sweet. Ha! The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and pinched the woman's buttocks, laughing and cursing, little, follow the old man to keep you fed and watered. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and ask for the most expensive and best Mercedes in your store. The sales lady looked embarrassed and explained with a smile, Boss Show, the best current car in the store has just been claimed by that gentleman. The sales lady spoke while pointing towards Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue's side. Honey, you promised that you would let me drive my new car today. When the sultry woman heard this, she immediately began to pout. The middle-aged man heard, inhaled a mouthful of smoke, and spit a mouthful of spit toward the ground, scolded, I want the car, other people's side to go, hear me? The sales lady knew that she couldn't do that, but she didn't dare to offend the middle-aged man either, so she had to go and explain to Zhang Bing. This gentleman, why don't you wait, or get another one, I can give you a discount. Zhang Bing snorted coldly as he recognized it at a glance. This spitting, pot-bellied, earthy breath-pulling full of middle-aged man is his classmate Zhou Qing's father Zhou Dabiao. He had seen it once before at school and was impressed. No, first come, first served, can't I afford it? This, sir, I don't mean this. The sales lady tried her best to explain, Boss Show is very powerful in the area, and, you see. When I say no, I mean no. Zhang Bing's attitude also turned very tough, and for a while there was a deadlock. At this time, Zhou Dabiao brought the demonic woman over as well. As soon as he saw Lin Hanyue, Zhou Dabiao's eyes were worth it. He was also considered a veteran of the flower world, and it was the first time he had seen a stunning beauty like Lin Hanyue. Looking at Zhang Bing again, he was young and dressed in a way that didn't look like the son of a rich family. So he said in a very earthy manner, Kid, do you know who I am? This car costs $500,000 or $600,000 all in, can you afford it? Ha! Zhang Bing sneered and said, it's not just a broken E300. Yo! Zhou Dabiao taunted, not very young, but not small in tone. Then he stared at Lin Hanyue's figure intentionally or unintentionally, which made Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue extremely disgusted at the same time. Little sister, what's your name? I, Zhou Dabiao, get acquainted with me, keep you eating and drinking. Disgusting. Lin Hanyue didn't give a good face to an unqualified one like Zhou Dabiao. Zhang Bing somewhat couldn't bear it anymore, molesting his girlfriend in front of him, that's not good enough. You're the factory director and owner of Tianzhou Cement Factory, aren't you? Zhang Bing asked with a cold smile. Kid, you know how strong I am and you still dare to go against me? Who in Tianzhou doesn't know the name of old me, Zhou Dabiao? Chapter 73, Too Low Class to Recognize. Yo, you're so bull-nosed. Zhang Bing said with dark sarcasm. He immediately unfolded his mind-reading technique, wanting to see how Zhou Dabiao's strength and thoughts were. In an instant, he just couldn't help but laugh. $10 million in the bank, a dozen mistresses outside, young and old. And it's full of foot wash girls from foot baths with unique flavors. The one I brought today is also a foot washing girl, buying a car with the intention of only giving a down payment. After realizing Zhou Dabiao's true family background and small mind, a cold smile flashed across the corner of Zhang Bing's mouth. With this amount of strength, you still want to clamor and pretend in front of yourself? If it were before, it would be fine, but now he is worth $75 billion, and the relationship behind him is straight to heaven. Zhou Dabiao, the car, I got there first, letting you have it, that's impossible. Kid, don't give your face away. Zhou Dabiao spat once again, making people feel disgusted no matter how they looked at it. The big gold chain hanging around his neck and the designer briefcase clipped to his waist are as rustic as they come. Little handsome, in front of Boss Show you also dare to be so arrogant. Do you know that a random meal from our Boss Show is enough for your whole family to go without food for several years? Ha! Zhang Bing was non-committal. He didn't want to nag and waste time, and urged the sales lady, stop nagging and hurry up to swipe the card and pick up the car. The sales lady had a difficult look on her face and looked at Zhou Dabiao, obviously not daring to offend. If you let this kid take this car today, I'll make a direct call to your store manager to open you up later, believe it or not? Zhou Dabiao threatened. The sales lady is also an honest person, just a job, really do not dare to provoke such a big man as Zhou Dabiao. What's going on? Boss Joe, what brings you here? Just then, the store manager came down from upstairs. Old gal, this store of yours is so uncharacteristic. Seeing that it was store manager Gao Ming who had arrived, Zhou Dabiao immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Gao Ming looked at the sales lady, who hastened to briefly talk about what happened. Alright, I know. Gao Ming waved his hand, then with a smile on his face, he said, when Boss Joe comes to buy a car, of course he will give priority to it. Then, he looked at Zhang Bing and saw that Zhang Bing was young, but Lin Hanyue by his side was truly stunning. However, as the store manager, Gao Ming knew with his toes that he chose to side with Zhou Dabiao. This young man, you can take a look at the other models, I can make the offer to give you some discount. As for the best one in the store, I'll let Boss Joe have it first, what do you think? Not good. Zhang Bing was nonchalant and disliked back, don't you know first come? First served as a store manager? Cut the crap, I'll take this card today, go swipe the card right now. Saying that, Zhang Bing asked the sales lady to hand his black card to the store manager. The store manager took a look at the card and frowned all of a sudden, saying, young man, this is not the right card for you, I, Gao Ming, have never seen this type of bank card before. Ha! Zhang Bing was exasperated and laughed, this was the top of the line special card of the Kyoto Bank, there were only a few of them in the world. However, Li Ben applied with the head office, inside the amount of basically any brush, basically no limit. I didn't expect to come to this small place in Tianzhou, and the store manager of the 4S store didn't even recognize it. You don't have enough class, naturally you don't recognize that this is a black card from the head office of the Bank of Kyoto, no limit, understand? Kyoto Bank head office black card, just you? Zhou Dabiao laughed out loud at his words. He glanced at the card and said disdainfully, old gal, this one looks fake. The boy is here to take your amusement. Saying that, Zhou Dabiao did not panic and very proudly pulled out a gold card from the bag in his arms. Kid, take a good look. This is the only gold card available to Kyoto Bank VIP customers, $3 million limit, ever seen it? Zhou Dabiao had a showy look on his face, and as the owner of the cement factory, he usually had a large amount of financial transactions. It's true that they are important customers of some of the local banks in Tianzhou, so it makes sense to have a gold card. Honey, you're awesome. That foot washing girl immediately kissed Zhou Dabiao again, her eyes full of adoration. Gao Ming also grimaced and said to Zhang Bing, kid, for the sake of you still being so small, get out immediately and don't come and make trouble, or I'll call the security guards to blast you out. Zhang Bing really couldn't hold back completely this time, he wanted to keep a low profile, but the way things were going now didn't allow him to keep a low profile anymore. You are the store manager, right? You guys don't know the black card of Kyoto Bank head office, don't blame you, but is it really fake and is there any money in it, don't you know it by going to swipe it immediately? Quit nagging at me and hurry up. Seeing that Zhang Bing was young but full of vigor and very confident and sure in his speech and demeanor. Gao Ming looked at it suspiciously, then instructed the sales lady to fetch the POS machine. Store manager, POS picked up. The sales lady said. Try swiping the card. Gao Ming ordered while looking at Zhang Bing. The sales lady immediately did as she was told and began to swipe her card. A few dozen seconds later, the sales lady, with a surprised look on her face, said, yes, it's true, store manager, this card can really swipe money. Hearing the sales lady's exclamation of surprise, Gao Ming and Zhou Dabiao both froze. It was true that they had never seen a black card of this level before, plus Zhang Bing was so young, so their first reaction was that it was fake. I didn't think it was possible to actually swipe the money. Well. Zhang Bing teasingly looked at Gao Ming and Zhou Dabiao and said sarcastically, I don't blame you for not seeing knowledge in the bottom of the well, but you'd better put on a proper attitude. The car, I'm taking it now, bring the keys. Humph. Zhou Dabiao, with his mouth full of big yellow teeth, shouted, kid, even if you have some money, so what? A few dimes in your pocket, what's the point of pretending in front of me? Zhang Bing was on fire at this time, looking at the unqualified Zhou Dabiao, he forcefully disliked back, if you dare to whine again, I'll make you regret it later, believe it or not? Ha ha ha. Zhou Dabiao laughed indulgently. In Tianzhou, he is still very powerful, the owner of the cement factory, the network of relations behind that. Just you? Even if you have a few dollars in that card, so what? Can you compare it to me? Zhang Bing sneered and said, alright, this is what you're looking for. He then stopped saying anything and pulled Lin Hanyue to the side to sit on the sofa in the lounge area. He knows very well that if he uses this black card to spend money, in any city in the country, the head of the branch there will be informed at the first time, and then put down all matters and immediately come over to serve the owner of the black card. Therefore, according to the time projection, at this moment, the president of the Tianzhou Kyoto Bank branch was estimated to be on his way to come in 100,000 haste. And he suddenly came up with an idea at this moment to directly forcefully acquire Zhou Dabiao's cement factory. One to teach Zhou Dabiao a lesson, and the other to punch Zhou Qing in the face at the class reunion tomorrow. Of course, the main thing was that he didn't want his parents to still be working for money anymore. When the time comes, find a reason to have someone manage the cement factory and let your parents go in for a free paycheck, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 74 Super VIP. Gao Ming, with a group of sales, was chatting with Zhou Dabiao and the foot washing girl. In order to curry favor with Zhou Dabiao, the tycoon, Gao Ming instructed the staff to send cigarettes and tea again. This satisfied the vanity of Zhou Dabiao and the foot washing girl. And just then, a sedan came outside the 4S store. Before the sedan had come to a complete stop, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was seen running down from it. Then there was also a young woman wearing a black uniform with a very hot body following behind. When Zhou Dabiao and Gao Ming took a look, both of their faces changed. The person who came was none other than Biao, the president of the Tianzhou branch of the Kyoto Bank. As a local bank branch president, this has been an upper-floor society. The grade was definitely much higher than Zhou Dabiao as well as the store manager of the 4S store, and Biao's social status was by no means comparable to the two of them. Governor Nye. Governor Nye, what brings you here? Zhou Dabiao and Gao Ming had a fawning look on their faces, and their asses immediately ran over to compliment them. Biao wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and asked anxiously and excitedly, "Who did you guys here just now use the black card of our Kyoto Bank head office?" Upon hearing this, at once Zhou Dabiao and Gao Ming, as well as a group of sales, were dumbfounded. Subconsciously, they collectively looked towards Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue who were sitting on the sofa and resting. "Yeah, President Nye, does your bank really have black cards? How come I've never heard of it?" Gao Ming and Zhou Dabiao gulped, although they hadn't fully confirmed it yet. The two of them had already begun to go in circles in their hearts at this time. An upper-class person like Biao came in such a hurry and came up to ask about the black card. Little cute. Also knew the seriousness of the matter, and just now it was just the young Zhang Bing who said that that was the highest level black card. Nonsense. Biao looked very excited and explained, "That's our Kyoto head office's special black card, for our bank's most honored super VIPs, who are only qualified to own it if they have $5 billion in cash saved in our bank." 5 billion. Hearing this, Zhou Dabiao, Gao Ming and the others were completely unsteady on their feet. "Quickly tell me, who used our bank's black card in your place just now?" Biao didn't look at these two at all. One was just a higher class wage earner, and one was a dirt old man, although he had a bit of money. "No need to ask, the black card is mine." Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Bing pulled Lin Hanyue to stand up and walked over with a smile. "You? It's really yours?" Biao was astonished because Zhang Bing was too young. "As good as fake." Zhang Bing smiled as he once again took out the black card and handed it to Biao. When Biao received the black card, his hands trembled. Although he was the president of the Tianzhou branch, it was the first time he had seen the highest level black card of the head office with his own eyes. "Zhang, Mr. Zhang, hello, my name is Biao, I'm the president of the Tianzhou branch of the Kyoto Bank. Glad to be of service, you can call me Nip." Biao's voice was trembling, and the young woman manager who followed him also looked at Zhang Bing with a face of adoration and envy. "Ha!" Zhang Bing just laughed and said, "Governor Nye, no need to be polite. I wanted to buy a car casually for fun in a low profile, but I can't help it that someone here has to go against me and the car won't be sold to me Hearing this, Biao instantly understood what had happened. His face changed as he stared at both Zhou Dabiao and Gao Ming. "Zhou Dabiao, I am now formally informing you as the bank president that the loan regarding your cement factory in our bank must be repaid early. Your $3 million limit gold card in our bank is immediately null and void. And you Gao Ming, I'll personally say hello to the president of Shangnan district, get ready to pack up and get out." Zhou Dabiao and Gao Ming were dumbfounded at this time, having been completely scared out of their wits, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "I didn't expect a mediocre day to kick straight into titanium steel. Mr. Zhang, do you find this treatment satisfactory? What other needs do you have? We are always ready to provide you with full service 24 hours a day." Biao inquired cautiously. "The holder of such a black card can come in and be the head of the bank at any time with a word, tell him to get lost whatever he wants, and he has to lick it." With a smile on his face, Zhang Bing nodded his head, expressing his satisfaction. Then he looked at the terrified Zhou Dabiao and Gao Ming both. Boss Joe, shopkeeper Gao, what do you have to say now? Where did Zhou Dabiao and Gao Ming dare to act arrogant? The two men directly and unanimously poofed and knelt down on the spot. Zhang, Mr. Zhang, please spare me. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm a big old man, I have eyes and I don't recognize a Matai, so just take me as a fart and let me go. As he watched the two men kneel down in front of him in fear and admit their mistakes, Zhang Bing also frowned. As the saying goes, there is gold in a man's knees, and the two were at least considered characters in Tianzhou, so they directly kneeled down? Zhou Dabiao, it's fine if I want to spare you, I'm going to wholly acquire your cement factory, any comments? When Zhou Dabiao heard this, he and the others were dumbfounded. Any comments? I won't bully you, just quote a price according to the market price. Zhang Bing said indifferently. Anyway, a cement plant is only a couple of small targets at most, and it's just a hair's breadth for yourself. Mr. Zhang, you? If you really want to receive it, do you think $200 million will do? Zhou Dabiao had thought that Zhang Bing wanted him to not be able to mix in Tianzhou, but did not expect to fund the acquisition of the cement factory. Cement factories are not very profitable and often have to work with bank loans, so it's good that someone can buy them. Of course, the cement factory is worth more than 200 million, but Zhou Dabiao doesn't dare to ask for more. Alright, no problem. Zhang Bing didn't even think about it and agreed in one breath. Nia Governor, this acquisition of the cement plant related procedures, a variety of matters, but also ask you to help me single-handedly handle on it. Okay, no problem. Niegwo Biao replied with a full mouth. Alright, get up, wipe your eyes brightly in the future, don't think that having a few dollars makes you unimportant, got it? Zhang Bing looked at the two kneeling on the ground and lectured. Yes, you're right about the lesson. We'll never dare again. The two men lowered their heads and responded in quick succession. Zhang Bing contemplated for a moment, then instructed, Zhou Dabiao, although the cement factory is wholly acquired by me, the specific day-to-day operations will remain unchanged and continue to be taken care of by you. Sure, all salaries for all personnel go up 20%, plus you find a way to recruit my parents, but don't let them know I know what I mean. Although everyone was puzzled by Zhang Bing's operational arrangement, no one dared to say anything. Understood, don't worry Mr. Zhang, I will definitely arrange it properly. Zhou Dabiao's heart was finally relieved, he thought he was dead, but he didn't expect to pick up a big bargain. Alright. Zhang Bing smiled as he pulled Lin Hanyue towards the most expensive E300 and said, Governor Nia, I'll trouble you to handle the follow-up for me. Don't worry, I'll talk to the leaders of your head office when I'm free to help you with a few words of praise. Chapter 75 Class Reunion. Driving his newly bought E300, Zhang Bing took Lin Hanyue for a drive around Tianzhou and visited some nearby attractions. The two then drove back home in the evening. Once home, Zhang Qingyun and Li Xiu had already prepared a table of dishes and were waiting for the two of them with kind faces. Through the words of the husband and wife, Zhang Bing knew that the 4S store side, as well as Zhou Dabiao's side had already gotten things done. Although the couple was a little surprised how the world could be so good again, it was almost like pie in the sky. On second thought, though, it didn't seem to do any harm, and the couple was passive about it. Dad, Mom, the Mercedes-Benz that I got together from winning the lottery this time, I'll leave it to you guys later, I'll go back to Kyoto to go to school after I've finished with the account thing, so there's no use in giving it to me. And I heard that the cement factory side changed the boss, treatment and so on have been raised a lot, a large number of people short of people, you too old really can't be idle to go to work is also okay. Zhang Bing persuaded at the dinner table. He was a little saddened in his heart that he was worth $75 billion, and his own parents had to work part-time. At the moment, he was still a student and could only try to make his mom and dad feel better by doing this. If you give a large sum of money directly, your own parents will definitely be suspicious and uneasy. Xiaobing, you don't have to worry too much about us at home, go to school well at the Kyoto Art School, learn more skills, and after graduation come up with some real skills to let these neighbors take a good look. Your father and I have enough to eat at home, so don't think about us all the time, and remember to be nice to Xiaolin. The family was happy, enjoying the rare peace and happiness. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Bing then got up with Lin Hanyue to clean up. Today was a high school reunion. It's also a party to raise eyebrows and show strength. Originally, Zhang Bing didn't dare to take offense to showing off in front of his classmates, but now he looked away. It is useless to reason with these people and treat them politely. Even the more you do this, the more others find you weak and easy to bully. The best way to deal with these types of people is to show your strength and make the other person feel an insurmountable gap. Crush it with absolute strength so that it can be done once and for all. The location of the party evil was chosen in Tianzhou's famous Tianzhou Hotel, which was barely a 5-star hotel. Consumption in Kyoto certainly cannot be compared, but in this small place in Tianzhou, a party down dozens of people 30,000 to 50,000 is still to be. For the small citizens of Tianzhou, with an average monthly salary of $3,000, $30,000 to $50,000 is equivalent to a year's income without eating or drinking. Therefore, there was no need to think about it to know that the expenses of this party would definitely be borne by Zhou Qing. In the morning. Many of the students have already arrived early. These students are both male and female. Basically all of them went out to work after high school or stayed in the local area to work. This time the timing was special, just in time for vacation, so I was free. Like Zhang Bing, his academic performance was not very outstanding at that time, and he ended up getting into the Kyoto Art School, which was already considered very good. Of course, no one knows. If he wanted to, he could go to Huaqing University, the best university in the Dragon Kingdom, only to choose between Huaqing University and $75 billion, just vote with his feet. After a while, I saw a BMW X3 crossing the road very arrogantly. As soon as they saw the license plate, the early arriving students immediately came over with a pandering face. The BMW came to a stop and a tall, shaved teenager stepped out of the car along with a teenage girl in high heels and a sexy wraparound dress. It was Zhou Qing and the class flower Huang Yanyan. Zhou Xiao. Young Zhou is getting more and more handsome, and sister-in-law is getting more and more beautiful. A group of classmates all came over to flatter Zhou Cheng and Huang Yanyan. After all, Zhou Qing's own father, Zhou Dabiao, is the owner and director of Tianzhou Cement Factory, and has some influence in the local area. Among a group of classmates, Zhou Qing's family is the most powerful. With a smug look on his face, Zhou Cheng put his arm around the class flower, Huang Yanyan, and said loudly, "We are all classmates, no need to be polite. I'm paying for everything at the party today." Young spirit of the week. Zhou Xiao is mighty. These students applauded and tried to balk at the idea. Tianzhou Cement Factory is considered a well-known enterprise in Tianzhou, with fair treatment and key stability. Zhou Qing smiled and said, "Do you all know that I heard that Zhang Bing, the college student from our class, has returned and will also come to the party today?" Upon hearing Zhou Qing's words, which were full of yin and yang, a group of students understood for a second. During the school years, at that time, Zhang Bing also had a relationship with the class flower Huang Yanyan that he didn't even touch his hand. Because of this, Zhou Qing had always looked at Zhang Bing with displeasure, and the two had always been at odds. "Oh, I heard he even went to an art school in Kyoto. What's so great about a college student? In his family's condition, he won't be able to find a job when he graduates in the future. Going to a Thai art school is better than moving bricks at a construction site." A group of students followed Zhou Qing's meaning and began to talk about all kinds of sarcasm. At that time, there were not many college students in the whole class, the rest of the few people in the field to go to school, this time also only Zhang Bing because of the transfer of household registration to return to their hometowns. Huang Yanyan also laughed softly and said sarcastically, "Yeah, going to a useless art school, not only is the tuition expensive, but it would be better to come out and work earlier." Just as these students were making all kinds of comments and jeering, Zhang Bing brought Lin Hanyue to drive the Mercedes E300 that he had specially picked up yesterday. This car was already considered a luxury car in Tianzhou and was not often seen on the road. It was a notch above Zhou Qing's BMW X3. Zhang Bing was not polite, very arrogantly stepped on the gas pedal, directly crossing the car in front of the hotel, deliberately stopping in front of the BMW X3. Then he graciously held hands with Lin Hanyue and walked down. As soon as they saw that it was actually Zhang Bing who came down from the car, and that he had brought an extremely beautiful woman with him, the group of students were all dumbfounded at once. Did I read it right? Zhang Bing can afford to drive a Mercedes? And get such a pretty girlfriend? The color of Zhou Qing's face turned ugly all of a sudden, especially when he saw Lin Hanyue. His eyes were about to glaze over. Compared to that, the class flower next to her, Huang Yanyan, is nothing more than a roadside trumpet flower. "Yo, isn't this young Master Zhou and the class flower?" Zhang Bing said sarcastically as he held Lin Hanyue and walked with the wind. "Zhang Bing, is this car yours?" A student soon asked in disbelief. "If it's not mine, could it be yours?" Zhang Bing directly disliked back. "Oh, I see you rented it to punch up the row. And your girlfriend is so pretty, just you? Probably paid to rent it too." That's right, also college students, to attend a class reunion also deliberately go to rent a car to rent a girlfriend, laugh at us. Zhang Bing wasn't angry either, and he and Lin Hanyue just laughed. Because all of these powerful classmates listened to Zhou Qing, now Zhou Qing's family's cement factory has been bought by himself. Zhang Bing, I originally thought you were quite honest, but I didn't expect you to be so classless. You also purposely rented a car and rented a girl to pretend to be your girlfriend to attend the class reunion. Huang Yanyan opened her mouth, coming up with some mockery. Perhaps being in a position of jealousy between women, Huang Yanyan's eyes were filled with hatred towards Lin Hanyue. Chapter 76, Slap on the Mouth. Who told you it was rented? Without the need for Zhang Bing to speak, Lin Hanyue snorted coldly. Contemptuously looking at Huang Yanyan, who was wearing heavy makeup and treating her dress exposure as sexy. You are Zhang Bing's high school class flower Huang Yanyan, right? It's not good a cheap stall goods color, with skincare products not more than 2,000 a set of it. You, little who are you talking about? Huang Yanyan was directly poked by Lin Hanyue and cursed in annoyance. Although Lin Hanyue was a literary schoolgirl, she had been well tutored since she was young, and she was from a billionaire's family anyhow. Whether it is insight, thought, cultivation, whereas Huang Yanyan such can be compared. Of course it is to scold you What gives you the right to be sarcastic about my boyfriend's car being a rental? Have you never seen it before and are jealous of my boyfriend? Huang Yanyan's chest rose and fell violently in anger, being fully crushed by Lin Hanyue's aura. She directly began to seek Zhou Qing's help. Zhou Qing, look at her bullying me. Zhou Qing grunted coldly. He had to say that Lin Hanyue's figure, temperament, and looks, not to mention Huang Yanyan, even if it was a TV star, it was nothing more than that. Seeing that Zhang Bing had found such a beautiful girlfriend, he had completely compared himself to him. Zhou Qing was calculating in his heart to get back from the aspect of strength. Zhang Bing, we're all classmates, there's no need to rent a car and be so pretentious. Your family conditions are not unknown to everyone. The C300 has to be $500,000 to $600,000, is it something you can afford to buy? Zhang Bing laughed. He didn't even need to perform mind-reading techniques to know Zhou Qing, Huang Yanyan's dirty thoughts in his heart. I said I just picked it up at the 4S store yesterday, believe it or not, go back and ask your dad if you don't believe me, okay? Zhou Qing clenched his fists, but still forced down his anger. Then he took Huang Yanyan and twisted his head to enter the hotel lobby. Slow down. Zhang Bing shouted at the sight. Just you bunch of uneducated, tendentious, uneducated, and self-righteous villains. I, Zhang Bing, am ashamed to be in your company. I also came here today to tell you that in the future, this kind of class reunion is exempted, and I won't come even if I'm invited. When these words came out, Zhou Chang and the others' faces changed drastically, and they pointed at Zhang Bing and cursed. Che, you really think you're marvelous as a college student? Zhang Bing, what are you so proud of? Aren't you just an art school student? Can you find a job after graduation? Calling you to the party is looking good, and you really think you're somebody. In the face of the mockery of this group of students, Zhang Bing appeared particularly calm, because he understood that he had long been out of the same world as these people. Alright, the consumption here is not low for you guys, right? For the sake of being classmates, today you guys can eat, drink, and play whatever you want here, I'll pay for it. Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Zhou Qing couldn't help but scoff as well. Zhang Bing, can't tell you're so good at pretending? You buy the bill? Can you afford it? No, this is a 5-star hotel? Zhang Bing was disdainful and said, what do you call it? Don't worry, I will call someone to pay the bill. He, just you? Zhou Qing sarcastically said, you really think that just because you rented a Mercedes-Benz, you consider yourself a rich second generation? Think about your parents, maybe they still have to pick up garbage at night for you to study. What the did you say? Zhang Bing instantly burst into a rage, having been all sorts of sarcastic mockery of his own okay. But it's a big no-no to talk about your parents. What's the matter? Do you still want to fight me? Zhou Qing didn't realize the seriousness of the problem in the slightest and didn't take Zhang Bing seriously at all. Zhang Bing's eyes suddenly turned sharp as he angrily said, you can say that I can insult my parents, and I can still spare you. Saying that, the ancient martial art activated and backhanded Zhou Qing with a hard slap on his face. This slap directly dumbfounded Zhou Qing and stunned everyone. After freezing for at least 2 seconds, the group of students reacted. Zhang Bing, you dare to hit Zhou Xiao? You're finished, how dare you make a move on Zhou Xiao? You wait until your parents are in tears. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, not caring at all as he looked at the group of disgusting classmates and threatened, shut up all of you. And Zhou Qing until this moment is still full of disbelief Zhou Qing dared to hit him. Ah, don't you dare hit me. So what if I beat you? Zhang Bing was nonchalant and suddenly kicked down again, saying angrily, if you dare to insult my parents again, I'll kill you, believe it or not? You wait. Zhou Qing didn't react at all, under the impression that Zhang Bing were this courage, and also didn't have this stature. Zhang Bing, you've gone too far, you dare to hit Zhou Qing, I'll call Uncle Zhou right now and tell him that you're dead. Seeing her boyfriend being beaten, Huang Yanyan went over to assist him while screaming and pulling out her cell phone to notify Zhou Dabia. Whatever. Zhang Bing sneered. He was just about to call Zhou Dabia to pay the bill, and in the process teach Zhou Qing a lesson and completely pretend. Now that Huang Yanyan was going to call Zhou Dabia to come, it was just what he wanted. Zhang Bing, you're screwed, you dare to hit Zhou Xiao, a word from Mr. Zhou will directly send you in to step on the sewing machine. Zhang Bing, you'd better honestly kneel down and apologize to Xiao Zhou right now. A group of students surrounded Zhou Qing's side, pointing their fingers at Zhang Bing and threatening him in various ways. Zhou Qing touched his swollen face, obviously a little jealous of how Zhang Bing's hand suddenly became so powerful. A slap plus a kick so dizzying that he didn't even have time to react. Zhang Bing, wait for me, when my dad comes, it's useless for you to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Zhang Bing shook his head and said sarcastically, how grown up are you? If you have the ability, just come and fight me one-on-one and call your parents. Okay, wait have you regret, Danton family kneel down to beg me. Zhou Qing gritted his teeth, he was in the class back then, but no one dared to mess with, in the school is also a bully. Okay lousy wait see your father Zhou Dabiao come after packing me or you. Zhang Bing's mouth was full of cold smiles. Time was passing by minute, after about 15 minutes had passed. A Honda bully followed by a Chun Haonan mobile office quickly rushed over. Bully and Chen Haonan mobile office quickly stopped on one side, big belly, earthy temperament pulled full of Zhou Dabiao huffed and puffed down, behind Chen Haonan mobile office down more than a dozen adult men. Who dares to hit my son? Who? Zhou Dabiao is very arrogant, as the director of the cement factory, he is still a little bit capable in society. This kind of battle, not to mention a group of students, even adults were intimidated. Dad! Zhou Qing saw that his dad had arrived and rushed over with his men. It was this trash Zhang Bing who hit me. Zhou Dabiao was just about to break into a shouting match and flaunt his arms, but when he looked in the direction of his son Zhou Qing's finger, he happened to see that Zhang Bing was sneering at him. Chapter 77 Cousin's Face. Dad, help me get him, this dog's body has turned strong somehow, I can't beat him. Zhou Qing hadn't yet seen his own father, Zhou Dabiao's face that was rapidly turning into one of horror, and was still screaming and urging from the sidelines. Huang Yanyan and the rest of the classmates didn't see the change either, and started fanning the flames as well. Mr. Zhou, Zhang Bing slapping young Zhou's face is slapping your face. Mr. Zhou, we should indeed teach Zhang Bing, this pretender, a hard lesson. Zhou Dabiao really can't help it, and then let his son and this group of people talk on, maybe wait for Zhang Bing to be annoyed, even their own follow the bad luck. Shut up, all of you. Zhou Dabiao let out a loud roar, and all the students quieted down. Then he directly kicked Zhou Qing hard on his belly. Zhou Qing immediately covered his stomach and squatted down in pain. Little, Mr. Zhang beating you is your good fortune, immediately apologize to Mr. Zhang, or I will break your legs. The moment these words came out, the entire room was shocked and collectively petrified. Zhou Qing had forgotten the pain and looked at his own father in disbelief. Dad, me, what did you call him? Little, didn't you hear what Lousy said? Zhou Dabiao didn't care that much, and kicked again. At first glance, it's not an act, it's a heavy-handed one. Although Zhou Dabiao is rustic and unqualified, he has at least been crawling for many years. Knowing that Zhang Bing was being merciful, or else with a casual remark, he would not even know how his son died. Uncle Zhou, are you mistaken, Zhang Bing, he? Huang Yanyan was a bit slow, her head didn't turn around and she subconsciously said. Give the old man shut up. Zhou Dabiao launched a rage cannot care so much, backhand is a slap in the face of Huang Yanyan instantly more honest. At this time, Zhang Bing walked over with Lin Hanyue, and all the students stepped back as if they were looking at monsters. Zhou Dabiao, almost on the line, after all, it's also your birth, just remember not to mess with me in the future. Zhang Bing looked at Zhou Qing squatting on the ground, sweating profusely from the pain, it was really a bit pitiful. After all, we are still classmates, and we don't have any life and death grudges. And his purpose was just to tell these people about his own strength, that's all. Thank you Mr. Zhang for being magnanimous. Zhou Dabiao nodded his head and thanked him in a very respectful manner. Then he rushed at Zhou Qing on the ground and reprimanded, little, still not quick to thank Mr. Zhang, in the future, give me eyes to wipe bright, and then dare to offend Mr. Zhang, I will not have you as a son. And you bunch of little people, just now insulted Mr. Zhang, say, what to do? The group of students were completely stunned and shivered. After all, they are all young people, like Zhou with so many strong men, a meal of intimidation, timid small directly scared to tears. Lin Hanyue was a bit intolerant and hurriedly pulled Zhang Bing's hand. Only then did Zhang Bing say with a smile, forget it, don't scare them. Zhou then stopped and ordered the men he brought with him to disperse. Zhang Bing shook his head and looked at his classmates who had just been high and mighty, making all sorts of sarcastic and mocking remarks to himself. Now looking at himself with awe and shock inside his eyes, he had to feel that human nature was like that. Of course, that was the effect he wanted. Well, we're all classmates, and even though you guys usually don't troll me and have cheap mouths, I'm not going to bother with you guys that much. Since today is a party, you guys eat whatever you want, play whatever you want and drink whatever you want, I'll pay for all the consumption. As soon as he heard Zhang Bing say that, Zhou, who was quite good at things in this regard, hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, don't, how can I let you pay for it? Zhou Qing, this little has eyes and does not recognize Taishan bumped into you, let me come, give me a chance to make amends and apologize. Ha ha ha, good. Zhang Bing did not push back. In that case it's up to you, I've got some business to attend to. After saying that, Zhang Bing pulled Lin Hanyue's head without looking back, directly walked up to E300, and quickly disappeared with a kick of the gas. Only after Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue left did Zhou Qing slow down and climbed up from the ground. Dad, did Zhang Bing really buy that Mercedes E300? Zhou was speechless for a while and reprimanded, how could Laozi have such a stupid son like you? After resolving these snobbish classmates, Zhang Bing was in an extremely relaxed mood and took Lin Hanyue for a drive in the city. At this time his cell phone rang, open to see that it was the bank president Nieguobiao call. Hello, are you free, Mr. Zhang? All the formalities for the acquisition of the cement factory have been completed, but there is one area that requires your personal signature to be valid. If it's convenient for you, I'll send it over now for you to sign. Zhang Bing smiled, secretly sighing that this super VIPOF Kyoto bank is really good, can really help himself save a lot of things. There's no rush, I have something going on out there right now, I'll be in touch. After saying that, Zhang Bing hung up the phone, then brought Lin Hanyue to a secluded road and stopped. Why stop? Lin Hanyue asked. Zhang Bing smiled and looked at Lin Hanyue. Bad egg, what do you want? Lin Hanyue said shyly. What do you think? Zhang Bing said as he unfolded his mind-reading technique, wanting to understand Lin Hanyue's thoughts at this moment. He was ecstatic that Lin Hanyue wanted it more than he did. At night, the two returned home. Just after entering the door, Zhang Bing saw that there were guests in the house. Yo, if it isn't our family's future master artist. Graduated home so soon? A good-looking, young man in his 20s came up and started yin-yang. This person was none other than his own cousin, Zhang Hu, and his aunt, Yang Suihua. Although he was a blood relative, this cousin of his own had gotten a 211 undergraduate degree and had been the pride of the Zhang family. Compared to that, the art school that Zhang Bing barely made it through was far worse. Zhang Hu usually showed his superiority whenever he had time, and he was all kinds of brushing his presence and sneering. Zhang Bing smiled and said, Cousin, what? Do you have an opinion? Zhang Bing, how do you talk to your brother, no big deal. At this time, Zhang Qingyun lectured. Xiaobing, I heard that you went to an art school in Kyoto, what are you doing running back here if you don't study properly? Auntie Yang Suihua was also a little bit gloomy and sarcastic. Auntie, can't I come back and transfer my household to Kyoto? Zhang Bing disliked. Zhang Bing, it doesn't matter if you're not good at studying, but don't brag at your young age. How noble is the Kyoto account, is that something you can transfer just because you want to? Yang Suihua was obviously not convinced and said sarcastically. Zhang Hu also saw a needle in the eye and scoffed, Zhang Bing, look at you, you haven't studied well since you were a kid, and now you've even learned to brag about it. As far as I know, the Kyoto account, you won't be able to get it in your lifetime. Ha! Zhang Bing was too lazy to explain, there were some things he didn't even tell Lin Hanyue. Zhang Hu, cut the crap, the art school that Xiao Bing went to isn't as good as your 211, but it's still an undergraduate degree, and you guys are brothers. Zhang Qingyun lectured. Qingyun. Yang Suihua, with an air of superiority, began to educate, words can't be said like that, we're doing this for the good of little soldier. After graduating from art school, you might not be able to find a job. Which is like our Zhang Hu, this is not a graduation with our Tianzhou Kyoto Bank signed a contract, tomorrow morning the president of the personal interview, 9 out of 10 things. Chapter 78 I'm speechless. Hearing this, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue glanced at each other and both of them laughed. Zhang Bing, don't blame Auntie for talking about you, you need to fight for your honor and learn more from your brother Zhang Hu. Graduate and work in a bank, our whole family will have face. Yang Suihua was so proud that she was full of bragging. Zhang Hu was also arrogant and said, Xiaobing, don't worry when you graduate, I'm sure I'll be the branch manager, and then for the sake of being a family member, I'll arrange for you to go in as a security guard, which isn't bad. Hee, no need. Zhang Bing laughed. At this time Zhang Qingyun, Li Xiuming showed some disappointment. One is his own nephew, but one is even more of a son. When parents, which one is not hoping that their son will become a dragon and their daughter will become a phoenix? Zhang Hu, do a good job, uncle looks favorably on you, in the future can help your brother to help. Got it, uncle. Zhang Hu flaunted. Zhang Bing shook his head, this cousin of his was indeed okay in his studies, but his behavior was similar to that of his high school classmates. This mentality, pandering to the top and bullying the bottom, is highly improper. Cousin, don't say I didn't remind you, you haven't officially passed the final interview with the governor yet, it's better to keep a low profile. Yang Suihua was not happy when she heard this and said, what do you mean, Xiaobing? Are you doubting Zhang Hu's strength? Zhang Hu is a 211 college student, where is your miscellaneous art school comparable? Zhang Bing laughed, Auntie, I didn't mean that, I was just kindly reminding, after all, isn't this not confirmed yet? Oof. Zhang Hu confidently said, it's a matter of minutes, tomorrow morning on the spot entry, and treat the family to dinner in the evening, understand? Seeing this, Zhang Bing could not say anything else. After all, it is his own cousin, not to see the face of the Buddha also have to see the face of the monk, how to say that his own pro-grade uncle when he was a child is still very good to himself. The next day, early in the morning. Originally, Zhang Bing was still sleeping with Lin Hanyue when Li Xiu knocked on the door outside and urged. The two men woke up yawning. Mom, what's up? Want us to get up so early? Li Xiu reminded, today is the day Zhang Hu goes to the bank for an interview, and your aunt had to inform our family, including other relatives, to follow. Zhang Bing was a bit speechless and said, as for that? It's not just an ordinary teller job in a bank, but you have to be so vocal about it, you love showing off too much. AI, forget it, your aunt is a person who likes to be in the limelight, don't say it, you guys clean up too. Li Xiu said helplessly. 9 a.m. The entrance to the Tianzhou branch of the Kyoto Bank. Sure enough, Zhang Qingyu Li Xiu, Yang Suihua, including his own great-uncle Zhang Qingfeng, as well as the 7 aunts and 8 uncles all came. Cousin Zhang, who looked like the main character of a movie, dressed in a newly bought suit and tie, his shoes and hair oiled and shiny, walking down from the car with his head held high. Go Zhang Hu! Zhang Hu, you're the best. Zhang Hu, we'll wait for your good news. The crowd of relatives followed and shouted, while not forgetting to make a few sarcastic remarks about Zhang Bing. Zhang Hu nodded, then confidently walked into the bank. Zhang Bing, learn more from your brother. Look at your brother just graduating and getting a job in a bank. You, just go to an art school, what about future jobs? Facing these relatives who did not know whether they were concerned or sarcastic, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue could only smile helplessly. After all, they're all relatives, and it's not like treating them as if they're punching their high school classmates in the face. Especially since his parents were still present, and if he went too far, his parents would follow and listen to the gossip. Isn't he officially confirmed? What if he doesn't get an interview? Zhang Bing laughed. How could it be? I've seen the two of you since you were little, and there's definitely nothing wrong with this kid Zhang Hu. Yeah, Zhang Bing, don't crow about it there. Zhang Bing shook his head and muttered in a low voice, even if the interview is successful, just an ordinary bank teller, what benefits can it bring you? Zhang Bing, you can't think like that, Zhang Hu is your brother, it's good for us if he gets ahead. Zhang Qingyun educated from the side. And at this moment, his own eldest uncle, Zhang Qingfeng, and his aunt, Yang Suihua, had already begun to make phone calls to book a banquet for noon to celebrate. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue were deeply helpless at this, especially Lin Hanyue, who was even more difficult to understand. It's been about half an hour. Only to see Zhang Hu walked out from inside the bank, a bunch of relatives, including his own parents, ran over in a flurry of inquiries. Zhang Hu, how's it going? Did you get the interview? How was the treatment? Zhang Hu, you are truly the pride of our family. However, Zhang Hu did not say a word and hung his head down, his face very ugly. Lin Hanyue couldn't help but laugh, he definitely didn't make it in the interview. I know. Zhang Bing also laughed, not to gloat, but felt that just this scene was indeed comical. Zhang Hu, speak up, it can't be? Yang Suihua also saw that her son's state was not right and had a bad feeling. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Uncles, I'm sorry, I didn't make the interview. Zhang Hu clenched his fists, his voice lowered. What? How is this possible? What's going on? There must be a backroom deal. No, I'm going to ask the governor. A group of relatives blew up in a cluster. Yang Suihua was the most excited and said she would go straight to the bank and ask. Even the banquet was set, and so many relatives were called to witness it early in the morning, but it turned out that there was no interview. Mom, what are you doing? Although Zhang Hu was a bit obnoxious, at least his head was still normal, and he hurriedly called out to Yang Suihua. No, it can't be, there must be something fishy. Yang Suihua was very agitated and her emotions gradually lost control. Nonsense. Eldest uncle Zhang Qingfeng saw this and let out a reprimand, saying angrily, isn't it humiliating enough? If you don't have a face, you don't have a face. I'm still not doing it for Zhang Hu, for the sake of this family, if you're capable you can help little tiger get in. Yang Suihua was reprimanded by Zhang Qingfeng in such a way that she directly cried in aggravation, making people really speechless. A whole bunch of relatives immediately went over to persuade and comfort, even his own mom. And Zhang, who stood awkwardly in place the whole time, did not say a word, seems to be also highly struck, giving a pitiful feeling, whereas like yesterday that swears, full of self-confidence. And at this moment, the bank's security guards, as well as some of the staff couldn't help but laugh and point at this comical scene. This family is really interesting, making such a big deal out of a face test, it's really strange. It's really funny, fortunately it's not on the surface, if it is, this family starts off with firecrackers to celebrate. Hearing the mockery of these people from the bank, a group of relatives from the Zhang family looked at each other, doubling their faces. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, Uncles, I'm sorry, it's me who's useless. Zhang Hu couldn't take the blow at this time, and shouted, suddenly about to rush towards the main road. Chapter 79, Let me do it. Zhang Hu. Tiger, what are you doing? Tiger, come back. At that moment, everyone was in a hurry, seeing that Zhang Hu wanted to do something stupid, they hurriedly shouted and ran over to stop it. And just in the nick of time, Zhang Bing directly executed his ancient martial arts, his speed was as fast as lightning, and as soon as he chased after him, he forcefully pulled Zhang Hu back. Brother, are you not? Zhang Bing angrily rebuked, it's not just a job, you didn't get an interview, you're going to seek death, glassy-eyed? It's not surprising that you didn't get an interview in this condition. Facing Zhang Bing's flurry of reprimands, this time Yang Suihua and the other relatives didn't say anything and also felt that Zhang Bing was right. Zhang Hu, silly child, don't think about it, Mom begs you. Yang Suihua was frightened by Zhang Hu's actions just now. Zhang Hu's eyes were red, and his mind completely collapsed. Looking at these relatives, he felt like the whole world was mocking him. Zhang Hu, manly man, can't you carry on with this? Zhang Qingyun also stood out and reprimanded. Zhang Qingfeng was even more direct and directly kicked down, angrily rebuking, asshole, if you want to die, go ahead and die, don't die in front of everyone. Big brother, don't make a move. Zhang Qingyun hurriedly stopped the furious Zhang Qingfeng. Knowing his eldest uncle's temper, Zhang Bing also hurried over to bring Zhang Hu to open. Lin Hanyue was also sighing with emotion, these things, if she hadn't followed Zhang Bing and experienced them firsthand, she wouldn't have been able to even think of them. Originally, he had been a bit annoyed with Zhang Hu and sneered at Zhang Bing yesterday. But now it seems that the mother of God's heart is overflowing, feeling that Zhang Hu was a little sad and pitiful. Why don't you help cousin? Lin Hanyue whispered. Zhang Bing sighed, nodded, and said, I am also considering it. For him, not to mention letting Zhang Hu succeed in joining the bank, even if he becomes the president, he will have no problem going to the head office to join the bank. Afterwards, Zhang Bing walked aside and took out his cell phone to directly fluctuate Nieguobiao's call. Mr. Zhang, good morning, please instruct. Nieguobiao's respectful voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Bing didn't talk nonsense and said directly, Governor Nye, there's a small matter that needs a favor from you. Mr. Zhang, don't say that, it's my honor to serve you and help you, anything you can order. Good. Zhang Bing answered and then told the story about Zhang Hu, who had just been rejected for the interview, being his own cousin. Understood, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I didn't know beforehand that he was your cousin, I'll arrange it right away. Here's the deal, just make the normal arrangements for induction, while giving a side nod to my side, but don't reveal too much, I don't want my family to know, but make sure my cousin does. Yes, I understand, Mr. Zhang, I understand what you mean. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Bing still shook his head, then came to Zhang Hu's side. At this time, his mother, aunt, a bunch of relatives are in the guidance of Zhang Hu, afraid that Zhang Hu cannot stand the blow again to do something stupid. And his own dad was advising his eldest uncle not to put too much pressure on Zhang Hu. Brother, the boat is straight ahead, as far as I know, maybe you haven't been completely passed yet, there's still a chance. Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Zhang Hu looked up before quickly looking down again. Just now during the interview, Niegwabiao didn't even look at him squarely, striking him down as useless. Yes, Zhang Hu, your brother is right, think about it, don't ever think about it. Yang Suihua persuaded bitterly. It was also at this moment that Niegwabiao personally walked out from inside the bank. Seeing that it was the governor who had come out, everyone in the Zhang family quieted down. Yang Suihua wanted to theorize a few words, but thought better of it. Zhang Hu, is Zhang Hu here? Niegwabiao looked at the large group of Zhang family members, if not for Zhang Bing's sake, he also felt that this was too strange. Leader, I'm here. Hearing Niegwabiao call out to himself, Zhang Hu looked up and answered. Niegwabiao nodded, cleared his throat, and announced, given your excellent academics and quick thinking during college, just now is just a test for you. The bank is now officially hiring you as an assistant manager in our credit department. What? Did I hear you right? Governor Nya, you? Niegwabiao had just finished his announcement, and the downcast Zhang Hu suddenly looked as if he had been hit with chicken blood. Everyone in the Zhang family excitedly shouted Chilia, and the furious eldest uncle was stunned. Zhang Hu, you come with me now and prepare to sign the relevant entry agreement. Niegwabiao said and led Zhang Hu into the bank. I knew our Zhang Hu would be fine, just say it. Zhang Hu is still the pride of our Zhang family, direct assistant manager, that's awesome. Scared me to death, so it was a test just now. At one time Yang Suihua once again eyebrows fluttered, his own uncle, father also felt heartfelt happiness. Zhang Bing, see? This is the benefit of studying, you have to study hard with your brother. Yang Suihua felt that it was okay again and started to yin and yang to Zhang Bing. Shut up. Zhang Qingfeng reprimanded, we're all family, don't you dare to yin and yang there, just now, if it wasn't for Xiao Bing's swift movements, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing his eldest uncle reprimanding Yang Suihua, Zhang Bing felt that it was still worthwhile for him to step in and help his cousin Zhang Hu. I'm telling the truth, Yang Suihua was so proud of herself that the rest of the relatives followed suit and bragged about it. After all, starting as an assistant manager at a large bank branch is pretty impressive for them. Zhang Qingfeng let out a helpless sigh before he started to make calls to continue booking the banquet for noon. After a while, he only saw Zhang Hu walking out from inside with quick steps, unlike before, this time it was spirited. Zhang Hu, how's it going, did you sign the contract? Yang Suihua and the others hurriedly went up and asked. Zhang Hu nodded, then walked towards Zhang Bing, his eyes filled with shock and even some awe. Just now, Niegwabiao clearly said that it was all because of Zhang Bing's face, otherwise it was impossible for him to enter the bank. Let him look after himself, and he'd better be polite to Zhang Bing, and make less noise about Zhang Bing in front of his parents and relatives. Brother, thank you. Zhang Bing laughed and said, no need to be polite, we are all family members. Do a good job, I think highly of you, after all, you're a 211 senior. Zhang Hu smiled awkwardly, not realizing until now that the clown turned out to be himself after all. Alright, we've booked a few tables for lunch, so let's all go have a meal together and celebrate for Zhang Hu. At this time, Zhang Qingfeng gave the word, and a whole bunch of relatives gleefully surrounded him. Zhang Bing pulled Lin Hanyue and said, eldest uncle, dad, mom, you guys go ahead, Hanyue and I still have a little something to do and we'll come back later. Only after the people had finished walking did Zhang Bing lead Lin Hanyue to strut into the bank. Niegwabiao was waiting in the lobby with all the bank's personnel lined up. Hello Mr. Zhang. Hello Ms. Lin. As soon as he walked into the hall, Niegwabiao led all the bank staff to bend down in unison to greet him. Governor Nya, there's no need to make it so grand and polite, let everyone disperse. Zhang Bing was a little less comfortable. Okay. Niegwabiao waved his hand, signaling for everyone to be dismissed. He then led the way in front, leading Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue to the VIP room. Zhang Bing smiled and asked, Governor Nya, to be honest, what exactly is my cousin's level? This. Niegwabiao was a bit embarrassed and stammered. It's okay, just be honest, I'm just curious, after all, he does have a 211 undergraduate normal interviews should be no problem. Nieguobiao smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Zhang, it's like this, your cousin gives off the impression of being too pretentious, so I just interviewed him and directly reprimanded him before giving him a rejection. Chapter 80, Deliberate Difficulties. In response, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue also laughed somewhat awkwardly, and then signed the contract for the acquisition of the cement factory and left. The noon reception was very lively and you could tell. His own parents were also quite happy that Zhang Hu was able to successfully join the bank. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue sat aside after greeting their many relatives one by one. In the meantime, Zhang Hu took the initiative to come over to Toast and thanked him repeatedly. He remembered Nieguobiao's words clearly. He no longer dared to recklessly mock Zhang Bing as he did before, and his eyes were filled with gratitude and awe. After finishing the meal, Zhang Bing found a reason to leave early with Lin Hanyue. He didn't enjoy being in a boring bragging match with these relatives. Instead, he brought Lin Hanyue to the relevant department in Tianzhou City, ready to submit some materials for the transfer of the account. Looking inside the empty hall, several windows were empty. Zhang Bing a burst of displeasure, these people take the taxpayers' money, every day at work is blowing air conditioning, desertion, and then plus make things difficult for the people. Glancing around, Zhang Bing walked directly to the last window and said politely, Hello, I'm here to move my account. The window was staffed by a female in her 30s. Where are you transferring your account to? Have you read the tips posted on the window? Are the materials all ready? The woman did not have a good attitude and an impatient tone, making Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue feel a little uncomfortable. It's all prepared according to your requirements. Zhang Bing endured being unable to do so and handed in the prepared materials. The woman said faintly, Put it here, I'll look at it later. Zhang Bing instantly became a bit angry, looking at the woman still doing her nails, obviously not taking him seriously. Why does it have to wait a while? Isn't it your normal working hours? Hearing Zhang Bing say that, the woman also got angry and said, What's your hurry if I say wait a while? Do you believe me or not? I will immediately file a complaint against you. Although Zhang Bing was still young, he hadn't heard much about this kind of deliberately making things difficult and not putting the people at ease in general. Humph. Hearing Zhang Bing say that he wanted to complain, the woman then stopped doing her nails, extremely bored. Then flipping through the materials prepared by Zhang Bing, he deliberately found fault and said, Your handwriting is not clear, get it again. Zhang Bing could of course see that this woman was clearly looking for trouble on purpose. Where's the lack of clarity? It's written exactly as requested, and you're trying to pick a fight. The woman was also subdued by Zhang Bing's attitude and flipped through the materials once again. Seeing that Zhang Bing is going to transfer his account to Kyoto, in the Dragon Kingdom Kyoto account is not something you can settle if you want to, it is very noble. Seeing Zhang Bing's young age then he sarcastically said, Yo, still want to transfer your account to Kyoto, I advise you to die of this heart, don't waste everyone's time. This has nothing to do with you, just follow the process. Zhang Bing said in a cold voice. That's quite a temper. The woman deliberately flipped around to kill time. One moment they say the handwriting is not clear, the next they say there is a problem here and there, and they drag their feet and just won't do it. Why are you like this? Even if Lin Hanyue was well cultivated, she couldn't look away now. What do you mean, you're obviously deliberately picking a fight? The woman snorted coldly and said smugly, You're saying that I'm picking a fight as picking a fight, aren't you? This is my duty, of course I have to check carefully, understand? Okay. Zhang Bing suppressed his anger, knowing that the other party was trying to retaliate. I'd like to see how long you can check. He has a number in his heart, all of his information is prepared in accordance with the requirements, even if the other party eggs inside the bones, it is not good to pick. And the reason for allowing himself to transfer his account to Kyoto was to facilitate the tri-state student martial arts competition that was to take place shortly. It was Zhao Lao's intention to butt in through Li Tai. This little place in Tianzhou was deliberately making things difficult for himself, just looking for death. If a phone call came from Kyoto, wouldn't all the departments in Tianzhou have to pee all night long? It's just that there's really no need to use Kyoto's connections for such a trivial matter. This woman also deliberately barreled with Zhang Bing, looking through a large stack of information, deliberately checking one word at a time, one sentence at a time. Zhang Bing suppressed the anger in his heart and came to sit aside with Lin Hanyue. About 2 full hours passed before the woman finally finished reading the material. And then also made a point of marking down each piece of material, under each sentence, to mean that there was a problem. Well, there's nothing wrong with your material in general, but there are some minor issues that I've marked up for you, so please come back to me after you've made the changes. The woman was obviously counting the minutes and doing this on purpose. Faced with this kind of difficulty, Zhang Bing could no longer hold back. He snapped directly on the glass and said, "Looks like you're intentionally jamming me and making things difficult on purpose, right? Okay, you wait. How do you young people talk? I'm just following the process, and you see that I've even made a point of being responsible and pointing out every single problem to you." The woman had a sarcastic face and a very arrogant attitude. Zhang Bing was nonchalant and said angrily, "Damn, for someone like you to be able to enter the system is simply an insult to the system. Young man, don't talk this hard. What did I do to you? You have the ability to complain about me. You are not going to complain about me. I'll wait. Why are you like this?" Lin Hanyue also stepped forward to help. "Yo, see, you guys are still students, right? If you don't study hard, you fall in love early." The two sides quickly sprayed each other and got into an argument inside the office lobby. Soon, a security officer rushed over. "Security, this person is causing trouble, please kick them out." The woman instructed the security guard. The security guard came up and was about to invite Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue out. "Who told you guys you were here to make trouble?" The security guard works here, so of course he knows the pissiness of the office hall, but he doesn't want to offend these people. "Little brother, forget it, you really want to do things, just prepare a red envelope, so openly hard steel not only cannot do things, but also delay your time." The security guard was polite enough to warn on the side. Of course Zhang Bing knew about these operations, but he was unwilling to do so. The transfer of the household itself is a matter of routine for the relevant departments in Tianzhou, preparing the materials and confirming the seal and signature by the person himself. Mainly Kyoto side of the trouble, but the Kyoto side of the Li Tai, by Xiaochun personally arranged, is a sentence, did not expect to be stuck in their hometown Tianzhou. "Uncle Security, I've just made up my mind about this today, not only for myself, but for everyone else who comes to work in the future." Zhang Bing said, directly rushed to the office hall window, looked at the woman's work number, name. "You do not just have a little bit of power in your hand, so you are so reckless, deliberately making things difficult for us little people. Okay, you wait." "Ha." The woman was unimpressed, saying, "Feel free to complain, it's not like it's going to affect me." Chapter 81, Resignation or Dismissal. Zhang Bing hated to gnash his teeth, originally did not want to use the relationship of the Kyoto side because of this matter. But there was no way out now, so he had to walk to the side and dial by Xiaochun's number directly. Then he briefly talked about the situation he encountered in Tianzhou, and by Xiaochun's side was quite furious upon hearing about it. He said that Zhang Bing must not engage in those gifts, send red envelopes of crooked ways to promote the trend, he will immediately deal with. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Bing looked at the woman still doing nails, a face of indifference. "What can you do to me, evil attitude, really hate to directly rushed in to shake 2 slaps. The woman had also seen Zhang Bing calling just now and thought that Zhang Bing was complaining about himself. Usually, the most serious of such complaints is just a few words of private criticism from the leader, and it is enough to pay attention to it in the future. Therefore, it is useless for such old farts. 10 minutes, suddenly the office hall of the upstairs office, a large group of leaders looked like people hurriedly walked out. Look at the situation, as if something big had happened. The leader was a middle-aged man with a very flustered face who rushed directly inside the hall. "Which one is Zhang Bing?" "I am." Zhang Bing answered loudly. "Mr. Zhang, no, sorry, really sorry." The leader, Director Lin, was sweating profusely and hurriedly apologized to Zhang Bing. Just now, he received a call from Kyoto. Originally thought it was a fraudulent phone call, but look at that number, fraudsters do not dare to impersonate. As soon as he picked up, his whole legs were scared soft. It was the big man in Kyoto personally called, mentioning the matter of the office hall staff deliberately making things difficult. So Director Lin hurriedly called out to everyone in the entire department to run down en masse. And at that moment, the woman inside the window hadn't realized something was wrong when she saw that the biggest director had come to the hall with all the leaders. Didn't think about it in that way, but instead, I stopped getting my nails done. Nothing to be ashamed of, who are you serving here? I'm just here to do the small matter of transferring my account, enough to be given a hard time for 3 small matters. You're the biggest leader here, you see to it. Zhang Bing said irritably. You're right to criticize, we'll take care of it, right away. Director Lin had long been terrified. This was the first time he had received a call from a big shot in Kyoto, and it was very significant. Wang Wan, come out. Saying that, this Director Lin hurriedly rushed to the window with a group of people and shouted at Wang Wan, who was pretending. Director Lin, you're looking for me? Get out at once. Director Lin also hated to smack this woman to death immediately, stabbing a huge basket, and still acting as if nothing had happened, completely unaware of it. Wang Wan answered, then spared from the back. Looking at the angry Director Lin, Wang Wan thought that it was a matter of Zhang Bing's complaint just now. What are you doing? What are you doing when the people pay to keep you? Wang Wan defended, Director Lin, you are right to criticize, I will pay attention in the future. As he said that, he didn't forget to look at Zhang Bing. Asshole. Director Lin reprimanded, there's no later, either you voluntarily resign now, or we'll expel you. People like you corrupt the quality of our department. Hearing Director Lin's words, Wang Wan's face immediately changed in shock, and she instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. Director Lin don't isn't it just a complaint? That young man who told them to rush I'll handle it for him you give me a chance. Shut up. Director Lin's brain darkened into a line as he warned, if I don't receive your voluntary resignation report by this afternoon, there will be consequences. After saying that, Director Lin then looked at Zhang Bing and changed his attitude. Mr. Zhang, do you think it's okay to handle it this way? Zhang Bing snorted coldly and looked at Wang Wan, who was full of panic. There was no need to sympathize with this kind of person. I don't judge these things, I just hope you remember that you are serving the people and don't intentionally make things difficult for the public. Yes, you're right, Mr. Zhang. We will seriously rectify the situation and prevent this from happening again. Zhang Bing nodded his head. He was just a freshman student, it was all from his own point of view, and he didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the relevant departments. Then he handed Director Lin that document for transferring the household registration. After receiving it, Director Lin didn't even look at it and immediately ran in personally to operate the stamp. In less than a few minutes, he ran not over with a smile and handed the stamped materials to Zhang Bing with both hands, saying, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, it's our dereliction of duty that delayed your time, we will definitely correct it. Zhang Bing received the materials and didn't want to stay longer, so he took Lin Hanyue and quickly left the office hall. Day 2, morning. Zhang Bing and Zhang Qingyun, Li Xiu said, their own things formalities have been completed, intends to depart back to the capital to go. The couple gave 1,000 instructions and even forced a little bit of money to Lin Hanyue. Seeing all of this, Zhang Bing's heart felt bad. He gestured for Lin Hanyue to accept it, after all, it was a local custom. After saying goodbye to their parents, the two of them made their way to Tianzhou station. In the meantime, Zhang Bing once again made a special call to Zhou Dabiao and Niegua Biao, instructing the two of them that they must use suitable reasons and excuses to take care of their parents more. The two of them, then, took the high-speed train to Huangzhou next door, intending to find Wang Wolin. Don't you realize that Wolin actually likes you? Lin Hanyue looked at Zhang Bing and suddenly asked. Zhang Bing laughed and shook his head, pretending to say, no way? You're so good at pretending, humph. Lin Hanyue was a bit dissatisfied and pinched Zhang Bing. Before, she was jealous in her heart and a little worried at the same time. After all, Zhang Bing is so rich, young, atmospheric, and has strength behind him, which woman would not love it? I'm also a lot more open-minded in the back. It's better to block than to block. Moreover, he had followed him to Tianzhou this time, met his parents, and his status name was fully established. I really don't know, even if she likes me, it's useless, that's her business, I have you and that's enough. Zhang Bing laughed. Hearing this, Lin Hanyue's heart was as sweet as honey. Of course, she didn't know that this was just Zhang Bing secretly using his mind-reading technique, reading her thoughts and saying love words based on what she had in mind. Actually, Wang Wolin is quite difficult, although she didn't tell us about it, I overheard it once. She has a gambling dad, a sick mom, a younger brother who goes to school, a broken home, and she earns her own college tuition by working part-time and calling home all of it, every penny of it. Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Lin Hanyue was instantly surprised and flooded with sympathy. I didn't realize that Wakabayashi was so unforgiving, hey. Yeah, that's why I'm giving her 5% dry shares in the hotel, hoping it'll help her. Chapter 82, Wang Yuplin's Troubles. Huangzhou Prefecture level city centered around Huangshan Mountains in South Anhui. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue bought quite a few gifts and didn't notify Wang Wolin in advance, but instead directly followed the address to find them. Even though Wang Wolin was previously satirized for selling her house as a bus, Zhang Bing used his mind-reading technique to understand it. Finding out that sometimes rumors really do kill people, Renee Wang though did look at houses with quite a few male clients when she was selling them and was mooching and taking advantage of them. But never had sex with anyone, but did have sex with myself. And this woman, soft on the outside and tough on the inside, hides a lot of grievances and things in her heart and never complains to anyone. In that respect, it's still admirable. Following the address, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue stopped a car and arrived at a dilapidated residential building. Roland, always living in a place like this? Lin Hanyue felt a bit surprised and said, it's even worse than the environment of our home. Zhang Bing was also a bit surprised, but on second thought it was reasonable. Wang Roland, no matter how capable, is always a student, and also bought a car, coupled with the fact that she likes to dress up, and spends a lot of money every month. It is indeed highly probable that the father is a good gambler, the mother is sick, and the brother is in school. Damn it, get me $200,000 or I'll break your legs. No money, if you gamble again, my brother and I will never recognize you again. What did you say? Lousy raised you so well, you white-eyed wolf. When they reached a square doorway, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue heard quarreling sounds coming from inside. Upon careful listening, it was none other than Wang Wolin's voice. Are we going in? Lin Hanyue asked rather awkwardly. Zhang Bing also felt a little embarrassed, not expecting to run into Wang Wolin and his father arguing just after he arrived. Get out of here, damn it, if I don't get my $20,000 today, I'll break your legs. Wang Guoqing, you, get out of here, you don't bully Roland, you're not a person, not a man at all. Stinking woman, get lost, if it wasn't for your treatment, I'd be broke. Asshole, don't hit my mom, don't. The house was synchronized with the sounds of dishes, breaking, and things hitting the floor. Zhang Bing couldn't listen to some of this anymore, and handed Lin Hanyue her things, directly kicking the door open and rushing in. Stop! Zhang Bing yelled, subduing his father who was beating up Wang Wolin's mother. Wang Wolin was currently doing her best to protect a wicked middle-aged woman with a wrinkled face who was weak at first glance. Seeing Zhang Bing suddenly appear and kick in the door, he froze for a moment. Who the are you? Wang Ruo's father, Wang Guoqing, had a big beer belly and a bearded face, the look of a gambler. Rushing up, he loudly scolded Zhang Bing, and there were signs that he was going to make a move. Stop! Wang Wolin hurriedly stood up and ran over to block the front, angrily saying, this is our company's Mr. Zhang, if you touch him with, you'll be finished. Wang Wolin knew the importance of lightness. What kind of person was Zhang Bing? That was an existence that even the richest man in Kyoto could not afford to mess with. If this gambling father of his really beat up Zhang Bing, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, Lin Hanyue also walked in carrying a large pile of expensive gifts and looked at the damp, cluttered environment inside the house. It was really hard for her to imagine that Wang Wolin's family, which seemed to be generous and highly emotional, was actually in this kind of environment. Shame on a grown man who beats his wife and scolds his daughter at home. Stinky girl, what did you say? Wang Guoqing glanced at Lin Hanyue, feeling shocked out of manly instinct that there was actually such a great beauty. Don't you fool around. Wang Wolin stood in the center and said, this is my classmate. Zhang Bing was also afraid that this kind of gambler would suddenly go on a rampage, and he was also prepared for it. Humph. Wang Guoqing sized up Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue, then said with a smirk, to be the boss at such a young age, you should be rich. You just kicked in my door and you're going to pay for it. You, shameless. Wang Wolin was going crazy with anger. She works part-time in Kyoto and sells her body for what? It's not about earning tuition for myself, while treating my sick mom, my younger brother who's in school, and worst of all, this gambling father. Part-time jobs are bottomless pits, and I've asked for at least $1 million over the years for various reasons of bullying, back and forth. But it's still a bottomless pit, and while she did make some money from the sale of the house, she doesn't have much left beyond what she spends on herself. Where else can you take out $200,000 and give it to a gambling father to gamble? Mr. Zhang, Hanyue, don't bother with this kind of lunatic. Wang Wolin was ashamed and did not want Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue to know about her family's situation. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Bing had already understood everything through his mind-reading technique. You want money, don't you? How much do you want? Zhang Bing didn't mind, after all, the last thing he lacked was money. Give me $200,000 and my daughter is all yours. Wang Guoqing's eyes were glowing, and he had lost his heart. You, shameless, you don't deserve to be a father at all. Wang Wolin cursed. Even her sick mom couldn't help but struggle out of bed, but was obviously having trouble getting around. You guys shut up, anyway, today you oughta give me $200,000 whatever you want, but if you don't, we'll see. Wang Guoqing had a rogue stance. $200,000 is a small amount. Without saying anything, Zhang Bing directly pulled out his cell phone. Mr. Zhang, don't give it to him. If you give it to him, he'll go gambling right away. Wang Ruolin immediately stopped it. Get lost. Wang Guoqing directly rushed over and kicked towards Wang Ruolin. Ruolin. Lin Hanyue hurriedly held her back, furious to the core, never having seen her own father treat his daughter like this. Zhang Bing frowned. He was not in a good position to make a move against Wang Guoqing, but he couldn't help but say angrily, if you dare to scold your schoolmate and your wife again, I won't give you a dime. The main thing is that if you give me money, I will listen to you and everything. Wang Guoqing saw the money and didn't care that much. Zhang Bing sighed, then gestured for Wang Guoqing's cell phone to come out and scan the code. He didn't nag, and directly transferred $200,000 in 4 installments. Watching the money arrive, Wang Guoqing was happy and said, boss atmosphere, get rich. Then while talking, he walked out. Mr. Zhang, let me return it to you, Wang Ruolin sighed. No need. Zhang Bing shook his head and said, I'll help you solve these things, don't worry. Just now, he had quietly used his mind-reading technique and was informed of Wang Guoqing's mental thoughts. Although Wang Guoqing is a gambler and has lost his heart, he used to be a good husband and father. It's only by design, by making a game, which is so deep in the gambling game that it's impossible to get out of it. Child, you shouldn't have given him money just now. At this time Wang Ruolin's mother said as she lay trembling on the bed. Mom. Wang Ruolin hurriedly ran over to help and introduced, it's just my boss, Mr. Zhang, and my classmate, Hanyue. Hello, Mr. Zhang, Hanyue, you guys please have a seat. Ruolin, you quickly greet Mr. Zhang and Hanyue, don't worry about me. Zhou Shanglian is very sick, but can be seen as a kind, traditional woman. Auntie, there's no need to be polite. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue said. Wang Ruolin looked at the broken home, slightly valuable things were sold by Wang Guoqing early, it is really a family, a face of embarrassment. Mr. Zhang, Hanyue is sorry to make you laugh. Ruolin, it's really not easy for you. Lin Hanyue was very kind-hearted and comforted. Wang Guoqing, get your ass out here and pay back the money. Want to hide? Can you hide? At that moment, there was a shouting and cursing sound from outside the house. Chapter 83 The Lone Sharks. As soon as she heard the voice coming from outside, Zhou Shanglian revealed a horrified expression. Ruolin, take Hanyue and hide, quick. And before Zhou Shanglian could finish her sentence, a flower-armed man rushed in with a few big and thick social figures. Seeing this group of people, Zhou Shanglian's entire body was bad. Yo, it's all here, there's quite a crowd. Huh, and 2 such pretty chicks. The flower-armed man at the head of the group is called Black Panther, a famous socialite in Huangzhou who specializes in loan sharking and stacking horses in casinos. Blessed with his brother-in-law being some big shot in Huangzhou, Black Panther is simply lawless. Zhang Bing directly used his mind-reading technique to see through Black Panther's mind. This person is here to collect the debt, and Wang Guoqing was set up by him to cause him to be like this now. The principal was only borrowed for $50,000 back then, and now it's rolled over to $2 million, in 3 months. However, after seeing Wang Ruolin and Lin Hanyue, the Black Panther had a whole lot of crooked thoughts, which made Zhang Bing instantly furious. Boss Black Panther, we don't owe you any money, the person you're looking for is Wang Guoqing, he just took $200,000 out, he should have gone to the casino, you go find him. Zhou Shanglian obviously already knew the Black Panther gang well and said directly. Damn, this dog scumbag, money actually does not pay back, later on I have to unload one of his legs to be able to do so. Black Panther cursed and ordered to the men around him. Wang Guoqing is your husband, and since he won't pay it back, you will. Of course, today my brother is in a good mood, what is the relationship between these 2 chicks and your Wang family? Zhou Shanglian turned very emotional when she heard Black Panther say that. He had just told Wang Ruolin and Lin Hanyue to hurry and hide because he was afraid of this. Boss Panther, don't mess around, please don't hurt my daughter and her classmates. You want money, you go to Wang Guoqing. As soon as Black Panther heard this, the corners of his mouth instantly revealed evil thoughts, his eyes looking straight at Wang Ruolin and Lin Hanyue. Both of them were stunningly beautiful women, especially that figure, which was simply the best on earth. So it's Wang Guoqing's daughter, she's so pretty. Chick, play with the big man, I can waive a bit of your father's debt at my discretion, otherwise I'll have to kill your father later. Disgusting. Wang Ruolin angrily rebuked. The Black Panther was not angry, and strutted over, saying, yo, the temper is quite big, brother likes it. What? Father's debt and son's debt, heaven and earth. You have to think clearly, serve brother well, not only forgive your father's debt, follow me also eat fragrant and drink spicy. Panther said as he walked over to get his hands dirty. Zhou Shanglian lay desperately struggling on the bed, praying that the Black Panther would not hurt her daughter. Bah, how shameless. Lin Hanyue was undaunted and rebuked loudly. Black Panther looked at Lin Hanyue and said, "Beauty, make a friend, my name is Black Panther, Huangzhou just report my name." Disgusting, nasty. Lin Hanyue said angrily. And Black Panther's group of people had long been looking straight in the eyes, this level of beauty was really the first time they had seen it. They're all quite temperamental, looks like we didn't come here for nothing today, ha ha ha. Black Panther said, ignoring Zhang Bing the entire time, and was about to order his men to take Lin Hanyue and Wang Wolin away. What the hell do you want? Zhang Bing had been completely unable to hold back, and after reading the mind of Black Panther's group, he was furious and abnormal. It is not too much to describe this group of people as unscrupulous and evil, and death by 1,000 cuts is light. And who are you, boy? I am your father. Zhang Bing clenched his fists and angrily rebuked. You seek death. Kid, you dare to scold my boss. Black Panther's minions immediately caught fire and fiercely surrounded him. Zhang Bing sneered, and for the first time, he felt that the ancient martial arts gifted by the system was really used to play a useful role. You bunch of scum, not only set up a scheme to victimize Ruo Lin's father, $50,000 of capital, 2 months rolled out $2 million, grass, go straight to the robbery. Zhang Bing looked at the Black Panther and directly told the other party what was on his mind. When Black Panther and the others heard this, they were not surprised and guessed that it was probably Wang Guiqing who had said it. However, Wang Wolin, Zhou Shanglian was very surprised, did not expect Wang Guiqing was actually set up to be framed. Scum, harming our family like this, I'm not finished with you. Wang Wolin cursed angrily. Zhang Bing gave Wang Wolin a wink, signaling her to calm down. These guys have blood on their hands, they're tough guys, and they do have connections behind them. I'll carry Wang Guiqing's debt for him, you social scum, you'd better get out now immediately, or I'll make sure you regret it later. Zhang Bing's sense of justice was overwhelming at this moment, squeezing his fists, the muscular bones on his body made a crackling sound. Boy, you've got a big mouth, who are you? Black Panther didn't immediately get angry, but looked at Zhang Bing with disdain, seeing that Zhang Bing was young, and with Wang Wolin, Lin Hanyue was obviously still a student. $2 million is not a small amount, it is considered very rich in this part of Huangzhou. Who do you care who I am? $50,000 principal, take it or leave it. Zhang Bing also does not talk nonsense, although he has a lot of money, but $50,000 rolled over to $3 million in 2 months, he would rather donate it than cheapen this group of unmitigated social people. You're with me, aren't you? As soon as Black Panther heard Zhang Bing's words, he immediately became enraged, a ferocious look appearing inside his eyes. Boss Black Panther, don't mess around, Boss Zhang has nothing to do with these matters. Please, there is a right to be wronged, the money is owed by Wang Guiqing, will you go to him for it? Although Zhou Shanglian was afraid herself, she was very kind and did not want to involve Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue, as well as Wang Wolin. Shut the up. Black Panther yelled, staring at Zhang Bing. Kid, you don't have a lot of guts, you dare to tease old me, you can. But this girlfriend of yours is nice, have some fun with me and I'll consider letting you off the hook. As he spoke, Black Panther gave his men a wink and was about to make his move. Play Nima. Zhang Bing cursed and made a direct move. Ancient martial arts unfolded as he directly kicked over a burly man, then smoothly grabbed Black Panther, who hadn't reacted yet, with one hand. With one hand on its throat, it went straight up and threw down 2 slaps. You, how dare you hit me? Get me on, waste this little Let go of our boss, let go at once. Black Panther really didn't expect that he would be directly beaten by a student without the ability to fight back, and in a violent rage, he directly yelled at his men. Zhang Bing sneered, pinching the Black Panther's throat with one hand, as long as he casually exerted force, he could easily pinch the Black Panther to death. Facing these few strong men who rushed over, he flashed his body and mind, and slammed his other hand down with a punch. The speed of the punches was so fast that normal people's eyes couldn't see, directly blowing these few strong men who rushed over one by one, directly falling on the ground, covering their chests and spitting out blood, unable to get up all of a sudden. This exaggerated scene stunned even Zhou Shanglian on the hospital bed. Panther was dumbfounded and gulped furiously. After resolving these people in 3 moves, Zhang Bing stared at Black Panther with a cold smile. I know exactly what's in your mind, you think I don't dare to touch you, don't you? I'll try moving you today. Chapter 84 Super Strength. After saying that, Zhang Bing was unceremonious and directly slapped the Black Panther violently. For popping sound. The inside of the room was filled with the sound of crisp slaps, and the screams of the Black Panther, and insults. I'd like to see how tough your mouth is, you social big brother. Zhang Bing did not stop and directly swelled both sides of the Black Panther's face and slapped out several teeth. The Black Panther was finally honest, with murderous intent in his eyes, but no longer dared to scream insults. Zhang Bing laughed coldly as he utilized his mind-reading technique to know Black Panther's mind clearly. The other party had been thinking in his mind that he was going to remove his legs later, and that he was going to toy with Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland. His thoughts were very evil and dirty. This was something he could never endure, and the other party was indeed full of evil. Even if he got killed directly, it would be considered to do justice for heaven. I know you're not convinced, I can give you the chance to touch strength. Zhang Bing pinched the Black Panther's throat, and with a fierce force, he actually lifted it up with one hand. This scene once again scared the piss out of the crowd. But remember this clearly, if you dare to extort and intimidate Wang Guoqing again, bully Auntie Zhou, and dare to hit on school sister and Hanyue, I will definitely waste you with my own hands. After saying that, Zhang Bing directly threw the strong Black Panther directly out of the house with a single hand. A few of his men had long since turned white with fear, they had never seen such a fierce man before. Get out! Zhang Bing let out a roar. These people immediately helped each other and ran out together, picking up the Black Panther who had fallen to the ground, and ran out in a flurry of effort. Mr. Zhang, thank you, I've really caused you trouble. Wang Roland said gratefully. Zhou Shanglian also slowed down from her shock, not realizing that her daughter's boss was so young and had such strong hands. Boss Shang, I really don't know how to thank you. Auntie Zhou, no need to be polite, I'm also an alumnus of Roland's school, we should be, besides that group of people are all social scum. Lin Hanyue's eyes were already full of little stars at this moment, and Zhang Bing secretly cast his mind-reading technique to read Wang Roland and Lin Hanyue's thoughts at this moment. Lin Hanyue was filled with her own majestic presence, and Wang Roland was also incredibly adoring of herself at this time, itching to immediately jump up and have a passionate kiss with herself. He smiled, then looked at Zhou Xianglian's condition. Auntie Zhou, I know a little bit about medicine, in your case, maybe I can help you relieve yourself, and then find a good doctor, I should be able to cure it no problem. When Zhou Shanglian heard this, she was even more surprised. Zhang Bing didn't hesitate for anything, he knew that Zhou Shanglian's condition wasn't incurable, but the cost wasn't low. This money Wang Roland can take it, and has taken it several times, but it has been robbed by Wang Guoqing's heartlessness in various ways. He walked directly next to Zhou Shanglian, and according to the ancient medical techniques sent by the system, his fingers rotated, and then nodded down towards the acupoints on Zhou Shanglian's body. An operation that runs on water, in just under 10 minutes. Zhou Xianglian's color was getting better at a rate visible to the naked eye, and she could directly get off the ground. This caused Lin Hanyue, Wang Roland, and Zhou Shanglian to be stunned. Mr. Zhang. Wang Roland's eyes were red and she really didn't know how to thank Zhang Bing. Zhou Shanglian did the same, she had been half lying in bed for a long time, this was the first time she had gotten out of bed. Boss Shang, great kindness, I'll do you a favor. With that, Zhou Shanglian was about to kneel down and thank her. Auntie Zhou, don't ever. Zhang Bing immediately moved forward to stop it, saying, Auntie, I'm just easing your situation, specifically you still need to go to the hospital for a while. Hearing this, Zhou Shanglian's face flashed with helplessness once. Zhang Bing knew the exact reason, he looked at Wang Roland, then said, Senior sister, it just so happens that both Hanyue and I are here, let's send Auntie to the hospital together, don't worry about the funds. Wang Roland looked at Zhang Bing with incomparable gratitude, if at first, she just wanted to hang on to Zhang Bing, a rich man. Now, then, she really poured her heart out completely, even if she was willing to be a lover to Zhang Bing for the rest of her life. In Huangzhou First Hospital, Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Roland persuaded the three of them to bring Zhou Shanglian over. The three of them acted separately and soon helped Zhou Shanglian get a private ward, though it didn't cost much. But this point ago was not urgent enough for Zhang Bing to get an hour's worth of bank interest. After settling Zhou Shanglian down, Zhang Bing knew that it was time to go and deal with the Black Panthers group once and for all. He'd read the other side's mind before letting the Panther go, and knew they'd launch a retaliatory action. The most direct way to treat this kind of ruthless character was to do it once and for all, using absolute strength to crush the other party and make them feel despair. And he also read that Black Panther would tell his men to clean up Wang Guoqing ruthlessly, but not to actually remove Wang Guoqing's legs. Because if you really unload it, the debt won't be paid, but but a brutal beating will be inevitable. Zhang Bing does not object to this, although Wang Guqing was set up, but it is also true that scum, not a man, and it is good to be repaired to learn a lesson. Sure enough, Wang Roland hurriedly walked out from inside the hospital room. Mr. Zhang, something happened to my dad, he was caught by the Black Panther's men at the casino. Although Wang Roland hated Wang Guqing very much, but after all, he was her own father, so she was still worried. Zhang Bing nodded and said, "Don't worry, your father's life won't be in danger and he won't be missing an arm or a leg, but a severe beating will definitely be inevitable." Hearing this, Wang Roland suddenly let go of her heart. Her thoughts were in line with Zhang Bing's. It was indeed time to let her father experience a painful lesson. In the past few years, she's beaten back almost all the money she's made, except for packaging herself. As a result, even the money for his mom's treatment to go to the hospital was gambled away, and the slightly more valuable things in the house that should be sold were also sold. And she had already helped Wang Guqing pay off a lot of her gambling debts, not realizing that she still owed the whole 3 million. Then I don't care about him, deserves it. Wang Roland said angrily. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue looked at each other and smiled, then said, "Your father could care less, but the $50,000 gambling debt rolled over into $3 million in interest, including the Black Panthers group of people still needs to be dealt with. Otherwise they'll definitely get back at your mom when we get back to Kyoto Art School." What Zhang Bing said was exactly what Wang Roland was worried about. The Black Panther group of people could do anything and were inhumane. Let's go to the casino and take a look, and settle these matters once and for all. Zhang Bing laughed. At this moment, inside an underground casino in Huangzhou, Wang Guqing, not surprisingly, had lost the 200,000 he had just been given and was being held by Black Panther with his men. Since he had just been brutally beaten by Zhang Bing at his home, Black Panther was worried that he had nowhere to take his anger. So he ordered his men to directly hold Wang Guqing down and punch and kick him. Wang Guqing, who was beaten, begged for mercy and said he would pay back the money. "Don't fight, please don't fight, boss, I'll pay back, I'll pay back." Wang Guqing knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Damn, took $200,000 and didn't pay it back, give me a hard beating." Black Panther touched his swollen face, thinking of the image of being wildly whipped by Zhang Bing, his anger flared up. But as soon as he got to the two beauties, Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland, an evil fire grew in his heart. "Wang Guqing, now I'll give you a way out, let your daughter and your daughter's classmates play with me, and I can give you a wide berth. Or else it's your choice whether to remove your legs or your arms today." Chapter 85 Sweeping the Scene. "Don't, boss, have a conversation. Don't, I promise to pay you back, I will." Wang Guqing was frightened and begged for forgiveness. "Rubbish, $3 million with interest, can you pay it back, you punk? I told you to use your daughter to cover your debt, know what I mean?" Black Panther's face was greedy, and at this point, he already had an idea. His backstage is none other than a big shot in Huangzhou and his brother-in-law. Like Lin Hanyue, Wang Roland, this kind of stunning beauty, if it can become his woman, he played himself, took out to those big brothers to play. This will be another step up for his future development in Huangzhou. Don't, boss, my daughter's boss named Zhang is very rich, that $200,000 is what he gave me." "Shut up." Black Panther kicked down and said angrily, "I don't lack money, but your daughter and her classmates are really good. In this case, credit your daughter to Lao Zi, and all 3 million will be waived." As soon as he heard these words, Wang Guqing, who originally still had a trace of conscience, was all but extinguished. And just then, Zhang Bing brought Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland to the casino as well. Although it was an underground casino, Zhang Bing had read the mind of the Black Panther, so it was light and straightforward. The trio had just entered the casino when Black Panther's minions recognized them and were the first to rush in to report. "Boss, that kid just came with those two beauties." When Panther heard this, he stood up as if he had been beaten. "Well, how dare you, yes." He then waved his hand and commanded, "Notify all the brothers to take a shortcut, the male ones are wasted, and the two females are all damn careful, don't ever bruise them." Soon, Black Panther rushed out from the room inside with a large group of men in a furious manner. Zhang Bing was currently in the lobby with Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland. This casino was not luxurious, but the gambling ghost was really not small. Yellow, gambling and drugs. Yellow is fine, gambling and drugs are too harmful. The best example of this is Wang Guqing, whose life is nullified if it is light, or whose family is destroyed if it is heavy. Seeing the Black Panther rushing over with a large group, Zhang Bing did not panic at all. With the ancient martial arts he had mastered, dealing with this group was a breeze. Since he dared to bring two women with him, he was completely sure. The half-beaten Wang Wuqing was also dragged out. Seeing Wang Wuqing's miserable state, Wang Wolin sighed. Rubbish, you don't have a lot of guts, I was just about to look for you, and you still dare to come to my door. Black Panther gritted his teeth and stood behind the crowd. When he was at Wang Wolin's house, he had personally experienced Zhang Bing's skill, so he was more cautious this time. Zhang Bing sneered, then jumped directly onto the gambling table and yelled, "Everyone get out immediately." Many of the gamblers were confused, looking at Zhang Bing and then at the group of Boss Black Panther. It was all instantly understood, so all of these gamblers stopped and retreated towards the door. You dare to beat up Lao Zi, and you dare to come to the door to smash the venue. If I let you walk out standing today, Lao Zi Black Panther has been mixing for so many years for nothing. Black Panther roared, then with a wave of his hand, a group of henchmen immediately rushed forward. Zhang Bing didn't panic and jumped down from the gambling table, blocking Lin Hanyue and Wang Wolin from afar. The big one then held the heavy gambling table with one hand and violently lifted it. The table, which was at least close to $1,000, was flipped right over and flung down towards the group of thugs that rushed over. It was a scene that could only be seen on television, and everyone was stunned. In an instant, the gambling table directly slammed the dozen or so people who rushed over onto the ground, crushing them. Where had the group of fighters ever seen such a scene? They were all screaming in terror at the same time. Zhang Bing took a step forward and stepped on the gambling table, which was pressed with more than a dozen beaters underneath it. Panther gulped, realizing the carelessness. I didn't expect Zhang Bing to be so fierce, toppling a 1,000-pound gambling table with one hand. This was too exaggerated. Black Panther, right? I'm giving you two choices now. The first is to clean up your act, close the casino, write off all gambling debts with Wang Wuqing, and be a good human being. Second, I want you to regret being a human being for the rest of your life, and go in there and step on the sewing machine until you're old. Although Black Panther was afraid of Zhang Bing's terrifying power, he was not afraid of it. He is a person with a backstage, and his brother-in-law can be considered a powerful person in Huangzhou, otherwise how would he dare to open a casino? You have guts, Black Panther, admire that. But with one call from me, you're useless even if you're powerful and strong. Panther took a few steps back, intimidated. Yes? Zhang Bing knew that Black Panther was starting to invite relationships. If one were to talk about relationships, not to mention Black Panther, even in the whole of Shangnan, even in Kyoto, there were not many people who could compare with himself. Alright, today I want you to die with a clear understanding. Go ahead and call the backer behind you, I'll be waiting. Zhang Bing stepped on the gambling table and said in a cold voice. Panther didn't hold back, and started making calls right away. While Wang Wuqing's face turned purple with fear at this moment, he hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Boss Black Panther, this has nothing to do with me, it really doesn't have anything to do with me. Dad, you're a disgrace. When Wang Wolin saw her father in this state, there was no heartache, only revulsion. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue also felt helpless. There were some things, some words that the two of them were outsiders, it was really not good to say or do. Stinky girl, shut up. Just now, Boss Black Panther said that as long as you guys accompany him, all my gambling debts will be forgiven, it's all your boss's fault. Wang Wuqing grumbled a reprimand. Wang Wolin gasped and tightly clenched her fists, angrily scolded, is there a father like you under the sky? What do you know? Wang Wuqing yelled, one call from Lord Panther and your boss is dead, what's the use of being able to fight? Who in Huangzhou doesn't know about Boss Panther's connections, what do you guys know? At this time, many gamblers also gathered at the entrance to watch the fun. Black Panther's background on the road does have a lot of people know, so this underground casino has been open for many years, waving through the city, has been peaceful. Zhang Bing, a young man who looked like he was just under 20 years old, dared to bring two beautiful women to directly sweep the field. Although Zhang Bing had just overturned the gambling table with one hand in a fierce mess indeed, he was nothing in front of the power of the big brother. All the big man needs is a phone call and a word, the charges are randomly planted and the sewing machine stomps on smoke. Black Panther had also finished his phone call at this time, and he looked at Zhang Bing vigilantly, fearing that Zhang Bing would directly rush over and make a move. Just you wait, someone will be here soon to clean you up. You're a good fighter, aren't you? You want me to spend the rest of my life on a sewing machine, don't you? Zhang Bing sneered, not caring at all. It's just a little bit of a sigh. Originally, I was just going home to do an account transfer, but I ran into this kind of thing one after another. He really didn't much want to be far south and have to seek help from Secretary Whiteside. Although he could completely ignore Black Panther with his own strength, it would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. The best way to cure the root cause is to make the other side feel desperate and feel what crushing is. Very well, I'd like to see it. Chapter 86, Minor Characters. How crazy you are now, how miserable I want you to be later. After making the call for help, the Panthers bottomed out. He just didn't believe that Zhang Bing looked less than 20 years old at most, and although his strength was a bit outrageous, it was impossible for him to be able to touch base with himself by spelling out his relationship. Zhang Bing laughed coldly and didn't care. Many people inside the casino followed suit, mocking Zhang Bing for being newborn and really not knowing how to die. After about 10 or so minutes had passed, sure enough, a group of people from the patrol bureau came outside the casino and quickly surrounded the casino all around. Seeing that the inspector's office was coming, the Black Panther didn't panic at all. This underground casino is not a secret, the people of the patrol bureau know everything, just generally do not go too far, they also turn a blind eye. Besides, they couldn't afford to mess with Black Panther's brother-in-law behind the scenes. Team Shaw. Seeing the men from the patrol bureau rushing in, Panther finally sighed in relief and familiarly took the initiative to greet the leader. The leader, Xiao Han, is considered a big shot in Huangzhou, and is privately known as a brother to Black Panther. Panther, what's going on? Xiao Han glanced at the environment inside the casino, although it wasn't that obvious, there were still quite a few chips scattered on the floor, especially since there were still quite a few gamblers watching the show around. Xiao right, I just do some serious business, and this kid came to cause trouble and injured so many of our brothers. Black Panther backtracked and pointed the spearhead directly at Zhang Bing. Xiao Han glanced at the young Zhang Bing and saw that Zhang Bing had his feet on a gambling table with a large group of Black Panther's minions pressed underneath. This caused Xiao Han to be dumbstruck as well, feeling incredulous. Young man, are you the one making trouble? Xiao Han looked at Zhang Bing and inquired. Zhang Bing let out a cold snort before he stepped down from the top of the gambling table, and then with a casual grab, he lifted the gambling table that weighed more than 1,000 pounds one-handedly, letting the juniors that were pressed underneath breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it is highly likely that people will be killed over time. What do you mean by making a scene? Zhang Bing pointed his finger at Black Panther and the others and snapped, this group of people open casinos, set up schemes to trap people, and are full of evil, so I'm just here to do justice for heaven. Seeing that just now Zhang Bing was able to lift up 1,000 kilograms of gambling table with his hands, Xiao Han's group of patrol members were also shocked beyond words, how powerful this had to be. But shocked as they were, they had guns in their hands and natural justice. Even a dragon must be coiled, and a tiger must lie down. You're not very old, but you sound quite mad, it's your turn to take the place of heaven? Come with us and go back and take a statement. Xiao Han had a displeased look on his face as he directly ordered. What gives you the right to arrest us? Lin Hanyue did not slow down and stood out, saying, isn't it illegal to open casinos and loan sharks? Shouldn't they be the ones to arrest? Xiao Han glanced at Lin Hanyue and was instantly astonished, as the captain of the patrol bureau, this was the first time he had seen such a superb beauty. Little sister, things can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately, understand? You have to speak with evidence, you say they are running a casino and loan sharking, do you have any evidence? Oof. Lin Hanyue said in dissatisfaction, this place is full of chips, the gambling tables, and all these gamblers, aren't they all evidence? That Mr. Wang just borrowed $50,000 and rolled it up to $3 million in 2 months, is there such a thing under the sky? Hearing Lin Hanyue say this, the Black Panther immediately pointed his finger aggressively and threatened, stinky girl, don't you dare slander my Black Panther's reputation there. This is just a group of friends playing at my place, not gambling. As for your claim that I borrowed $50,000 from this punk Wang Wuqing and rolled it up to $3 million in 3 months, ask Wang Wuqing if that's what happened. Saying that, Black Panther glanced at the gamblers gathered around him, as well as Wang Wuqing beside him, with a suggestive warning in his eyes. These gamblers were all regulars here now, and of course they all knew the strength and background of the Black Panther. Xiao Han with the patrol bureau of the people but also a walk, and from Xiao Han's attitude tone, anyone can see, clearly is biased in favor of the Black Panther. Team Xiao, this kid is babbling with this beauty. We're all friends of Brother Panthers, coming over to party and have some fun. Yes, it would be funny to say that we gamble, if we really gamble, would we dare to stand here and watch the show when we see your patrolman coming? A crowd of gamblers in 2s and 3s began to speak in favor of the Panther. And Wang Wuqing was even more direct, jumping out and accusing, Team Xiao, no such thing, absolutely no such thing. Brother Black Panther is a good person, how could he be a loan shark? Hearing that the Black Panther was said to be a good person, Xiao Han couldn't even help but smile. But the surface work still had to be done, only to see him pretending to look at Wang Guiqing and asked, "Your name is Wang Guiqing, right? What's with this injury on your body?" "Team Xiao, I accidentally dropped this myself." "Team Xiao, you don't want a wrong brother Panther, this boss surnamed Zhang and my daughter, and that girl, they are all students who don't know any better and are talking nonsense here." "Alright, I'll handle this impartially myself." Xiao Han nodded and turned to Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Ruo. "All three of you have heard and seen, what is there to say now?" Lin Hanyue and Wang Wolin, both of whom were always girls, really couldn't be angry with this kind of right and wrong, black and white situation. The plaintiffs now continue to argue their case, but are prevented from doing so by the ZAO. Zhang Bing had long used his mind-reading technique to understand Black Panther's background, and what was happening now was normal. He wasn't afraid and said disdainfully, "It seems that you guys collude deeply and don't distinguish between right and wrong. It's fine, not bad." "What did you say, kid?" Xiao Han heard Zhang Bing's sarcasm and directly warned, "Just based on your words, I can directly detain you, understand?" "I'm so scared." Zhang Bing was unimpressed. "Small, in front of Team Xiao you still dare to be so arrogant, you are very capable of fighting, right? Move and try." With Xiao Han's group of inspectors present, the Black Panther was as wild as he wanted to be. "Team Xiao, this kid is relying on the fact that he has two boys, as you can see, he smashed my venue and injured so many of my brothers, he must be severely dealt with." Xiao Han nodded and then rushed his men to start arresting Zhang Bing. "What do you want? Is there any law in your eyes?" Lin Hanyue and Wang Wolin both stood out and angrily rebuked Xiao Han's group of inspectors. "Hanyue, senior sister, don't bother with them." Zhang Bing's chest was ready, he knew very well that Xiao Han was just a small person. The real evil afterlife behind Black Panther is his brother-in-law. It was necessary to hold his brother-in-law in place in order to completely deter the Black Panther group. "I'd like to see today if there's any black and white right and wrong left in this world." Xiao Han laughed coldly, seeing that Zhang Bing was just a student and his ideas were too childish. He said disdainfully, "Kid, what do you have to say until you get to our patrol bureau? Now be honest and take a trip with us." Just at that moment, however, a small car suddenly arrived outside the casino. From the minivan quickly rushed down several middle-aged men accompanied by an old man. Chapter 87. This is a miracle, doctor. Stop. The old man's voice was loud and clear, and he could tell that his status was not ordinary. Accompanied by a few middle-aged men, the old man walked directly into the casino. Black Panther, Xiao Han and the others did not recognize the old man, but looking at this old man's extraordinary temperament, and accompanied by a number of individuals, they thought that he must not be an ordinary person. "You are?" Xiao Han opened his mouth and asked. Black Panther's attitude was much rougher than Xiao Han's and said loudly, "Who are you, another nosy one?" "Watch what you say." A middle-aged man beside the old man was quite upset with Black Panther's attitude. "This is Elder Chen Guozhong Chen, the director of Huangzhou First Hospital." When the crowd heard that it turned out to be the old man who was the director of the First Hospital of Huangzhou, they immediately stood in awe. The First Hospital of Huangzhou is the best local tertiary hospital, and to be the director is itself a very socially oriented and energetic person. "So it's Elder Chen." "It's you, Elder Chen, I've heard a lot about you." After learning the identity of the old man, Xiao Han and Black Panther's attitude changed drastically, becoming very polite and respectful. After all, the circle of Huangzhou is so big, there is no special thing, and it is good not to offend anyone among each other. Chen Guozhong was quite polite and politely nodded at both Xiao Han and Black Panther. He then looked at the casino hall and locked his gaze on Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Ruolin. "Dare I ask which one is boss Zhang Bing Zhang?" Chen Guozhong asked. "I am." Zhang Bing answered and asked politely, "President Chen, you're looking for me?" Chen Guozhong nodded his head and looked at Zhang Bing with a face full of disbelief. "So young, what a hero, extraordinary, extraordinary." Chen Guozhong was full of compliments and muttered to himself, which confused the others. After all this, the director of the hallowed First Hospital suddenly ran here to look for Zhang Bing? Zhang Bing was also a bit surprised, but he did not use his mind-reading technique as it was unnecessary. Anyone can see that Chen Guozhong came with good intentions, not bad intentions. "Oh Divine Doctor Zhang, please accept a bow from me." Saying that, Chen Guozhong suddenly arched his hands and actually wanted to start saluting Zhang Bing. This scene stunned everyone, even Zhang Bing himself was a bit surprised, but he probably guessed what was going on. Mostly because he had treated Zhou Shanglian with ancient medical techniques when he was in the Wang family, and then sent to the hospital, it must have been Chen Guozhong who saw the clues. by understanding the situation with Zhou Xianglian, which came to himself in a hurry. It must be his own superb medical skills that had shocked this old man. Dean Chen, what are you doing? What kind of divine doctor is this kid? Isn't he just a student, but he has some skill? Black Panther and Xiaohan said disdainfully. To say that a student is a miracle healer is truly unbelievable. What do you know? Chen Guozhong loudly reprimanded, Divine Dr. Zhang's medical skills transcend old man's knowledge, are they not known by mere mortals like you? Elder Chen, could it be a mistake? Xiaohan still found it hard to believe. Chen Guozhong shook his head, indicating that it was impossible. He did find that Zhou Xianglian had been treated by a high-level person when he was treating her, as Zhang Bing had guessed. That kind of technique is a masterpiece, shocked to inquire only to learn that it is Zhang Bing shot. Then he went through his connections and that's how he found his way to the casino here. Elder Chen, you're overstating it, it's just a trivial skill, what's more? Zhang Bing said modestly. But Elder Chen, is Auntie Zhou doing better? Chen Guozhong nodded and said, Don't worry Dr. Zhang, Ms. Zhou is actually much better after your treatment. We've already arranged for an expert consultation before coming here, and there are no major problems. Hearing this, Lin Hanyue and Wang Ruolin also reacted to this. Xiaohan, although Black Panther was incredulous, but after hearing Chen Guozhong say this, he could basically judge that this should be true. Chen Guozhong paused and looked at the mess present, and then at the people from the patrol bureau surrounding Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Ruolin. Seasoned as he was, he guessed what had happened. May I ask if you're arresting Dr. Zhang? Xiaohan nodded and explained, Dean Chen, this Zhang Bing falsely accused the Black Panther, and also got his hands dirty and injured many people, and also caused damages to this venue, so in accordance with the usual practice, we have to bring it back for investigation. Yes, Director Chen, although I don't know why you call him a divine doctor, this kid is no good. Black Panther also added. He. Chen Guozhong laughed coldly after hearing this and said, Are you guys taking old man's eyes to be blind? This place is clearly a casino, as well as your Black Panther's big name, who in Huangzhou doesn't know about it? You said that Divine Dr. Zhang is not a good person, how did you say such words? Being so sarcastic by Chen Guozhong, Black Panther's face turned ugly, already puffy and swollen from Zhang Bing's whipping, now there was a kind of indescribable comicality. Dean Chen, even if you are highly respected, you have to speak with evidence. Although Black Panther did not want to offend Chen Guozhong, he was not afraid. The Xiao team from the patrol bureau is here, and so many witnesses present have just testified, so you're saying that I'm a casino. President Chen, there are some things that can't be said indiscriminately. Not bad. Xiaohan also said politely, Director Chen is from the medical field, and this aspect is not his specialty. If you know this person, you can rest assured that our patrol bureau will follow procedures and evidence, and will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will we let an evil person off the hook. Chen Guozhong sneered continuously, also no longer nonsense, directly said, You those things everyone has in mind, almost on the line. Today, I'm going to bail out Divine Dr. Zhang, so I'm just asking if you guys will give this face. Zhang Bing was also a little surprised when he heard it, not expecting Chen Guozhong to be so forceful. Two people cannot talk about acquaintance, just because of their own medical skills, they directly offend the Black Panther, Xiaohan group, strong to protect themselves. Although he didn't need Chen Guozhong's protection at all, the fact that the other party did this still made him respect the old man quite a bit in his heart. Xiaohan was a bit embarrassed at this time, he really wasn't very good at offending Chen Guozhong, after all, Chen Guozhong's status in Huangzhou was higher than his. But he's got a relationship there with the Panthers, and the Panthers have a harder relationship. So, it's all about the Panthers' attitude at this point. Dean Chen, you and I have always been well-watered, and I, Black Panther, respect you, so it's not appropriate for you to intervene like this, is it? There's nothing inappropriate, just say if you'll give this face to Lao Fu. Chen Guozhong asked forcefully. Black Panther fell into the middle of contemplation, but thought of the scene where he was brutally beaten by Zhang Bing, and today there were so many people present watching. If he didn't pin Zhang Bing down, what kind of prestige would he have left to speak of when the word got out in the future? Since you said so, Director Chen, don't blame me, Black Panther, for not giving you face if you don't give me face. Chapter 88 Big Boss's Brother-in-Law. Black Panther, do you really want to do this? Chen Guozhong was also dissatisfied, he knew that Black Panther had someone behind him. But thinking that relying on his status and position, at least the Black Panther still sells this face, but I didn't expect the Black Panther to be so tough. President Chen, face I have already given you, if it is anything else, I, Black Panther, will never hesitate a peace, but this little one, there is no negotiation. Chen Guozhong's face instantly turned unpleasant as well, with a feeling of being punched in the face. President Chen, thank you for standing up for me, but it's alright, I think I can still solve this matter on my own. Seeing that Chen Guozhong was in a difficult situation, Zhang Bing stood out in time. He knew that Chen Guozhong was looking at his ancient medical skills and wanted to enhance his relationship with him. However, it was obvious that Black Panther's backstage was so tough that even Chen Guozhong seemed to be unable to mess with him. Your name is Zhang Bing, right? Black Panther looked at Zhang Bing and threatened, no one can save you, if you dare to go against me, it's too late for you to regret it. Is that so? Zhang Bing said sarcastically, you're not just relying on your brother-in-law, I'd like to see what your brother-in-law can do to me. Black Panther snorted coldly and stopped talking nonsense, giving Xiaohan a wink. Xiaohan secondly stood out and said, alright, what do you guys have to say to our inspector? Saying that, the officers of the patrol bureau were about to come over and forcefully take Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Rolin away. Slow. Chen Guozhong still didn't give up and shouted, seeing that Black Panther didn't give face, he had to talk to Xiaohan. You're the captain of the patrol, don't you really know in your heart what's really going on? To bend the law in such a biased manner, I, Chen Guozhong, will definitely react to your situation with the top. If it was someone else who went to react, Xiaohan wouldn't take it seriously at all, but if it was Chen Guozhong who went to react, the top would definitely take it seriously. Xiaohan was not like Black Panther, who had no scruples. President Chen, why do you have to do this? I'm just following the process. Don't bluff me with the process, you know in your heart how your so-called process is. I advise you that you'd better not help certain people to do whatever they want, when the time comes to really count, you're nothing more than a pawn that can be discarded at any time. Chen Guozhong's words were indeed correct, and this was something Xiaohan himself was well aware of. And at this moment, Black Panther saw Xiaohan hesitate and immediately reminded, Team Xiao, what do you care what he does? Chen Guozhong, I'll give you face and call you Chen Lao Chen Din, but if I don't give you face you're just an old man who doesn't know how to die. Mind your own business and live a long life, do you really think I, Black Panther, am afraid of you? Lawlessness. Chen Guozhong also completely came to temper, fuming, I know your brother-in-law is Secretary Zhao, I don't believe that Secretary Zhao can only cover the sky in Huangzhou anymore. If you guys want to take Divine Dr. Zhang and the others away today, then take the old man along with you, otherwise this matter will be settled. Hearing these strong words from Chen Guozhong, Zhang Bing felt embarrassed. Back if he didn't teach and impart some ancient medical skills to Chen Guozhong, how could he say anything? Chen Guozhong, old man, you are determined to do the right thing with me for this kid, right? Okay, you wait. With that, Black Panther was about to pull out his cell phone and start asking his brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao, to step in. Black Panther, don't be impulsive. Xiaohan was much calmer and hurriedly persuaded, at this point in time, Secretary Zhao is in a meeting. Chen Guozhong was undaunted by the situation and angrily disliked, if you have the ability, inform Secretary Zhao to come, I don't believe that in broad daylight, someone is still really turning black and white and covering the sky with just one hand. Old piker. Black Panther raged after. Black Panther, forget it, let's just give President Chen face today. Xiaohan said with extreme persuasion. Black Panther gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Guozhong, who had a righteous face, but finally put away his cell phone and did not make that call. Seeing this, Chen Guozhong snorted coldly, then said to Zhang Bing in a very friendly manner, Divine Dr. Zhang, let's go. Don't worry, the old man is most displeased with these things and will definitely find a way to keep you safe. Zhang Bing nodded with a polite thank you, even though he didn't need Chen Guozhong's protection. But it's best to leave the Kyoto connections untouched if you can. Thank you, Dean Chen. Hee, small matter, let's go. Chen Guozhong had long been impatient to learn about the ancient medical technique that Zhang Bing had performed. Zhang Bing nodded, then said, Dean Chen, there is still a small matter to be resolved. He then looked at Wang Rolin, and then at Wang Guoqing, who had been beaten half to death. This if they left together, Wang Guoqing might really be killed alive. Mr. Wang, are you coming with us? Of course Wang Guoqing wanted to go together, but he was afraid of Black Panther's revenge. Dad, can you act like a man? Mr. Zhang is willing to help you, what are you afraid of? Wang Rolin looked at her father's behavior and cursed in anger. Mr. Wang, you don't have to be afraid, we, Dean Chen, including the people from the patrol bureau can testify for you that you don't owe Black Panther any money yet. Zhang Bing reminded. Wang Guoqing was instantly struck by the idea that it was indeed so. Just now, Black Panther was the one who openly said on his own that he didn't loan Shark. Thinking of this, Wang Guoqing didn't care so much and climbed up to quickly run towards Zhang Bing's few people. Seeing this scene, Black Panther can only eat dumb losses, not good to say anything, can only calculate to ask their brother-in-law to step in afterwards. So, the group quickly left the casino. Damn, this old thing Chen Guozhong doesn't know how to appreciate himself, does he? Black Panther's teeth itched with anger and cursed angrily. Xiao Han sighed and said, Black Panther, Chen Guozhong is the director of Huangzhou No. 1 Hospital and knows quite a few people behind him. I'm afraid that we can't handle this without Secretary Zhao giving the word. No. Black Panther was extremely disgruntled. That's fine, you hurry up and clean up this place, destroy what should be destroyed, and it's also best to close it down for a few days, so as not to let people gossip. Xiao Han reminded and left with the patrol team. On the other hand, the group got into Chen Guozhong's commercial vehicle before heading straight to Huangzhou First Hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Chen Guozhong personally accompanied several people to Zhou Xianglian's ward. Sure enough, Zhou Xianglian looked much better, and compared to before she came, she looked like a different person. Mr. Zhang, Roland, President Chen. Zhou Xianglian rose to greet her. Seeing her husband Wang Guoqing covered in footprints and with a swollen nose as well, Zhou Xianglian's entire mood was bad. Mr. Wang, your Roland's schoolmate's father, there are some things that shouldn't have been said by us juniors in the first place. But I still say that I advise you to clean up your act in the future and not to indulge in gambling or think of flipping your money. As for the Black Panther side, I'll help you out once and for all. But if you continue to be like this, I'll personally send you in to step on the sewing machine until you change. After saying this, Zhang Bing implied Wang Roland, Lin Hanyue and Wang Guoqing to stay in the ward. He and Chen then walked out and headed to Chen's dean's office. Chapter 89, A Phone Call to Settle the Matter. Divine Dr. Zhang, quickly, please sit down. Chen Guozhong was quite polite and respectful, and hurriedly greeted Zhang Bing as he sat down and personally made tea. Zhang Bing smiled and said, Dean Chen, there is no need to be so polite. He knew what Chen Guozhong was thinking. When he entered the door, Ajio had already quietly used his mind-reading technique to understand Chen Guozhong's mind for a while. This old man is indeed a very good person, upright, and indeed relied on a high level of professionalism, then added a little bit of luck to achieve the dean's position. Out of the hard steel Black Panther, help chasing yourself on the one hand because of the love of their own talent, on the other hand is really also want to understand with yourself, to learn to give Zhou Xianglian treatment techniques. Chen Guozhong smiled, but did not hide it, and said directly, Divine Dr. Zhang, to be honest, the way you treated Ms. Zhou has never been seen before in today's world of medicine, it's really shocking. Zhang Bing snickered in his heart. This was an ancient medical skill gifted to him by the system, with an extraordinary origin, and of course it was rare in the world. Divine Dr. Zhang, if you are willing, I would like to worship you as my teacher, do you think it's okay? Chen Guozhong was direct and his attitude was respectful. Please don't, President Chen, this mustn't be done. Zhang Bing hastily excused himself. You are the president of a third-rate hospital, highly respected, and you worship a student of mine as your teacher, how can this be? Chen Guozhong didn't mind and introduced himself. There are specialties in the arts, and there is no order in hearing the way. Divine Dr. Zhang, although you are young, your medical skills are beyond compare, it is nothing to worship you as a teacher. Dean Chen, this must not be allowed. Zhang Bing still refused, letting a respected old dean worship himself as his teacher. He felt awkward anyways. I can teach you medical skills, and we can communicate more, but worshipping is really not necessary. Don't worry, Dean Chen, I definitely won't hide anything. Only after hearing Zhang Bing say so did Chen Guozhong put away his thoughts of worshipping the master and looked at Zhang Bing blearily. Zhang Bing sighed and said, it's fine now anyway, so let's get started. On the other side, after Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland's rounds of attacks, Wang Guoqing lowered his head and burst into tears. Expressing his apologies to Zhou Xianglian, to Wang Roland, and to his family. Forget it, let's not say anything else, let's hope that you can really change your ways. If you hadn't gambled with all the money, my mom would have been cured long ago. Wang Roland lamented. Wang Guoqing didn't say anything as Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland briefly talked about Zhang Bing's strength. It would definitely help him completely resolve the matter on the Black Panther's side, so his mind relaxed quite a bit. Plus, he himself had just seen with his own eyes that Chen Guozhong was very friendly and polite to Zhang Bing. Chen Guozhong is a big deal to the common. By the time evening came, Zhang Bing and Chen Guozhong also walked out from the office. Chen Guozhong was full of joy, obviously harvesting a lot from Zhang Bing. Then Chen Guozhong insisted on arranging a table and invited Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Roland for dinner. Of course, although what Wang Guoqing did made Chen Guoqing look down on him, for the sake of Zhang Bing's face, he was naturally among them. Although Chen Guozhong is old, he is very generous and atmospheric. He said on the spot that he would personally arrange for Zhou Xianglian's hospitalization. In the meantime, if Wang Guoqing could really clean up his act, he could recommend coming to the hospital as a security guard. As for the Black Panther, Chen Guozhong re-emphasized. He will definitely give it his all, but also reveals his brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao, who is behind Black Panther. This Secretary Zhao is indeed a top big shot in Huangzhou, the kind that can put countless people out of work with a single word. The Black Panther was also well known in Huangzhou, but of course in the eyes of the upper class, the Black Panther itself was less than a stream. But anyone has to look at Secretary Zhao's face, so the Black Panther is almost untouchable. In response, Zhang Bing just kept expressing his gratitude and then said that it didn't matter much, but he couldn't hold Chen Guozhong's enthusiasm. After dinner, Chen Guozhong said that he would come to pick up Zhang Bing early tomorrow morning and introduce someone to him. If this person can come forward, Black Panther's brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao, will also give face, then this matter can be completely over. After briefly thinking about it, Zhang Bing did not refuse and still agreed. He did not want to. Picking up the use of Kyoto's relations, can be resolved in Huangzhou is of course the best. The next day, early in the morning, Chen Guozhong then brought his driver and drove to pick up Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue had also gotten up long ago to pack up and get into the car. President Chen, I wonder which big shot you want to introduce us to. After getting into the car, Zhang Bing opened his mouth and asked. Chen Guozhong sighed and said, this person is the richest man in Huangzhou, and he is also very famous in the whole of Shangan, with a wide network of connections. If he is willing to step in, Secretary Zhao's side should still give face. The richest man in Huangzhou. Zhang Bing snickered in his heart, the richest man in Huangzhou is even richer, can he compare with himself? However, he did show it. After all, it was not good to refute Chen Guozhong's good intentions. About 20 minutes later, several people arrived at the villa area in Huangzhou. Chen Guozhong then led Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue directly towards the innermost villa. Just as he reached the entrance of the villa, he was stopped by the servants. May I ask who you are looking for? The servant asked. Chen Guozhong said politely, please inform us, we are looking for Mr. Yu, old man Chen Guozhong. The maid was obviously a little unimpressed, saying, Mr. Yu is not someone who can be found by anyone who wants to. Is there an appointment in advance? Without an appointment, Mr. Yu will not see anyone. I already made an appointment with Mr. Yu last night, what's going on? Chen Guozhong said loudly. Then how come I didn't know? I'm sorry, I didn't receive Mr. Yu's notice, I can't let you in. The servant's arrogant attitude just wouldn't let him in. Zhang Bing immediately understood the servant's thoughts through his mind-reading technique. It turns out that this is the richest man in Huangzhou. Yu Guang intentionally is deliberately give Chen Guozhong a downward spiral, a reminder. Obviously, this Huangzhou richest man is obviously not willing to wade through the muddy water, and even more so, he is not willing to offend Huangzhou's big brother, Secretary Zhao. It was just that Chen Guozhong was also on top of his game, and was about to pull out his cell phone to contact Yu Guang on the spot. Dean Chen, wait a minute. Zhang Bing hurriedly persuaded, to not count? Don't bother this Mr. Yu. Chen Guozhong shook his head and sighed, it seems that the other party doesn't want to see us, on purpose. But it can't be helped, within the people I know, it's only Yu Guang who has that kind of energy and can make Secretary Zhao sell his face. Forget it, President Chen. Zhang Bing was also really a bit hard to watch. It's fine, Divine Dr. Zhang, since we're here early in the morning, I'd like to see what Yu Guang has to say. Chen Guozhong was very stubborn and directly took out his cell phone to dial Yu Guang's number. The phone call was not through, but just at this time, from within the villa out of a refined, at first glance as a very rich middle-aged man, it is the richest man in Huangzhou Yu Guang. Chapter 90, Humiliation. Dean Chen, I'm sorry, I forgot about last night's social engagements. Come on in. Yu Guang had a smile on his face, anyone could see that this was just a scene between adults. What socializing and forgetting is just a way of saying that you can't put it off. Of course, Chen Guozhong didn't poke at it directly. Instead, he lent a smile and said, it's fine, Mr. Yu is the richest man in Huangzhou and is busy with his business, as he should be. It's good that President Chen can understand, don't stand outside, come in and talk. Yu Guang said, still pretending to be polite, welcoming Chen Guozhong, Zhang Bing, and Lin Hanyue inside. The inside of the villa was luxurious and the food was expensive. Of course, Lin Hanyue grew up in a superior family and didn't feel anything. As for Zhang Bing, he had long since lost any concept of this, and there was still $5 billion in cash lying inside his own account right now. There are also the 3 abilities of ancient martial arts, ancient healing arts, and mind reading augmented. Money is a series of numbers to him. The richest man in Huangzhou is at most 3 to 5 billion, marvelous, not as good as his own Tianlong hotel. So Yu Guang, in front of whom to pose, pretending to be anything, in front of himself, wanting to show the existence by virtue of the monetary advantage, that is to make a fool of himself. Mister, you don't need to be polite, I came to find you because I have something I want to ask you for a favor. Chen Guozhong opened the door and said very directly. Yu Guang smiled and said, what is it? Speak up, President Chen, I will definitely help if I can. Okay. Chen Guozhong didn't talk nonsense and said, this Zhang Bing Zhang divine doctor has some conflicts with the Black Panther, and now the Black Panther is dead set on not letting go. I would like to ask you, Mr. Yu, to step in and say hello. In fact, there is no need for Chen Guozhong to say, with Yu Guang's status has long known what is going on. This matter Yu Guang laughed, I also heard someone mention it yesterday, the Black Panther gang is not to be messed with, President Chen. Mr. Yu, the Black Panther has to give you face no matter what. Chen Guozhong said. Yu Guang's skin smiled, and although he kept a smile on his face the entire time, how could he look so fake? Dean Chen, I'm sure you know who is behind Black Panther. It's not just Secretary Zhao, even if it's Secretary Zhao, he still has to give you face, Mr. Yu. Yu Guang said with a smile, Dean Chen, you're flattering me, what kind of character is Secretary Zhao, Mr. Yu is just a businessman. Chen Guozhong knew that Yu Guang was pushing back, and with his strength, Secretary Zhao would definitely give face. In order to protect Zhang Bing, Chen Guozhong did go out of his way. Mr. Yu, I've always been quick to speak, and with all due respect, back then, when your father came for treatment, I was very much on board. Seeing that Chen Guozhong had started to play the emotional card, Yu Guang was not angry and then gave his subordinate a wink. President Chen, back then, you treated my old father, and Mr. Yu naturally remembered it in his heart. Mr. Yu's business is so big, so of course he understands the ways of the world. That's when the underling came with a black bag containing all cash. Dean Chen, here is $500,000, it's to thank you for your hard work in treating my old father in the first place, please accept it. Chen Guozhong froze, not expecting Yu Guang to be so unsympathetic, taking $500,000 to insult himself. Knowing that what you want is not money, you deliberately instructed your subordinate to bring $500,000. Mr. Yu, although I'm not as rich as you, I don't lack so much as you. Yu Guang maintained his smile as usual and said, since President Chen feels that $500,000 is too little, fine, add another $500,000. With that, the underling once again went to get the money. Now Chen Guozhong couldn't hold back completely and began to say somewhat angrily, Mr. Yu, if 1 million could solve things, why would I bother coming to bother you? Seeing that Chen Guozhong began to change his attitude, Yu Guang's attitude also began to change, saying, President Chen, just tell me straight, how much do you want? Yu Guang, you. Chen Guozhong was truly infuriated. Well. Yu Guang also began to show impatience, said, I'm also honest, if you lack money, you more know, 1 or 2 million you take, do not need to return. But this panther thing involves Secretary Zhao, and there's nothing I can do about it. And why do you need to wade through the muddy waters? The man is so small, why would you offend Secretary Zhao just to help him? Humph. Chen Guozhong snorted coldly and said, Yu Guang, if you don't help, you don't have to insult old me with money. And I'm telling you, Dr. Zhang Xinshi is Lao Fu's master. Ha! Hearing Chen Guozhong's words, Yu Guang couldn't help but scoffed. Dean Chen, even though you're rich, this 1 million is enough for your retirement, so it's better to take the money and leave. The fact that you treated my father back then should never be mentioned again. Farewell. Chen Guozhong was annoyed and very self-condemning as he glanced at Zhang Bing, feeling guilty that he didn't help and was humiliated instead. President Chen, you'd better take this money. Not knowing what Yu Guang thought, it was clear that Chen Guozhong and Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue and the 3 of them were going to leave. Still, he had to be humiliated with the $1 million and deliberately said, you're almost retired too, don't make yourself late for a bottom feeder of unknown origin. As soon as these words were uttered, originally Zhang Bing did not say anything the entire time, but he could no longer hold back. He stopped and looked at Yu Guang, who had a fake smile and condescending face. Dean Chen is right, if you don't help, you don't have to be humiliated with money, and what do you mean by a bottom feeder of unknown origin? Yu Guang was a bit surprised, probably not expecting Zhang Bing to be so rigid. Meh. If it wasn't for Dean Chen, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to step into my villa. Yu Guang, you've gone too far, don't think you're great just because you're rich. Dean Chen, I've already given you face, please take this person out immediately now, don't dirty my floor here, you can't afford to pay for it if it gets dirty. Grass. Zhang Bing couldn't bear it. You Guang, Huangzhou, right? How much is your villa worth? Hearing Zhang Bing's contemptuous tone, Yu Guang was startled, then said disdainfully, any random piece of flooring here, people at the bottom of the ladder like you will not eat or drink and work for 10 years before they can afford it, understand? Yes? Zhang Bing was no longer polite and looked at an antique vase on the side. He walked straight over, not caring how much the vase was worth. It fell to the ground on the spot and shattered. Kid, you. What are you doing? Yu Guang was shocked and reacted with rage. That ING vase of yours is worth $30 million, you want to die don't you? Now Chen Guozhong also froze, he also did not expect Zhang Bing to come up with such a move. 1 million Chen Guozhong is not a big problem, but 30 million is not a small amount for him. On the contrary, Zhang Bing looked indifferent and said, what? It's just a fall, it's only $30 million, I'll pay you back at the same price, so what? Chapter 91, The President of Huangzhou Branch. $30 million, can you afford to pay? Yu Guang's face was furious, antiques worth $30 million, even if he was the richest man in Huangzhou he still felt flesh pain. Chen Guozhong's face was also pale at this time, and he didn't think that Zhang Bing could afford to pay for it. He lowered his head and said, Yu Guang, is this vase really worth $30 million? Humph. Yu Guang said in a cold voice, could it still be fake? I'm telling you, Chen Guozhong, you're the one who brought the people here to deliberately break my vase, either you pay the price or you all eat your words. Yu Guang, have a good discussion, there is no need to make things so desperate. Chen Guozhong knew that he was at a disadvantage, so he could only speak kindly in a low voice. Zhang Bing shook his head and pulled Chen Guozhong, saying, Elder Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but it doesn't matter, since I dared to smash it, I will pay for it. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Yu Guang threatened, alright, since you said you'll pay for it, I'd like to see what you'll pay with. As he said that, Yu Guang did not forget to look at Lin Hanyue beside Zhang Bing. Even though he was the richest man in Huangzhou, he couldn't help but be a little moved by the sight of Lin Hanyue. If you can't afford to pay, this girl on your side stays. You dare to hit on my girlfriend. Zhang Bing said angrily. Then he took out the black card given by the head office of the Kyoto Bank directly from his bosom. Do you recognize this card? Is it enough to pay you $30 million? Yu Guang froze for a moment, took Zhang Bing's black card and looked at it. Then sarcastically, boy, what random card are you trying to fool me with? Zhang Bing also froze, before in Tianzhou, Zhou Dabiao this kind of big old man and forest store manager grade is too low do not recognize it. I didn't expect the richest man in Huangzhou to actually not recognize the black card either, so it was a bit of a surprise. Ha! Zhang Bing said sarcastically, losing that you're still the richest man in Huangzhou, you don't even recognize the black card with no limit at the head office of Kyoto Bank. Hearing that this was a black card from the head office of the Kyoto Bank, Yu Guang laughed out loud. He then pulled out a solid gold bank card from his arms and said, kid, not very old, quite capable of blowing and quite bold. Look carefully, this is the gold card of Kyoto Bank, understand? Pure gold, just you've watched too many novels and TV. If you don't pay $30 million in compensation today, I'll make sure you step on a sewing machine for the rest of your life and never come out. Saying that, Yu Guang was about to instruct the servants to notify the patrol bureau to come and arrest them. Zhang Bing said sarcastically. I don't blame you for not seeing it, but stupidity is an original sin. Isn't it true or false, just verify it casually? Zhang Bing had a mocking look on his face as he reminded Yu Guang to verify it directly. Divine Dr. Zhang. Chen Guozhong was afraid that things would get bigger and bigger, and now it would be impossible to end the situation, and it would be even uglier when the time came, and wanted to dissuade him. Zhang Bing explained, Dean Chen, it's fine, just trust me. You, in that case, fine, I'll let you die. Said Yu Guang directly took out his cell phone and made 2 calls. One was a call to the Inspector General's office, and the other was a call to the president of the Huangzhou branch of the Bank of Kyoto. With his status as the richest man in the world, he is naturally a VIP at the bank and a local flavor of the month. Seeing this, Zhang Bing wasn't in a hurry at all and sat down with Lin Hanyue on his butt. On the contrary, Chen Guozhong's face was embarrassed, his face was white, and in his heart, he was worried that something big was going to happen. Originally, I wanted to think about brushing my face and bringing Zhang Bing to find Yu Guang to help, after all, Yu Guang is the richest man in Huangzhou. If he was really willing to help, Secretary Zhao would most likely give some face. I didn't expect things to turn out like this, and now I'm being humiliated for not being able to help, and now I'm going to have to go in and step on the sewing machine. Chen Guozhong was embarrassed and once again asked Yu Guang in a low voice, Yu Guang, do we really have to do things so desperately? If you really want to pay for it, I have some money here that I can pay for it first. Oh. Yu Guang, a cold smile, sarcastic, understand line, Chandine, $30 million you take life to compensate? I've already given you face, want me to spare this kid, spare you, $30 million to pay me, I won't ask for a single point more, otherwise you wait for the patrol bureau's people and the bank's people to come over to confirm. Dean Chen, sit down first, really don't worry, it's just a mere $30 million. Lin Hanyue also calmly persuaded, Elder Chen, trust Zhang Bing, although we're not very rich, we can still afford $30 million. Seeing this, Chen Guozhong could do nothing but wait. On Yu Guang's side, he also instructed the security guards of the villa area to stand guard outside and never let Zhang Bing run away in advance. Time was passing by, and soon 20 minutes or so had passed. At this time a patrol bureau car came outside the villa, and several patrol bureau men came down from the car. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Han who led the group. Xiao Han straightened his clothes, looking a little nervous, and walked into the villa with a few team members. The servant went forward to welcome Xiao Han. Several people in, Xiao Han into the eyes, he saw Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue sitting on the sofa. Chen Guozhong was sitting and lying down, uncomfortable, as well as Yu Guang, the richest man, who had an angry face, and the pieces of the vase on the ground. Mr. Yu, what are your orders? Xiao Han walked over and inquired politely and respectfully. This person just intentionally smashed my vase worth $30 million, you guys immediately put the person under my control, if they don't compensate, they must be made to sit in jail. Yu Guang said angrily. Once Yu Guang finished speaking, Xiao Han could not help but sneer in his heart. Sighing secretly, this Zhang Bing was really capable of causing trouble. Yesterday he hadn't finished messing with the Black Panther, but today he had messed with the richest man, Yu Guang. Now I'm afraid Chen Guozhong won't be able to keep it even at any cost. Understood. Xiao Han nodded and immediately ordered his men to go ahead and arrest Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing didn't panic at all and sneered, what do you want? Kid. Xiao Han was nonchalant this time and said, yesterday's matter is not yet over, today you commit another offense, go back with us and talk about it. You'll go back with you when you say so? Zhang Bing asked rhetorically. Xiao Han snorted coldly and pointed at the vase fragments on the ground, asking, did you smash the antique vase in Mr. Yu's house? So what if it is? Zhang Bing admitted. That will do, come with us immediately. Xiao Han reprimanded. Smashed, did I say I wouldn't pay for it? Zhang Bing asked rhetorically. Xiao Han froze, then looked at Yu Guang, waiting for Yu Guang to speak. Good. Yu Guang was also dry, saying, this kid casually took a card and said it was some kind of black card with no limit at the head office of Kyoto Bank. I've never seen it at all, in that case, let him die a death. You patrolmen wait first, I've just notified the bank to come and verify. And just as Yu Guang was talking, sure enough, a middle-aged man came to the door, wearing a suit. The visitor was none other than Chen Dongliang, the president of the Huangzhou branch of the Kyoto Bank. As soon as Chen Dongliang came in, he saw that there were quite a lot of people in the villa's hall, and there were also people from the patrol bureau. He politely inquired to Yu Guang, Mr. Yu, what are your orders? Yu Guangfang pointed his finger at Zhang Bing and scoffed, this kid says he has a black card from your Kyoto Bank, come on, tell him if INM Kyoto Bank has a black card with no limit. Chapter 92 Face Slapping. Chen Dongliang froze and shot a glance at Zhang Bing in the face. Seeing that Zhang Bing was just a student, how could he have this strength? Mr. Yu, it's like this, our bank's headquarters does have a very special black card, but as far as I know, there are only a few of those black cards in total. The holder, the bank demand deposit in our bank has to start from $5 billion to be qualified to have it. Shandong explained. $5 billion in demand deposits, not to mention the richest man in Huangzhou, even the richest man in Xiangnan province doesn't have a. Yu Guang's entire fortune added up to $5 billion, but the cash flow could instantly come up with $100 million already. Ha! Hearing Chen Dongliang's explanation, Yu Guang looked at Zhang Bing, Chen Guozhong with contempt and said sarcastically, kid, do you have $5 billion in Kyoto Bank deposits? Mr. Yu, you're joking, as long as he has $5 billion in deposits, I'll immediately kneel down for him. Xiao Han also scoffed from the side. Chen Dongliang laughed and said, Mr. Yu, you're flattering him too much. And Chen Guozhong's face had already blackened into a line, there was no longer any concept of how much $5 billion was. No one else would believe a student with $5 billion in savings. Only Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue were the only two whose mouths were filled with cold smiles. Zhang Bing stood up, looked at Yu Guang, and said sarcastically, "Huangzhou's richest man, come on, tell me out loud, just now you were quite clear about whether or not there is a black card in the Kyoto Bank or not?" "Humph." Yu Guang snorted coldly, just now, if Chen Dongliang hadn't said it, he really didn't know that there was a black card. Because his own pure gold card was already at the highest level, but so what? "Kid, if you don't compensate me for this vase worth $30 million today, I want you to die without a burial place, no one can save you." Zhang Bing cursed, then directly took out his black card and handed it to Chen Dongliang. "You are the president of the Huangzhou branch of the Bank of Kyoto, right? Come and tell this loudly, is this true or false?" Chen Dongliang was half convinced and without thinking, he turned out the black card handed over by Zhang Bing. Upon taking a closer look, his face suddenly changed, realizing that something was wrong. The feel, the material, the workmanship is very much like the real thing. Shandon said to himself as he observed. However, he was asked to believe that a student with more than $5 billion in savings had a black card from the head office of the Kyoto Bank, which he really couldn't believe. "Ha!" Yu Guang scoffed and looked at Xiaohan. Xiaohan understood for a second and said, "Zhang Bing right, you really are bold. Yesterday you dared to go and sweep Black Panther's venue and injured Black Panther's man. Today you dared to come to Mr. Yu's house to smash a vase worth $30 million, and you also dared to forge a bank black card. Looks like you're going to spend the rest of your life stepping on sewing machines. What else are you afraid to do?" Zhang Bing disdained this and looked at the uncertain Qian Dongliang, saying, "Are you done with the verification? As you are still the branch president, on your level of business, do you want me to make a phone call to your head office to react?" Hearing Zhang Bing say this, his tone revealed confidence everywhere. It was true that the card didn't look like a fake, but experience had taught him that how could a student have $5 billion in savings? But just to be on the safe side, he took out the extremely he had with him and scanned it, so that he could be completely sure. With Chen Dongliang, a sweep of the machine in his hand, all of the card's information was displayed. At that moment, Chen Dongliang's whole body trembled, and he couldn't hold his hand steady. Yes, it's true. Chen Dongliang was so horrified that he sucked in cool air for a split second. Holding the black card with both hands, he shivered, "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, it's because I'm not good at my business, I didn't see it at a glance, please forgive me." Yu Guang, Xiaohan, including Chen Guozhong were all completely dumbfounded. "I can't believe it's true, which means Zhang Bing's deposit is over $5 billion. This strength was much stronger than Yu Guan, who was the richest man in Huangzhou. Governor Qian, sure you're not mistaken?" Yu Guang still didn't believe it and confirmed. Qian Dongliang nodded his head. At this moment, his entire body could no longer be calm. Users of this black card are the most exclusive super VIs off the head office. A casual remark could send him, the bank president, packing, and any Kyoto bank, worldwide. That means a black card user must be unconditionally available 24 hours a day. In other words, Zhang Bing now wanted him to contribute his ass, and he had to go and wash it immediately. "Mr. Yu, it's true, Mr. Zhang is a supreme black card user with deposits of over 5 billion evils in our head office," Qian Dongliang said in shock. Now, Yu Guang, Xiaohan was completely dumbfounded, and his heart was in a state of confusion. "Mr. Zhang, please do as you command, it would be my honor to serve you," Qian Dongliang requested with all caution. Zhang Bing sneered and said, "Now immediately transfer $30 million to compensate Yu Guang." "Okay." Chen Dongliang didn't dare to slack off at all and immediately operated. Then Zhang Bing took a step towards Yu Guang and scoffed, "How about it? Aren't you the richest man in Huangzhou? Didn't you take $1 million to humiliate President Chen and humiliate us? What's the point of pretending to be a big spender in front of me with that few dimes in your pocket?" Yu Guang's face turned very ugly, and his heart was worse than eating. All of his family assets altogether were worth at most $3 to $5 billion, while Zhang Bing's direct deposit was over $5 billion. It can be imagined that the two men's financial strength is not at all at the same level. Xiaohan was also completely dumbfounded, and suddenly realized that no wonder Zhang Bing dared to go and sweep the Black Panther's field, with an emboldened look. Bank deposits of more than 5 billion, can be seen behind the energy is absolutely not to be underestimated. "And you?" Zhang Bing looked at Xiaohan and reprimanded, "As the captain of the patrol bureau, you bend the law for your own good, aren't you going to arrest me? Do you still want it now?" Xiaohan were still dare to make a sound, this kind of huge wealth, where is he a small patrol bureau captain dare to mess with? Banker Qian, transfer $32 million to Yu Guang for me. Zhang Bing suddenly shouted, and no one knew what he meant. And right at this moment, Zhang Bing suddenly made his move and backhanded Yu Guang's face. Before Yu Guang could react, he smacked down another slap in a smooth manner. $1 million for a slap on the wrist, reasonable, right? Yu Guang was furious and yelled, "Don't be cocky, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake." At this time, Chen Dongliang, who had finished swiping his money, immediately stood out and said, "Mr. Yu, please watch your words. Mr. Zhang is the most honored VIP of our bank, you'd better pay attention." Chen Dongliang, Yu Guang's lungs were exploding with anger. Chen Dongliang was like a dog licker to him before, but now he dared to threaten himself. "Mr. Yu, I am kindly reminding you that you'd better watch your attitude towards Mr. Zhang." Of course Chen Dongliang is not stupid, although Yu Guang is the richest man in Huangzhou and a VIP of their bank, but compared to Zhang Bing, a super rich man of this level. Even a pig knows how to choose. If he offends Zhang Bing, he immediately has to pack his bag and get out. "Let's go." Zhang Bing didn't want to talk any more nonsense, so he got up and led Lin Hanyue, shouted at Chen Guozhang who was still in shock, and headed out. Chapter 93 The Black Panther Who Wants to Die. Huangzhou First Hospital. Wang Wolin and the newly cleansed Wang Wuqing were taking care of Zhou Shanglian inside the hospital room. Black Panther suddenly barged in with his men, and without saying a word, he directly forced Wang Wolin and Wang Wuqing to take them captive. The doctors of the hospital, the security guards came to stop several people, but instead of succeeding, they were also beaten by the Black Panther's men. And Zhang Bing had just walked out of the villa with Lin Hanyue, Chen Guozhang, and Chen Dongliang not long before he received a call for help from Zhou Shanglian. That scumbag Black Panther took someone to the hospital and grabbed Wakabayashi-senpai and her dad. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Bing was furious. "President Chen, Governor Qian, please take me to the Black Panther's lair immediately now, the faster the better." Qian Dongliang nodded, he had some power as a local banker. Of course, the Black Panther was a figure he had heard of, but hadn't dealt with much. Soon, under Qian Dongliang's command, the driver slammed on the gas towards the Black Panther's lair. At present, inside a small villa in Huangzhou, Black was sitting on a sofa, crossing his legs, with a large group of men standing beside him. The father and daughter, Wang Guqing and Wang Wolin, were forcibly forced to kneel on the ground. "Wang Guqing, you think that old thing Chen Guozhang, and that kid surnamed Zhang can protect you, don't you? I'm telling you, that kid surnamed Zhang, I'll definitely waste him, and as for Chen Guozhang, if that old thing dares to meddle in his business again, I'll make him look good as usual." Wang Guqing had a horrified look on his face, but now he wasn't as much of a wimp as he was before. After all, Lin Hanyue and Wang Wolin had told him a bit about Zhang Bing's strength. "Boss, if you want to screw me, the money I owe you has nothing to do with my daughter, my family." "Yoo-hoo." Hearing what Wang Wuqing said, Black Panther couldn't even help but scoff. This waste change quite fast before to sell their daughters, sell their wives it. Panther was sarcastic while delivering a few hard kicks. Wang Wolin was not afraid of the Black Panther and loudly rebuked, "Don't hit my father, you bunch of scum. Wait, Mr. Zhang will definitely come to save us. Little shut up." The Black Panther greedily stared at Wang Wolin's plump and sexy body, but he couldn't lay his hands on it. "Don't worry, I'll sue you for mercy later. As for that little guy surnamed Zhang, no one can protect him this time." "Ha!" Wang Wolin said sarcastically, "Don't say I didn't warn you, Zhang is someone you can't afford to mess with, it's okay if you let us go now. Otherwise you'll have regrets when Mr. Zhang finds this." "Yeah?" Panther wasn't afraid at all. It was Xiao Han who advised him yesterday, plus Chen Guozhang's strong shelter. But today he had already personally greeted his brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao, and gotten his brother-in-law's support. Who also, even if Chen Guozhang had to go to find relations, how strong shelter is useless. On the contrary, if Chen Guozhang still dared to interfere, he would not even let Chen Guozhang go. And just then, a henchman walked in. "Boss, news just came in from Team Xiao." "What's it say?" Panther asked impatiently. The henchman looked at Wang Wuqing, Wang Wolin's two parents. Then he attached himself to the Black Panther's ear and whispered, and the Black Panther instantly blanched. "It's true? Boss, that's what Team Xiao informed just now, and said that he's on his way here now." That little brother said truthfully. Black Panther snorted coldly and said, "Damn, Xiao Han is just a waste of space, with such little guts, I don't believe it." And at this time, Jin Dongliang, Chen Guozhong, Zhang Bing, and Lin Hanyue also sped all the way to find the Black Panther's small villa. Zhang Bing rushed to the front, and he was very worried in his heart. This was because he had long read Black Panther's dirty thoughts and knew that Wang Roland would be in trouble if she fell into its hands. So without a moment's delay, he kicked down the villa door directly. Black Panther, if you dare to touch a hair on Ruo Lin's sister's head, I'll waste you. As Zhang Bing rushed in with a loud roar, Black Panther and the others froze. Surname Zhang, you've come at the right time, I was just about to look for you. Black Panther glanced at Zhang Bing, his anger flaring. Then he looked at Chen Guozhong who followed him in, Wang Roland and Chen Dongliang, who he didn't recognize. And you Chen Guozhong, I'm telling you today, if you dare to meddle again, I'll even clean you up together. Humph. Chen Guozhong said in a cold voice, you'd better fend for yourself. Chen Dongliang also stood out and said, Black Panther, I've heard of your reputation, I'm Chen Dongliang, the head of the Huangzhou branch of the Kyoto Bank, and I advise you that it's best not to go against Mr. Zhang. Yo, Governor! Black Panther was disdainful, thinking that Chen Guozhong had invited him to stand. I don't care what kind of bank president you are, if you dare to meddle, I'll even clean you up together. Try it. Zhang Bing clenched his fists and looked at Wang Guoqing and Wang Roland who were forced to kneel on the ground. It's a good thing that it came at the right time, and Renee Wang hasn't been defiled yet. Originally, I wanted to let you off the hook, but you're unrepentant, so today I want you to play it out completely. It was also at this moment that Xiao Han rushed over with a few people from the patrol bureau. He was on good terms with the Black Panther, so after coming out of Yu Guang's villa, he made the first call to inform the Black Panther's side. Tell his men to tell the Black Panther not to mess around with retaliating against Zhang Bing and the others. He didn't expect that the Black Panther would not listen at all. Xiao Han walked in and saw that Zhang Bing, Chen Guozhong, and Chen Dongliang were all there. Zhang Bing looked at Xiao Han and said sarcastically, Captain Xiao, what, are you here to arrest me? Xiao Han smiled awkwardly and said, you're joking Mr. Zhang, you haven't broken any laws, how would I dare to arrest you? Upon hearing Xiao Han's reply, the Black Panther's eyes went wide with some disbelief. Team Xiao, are you out of your mind? What did you call this kid? Xiao Han was cursing the Black Panther in his heart at this time, and he had already asked his men to notify not to provoke Zhang Bing. I didn't realize that Panther wasn't listening at all. Black Panther, what are you doing? I advise you to release the Wang family's father and daughter immediately and have everything written off, otherwise you will regret it. I regret Nima. Panther cracked. Listen, now immediately arrest this kid and take him away for investigation, and the rest of you, who dares to resist, just do it. Black Panther instructed Xiao Han in a commanding tone. Xiao Han shook his head and sighed, Black Panther, I can't help you with this, they didn't break the law. You. Black Panther was completely furious. Then he directly dialed a phone number and handed it to Xiao Han, saying, listen to the phone. Xiao Han hopelessly took the call. The phone call was from Black Panther's brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao himself, and Xiao Han didn't dare to say anything, but could only say yes one after another. Without saying a few words, Secretary Zhao's side hung up. Seeing this, Black Panther roared, what are you still waiting for? I'll see who dares to protect this Zhang today. Chapter 94 beat up the Black Panther. With Black Panther's order, however, Xiao Han was not moved at all. He helplessly continued to persuade, Panther, take my advice and forget about it. Xiao Han, Nima, are you? Black Panther didn't care about that much and greeted Xiao Han's mother. This made Xiao Han incomparably embarrassed, but he knew that Zhang Bing was a super VIP at the head office of Kyoto Bank. The top billionaire with over $5 billion in savings and God knows what else behind it. Even Yu Guang, the richest man in Huangzhou, was slapped twice just now, one slap for $1 million, and in the end, Yu Guang could only recognize his own bad luck. At least if Yu Guang stepped in, Secretary Zhao would have to give a few points of face. He is now caught in the middle and is in a difficult position, neither daring to offend Zhang Bing nor Secretary Zhao. Stop screaming. Zhang Bing looked at the bursting Black Panther and said sarcastically, it's useless for you to scream your throat out, no one dares to help you today. Saying that, Zhang Bing took a step towards Black Panther. Xiao Han, do you still want to hang out? I told you to make an immediate arrest, and you even dare to disobey my brother-in-law? Black Panther was anxious, he had seen Zhang Bing's skill without the help of the patrol bureau. With just these few men of his, they were no match for Zhang Bing. Xiao Han remained unmoved and sighed alas. Keep barking, I'll make sure you can't bark today. Zhang Bing snorted coldly as his ancient martial art unfolded and rushed up with an arrow step. Before Black Panther's few henchmen could see what was going on, they flew straight out and fell to the ground screaming. Then Zhang Bing came to the Black Panther and directly threw down a slap. Keep screaming. You-ing-ah. Zhang Bing was nonchalant and kicked down again, kicking at the small abdomen of the Black Panther, who bent down directly in pain. Get on your knees and be honest. Although Black Panther looked very strong, he was like a vegetable chicken in front of Zhang Bing. 2 consecutive kicks went down, and the Black Panther couldn't carry it at all and screamed miserably. If you dare to hit me, my brother-in-law will make you look good. And you Xiaohan, you ate your way out. Black Panther screamed miserably while cursing angrily. Zhang Bing frowned and kicked down towards Black Panther's kneecap. With a kaboom sound, accompanied by the panther's miserable scream, his knee bone was directly crushed and fractured. Couldn't carry it any longer and went straight to his knees. Zhang Bing looked at him coldly and forced the question, what? Do you still want to pay back Wang Wuqing's loan sharks? You have the ability to kill me. If you don't kill me today, I will definitely kill you all. The Black Panther screamed ferociously, his mouth still hard. Well, I'll see how tough your mouth is. Zhang Bing didn't say anything more and kicked down again. While kicking, he threatened, keep screaming, I'll beat you until you're honest today. Xiaohan was a bit unable to look at this time, how to say that Black Panther is also Secretary Zhao's brother-in-law. If he was beaten by Zhang Bing like this and he was watching from the side, he would definitely not be able to explain himself later. Zhang, Mr. Zhang, have mercy. You've already beaten Panther so badly, have mercy. Zhang Bing looked at Xiaohan and said sarcastically, what? When the Black Panther was removing people's arms at every turn and killing people and setting them on fire, did you stand up to stop it? Aye. Xiaohan said with difficulty, if Secretary Zhao finds out, you won't be able to explain. Olmi doesn't care what Secretary Zhao is looking for or not, get the hell out of my way. Zhang Bing was nonchalant. He'd read the Panther's mind long ago, and the man's sins weren't even enough to describe it, so no amount of brutal beating was too much. Seeing this, Xiaohan didn't dare to say anything else, so he could only give his men a wink, signaling them to hurry out and find a way to notify Secretary Zhao. After 10 minutes, the Black Panther had wimped out and no longer dared to scream with his mouth. However, Zhang Bing still used the mind-reading technique to understand the other party's mind. The other side still wants to retaliate, thinking that his brother-in-law will step in to back him up. So Zhang Bing also let go of the Black Panther and kicked it to the side. I know your brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao, is a bullseye, okay, let's settle this once and for all today, and wait for your brother-in-law to come in person. Zhang Bing said, directly moving a stool to sit down. And he signaled Lin Hanyue, Chen Guozhong, and Shen Dongliang to just sit down and wait as well. Although Chen Guozhong, Shen Dongliang, and Xiaohan all already knew Zhang Bing's strength. Sort of super rich, but Panther's brother-in-law is not to be messed with either, a real big shot in Huangzhou. If it were not for Secretary Zhao's backing, the Panther's behavior would have gone in and stepped on the sewing machine. Mr. Zhang, do you want you to talk to the leaders of the head office, after all, Secretary Zhao is in Huangzhou. Qian Dongliang reminded in a whisper on the side. No need. Zhang Bing said calmly, just wait here for that Secretary Zhao to come today, I'd like to see what he has to say about his brother-in-law who has done so much evil for so many years. Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Chen Dongliang, Chen Guozhong also did not say anything more. Panther's side was beaten half to death, kicking heavily, though his mouth was no longer screaming. But the eyes couldn't hide the resentment and anger within them. After about half an hour had passed, an Audi with a special numbered license plate did come outside the villa. From the car came a fairly young man, whom the crowd recognized at a glance. The visitor was not Secretary Zhao, the Panther's brother-in-law, but Secretary Zhao's big secret Fong construction. Secretary Fong. Hello Secretary Fong. Seeing that it was Fong Jianzhuang who had arrived, Xiaohan, Shen Dongliang all greeted politely. And Panther came to his feet at once, struggling to stand up with the help of his men. Old Fong, you're just in time. Fong Jianli frowned and looked at the mess all over the ground, a large group of people, and the Black Panther who was covered in blood and limping with one leg. Among these, Chen Guozhong, Shen Dongliang, one of whom is the dean and the other is the governor, he still knows. He was personally asked by Secretary Zhao to come over and assist his brother-in-law Panther with something. Panther, what's going on? Fong Construction asked. Black Panther this time completely let go. Fong Construction is sent by his brother-in-law, although the level is not high, but the status is there. It was this scumbag who beat me up like this. Xiaohan, this scumbag didn't even listen to my brother-in-law and refused to arrest anyone. Fang Jianzhuang nodded, first expressing his relationship to Black Panther, then said, "Don't worry, whoever dares to beat you up like this, I'll make sure that he can't eat his words." Saying that, Fang Jian looked at Xiaohan and asked, "You are the captain of the patrol bureau, aren't you? Do you want me to make a phone call to your chief so that your chief can come and arrest him personally?" Secretary Fang, I. Xiaohan was very embarrassed to the core. Then Fang Jianzhong looked at Chen Guozhong and Qian Dongliang, and thought that they were backing up Zhang Bing again, so Xiaohan didn't arrest anyone. "President Chen, Governor Qian, are you guys backing this guy up?" Chen Guozhong was more rigid and disliked back. "According to you, as Secretary Zhao Secretary, are you here to help back up Black Panther?" Fang Jianzhong's face sank as he said, "Chen Guozhong, you should back off. Do you want to be late in life?" Humph. Chen Guozhong didn't eat this at all, saying, "I'm not afraid of shadows, so whatever." Good. Fang Jianzhuang sneered. "Governor Qian, so you're up?" Chen Dongliang also feels very difficult, although the local Huangzhou is not in charge of the bank, but offended Fang Construction is the same as completely offended Zhao Secretary. The follow-up work will be very difficult to carry out. "Secretary Fang, this, Mr. Zhang is the highest level VIP customer of our head office." Chapter 95, Down. Qian Dongliang's words caused Black Panther, Fang Jianlong to be a bit surprised. To be the highest level VIP at the head office of Kyoto Bank is really not simple. Hearing this, the Black Panther came to a realization and looked at Xiaohan. Xiaohan confirmed it with a definite nod of his head. "Secretary Fang, I think we should just forget about this. After all, it was the Black Panther who grabbed Mr. Zhang's friend first, and Mr. Zhang did it in a fit of anger." Qian Dongliang also tries to brush off his face, so that Fang Jianjian, the Black Panther, will give him face. Who knows that just after the words were said, Fang Jianjian coldly grunted, "Even if it's the highest level customer of your bank's headquarters, so what? Isn't it just money? We don't allow people with such a bull's nose to exist in Huangzhou." With that said, Fang Jian waved his hand and chided Xiaohan, "What are you people from the patrol bureau still standing there for? Do you really want your chief to come personally, or do you want me to?" Xiaohan sighed, "This lower construction are here, everyone knows that it must be authorized by Secretary Zhao. Even if he was unwilling to offend a super rich man like Zhang Bing, there was nothing he could do at this moment. Mr. Zhang, please come with us." However, Xiaohan's attitude now was clearly better than before, all with a please. "Slow down." Zhang Bing didn't panic before he spoke. He looked at the smug, jumping up and down Panther again. Then he looked at the Secretary Zhao's big secret Fang Jian, with a sinister face, not a good bird at first glance. "People, I did beat them. It's fine if I want to bring them back for investigation. But the Black Panther opened a casino, loan sharking, and privately imprisoned my friend's father and daughter. What about this?" Fang Construction looked at Zhang Bing with some skepticism. After all, being so young and saying that he was the most honored VIP of the head office of Kyoto Bank was indeed a bit unbelievable. But the governor himself has said so, and it can only be believed. "Panther, is there such a thing?" Black Panther, of course, denied it and said, "Old Fang, don't listen to his ing nonsense." Fang Jianzhuang nodded and looked at Xiaohan again and asked, "You're from the patrol bureau, is there such a thing?" Xiaohan pondered for a moment and said, "No." Then Fang Jianzhuang stared at Zhang Bing again and said, "Did you hear me clearly? Old man testifies that there is such a thing." Chen Guozhong stood out and shouted. Fang Jianzhong snorted coldly, not paying any attention to Chen Guozhong at all, and then commanded, "Take it away." Xiaohan nodded and walked over with a few team members. Seeing that the big picture had been settled, Black Panther frantically clamored, "If you don't kill you, I'll take your name. And Chen Guozhong, Wang Guoqing, all arrest them for me, those two women stay." Zhang Bing sneered and suddenly activated the ancient martial art. His speed was very fast, so fast that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to react in time. Only to see him rushing to the Black Panther once again, raising his hand and slapping it down. Panther faltered, and then he took off with a smooth grip on Panther's wrist. With a firm squeeze of one hand, there was a kaboom sound, and everyone could hear the bones cracking. "Ah, Naya!" The Black Panther let out a vicious squeal like a killing pig. "Stop! You dare to commit murder in front of me?" Fang Jianjian was also taken aback. He did not expect Zhang Bing to be so wild, completely disregarding him. "What are you? Do you think you can turn black and white upside down and not know right from wrong? You don't think you're great just because you're rich. If you can get out of Huangzhou, our construction will take your surname." "Xiaohan, What are you guys still waiting for? Still want the black hat? Fong Construction also burst into rage. He was personally ordered by Secretary Zhao to help Black Panther, but as a result, Black Panther was directly crushed one of his hands and violently beaten by Zhang Bing in front of him. How are we going to explain this to our leaders? Mr. Zhang, please stop right now, don't make things difficult for us. Xiao Han still shouted politely. Zhang Bing simply ignored it and stared at the Black Panther, warning, as I said, I want you to completely play through today. He then pulled out his cell phone and started calling by Xiaochun in Kyoto. Things have come to a head, and it's definitely not possible not to use Kyoto's connections. Even if he completely killed the Black Panther today, the people behind it would definitely not be willing to rest, and there would be endless trouble. The phone was quickly connected, and Zhang Bing didn't hold back, briefly explaining the matter in front of everyone. By Xiaochun's segment is not sure how much higher than Fong Jianzhu. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Bing then let go of Black Panther. Fong Jianjian was also a bit flustered in his heart at this time, not knowing who Zhang Bing had just called. After all, Zhang Bing was super rich and probably had some connections behind him. No matter who you ask for help, if you waste Black Panther today, I'll make you suffer as well. Who the hell are you to deserve that? Zhang Bing simply did not put Fong Jian in the eyes, their own back, but there is Zhao Lao backing. This time back is to transfer the household registration, transferred to Kyoto, so that the next to compete for the country to participate in the 3 countries of college students martial arts competition. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Fong Jianqing's cell phone rang. He opened it, answered it, and within seconds his entire body froze. Yes. Yes, you commanded it. Only Fong Jianzhuan could be heard responding a few times like a schoolboy who had done something wrong, and then cold sweat broke out on his entire forehead. Seeing the change in Fong Jianzhu, everyone felt curious as to what kind of connections Zhang Bing had found. Secretary Fong, don't be afraid, I'll talk to my brother-in-law. Black Panther could also see that Fong Construction was filled with fear and his eyes changed as he looked at Zhang Bing. Fong Jianjian was in a state of fear at this time. That phone call just now was from Kyoto. It's over, not only is Panther going down, but I guess Secretary Zhao is going down. Poor Black Panther at this time is still oblivious, still think their brother-in-law Zhao Secretary can cover. Fong Jianzhuan, how was it? Zhang Bing said sarcastically. Fong Jianzhuan wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and suddenly plopped down directly towards Zhang Bing. This exaggerated scene left everyone in the room dumbfounded, even Zhang Bing himself was surprised. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry for letting you suffer, I'm sorry, I'm the one who's blind and has eyes that don't recognize him Tai. Fong Jianzhuan, what are you doing? Black Panther exclaimed. Chen Guozhong, Chen Dongliang, Xiao Han and the others were also dumbstruck. A phone call scared the big shot of Huang Zhou, Secretary Zhao's first secretary, into such a state that he directly knelt down and admitted his mistake? Zhang Bing frowned and said, get up and talk. Fong Jianzhuan then stood up, then stood respectfully with his head bowed. Black Panther has been completely numb. His brother-in-law personally sent the big secretaries directly to Zhang Bing a phone call to kneel in fear. He had a bad feeling and realized something was wrong. Fong Jianzhu, what's going on? My brother-in-law. Stop screaming, your brother-in-law is useless. Anyone who does wrong can't protect anyone. Zhang Bing directly interrupted the Black Panther with a furious rebuke. Then he looked at Fong Jianzhuang and Xiao Han and said, how to deal with Black Panther, you guys look after it. My suggestion is to spend the rest of your life stepping on sewing machines to atone for your sins. Of course you guys cannot listen, it has nothing to do with me. After saying this, Zhang Bing pulled Lin Hanyue, gave Chen Guozhong, Chen Dongliang a wink, and then directly walked out of the villa. Chapter 96, Return to Kyoto. The next day, there was big news in Huangzhou. The Black Panther, who had been entrenched in Huangzhou for many years and had been committing crimes, was caught, and all sorts of accumulated crimes were exposed. The umbrella behind it, Huangzhou bigwig Secretary Zhao, has also been taken away for investigation, and people are bouncing off the walls. The promoter of all this, Zhang Bing, had already boarded the airplane to Kyoto with Lin Hanyue and Wang Wolin. This time, I went home and did something worthwhile. Mr. Zhang, I really don't know how to thank you properly, if it wasn't for you, AI. Sitting on the airplane, Wang Wolin's eyes were sizzling, and she could no longer hide them at all. Hee, it's fine, we're also doing the people a favor. Zhang Bing said with a smile. Now even without using the mind-reading technique, he could feel Wang Wolin's thoughts about himself. Lin Hanyue could naturally feel it as well, but she didn't say anything, instead lying in Zhang Bing's arms and declaring her sovereignty. Meanwhile, Kyoto. Since Zhang Bing and Wang Wolin had both gone home, Tianlong Hotel temporarily let Lin Jin take care of it. It would have been a long time ago that everything was on track and there was no need to take care of anything. As for Zhang Yunfeng, Zhang Tingting's father and daughter lived inside Zhang Bing's mansion. After this period of recuperation, Zhang Yunfeng had basically recovered. Qin Yuanyuan also came to help Zhang Yunfeng personally from time to time, and over time, the two become good sisters. Of course, Qin Yuanyuan couldn't keep her mouth shut about Zhang Bing, trying to find out news about Zhang Bing from Zhang Tingting by all means. Zhang Tingting was not stupid. As a woman, she certainly felt that Qin Yuanyuan definitely liked Zhang Bing. It's just that she didn't tell Qin Yuanyuan that she also liked Zhang Bing and had a relationship with him a long time ago. Perhaps in order not to hinder his daughter and Zhang Bing from cultivating their relationship, Zhang Yunfeng checked several times after his body had recovered well. Ignoring Zhang Tingting and Qin Yuanyuan, she insisted on leaving Kyoto. On Zhang Tingting's side, she does have a strong artistic cell and very good talent. Adding to the fact that Zhang Bing had once mentioned it to Qin Ming, the vice principal of the art school, before, there was also the relationship of Qin Yuanyuan. So, Zhang Tingting has successfully entered the University of the Arts for further study. Zhang Tingting was already tall and extremely seductive, and she was also a schoolgirl in the art school. By no means below Lin Hanyue and Qin Yuanyuan. Coupled with Qin Yuanyuan's personal makeover, the groomed Zhang Tingting's first day in the art school caused many rich kids to pursue her. Of course, Zhang Tingting politely refused to all these rich kids. Moreover, Qin Yuanyuan had also greeted her cousin Qin Ji and asked him to take care of Zhang Tingting at school. Afternoon. After Qin Yuanyuan got off work, she drove the silver Mercedes-Benz sports car to pick up Zhang Tingting, and the two of them met to go shopping together. It didn't take long for the two great beauties with very different styles to find a random fancy restaurant where they planned to eat. The two had just sat down and were soon accosted. Both of them had experienced this kind of thing a long time ago, and with their looks, they had been hit on like this quite often since school. So their heat was all polite rejection and did not affect the mood. But a group of young men at the next table seemed to be relentless, getting both of them a little annoyed. Qin Yuanyuan was more direct in her temper and stood up, directly addressing the group of men at the next table. We've already said that we're not interested in you guys and don't want to get to know you, so please don't come back to accost us and affect our meal. Really think of yourself as something. At this time a man at that table grimaced. It's your good fortune that this young man has taken a liking to you, it's to give you face. Qin Yuanyuan wanted to dislike them, but was stopped by Zhang Tingting. Forget it, Sister Yuan, let's eat and leave, don't bother with them. However, at this moment, the man from the yin and yang just now stood up and walked straight over. Introducing myself, I, Lin Feng, a returnee doctor, was invited by a big shot this time to return to China to prepare for the tri-state student martial arts competition. Hearing the other party blow up his own house, Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Tingting remained uninterested. Lin Feng was a bit displeased to see this. Since he had returned to China, he had wanted to play Return of the King. First, he took care of his cousin Lin Hanyue, and gave a good show of existence. However, he did not expect to be miserably hit in the face by Zhang Bing and beat him gray. No, today, he brought a group of rich second generation from Kyoto to eat here, and as soon as he saw Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Tingting, he was shocked to see them. These two were completely inferior to their own cousin Lin Hanyue in terms of figure, temperament, and looks. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't aware of this for the time being. Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Tingting knew Lin Hanyue, and both were Zhang Bing's women. What? Looking down on me, Lin Feng? Seeing that Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Tingting didn't care, Lin Feng continued to ask. What kind of doctor are you? What kind of big shot invited you back to the game, and does that have anything to do with us? Qin Yuanyuan disliked back without a good mood. Eat as you please, don't keep harassing us. Old woman, don't give your face away. Our Lin Xiao is a big shot personally invited back. You're old enough to talk less, we're only interested in the young ones. These words instantly made Qin Yuanyuan completely furious. She was also just 30 years old and was extremely well groomed and maintained, and her body temperament was absolutely top-notch. But compared to Zhang Tingting, it is indeed not as young and energetic as Zhang Tingting, which is a trace left by the years and cannot be hidden. Bunch of scum, no quality. Lin Feng sneered and simply sat down directly on his butt, stopping Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting hastily shrunk inside and asked, "May I ask what the hell you want?" "Not doing anything, beautiful women make friends." Lin Feng said cheekily. "I'm sorry, I don't know you and I don't want to make pot friends." Zhang Tingting refused. "Don't we recognize each other now?" Lin Feng laughed, then very pretentiously and deliberately showed off the keys to his Ferrari sports car. How about taking you out for a ride, beautiful? If you like it, the car is yours. I'm not interested, thanks, please leave. Zhang Tingting was also a bit angry. Qin Yuanyuan couldn't control her anger even more and said angrily, Lin Feng, right, are you finished? Do you think it's a big deal to have a few bucks, who cares about the broken car? Yo, seeing as you're almost 30, you're old and have a big temper, you're not going through menopause. Lin Feng said sinisterly. This made Qin Yuanyuan's face turn blue, a woman's most taboo to say her age. You chaos, shameless. You've gone too far, what gives you the right to talk about Sister Yuan like that? Zhang Tingting also stood up and angrily scolded Lin Feng while trying to walk out. But being stopped by Lin Feng, he just wouldn't allow it. Get out of the way. Qin Yuanyuan reprimanded with a clenched fist. Lin Feng pressed on without fear and laughed, what's the matter? You still want to beat up this young man? Qin Yuanyuan's fire came up completely and said, fine, you won't let go, right, don't you regret it? With that, she pulled out her cell phone directly. Chapter 97 The Miserable Qin Ji. Yo, call someone. Good, this young man is looking for some practice. Lin Feng and the others rose up and laughed. After returning home, Lin Feng told everyone that he had been personally invited by a big shot to return home to prepare for the Tri-State Student Martial Arts Competition. Therefore, he quickly established himself as a leader within the circle of wealthy second-generation people in Kyoto. Of course, there were some people who held skepticism, but looking at Lin Feng driving a hairy Ferrari sports car with an extraordinary temperament and a generous amount of money, there was something to be said for that. Don't you regret it? Qin Yuanyuan was furious and wanted to call Zhang Bing, but considering that Zhang Bing was in his hometown. So she calls her cousin Qin Ji's phone. Lin Feng and the others weren't afraid at all, instead they were sarcastic and mocking one another. Beauty, this young man would like to see who you call for help, huh? It's not calling your dad, is it? Ha ha. Qin Yuanyuan was already very angry, being stopped by this group of people, out and out again. After about 10 minutes had passed, Qin Ji arrived by car and rushed straight into the restaurant. Who the bullied my cousin and Tina? Qin Ji single-handedly and directly yelled. Qin Ji, here. Qin Yuanyuan saw that Qin Ji had arrived and quickly waved. Qin Ji's temperament was already very rigid, and he had also seen the world, and was previously following Macho. Macho is still hospitalized after being made to suffer by Zhang Bing, and has cleaned up his act after playing it out completely. But his own cousin was being bullied, so how could he bear it? You're the ones who bullied my cousin in Ting Ting, looking for a fight. Qin Ji clenched his fists and came up to slam down his breath towards Lin Feng, who was leading the charge. Lin Feng sneered, not caring at all. Although he was not a match for Zhang Bing and was held in submission by Zhang Bing with one hand. But it's true that they're also masters of fighting, otherwise they wouldn't have been invited back for the martial arts competition. Just seeing Qin Ji slamming his fist, Lin Feng didn't panic and reached out with one hand to grab it. As soon as he grabbed Qin Ji's fist and violently exerted force, Qin Ji immediately cried out in pain. With this skill, you dare to touch this young man? Seeing that Lin Feng was so good with his hands, the group of rich kids followed suit and bragged about it. Well. Pretty girl, that's what you call such a loser, ha ha. Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Tingting looked at each other in dismay, not realizing that this Lin Feng really did have a few tricks up his sleeve. Let go. Damn you, I'm Qin Ji from the art school. Qin Ji cursed and blew himself up, after all, he once followed Macho in this area of the art school is still somewhat famous. Yo, Qin Ji? Never heard of it? This young man has heard of your art school's Macho. Lin Feng smiled disdainfully. Grass, you dare to bully my cousin in Ting Ting, just wait, when my Bing brother comes back, you're dead. Qin Ji knew that he wasn't Lin Feng's opponent and cursed, so he had to mention Zhang Bing. Hee hee, kid, it seems like you still don't know the strength and background of our peak youngster, right? Let me tell you, our peak Xiao is invited back to the tournament by a big shot, and your what's-his-name Bing will have to be honest when he meets our peak Xiao. A group of rich kids started blowing up. Qin Ji, Qin Yuanyuan, and Zhang Tingting couldn't figure out what Lin Feng was really about. Alright, today is almost over, hurry up and add a friend, this young man still has a big shot's innings tonight. Lin Feng let go of Qin Ji's hand at this time and threatened. Ganama! Qin Ji directly cursed angrily. Kid, are you looking for a fight? Lin Feng looked at Qin Ji and directly kicked down. At that moment, the group of rich second-generation very knowledgeable one coaxed, pressed Qin as a violent beating. Don't fight it, okay, add friends will do. Qin Yuan couldn't bear to watch her cousin being put together, so she had to compromise. Otherwise, looking at this situation, Lin Feng's group wouldn't let them go. That's right, this young man just wants to make friends with you guys. Having succeeded in his aim, Lin Feng then stopped. Two beauties, tomorrow this young man will ask you out again. If you dare to refuse, this young man can find you at any time. Only after dropping these words did Lin Feng lead the rich daughters on a long journey, and when he passed by the front desk, he even very pretentiously bought Qin Yuan in Zhang Tingting's order. Are you okay? Brother Qin, I'm sorry, it's all my fault that Sister Yuan and I caused you to get beaten up. Seeing Qinji's battered and swollen mess, both Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting felt a bit guilty. It's fine. Qinji spat out blood and said, damn, this scumbag is really something, he's so strong, he's got some skills. Sister, Tingting, you guys hurry up and contact Brother Bing, let Brother Bing treat him. Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting sighed to each other, all they had been thinking about was Zhang Bing all this time. I know, Lin and Hanyue have said that they are returning to Kyoto tonight. Qinji then revealed a smile and said, just now that didn't he say that he would come to you tomorrow, call Bing together, I also want to go to the theater. Evening. A high-end restaurant in Kyoto, inside a private room. Bai Xiaochun was eating with a few people, and by his side sat a few young men, which included Lin Feng. After 3 rounds of wine, Bai Xiaochun said with a smile, Xiaolin this martial arts competition above is very important, you can grasp, never lose to the R country, M country college students Secretary Bai, don't worry about this, don't dare to say anything else, when I was studying in M country, I didn't have to compete with the students from M country, it's just like that. As for R, it is said to be inferior to M. Lin Feng was quite confident that the few young men at the dinner table would be participating in the Tri-State University Student Martial Arts Competition in the near future. And he was apparently the head, having been invited back by Bai Xiaochun, whom Li Tai had arranged to invite. Lin, be humble and low-key. Originally, that Macho of the Ma family was on the list this time, but there was an accident. Of course, there's a very good young man who will be attending this time as well, and if he hadn't gone back to his hometown to run some errands, he would have come to the dinner tonight as well. Bai Xiaochun introduced with a smile. Lin Feng's few people muttered in their hearts, it was really rare to have Bai Xiaochun praised so much, even he hadn't been praised so much. Secretary Bai, if we win the championship this time and win glory for our country, can we ask you for a favor in private? Lin Feng was calculating in his heart and suddenly said. This made Bai Xiaochun a bit confused and asked, as long as you guys can fight for your country and win the championship, as long as it's not something that's hurtful and reasonable, just feel free to ask. Good. Lin Feng looked very excited and said, I'm relieved to have your words, it's not a big deal. I just went back to my country and had a bit of a conflict with someone, and the other party made me lose face because of their money. So when the time comes, I'd like to ask you to stand in for me. Ha! Bai Xiaochun laughed, only feeling childish, but didn't refuse. Chapter 98, 3 Autumns Apart. At dusk. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue, Wang Wolin's 3 flights had landed. Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting had been waiting at the airport for a long time, and they saw Zhang Bing holding Lin Hanyue's hand from a long way away, with Wang Wolin following at the side. Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting looked different, and there was a burst of acid in their hearts, but no one showed it. After all, joy still outweighs jealousy when you see someone you like. Brother! Soldier boy! Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting shouted and ran over with a smile. Hanyue, Ruolin, you guys can finally come back, during this period of time you guys were not in Kyoto, it always felt like something was missing. Qin Yuan said. Hope, Tina, yeah, we missed you guys too. The 4 women quickly fought together, butting Zhang Bing aside to pardon him. Zhang Bing laughed, and without hesitation, he directly unfolded his mind-reading technique. Long before he returned to his hometown, he wanted to take a look at Zhang Tingting's thoughts in his mind. Little Lei-san is really simple, so she misses me so much, dreaming about me every day. Not bad, not bad. After understanding Zhang Tingting's mind, Zhang Bing was very happy. It could be said that it was Wang Wolin who started out with her strength, money. And Lin Hanyue, although not all, but also a little bit, if not at that time their own high-profile donation of that Maybach, the probability that Lin Hanyue cannot talk about despising himself, but most likely will not fall in love with himself. Qin Yuan was totally adoring herself, a natural mu-strong kind of person. Currently it seemed that only Zhang Tingting was simple and purely liked himself as a person, which made him feel especially rare. You guys just got off the plane, you haven't eaten yet. Lin Hanyue smiled and said, Tingting and I booked a restaurant a long time ago, let's go over and eat now. It just so happens there's something I need to tell you. So a group of 5 people got into Lin Hanyue's sports car. Zhang Bing sat in the co-pilot, Lin Hanyue, Zhang Tingting, and Wang Ruolin sat in the back, and Lin Hanyue drove. For women, all of them are first-class big beauties, except for Wang Ruolin who was slightly worse, but Wang Ruolin wins in openness and high emotional intelligence. The figures of all 4 were definitely the best of the best, dazzling Zhang Bing. Listening to the 4 women chirp and chat, he quietly unfolded his mind-reading skills. Read the 4 women's minds for a change, and mentally sked. It was now basically certain that all 4 women liked themselves and all wanted to be alone with them tonight. This made Zhang Bing in turn flooded with difficulties. After all, Lin Hanyue was the real girlfriend. Wang Ruolin, Zhang Tingting and herself had a relationship a long time ago, but it was not so urgent. The one he wanted to take down the most right now was Lin Hanyue, the imperial sister, who was quite wild and thrill-seeking at heart. As Lin Hanyue sped along, the 5 soon arrived at a restaurant not far from the Tianlong Hotel. Hey, Sister Yuan, why didn't you go to my Tianlong Hotel and book a restaurant around here for dinner? After getting off the bus, Zhang Bing asked. You're so used to eating delicacies every day, don't you want to change your tastes? When Lin Hanyue said this, her tone was particularly strange, and her eyes stared hotly at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing read the other party's hints and could even be said to be somewhat teasing. Sister Yuan is right, it really is that way, huh? Zhang Bing laughed. The 5 of them arrived inside the private room of this restaurant, and just as they walked in, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue, Wang Ruolin saw that Qinji was also there. Young Qin! Lin Hanyue and Wang Ruolin shouted in surprise. Zhang Bing was also quite curious and looked at Qinji's bruised and swollen face and asked, Young Qin, what's going on? Brother Bing, sister-in-law, Ruolin, don't mention it, you guys are finally back. Qinji poured tea as he opened the table for a few people to be seated. There's no need to be so polite, we're all friends. Zhang Bing laughed. What's wrong with you? Qinji sighed, then looked at Lin Hanyue and Zhang Tingting. He was too embarrassed to say it himself and hoped that the 2 women would say it for him. Brother Xiaobing, Brother Qinji was beaten up to help Sister Yuan and me. Zhang Tingting whispered. What? Upon hearing that Qinji was beaten up like this to help Lin Hanyue and Zhang Tingting, Zhang Bing immediately got angry and stood up. Hope, Tina, what's going on? Yes, whoever bullies you, we will definitely spare not him. Wang Ruolin and Lin Hanyue were also quite angry. Several women had long been like sisters to each other, and once they heard that their sisters were being bullied, what more could they do? It's someone called Lin Feng. Lin Hanyue was furious when she remembered what had happened. Not only had she been forced to add her friends, but she had also been trolled for being an old woman, and her own cousin Qinji had even been beaten up. Lin Feng? Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue looked at each other in thought. What's this person's origin? Can he beat you up like this, young Qin? Zhang Bing asked curiously. After all, Qinji was also considered a ruthless character, plus the Qin family still had some strength. Don't mention it, Brother Bing. Qinji then cursed. This person claims to be a sea turtle, invited back by some big shot to participate in the Tri-State University student martial arts competition. He does have good hands. Damn, disgraceful, I can't even catch a single move from him. I was beaten up instead, and my cousin and Tingting were even forced to add friends by him, declaring that he would come to look for my cousin and Tingting tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue, Wang Ruolin were suddenly surprised. I didn't realize it was really the same Lin Feng. Brother, that Lin Feng has some strength. Qinji is no match, it's too much, he keeps pestering me and Tingting. Lin Hanyue also said angrily. Zhang Bing revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and said, I didn't expect Lin Feng, this scumbag, not to remember last time. You know? Lin Hanyue, Qinji asked curiously. This Sei is still a distant cousin of Hanyue. Zhang Bing explained. At once, several people were astonished. Then Lin Hanyue briefly talked about what happened last time at the Sky Dragon Hotel. Lin Hanyue, Qinji, and Zhang Tingting stared blankly, feeling angry and amused. I didn't realize that Zhang Bing had dealt with Lin Feng a long time ago and had taught him a hard lesson. What's more, he didn't expect Lin Feng to actually be related to Lin Hanyue. So that's how it is, we must make him look good tomorrow. Lin Hanyue coldly snorted. Qinji also revealed a strange smile and said, call that arrogant, tomorrow I don't know what kind of expression he will have when he sees you, Bing. Since he said he will come to find Sister Yuan and Ting Ting tomorrow, let him come. After giving him face last time, it seems that this person is still unrepentant. Zhang Bing sneered. Lin Hanyue sighed and didn't know what to say. After all, he was also his distant cousin, and the two had known each other since childhood. Just give him a proper lesson, just don't go too far, hey. Zhang Bing nodded and looked at the bruised and swollen Qinji, saying, how he assaulted you today, just fight back how you want tomorrow, and if anything happens, I'll just help you take responsibility to the end. Chapter 99, Foolishness. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, as discussed last night when we all had dinner, Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting, Qinji and the three of them arrived at the place designated by Lin Feng. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue were sitting on the side of the car. When the time came, Zhang Bing stepped in to give Lin Feng a good lesson. In the morning, sure enough, Lin Feng appeared very arrogantly with a few rich kids in their respective luxury cars. Seeing that Zhang Tingting and Qin Yuan were indeed waiting here as promised, Lin Feng was still quite satisfied with his strength and charm. Young Peak, those two chicks did come on time. That's right, we don't look at what strength our Peak Young is, that's how women have to be, conquered with great strength. But the kid who got his ass kicked yesterday was there. Lin Feng smiled and didn't care that Qinji had also come, intending to just tell Qinji to get lost later. Yo, two beauties, how's it going? Did you figure it out, ha ha ha. Lin Feng strutted over and opened his mouth to flirt. The two of them, Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting, had mouths full of cold smiles as they cursed Lin Feng in their hearts for really not having a long face. You're so handsome and powerful, what woman wouldn't love that? Yeah, we have a friend who wants to meet you. Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting opened their mouths and spoke sarcastically. Lin Feng hadn't heard the mockery in it yet. He really thought that the two of them had fallen in love with him after seeing his strength with their own eyes yesterday. Not bad. Lin Feng had a smug look on his face, then glanced at Qinji, who was sneering on the side, and lectured, Kid, what are you laughing at here? Is it because you're not convinced? Of course I'm not convinced. Qinji said with a mocking look on his face, of course I'm here to see a good show. What do you mean? Lin Feng heard something wrong in it. Dare to beep again, believe it or not, this young man will watch your good show first. Hee, Qinji laughed and said, Lin Feng, keep screaming, I'll see if you can still scream later. Lin Feng cursed and gave a wink to the few rich second-generation juniors following beside him, signaling for them to get their hands on Qinji and beat him up. Stop. Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting let out a shout at the same time. What gives you the right to hit someone? You think it's still yesterday? Lin Feng was disdainful of this and looked at the two of them, saying, two beauties, if you don't go back tonight, I can consider not beating up this kid. But if you guys don't agree, this young man will not be polite. Bah, how shameless. Zhang Tingting said angrily, trying to threaten us with this. Hee, Lin Feng, don't regret it. Qin Yuan smiled, full of teasing. Lin Feng hadn't realized the problem yet and was still very pleased with himself, leaning towards Zhang Tingting and reaching out his hand to touch Zhang Tingting's hand. How's that for a threat, beautiful? It's this guy who came running to get smoked himself. Zhang Tingting immediately ducked back and said angrily, what are you doing? Shameless. Yo, beautiful girl, your temper is quite big, since you've come out today, accompany this young man to have a good time. Lin Feng was unforgiving and continued to approach, wanting to use force. Rubbish, take away your salty piggy hands, if you dare to touch Ting Ting, I'll make you look good. Qinji rushed over and loudly scolded. Lin Feng glanced at Qinji, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, Kid, it seems that the lesson given to you yesterday wasn't enough. Get lost immediately, and stop being an eyesore here, or this young man will directly whip you. Ha! Qinji didn't panic at all because Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue were watching the scene from a car off to the side. You ruthless bullnose, is it? I wonder in front of my soldier brother, you can still bullnose up? Lin Feng and the others burst out laughing as soon as they heard it. What soldier brother? He's just a younger brother in front of our Peak Xiao. Tell your what's-his-name soldier brother to come out and touch it, just one finger less for us Peaks. A few rich kids jeered loudly. Lin Feng himself was quite pleased with himself and said disdainfully, Yo, looks like you guys called someone to touch base with this young man's strength today, right? That's fine, this young man just happens to be practicing, and in the meantime, I'll let you guys see what true strength means. Seeing Lin Feng, who didn't know what he was doing and was still bragging about it, Qin Yuan, Zhang Tingting, and Qinji laughed their asses off. If they hadn't heard Lin Hanyue talk about how Zhang Bing had cleaned him up last night, the three of them might have been bluffed. And right at this moment, Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue, who had been sitting in the car, finally couldn't sit still. The two got out of the car and walked straight over. "Yo, Lin Feng, you have a big mouth." Zhang Bing had a teasing look on his face as he walked over quickly with Lin Hanyue. You, cousin, how come it's you guys?" Seeing Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue appear, Lin Feng's entire body went bad, and his speech began to shiver. "I hear you're going to show me what you're made of, right? Tell me, how?" Zhang Bing sneered and asked back. Lin Feng gulped furiously and looked at Qin Ji, Qin Yuanyuan, and Zhang Tingting in disbelief. It was only then that he realized that the Bing brother that the three of them were talking about was Zhang Bing. "Cousin, you're too outrageous and shameless." Lin Hanyue had seen what Lin Feng had done just now, and seeing her cousin bully and molest Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Tingting, she was also very angry. "Cousin, Zhang Bing, it's not like that." Lin Feng was completely flustered. He remembered exactly how Zhang Bing punched him in the face at that time. Spell financial strength, he sold 25 Bentleys directly in one breath, and the Tianlong Hotel is all his. In terms of hands, his two tricks were not enough. "Humph." Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said to Qin Ji, "Young Qin, how he beat you yesterday, you don't have to be polite today, just double it." "Okay, Bing." Qin Ji laughed out loud. He walked up to Lin Feng and directly slapped him. "Aren't you arrogant? Stinky, didn't you want to touch strength with Bing?" Qin Ji was furious when he remembered the scene yesterday when he was brutally beaten by Lin Feng and the others. To Lin Feng was punching and kicking, Lin Feng did not dare to fight back at all. The few rich kids he brought weren't stupid either. From the moment Zhang Bing appeared, Lin Feng tone poisoned and wimped out. They knew that Zhang Bing was definitely not someone they could afford to mess with. After some punches and kicks, soon Lin Feng's face was colorful, and only then did Qin Ji stop. Lin Feng, if it wasn't for the fact that you're related to Hanyue, I wouldn't have let you off so easily today. Put your moves on me, and the next time, it won't be so easy." Lin Feng wiped the blood from his face, defiance written in his eyes. Thinking that he is at least a young talent invited back by Xiaochun, he also has to fight for the country. Even after being wildly punched in the face by Zhang Bing last time, today, he was also violently beaten by Qin Ji. He was really angry. "Zhang Bing." Lin Feng clenched his fists and roared, "Do you think I'm really afraid of you?" Chapter 100, Who are you calling? "Cousin, save your breath." Lin Hanyue was speechless for a moment when she heard Lin Feng's screeching words. Originally, Zhang Bing thought that for the sake of Lin Hanyue, he would let Qin Ji return the favor by beating Lin Feng violently. But I didn't expect that this Lin Feng didn't know any better and actually dared to freak out and clamor. So Zhang Bing stopped and looked back at the unconvinced Lin Feng, saying, "What? You're not convinced?" Lin Feng clenched his fists and said angrily, "I know you're very powerful, but I also Lin Feng am not easy to bully. You told Qin Ji to beat me up like this, just wait, I was invited back to China to participate in a martial arts competition. I'll see what you tell the big man." Zhang Bing sneered. The last time, Lin Feng had bragged that it was Li Tai who had personally invited him back to China. But it's obviously bragging about the likelihood of the ratio, something that Tai Li was informed of and he believed in. But to say that Li Tai personally invited him back to his country is very unlikely, almost impossible. Besides, it didn't matter even if it was really Li Tai himself who invited him back. Elder Zhao had told himself that he should fight for his country. Moreover, Li Tai was the one who Zhao Lao had instructed his men to focus on cultivating himself. "Tell me, what big shot is it that's come to scare the out of me?" Zhang Bing's tone was filled with mockery and teasing. Don't be complacent, to tell you the truth, it's Li Tai's secretary personally invited Feng Xiao back to participate in the competition evil. You let someone injure young Feng today, if anything goes wrong during the match back, even if you are very powerful you can't afford the consequences." Zhang Bing was laughing one after another, sarcastically saying, "A big shot like Secretary Li would take the initiative to invite a loser like you back to China? Why am I so unconvinced?" "Yeah." Qin Ji also mocked from the sidelines, "Even if Secretary Li invited, he wouldn't invite a waste like you." Lin Feng was also energized at this time, and said angrily, "Zhang Bing, if you have the ability to wait, I'll make a phone call right now to inform Secretary Li's Secretary Bai." Hearing that it was Bai Xiaochun, this time Lin Hanyue was speechless. It seemed that Lin Feng knew nothing about Zhang Bing's network of connections. "Cousin, Zhang Bing has already spared you, so don't be a tough talker, admit your fault and hurry up, don't disgrace yourself here." Lin Hanyue breathlessly reminded. "Humph." Lin Feng was certain that as long as Bai Xiaochun came in person, even if he didn't come in person, a random phone call would definitely scare the piss out of Zhang Bing. When men talk, women don't interrupt. Zhang Bing, you give this young man a chance to wait, today's revenge and last time's humiliating revenge, new revenge and old revenge together. Yo. Zhang Bing was playful and sarcastically said, wasn't it you yourself who wanted to act like a show-off in front of me last time? What? No strength, the dog is jumping over the wall, I'm waiting for you to call secretary bye. Lin Feng also stopped talking nonsense, took out his cell phone and walked to the side, and started dialing Bai Xiaochun's number. After all, he was indeed invited back by Bai Xiaochun, and last night, Bai Xiaochun had specially invited a few of them who would be participating in the competition together by then to dinner. At the dinner table, he also made a public offer to ask Bai Xiaochun to come out and stand up for himself after winning the championship. At that time, Bai Xiaochun just smiled, but didn't refuse. Just you wait, Peak really knows Secretary White. Secretary Bai is Secretary Li's big secret, and his words and actions represent Secretary Li. A few rich second-generation people followed and clamored at this time, and all of them were billionaires at home. But this level of rich man is really not enough compared to Secretary Bai, Li Tai. Therefore, they agreed that as long as Bai Xiaochun was willing to make a statement, Zhang Bing would be finished. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, Wang Ruolin, Qin Yuan, Zhang Tingting, and Qin Ji were all filled with ridicule. Especially Qin Yuan, Zhang Tingting, that was in the hospital at that time, but he had seen it with his own eyes. Li Tai brings Bai Xiaochun to help and directly hardens Ma Yunting, the richest man in Kyoto. Ma Yunting also sent out the big backer behind him, Guan Bei, who was still above Li Tai in the Guan Bei segment. The last call was just a phone call, and Sekad was on the spot as if he had done something wrong, just spilling the beans and talking Ma Yunting down. After about a few minutes, Lin Feng hung up the phone with a smug look on his face. Zhang Bing, wait. I've just spoken to Secretary Bai, just wait, Secretary Bai is going to come here in person, you're dead. Zhang Bing smiled disdainfully and said, fine, then we'll wait. Lin Feng was still unaware of this and continued to intimidate, cousin, I advise you to hurry up and abandon your darkness, there's no future in following him. I'm telling you, Secretary White is very optimistic about me. Lin Hanyue already didn't want to talk and gave Lin Feng a look. Surname Zhang, if you kneel down and beg me now, I can still be lenient with you when Secretary Bai arrives later. Otherwise even if you're rich, so what if the Sky Dragon Hotel is yours? Zhang Bing said sarcastically, if you honestly get as far away as you can right now, for the sake of Hanyue's face, I can let you off the hook, otherwise there will definitely be regrets for you later. Oomph. Lin Feng still didn't know how to die and continued to clamor, believe it or not, I'll have Secretary Bai make a random phone call and directly seal off your Tianlong Hotel. And at that moment, the few rich daughters following Lin Feng immediately revealed expressions of horror. They didn't know Zhang Bing, but they had just heard Lin Feng say that the Sky Dragon Hotel was owned by Zhang Bing. At once the few rich kids were stunned, they had all heard about it recently. The Tianlong Hotel has a very young boss and has thrown Macho, the son of the richest man Ma Yunting, straight off the hospital floor. The background is very strong and unfathomable. He just didn't expect that this young boss was actually the Zhang Bing in front of him. Peak Junior, you're done. Peak, stop it, it's over. A few rich kids looked at Zhang Bing in shock. What's finished? Lin Feng didn't know why and reprimanded, what are you afraid of? It's not just money, Secretary Bai is already on his way here, as long as Secretary Bai arrives, what's the point of him being rich? Peak Xiao, I'm afraid you can't afford to mess with him. A few rich kids shivered and instinctively moved away from Lin Feng. Zhang Bing glanced at the few rich youngsters and guessed that the other party had probably just heard that the Tianlong Hotel was his own, so he should have heard something. Shut thee up and get thee out of my way or I'll clean up even you later. The few rich daughters nodded their heads in succession and honestly retreated to the side. Lin Feng also felt something wrong about this and thought to himself, could it be that Zhang Bing had a very strong background? However, when he thought that Bai Xiaochun's back was Li Tai, he still had a bottom line. A bunch of trash, don't blame this young man for not lifting you up in the future. Several rich second generation had long been scared silly by Zhang Bing, and even Ma Yunting's son had been crippled for life and was still lying in the hospital. And Zhang Bing himself didn't have anything at all, what kind of background does that have to be? They are usually arrogant, but they are by no means intellectually challenged. Chapter 101. Kneel down and admit you're wrong. After about 20 minutes or so had passed, a black sedan drove up. Bai Xiaochun walked down from the car, the reason why he personally came over was not that Lin Feng had much face. The main reason was that he had just been in the neighborhood, plus Lin Feng had added fuel to the fire and made the situation sound very serious. Considering that Lin Feng was also a wrestling champion after all, this time he called back for a match, in case there was a slip-up yet still had a big impact, so that's why he came over. Seeing Bai Xiaochun arrive, Lin Feng's entire body let itself go. Cursing at Zhang Bing, he said, "Damn you, it's useless for you to beg me on your knees now." With that, he ran directly to meet Bai Xiaochun. "Lin Feng, what happened? Who beat you up like this?" Bai Xiaochun saw the bruised and swollen Lin Feng at a glance and opened his mouth to ask. "Secretary Bai, you have to do it for me." Lin Feng's face was full of aggression as he turned around and pointed his finger at Zhang Bing. "Secretary Bai, it's that Zhang Bing, who doesn't even care about you on account of his money." Bai Xiaochun looked in the direction that Lin Feng was pointing his finger and happened to see Zhang Bing with a few women and Qinji also walking towards him with a smile on his face. At once, he understood in his heart and cursed Lin Feng for being such a fool. "Secretary Bai, you can really give Lin Feng this face and really personally come to back him up," Zhang Bing said with a smile and some yin and yang. "Ahem." Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and explained, "No matter, I was just in the neighborhood so I happened to come and take a look." "Zhang Bing, I didn't realize it was you." "Not bad, it's me." Zhang Bing graciously admitted, this punk's strength is not good, but his character is wild. Hearing the conversation between Zhang Bing and Secretary Bai, Lin Feng's entire body froze this time. An embarrassed, puzzled, and horrified face froze in place. He did not expect that Zhang Bing actually knew Secretary Bai as well, and it was not hard to see that Secretary Bai seemed to be very respectful and appreciative of Zhang Bing. This kind of attitude has never been seen before in regard to oneself. "Secretary Bai, you know each other?" Lin Feng sucked in cool air and asked cautiously. "Lin Feng." Bai Xiaochun's face sank as he said angrily, "The person you were talking about is Zhang Bing, right? Consider yourself unlucky, then." "Me?" Lin Feng didn't know what to say. "Me what me?" Zhang Bing's face sank, stared at Lin Feng, and said angrily, "What did I just say? Get lost early, for the sake of Hanyue, I'll let you off, otherwise I'll make sure you regret it." Saying that, Zhang Bing took matters into his own hands and directly slapped down. As he fought, he went over what had happened. This was also said to Bai Xiaochun. After all, Lin Feng was invited back by Bai Xiaochun. Beating up Lin Feng in front of him, if there wasn't a reason for it, it really wasn't proper. Bai Xiaochun sort of listened and sighed from the sidelines. In his heart, he thought that Lin Feng was not good at messing with anyone, but had to go and mess with Zhang Bing, and getting a beating was already considered light. Macho is not out of the hospital yet and is lying in bed. Where did Lin Feng dare to talk tough at this point? He didn't dare to fight back at all, and was given a wild beating by Zhang Bing. Bing, I was wrong, now I really know I'm wrong. Bing, you spare me, I didn't know before. Cousin, you have to help me beg for mercy." Lin Feng completely wimped out, knowing that he was afraid, actually spinelessly kneeled down directly to beg for mercy. Seeing that Zhang Bing was unmoved, he began to beg for mercy on Lin Hanyue again. Lin Hanyue shook her head and said angrily, "I've advised you long ago, it's you who didn't listen, it's all your own fault." Zhang Bing looked at Lin Feng in disgust and said, "Hurry up and apologize to Sister Yuan, Ting Ting, and Young Qin, I'll spare you if they forgive you." Lin Feng hurriedly knelt on the ground and apologized and begged for forgiveness with Qin Ji, Qin Yuan, and Zhang Tingting. "Do you know it's wrong now?" Qin Shi coldly grunted. After all, Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting were girls with softer hearts. Seeing Lin Feng kneeling on the ground, bruised and swollen and pitiful, he was still a little heartbroken. "Watch out in the future, don't think you're reckless just because you have some skills. Sister Yuan is right, we'll forgive you this time for the sake of Sister Hanyue." After getting Qin Yuan, Zhang Tingting's forgiveness, Zhang Bing also stopped making things difficult for Lin Feng. "Get lost and be honest from now on." Thank you. Lin Feng rolled and crawled, hurriedly running away in a sorry state. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaochun was also disappointed, shaking his head and sighing. After dealing with Lin Feng, Zhang Bing took the initiative to launch an invitation to Bai Xiaochun to invite the other party to his Tianlong hotel for dinner. After all, this time when he went back to his hometown, both calls were made to Bai Xiaochun, and Bai Xiaochun helped to solve the problem. Bai Xiaochun didn't refuse and agreed in one breath. After arriving at the hotel's private dining room, Bai Xiaochun was also shocked by the luxury inside. Zhang Bing smiled and said, "Secretary Bai, don't worry, we are all family members and friends, it's nothing to have a meal." Only then did Bai Xiaochun feel relieved, and then he began to chat with Zhang Bing about this tri-state student martial arts competition. The Dragon Countryside is limited to Kyoto domiciles, with a quota of only 5 people. M also had 5 players and R gave 5 players, for a total of 15. The final admission of the first 3 is a matter of national pride. Some big shot up there casually said that you can't lose to anyone but an R player. That's why the top of this martial arts competition paid a lot of attention to it, and that's why he invited Lin Feng back through various aspects of understanding. Originally, Macho was one of them, but now it's impossible. However, what surprised Zhang Bing and the others was that Lin Feng, this punk, did have a few tricks up his sleeve, having won quite a few combat championships abroad. But now with such a comparison, Zhang Bing further felt the strength of his ancient martial arts. The wrestling champion, who couldn't punch a single move under his own hand. Zhang Bing, I will give you the information of the 10 players from M and R countries in the next few days. Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is the only way to win 100 battles. Bai Xiaochun said. Good, then I'm counting on you. Zhang Bing responded. After 3 rounds of drinking, Bai Xiaochun also got up to take his leave. While Zhang Tingting and Qin Yuanyuan even read subconsciously looked at Zhang Bing, without the need of mind reading, Zhang Bing knew what the two were thinking. But he couldn't do anything about it because Lin Hanyue was around. So the 2 women had to get up and go back to their respective homes as well. Wang Ruolin was fine and had been staying at the hotel. Lin Hanyue, however, blushed as she pulled Zhang Bing inside the presidential suite. Day 2, morning. Zhang Bing was originally still sleeping when he was woken up by Lin Hanyue, who had gotten up and cleaned up long ago. Lazy pig, get up, Hope has something important for you today. Zhang Bing's sleepy eyes were blurred, but when he heard that Qin Yuanyuan was looking for him for something important, he immediately lost all sleepiness. So they quickly got up and cleaned up, and then the 2 of them went downstairs. In the hotel lobby, Qin Yuanyuan had already been waiting. Today Qin Yuanyuan wore long hair, a black low-cut halter evening dress, and high heels, and spit lipstick. A kind of mature atmosphere of the imperial sister model full, proper queen flaming red lips. Although Lin Hanyue had some jealousy in her heart, she had no choice but to go to school today with classes, and since Qin Yuanyuan had called early in the morning, she had no reason to refuse. Sister Yuan, Roland and I will go to school first, you go with him to do your business. Lin Hanyue laughed. Qin Yuanyuan also laughed and joked, Sister Hanyue, are you comfortable handing him over to me? Ha ha. Don't kid yourself, Hope, what's not to worry about with you? Lin Hanyue smiled in response, then got into the car with Wang Ruolin. Once he saw Lin Hanyue and Wang Ruolin leave, Zhang Bing's heartbeat accelerated and glanced at Qin Yuanyuan's sexy outfit today. Sister Hope, what's so important today, dressed up like that? Get in the car and talk about it. Qin Yuanyuan held her head high, her full behind twisting and turning as she walked ahead, and Zhang Bing, mesmerized by what he saw, followed. Chapter 102, Be My Boyfriend. After getting into the car, Zhang Bing really couldn't help himself a bit. The last time he had just gained the art of reading minds, he had tried to read Qin Yuanyuan's mind. Knowing that this high-cooled royal lady is fiery inside and extremely open, she likes to pursue excitement. This kind of woman is definitely the best of the best. Wearing such a sexy, formal outfit today, it was almost as if even Zhang Tingting, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Ruolin were covered. He used his mind-reading skills straight away, trying to see just what kind of errand he was being asked to accompany himself on. Soon, Zhang Bing grinned. It turns out that Qin Yuanyuan is going on a blind date today and wants herself to pose as her boyfriend. Moreover, what Qin Yuanyuan wanted in her heart was not to impersonate at all, but to fake it, but she had been in the way of Lin Hanyue's side. Through mind-reading techniques, she learns that Qin Yuanyuan, the blind date, is from a prominent family, not only rich, but also powerful. The other party's old man at home was similar to the old man of the Qin family back then. It can be said that the 2 sides are a match made in heaven. What are you looking at? Is it good? Qin Yuanyuan said angrily as she drove on. Zhang Bing hurriedly withdrew his gaze and said, it does look good. Then you take a look at it more often, so you can see it enough. Instead of getting angry, Qin Yuanyuan took the initiative to tease Zhang Bing. This was something Zhang Bing never expected, only to see Qin Yuanyuan suddenly pull her black evening gown upwards. Snow-white wicked thighs were exposed, and the blood swelled at the sight. He. Qin Yuanyuan deliberately asked, big pervert, who is good-looking between sister and your female friend? Zhang Bing was really a bit overwhelmed. He didn't expect the imperial sister to be so direct and playful, making him a bit embarrassed. Sexy wolf, the ravishing fortune is not good. There's Sister Hanyue, and Sister Ruo Lin, and Ting Ting's so innocent sister likes you too, tsk. Qin Yuan kept flirting. Zhang Bing held back his inner fluttering and began to change the topic, saying knowingly, Sister Yuan, just don't flirt with me. What the hell are you doing looking for me to cooperate with you when you're dressed so sexy and pretty today? Qin Yuan giggled and said, I'll let you impersonate my boyfriend, okay? Help me reject someone, but it can't be like what you did to Lin Feng. The other family's old man and my family's old man are old friends, the relationship between the two families is quite good, so we can't hurt the peace. Zhang Bing smiled. Just now, he had already known all this through his mind-reading technique. Still, he deliberately asked, if that's the case, you're considered to be door-to-door, so why don't you just get together and forget about it? Humph. Qin Yuan suddenly got angry, grimaced, and said, none of your business. Zhang Bing smiled awkwardly and said, I'm just curious, why are you looking for me? There are so many young talents in Kyoto, it's not like I'm the most handsome. Qin Yuan whitened her eyes at Zhang Bing and explained, but you are the most powerful my blind date is not simple whether it's looks height temperament cultivation talk, there are not many people can be compared to. Especially the family is also prominent, hey, come to think of it, only you have the strength to make him dead to me. In that case, wouldn't I be under a great deal of pressure? Zhang Bing laughed. Well, you'll know when I see you. Qin Yuan stepped on the gas, made a U-turn, and then stopped the car. Soon, the two got out of the car and arrived at a very fancy restaurant. Zhang Bing looked inside and said, not bad, almost catching up with my Tianlong hotel. Yeah, this restaurant is owned by his family. Qin Yuan explained. Then Qin Yuan took the initiative to hold Zhang Bing's hand, and Zhang Bing's heart skipped a beat. Now you're my boyfriend you can do whatever you want. Qin Yuan flipped her red lips and looked at Zhang Bing with fiery eyes. Zhang Bing felt his blood boiling, and in his heart, he said that he was definitely going to get what he wanted today. The two of them then went straight to a private room inside. The inside of the private room was elegantly decorated, and there was already a young man in a suit waiting. Seeing Qin Yuan walk in on Zhang Bing's hand, the young man visibly froze. Hope, who is this? The young man was Qin Yuan's blind date, Huang Yu, the eldest grandson of the Huang family. Huang Yu, this is my boyfriend Zhang Bing Qin Yuan smiled and answered, then she didn't forget to deliberately lean towards Zhang Bing's side. Huang Yu's face obviously changed all of a sudden, but he still invited with great poise, Brother Zhang, Yuan, please take your seats quickly. Zhang Bing took a look at this Huang Yu, indeed a talented person, handsome, elegant in temperament, even he was a little inferior. Huang Yu, I told you earlier that I have a boyfriend, and you don't believe me, hey? Qin Yuan explained with a high-flying attitude. Huang Yu was not stupid, although his face did not look very good, especially when he looked at Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan always holding hands, any man would have jealousy. Yuan, stop it, I asked Grandpa Qin, Uncle Qin and the others a long time ago, where did you get a boyfriend? Huang Yu said. That's because they don't know. Qin Yuan snorted coldly. Obviously Huang Yu didn't believe it and guessed at the drop of a hat that Qin Yuan was deliberately looking for someone to impersonate. Of course Huang Yu did have cultivation, at least the surface work was done. Even though he was upset with Zhang Bing, he didn't show it, instead he inquired very politely, Brother Zhang, what would you like to drink? This made Zhang Bing a bit embarrassed, and he can only politely reply, Brother Huang, feel free to do whatever you want, I'll do anything. Okay, I'll take the liberty then, never mind. Saying that, Huang Yu made a gesture and soon a waiter walked in with a bottle of high-grade red wine. Then Huang Yu ordered the waiter to pour the wine while opening his mouth. He directly bypassed Qin Yuan and instead talked to Zhang Bing. May I ask where Brother Zhang is employed? It's not high school yet, art school. Oh? Huang Yu smiled and said, so Brother Zhang is from the art school, I graduated from the fine arts department of Huaqing University next door to your art school. It seems like I have to ask Brother Zhang for some advice today, after graduating for many years, I've forgotten a lot of my specialized knowledge. Zhang Bing was somewhat speechless, Huang Yu was clearly trying to make a fool of himself. He was mixed in by the examination system, how can he compare his professional level with the serious senior students of Huaqing University? I'm only a freshman, you're a senior student of Huaqing University how can you ask for advice from me? Zhang Bing excused himself. He. Huang Yu laughed and asked again, oh, right, where are you from, Brother Zhang, are the dishes here to your liking? Hunanese. Zhang Bing did not hide anything and answered truthfully. Now Huang Yu had a number in his heart and was completely relieved. He was completely sure that Zhang Bing was the actor that Qin Yuan had temporarily found. Brother Zhang, I opened this restaurant after graduation, and I designed the style inside myself. What do you think? Not bad. Zhang Bing said back. In that case, since you are Yuan's friend, then you are also my friend. In the future, if you come to the restaurant to eat or come with your friends, all the bills will be waived. Huang Yu said with a smile. Zhang Bing also laughed. First of all, he had to admit that this Huang Yu was indeed different. It's not like those rich kids like Macho and Lin Hanyue. The other party was now clearly trying to buy himself off so that he would know what to do. It didn't matter to him, the key was Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was certainly not stupid and could hear what Huang Yu meant. She was originally looking for Zhang Bing to make Huang Yu die, now how could she let the other party have his way? Huang Yu, although Zhang Bing is still a student, he is strong, and although this restaurant of yours is good, he is not bad. Oh? Huang Yu was a bit surprised, but judged that Qin Yuan was bragging. Zhang Bing a hard smile. After all, up to now, Huang Yu performance of elegant and generous polite, and no most up. It wouldn't make sense to punch someone in the face out of hand. Zhang Bing, what are you giggling about? Qin Yuan pinched Zhang Bing fiercely and snapped. Huang Yu, don't you believe me? You know me, if he doesn't have the strength, why would I be his woman? Qin Yuan said, then directly kissed Zhang Bing on the cheek. At this, Zhang Bing and Huang Yu both froze, especially Huang Yu who felt bad about his entire being. Despite knowing that Qin Yuan was acting, it was a bit overacting. He managed to control himself though, still smiling. Brother Zhang, can you do me a small favor? Brother Huang, what favor did you say? Huang Yu pondered for a moment and said, can you please help me go out and get something? No way. Without waiting for Zhang Bing to respond, Qin Yuan directly refused. Huang Yu made it clear that this was a deliberate attempt to find an excuse to try and sidetrack Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing was also quite helpless, and he also knew what Qin Yuan was thinking. Although it was true that Huang Yu hadn't defended himself, a strong twisted melon wasn't sweet. So he sighed and said, Brother Huang, in fact, you guessed correctly, I am indeed an actor that Sister Yuan temporarily found. But there's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that a strongly twisted melon is not sweet. There's no way to be full of emotion with this thing. Chapter 103, Can't Stand It Anymore. Originally, Zhang Bing's impression of Huang Yu was still very good. After all, the other party was elegant and courteous, and did not have that kind of high and mighty feeling. At best, he showed off that he was from Hua Cheng University and then emphasized that the restaurant was his own. Therefore, he didn't want to make Huang Yu look too bad, so he kept a low profile. And hearing Huang Yu's desire to recuse himself, he told the truth. Who knows that Qin Yuan refused to do so and once again pinched Zhang Bing's thigh fiercely, saying angrily, Coward, what are you afraid of? You are my man. Huang Yu watched this in silence, but he wasn't a cutie either. Knowing that what Zhang Bing said was the truth, he once again spoke calmly to Qin Yuan, look at what you're doing again. The two of us have been two children and childhood sweethearts since we were young, and your grandfather and my grandfather have been friends for many years, so our two families are also a good match, and a good match for each other. Why do you need to find someone to be mad at me? Don't worry, I won't be mad. Who's been with you since we were two kids and childhood sweethearts? Qin Yuan argued, we've only been friends since we were little, I treat you like a big brother and you want to sleep with me. And who told you that Zhang Bing was someone I got to piss you off? He. Huang Yu laughed and said, look at how brother Zhang admitted it himself just now. Humph. Qin Yuan said angrily, you didn't believe me when I told you it was true, he just didn't want to hurt your pride. Huang Yu did not care, said, Yuan the more you say the more outrageous, I Huang Yu from a famous family, graduated from Hua Cheng University, now this restaurant is also I rely on their own efforts to run down, and the family has nothing to do with. Okay, Hope, stop it. You're not too young, I'm not too young, and both of our families are rushing us. Qin Yuan didn't want to waste any more time, and as soon as she pulled over Zhang Bing who was standing dryly, she asked, Huang Yu, I really don't want to affect the relationship between the two families because of us, but Zhang Bing is really my boyfriend, and he's right, you can't force the matter of feelings, and I don't have any feelings for you. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you now. Saying that, Qin Yuan very actively hugged Zhang Bing directly, then kissed down. This made Zhang Bing froze as well, but Qin Yuan was very proactive and hugged him tightly, almost suffocating her with kisses. Out of instinct, he began to respond as well, reaching out and wrapping his arms around Qin Yuan's waist. The two of them didn't know if they were really doing it or just pretending, and they directly treated Huang Yu as transparent. Now Huang Yu couldn't hold back any longer. Even if he was well cultivated, there was no way he could watch any longer. Enough! Huang Yu slammed the table and yelled, Yuan, you've gone too far. Only then did Qin Yuan stop, her face flushed, and Zhang Bing's heart was beating wildly. Surely the style of the imperial sister is indeed exciting enough for any man to resist? Now you believe it, don't you? Qin Yuan said without a care in the world. Huang Yu's whole body was trembling with anger, and he couldn't tense up anymore. Bro, please go out first, Hope and I have something to talk about. Hearing this, Qin Yuan immediately stopped it. Don't go out, you're my boyfriend. What are the words you can't hear? Zhang Bing was also helpless inside while looking at Huang Yu, whose face was blackened. Never mind, I'd better recuse myself for the time being. It's better for you guys to make things clear, don't make it unpleasant. This time, Zhang Bing did not listen to Qin Yuan. After all, the Qin family and the Huang family are old friends. It is really not good if it is too stiff. As soon as Zhang Bing left, Huang Yu stood up and looked at Qin Yuan with a heartbroken expression. Hope, you're so stupid. Even if you find someone to piss me off, you shouldn't have to suffer. Where could Zhang Bing be good enough for you? You're too stupid. As soon as Qin Yuan heard Huang Yu badmouthing Zhang Bing, she immediately said angrily, Huang Yu, what do you mean? Please show some respect and don't say my boyfriend isn't. And as I just said, if it weren't for my boyfriend giving you face and taking care of your dignity, you'd be no match for him. Huang Yu snorted coldly. Although he was well cultivated, he thought that Zhang Bing was just a poor student from outside the country who came to study at the Jingdu Art School, and was completely incomparable to him. Coupled with the fact that when Qin Yuan demanded a kiss from Zhang Bing just now, Zhang Bing didn't give himself the face to refuse. Instead, he also took the initiative to cater to it. This had already made him very unhappy in his heart, and while Zhang Bing was out, he was not polite. I'm just giving you face, I don't want to embarrass Zhang Bing, what's he got to compare with me? Ha! Qin Yuan scoffed. Originally, when she was in the car, she had specifically instructed Zhang Bing to try to give Huang Yu face. After all, the two families have a good relationship, and now it's good that Zhang Bing's low profile is taken as a sign of incompetence by Huang Yu. Alright Yuan, stop it. Huang Yu approached step by step and suddenly directly forcefully hugged Qin Yuan with one hand. Let go of me, Huang Yu, what are you doing? Qin Yuan struggled desperately. Hope, don't struggle, sooner or later you're my woman anyway. Huang Yu's strong arms directly embraced Qin Yuan, and then reached out his hand to touch along its thighs upwards, and also came over to kiss it while doing so. Let go of me, what are you doing? Huang Yu, let go of me, are you going to be shameless? Qin Yuan was very resistant, struggling desperately and rebuking angrily as she did so. However, Huang Yu was unforgiving and continued to grab the work. You just kissed Zhang Bing so actively and passionately, what does it have to do with me? Get off me! Zhang Bing, come save me, Zhang Bing! Qin Yuan struggled frantically, and seeing that she could not break away, she cried out for help to the outside of the bag release. Instantly, the door to the private room was kicked open and Zhang Bing rushed in. Stop, what are you doing? Zhang Bing let out a loud roar, and without saying a word, he directly rushed over, forcing Huang Yu to come away with one hand. You get out, this is none of your business, this is between me and Yuan. Huang Yu wasn't embarrassed, instead he chided Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing was also a bit angry now. How come Qin Yuan was so familiar with himself and was thinking about himself in his heart? This is good, they give a face to avoid, did not expect Huang Yu actually want to use force. Huang Yu, I gave you face before I recused myself, I didn't expect you to be this kind of villain. Huang Yu also completely stopped pretending at this time and loudly reprimanded, I'm only polite to you because I'm giving face to Yuan, otherwise with your status, strength, I, Huang Yu, won't look at you more than once. Get out at once. Zhang Bing shook his head and sneered, is that so? Then you are very powerful. Huang Yu's face also began to turn gloomy, angrily said, you now immediately go to the front desk, take $500,000 and leave, just say that I said so. You must not contact Yuan again in the future, take the money and leave, $500,000 is enough for you to work hard for 10 years. Zhang Bing really couldn't help but sneer, thinking that it was not good to insult himself with anything, but to insult himself with money. Pay back $500,000. $500,000 isn't enough to pay yourself a day's interest at the bank. Chapter 104, A Terrible Blow. Huang Yu, you really think you're marvelous, don't you? Qin Yuan was sarcastic even after she broke away. Huang Yu didn't bother, but looked at Zhang Bing and said, if $500,000 isn't enough, how about $1 million? You get out right now, and take the money and go. Zhang Bing shook his head and said in a cold voice, originally, I even gave you face and didn't want to embarrass you, thus affecting the relationship between the Huang and Qin families. But I'm afraid you're mistaken when you insult me with money. He. Huang Yu also scoffed and said, don't talk so nobly about yourself, you're a college student from the south who came to study at the Jingdu Art School, I'm afraid you've never seen $1 million in your life. Didn't you come to help Hope just for the money? Poof. Zhang Bing was unimpressed as he suddenly walked towards Qin Yuanyuan and directly swept Qin Yuanyuan into his arms with a strong hand. Then provocatively said, then I'll tell you clearly that Hope is my woman now. Qin Yuanyuan shuddered inwardly, feeling very sweet and completely ignoring Huang Yu. Huang Yu's lungs exploded with anger now, and he couldn't hold back any longer. Zhang Bing, right? Give your face no face. Zhang Bing was no longer polite and said, I'm the one who gave you face. Good. Huang Yu watched as Zhang Bing wrapped his hand around Qin Yuanyuan's waist, and Qin Yuanyuan snuggled into his arms with a happy face. Even if it was fake, this is now being taken as real. I'd like to see what strength you have. Ha! Zhang Bing said disdainfully, what do you want? I'll ask one last time, will you take $1 million and leave, or will you choose to go against me? Huang Yu intimidated. Zhang Bing shook his head and said, how about I give you $10 million and from now on, you disappear and shall not harass Yuan. You. Huang Yu was so angry that his brain blackened into a line. Suddenly clenching his fists, he rushed towards Zhang Bing, having completely lost his mind. Zhang Bing did not even look at it, holding Qin Yuanyuan with one hand, he quickly reached out with one hand and directly swept down with a fist. Huang Yu didn't even have a chance to get close, and was sent flying on the spot by Zhang Bing's punch, falling to the ground and crawling up in a sorry state. Okay, Huang Yu. Qin Yuanyuan said with an expressionless face, I told you long ago that I don't like you and treat you as a friend, you just don't listen. If I wasn't concerned about the relationship between our two families, I wouldn't even bother with you. Now that everything is clear, don't make a fool of yourself. Hope, you. Well, you. Huang Yu was almost on the verge of vomiting blood, his eyes glaring out, too angry to speak. If you say so, then don't blame me. Hey. Qin Yuanyuan knew what Huang Yu was up to, nothing more than trying to humiliate and strike Zhang Bing. But how was this possible? Zhang Bing's strength, his background were comparable to Huang Yu. Huang Yu, forget it, don't be so childish. I'll tell you the truth, not only is Zhang Bing a super VIP black card holder at the head office of the Kyoto Bank, the Sky Dragon Hotel is also his. I didn't want to tell you, but you had to, so I had to tell you. As expected, once Qin Yuanyuan said this, Huang Yu was dumbfounded and looked at Zhang Bing in disbelief. Now you know, don't you? We're still friends, and I don't want to jeopardize the relationship between the two families because of the two of us, so let's just leave it at that and not go too far. Qin Yuanyuan sighed and said that she was about to leave by pulling Zhang Bing's hand. Stop! Huang Yu shouted, blocking Zhang Bing and Qin Yuanyuan's way. Although he was shocked that Zhang Bing was actually so rich. But he thinks to himself that having money doesn't mean everything. The Huang family, but a famous family, the heritage is by no means comparable to being rich. This point Qin family is still a little worse, the Huang family old man and the Qin family old man both retired, but the Huang family old man in the reign of the disciples of many officials. There are quite a few bigwigs from Kyoto nowadays, and these bigwigs have to give face to the Huang family in any case. Is being rich a big deal? Yuan, I didn't think you'd be such a gold digger now. Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help but want to laugh and said sarcastically, yes, I'm such a gold digger, I always have been, is that okay? Huang Yu snorted coldly and said, in that case, you guys wait, I'll make a phone call, is it great to have money? What the hell do you want? Qin Yuanyuan asked impatiently. Huang Yu's face turned blue as he said, just wait, isn't your boyfriend rich? Good. Nothing is boring. Qin Yuanyuan was very angry. Zhang Bing sneered as he had already unfolded his mind-reading technique, wanting to see what Huang Yu intended to do. It turned out that Huang Yu was now completely hating himself and wanted to save face in front of Qin Yuanyuan to give himself a downward spiral. This is the moment when we are planning to invite a few of the big boys to press the issue and help out. So it's with the Ma family, and Pete knows. Zhang Bing laughed coldly in his heart and cursed Huang Yu really. It's hilarious that they want to call on the Ma family and that chief of the patrol bureau, Summit, to hold up the fort. After realizing Huang Yu's true thoughts, Zhang Bing simply wasn't in a hurry. In that case, let's sit down and see what he really wants. Zhang Bing said. Qin Yuan hesitated for a moment. She could tell from the teasing smile at the corner of Zhang Bing's mouth. Huang Yu definitely didn't have a good time, and he would definitely lose face at that time. So she finally spoke kindly once and for all, saying, Huang Yu, do you really want to continue? When the time comes that things can't be wrapped up, you'll be the one who ends up losing face, so you'd better think it over. He. Huang Yu was confident, even if Zhang Bing was rich, could he compare to the richest family in Kyoto, the Ma family? And he was planning to call not only the Ma family to hold up the fort, but he had also called Inspector General Gao Feng to come along. With a two-pronged approach, Zhang Bing was doomed to doom himself with his tail between his legs. Just you wait. After saying that, Huang Yu directly slammed the door. AI. Qin Yuan shook her head and said, it's going to be hard for our two families to be good now. No way. Zhang Bing pacified, I think you didn't do anything wrong, and I didn't do anything wrong. It's the other party who is narrow-minded, and it's already very much in his face. You. Qin Yuan sighed and simply looked away. Suddenly her eyes stared straight at Zhang Bing, who gulped. You're my boyfriend now. Qin Yuan didn't care about that much. She suddenly pounced on him and took the initiative to hug and kiss Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing did not refuse and responded enthusiastically as well. Exciting. Zhang Bing's heartbeat accelerated. This kind of imperial sister was really good. On the other hand, Huang Yu walked out of the private room and made a direct call. He first made a call to Ma Zhanshan of the Ma family. After all, the Huang family's old man had a very high status back then, and everyone on the Ma family's side knew him. Then he made a call to Summit, who had a very unusual relationship with the Ma family, and of course was considered to have received a bit of favor from the Huang family's old man back then. Therefore, neither Ma Zhanshan nor Gao Feng's side excused themselves and said that they would come over immediately to support the scene. Chapter 105, Thrilling and Exciting. About 20 minutes later, Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan arrived almost simultaneously. The two men were dressed in civilian clothes and appeared very polite to Huang Yu. Young Master Huang, what's the good thing about inviting us here in such a hurry? Young Master Huang, is Elder Huang in good health? Huang Yu nodded and said in the same polite and courteous manner, Mr. Ma, Bureau Gao, thank you for giving my grandfather face. Young Huang is overstating things, the old master is highly respected, we definitely have to give him face. Yes, Huang Xiao, just say hello if there's anything, we'll do our best. Gao Feng good Ma Zhanshan said while then followed Huang Yu into the restaurant. And at that moment, the private room. Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan completely forgot all about it, and the two of them were like dry wood and a blazing fire. Qin Yuan, the imperial sister, was indeed exciting, and Zhang Bing couldn't even stabilize himself a bit. Only after hearing the footsteps getting closer and closer in the corridor did Zhang Bing stop with intent. Only then did he hurry to stop, and Qin Yuan reluctantly pulled off her evening gown. Nasty. Qin Yuan pouted in dissatisfaction. Zhang Bing laughed cheaply, don't be in a hurry, let's change places when we're done with this. Qin Yuan hemmed and hawed, then rearranged her hair, a blush on her face. It was also at this time that Huang Yu brought Peek, and Ma Zhanshan pushed open the door and walked in. Ma Zhanshan and Gao Feng hadn't cared much about it originally, and hadn't even inquired too much about Huang Yu. With their status position, general people can only flatter, please, people never dare to offend. But when they walked in and realized that it was Zhang Bing, both of them froze at the same time, feeling bad about the whole thing. With a haughty look on his face, Huang Yu looked at Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan and said, let me introduce to you, this is Ma Zhanshan Ma of the Ma Clan Security Department, a close associate of Mr. Ma Yunting, and this is Gao Gao of the Patrol Bureau. Aren't you rich? Isn't the Tianlong Hotel also yours, how about now? Zhang Bing had long since learned through his mind-reading skills who Huang Yu was calling to ask for support. Therefore seeing the two old acquaintances, Peek and Ma Zhanshan, he was not even surprised once. Yo, Director Gao, Mr. Ma, it's been a long time, how have you been lately? Zhang Bing smiled and took the initiative to flirt with him. Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan's sentence-making were dumbfounded and regretted it. If they had known that Huang Yu had called them here to deal with Zhang Bing, they wouldn't have come. Zhang, Mr. Zhang. Sorry, we didn't know it was you, excuse me. Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan had already been scared last time, and with their class, lending them 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to mess with Zhang Bing again. The last Macho who messed with Zhang Bing is still lying around. Capital Ma Yunting were slapped a few times, one department of such a big man personally went to the hospital, and finally did not dare to care, directly away. Hearing the words of Zhang Bing and Gao Feng, Ma Zhanshan, Huang Yu was also completely shocked. He even wondered if his ears had misheard him. Mr. Ma, Bureau Gao, you know each other? Where do Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan dare to say anything? Not only do they know each other, but they also have a grudge. Huang Xiao, take care of yourself. Huang Xiao, we can't help you in this matter, farewell. Where did Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan dare to stay for a moment longer? They turned around and left. Slow down. Zhang Bing shouted, and Bureau and Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan stayed back. The two were highly strung and had very hard faces. Mr. Zhang, we haven't offended you or messed with you for so long, right? Yeah, after all this time, we never messed with you again. Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan were obviously terrified, afraid that Zhang Bing would find them in trouble. Seeing how scared these two were, Huang Yu was even more shocked. Don't be so scared, it's not like I'm a tiger that eats people. Zhang Bing laughed, I just want to ask you guys to properly tell Huang Yu if I have the strength to touch base with him. Good. The two didn't dare to push back. Then Peak lowered his head and told him that it was Zhang Bing who did the wheelchair thing that Macho was in for the rest of his life. Just a brief mention of Li Tai, by Xiaochun, and those people. Huang Yu's entire body was bad, dryly frozen in place, eyeing Zhang Bing. How could he not expect that Zhang Bing actually had such a strong background? Even his old man at his peak was not as good as Li Tai. Unbeknownst to him, Summit had already made a long story short, just mentioning a few random things. Even a big shot like Ministry of Guan came behind him, thus showing that behind Zhang Bing was an existence that even Ministry of Guan couldn't afford to mess with. Huang Yu, how about it? Do you still want to touch strength with me now? Zhang Bing looked at the defeated Huang Yu and teased. Huang Yu was silent, knowing that his face was completely lost this time. Even if it was purely compared to money, he had a few dimes in his pocket at most, and it was no match for Zhang Bing's fortune. Huang Yu, I told you earlier, originally, considering the relationship between our two families, Zhang Bing didn't want to embarrass you and give in to you. Good for you, you think you're marvelous, and now you're the one who's embarrassed. Huang Yu was groundless and lowered his head, not daring to look at Zhang Bing again at all. Zhang Bing didn't continue to humiliate Huang Yu, after all, this is already enough now. If you go too far, the Huang family and the Qin family will be completely at loggerheads. Okay, nothing more for you guys. Zhang Bing waved his hand and said, Ma Zhanshan and Gao Feng didn't want to stay for a moment and turned around. AI. Qin Yuan sighed, looked at Huang Yu, and said, I hope we'll still be friends in the future. After saying that, she took Zhang Bing's hand and walked out as well. After leaving the restaurant, Qin Yuan and Zhang Bing both had a heart-to-heart that both of them couldn't wait. After getting into the car, Qin Yuan directly kicked the gas and didn't go anywhere, going straight to the restaurant's underground garage. Come to the garage, park the car and turn off the engine, all in one go. Zhang Bing, take me. Qin Yuan was very proactive and directly pounced over. Zhang Bing's heart was beating wildly, today he finally got what he wanted. Meanwhile, on the art school side, Lin Hanyue, Wang Ruolin and Zhang Tingting, who had just entered through a relationship, were three big beauties who had also become a scenic spot inside the campus. But only from a distance, no one dares to strike up a conversation. After all, at that time, Zhang Bing was in the art school, and he was so famous that even Macho, the richest man in the world, was planted. The three women were happy to have a clean slate, walking with each other inside the campus. Just then, Zhang Tingting's cell phone rang. She stepped aside to answer it, and instantly blushed in shock. How's my dad? Okay, I'll be right back. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Tingting's entire body was bad, filled with worry. Tina, what's wrong? Did something happen to Uncle? Wang Ruolin and Lin Hanyue hurriedly asked with concern. Zhang Tingting's tone was a bit choked as she said, Sister Ruolin, Sister Hanyue, just now my aunt called to say that my father was beaten up in his hometown, and is now on his way to the hospital. The situation is very dangerous, so I need to make a trip back immediately. Chapter 106, Hegemony of the Third-Tier Small Towns. Ting Ting, don't be in a hurry, if Uncle's side is short of money to spend, I have some here. Yes, Tina, we'll accompany you home at once. Wang Ruolin and Lin Hanyue had long treated Zhang Tingting as a sister, and of the three, Zhang Tingting was the youngest and from the worst family. Wang Ruolin's family is also in shambles, but the good thing is that she is able to make some money on her own. Zhang Tingting, however, is a true rural northeasterner. Her mother died early, leaving her to depend on Zhang Yunfeng. This time, he came to the capital, originally to gather money from all over the world to give Zhang Yunfeng surgery. Fortunately, I ran into Zhang Bing, which changed my fate. Zhang Tingting still wanted to push back, but Lin Hanyue and Wang Wolin ignored it and directly took her cell phone and swept money over. At the same time, Wang Wolin immediately called the airline to book a flight, and Lin Hanyue's side also hurriedly called to contact Zhang Bing. At this moment, Zhang Bing and Qin Yuanyuan were inside the underground garage of the restaurant, and the two of them were hugging and resting together after their rounds of battle. It had to be said that Qin Yuanyuan was so exciting, she had to be more energetic than Zhang Tingting and Lin Hanyue, and Wang Wolin couldn't compare. Shu, Hanyue is calling. Zhang Bing took out his cell phone and looked at it, making a gesture of silence. Oof. Qin Yuanyuan was a bit jealous and said, if it wasn't for the fact that Sister Hanyue met you first, you would be sisters man, and no one would be able to snatch you away. Zhang Bing ignored it and hurriedly answered the phone. Soon, Lin Hanyue's urgent voice came from the end of the electric ha. Inquiries only to learn that the original is Zhang Tingting's father Zhang Yunfeng in the old home accident. Learning about this, Zhang Bing immediately sat up and began to put on his clothes and pants. Qin Yuanyuan also hurriedly cleaned up and put on her clothes after hearing about it and tidied up. Send it to the school to meet up with the three of them, Tingting isn't easy, she should be worried sick. Zhang Bing said. Got it. Although Qin Yuanyuan was a bit jealous, she was still very understanding. Half an hour later, Qin Yuanyuan drove her car and brought Zhang Bing to the entrance of the art school. Wang Wolin, Lin Hanyue, and Zhang Tingting were already waiting at the door. Seeing Qin Yuanyuan's contented face, her hair was still a bit messy even though she had deliberately cleaned it up. As a woman naturally saw that something was wrong, Lin Hanyue had a stab in her heart at that time, and a strong jealousy surged to her heart. Obviously, Zhang Tingting, Wang Wolin also saw it. All three women were of the same mind, but now was not the time to discuss it. Tina, what happened to Uncle? Getting out of the car, Zhang Bing asked with concern. Bing, my dad was beaten up. It's very serious, Sister Wolin, Sister Hanyue accompany me back to my hometown. Zhang Tingting said urgently. Crass, this is even better. Zhang Bing fumed on the spot and said, let's go, get in the car and go to the airport together. I'll go too. Qin Yuanyuan also quit this time she said whatever she wanted to go along and stay by Zhang Bing's side. I just happened to be on vacation recently, so sometime, we'll go together. Good. Zhang Bing didn't think about it that much and agreed in one breath. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Binzhou, a small third-tier city in the northeast. It's by the sea and is a typical tourist town with an undeveloped economy. After Zhang Yunfeng received help from Zhang Bing in Kyoto, his surgery was successfully completed and he recovered well again. Later, in order not to hinder his daughter and Zhang Bing to enhance their relationship, by Zhang Bing back to his hometown to apply for the account, directly one person back to Binzhou. But I didn't expect to come back for a few days, but a group of gangsters forcibly occupied the ancestral home. Zhang Yunfeng is an honest man, he didn't want to argue with these hooligans and ruffians. But there is no way that these people rely on the fact that they have some connections in Binzhou, rampaging and bullying. Ancestral homes worth $100,000 were forced to be bought for $5,000 by this group. Zhang Yunfeng was naturally reluctant, but what he got in return was a brutal beating. At this moment, inside a hospital in Binzhou, Zhang Yunfeng was covered in blood, and had just returned from Kyoto after surgery not long ago. There were brutal beatings and the situation was very dangerous. His sister, Zhang Shuiyan, is also a local rural woman, the family is making a living in Binzhou city, all of them are kind and honest little people. Fortunately, Zhang Shuiyan called Zhang Tingting in Kyoto at the first time, and with the help of Lin Hanyue and Wang Wolin, she was able to transfer the hospital's treatment fee in time. After resuscitation, Zhang Yunfeng is considered to have passed the dangerous period, and his life is not in danger. But outside the corridor of the hospital ward, 3 or 5 members of the community were poking their heads in. After ascertaining that Zhang Yunfeng was not dead, the few socialites quickly left. Inside the hospital room, Zhang Shuiyan said with a worried face and reddened eyes, "Brother, why don't we forget about it, we can't fight them." "Shuiyan, what did you say?" Zhang Yunfeng, still strong despite the gauze wrapped around his head, said, "The ancestral home was left to us by Dad, how can we let those assholes take it away from us for $5,000? But if you don't agree, they will beat you to death." Zhang Shuiyan sighed. "Even if I get killed, I won't sell it to them for $5,000. Zhang Yunfeng's attitude remained resolute. Zhang Shuiyan didn't know how to persuade, and sighed. Luckily, there was Tingting, who transferred the medical expenses in time, otherwise it would be unthinkable. Tina said she'd be back tonight, hey. Mentioning his daughter Zhang Tingting, Zhang Yunfeng was still very pleased. Although her family was poor, Zhang Tingting had grown up like a flower, and even if she didn't clean up and dress up, she was no worse than those TV stars. Many people had tried to hit on Zhang Tingting's idea, but they were all sternly rejected by Zhang Tingting. At least Zhang Tingting, who was born in a poor family, was of good character and did not get into any bad habits. At nightfall, Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, Qin Yuanyuan, Zhang Tingting, and Wang Ruolin and their group of 5 people landed their airplane at Binzhou Airport. Without any hesitation, the 5 stopped a car and went straight to the hospital. Binzhou, a small third-tier city, has a lot of good-looking beauties, though. However, the driver could not help but let out a gasp and was filled with envy when he saw that Zhang Bing had brought 4 stunning beauties with different styles, hot bodies, and outstanding temperaments all by himself. After coming to the hospital, several people came to the soldier room. Zhang Yunfeng has woken up, not life-threatening, everyone is relieved. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lin 4, Miss Wang, Miss Qin, you're all here. Seeing that several people were there, Zhang Yunfeng struggled to get up. Uncle Zhang, don't move, we heard that something happened to you, so we came to take a look at you. Zhang Bing moved forward to dissuade him. Zhang Yunfeng nodded, then introduced himself to Zhang Shuiyan. Mr. Zhang is a man of integrity, this time in Kyoto thanks to him. Ms. Lin, Ms. Wang, Ms. Qin, they are all very nice. Subsequently, everyone one by one to recognize the next, and then Zhang Bing walked out, directly called out to the hospital nurses to use the ability to use money, to go to transfer a good point of the ward. After a follow-up conversation, that's when everyone realized why. Uncle Zhang, you can recuperate at ease, I'll just take care of that group of hooligans and ruffians for you, outrageous. Zhang Bing said with some anger. How is it that every place, there are such bullies and miscreants? Chapter 107, Range Rover. The next day, Zhang Bing, Lin Hanyue, Qin Yuanyuan, and Wang Ruolin found the best hotel near the hospital to temporarily stay for the night. Zhang Tingting had to stay in the hospital to take care of Zhang Yunfeng, and originally, according to the suggestion of several people, she could have hired an escort. However, Zhang Tingting insisted on not agreeing, so everyone could only give up. In the morning the 4 men met in the hotel lobby after they had washed up from the hotel. After first speaking to Zhang Tingting, Zhang Bing took the 3 stunning beauties with him with the intention of going to buy a car. After all, it's inconvenient to come to Binzhou without a car. Binzhou's economy is much more developed than Xiang'an, Tianzhou, Guangzhou. Buy a car with more space, there's more of us or it'll be too crowded. Lin Hanyue proposed. Yes. Zhang Bing pondered for a moment, then stopped a cab by hand and directly asked the driver to take them to the best Land Rover Forest store in Binzhou. Just like the airport driver last night, this driver was envious when he saw Zhang Bing's young age, followed by 3 extremely beautiful women. After arriving at the Land Rover Forest store, as soon as the 4 of them appeared inside the hall, they immediately attracted a lot of attention as well. Land Rovers are already luxury cars and cost about $2 million fully paid. This is already something that can only be imagined in this lifetime for ordinary people. So the store to see the car are a few money, at least in Binzhou local is also very powerful kind. Seeing Zhang Bing with 3 beauties with hot bodies and outstanding temperament. Many of the dirt bosses who were looking at the car immediately had their eyes glazed over. This several people have long been strange, have long been accustomed to, and did not pay attention. This gentleman, ladies, do you want to buy a car? Soon after, a smiling saleswoman dressed in black, whose looks scored a perfect 5 overall, came over. If you don't buy a car, are you here to play? Qin Yuanyuan was the oldest and most direct of the few. She didn't come up with a good tone towards this saleswoman because as a woman, she could tell at the first glance that this saleswoman was discharging on Zhang Bing. Ahem. Zhang Bing cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly and said politely, not bad, we are here to buy a car. The saleswoman wasn't offended by Qin Yuanyuan's hard-on and kept her smile as she asked, okay, sir, do you have a favorite model? Zhang Bing didn't even think about it and said, don't buy the most right one, only the most expensive one. Just show us the most expensive Land Rover in your store, the kind that's available and ready to go right away. Hearing Zhang Bing's confident and slightly arrogant tone, the sales lady was a bit surprised. After all, Zhang Bing didn't look very old and didn't seem like such a rich man but the 3 beauties following around him were indeed of national colors. Okay, this way for you gentlemen. With that Miss Salesology led the few people to an executive Range Rover. Zhang Bing just looked at it and said, okay, no problem, just this one, full payment, we're driving away right away. The salesgirl was very excited, it was the first time that she had met such a cool and generous customer. Nodding his head back and forth, he then trotted to the counter to get the swipe machine. Humph. Qin Yuanyuan said with some dissatisfaction, if the 3 of us didn't come today, this saleswoman would more than likely have to hook up with someone. Lin Hanyue and Wang Roland smiled at each other and didn't say anything. Soon the saleswoman, Main, ran over with the swipe machine. Zhang Bing didn't nag, and directly pulled out that black card from the Kyoto Bank. As long as a swipe card consumption, the first time the president of the Marina Kyoto Bank branch will receive a message in the background, and then immediately come over to their own services. I have to say, this VIP treatment is really nice. However, just as Zhang Bing was about to give his black card to the sales swipe, a South Central man with a large gold chain, a cigar in his mouth, and a group of men in suits behind him walked over. Not bad, kid. The middle-aged man spat out his cigar and stared unabashedly at Qin Yuan, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Roland. Then contemptuously said, one person with 3 such beautiful girls, directly all the money to buy a luxury car, a bit of strength mixed where? Does it matter to you where we mix? Sensing the profanity of this middle-aged man, Qin Yuan immediately disliked back. Yo, the chick is quite temperamental, brother, like, good, really good been high or the first time to see such a beautiful beauty The middle-aged man was very lewd and horny. This made the 3 women very disgusted, and Zhang Bing was also disgusted. However, they had come to see Zhang Yunfeng and to help him solve the group of bullies, and did not want to cause any trouble. Swipe the card. Zhang Bing directly ignored the middle-aged man and urged the saleswoman to swipe her card quickly. Slow down. The middle-aged man shouted, then said with a threatening tone, this car, brother, also has his eye on it. What do you mean? Obviously we looked at it first, don't we know first come first served? Cut. The 3 women were collectively furious now, and couldn't help but rage against this big gold chain. Zhang Bing eyed the 3 females and signaled the 3 to be quiet. He then looked at the large gold chain very bashfully and said in a cold voice, you're trying to deliberately pick a fight, aren't you? Yo! Kid, do you know who you're talking to? You dare to speak to our tiger in such a tone, do you want to die? Without the need for the big gold chain to open his mouth, the little brother behind him jumped out and cursed with his finger pointing at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and signaled that sales brush was needless to pay attention to. But it was obvious that the saleswoman was afraid of this tiger and had an embarrassed look on her face. If you dare to sell the car that our tiger brother has his eye on to this kid, you're dead. A few minions intimidated at the saleswoman. The saleswoman was terrified and begged Zhang Bing in a low voice, sir, why don't you change to another car? Zhang Bing was already coming on fire at this point, this was the second time. The last time I went back home, I ran into the same thing. He even wondered if it was a red face or if the system was deliberately creating trouble for him. I'll take this car, just go swipe the card and I'll pick up the car, don't worry about other issues. Zhang Bing said calmly. Yoo-hoo, boy. Tiger laughed. Haven't you heard of my brother Tiger's name? Who dares to compete with me for what I fancy in Binzhou? Yes? Zhang Bing said in a cold voice. Kid, I've got my eye on these 3 chicks beside you, if you know what's good for you, go have a drink with me. This tiger is very direct, not at all disguised, and seems to be a repeat offender. Shameless. I'll be damned, and don't take a piss and look in the mirror. Disgusting. Qin Yuan, Wang Roland, and Lin Hanyue all broke into tears at the same time, not giving this tiger a good look. Tiger sneered and looked at the trio, even sticking out his tongue and licking it, which almost made the trio recoil. Beautiful women, you're lucky to have my brother looking at you. If you like Land Rover, brother can send you guys to drive as much as you want, as long as you follow brother, you can walk sideways in Binhai. Chapter 108 A Kick to the Curb. Saying that, this tiger directly ignored Zhang Bing and was about to directly move against the 3 women. This time, Zhang Bing couldn't hold back any longer, and with a big cold snort, he suddenly made his move. With the swiftness of a thunderbolt, he directly slapped down towards the tiger's face. You, don't you dare. With a bang sound, before this tiger brother could curse out a word, Zhang Bing directly kicked him over at least 3 meters away. Tiger fell heavily to the ground and screamed in agony. Tiger! Tiger, how are you? A group of juniors were also dumbfounded, not expecting Zhang Bing to actually dare to make a direct move and have such strong hands. They can be considered a bully in Binzhou, specializing in the real estate demolition business, with a hard background and a hard hand. Even the people from the Land Rover 4S store didn't dare to mess with them, but they didn't expect to be kicked directly by Zhang Bing, who looked so young. Go on, give it to me. Remove that kid's legs for me, aha. Tiger lay on the ground and struggled down, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. He could not stand up at all for a while, and hissed at his men. The group of henchmen cursed and rushed towards Zhang Bing together. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, then took a step out and stood in front of the three women, facing these rushing socialites. He cupped his fist and swept it straight down, like an autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, directly blowing several people away. This strength completely subdued this group of people, and many of the other customers in the store who were looking at the car revealed expressions of horror. Zhang Bing looked at Tiger's group and reprimanded, "Get lost immediately, there better not be a next time, otherwise I want you to know how to write the wrong word. You have guts." Tiger knew that he was unbeatable and was also stunned by Zhang Bing's skill. He dropped his harsh words and left with the help of his men. Subsequently, under the sidelong glances of the crowd, Zhang Bing was very calm. He called out to the dumbfounded saleswoman, saying, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and swipe your card." Okay. The saleswoman had long been terrified. Instinctively, he took his black card and swiped it up without even looking at it. When the money was transferred, that's when some other salesperson came by. The leader was still a store manager, and instead of feeling happy because he had just sold a luxury car, his face was very ugly. "I can't sell you this car." Store manager Lei Long looked very serious and said, "I'm sorry, not only did you offend Brother Tiger just now, you also made a move. Our forest store still wants to continue to open. Hey, money back to you." "Hey, is there a mistake? Is that how you do business?" Qin Yuan, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Ruolin were furious. Lei Long explained, "You guys shouldn't be from Bingzhou, you don't know Tiger's reputation. Hey, we really can't afford to offend. I advise you to run as far away as you can, and then you won't be able to run away even if you want to wait." Zhang Bing laughed with a bemused expression. Calmly, he said, "Don't worry, since I dare to make a move, I'm naturally not afraid of him. The car, I've already paid for it, it's definitely ordered, and I'm not making it difficult for you, understand?" "Sir, why are you making things difficult for us?" Lei Long was also afraid of Tiger's group and clearly didn't want to cause trouble. Business can always be done, but piss off Tiger's group and even the store will have to be redecorated. You might as well get your account cancelled. Tiger's group is really doing it. Ha! Zhang Bing sneered and said contemptuously, "Since that's the case, let's wait here, I'd like to see what that what's-his-name Tiger can do to us." Upon hearing Zhang Bing's words, Lei Long and the salesperson looked surprised, wondering if they had heard it wrong. "Little brother, are you serious? Even if you're not afraid of death yourself, you still have to think about these ladies around you. Once they fall into Tiger's hands, think about the consequences yourself." "All right." Zhang Bing didn't want to talk nonsense and said, "I appreciate your kindness, we'll wait here." After saying that, Zhang Bing led the three of them directly towards the sofa in the lounge area and sat down. This could make Lei Long and the others half dead with anxiety, their faces white with fear. He didn't want to wait for Tiger to rush in with a large group of people, and then in a fit of rage, he would also smash their store as well. "Sir, I'm really sorry, please leave quickly. Really, please, for your own safety and for the loss of our store." Lei Long also followed him to the rest area and persuaded him bitterly. "What's wrong with you, store manager?" Qin Yuan couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, "We paid for the car and you told us it wasn't for sale. You're taking us for a ride, and now we're sitting here waiting for that group of people, and you're pushing us to leave. What do you mean?" "Beauty, I'm doing this for your own good, Tiger's men really aren't joking, if you don't leave, this store of ours will suffer with you." Lei Long pleaded. "All right." Zhang Bing didn't bother to talk nonsense and said, "If I smash your store later and cause any damage, I'll just pay for it at the price." "Hey!" Thunder Dragon could not cry anymore. However, just then, the more you worry about something the more it comes. Outside the store suddenly came several cars. The leader is also a Land Rover bully, followed by 3 or 4 Hanan mobile office. A group of vehicles directly blocked the entrance of the forest store, and Tiger, who had just been kicked out, jumped down from below. Behind the Hanan mobile office came down almost 100 people, a large group of umpire, all of them fierce and vicious, also holding weapons. It's very social, very intimidating. It's over. Just now I told you to hurry up and run, but you didn't listen, and now it's over. Lei Long sympathized deeply and had to fulfill his responsibility and started to call the patrol bureau, but he knew that it was useless for the patrol bureaus to come. Tiger's group of people all had backstage backers. Zhang Bing did not panic and stood up with the 3 women, counting the time. From the time he swiped the card to pay, Tiger's group had arrived. The local Kyoto Bank branch president should be coming up soon, and the branch president in each region is definitely a black and white bigwig in the area. At this time, Tiger with more than 100 little brother, a pressurized piece of directly rushed into the store, roughly all the guests who were looking at the car all drive out. Then blocking the doorway, the ferocious god came heavily towards Zhang Bing. You're a good fighter, aren't you, little scumbag? I'll bring more than 100 brothers to have a good time with you. Saying that, Tiger waved his big hand and ordered at his men, watch out, don't get killed, remove a leg first, remember, those 3 women can't lose a single hair of sweat. Yes, boss. Soon a large group of henchmen, carrying weapons, rushed directly towards Zhang Bing. Look at this situation, store manager Lei Long and many staff, were dare to persuade to block, has long been scared back to the side. And Zhang Bing looked at the group calmly and coldly. Although he had a systematic ancient martial arts, he was not a god, one person single-handedly fighting more than 100 ruthless characters with weapons in hand and taking care of the safety of the 3 women, this certainly could not be done. Chapter 109 There's a boss behind the scenes. Who dares to take a step forward and try to see? Zhang Bing stood out and distanced himself from the 3 behind him, Lin Hanyue, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Wolin. While roaring, he casually threw a punch down towards the pillar next to him. A fist mark appeared on the pillar with a pop sound, cracking a hole, while Zhang Bing was unharmed. As expected, this hand instantly shocked the group of shouting and screaming community members. However, Tiger's group has been dominating Binzhou for many years and are also lawless and ruthless. Although they were subdued by Zhang Bing's hand, with Tiger yelling behind them, these people still jumped into action. What the are you afraid of? There are so many of us and we're armed, go. Give it to me. Tiger yelled. These juniors froze for a moment, and soon there were those who were not afraid of death who directly rushed up. Zhang Bing did not talk nonsense, and took a smooth step out, as fast as lightning, and directly slammed his fist down towards one of the people at the front. With a bang, the man's weapon landed on the ground and flew out on the spot, hitting several people before stopping, covering his chest and continuously spitting out blood. Go, all together, get him. Together, don't be afraid. Seeing this, Tiger once again yelled ferociously. And right at this moment, an ordinary sedan quickly rushed in, directly crashing through Chun Haonan's mobile office. From the car came a middle-aged man in a suit. This middle-aged man ignored the fact that Black Tiger had so many ferocious minions and directly barged in. Who the are you, wanna die? Didn't see Tiger doing his business? Get lost. The person who came was none other than Jiang Zun, the president of the Binzhou branch of the Kyoto Bank. Wanna die? Tiger's little brother didn't recognize Jiang Zun and cursed that he was about to make a move. Stop. But Tiger knew Jiang Zun, after all, as the president of the largest bank in the area, his social status was there. Especially since they need to work with banks from time to time to develop land and such. Dog-eyed and blind, this is Governor Jiang of the Kyoto Bank. Tiger was obviously polite to Jiang Zun, and after reprimanding the unintelligent Xiao Di, he took the initiative to greet Jiang Zun. Jiang Zun looked at Tiger, frowned, and asked, Tiger, what are you doing here with so many people? Tiger laughed and said, damn, here's a little scumbag who dares to go against me on the basis of being a bit of a fighter. Jiang Zun was a bit hesitant and looked at the hall except for the store manager, Lei Long, and a group of staff. It was just Zhang Bing and Qin Yuanyuan, Wang Wolin, and Lin Hanyue. He didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly walked over and asked, who just swiped and used $2 million here? Lei Long and the female saleswoman from before stood out and said, Governor Jiang, just now someone did swipe his card for $2 million to buy a car, but we've returned it back to him, what's wrong? With that, Lei Long pointed at Zhang Bing. Jiang Zun took a deep breath and looked at such a young Zhang Bing, then walked over and respectfully asked, are you Mr. Zhang Bing Zhan? Zhang Bing nodded and smiled, not bad, it's me. Jiang Zun immediately stood in awe and said, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry for coming and going and causing you to be disturbed, I'm glad to serve you. It's fine. Zhang Bing laughed. Now, Lei Long and the other staff members were all dumbstruck, and Tiger and the group of minions were also incredulous. Governor Jiang, you know this little scumbag? Tiger subconsciously asked. Jiang Zun's face sank as he angrily rebuked, Tiger, watch your ing words. Mr. Zhang is the most prestigious super VIP of our head office, a black card holder. What? Now Tiger and the others were completely nonplussed. He was not in a good position to offend Jiang Zun, but seeing how respectful Jiang Zun was to Zhang Bing, it was a little hard for him to believe. Your name is Tiger, right? Zhang Bing spoke up at this moment as he strutted over. Apparently Tiger's gang were subdued and didn't dare to make any more rash moves. Looks like the kick just now was too light for you, you had to find death didn't you? Tiger was silent, his eyes wide. Tiger, why don't you apologize to Mr. Zhang? Seeing this, Jiang Zun loudly reprimanded. Tiger's head was still in a daze. He had just threatened to remove Zhang Bing's leg and even cancel his account. Now he actually had to apologize to Zhang Bing? No need. Zhang Bing coldly grunted, I don't accept this trash's apology. Saying that, Zhang Bing directly walked towards Tiger. Tiger's minions looked at each other and instinctively made away. Zhang Bing arrived in front of Tiger and backhanded him with a slap. Weren't you very cross just now? Continue to be a cross one, let's see. You. Tiger was also a high-minded person, and being directly slapped by Zhang Bing in front of so many juniors made him very upset. I. Zhang Bing was nonchalant and backhanded another slap. You're not convinced, are you? You're going to take one of my legs off, aren't you? Kneel down for me. Zhang Bing's hand was very ruthless because this tiger wasn't a good bird either, and he directly went down with a sweeping leg. Tiger took the pain and fell heavily to his knees on the spot. Ah, you. Don't you go too far. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Zhang Bing's mouth as he raised his leg and kicked Tiger in the small of his back. Tiger screamed miserably, bean-sized beads of sweat dripping down as he nearly fainted outright from the pain. Ah, you think I'm really afraid of you? Tiger growled furiously. Zhang Bing didn't care about that much at all. His mind-reading technique unfolded, and soon he understood the gang's evil behavior. What angered him the most was that the group of ruffians and landlubbers who wanted to buy away Zhang Tingting's family ancestral home for 5,000 and beat Zhang Yunfeng to the point of hospitalization were Tiger's group. This made Zhang Bing, who had wanted to teach a lesson and forget about it, immediately unable to change it. Rubbish. It's your bad luck to mess with me today, so let's waste one of your legs. Hearing Zhang Bing's cold words, everyone sucked in cool air. Jiang Zun also hurriedly persuaded, Mr. Zhang, wait a moment. Zhang Bing looked at Jiang Zun. Jiang Zun swallowed his saliva and explained, Mr. Zhang, Tiger is the right-hand man of Boss Zhou, who is a powerful real estate tycoon in Binzhou. So what? Zhang Bing was dismissive. The son of the richest man in Kyoto was made to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. The richest man in Huangzhou was beaten up by him so violently that he didn't dare to let out a single fart, and Secretary Zhao, the big man in Huangzhou, had to go in and step on a sewing machine. A Binzhou real estate tycoon, so what? You better not be messing around. Tiger also sensed that Zhang Bing was extraordinary. Not only his strength was extraordinary, but also his ruthlessness was extraordinary. What happened just now was my fault. Let's give each other a step. If you really waste one of my legs, Boss Zhou won't let you go. Ha! Zhang Bing smiled. He had already read Tiger's mind. Knowing that the other party was simply unconvinced and prepared to retaliate afterward, he was even less likely to be lenient in this situation. Would I be afraid of some Boss Chow? Abolishing one of your legs is to teach you a lesson so that you won't be able to do evil in the future. As he spoke, Zhang Bing moved swiftly and stomped down hard. Kaboom! A sound of bones breaking rang out, accompanied by Tiger's pig-like screams. Chapter 110, Taken for a Love Enemy. Ah! You! Tiger did not expect Zhang Bing to be so ruthless, and without hesitation, he directly kicked off one of his legs. Even he had already raised the name of real estate tycoon Boss Zhou to no avail. The bank president, Jiang Zun, also had a very ugly face. Zhang Bing was the bank's highest-level customer. According to the regulations of the head office, he is required to serve unconditionally 24 hours a day. But as a native of Binzhou, he was well aware of the ferocity of the Tiger's group. The most troublesome thing is that he can't afford to mess with Boss Zhou behind Tiger. Try barking one more time? Zhang Bing threatened with a cold face. The Tiger was worthy of being a ruthless character. One of his legs was broken by a raw kick. He clenched his teeth and didn't say another word. And it's more than 100 minions now knew that they were afraid. This was the first time they had seen their boss being brutally beaten by a young man, wasting one of his legs, but they didn't even have a chance to fight back. You've got guts, count me out, Tiger. But don't forget, it doesn't matter if you don't give face to my Tiger. If you don't give face to Boss Zhou, just wait. The Tiger sat on the ground with a hint of menace in his tone. What? Zhang Bing's face sank as he said in a cold voice, are you threatening me? The Tiger paused and didn't answer. I'm telling you, this is just a simple lesson. If you don't know how to repent and come back to mess with me again, next time it won't be as simple as scrapping your leg. Get out now. With a furious rebuke from Zhang Bing, the group of juniors immediately went up and lifted the Tiger up before leaving in disgrace. Soon, the entire 4S store returned to its previous quietness, but now everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Zhang Bing. I didn't realize that Zhang Bing looked so young, but his hands were so good, and most of all, he was even the highest level VIP of the head office of the Kyoto Bank. Even the president of the Binzhou branch treats him with respect. Zhang, Mr. Zhang. After Lei Long reacted, he hurriedly walked over and whispered, I'm sorry, just now it was us who had the eyes to recognize Mr. Zhang. Zhang Bing didn't make things difficult for Lei Long and said lightly, you're not bad, it's okay, hurry up and hand over the car. Lei Long nodded his head repeatedly and hurriedly ordered someone to fetch the car keys and hand them over to Zhang Bing. Without any nonsense, Zhang Bing took Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Wolin and got into the car. Governor Zhang, please help me with the follow-up. After dropping this sentence, Zhang Bing directly drove away. Only after Zhang Bing left did the people in the store breathe a sigh of relief. Governor Zhang, what is Mr. Zhang's origin? Lei Long asked carefully. Humph. Jiang Zun snorted coldly and said, according to our bank's head office regulations, deposits need to be 5 billion to qualify to hold that kind of black card. What do you think Mr. Zhang is from? 5 billion. Hearing this, Lei Long and a group of staff members sucked in cold air. Alright, count yourself lucky that Mr. Zhang didn't give you a hard time, or else your store's cooperation with our bank would be over. Jiang Zun dropped these words and quickly left as well. The other side. Black Dragon was carried directly to the hospital by a large group of henchmen. This was the first time since his debut that he had suffered such a big loss. Not only was he broken a leg, but he was also beaten in public. All of the 100 or so minions were present, but no one dared to make a move because Jiang Zun was there. Boss, should we just let it go? Boss, although the Zhang is very powerful and has the backing of Governor Zhang, we are not vegetarians either. A few of his heartthrob minions gathered around the hospital bed and screamed at the top of their lungs. A fierce light flashed in the tiger's eyes as he said viciously, of course we can't let it go like this. When has Laozi ever suffered such a big loss? We must ask the boss to step in for this, otherwise it's difficult for Jiang Zun to intervene in the middle. Also, have you finished with that last ancestral home on the east side of town? A junior brother hurriedly returned, boss, that last family surnamed Zhang is not afraid of death and is dead set against it. Damn, a bunch of losers. Tiger was enraged at the sound of this and directly threw down a slap. If you can't handle this little thing and delay the boss's plan, I'll destroy you first. Since he's not afraid to die, let's screw his whole family and dig a pit to bury them alive. A few of the minions nodded and said, got it, boss. In the meantime, Zhang Bing drove his car and brought the three of them to the hospital as well. Just as they walked into the hospital room, the group saw that a young man was also inside. Seeing Zhang Bing and Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Wolin came in, Zhang Tingting immediately ran over happily to greet and introduce both sides to each other. Mr. Zhang, Ms. Lin, Ms. Qin, and Ms. Wang, thank you for taking care of Tingting. The man's name is Lu Ming, a nephew of Zhang Shuiyan's husband's family. In Binzhou is also considered a young talent, turned 30 years old, is Binzhou Patrol Bureau of an ordinary member. Although this was nothing to Zhang Bing's few people, an ordinary member of the Patrol Bureau. But for Zhang Yunfeng, Zhang Shuiyan, such ordinary and honest people, the Patrol Bureau members that is the official master, is proud, is the honor. Mr. Lu don't need to be polite, Tingting is our good sister, her affairs are also our affairs. Wang Wolin laughed. Zhang Bing also laughed and said, Brother Lu, Uncle Zhang was injured, no reaction from your Patrol Bureau side? Lu Ming glanced at Zhang Bing, and a quick flash of dissimilarity flashed through his eyes. Just now, Zhang Yunfeng, Zhang Tingting didn't spare Zhang Bing a lot of compliments, especially Zhang Tingting simply couldn't leave Zhang Bing in 3 sentences, and she was very happy at the mention of Zhang Bing. As a man, the sixth sense is quite strong. Mr. Zhang, I heard Uncle Zhang and Tingting say that you're very rich, so you probably don't eat the food of the world. Those people who injured Uncle Zhang are said to be not to be messed with, they all have connections behind them. Zhang Bing shook his head as he heard the dark sarcasm in the other party's words. According to you, if you have connections, you won't do it? Then Uncle Zhang has been beaten up for nothing, and the Zhang family's ancestral home is going to be sold by force for $5,000? Mr. Zhang, this is something that we are checking which people are involved. I have already applied to the top and it will be resolved. There are many things that you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Lu Ming said indifferently. There's no need to check. Zhang Bing said bluntly, I can tell you which people did it. The leader's name is Tiger, and he's backed by Boss Joe, the biggest local real estate tycoon in Binzhou. Hearing Zhang Bing say this, at once, Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Ruolin came to a realization. No wonder Zhang Bing was so ruthless just now at the 4S store, directly scrapping one of Tiger's legs. Lu Ming's face also changed. Of course he knew which people had injured Zhang Yunfeng. But he's just a small member of the patrol bureau, he can't afford to be offended at all. But then he wanted to pretend in front of Zhang Yunfeng, Zhang Tingting. And he had always liked Zhang Tingting, this was a good opportunity for him to perform. Is there any evidence of the situation you're talking about? I came to see Uncle Zhang and Tingting today just to understand the situation. If you want evidence, it's not that simple. Zhang Bing said calmly. Just go and bring the person back, Uncle Zhang's side can also identify him. In the meantime, I'll help you find hard evidence. 111. The togetherness. Obviously, Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanyue, Wang Ruolin, including Zhang Tingting, and even the lying Zhang Yunfeng heard it. Lu Min seemed to hold a great deal of animosity towards Zhang Bing, and everyone could guess as to why. Lu Ming has been pursuing Zhang Tingting, but Zhang Tingting treats Lu Ming only as a big brother. And Zhang Tingting had that attitude, that look, towards Zhang Bing, despite the fact that she herself was already deliberately hiding it. But that kind of adoration, there's no way to hide it completely. Zhang Bing wasn't trying to make things difficult for Lu Ming, and he already had a plan in mind. He planned to notify Jiang Zun later and ask the other party to go and retrieve the video evidence of the scene where Tigers Jr.'s beat up Zhang Yunfeng that day, and then hand it over to Lu Ming himself. It was up to Lu Ming to make the arrests, and he was well aware that Lu Ming would at most arrest a few minions. Tiger this kind of big brother level people, Lu Ming is not that strength can move, besides the tiger behind his Binzhou real estate tycoon boss Joe. Perhaps out of a man's face, Lu Ming agreed to what Zhang Bing said on the spot as well. After getting up to take his leave, he stated that he would go back to the patrol bureau to immediately apply for the next, and then lead a team to arrest the people who were involved in the beating of Zhang Yunfeng that day. After Lu Ming left, Zhang Tingting said with some concern, Bing, why don't we forget about it? Those people we can't afford to mess with, and brother Lu Ming probably can't either. Zhang Yunfeng also sighed, Mr. Zhang, forget it, I don't have any big deal left anyway, don't get you guys involved. Zhang Bing laughed and said, it's alright, I'm just not used to seeing such evil-doing members of society. Even if we let it go now, the other side won't let it go, so the best way is to settle this matter once and for all. Lu Ming's side is also a member of the patrol bureau anyways, I will help him. Afternoon. Zhang Bing, Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanyue, Wang Ruolin, and Zhang Tingting were chatting inside the hospital ward. Suddenly, he received a call from Lu Ming, indicating that the person who did it that day had been found. It was hoped that Zhang Bing and Zhang Tingting would come along on behalf of Zhang Yunfeng himself to settle this matter once and for all. Zhang Bing didn't refuse and agreed in one mouthful, and after asking for the address, he said that he would come over right away. Mr. Zhang, Tingting. Zhang Yunfeng said with a worried look on his face, you guys have to be careful, that group of people are lawless. Zhang Bing nodded and said, don't worry, Uncle Zhang, I will definitely seek justice for you and settle that group of people once and for all. At this time, inside a big hotel in Binzhou, a few of Tiger's beloved minions were gathering, smoking and drinking. And mingling with them were several members of the patrol bureau, among whom Lu Ming was also listed. People, Lu Ming did find them quickly based on the evidence that Zhang Bing had gotten from Jiang Zun. But just him, a small member of the patrol bureau, couldn't move the group at all. On the contrary, Wu Minghua, the captain of the patrol bureau, his evil top boss, reprimanded him. This was originally to seek justice for Zhang Yunfeng, but in a turn of events, he directly mixed with this group of people and called them brothers and sisters. Lu Ming, you've only been here for a short time, so look away from a lot of things, understand? What kind of character is Tiger? That's Boss Joe's right-hand man, going against him, let alone you, even I can't do it. Captain Wu Minghua exhorted as he smoked a cigarette. Brother, Team Wu is right. What's a little team member like you so uptight for? Besides, isn't Zhang Yunfeng not dead? Giving $5,000 for his family's ancestral home is already a great honor. We are also giving Team Wu face today, otherwise if our boss says something, you won't be able to mix in the patrol bureau. A few of Tiger's beloved minions were also talking cheekily, not putting Lu Ming, an ordinary junior team member, in their eyes at all. Instead the words were filled with a threatening tone. Lu Ming could only compromise when he saw this, he had indeed done his best. Even with the evidence that Zhang Bing had gotten, he couldn't move this group of people at all, and he might even have to be fired directly or transferred and marginalized. Alright, Xiaolu, hurry up and let Zhang Yunfeng's daughter come and sign, for my sake, Tiger's side is willing to give $5,000 more. take the $10,000, sign the papers, and it's over, and we're all still friends. Captain Wu Minghua clapped his hands. Lu Ming nodded, indicating that he had already notified Zhang Yunfeng's side just now to have Zhang Tingting come over to sign. And at this moment, Zhang Bing brought 4 women to this restaurant as well. He parked his just-bought Land Rover bar at the entrance, got off the car, and then walked straight in with 4 stunningly beautiful women. Passing by the restaurant, it quickly attracted the attention of many dining guests. In Binzhou, many people this is the first time to see 4 such outstanding beautiful women. Looks, body, temperament are first class. Without caring about the gazes of others, the group of 5 people directly arrived at the private room that Lu Ming had mentioned and pushed the door open. The 5 people came in at first, causing Wu Minghua and a few patrolmen inside, as well as Tiger's few beloved minions to fall silent and look at them in unison. Throughout the private room, all the eyes of the crowd went straight. Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanyue, Wang Ruolin, and Zhang Tingting were 4 beautiful women of national colors and styles, with perfect bodies to the extreme. Tingting, you guys are here. Lu Ming was the first to react and stood up. Then they started to introduce each other to both sides, and he didn't expect Zhang Bing to bring Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Ruolin together. And at this moment, those few of Tiger's beloved minions had completely panicked, and they recognized Zhang Bing's several people at a glance. Isn't this the super rich guy who just wasted one of Boss Tiger's legs at the forest during the day? Come on, ladies, have a seat, have a seat. Wu Minghua, with eyes full of greed, stood up, walked over and took the initiative to greet the 4 women to their seats, but directly ignored Zhang Bing. Ha! Zhang Bing also recognized those Tiger's minions, he sneered and said, no need, we'll leave soon. Lu Ming, still unsure, said, Mr. Zhang, this is Captain Wu from our patrol bureau. Today, Captain Wu personally stepped in and set up this table of peace and harmony wine to completely resolve that matter with Uncle Zhang. Wine of peace. Zhang Bing and the 4 women froze at the same time, somewhat confused. Not bad. Wu Minghua said smilingly, we are all friends, and besides, Zhang Yunfeng is said to be fine. As for that ancestral land 5,000 is a little less, Tiger's side promised to give 5,000 more, and then Xiao Lu's side has been with me for quite some time. Let's all give in one step each, eat this meal in peace, sign the papers, and you and I will be better off. Once they heard Wu Minghua, Zhang Bing, and the 4 women were stunned and looked at Lu Ming incredulously. Brother Lu, what does this mean? Zhang Tingting was very angry and asked in a cold tone. You are also too that right, originally thought that you were a piece of justice, really want to seek justice for Uncle Zhang, did not expect that actually so quickly complicit. That's right, if that's the case, why did you call us here? Qin Yuanyuan, Wang Ruolin, and Lin Hanyue were also more than showing great anger. Chapter 112, Undeserved Performance. Zhang Bing also felt very speechless, did not expect this Lu understand the sky still said so well, so quickly directly to the enemy. Lu Ming, you called us here to sign for $10,000 to sell Ting Ting's ancestral home and then not hold this bunch of trash responsible for anything, right? This little brother. Wu Minghua didn't notice that those Tiger's little brothers, who were arrogant and dejected just a moment ago, had been shivering and turning blue since Zhang Bing came in. He smiled and said, my name is Wu Minghua, captain of the patrol bureau, I regulated this matter. $10,000 is already good, besides Zhang Yunfeng is fine, almost enough. On Tiger's side, you guys can't afford to mess with him, if it wasn't for my face, there wouldn't even be $5,000. Ha! Zhang Bing let out a cold laugh and looked at Wu Minghua with contempt, saying sarcastically, oh, you have such a big face. As a captain of the patrol bureau, you're in bed with the community, and you have the nerve to say so? Boy, speak in a polite manner. How do you talk to our Wu team? At this time, several members of the patrol bureau stood up and sternly scolded Zhang Bing. Lu Ming was also clearly on Wu Minghua's side, defending his leader. Mr. Zhang, although you're rich, you always still don't know the rules. It's already good that Team Wu is willing to step in and help, and this is Uncle Zhang's family's business, so it's out of your hands as an outsider. Is that so? Zhang Bing was unimpressed and said forcefully, then I'm really in charge of this matter. Young man, don't think that just because you have some money, you are unselfish. Wu Minghua, still unaware of the depths, began to say in a conspiratorial manner. Little Miss Zhang, hurry up and sign, it's for your own good, and for your father's. As Wu Minghua spoke, he was signaling Lu Ming to hand over the agreement he had prepared in advance. I won't sign. Zhang Tingting directly refused. Tingting, don't be so stubborn, listen to me, okay? I won't harm you. Lu Ming persuaded. And at this time, Lin Hanyue was even more direct, as she took the agreement from Lu Ming's hand, tore it up on the spot, and threw it into the air. How can a man be a wimp like you? You! Lu Ming's face was furious at Lin Hanyue's words. Wu Minghua was also angry at this time. His face began to turn cloudy, half with a threatening tone. So, you guys are toast, not a bit of face to me, not a bit of face to Brother Tiger? Alright then, walk out this door and you'll never get another chance, don't regret it. After saying that, Wu Minghua also intentionally gave a wink to Tiger's several juniors, meaning that he wanted them to use conventional means to give Zhang Bing a little lesson to see. Unbeknownst to them, the little brothers had long since pissed themselves in fear. All of this was seen by Zhang Bing, and he didn't need to use his mind-reading technique to see what a jerk like Wu Minghua meant by winking. Captain Wu right, why the wink? Why don't you just say it and let these trash teach me a lesson? Wu Minghua and the others were greatly shocked, not expecting Zhang Bing to be so wild, saying on the spot that these few heartthrobs of Tiger were trash. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, then he glanced at these Tiger Minders. These few heartthrobs didn't move a muscle, completely lacking the ferocious and arrogant aura of the past. Okay, don't look. Zhang Bing said sarcastically. Then he took a step forward and looked at the Tiger's beloved ones, reprimanding, a bunch of trash, get back and tell your boss to prepare $500,000, 100,000 is the market price of the Zhang family's ancestral home, and the other 400,000 is for Uncle Zhang's medical expenses, and the moral damages. 1 point less, and I'll go and settle the score with him myself. When these words came out, Wu Minghua, Lu Ming and a few other patrol members were dumbfounded, simply wondering if they had heard wrong. However, these few Tiger's beloved minions were really like rats meeting cats, facing Zhang Bing's intimidating lessons. They actually really did not dare to let out a single fart. Huh? Didn't you guys hear what Laozi said? Seeing that these few people did not make a sound, Zhang Bing once again reprimanded. No, Mr. Zhang. Only then did these few juniors promise coyly. That's right. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and glanced at Wu Minghua, Lu Ming, the dumbfounded patrolman. Do more harm than good, and be good. Dropping these words, Zhang Bing turned around and left. Lu Ming didn't know which of his tendons had gone wrong at this time, and shouted, Ting Ting, wait a minute. Zhang Ting stopped and looked at Lu Ming with immense disappointment. Brother Lu, is there anything else you need? Lu Ming was shocked beyond belief, though he couldn't figure out why these ferocious little brothers of Tiger were so afraid of Zhang Bing. But he guessed that it must be Zhang Bing who had the money. Tina, do you really want to listen to him? Think it over, there's no chance of mediation next time. Tiger has his hands full and is by no means something your family can afford to mess with. Also, Tiger is Boss Joe's right-hand man. I know all this. Zhang Tingting said in a cold voice, but I believe even more that justice will prevail, and I also believe in Brother Bing. Him? Lu Ming was now completely jealous and lost his mind. I admit, I heard your dad say he was rich, but so what? One word from Tiger and he's dead. And even if you're rich, can you compare to Boss Joe? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Zhang Bing, Jin Yuanyuan, Wang Wolin, and Lin Hanyue couldn't help but snicker. And the Tiger's few beloved juniors also looked at Lu Ming as if they were looking at him. Thinking to myself, you're ing bragging, don't take us with you, and don't take our boss with you. When they were at the 4S store, they had personally heard from Jiang Zun that Zhang Bing had deposits of at least $5 billion. $5 billion, even Boss Chow may not. Enough, Big Brother Lu, stop it. Zhang Tingting was kind-hearted and didn't want to make Lu Ming get down. But Lu Ming was really as if he had taken the wrong kind of medicine at this time, not relenting and continuing to clamor. Tingting, I know you like Zhang Bing, but I have to tell you, I'm the only one who can help with this matter of your father. Today, Team Wu is also giving me face before they are willing to step in to mediate. If you don't believe me, you wait, turn back to Tiger's anger, the consequences are unimaginable. Alright. Zhang Bing really couldn't listen anymore and interrupted loudly. He then looked at those few of Tiger's beloved minions and flirted, you few pieces of trash, quickly tell Lu Ming how your Tiger brother wants to be angry. Zhang Bing. Lu Ming said angrily, you're too unbridled, you're looking for death yourself, don't drag Ting Ting and her family down with you. They are all Tiger's brothers and friends of Team Wu and us. Lu Ming, grass mudhorse, shut up. At this time, one of the juniors couldn't help himself and cursed. Don't take us with you when you're ing bragging. Mr. Zhang is the highest level VIP of the head office of Kyoto Bank, we Tiger can't afford to mess with him. Chapter 113 The Hongmen Banquet. Kyoto Bank's highest level VIP, this status really shocked Wu Minghua, Lu Ming, and a few other patrol members. But there was no imaginary fear. After all, in the Dragon Kingdom money does not represent everything, the right to do so. What's more, it seemed to them that Tiger's backstage was Boss Joe, the biggest real estate tycoon in Binzhou. Boss Joe is rich as usual, not seen as inferior to Zhang Bing. Of course, this was only because of their insights, and they had no idea what it meant to be the highest level black card holder at the head office of the Kyoto Bank. But Tiger's few minions were in the 4S store at the time, but they heard everything. That's what the bank president, Jiang Zun, said himself. A black card of this caliber has to have a deposit of over $5 billion. Moreover, everyone saw that attitude Jiang Zun had towards Zhang Bing at that time. At least Chang Sun doesn't take his boss, Tiger, too seriously. Brothers, even if he's rich, could it be that Boss Joe behind Tiger would be broke? I see that this man is so ungrateful and so insulting to you that he needs to be taught a lesson. Wu Minghua didn't pretend anymore at this time, and directly said explicitly that he would let Tiger's few juniors teach Zhang Bing a lesson. Tiger's little brothers immediately wanted to curse their mother and Greek Wu Minghua's ancestors once. Zhang Bing also revealed a bad smile as he instructed these few juniors, "It just so happens that I want you guys to beat the crap out of the surname Wu right now." Upon hearing Zhang Bing's words, Lu Ming and the rest of the few patrolmen laughed out loud. Although they couldn't figure out why these few beloved ones of Tiger were so afraid of Zhang Bing. But even if they were beaten to death, they did not believe that these few juniors would follow Zhang Bing's orders and dare to make a move against Wu Minghua, the captain. These few juniors also froze. After all, Wu Minghua was also the captain of the patrol bureau. Remember, I'm only going to say this once, or suffer the consequences. Zhang Bing looked at the few juniors and said in a threatening tone. "Ha! You're hilarious. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few bucks and are that super VIP at Kyoto Bank. Brothers, don't be afraid, I'll personally talk to Brother Tiger later." Wu Minghua was quite confident and only thought that Zhang Bing was bragging than it was simply whimsical. However, he soon couldn't stop laughing as a few of Tiger's minions came forward. "Team Wu, I'm sorry. Don't blame us either. If you do, blame it on your mouth. You're bragging, don't drag us down with you." Soon these few little brothers were forced by Zhang Bing's threat and didn't care so much. They directly rushed over and made a move on Wu Minghua. "What are you doing? Stop, what do you want?" Wu Minghua roared. Lu Ming and a few other patrolmen saw this and rushed over to help. But the numbers were clearly in favor of Tiger's minions, who totaled 6. And Wu Minghua plus Lu Ming and 2 other team members totaled only 4 people. Besides, this time they came out without any guys, and they were soon at a disadvantage. Zhang Bing and the 4 women just stood in the doorway teasingly watching this, laughing their asses off. "You guys get off me. If you guys dare to make a move on me, I'll definitely go to Tiger personally when I turn around, Wu Minghua yelled and screamed, and in no time at all, he was walked away with a bruised nose. Zhang Bing took a look and saw that it was almost time, so he commanded, "Alright, remember what I said, $500,000 a penny." After dropping these words, Zhang Bing turned around and left with the 4 beauties. It was then that Tiger's 6 minions let go of Wu Minghua, and Lu Ming totaled 4 patrolmen. All 4 had their faces colored, bruised, and purple. "What do you guys mean?" Wu Minghua became furious and lifted the table himself, roaring, "If you don't give a satisfactory account of this matter today, I'll go to your boss right now to ask for an explanation." After all, as the captain of the patrol, he had some strength. Tiger's 6 minions looked at each other and sighed. One of them said, "Team Wu, forget it, beating you up is considered light. Don't go looking for our boss either, to tell you the truth. That kid surnamed Zhang just now, not to mention we can't afford to mess with him, even our boss can't afford to mess with him." Hearing that a few people still insisted on saying so, Wu Minghua, Lu Ming and the others became even more curious. "What's the big deal? Isn't it just being rich?" Lu Ming said sourly. "Ha!" A junior brother said in a cold voice, "In the Land Rover 4S store during the day today, we could all see with our own eyes that Zhang, the president of the Binzhou branch of the Kyoto Bank, served him like a dog. And Governor Zhang himself said that only those who have deposits of at least $5 billion in their head office are eligible to hold a special black card." 5 billion. Wu Minghua, Lu Ming, and the other 4 were completely dumbfounded. I thought that Zhang Bing was very rich, but at best, he was a billionaire with a certain amount of energy. I didn't realize that just the bank deposits alone amounted to $5 billion. What kind of concept is that? Oomph, that's nothing yet. Our boss had his leg wasted by him in public today. What? This time, Wu Minghua, Lu Ming, and the others completely couldn't tense up and sucked in cool air. Alright, if we didn't listen to him just now, we might have to go down together. We can't afford to mess with this man, we have to ask Boss Joe to step in after our boss in order to set things right. A few of the minions sighed and told the story. Wu Minghua, looming 4 people in the heart of 7, suddenly the gas subsided a large part, there is a feeling of celebration. Lu Ming, in particular, turned a pig's liver color. Thinking about what he had just said, he still wanted to pretend in front of Zhang Tingting, not realizing that he was a complete clown. In the meantime, Tiger sighed, accompanied by his men, limped with one leg in crutches directly to the Binzhou real estate building. It is a landmark building in Binzhou and the property of Boss Joe, the biggest real estate tycoon in Binzhou. As Boss Joe's right-hand man, Tiger's gang is not in the league though. But a lot of odd jobs, dirty jobs are not well handled with Boss Joe's status, so naturally Tiger is the one to do them. After going through layers of briefings, Tiger arrived at the president's office on the top floor. Come in. Tiger stood at the door and knocked, and a muffled voice soon came out from inside. Tiger, alone on his crutches, limped in and pushed the door open. The luxurious office overlooked the entire Binzhou. A mighty and domineering middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigar, and below him a beautiful secretary in uniform was kneeling on the floor. Boss. Tiger's expression was highly taut, obviously in awe of this Boss Joe. Boss Joe scanned the tiger's leg and casually asked, "What's going on?" "Boss, you have to do me justice." Mighty Tiger shouted, then immediately told what happened in the 4S store. Originally, Boss Joe had a careless look on his face, but even after hearing this, he revealed a look of surprise. "There's such a thing?" "Yes, boss, that kid is very rich, according to Jiang Zun, at least he has more than $5 billion deposited in their bank, so he doesn't even put you in his eyes." Mighty Tiger frantically added fuel to the fire, intending to provoke Boss Joe's anger so that he would personally come down against Zhang Bing. Chapter 114, Who the hell are you? As expected, Boss Joe also showed his anger under Mighty Tiger's incitement. A deposit of $5 billion is indeed a strength not to be underestimated. But come to Binzhou, even if it's a dragon it has to be coiled for me, and a tiger has to lie down for me. Since you don't give me face like that, I, Joe, would like to meet. Saying that, Boss Joe immediately instructed his secretary to go out and notify the bank president, Jiang Zun, and then organize a dinner party in the evening. He wanted to personally meet Zhang Bing and test the depths. The tiger was also quite happy after seeing Boss Joe himself go down. "By the way, how's that piece of land in the east of the city coming along?" Boss Joe suddenly asked. "Boss, there's only one household that's soft and hard so far, but don't worry, I'll personally bring someone to take care of it later." Mighty Tiger patted his chest and assured. On this side of the hospital, Zhang Bing returned from the meal with 4 beautiful women not long after. Zhang Tingting told Lu Ming's performance and approach without any concealment. Straight away, Zhang Yunfeng shook his head and sighed, "This child, AI, we can understand if he can't help, but in turn, hanging out with those people, it's a bit much." Zhou Shuiyan also felt a bit speechless at the side, but after all, it was her nephew, so she still helped to speak, explaining, "Brother, after all, Lu Ming also has good intentions." Zhang Bing's few people listened on the sidelines and did not say anything. On the other hand, Tiger excitedly left Binzhou real estate mansion after realizing that Boss Joe was going to come down personally. Then he took a few of his minions directly and headed straight for the hospital. "Boss, this is something that would be fine if we weren't asked to do it, you still have an injured leg." "Yeah, boss, it's down to the last family member, if he doesn't sign today, we'll just chop him up." A few minions vied for performance. "Shut the up." Tiger reprimanded, "What era is it now? You can mess up, but unless it's absolutely necessary, messing up a person's life will be very troublesome, understand?" "Got it, boss." A few minions responded. "Alright, hurry up and drive to the hospital, I'll personally come out and make that family sign today no matter what." Just now, Boss Joe personally asked about this matter, if we don't get it right today and cause Boss Joe to be unhappy, we'll all be doomed. In the afternoon, at 5 o'clock. Mighty Tiger had arrived at the hospital with 5 or 6 of his minions, and they came roughly to the nurse's station. He directly threatened the nurse to tell him the location of Zhang Yunfeng's ward, and then viciously searched for him. On this side of the ward, Zhang Bing also happened to receive a call from Jiang Zun. Jiang Zun's side received an invitation from Boss Joe, stating that he would like to invite Zhang Bing to have dinner with him in the evening. Zhang Bing didn't have to worry about that much and agreed in one breath. He knew that capturing the thief was the first step, and that only after taking care of this Boss Joe, the Tiger Gang would be completely honest. "We're going to be there at night." Qin Yuan was the first to laugh after seeing Zhang Bing hang up the phone. Wang Ruolin, Lin Hanyue, and Zhang Tingting unanimously agreed. They all wanted to stay with Zhang Bing. Originally, Zhang Bing thought that this kind of meal would most likely cause something to come out and did not want to bring 4 women. But looking at the 4 women's badgering expressions, he finally had to agree to go along for the evening. It was also at that moment that the sound of insults came from outside the hospital room. Off! Damn it, how dare you stop us? Do you want to die? Believe it or not, I'll burn your hospital down. What are you guys doing? This is a high-level ward area, you don't mess around. Get out! Zhang Bing and the others who were in the ward were shouting and cursing from the corridor outside, and a few of them were just about to open the door and go out to see what was going on. At this time, Tiger led a few minions and arrogantly had already rushed over. One of the juniors kicked open the door of the ward and yelled, "Surname Zhang, if you don't sign today, kill your whole family." Right behind him was the limping Tiger and a couple of his minions. Zhang Bing's few people were also surprised, and the air instantly froze as both sides locked gazes. Tiger never dreamed that Zhang Bing would be here and know the last nailer. And Zhang Bing and the others could not have imagined that Tiger would still dare to send someone to the hospital to terrorize it, and limp over personally. You, what do you want? Is there any king's law left? My family's ancestral home will never be sold to you for $5,000. Zhang Yunfeng struggled and half lay on the bed, trying to get up and fight for his life. Zhang Shuiyan hurriedly supported her big brother and persuaded, "Brother, don't provoke them." However, Tiger and a few of his minions were all instantly dumbfounded, constantly swallowing their saliva. His face was very fearful and complex as he looked at Zhang Bing. "I'm not going to sell it to you guys, get me killed if you can." Zhang Yunfeng excitedly continued to shout. "Dad, take it easy." Zhang Tingting moved forward to pacify Zhang Yunfeng. And at this moment, Zhang Bing sighed, looked at the Tiger several people, and said slowly, "You're not small in guts, daring to come to the hospital to find trouble with Uncle Zhang. Looks like your loser henchmen didn't bring my words to you, did they?" Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Shuia's siblings froze. Zhang Tingting hurriedly signaled her father and aunt to keep quiet and just watch quietly. Tiger at this time in his heart regret, had thought that he personally, today in any case, to force Zhang Yunfeng to sign. Not expecting Zhang Bing to be here, he regretted that he hadn't investigated ahead of time. Facing Zhang Bing's teasing and slightly angry questioning, the Tiger was not as fierce as it was just now and was as docile as a cat. "I asked you a question, are you deaf?" Zhang Bing took a step forward and clenched his fists, his musculoskeletal bones made a crisp ringing sound, which was very intimidating. Tiger limped back a step instinctively, and a few of his minions cringed a bit. You know this family?" Tiger gulped and asked. "Are you blind? We came all the way from Kyoto for this." Zhang Bing replied affirmatively. Now the Tiger's whole body is not good, Zhang Yunfeng is the final nail in the coffin, and this piece of land is very important to his behind-the-scenes boss show, it must be taken. "Sorry to bother you, Mr. Zhang, I didn't know before." Knowing Zhang Bing's strength and ferocity, the Tiger didn't dare to make a death wish, so he could only give in and leave first. Anyway, his own boss Zhou, was already going down himself. "Stop!" Zhang Bing shouted and said, "You come when you want and leave when you want?" The Tiger paused, his face ugly, and asked, What else do you want?" "Ha!" A cold smile flashed across the corner of Zhang Bing's mouth as he suddenly took a step across. The backhand was a slap in the face. "I warned you back at the 4S store, waste one of your legs and you still don't remember, do you? You!" The Tiger was furious, but he didn't dare to scream, much less intimidate anything. "Remember, next time, the other leg is mine too. Get out!" Zhang Bing angrily rebuked. Tiger didn't dare to stay for a moment, and could only take a few minions and leave as if they were fleeing. "Damn it, find out right away what he meant earlier about no one informing me. Aw, I'm going to get him." Manticore screamed as he walked, supported by his men. Sure enough, just as Tiger had just walked out of the hospital with a few people. The few heartthrobs who had dined with Wu Minghua, Lu Ming, and a few others at the restaurant earlier looked for them. "Boss. The boss has something urgent he needs to tell you. That nailer knows the last name Zhang, he's in it together." A few of his men hurried over and said. "Grass." Tiger's face turned green when he heard that. "Damn it, what did you do just now? Such important information is only said now. It caused me to get slapped for nothing. All of you, kneel down and give me your knees until dawn tomorrow." Tiger was furious and vented his anger at these beloved henchmen. Chapter 115 Boss Chow. 7 o'clock in the evening, Binzhou Hotel, in the VIP room. As the most powerful real estate tycoon in Binzhou, Boss Joe arrived first, as is his habit. And as his right-hand man, Tiger, who had received another slap from Zhang Bing in the hospital 2 hours ago, was also there. The governor, Jiang Zun, had also arrived, and the three of them were already waiting for Zhang Bing's grand entrance in the private room. Governor Jiang, you've heard and seen it. No matter what, Tiger is also my man and has been working for me. For many years, even if there is no credit, there is hard work, this proverbial saying, hit the dog but also look at the master's face. What do you think about this super VIP customer of your bank, Zhang Bing, treating my people like this? Jiang Zun could only smile awkwardly, knowing very well the reason why Boss Joe had invited himself here. The first was to ask Zhang Bing to come out, and the second was to give himself the choice to stand. Whether it was Zhang Bing or Boss Joe, he couldn't afford to offend them. And both had the power to do that, and a word could send him packing. Boss Joe, there's nothing I can do about it, it's all the rules of the head office leadership. Anyone who holds that black card, any staff member of the Kyoto Bank anywhere in the world, has to be available 24 hours a day, unconditionally. Boss Joe snorted coldly and said, I heard that you need to have $5 billion in deposits to get this black card, right? When this property land king of Joe is developed, $5 billion of liquidity will not be a problem. Jiang Zun laughed and sighed, you're joking, Boss Joe, this kind of black card needs to be approved by the leaders over at the head office before it can be used. Jiang Zun is not stupid, the value of real estate is very high, but cash flow, especially put $5 billion in storage, is very rare. Alright, I'll let you ask the other party out today, so you should know in your own heart. You don't dare to offend that young man Zhang Bing, do you think that Mr. Joe is good enough to offend? No, Boss Joe, you mustn't misunderstand, I'll try to mediate. Jiang Zun wiped his cold sweat, two great gods, he couldn't offend anyone. Tiger has long been unable to tolerate it, and when he saw that Boss Joe was so strong, he had enough energy. Boss, this guy has a big rack and wants us to wait for him here. This is trivial, those who achieve great things, don't care about these false names, and put the achievement of your purpose first. Boss Joe educated. Yes, it's still the boss who has a big pattern. Tiger fawned. Around 7:30, Zhang Bing drove a Land Rover and brought the four beauties with him. 5 people walking together inside this upscale grand hotel immediately caused a sensation. Many people had cast envious, jealous glances at Zhang Bing. Lin Hanyue joked, see, with our 4 big beauties accompanying you, you'll be the center of attention everywhere you go. You must be secretly happy inside, haha. Zhang Bing smiled, Lin Hanyue was indeed right. Men, whether they succeed or fail, face is always the primary issue. Now he kind of somewhat understood why Macho liked to make such a big row, and captive several popular female stars. It's a feeling that really lifts the spirit and soothes the mind. Soon, the 5 of them arrived outside the private room given by Jiang Zun. Zhang Bing couldn't be bothered to knock politely and directly pushed the door in. As soon as they entered the private room, the 5 of them saw that Tiger and Jiang Zun were both there, as well as a middle-aged man dressed in an expensive manner, Boss Joe. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lin, Miss Shen, Miss Wan, Miss Qin, you're here. Have a seat, I'll introduce you. Jiang Zun immediately got up and came to greet him in a very humble manner. This is Binzhou real estate tycoon Boss Joe. Then, he just wanted to introduce Zhang Bing's few people to Boss Joe. Who knew that? Boss Joe snorted coldly and said, there's no need for introductions. Jiang Zun smiled awkwardly, so he could only greet Zhang Bing and a few others and sat down. Zhang Bing was straightforward and got right to the point, asking, what are you asking me about through Governor Jiang? Good. Boss Joe nodded and said, Mr. Joe appreciates the young man's alacrity and not bending over backwards. Tiger is my man, what do you mean when you wasted one of his legs yesterday and slapped him today, threatening that you won't even put me in your sights? Zhang Bing laughed and looked at the tiger, who had recovered his bottom and whose eyes were almost about to spit fire, and said, you'll have to ask what the wild dog you raised did first. Boss Joe had a leathery smile and a very strong aura. Tiger had already told Zhang Bing about the plot of land he valued so much before he arrived, and the last nail-biter, Zhang Yunfeng, knew Zhang Bing. As the big boss behind the scenes, the people under him still follow what they want to do, and now they're being beaten up. If you don't step up, then who will work for you in the future? So it seems like you're just going to go out on a limb for that nail house, not giving me any face at all? Boss Joe had a very strong attitude. Zhang Bing did not show any weakness and said in a cold voice, what do you mean by nail? Since you, as a Binjo real estate tycoon, are unwilling to pay a mere $100,000, try to get rid of it with $5,000. My Uncle Chang wouldn't do it and hospitalized him. Plus, do I know you? Need to give you face? At these words, Tiger stood up violently and said angrily, Zhang Bing, what's your attitude? What are you in front of my boss? Zhang Bing didn't care and sneered, what? Is your skin itching again, or do you not want the other leg anymore? Seeing that the two sides were about to clash, Zhang Zun immediately stood up and rounded off the scene. Mr. Zhang, Boss Zhou, may I have your attention? Boss Zhou and Zhang Bing nodded their heads, sort of giving Zhang Zun, the bank president, face. Zhang Zun pondered for a moment and said, the cause of the matter started because of the Zhang family's ancestral home. To be honest, that piece of land I know that $100,000 is worth, $5,000 is indeed a bit of a bully. And it does seem unseemly to injure someone again. Mr. Zhang and the old Zhang family's daughter are friends, so there's nothing wrong with helping out. Boss Zhou, I think it would be better to follow Mr. Zhang's advice and settle for $500,000 in compensation. Mr. Zhang, you've also taken out your anger and wasted one of the tiger's legs, how about writing it off? Zhang Zun's words were tantamount to both sides being given a step down. But he was blissfully unaware that Zhang Bing did not need steps at all. He had just used his mind-reading technique to understand Boss Zhou's mind. It was found that this man's evil deeds were too numerous to mention, and that he had been able to amass such a large family fortune by violent, bloody means. Do you think it's possible? Who knows? Before Zhang Bing could take a stance, Boss Zhou was the first to object. Zun Zhang, I, Zhou, have never compromised on conditions with anyone. That piece of land is at most $100,000 I've already given you face and this one face. Zhang Zun sweated a bit and said, Boss Zhou, you shouldn't be that close to that $400,000, right? Furthermore, it was indeed your people who injured Zhang Yunfeng. Zhang Zun. Boss Zhou said angrily, what about the man who wasted one of the tiger's legs? Zhang Zun didn't know what to say for a while. Of course he favored Zhang Bing's side. Ha! Zhang Bing let out a cold laugh, signaling that Zhang Zun did not need to say anything else. Then he looked at the enraged real estate tycoon, Boss Zhou, and said, don't say $500,000, now even if you give $5 million, that piece of ancestral land won't be sold to you, understand? Now Boss Zhou was completely furious, and he had a very heavy loss if this last one wasn't taken care of. Zhang Bing, it seems like you're determined to go against me, Mr. Zhou, aren't you? It's fine if you want to interpret it that way. Zhang Bing did not show any weakness and forcefully disliked him. Good. Boss Zhou gritted his teeth and threatened, you've got 5 billion deposits of more money, right? Then Zhou will tell you today that having money doesn't mean everything, at least in the land of Binjo. Ha! Zhang Bing was unimpressed. He had already understood the other party's mind. Knowing that the other side has a bigwig from Binjo behind them, it looks like the other side is going to use their connections. But he didn't care. The big deal was that he had used his Kyoto connections as well. It's nothing more than staging another play in Huangzhou and directly screwing Secretary Zhao of Huangzhou. What do you want? I'll be there to the end. It's fine if you want Uncle Zhang's ancestral land to be sold to you, $500 million, 1 point less is off the table. Chapter 116, Disappointment. You. Boss Zhou couldn't tense up, and directly snapped and broke into a rage. Zhang Bing's face sank, nonchalantly, and he disliked back, what the are you barking at? Mr. Zhang, Boss Zhou, everyone calm down. Zhang Zun was caught in the middle and died of embarrassment, trying to persuade peace. But this situation is now clearly impossible. Kid, you wait for me, in Binjo, no one dares to go against me, Zhou. Fine, I'll wait, I'll be the first then, how about that? Boss Zhou hated his teeth and stared tightly at Zhang Bing. Okay, you've got balls. Dropping these words, Boss Zhou directly slammed the door. Manticore limped at the sight and left right behind him. Zhang Bing didn't stop him, and he had a disinterested look on his face. Then look at a table full of mountains of food that no one has moved. What are you waiting for? This is not deliberately come to eat, open eat. With that, he sat down on his butt. The 4 women smiled and sat down with him. Don't say Binjo is quite famous for its seafood. It's too much of a waste not to eat it, and as good as Kyoto's is, it's not as fresh as the origin. Tina, you eat more. Seeing that Zhang Bing and the 4 women were completely unconcerned and still had the heart to savor this table of seafood, Zhang Zun was on the verge of crying with anxiety. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Zun shouted with a bitter face. Governor Jiang, don't stand come all the way here, don't eat how wasteful, sit down fast eat some. Zhang Bing smiled and invited. Hey! Jiang Zun didn't have the heart to eat. He stood aside, unable to walk away or sit down and eat together. He could only be quiet and not say anything, waiting for Zhang Bing's few people to finish eating before saying anything. Half an hour later, 5 people had swept a table full of seafood. Mr. Zhang, have you finished eating? Zun Zhang asked. Well, the seafood in Binzhou is really good, better than Kyoto. Zhang Bing praised. Jiang Zun was speechless to the core and said with a worried face, Mr. Zhang, with all due respect, you did act a bit impulsively just now. Oh? You mean to that Boss Joe? Zhang Bing said in disbelief. Jiang Zun nodded and said, Boss Joe's ability to become a Binzhou real estate tycoon is by no means as simple as the surface. Behind him is our Binzhou's top bigwig, Elder Shui. So what? Zhang Bing asked rhetorically. Jiang Zun continuously shook his head and sighed, saying, although you are rich and a black card holder of our bank, you are limited to within our bank system. You know, in the Dragon Kingdom money alone is not everything sometimes. I know about these. Zhang Bing was bashful, he had just learned some of Boss Joe's sordid affairs through his mind-reading technique as well. It was also known that the man had a backstage, even if he didn't need to read minds, he could have guessed. But if it's more than backstage, he's not afraid even in Kyoto. A real estate tycoon in a small third-tier city in Binzhou, the backstage is hard, can be harder than the then richest man in Kyoto, Ma Yunting? And you still? Jiang Zun sighed, that piece of land is very important to his real estate, if he doesn't tear down the last home he can't develop it. I think with $500,000, a good talk, Boss Joe should still agree. But you're asking for 500 million, just. Zhang Bing wiped his mouth, smiled, and asked rhetorically, you're thinking that my asking price of $500 million is a deliberate attempt to make things difficult, aren't you? Jiang Zun nodded her head in acknowledgement, not only her, but Qin Yuan, Lin Hanyue, Wang Rolan, and Zhang Tingting were equally curious. 500 million wouldn't have been agreed to by anyone else. You guys don't know anything about it, but from what I understand, several hundred families in that area, the most a family has gotten is $20,000 in compensation. This 500 million, it's not that I want it, or that Uncle Zhang wants it, it's that I want it for the common people who have been forced to give in to the intimidation of Tiger's group. See what I mean? Once Zhang Bing finished speaking, Qin Yuan was the first to state her position. I'm for it. I'm all for it. Me too. A few women then realized why Zhang Bing wanted 500 million and expressed their support. Jiang Zun was also a bit surprised, but these things were understandable when you thought about it. It's true that no one in Binzhou dares to go against Boss Joe. But Boss Joe will definitely use his connections to deal with you, and by then, there's nothing I can do to help you as a small bank president. Jiang Zun said with difficulty. Zhang Bing laughed and patted Jiang Zun's shoulder, saying, it's alright, I know some things in my heart, I won't blame you for anything. On the other hand, after Boss Joe and Tiger left in anger, they went straight to a small courtyard building in Binzhou. Inside this courtyard lives Binzhou's top bigwig, Elder Shui. Boss Joe told Tiger to wait outside as he walked into the courtyard alone. After roughly an hour had passed, Boss Joe walked out from inside with a cold smile on his face. Boss, how's it going? Tiger hurriedly asked. Humph. Boss Joe said smugly, with Elder Shui's support, that kid surnamed Zhang is looking for death if he dares to go against me. Tiger also smiled very brightly and asked, Boss, after killing that Zhang, those 4 women by his side are really good, can we reward the brothers at that time? Boss Joe disdainfully lectured, don't just know how to play with women all day long, a man has to prioritize his career, got it? Tiger smiled, knowing that Boss Joe was agreeing. And after Zhang Bing and his group of 5 people finished eating, sat down and learned something about Binzhou big brother Shuelao from Jiang Zun, while explaining that he would let Jiang Zun go to the statistics and contact all the homes in that area that had been forced to demolish, then they also left the restaurant together. Instead of going straight back to the hotel, everyone together drove straight to the beach. Binzhou is a seaside city with beautiful scenery. Come to the beach at night for a walk, and there are a lot of people swimming. When Zhang Bing appeared with the 4 beauties, it immediately caused a sensation. Especially the 4 beauties all changed into a bikini with that perfect dimpled body. Zhang Bing was also mesmerized by what he was watching, and he had a feeling all of a sudden. Even the ancient emperors were just like that. On the beach, countless pairs of eyes looked over. Zhang Tingting and Lin Hanyue were a little less than forthcoming, but Qin Yuan and Wang Rolan were much more open and didn't mind. Zhang Bing sat on the beach, looking at the four people who were frolicking and playing around, his heart floating. Now it's a woman who has had sex with herself. Lin Hanyue is the real girlfriend and has met her parents. The remaining three were secretive, but he guessed that all four women should have a heart-to-heart with each other. He fantasized that if he could sit on four beautiful women at the same time, it would be a god on earth. Just as he was floating around, he saw from afar a muscular young man with several men who seemed to be bodyguard-like walking towards the four beauties. When Zhang Bing took a look, he immediately felt that something was going to happen. Sometimes redheads are just that, too pretty and too fit to get into trouble. If you don't have great strength, you really can't hold it. The young man acted reasonably well-mannered and politely walked over to strike up a conversation. "Four beauties, may I get acquainted?" The four saw that the other was very polite and acted politely as well. "Excuse me, handsome, our sisters are playing." Qin Yuan, as the eldest sister, took the lead in rebuffing it. The young man wasn't angry and joined right in. The four froze, but it was not easy to say anything yet, so they tacitly stepped back. As a result, the young man followed again like a dog. "And keep your eyes on their asses, their breasts." "Hey, what do you mean? Can you stop following us?" Qin Yuan became angry and said directly. The young man seemed to particularly like Zhang Tingting's style and said, "This beautiful woman, get to know and make a friend. My name is Tycoon. I don't know you and I don't want to make friends, please leave." Zhang Tingting refused. The young man coughed dryly, and at once, the few bodyguards that followed him were quite knowledgeable, inadvertently separating Qin Yuan, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Ruo from Zhang Tingting. And then he directly took a step closer to Zhang Tingting and reached out his hand to take Zhang Tingting's hand. "Pretty girl, just saw that you don't know how to swim, let me teach you." "What are you doing?" Zhang Tingting immediately broke away and shouted. "What do you want?" "I warn, please don't bully Tina. Get out of the way." Qin Yuan, Lin Hanyue, and Wang Ruolin reprimanded, but were stopped by a few of Shuekuan's bodyguards. "Don't delay our Koan Shao from making friends, don't worry, following our Koan Shao is not a loss." A few bodyguards stopped the trio from helping Zhang Tingting. And at this time, Zhang Bing couldn't sit still. "I didn't realize that there were so many people on the beach, bright as day, and that someone would dare to molest his woman so publicly." Chapter 117, My Grandfather is Old Manhwa. "What the do you want?" Zhang Bing quickly ran over and directly kicked a bodyguard away yelling. "Bing!" Zhang Tingting was stunned and instinctively jumped into Zhang Bing's arms. Zhang Bing patted Zhang Tingting's shoulder and comforted, "Don't be afraid." Shuekuan was also envious when he saw that Zhang Bing was just one person, but he actually brought four such beautiful women with hot bodies. "Brother, you're blessed with a lot of color, but can you afford to eat alone?" Shuekuan teased. "What the did you say?" Zhang Bing was furious. Although only Lin Hanyue was the real girlfriend, he was sincere to the other three. Never allow outsiders to insult the three with such words. "Kid, be polite. This is our Koan Shao, be honest." A few of Shuekuan's men jumped out and reprimanded Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and looked at this young man called Shuekuan, warning, "If you dare to mess around again, do you believe I'll whip you?" "Ha!" This Shuekuan didn't put Zhang Bing in his eyes at all and laughed disdainfully. "Brother, I just want to make friends with this Ting Ting." "Making nasty friends, do you think I'm blind?" Zhang Bing said angrily. With that, Zhang Bing was about to leave with the four women. However, this Shuekuan remained unforgiving and did not choose to give up because of Zhang Bing's angry rebuke. "My friend, my name is Shuekuan. What does it matter to me what your name is, and don't blame me for harassing either of them again." Now Shuekuan's bodyguards couldn't help themselves and jumped out directly. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Isn't that what you need to beat up?" Zhang Bing frowned and said disdainfully, "What? You guys want to try?" "Forget it, Zhang Bing." Qin Yuan didn't want to be nosy, and from the man's calm, oblivious attitude, there were bodyguards going out. It was estimated to be someone who had come from somewhere, and although she also knew that Zhang Bing had strength, it was better to do more than less. "Let's go." Zhang Bing only stopped, who knows that at this time that Shuekuan yin and yang. "Ha, looks like a wimp." This completely pissed off Zhang Bing, who stopped and coldly looked at this Shuekuan. "Do you want to go it alone, or do you losers have to do it together?" "Kid, you're too crazy." Several of Shuekuan's bodyguards clenched their fists and were about to make a move. Shuekuan himself, however, looked on with a playful mindset and commanded, be gentle with your hands, don't let him raise his head in front of a beautiful woman. Is that so? Zhang Bing sneered. Suddenly, he struck out directly, too fast. Several of Shuequan's bodyguards did not react at all and were kicked out by Zhang Bing on the spot. In the next moment, Zhang Bing directly bullied his way to Shuequan and said in a cold voice, "Now it's your turn." Shuequan was shocked and somewhat disbelieving. These few bodyguards of his own were all Special Forces veterans, and their hands were definitely not weak, but he did not expect to have any chance to react in front of Zhang Bing. "It seems you have some strength, but what's the use of being good with your hands in this day and age?" Although Shuequan was surprised, he didn't panic at all. Zhang Bing stared at him before warning, "Before I get angry, you'd better shut up, get out immediately, and don't come to harass them, or I'll never be polite." In the face of Zhang Bing's evil warning, Shuequan didn't take it seriously at all, but instead asked rhetorically, "How do you want to be impolite to me?" "Of course it's to whip you." Zhang Bing returned. "Ha ha ha." Shuequan laughed indulgently and said, "A bit interesting, it seems like you don't know who I am. Who you are has nothing to do with me. Kid, don't be so crazy, today I, Shuequan, have to make friends with them, how about it? Looks like you're looking for a fight." Zhang Bing was somewhat unable to hold back, and it was the first time he had encountered this kind of calm dogpile. However, the other party was indeed calm and unusual from beginning to end, and in terms of language, his behavior was not particularly out of the ordinary, so he was not in a good position to make a direct move. "I'd like to see if you dare to touch me today." Shuequan also had an iron head and had not been taking Zhang Bing's repeated warnings seriously in the face of them. Instead, in front of Zhang Bing, he directly stared straight at Zhang Tingting with both eyes and savored, "All of them are good, but this beauty is the most to my liking. Beauty, make friends with me, you definitely won't lose out." Zhang Tingting also came on fire and said angrily, "Why are you like this? I told you earlier that I don't know you and don't want to make friends with you." Saying that, Zhang Tingting called out to Zhang Bing a few people to go together. And at this time, Shuequan directly reached out his hand to block Zhang Tingting. This time Zhang Bing was completely enraged and backhanded a kick. Shuequan instinctively tried to dodge, but Zhang Bing's speed was too fast. He was kicked straight out. "Kun Luang. You dare to hit our Kun Xiao, you're dead." Those few bodyguards who had just been sent flying out were furious and had unbelievable faces as they rushed over to help Shuequan up from the beach. Shuequan was completely enraged now, but he was also surprised by Zhang Bing's stature. "You have guts, you dare to make a move on me." Shuequan's face showed a cold color. "If you dare to move your hands again, I'll make sure you regret it today." Zhang Bing coldly snorted. "You wait." Shuequan also finally became angry and threatened, "If you dare to make a move against me in Binzhou, I want you to kneel down later and beg me to forgive you." Zhang Bing laughed and said sarcastically, "Is that so? If you keep on beeping, I'll keep you begging me to spare you later." Shuequan snorted coldly and said, "Alright, I'll let you see what strength means." After saying that, he directly instructed a bodyguard to get a cell phone to call and shake people. Zhang Bing did not panic and walked over, then cast the mind-reading technique, wanting to understand what this Shuequan was about. Soon he was laughing. It turns out that this Shuequan is exactly the backstage Shui Lao's own grandson of Boss Zhou, no wonder he is so confident and calm. "Okay, show me what strength means soon, I'll wait." Saying that, Zhang Bing led the four women to a side of the beach and sat down. After about 10 minutes had passed, lights were seen flashing on the road leading to the beach, and a patrol car drove up. A group of patrolmen walked down from the car, looked around, and then walked directly towards Shuequan. Qin Yuan, Lin Hanyue, Wang Ruolin, and Zhang Tingting were a bit worried when they saw this. It seems that this Shuequan has some background. Zhang Bing laughed and said, "So what?" Soon, Shuequan led those few officers from the patrol bureau to quickly walk towards Zhang Bing's group of 5. To walk into the 5 people only then see clearly, this leader of the patrol bureau personnel is not someone else, it is the captain Wu Minghua. Wu Minghua also saw clearly at this time that it was Zhang Bing and a few others, and immediately his entire body was overjoyed. "Take the male back and leave the female behind," Shuequan commanded. Chapter 118, Let's lock up for the night. "Yes, Kun Lang." Wu Minghua's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. How could he not expect that it was actually Zhang Bing's several people? Last time when he was in the restaurant, he was brutally beaten by Zhang Bing who forced Tiger's men to beat him up, and later on, he learned about Zhang Bing's strength. I thought that revenge was hopeless, after all, he was just a captain of the patrol bureau, where could he mess with such super rich people? I did not expect that so soon Zhang Bing actually dared to hit even Shuequan. Isn't this just asking for death? With a wave of Wu Minghua's hand, a few officers from the patrol bureau behind him immediately surrounded Zhang Bing's men. Yo, isn't this Mr. Zhang? Wu Minghua wore a cold smile on his face and said sarcastically in a smug manner. Zhang Bing glanced at the condescending Wu Minghua. He knew what was going on in the other party's mind. Mr. Zhang, even if you're rich, you can't beat people up, and you dared to beat up Kuan Xiao. I'm sorry, are you going to come with us by yourself or we're going to handcuff you away? Ha! Zhang Bing stood up without panicking or being disgruntled and said, looks like the lesson given to you last time wasn't enough. Humph. Wu Minghua hollered rather unpleasantly, Zhang Bing, I told you earlier not to think that being rich is a big deal. You dare to hit Kuan Xiao, even if you're rich, you're screwed this time. Is that so? Zhang Bing was unimpressed. He had just known through his mind-reading technique that Xue Kuan was the grandson of Binzhou's top bigwig, Xue Lao. Anyway, he also Zhou boss has already barred, sooner or later we'll have to confront this Xue Lao. I did not expect to advance just. In that case, I'll reluctantly come with you and see what you can do to me. You are quite knowledgeable about practical matters. Wu Minghua waved his hand and ordered, take it away. Slow down. Zhang Bing waved his hand and said, the four of them have something to do with this as well, so if you want to take me away, take us with you. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Wu Minghua froze. Because Xue Kuan's orders were to arrest only Zhang Bing and leave the four women behind. But Zhang Bing knew very well that if he went to the patrol bureau, the four women would be in danger. Anyway, he had already made plans in his mind, just taking the four women to the patrol station for one night first, just to experience the experience. Yeah, if you want to arrest Zhang Bing, take us with you. The four women shouted together as well. Wu Minghua couldn't decide and looked at Xue Kuan. Xue Kuan pondered for a moment and nodded his head in agreement with a cold smile. Soon, a few people changed their clothes and then got into the patrol car. It was after 9 o'clock at night when we arrived at the patrol's holding cell. Zhang Bing and the four women all looked indifferent. It was the first time for all five to enter such a place and it was a new experience. Wu Minghua was reporting to Xue Kuan outside. Junior Kuan, that's probably it, the surname Zhang is very rich, even Tiger was beaten by him and had his leg wasted. Wu Minghua said. Xue Kuan was also surprised after hearing this, but didn't care. Ha! Xue Kuan disdainfully said, being rich has nothing to do with it, you just do what I tell you to do. Okay, Junior Kuan, if you tell me what to do, I'll do it. Wu Minghua's heart was very comfortable. Xue Kuan's grandfather that was the top big shot in Binzhou. Now that Xue Kuan personally came down, in Wu Minghua's opinion, even if Zhang Bing was rich, he was finished. Remember, let those women take the initiative to come and beg me before releasing them, otherwise keep them in custody for me and torture surname Zhang. Xue Kuan commanded as he looked through the window at the 5 people frolicking inside the detention room. No problem, I'll take care of it. Wu Minghua patted his chest and assured. After that, Xue Kuan left first with his bodyguards. And Wu Minghua had long been unable to hold back, and he called Tiger at the first opportunity to tell him about it. In his excitement, Tiger limped straight to tell Boss Joe such good news. He then also personally notified Lu Ming, who had long since returned home from work. After Lu Ming's side got the news, he went to the hospital at the first time, excited and gloating, and told Zhang Yunfeng. After arranging all of this, Wu Minghua began to rub his fists and started to grasp how to torture Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing, now you're finished, falling into my hands, huh? Wu Minghua walked in with a sneer on his face. Zhang Bing glanced at Wu Minghua and said disdainfully, what? Do you want to take personal revenge? Look at you, how can this be considered a personal vendetta, haha? When it comes to me, I call the shots. Wu Minghua made all sorts of intimidating threats. Is that so? Zhang Bing said sarcastically, you're just a squad leader, what can you take from me, what do you dare to take from me? Poof. Wu Minghua coldly hummed, surname Zhang, it seems that you still don't know that Xue Kuan is the grandson of Binzhou Xue Lao. You dare to make a move on him, huh, this time, Governor Jiang, no matter who can't save you, it's useless even if you're rich. Yo, I'm so scared. Zhang Bing couldn't stop laughing, Xue Kuan was Xue Lao's grandson, he had known that. When I came into the detention room, I was just bored and wanted to experience it. Young is young, think you're rich and great? Damn, your money is nothing in front of Elder Xue. Be honest and I'll serve you well tonight. Wu Minghua said, rolling up his sleeves with the intention of doing it himself, into the detention room of the patrol bureau, he said it. Zhang Bing sighed and said, let me make a phone call before you plan to deal with me personally, and I guarantee you'll be on your knees begging me to get out of here later, believe it or not? Wu Minghua froze, but thinking that now Zhang Bing had offended Shui Lao's own grandson, having money was no good. Okay, kid, I'll let you make a call and see who you can call for help. Let me tell you, even Governor Jiang can't save you. Without hitching a ride, Zhang Bing directly dialed by Xiaochun's phone. Then the long and short of it was to tell the story of what was going on in Peninsular. Bai Xiaochun sighed and said, Tiny, a captain of the patrol bureau, okay, you give him the phone. Zhang Bing nodded, then handed his cell phone to Wu Minghua with a smile. Wu Minghua was dismissive and said, whose phone is it? You take it is, if you don't take it, I'll make sure you regret it. Zhang Bing reminded. Wu Minghua would be skeptical, but still took the phone to answer the call. Who are you? I, Wu Minghua, captain of the Binzhou Patrol Bureau. No matter who you are, I'm telling you, Zhang Bing beat up Shui's old grandson, and no one is allowed to plead for mercy. Wu Minghua had a tough attitude, not waiting for Bai Xiaochun on the other end to open his mouth, and came up with an output. But in the next second, Wu Minghua's face changed in shock. Then the whole man stood upright with his back straight and looked constrained. Yes. You commanded it. In less than a short minute, Bai Xiaochun over there hung up. Wu Minghua's entire person is trembling, his whole body is trembling, terrified, and his whole body is already in a cold sweat. His hands trembled as he held the cell phone and handed it to Zhang Bing, who took it and put it away. Captain Wu, how's it going? How do you want to fix me tonight? Chapter 119, is this a celebration banquet? Zhang, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Mr. Zhang, under my eyes, I'm sorry, please spare me. Wu Minghua's entire body was stunned. Just now Bai Xiaochun called him, the things he said inside the phone, the people he mentioned. He didn't even dare to think about it, not to mention him, even Binzhou's top bigwig, Elder Shui, didn't dare to imagine it. Don't, I still appreciate how untamed you were just now. Zhang Bing teased. Wu Minghua's face was white with fear as he trembled and opened the door to the detention room. Mr. Zhang, please spare me, I'm really blind, really. Zhang Bing and the four women smiled at each other and sat inside the detention room, unwilling to come out. Mr. Zhang, please come out, I was wrong. Wu Minghua's voice was tinged with tears, and in desperation, he directly knelt down to plead. Zhang Bing sighed, looking at someone like Wu Minghua who had no principles and was a bully, he hated it. But this kind of talent is the mainstay of society, and it's everywhere. Alright, get up, I won't give you a hard time. Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Wu Minghua then stood up trembling. But remember, you don't tell anyone about what just happened. If you dare to reveal half a word to Tiger, Boss Zhou, or that Shui Kuan and the others, you'll understand the consequences. No, don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I would never. Wu Minghua hurriedly responded. He wasn't stupid and knew that this time, the tiger was probably going to turn into an old cat, and Boss Zhou, and even Elder Shui, were going to be finished. Alright, remember, wait for my call anytime tomorrow, understand? I'll let you know, and I'll bring a team to arrest them then. Yes, at your service. Seeing this, Zhang Bing felt that there was nothing more to say, so he left with the four women. Walking out of the patrol bureau, Lin Hanyue asked, where are we going now? Zhang Bing laughed and said, of course it's back to the hotel to sleep, there are still things to do tomorrow. Next day, 9 a.m. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue were the first to get up, and Zhang Tingting, Wang Wolin, and Qin Yuan also got up around the same time. When she returned to the hotel last night, Zhang Tingting made a phone call to Zhang Yunfeng as Zhang Bing said, telling Zhang Yunfeng not to worry and to keep it a secret and not to tell anyone. And at this moment, in the private room of the Binzhou Hotel, Boss Zhou personally came out and hosted a banquet for Shui Kuan, accompanied by Tiger and others. They got the news from Wu Minghua last night that Zhang Bing was finished and had been locked up. Young Master Kuan is still young Master Kuan, just say the word. Boss Zhou was very pleasing to Shui Kuan and flattered him. Shui Kuan said with a condescending and calm face, that kid is really that rich and does have a few tricks up his sleeve. But dare to make a move against me, let him learn a good lesson this time. That's right, what kind of person are you, Kuan Xiao, that Zhang Bing is a thug at best. Tiger also bragged on the side. Now Shui Kuan had also learned that Zhang Bing already had a grudge against Boss Zhou, and that Boss Zhou had gone to his grandfather's business. I didn't think it would be such a coincidence that I would run into it. But the few women around that brat are really nice, this young man likes one of them a lot. Shui Kuan thought back to Zhang Tingting's seductive figure and had a heart attack. That's right, now inside the patrol bureau, locked up until that kid is honest. Boss Joe laughed. Just as a few people were conspiring and having a good conversation. Tiger's cell phone rang and he stood up and stepped back to answer it. His face suddenly changed, and he walked over to Boss Joe, bent down and whispered, "Boss, our men have been arrested." When Boss Joe heard this, he was a bit surprised and asked, "Who dares to arrest our people?" "Patrolman." Tiger was also incredulous. "Outrageous, how could the patrol bureau arrest my people?" Boss Joe expressed his skepticism. Tiger did the same and continued, "I just received a call. It was the captain of the patrol bureau, Manhwa, who led the team to arrest, and all of the arrests were of the several brothers who assaulted the surname Zhang that day." Boss Joe and Tycoon were both surprised and somewhat perplexed. "Immediately call Manhwa. I'll personally ask who told him to do this." Boss Joe immediately instructed Tiger. Tiger pulled out his cell phone and quickly connected to Manhwa's call. And at this moment, Manhwa had just followed Zhang Bing's intention to forcefully arrest all of the people who had assaulted Zhang Yunfeng that day, without missing a single one. Is doing Zhang Bing's bidding. "Mr. Zhang, a call from the Tiger?" "Catch." Zhang Bing signaled. Manhwa pressed answer and turned on the speakerphone. Soon there was a furious scolding from Boss Joe on the other end, "Who told you to arrest my people? Do you still want to hang around?" Manhwa cleared his throat and said, "Boss Joe, we're just following the process." "Process Nima, release them immediately," Boss Joe ordered. Instead of responding directly, Manhwa followed Zhang Bing's instructions and asked, "Boss Joe, where are you now? There's a situation I need to report to you face to face. Binjo Hotel, get your ass over here immediately. If you don't give me a statement, you don't do this captain anymore." After Boss Joe on the other end of the phone said the address, he directly hung up the phone. "Mr. Zhang, what do we do next?" Manhwa inquired. Zhang Bing smiled and said, "You stand by first, I'll go over to Binjo Hotel now, you'll be fine after us, know what I mean?" "Okay." Manhwa responded. Inside the hotel room. After reprimanding Manhwa, Boss Joe didn't think much of it, and continued to push the cups with Tycoon and Tiger, a few big shots. Drinking almost, Boss Joe once again personally gave instructions to Tiger, commanding, "While the surname Zhang is locked up, today you take people to get that last nail house fixed, and if you can't get it done again, bring your head to the table." "Yes, boss." Tiger responded rather confidently. As for Tycoon's side, he was also a bit impatient. He desperately wanted to know that last night, Manhwa did not force the four beauties to give in by torturing Zhang Bing again. So he commanded, "Make a call to rush Manhwa, tell him to hurry up and roll over, just say I have something to ask him." "Yes, young Kuan." Tiger didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly did as he was told. After a few more moments, Zhang Bing drove a Land Rover with four beauties and also came to Binjo Hotel. He boldly parked his car in front of the hotel, and then led the four people directly towards Tycoon, the private room where Boss Joe's workers were located. At this moment, a few people were eating happily inside the private room. Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open. This sudden turn of events caused the several people inside, Tycoon, Boss Joe, and Tiger, to freeze. But when he fixed his eyes, he realized that the visitors were actually Zhang Bing and the four beauties. "It's you!" A few people were surprised. "Weren't you in the ING detention center of the police station? Who let you out?" Tycoon was furious. This was not listening to him. He was the one who personally instructed Manhwa to keep Zhang Bing's several people locked up, and had just discussed how he would later ask Manhwa how his torture and persecution last night had progressed. "I didn't expect Zhang Bing to come directly with four beautiful women." Chapter 120. You're the ones who caught me. Looking at the surprised and stormy Tycoon, Boss Joe, Tiger, and a few others. Zhang Bing sneered disdainfully and said slowly, "Yo, in such a hurry to start setting up wine to celebrate, huh?" Saying that, Zhang Bing with four beautiful women directly ignored the people inside the private room, moved a chair and sat down instantly, crossing his legs and looking at this group of people playfully. "Tycoon, Boss Joe's brain has blackened into a line. Call Manhwa right now and tell him to get his ass over here immediately, right now." Tycoon was furious. He had personally ordered last night, and now Zhang Bing and his group had actually run out. This was provoking his authority. "Boss Chow, Tiger is already economically dialing Manhwa's number to come over immediately." Zhang Bing and the four beauties sat on the side, teasingly looking at the few people. He had arranged it last night, and early this morning he had first asked Manhwa to directly arrest the people who had participated in the beating of Zhang Yunfeng that day. "Then get ready, come to this restaurant private room yourself first, Manhwa and others come after to arrest people." The only thing that was captured was the tiger, and that was to take the tiger right away in front of Tycoon and Boss Joe. Looks like you're more powerful than we thought. Tycoon's face didn't look too good, and for a while he didn't think about it. How Zhang Bing's few people left the detention room of the patrol bureau, everything could only be known when Wu Minghua came. Zhang Bing said disdainfully, "There's a lot you can't imagine." After about 10 minutes had passed, Wu Minghua drove to the hotel with a group of members of the patrol bureau. A group of people rushed straight in, heavily armed, with a very strong aura. The hotel owner immediately went up to ask the reason, but was scolded by Wu Minghua on the spot. It was so big and serious that those who didn't know guessed it was the arrest of some important criminal. As per Zhang Bing's intention, Wu Minghua led the men straight to the private room where everyone was. Tycoon, Boss Joe was furious on the spot. "Wu Minghua, what do you mean? Didn't you hear what I said? Who told you to let these people out?" As soon as he came in, Tycoon was still uncertain and angry. Wu Minghua's expression was calm as he said, "Junior Kun, as the captain of the patrol bureau, you should have no right to interfere with what I should do and which people I should arrest." When these words came out, Tycoon, Boss Joe, Tiger, and the others had their eyes glazed over, wondering if their ears had heard wrong. Who doesn't know that Tycoon is Xue Lao's own grandson, casually say a word, not to mention a small patrol bureau captain, even the director would not dare to disobey. Asshole! Boss Joe slammed the table and roared in anger, "Wu Minghua, you're just a small patrol bureau captain, have you gotten your wings hardened?" Wu Minghua remained unassuming and looked at Boss Joe, saying, "Boss Joe, you have even less right to command and interfere with our case." "You, what the did you say?" Boss Joe pointed his finger at Wu Minghua and said. Wu Minghua ignored it and turned to Zhang Bing for instructions. "Mr. Zhang, how do you propose to do that?" Zhang Bing looked at Tycoon, Boss Joe, and the others who were filled with disbelief. Then he looked at the tiger and said, "Take the tiger back first, forcible demolition and assault and battery, investigate properly." "Okay." Wu Minghua responded, and with a wave of his hand, he led a few of his team members over. "Wu Minghua, grass mudhorse, are you out of your mind?" Tiger couldn't believe it and cursed. Boss Joe was also furious. In the past Wu Minghua could be said to be just a dog for them, at their beck and call. "How dare you try to touch my people today?" Facing Boss Joe's threat, Wu Minghua didn't care and said in a calm tone, "Boss Joe, not to mention your people, even if you yourself are suspected of violating the law, we'll still arrest you. Tiger, you'd better be honest and not resist, or we won't rule out the use of force." A few patrolmen, under Wu Minghua's orders, made a direct move on the tiger. The tiger was lame but arrogant. He didn't believe that Wu Minghua, a small captain of the patrol bureau, dared to really arrest himself in front of Boss Joe, Tycoon, and thus directly resisted. "Do it!" Wu Minghua gave an order, and the two patrol members had no qualms about going directly to the means. Tycoon's face was already black with anger, his chest violently bullying as he roared, "Stop! I told you to stop, do you hear me?" Wu Minghua didn't bother and said, "Kuan Shao, you'd better mind your own business, we already have solid evidence that the tiger is suspected of violating the law and injuring people, so he must be taken away for investigation." "Are you deaf?" Tycoon didn't give a and yelled. "You dare to disobey me? Junior Cohen, anyone who violates the law, not to mention your orders, no one's orders, please do not interfere." Wu Minghua forcefully held Tiger down and was about to take him away. Well, it's backfired, the sky in Binzhou is going to backfire, isn't it?" Tycoon became infuriated, clenched his fist and slammed it on the dining table. At this time, Zhang Bing saw that it was almost time, stood up and said smilingly, "What? You really think you can cover the sky with just one hand, don't you? Zhang Bing." Boss Joe angrily slapped the table and roared, "Young Kuan is the grandson of Elder Xue, do you think that just because you're rich, you can leave Elder Xue out of it? Ha!" Zhang Bing was not flustered, he had arranged everything long ago. In the morning, first grab the tigers a few hands of the minions, and then let Wu Minghua in the face of Tycoon, Boss Joe will be the point man will be arrested tiger. Subsequently then through the side of Bai Xiaoqun in Kyoto, let Xue Lao himself come over to deal with his grandson, Tycoon, and Boss Joe, to completely solve all of this once and for all clear. So what if it's Elder Xue's grandson? Boss Joe, don't say I didn't remind you, how's the $500 million prepared? If it's delayed, you won't be able to develop that piece of property of yours. Try it. Boss Joe was still quite confident that with Elder Xue backing him up, he would eventually be able to pin down Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing also stopped talking nonsense and instructed Wu Minghua, "Take the people away first." Wu Minghua nodded and ordered his men to escort the tiger away compulsorily. Wu Minghua, how dare you? Wu Minghua, you better think about the consequences. Seeing this, Boss Zhou and Koan Shui again threatened to obstruct. Boss Zhou, Koan Xiao, I'll be ugly, tiger is suspected of assaulting and having someone hospitalized, the evidence of the crime is overwhelming, I'm following the process. Don't blame me for being rude if you guys get in the way. Don't you dare. How nonchalant do you want to be? Boss Zhou stormed out and was about to make a direct move on Wu Minghua. Wu Minghua snorted coldly and responded forcefully, and with his backhand, he held Boss Zhou down. Even Boss Zhou himself couldn't believe this scene. Shui Kuan was even more dumbfounded, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, saying, okay, you a small patrol bureau captain flipped the sky is it, you wait. Wu Minghua, at Zhang Bing's behest, didn't pay any attention and forcibly escorted the screaming tiger out. As for Zhang Bing, he took the 4 beauties with him, and instead of leaving, he sat there and watched Shui Kuan on the phone. Chapter 121, The Grand Finale. Shui Kuan, as Shuilao's own grandson. Shuilao was the topmost big shot in Binzhou. Therefore, Shui Kuan casually say something, no one in Binzhou dare not listen. And today, actually even a small patrol bureau captain Wu Minghua cannot order. In front of him, Wu Minghua directly forcefully grabbed the tiger under Zhang Bing's authorization and made a move on Boss Zhou. Boss Zhou, as a Binzhou real estate tycoon, is known to everyone to be behind Elder Shui. This was a strange shame for Shui Kuan, so Shui Kuan stopped talking nonsense at this time, but directly dialed his grandfather's phone. I did not expect to actually did not get through, then Shui Kuan directly dialed his grandfather's secretary's phone. This time, the phone call quickly got through, after receiving Shui Kuan's call and briefly understanding the cause of the matter. Ding Qi, Shuilao's first secretary, immediately put down all the things in his hand and said that he would rush over immediately. Elder Shui's first secretary, not a high rank. But the influence and status is extraordinary because there is no way for outsiders to tell the difference. Was it Dinky's intention, or was it Elder Shui's? Hanging up the phone, Shui Kuan looked furious and threatened, Zhang Bing, you wait. Although I don't know why Wu Minghua will listen to you for now, it doesn't matter. As long as it's still on this border of Binzhou, one word from me, no matter who you are, you'll have to submit. Boss Zhou followed suit, clamoring and intimidating, kid, you're rich, aren't you? Still want to extort me for $500 million, right? Very well, we'll see when the time comes. Boss Zhou has already begun to play a crooked idea in his heart, he engaged in real estate development, the most lack of cash flow. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds if we could take Zhang Bing down and make him bleed heavily? Of course, Zhang Bing knew exactly what was in Boss Zhou's mind through his mind-reading technique. He laughed coldly in his heart, cursing that this Boss Zhou was really good at making plans, actually wanting to plot his own wealth, really looking for death. That's okay, I'll just sit here and wait for your guys to come. After about 20 minutes had passed, a middle-aged man with a center-parted hairbrush hurried in. The person who came was none other than Elder Shui's first secretary, Ding Qi. As soon as Ding Qi walked into the private room, she immediately asked Shui Kuan with concern, Junior Kuan, are you alright? Who bullied you? Boss Zhou also hastened to greet him, saying, Secretary Ding, this is the boy. Ding Qi frowned for a moment and looked at Zhang Bing, then said in a cold voice, Kid, do you not want to mix? Even Koan Xiao you dare to bully? Ha ha ha. Zhang Bing laughed and said sarcastically, you guys are really funny, and you can turn around and say that I bullied him? Alright. Shui Kuan already didn't want to waste any time, and hurriedly ordered, Ding Qi, you now immediately call and notify the director of the patrol bureau, and all relevant personnel immediately roll over here. I'd like to see if the relevant leaders of the patrol bureau still want to mix, they can't even manage a junior captain like Wu Minghua, damn it. Ding Qi nodded, and after briefly understanding the situation, he immediately took out his cell phone and called the director of the Binzhou Patrol Bureau and the others, telling them to come to the private room of the Binzhou Grand Hotel immediately. Shui Kuan then stared at Zhang Bing with a warning face and threatened, Zhang Bing right, I want to see who is behind you to back you up. I'd like to see if a squad leader, Wu Minghua, can help you turn the world upside down. Fine, then wait and see. Zhang Bing was emboldened and continued to sit there with a smirk on his face. And at that moment, the whole of Binzhou shook. After many big shots received Ding Qi's call, they all realized the seriousness of the situation and dropped their work at hand to collectively rush towards Binzhou Hotel. The first to arrive was the chief of the Peninsular Patrol, followed by the relevant personnel. Shui Kuan saw the director coming and pointed at his nose. If you can't even manage a tiny captain down there, I don't think you should be the director. Director Fong nodded his head and admitted his mistake, then personally called Wu Minghua to roll over immediately. A large group of Binzhou's bigwig characters were all rushed here at fire speed by a single phone call from Ding Qi. And in the face of a furious Shui Kuan, these usually high and mighty, all nodded their heads and were Shui Kuan reprimanded in front of the face and the same as a lapdog. Of course, Zheng Bing and Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanyue, Wang Ruolin, and Zhang Tingting were all looking at all of this. For the five, it was nothing more than watching a good show. Now it's just a matter of the top bigwig, Elder Shui, not showing up. Zhang Bing knew that Elder Shui was more than likely receiving a call from Kyoto at this moment, and he was probably already scared and weak in the legs. 5 minutes later, Wu Minghua rushed over. "That's Captain Wu Minghua?" Director Fong went up and reprimanded with a slap on the face. "Asshole, do you still want to catch up? Who told you to release people privately, and who told you to capture Boss Zhou's men, Tiger Evil?" Being publicly reprimanded and insulted by his top boss, Wu Minghua didn't dare to say anything and could only look at Zhang Bing for help. Zhang Bing didn't help in the first place, but he also wanted to teach Wu Minghua a lesson. In the past, Wu Minghua hadn't helped the Tigers group to do evil, and now that he had received a slap on the wrist and had been reprimanded to clear his name, this was already a very light punishment. Immediately release those people from Tiger and then arrest all of these people. Director Fong scolded sternly. "Ha!" Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Bing stood up and gave a big laugh. He glanced at the group of Binzhou's bigwigs with contempt, and a pang of disdain ran through his heart. "Let's see you guys move me today? Boy, you're rich, aren't you? I'll show you today whether your money is useful or not. Wu Minghua, what are you waiting for? Cuff them all." Director Fong was the first to jump and the most joyful. However, Wu Minghua lowered his head and refused. "Bureau Fong, Mr. Zhang and the others didn't break the law." The moment Wu Minghua said this, he directly shocked Fong Bureau's, Shui Kuan, Boss Zhou, Ding Qi and the others. A junior captain who dared to openly defy the director's orders, and with so many important bigwigs present. "What the, did you say?" Fong bureaucrat stormed out, reaching out to smack Wu Minghua again. This time Zhang Bing stepped forward and directly grabbed Fong Beret's wrist, saying, "What do you want? Kid, you dare to make a move with me?" Fong bureaucracy was very arrogant and domineering, and angrily rebuked. "So what if I fight you? Do you want to eat people?" Zhang Bing was disdainful, counting the time. It should be almost time. There are a ton of conditions for receiving the 75 billion, and it won't arrive all at once. Zhang Fong, okay, you've got some ing balls. I'd like to see how iron your head is today. Annoyed, Fong once again ordered Wu Minghua to handcuff people. However, Wu Minghua's sentence of indifference, a fury, Fong Bureau's on the spot call to mobilize the riot squad to come. "Kid, you wait. And you, asshole, blatantly disobeying the orders of your superiors, this layer of skin on you is instantly stripped from you." Fong bureaucrat pointed his finger at Zhang Bing, and Wu Minghua growled. Zhang Bing smiled and said, "Alright, I'll wait, you'd better urge the bomb squad to speed up to avoid missing the good show on the stage." Unbeknownst to me, today is the day to settle this matter once and for all, and everyone in the room is going to be dumbfounded in a moment.